Chapter 1 Welcome to the Apocalypse World. A fictional world. Welcome to the Apocalypse World. Distinguished host. The stone house before you is your main base. For detailed information, please click to view the main base details. More privileges will be unlocked only upon upgrading your main base. Please protect your main base at all costs. Once it is destroyed, you will die as well. Your main base will provide you with 2 farmers every day. Remember, each farmer is a real living being, capable of emotions such as joy and anger, and subject to the natural laws of birth, aging, sickness, and death. In this apocalypse world, my lord, you will face the first wave of mutated zombies in 35 hours. Please protect your life and your main base. Good luck. Damn it. Did I really get transmigrated into an apocalypse world? And mutated zombies attacking already? Are you kidding me? Zheng Haoyan's heart pounded violently as he turned and stared at the stone house behind him. Though not completely ruined, the stone house was undeniably shabby, barely standing, without even a door. Stepping closer, the interior was completely empty, no larger than 20 square meters. This is supposed to be my main base? Zheng Haoyan frowned. Was this really the apocalypse? Still skeptical, he looked around. The forest stretched far and wide, lush and dense. Though the sky was slightly grayish, the air felt fresh. If this really was the apocalypse, were the mutated zombies also real? What terrible karma did I accumulate to end up in a place like this? As he turned back, a faint glow flickered across the lintel of the stone house. Text slowly scrolled by. Would you like to view the main base details? Yes, view it. Of course he would check. Hadn't the system just said so? Base survives, I survive. Base falls, I die. Structure, main base. Level, 1 star. Population, 1/10. Number of buildings, 1/5. Storage capacity, 0/9999. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 1,000 units of food. The details of the main base were clearly displayed. Zheng Haoyan immediately focused on one thing, the farmers. This felt oddly familiar, like that old real-time strategy game, Age of Empires. Farmers worked to produce resources, which could then be used to upgrade the main base. Upgraded bases would unlock new functional buildings, and those buildings in turn could produce various other things. If only I had been transported to a cold weapon era. Why the hell did it have to be the apocalypse? Zheng Haoyan let out a bitter laugh. He selected the option to produce farmers. Inside the main base, a faint glow began to shimmer. After 1 minute, the light faded. A short but muscular middle-aged man stepped out. Servant Zhang Daqiang at your service, my lord. The burly man wore a gray-blue work uniform, a safety helmet on his head, and carried a sharp axe in hand. His expression appeared natural, his face showing genuine respect. He looked no different from any ordinary human being. At the same time, a pop-up window displayed the farmer's information. Name, Zhang Daqiang. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 100 out of 100. Skills, logging, farming. Special ability, double efficiency. Loyalty, 60. Simple personal information. Nothing extraordinary, except for the special ability section, which caught Zheng Haoyan's attention. Double efficiency? Could it mean he worked twice as fast at logging or farming? Holy crap, that's awesome. Zheng Haoyan's mood brightened slightly. Apocalypse or not, apocalypse or whatever, it didn't matter right now. At least he wasn't completely alone. Soon, the second farmer finished production. This one was tall and skinny, nearly 1.9 meters in height, lean and slightly hunched, yet exuding a sharp, clever demeanor. Servant Lu Laowu at your service, my lord. Just like Zhang Daqiang, he wore the same gray-blue uniform and a yellow safety helmet. In his hand was a dark, heavy sickle. Name, Lu Laowu. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 100 out of 100. Skills, reconnaissance, hunting. Special ability, eagle eye. Loyalty, 60. Zheng Haoyan's heart stirred again. Another special ability. Nice. Really nice. 2 farmers, each with unique special abilities. This made Zheng Haoyan excited about who the next 2 farmers would be tomorrow. Zhang Daqiang, go chop wood. Yes, my lord. Zhang Daqiang turned and left immediately. Lu Laowu, go hunting. Yes, my lord. I'll bring you plenty of food soon. Lu Laowu quickly followed Zhang Daqiang into the forest. With the 2 farmers dispatched, Zheng Haoyan finally had time to examine the system. He closed his eyes briefly, and a data panel immediately appeared in the upper left. Wood, 100, stone, 100, iron ore, 100, food, 100. These were the starting resources provided by the system. It would be a long way before his main base could upgrade to 2 stars. Then, Zheng Haoyan noticed a chat window. Can I actually chat here? Who the hell am I chatting with? The moment he thought about it, the chat window instantly expanded, becoming vividly visible. Holy crap. Staring at the messages rapidly flooding the chat box, Zheng Haoyan's mouth fell wide open. Chapter 2, could it be the legendary protagonist's halo? Wow, so many people here. It's really lively. How's everything on your side? 35 hours until the first wave of mutated zombies. Damn, do you think we're going to die? How many players are there in this apocalypse world anyway? And how can we survive the first zombie attack? Hi everyone, I'm a junior student from Linhai City. I don't want to die yet. I'm 22, cancer girl, good eater, great sleeper, and can keep you warm at night. Any Gemini guys out there? Can you protect me from being eaten by zombies? Come on, this isn't a dating site. What are you even doing here? Everyone, stop making noise. Listen to me for a moment. We need to unite and overcome this crisis together. Who the hell are you? Why should we listen to you? I'm Major Wei Tai from Zhongchuan Military Region. I don't know why I've ended up in this apocalyptic world, but things aren't looking good. My territory is located in a residential community. The entire neighborhood is completely empty. I just sent 2 of my peasants to gather food and water. Right now, I'm standing at the entrance of the compound. If my guess is right, the incoming attack by mutated zombies is very real, and the death rate will be extremely high. I strongly recommend that all of you gather as much food, water, and usable weapons as possible. This place is too dangerous. Are you serious? Is it really that bad? Are you actually a major? Don't scare us like that. I'll say it again. My name is Wei Tai, age 37, an army major in the Wenchuan military region. My officer ID number is 1083**72. The military officer IDs do start with 108. You really are an officer. Major Wei, I'm Liu Jihua, a retired lieutenant from Baoshi military subdivision. Sir, does this mean we can't go back? Yeah, we can't go back. I don't know why, but I think our only choice now is to survive. Oh mom, I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. I don't want to die. No way. Is it really this dangerous? Damn it. Why did this happen? Who dragged us into this hellhole? Step forward. I'll rip you apart. Zheng Haoyan didn't speak. He just quietly observed the atmosphere in the global chat window, tense and heavy, with many people clearly losing emotional control. The major named Wei Tai was doing his best to calm everyone down. But still, plenty of others kept ranting and venting in the chat. After observing silently for half an hour, Zheng Haoyan finally got a rough idea of the situation. The number of players who had entered Apocalypse World was unknown, but possibly enormous. Not everyone was like Zheng Haoyan, with their territory located in a remote forest. Some were on islands, some in factories, some in mountainous areas, others in cities. Some got lucky. Their territory happened to be right next to a supermarket, so food and drink weren't issues. One unlucky fellow's territory was on a deserted island smaller than 0.1 square kilometers. Without access to wood resources, upgrading his territory would be impossible. What comforted Zheng Haoyan was one thing he'd learned. Apparently, nearly all players' peasants lacked any special abilities. That made him secretly thrilled. By the way, fellow players, since this is called Apocalypse World, could there be zombies? I haven't seen any here. Has anyone encountered them on your end? No, nothing here. Duh, if there were zombies, do you think I'd be calmly chatting with you like this? Nothing on my side either. Could it be that we're still in the newbie protection period, which is why no zombies have appeared? That makes sense. Brother, your analysis is spot on. True, very true. Then we really should act fast. Nobody knows when this protection period might end. Exactly. I gotta go, no more chat. But, me too out. Same here, vanishing. After all, survival was the top priority. Within moments, the world chat rapidly quieted down. Zheng Haoyan quickly minimized the chat window as well. At the same time, his attention was drawn to the resource panel in the upper left corner of his screen. Wood, 530, stone, 100, iron ore, 100, food, 100. Stone, iron, and food hadn't changed, but wood had suddenly increased by over 400. It hadn't even been an hour. Could Zhang Daqiang really have gathered this much wood already? Zheng Haoyan was stunned. Immediately, he reopened the world chat. Hey everyone, are any of your peasants gathering wood? Less than 5 seconds later, someone replied. Yeah, I've got 2 peasants, one gathering food, the other chopping trees. Zheng Haoyan quickly asked, brother, how much wood do you have right now? Let me check. It's building up fast, 156. What the hell? I assigned someone to chop wood too, and I only have 129. Yours is already 156. That's just unfair. I've got 132 units of wood now. Zheng Haoyan silently exclaimed in shock, his face instantly lighting up with joy. Zhang Daqiang's special ability, double the results with half the effort, but this wasn't just double. It was several times more. How was this different from playing with cheats? And then there was Lu Laowu's special ability, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye would be extremely helpful for scouting and hunting. Haha, could this really be the legendary protagonist Halo? Chapter 3, Trading Platform. In less than 2 hours, the wood resource had already reached 1,162 units. Upgrading the main base required 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, and 1,000 units of food. Right now, wood was sufficient. Time to focus on stone. With a mere thought, Zhang Daqiang, who was chopping trees deep in the forest, instantly sensed Lord Zhang's call. He stopped working immediately and hurried back toward him. My lord, what are your orders? Zhang Daqiang, if I assign you to gather stone, can your special ability, double efficiency, also take effect? Zhang Daqiang shook his head. My special ability only applies to farming and logging. It has no effect on other tasks. If you order me to collect stone, my efficiency will be normal. Zheng Haoyan nodded slightly. Indeed, in the personal ability section of the system, the description for double efficiency clearly included a parenthesis specifying only farming and logging. Still, normal efficiency would do. Go ahead and start gathering stone now. My lord, stone gathering requires tools. Please redeem them from the system. Understood. Stone gathering tool, pickaxe. The system displayed a cost of 20 wood and 25 iron ore. Redeem. Wood 510, stone 100, iron or 75, food 100. The resource bar immediately deducted the corresponding amounts. Then, without further instruction, Zhang Daqiang strode into the main base and retrieved a pickaxe. Wait. Zheng Haoyan suddenly noticed Zhang Daqiang's stamina reading, 35/100. Alright. Although farmers were provided by the system, They were still human-like beings who required food, drink, and rest. After 2 hours of logging, it was normal that he'd used up 2/3 of his energy. "What are your orders, my lord?" Zhang Daqiang asked, bowing respectfully. "You rest first for half an hour." A look of genuine gratitude appeared on Zhang Daqiang's face, and at the same time, his loyalty increased by 3 points, reaching 63. Zhang Haoyan suddenly realized, so this was how it worked. He opened the system panel and clicked on the food option. What the hell? Only bread and dried meat. The food options available through the system were extremely limited. For someone used to Chinese cuisine, this was quite awkward. Redeem 10 units of bread. All resources could be converted into physical items via the system, or physical items converted back into resource units. Just earlier, when Zhang Daqiang cut down trees, he hadn't brought back a single branch. The system automatically converted everything into resource units. A flash of light appeared inside the stone hut. The bread had been redeemed. Wood 510, stone 100, iron or 75, food 90. Holy crap, 10 units of food only gives 2 loaves of bread. Zhang Haoyan was baffled. Here. He handed 1 loaf of bread, weighing about 1 catty, to Zhang Daqiang. "Thank you, my lord." Zhang Daqiang accepted the golden brown loaf with great respect. His loyalty rose again by 2 points, now at 65. He wolfed it down in just a few bites. Zhang Haoyan took a couple of bites himself. It wasn't bad, taste-wise. But bread, in his diet, was more of a breakfast item rather than a proper meal. He didn't find it particularly satisfying. Seeing Zhang Daqiang licking butter off his fingers with obvious hunger, Zhang Haoyan tore half of his own loaf and handed it over. Zhang Daqiang was shocked and waved his hands frantically. "This is your lunch, my lord. How could I possibly eat it?" Zhang Haoyan glared. "Stop talking nonsense. Take it and eat. You're doing hard labor. Eat more." Zhang Daqiang froze. It seemed he couldn't quite believe such kindness. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Thank you, my lord. I shall serve you with all my strength and repay your boundless generosity." With a whoosh, his loyalty jumped from 65 straight to 80. What the hell? Just half a loaf of bread. Was this really necessary? After finishing the bread, Zhang Daqiang rested on the spot as instructed. Meanwhile, Lu Laowu still hadn't returned from hunting. Judging by the fact that 10 food units equaled about 2 jin of bread, the remaining 90 food units meant only 18 jin of bread total. With himself and 2 farmers to feed, that wouldn't last more than 2 days. Food supplies were tight. Suddenly, Zhang Haoyan remembered, the system also had a trading function. It felt like a window had suddenly opened. He quickly realized that having Zhang Daqiang mine stone was incredibly inefficient. Instead, he should keep him logging. With his special ability, Zhang could generate vast quantities of wood, which could then be traded with other players for stone, a far better economic strategy. Realizing this, Zhang Haoyan immediately accessed the system backend. Entered the trading platform. Since he had only entered the game a little over 2 hours ago, no one else was trading yet. Zhang Haoyan instantly listed 500 units of wood for trade. The system immediately displayed the exchange rates for other resources. 100 wood could be exchanged for 30 to 50 stone. The fluctuation was likely due to market demand. Not that it mattered. Zhang Haoyan quickly entered the desired exchange. 500 wood for 250 stone. Almost as soon as he listed it, someone spoke up in the chat window. "Holy crap, which big shot has this much wood after only 2 hours? Truly a legend. One move and 500 units of wood just appear. No way, wood. That's exactly what I'm missing. I've got plenty of stone. Taking the deal." Less than a minute later, Zhang Haoyan's inventory updated. Wood dropped to 420, stone increased to 40. Shortly after, another trade went through. Since the game had only just started, most players didn't have many resources yet. Exchanges mostly involved resources scarce in their own territories. Especially those whose bases were located in cities. They could easily gather various food supplies, but stone and wood were hard to come by. Players with bases in mountainous areas found stone and wood everywhere, but often faced food shortages. A little over 10 minutes later, all of Zhang Haoyan's listed wood had been traded away. It seems that if we help each other, exchanging surplus goods for scarce ones, every player can grow rapidly. Zhang Haoyan realized this potential, but he also knew human nature was unpredictable. If the current peace was only due to the beginner protection period, once zombies truly appeared, this world would no longer remain so calm. I need to fortify my territory as quickly as possible. Chapter 4 Countdown to the Apocalypse. Lu Laowu is back. He dragged back a wild boar weighing 3 to 400 jin. The moment he returned to the territory, he collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Haoyan was startled. It turned out Lu Laowu's stamina had dropped into single digits. Zhang Haoyan quickly exchanged for a piece of dried meat and a loaf of bread, handing them to Lu Laowu, who could barely stand. "Lord, mission accomplished. I've brought back a wild boar. Don't talk yet. Eat something first to restore your strength." Lu Laowu gratefully thanked him, then eagerly took a bite of the bread. His loyalty instantly increased by 3 points. "After you finish eating, rest for a while." Lu Laowu nodded repeatedly and continued devouring the food. Suddenly, the system panel appeared. "Food detected. Would you like to decompose it?" "Yes." Having the system help out saved a lot of trouble. In an instant, a faint glow passed over the wild boar before it vanished. Decomposition complete. Obtain 370 jin of pork and 1 intact wild boar hide. Choose to store as physical items or convert into 1,850 units of food resources. How good could wild boar meat really be? Besides, he didn't even know how to cook. Zheng Haoying Helbou chose conversion. Wood, 785. Stone, 140. Iron ore, 75. Food, 1,930. In the apocalypse, food supplies must remain absolutely sufficient. Zheng Haoyan decided he'd rather delay upgrading his main base than exchange food for stone resources. Currently, Zhang Daqiang was logging, while Lu Laowu rested. If only I could have a few more farmers working together. As he sighed, Zheng Haoyan suddenly noticed that Lu Laowu's stamina cap wasn't 100, it was 120. Zheng Haoyan was shocked. Lu Laowu had gone hunting for just over 4 hours, and came back with increased stamina. Could farmers actually level up? What determined it? Did work grant experience? At that thought, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but grin. Instinctively, he opened the global chat channel. He hadn't checked player chats in a while. To his surprise, tens of thousands of messages had piled up. Are these people really this idle? Oh man, I'm so stressed. My farmer is miserable, skinnier than me, mining so slow it took him 3 hours to get 24 units. The other one is even worse. Send him out searching, and he came back completely exhausted, bringing only 20-odd gene of radishes. This is killing me. Bro, you're actually doing okay. At least you've got 2 workers. I only have 1 left. Doesn't a 1-star base produce 2 farmers every day? How did you manage to end up with just 1? Don't ask. I sent 1 out hunting, didn't bring back a single damn hare, and ended up as tiger food. What? You've got tigers there? No kidding. Now I'm afraid to send my farmers too far. If I lose this last one, I'll be a commander without any troops. Attention everyone. All players stop chatting now. Something important is happening. This concerns everyone's life and death. Respond with 1 if you're listening. The sender of this message was none other than Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai. 1, 1, 1. Immediately, a string of 1s flooded the screen like spam, continuing nonstop for 5 full minutes. This alone proved just how countless the players were within this server. And that was not even counting the large number who weren't currently checking the chat. Alright. Settle down. I just linked up with other servers. Big event. They recently initiated a countdown. Zheng Haoyan's heart skipped a beat. This countdown has 24 hours remaining. Though we don't know what happens when it ends, it could very well be the final countdown to the apocalypse. We must prepare. Oh my god, is this real? Lieutenant Colonel Wei, you represent the authorities. Don't go around scaring us little folks. Has the apocalypse started? Is the first wave of mutated zombies coming? Haha, the end is here. We players are all doomed, utterly doomed. Upper floor, you die alone. You don't speak for us. That guy's clearly insane. Case closed. Enough nonsense. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, do you have any advice? What should we do if the apocalypse truly comes? Wei Tai, I have a suggestion. Everyone listen carefully. Please speak, boss. Everyone quiet down, no interruptions. Let Lieutenant Colonel Wei speak. Wei Tai, from what I've observed, our players are widely and chaotically distributed. Some areas have abundant food resources, but severely lack others. For instance, a friend earlier mentioned his territory is on a barren island with not a single tree. His wood resources are nearly impossible to obtain. But his farmer can fish, so he won't run short on food. Everyone's situation differs. If we cooperate and fairly exchange resources under a common principle, we could all upgrade our main bases faster, build stronger defenses, even construct barracks to prepare for potential zombies. This would secure our survival in the future. What do you all think of this proposal? This suggestion was excellent, and undoubtedly the most practical at the moment. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but type into voice chat. Major Wei's suggestion is spot on. Ideally, we should collectively establish a trading standard as soon as possible to prevent price gouging. Time is running out. We might be entering the countdown ourselves very soon. Wei Tai, Brother Haoyan makes a great point. This isn't my expertise, so if anyone here has experience, please step forward and help us set up the trading standards quickly. I'm a senior accountant. I think I can handle it. Well then, what are we waiting for? Time waits for no one. Hurry up, hurry up. Oh no, I'm doomed. My territory is on a vast grassland with absolutely no wood or stone mines. Ha ha ha, my territory is on a tiny island. Besides me and my farmer, there aren't any other humans. Unless zombies can swim, I'm the safest here. You idiot, what about animals? Animals can mutate too, you know? Zheng Haoyan didn't join their discussion. His mood had grown heavy and tense. What that person said in global chat was right. Even without human zombies, mutated beasts might appear, and they could be even more dangerous than human ones. Moreover, this apocalyptic world wasn't real. It couldn't be judged by normal logic. It wouldn't be surprising at all if human zombies appeared in these forests. Could this 20 square meter stone hut, along with just 2 little farmers, possibly withstand such a threat? Upgrade. Right now, the most critical thing was to upgrade. Chapter 5. The main base has upgraded. The trading rules have been released. 100 wood equals 80 food equals 40 stone equals 20 iron ore. Iron ore should be the rarest, while wood is less important than food. So this trading rule is roughly reasonable. But in actual practice, trades might not always follow this rule exactly. Food is critical. Without it, you starve. Other resources just delay upgrades if missing. In terms of importance, food is truly the most vital. Regardless of how fair the rule seems, Zheng Haoyan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately put up 800 units of food for trade. He needed stone. According to the trading rules, 800 units of food could be exchanged for 400 stone. Combined with the 140 stone he already had, that would be enough for an upgrade, and even leave some left over. Meanwhile, Zhang Daqiang, who was busy cutting trees, had already exceeded 1,000 units of wood due to his workforce having multiplied several times over. Now they just needed the stone, and they'd be ready. The moment the trade channel opened, the sheer volume of 800 units of food shocked many players. Initial resources, wood, iron, ore, stone, and food, were all only 100 units. To suddenly offer 800 units of food made someone appear, in the eyes of every other player, like an ultra-rich tycoon. Has this guy gone crazy? The apocalypse has arrived, and he's throwing around so much food? He'll starve himself before any zombies even show up. Ha, what an idiot. You can trade anything except food. You need to stockpile food. Exactly. Maybe he thinks food is easy to get, but he's forgotten that once zombies are everywhere, farming or hunting will be impossible. What are you guys still chatting for? I just grabbed 100 units of food. If you don't move fast, it'll be gone. What the hell, it's already gone. All 800 units were snatched up. How fast are your fingers after being single for decades? Are you cheating? 800 units, just gone. Bro, do you have more? Drop another batch. Zheng Haoyan hadn't expected it to go so quickly either. Within half a minute, the trade was completely finished. It was a massacre. A smirk tugged at the corner of Zheng Haoyan's mouth. His eyes narrowed as he scanned his resource list. Wood, 1135, stone, 540, iron ore, 75, food, 1130. System, upgrade now. The moment he spoke, a faint glow enveloped the entire stone house, swirling with shimmering light. Zheng Haoyan stared intently at the stone house before him. But after a full 5 minutes, the radiance gradually dimmed and finally faded away. Congratulations, Lord. Your main base has upgraded to level 2. In an instant, the entire stone house was transformed. What had once been just a single-story structure now grew an additional floor. Not only did the total area double, but the first floor also gained an extra meter in height. Instantly, a ring of walls formed around the outer perimeter of the main base, rising nearly 4 meters high, fully enclosing it. The exterior walls, previously resembling crude mud bricks, were now made of smooth bluestone. Zheng Haoyan's heart pounded wildly. This level 2 main base, just one level up, already looked far more impressive. And clearly, much stronger too. His sense of security soared. Check properties. Structure, main base. Level 2. Population, 1/20th. Buildings, 1 out of 10. Storage capacity, 0/19999. Upgrade requirements, 300 iron ore, 3,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 3,000 food. Iron ore was now required for the next upgrade. With a flutter of excitement, Zheng Haoyan stepped into the courtyard. The main building, the base itself, was no longer just one room. Now it had 3 rooms, and at the back of the central room stood a spiral stone staircase. He climbed the stairs to the second floor. The upper floor held just one large room, but now featured a balcony as well. Standing on the balcony, Zheng Haoyan felt full of ambition. Bring it on, apocalyptic world. Since I'm here, I'll adapt. No matter if it's zombies or monsters, I will survive, and not just survive, I'll thrive. Wood, 145, stone, 40, iron ore, 75, food, 130. After the upgrade, his resources had been wiped out almost overnight. Produce farmers. A level 2 base could produce 3 farmers. Zheng Haoyan didn't want to waste even a minute. He started immediately. Moments later, the base flashed with a faint light, and a plump man, looking sharp and capable, strolled out with a swagger. Zheng Haoyan was about to examine the third farmer's stats when suddenly, a system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations to player Haoyan, the first to upgrade to a level 2 main base. Reward, 1 special building blueprint, bronze sparrow terrace, and 1 archery tower blueprint. Bonus resources, 300 wood, 200 stone, 100 iron ore, 300 food. Almost every player in the entire server received this message. What the hell? How could he upgrade so soon? What? The upgrade cost is huge. How did he gather all that? Such envy and jealousy. No way. I'm still missing more than half my upgrade resources, and he's already upgraded? Is he cheating? Respected expert, please carry me. Bro, what's your coordinates? I really need protection. Could this be the legendary pay-to-win player? Please share the secret to quickly obtaining resources. The entire server was in an uproar. Too fast. Many players were still busy playing as farmers, working themselves to exhaustion, not even having gathered a quarter of the required upgrade resources. And yet, he had already upgraded. Comparing oneself to others is enough to drive one mad. Chapter 6 Special Buildings. Greetings, my lord. My name is Qiao Bin. Zheng Haoyan felt a momentary daze. You look just like that comedian who always leaves 1 foot behind in the foot massage parlor. Name, Qiao Bin. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 150 out of 150. Skills, mining search. Special abilities, focus, zeal. Loyalty, 60. Stamina 150. Zheng Haoyan was stunned. Zhang Daqiang and Old Wu Lu both had initial stamina of 100, yet Qiao Bin's starting stamina reached 150. Could it be because his skill is mining? Mining requires greater physical endurance. That must be it. Looking at his special abilities, 2 of them, focus and zeal. Both were related to mining. Zheng Haoyan smiled. Was there even a need to think? This fat man's mining speed would definitely be fast. Qiao Bin, you may begin your work. Take some food with you before heading out, and rest when tired. Zheng Haoyan immediately exchanged for 2 jean of bread and 1 jean of dried meat, handing them to Qiao Bin. Thank you, my lord. Joy spread across Xiao Bin's plump face. His loyalty instantly increased by 5 points. Watching Xiao Bin walk away, Zheng Haoyan smiled faintly. Xiao Bin, interesting. I wonder if tomorrow's new farmer will resemble Principal Gu. Special building, Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Watchtower. Zheng Haoyan glanced at the 2 blueprints. Bronze Sparrow Terrace required resources, 500 stone, 500 wood, 50 iron ore. Watchtower, 200 stone, 200 wood, 10 iron ore. He checked his resource panel. Wood, 485, stone, 240, iron ore, 175, food, 415. Resources needed for the Bronze Sparrow Terrace were still insufficient, but he already had enough for the watchtower. Zheng Haoyan didn't immediately choose to construct the watchtower because the countdown hadn't started yet. A structure that sounded clearly offensive could wait a little longer. Besides, before long, resources would only grow more abundant. He took another look at the requirements for upgrading to a 3-star main base. 300 iron ore, 3,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 3,000 units of food. Was that really so hard? Suddenly, Zheng Haoyan felt full of confidence. Alright, system, if I care more for farmers, their loyalty increases. But what happens if a farmer's loyalty drops? Loyalty starts at 60 for most. If it decreases, it will negatively affect work efficiency. If it falls below a certain threshold, the farmer will abandon you. Conversely, the higher the loyalty, the better their efficiency. At 90 or above, they will never betray you. So that's why wood resources have been increasing slightly faster. I must have boosted their efficiency. Realizing this, Zheng Haoyan quickly opened the exchange menu. Simple wooden bed, 30 units of wood. Simple wooden bunk bed, 50 units of wood. Simple dining table, 20 units of wood. Simple dining table, 60 units of wood. Square stool, 10 units of wood. Clothing rack, 15 units of wood. Wooden bowl, 1 unit of wood. There were countless options. Zheng Haoyan decided to provide them daily necessities. Surely this would raise loyalty and boost efficiency. Without hesitation, he selected bunk beds, square stools, clothing racks, and other essentials. The once empty rooms now seemed livelier and more complete with these items. In a separate large room on the second floor of the main base, Zheng Haoyan set up a simple wooden bed for himself. After finishing all this, Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat channel. Fewer people were chatting, perhaps because in other servers, the Doomsday countdown had begun, making every player feel urgent. How are your farmers doing? Mine are moving so slowly, even though their loyalty is 55. Dude, your management skills suck. Both my farmers have gained loyalty, almost reaching 70 now. Higher loyalty means more enthusiasm for work. Get it? I see. Thanks for enlightening me. Speaking of farmers, man, poor me. I used to be the second in command at my workplace. People brought me tea, water, and towels. Now it's the exact opposite. I have to serve those 2 guys perfectly, or they won't work hard. I don't even know anymore who the real master is. Sigh, no use talking. It's all tears. Give me a break with second in command. To level up faster, I've been chopping trees for 2 straight hours. My arms feel like they're not even mine anymore. I don't want to play this anymore. I want to go home. Same here. If we actually faced a real countdown like this, I wouldn't survive. I'd definitely die. How much more resources do you need to upgrade? I'm almost there, just short of some stone and food. What are you waiting for then? Go trade already. I don't have any surplus resources. I've got no choice but to work harder. Zheng Haoyan said nothing, quietly observing the chat screen. Seeing that their farmers were all inferior to his, and that seemingly only his own farmers possessed special abilities, Zheng Haoyan felt a surge of pride. He had only watched for a short while when suddenly, a message in the chat made him jump. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. My countdown has started. Check yours now. Zheng Haoyan's heart tightened. He quickly exited the chat window, and sure enough, right beside the resource bar in the upper left corner. Countdown, 23:58. It's here. What was coming has finally arrived. But if even he, with his golden finger and gifted farmers, could not survive in this apocalypse, then none of the players here would stand a chance. Chapter 7. Unlocking Bows and Arrows. 3 hours later. Countdown, 2055. Zheng Haoyan's iron ore resources had already reached 327. Xiao Bin, who possessed the 2 targeted special abilities, Focus and Zeal, had given Zheng Haoyan a pleasant surprise. Just endure until tomorrow. With 3 more farmers coming online, resource accumulation would accelerate even further. Zheng Haoyan opened the blueprint for the archery tower. He needed to be fully prepared. No one knew what might happen when the countdown ended. When a magnificent watchtower, over 8 meters tall, appeared before him, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This wasn't just an arrow tower, it was practically a fortress. The tower stood within the courtyard walls, 4 stories high, each floor equipped with multiple observation loopholes. It could easily accommodate 20 or 30 people, allowing archers or gunmen to fire upon distant enemies. A spiral staircase ran from the base all the way to the top. Standing on the highest level of the tower, Zheng Haoyan gazed around, and suddenly envisioned hordes of zombies surging toward him like a tidal wave. A chill ran down his spine. A wry smile flickered across his lips. Could it really come to that? With nothing but forests all around, will zombies actually come here? From the top of the tower, he could see Zhang Daqiang busy chopping wood. Suddenly, a thought struck Zheng Haoyan. He now had the tower, but what about bows and arrows? Almost instinctively, he mentally activated his system interface. To his astonishment, there were actually options now to produce bows and arrows. These hadn't been available before. Apparently, constructing the arrow tower had automatically unlocked the ability to manufacture bows and arrows. Wooden bow, 60 wood. Hardwood bow, 100 wood. Iron reinforced bow, 60 wood, 20 iron ore. Wooden arrow, 2 wood. Iron-tipped arrow, 2 wood, 1 iron ore. Currently, these were the only options available. Staring at this price list, Zheng Haoyan could only let out a bitter laugh. The bows weren't particularly expensive, but arrows, being consumable items, were incredibly costly. Given his current reserves, how many arrows could he actually afford to make? This is fucking hardcore mode. I wonder what that special structure blueprint Copper Sparrow Terrace will be. If it's labeled special, it must be something good. Sigh? Right now, with the apocalypse countdown ticking, I have to both defend against unknown dangers and rush construction at the same time. Damn it, this isn't a life for a human being. As he muttered these complaints to himself, he didn't realize that if other players knew the details of his situation, knew that he had already unlocked bows and arrows, they'd be green with envy, absolutely insane with jealousy. For now, he decided to exchange for 1 hardwood bow. The iron-reinforced bow could wait. The 3 farmers under his command probably wouldn't be strong enough to draw such a bow anyway. Then he exchanged for 100 iron-tipped arrows. As for wooden arrows, though cheap, they'd likely lack any real power. It was the iron-tipped arrows that packed the real punch. Holding the sturdy bow in his hand, Zheng Haoyan felt its excellent weight and balance. He casually picked up an arrow, knocked it, drew the string, and aimed. With a sudden release of his right hand, the arrow shot forward like a shooting star. Whoosh, a sharp sound as the tip firmly embedded itself into the trunk of a tree dozens of meters away. Not bad at all. The quality of this bow is solid. Never thought my days as an archery club enthusiast would actually come in handy someday. Yes, before entering this apocalyptic world, Zheng Haoyan had spent 3 years at a local archery club. Archery was second nature to him. Now a hero finally had his battlefield. Still, this kind of bow required far more strength than modern compound bows. Even if the countdown ends and zombies really do show up, I'm not completely defenseless. A gentle breeze atop the tower fluttered Zheng Haoyan's clothes, making him look strikingly cool, almost unbearably awesome. Chapter 8: Obtaining the Bow Blueprint. Standing on the bronze sparrow terrace, Zheng Haoyan was filled with confidence. But when he turned back to look at the dark and eerie forest behind him, a chill crept up his spine. Just 1 arrow tower seemed awfully flimsy. What if the apocalypse truly arrived and a horde of zombies broke out? Wasn't that how all the novels went? I wonder if I can build a fence around the base first. At least it'd be some kind of defense. With this idea in mind, Zheng Haoyan opened his system. Fence. Wood. 300. A simple wooden fence to keep wild beasts at bay, your most basic protection for survival. Stone wall. Stone. 500. A solid stone wall lays the foundation for your peace of mind. Fortified wall. Wood. 1,000. Stone. 5,000. This is merely a small section. To build a full fortress, the road ahead is long. 3 defensive structures appeared, ranging from the simplest wooden fence to what looked like a grand fortress wall. Zheng Haoyan had no choice. He clicked on the fence. An outline of the terrain surrounding his stone house base appeared in his vision. A green cursor indicated where he could place the fence. Glancing at the 900 under the wood counter, Zheng Haoyan gritted his teeth and clicked build. A faint glow flashed across the area. Suddenly, a circle of wooden fence materialized around the base, thick, wrist-sized posts in fresh green hue, finally giving the base the feel of an enclosed yard. My lord, I've hunted a sika deer. Outside the fence, Lu Laowu stared curiously at the newly appeared barrier, a sika deer slung over his shoulder. Laowu, you've worked hard. Have some water, Zheng Haoyan said, delighted by the sight of the large deer, almost as big as an ox. This would get him plenty of resources. After receiving the bowl of water, Lu Laowu was instantly overwhelmed. The lord himself had poured him water. It tasted sweet. Actually, I spotted 2 deer today. Unfortunately, my bow draw was too slow, and the bow strength too weak. Otherwise, I could have brought down both. Lu Laowu spoke with a tinge of regret, though it sounded suspiciously like bragging. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Zheng Haoyan's eyes. His bow not good enough. Easy fix. He just happened to have a superior one. Might as well use it to boost loyalty. Laowu, your contribution today is immense. Our settlement's food supply depends on you now. Here, I have a fine bow. Take it and use it. Once our base is further developed, I'll upgrade you to an iron laminated bow. Zheng Haoyan then retrieved his own sturdy hardwood bow and handed it to Lu Laowu. My lord. Staring at the brand new oak hardwood bow in his hands, Lu Laowu couldn't believe his eyes. His voice trembled. Name, Lu Laowu. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 50 out of 100. Skills, reconnaissance, hunting. Special abilities, eagle eye. Loyalty, 90. This is a loyal and reliable subordinate. Skilled in hunting, he can also serve as an archer. Treat this faithful retainer well. Just as expected, Lu Laowu's status had updated, and his loyalty had reached a point where betrayal was unthinkable. So a single hardwood bow had bought him a truly loyal follower. Worth every bit. Zheng Haoyan felt he had a natural talent for winning hearts. The sky gradually darkened. Only a trace of twilight remained. Zhang Daqiang returned to base, axe on shoulder, covered in sawdust and drenched in sweat. As usual, Zheng Haoyan offered him a bowl of water, but Daqiang, being rather dull-witted, failed to grasp his lord's intention. His loyalty didn't budge. Watching Zhang gulp down the water without any reaction, Zheng Haoyan decided, tomorrow, This guy would work double shifts. No food until he'd worn his axe blade flat. Even the landlord has no spare grain. You don't gain loyalty and still expect an easy life? Dream on. Shortly after, Xiao Shan returned, head caked with sand and dirt, his face streaked with sweat, and his hoe worn down by a noticeable length. Old Xiao, you've worked hard. Drink first. Zheng Haoyan calmly thrust a bowl of water into Qiao Jianbao's hands. Name, Qiao Bin. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 150 out of 150. Skills, mining, searching. Special abilities, focus, zeal. Loyalty, 70. See how things go when you know how to play them right. No wonder this man ran a major bathhouse before, born with the kind of face that earns a leader's favor. Zheng Haoyan was quite pleased with Qiao Shan's increased loyalty. That's what a good subordinate should be, not necessarily fanatically loyal yet, but at least showing proper appreciation. As the sun set, the woods plunged into deep darkness. A fire blazed in the yard, a massive deer leg roasting over it, sizzling and dripping fat, its aroma filling the air. Everyone, see what your lord has prepared for you. Zheng Haoyan led his 3 subordinates into the first floor room. 2 sets of bunk beds stood inside, the mattresses soft and fragrant with the scent of fresh wood. This is for us. Zhang Daqiang stroked the bed frame in amazement, while Qiao Shan plopped down on the mattress and bounced a few times. All 3 wore looks of astonished joy. In their minds, sleeping on the ground was normal. Sleeping on a bed was a luxury reserved for the upper class. Lord treats us as honored guests. We shall serve our lord with the loyalty of true gentlemen. Zhang Daqiang, who had previously been looked down upon by Zheng Haoyan, suddenly glowed brightly after touching the bunk beds. He had evolved. Name, Zhang Daqiang. Occupation, farmer, carpenter. Stamina, 64 out of 100. Skills, logging, farming. Special abilities, double efficiency, diligent labor. Loyalty, 75. This is a versatile farmer. His family's inherited carpentry skills can craft furniture and similar items for you. Though don't ask him to build a dragon bed. That would kill him. Zhang Daqiang's transformation left Zheng Haoyan dumbfounded. Just one bed caused him to level up? Was this kind of thing even allowed? The addition of diligent labor, which halved stamina consumption while working, was nothing short of divine. Except for the meager 5-point loyalty increase, slow, but understandable given his versatility, all of it was deeply satisfying. You comrades have labored hard for our domain. As your lord, I must also care for your well-being. Our territory will only grow better. We won't forget your contributions. Zheng Haoyan seized the moment to further win their hearts. Who knew what hidden phrase might strike their sweet spot and trigger evolution again? Today both Zhang Daqiang and Xiao Shan had seen loyalty increases. At this rate, just a few more gestures and their loyalty would soon be maxed out. The venison was delicious. The 4 of them devoured an entire deer leg in no time. Not fully satisfied, they had to resort to dry rations to fill their stomachs. The remaining fresh venison Zheng Haoyan converted into food resources. His settlement still couldn't afford to consume freely. Converting fresh meat via the system remained the most economical choice. After dinner, inspired by the promise of the bunk beds, Zhang Daqiang and Xiao Shan voluntarily offered to take night watch. Zheng Haoyan happily agreed. He was still worried about possible animal attacks from the forest at night. Outside, the bonfire crackled in the yard. On the arrow tower, Guang Tuqiang and Xiao Jianbao chatted about life and dreams, while downstairs Lu Laowu's snoring nearly shattered the floorboards. Opening the system, the chat section was already bustling. Many tonight would be sleepless. The countdown had become a death knell for some. The world channel echoed with sighs and groans, punctuated by streams of curses, cursing the world, cursing the gods, an endless tide of rage. This was the only outlet for people drowning in fear and despair. Some simply didn't believe they could survive the approaching apocalypse, no matter what they did. Zheng Haoyan wanted to help those in the chat, but he himself was barely staying afloat. Helping others could only remain a wish. I remember. Today the system dropped a blueprint. Suddenly recalling the earlier Bao purchase, Zheng Haoyan remembered seeing a blueprint. He couldn't gift resources directly, but posting a blueprint so others could learn to make bows, that was doable. Sure enough, under the Blueprints tab, a glowing schematic of a bow shimmered brightly. One blueprint to help through hard times. Anyone else with blueprints, feel free to message me privately. Zheng Haoyan exchanged and posted the bow blueprint onto the world channel, adding a small fee, 10 stone per use. Not because he was stingy. Again, even landlords had no spare grain. Didn't even Ma Wading become the richest man alive while still squeezing pennies from school kids? Big bro, please carry me. Dad, I'm your long-lost son. After all this filial piety, won't you give me a bow? Which rich player is sharing blueprints for free? Got too much loot already. Is this Haoyan, the first to upgrade his main base? I'm your dad, Ritian. The moment the blueprint was posted, the chat exploded. All manner of trolls and lunatics crawled out. Lord Haoyan, on behalf of all humanity, I thank you for your generosity. If we survive because of this, mankind will not forget you, and our nation will not forget you. Zheng Haoyan checked the speaker. It was Major Wei Tai. No wonder he sounded so eloquent. Officers should talk more when they can. Chapter 9, An Overnight Fortune. Zheng Haoyan always felt a sense of pride when Wei Tai spoke. After all, what he was doing truly benefited humanity and the nation. The hardwood bow he designed cost only 100 wood to craft, but upgrading to a level 2 base required 300 of every resource. Such a gap was enormous. Some people's territories didn't even have trees. Where were they supposed to get wood? Even if they managed to obtain a little through exchanges, it still wasn't enough for base upgrades. And the countdown would end tomorrow. No one knew what would happen before the apocalypse arrived. Suddenly, 2 new blueprints appeared in the world chat channel. Zheng Haoyan opened them and found they were Generator Blueprint and Wire and Lightbulb Blueprint. Behind each blueprint was the name of its publisher, Wang Lu, Zhang Chong. Another pair of power players has arrived. 1 archery blueprint from Brother Haoyan, and now 2 more legends emerge. Legendary Masters, please take me with you. Masters Haoyan, Wang, and Zhang, lend me some iron ore. I'll repay tenfold. Thank you, Wang Lu and Zhang Chong, for your contributions to humanity. Our country will never forget you. Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai's words once again stirred Rurshir across the server. Both blueprints bore exchange tags. Not only could they be traded for resources, but blueprints could also be exchanged for other blueprints. Seeing this, Zheng Haoyan quickly went to the system shop and swapped for both the generator and the wire and lightbulb blueprints. Though these items were useless right now, they'd be essential infrastructure for future base development. Getting them early was definitely advantageous. As he looked at the 2 new blueprints added to his system inventory, Zheng Haoyan suddenly felt something was off. Wait, didn't a generator require gasoline to operate? Where on earth was he supposed to get fuel? Still stuck in an age of slash-and-burn agriculture, Zheng Haoyan thought about the difficulty of producing gasoline and immediately realized he'd been tricked. Those 2 must have created the generator blueprint knowing full well there was no way to produce gasoline. That's why they were selling it so cheaply. Otherwise, they'd have kept it for themselves. There was no way such a valuable item would have ended up available for him otherwise. He tossed the 2 useless blueprints into his backpack. Glancing at the countdown, 18 hours and 22 minutes remaining, he sighed. The timer would end tomorrow at noon. He needed to rest and conserve energy, facing the apocalypse with his mind and body fully prepared. Zheng Haoyan fell asleep, but across the world chat channel, countless others couldn't close their eyes. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, has the government organized any rescue efforts? Yeah, seriously. My entire territory is just bare rock, and both of my farmers are lumberjacks. After a whole day, I've only gathered 328 stone. At this rate, tomorrow I'll be using rocks to build my own grave. At least you have rocks. I'm surrounded by seawater. One of my farmers just got pushed into the water and nearly drowned. This was some poor soul who'd spawned on a tiny 0.1 square flat island. Everyone, please stay calm, Wei Tai responded. The state will never abandon its people. Relevant departments are actively seeking solutions. We must not give up on ourselves. Though this world seems strange and terrifying, as human beings, we must be brave and forge ahead. I urge each of you to fight to survive. Together, in the future, we shall say no to this world, uncover the truth behind this event, and demand answers. Wei Tai did his best to reassure the masses. Many of these people were ordinary civilians. The fact that they hadn't completely broken down was already admirable. The next day, sunlight flooded in as Zheng Haoyan slowly woke from deep sleep. To be able to sleep so soundly just before the apocalypse was nothing short of incredible. His mental resilience was truly unmatched. What? It's increased this much. Staring at the numbers in his system interface, Zheng Haoyan snapped instantly from grogginess to full alertness. Wood, 1,304,280. Stone, 328. Iron ore, 205. Food, 539. The wood count had shattered the million mark. This unbelievable haul made Zheng Haoyan doubt his own eyes. For a moment, he thought he was still dreaming, so he pinched the inner thigh hard. Tears welled up from the pain, yet at the same time, his breath came in quick, excited gasps. I'm rich. I'm actually rich. I've made it. Watching the numbers still climbing steadily, he slowly began to grasp just how incredibly lucky he was. Without those 3 gifted farmers, he wouldn't have upgraded to a level 2 base so quickly. Without thinking to list his blueprints for exchange, this massive flood of resources would have gone to someone else instead, and he'd have ended up as someone else's Jutsai. Now, however, he was the one harvesting others. I'm rich. I don't even know what to spend it on. Well, of course he knew what to spend it on. With so much wood, converting it into other resources would make him overwhelmingly dominant at this stage, truly unmatched by anyone else. Stepping out of his bedroom onto the small second-floor balcony, he saw Zhang Daqiang and Xiao Shan still chatting idly atop the watchtower. Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window. Can someone help me? All my farmers were eaten by beasts. I'm all alone here and so scared. Go straight in one direction. You're bound to run into someone else's base sooner or later. Suggest you work hard yourself. By the time you're done, today's farmer quota will have already refreshed. Only 10 hours left on the countdown. Has everyone thought about their last words yet? Seeking stone. 100 stone equals 20 iron ore. Upstairs is crazy. Iron ore isn't that expensive. The world channel remained lively, and Zheng Haoyan's private message inbox was just as busy. Messages begging for protection, trading requests, and pleas for guidance flashed endlessly. He closed the private messages, opened over a dozen trade windows in the world channel, and began trading based on the rate. 500 wood for 300 stone, 200 iron ore, and 150 food. As soon as the trade posts hit the world chat, they were snatched up instantly. People could feel the mounting pressure. The countdown was like a death sentence, tightening every nerve. Those still chatting idly in the channels were either truly fearless out of ignorance or confidently unconcerned. Zheng Haoyan suspected it was mostly the former. The wood he put up sold out in moments. Zheng Haoyan didn't dare list more. For one, no one could afford large trades. Everyone's resources were limited, so only small deals went through. Second, he couldn't keep showing off his wealth. A little boasting at first was fine, but continuing would only invite resentment. Who knew how this world would evolve? If a grand unification ever happened and his status as a super-rich player was exposed, trouble would surely follow. Better to stay low, keep quiet, and grow rich in secret. The entire morning, Zheng Haoyin busied himself with these trades, not even having time to interact with his 3 loyal farmers. Lu Laowu, seeing that the Lord hadn't prepared breakfast, actually took the initiative to go hunting in the woods. Before long, he returned with a large deer, which he and Guangtou Chang and Xiao Baojin roasted and brought upstairs for Zheng Haoyin. Zheng Haoyin was deeply moved. Farmers with such high loyalty could act independently. He realized he should grant them more favors, shaping his subordinates into a loyal and reliable elite force. You haven't eaten either, right? 1 deer leg is enough for me. Take the rest and share it among yourselves. Zheng Haoyin tore off a deer leg for himself and gave the remainder to his 3 farmer subordinates. My lord. Wah, my lord is too kind to us. I have no way to repay your kindness. Lu Laowu dropped to his knees, sobbing and kowtowing repeatedly. If Zheng Haoyin didn't pull him up, he might have literally pounded his head into the ground. Guangtou Chang and Xiao Baojin wore identical expressions and performed the same gestures. It took Zheng Haoyin all his strength to get the 3 back on their feet, leaving him drenched in sweat. This is what happens when you're too generous. Next time, I can't give out so much food. If 10 more people did this, my poor back would snap. Rubbing his sore waist, Zheng Haoyin glared at the 3 farmers, who still gazed at him with pure admiration and gratitude. Chapter 10, Tier 3 Base. Zheng Haoyin spent the entire morning on one thing, shuffling resources around, giving him a real taste of capital management. As the sun rose, Zheng Haoyin finished all his exchanges, sent 3 farmers off to work, and began walking around the small courtyard of his base. He was calculating how to achieve the best possible start. Every resource spent had to go exactly where it mattered most, no waste. He couldn't afford to build something only to tear it down later because it wasn't right. That would squander everything. The foundation is upgrading the main base. But to upgrade, I need to complete supporting structures. I've already built an archer tower. Now I still need a residence, a field, and a blacksmith shop. After checking the list of required buildings for the upgrade, Zheng Haoyin suddenly didn't feel nearly as wealthy as he thought. He exchanged for blueprints of the 3 needed structures in the system and placed them at carefully selected locations. The residence looked pitiful, a mere thatched hut, but the blacksmith shop appeared respectable, complete with furnace and anvil, though it still lacked a blacksmith. Constructing the farmland troubled him most. When upgrading from Tier 1 to Tier 2, farmland wasn't even available. Back then, with only a few people, hunting was enough to survive. But now the population was growing. Relying solely on hunting wouldn't feed many more. In the future, his base would house thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. Without proper farmland layout, no amount of resources would be sufficient to feed them all. But space near the base was limited. He had to reserve room for future constructions, yet the farmland couldn't be too far away. Otherwise, farming efficiency would plummet. In the end, he decided on a location 300 meters from the base. At least for now, this would prevent him from encroaching on his own farmland. Once these 3 buildings were completed, the main base finally became eligible for upgrade. With a flutter of anticipation, Zheng Haoyin clicked the upgrade button. A flash of light swept over the structure. The original 2-story building instantly grew a 3rd floor, expanding significantly in size. The once grayish-white stone walls transformed into dark stone, appearing rougher, more imposing, and mysteriously solid. Congratulations to player Haoyin, the first to reach Tier 3 main base. Reward, special building blueprint, 1 trap, including trap design schematics. Bonus resources, 400 wood, 300 stone, 200 iron, 400 food. The World Channel announcement exploded across the server. Haoyin daddy, come pick up your son. Is this Haoyin some kind of GM? There's insider info here, definitely a bug. Haoyin must have found it. Hand it over. Brother Haoyin, got any loans? I'll pay back tenfold. Haoyin big brother, I'm 18, fair-skinned and pretty. Help me out? Once we meet, you can do whatever you want. The World Channel lit up, and Zheng Haoyin suddenly remembered this feature existed. His plan to stay low-key was ruined. No point hiding anymore. Fine, he'd go all in. World's richest man. Here I am. Haoyin, during this time when humanity faces an apocalyptic crisis, I hope you can lead us through the catastrophe and help us survive. This private message came from Wei Tai, Major Wei, someone Zheng Haoyin had marked earlier. It wasn't a command or demand, just a humble request. Zheng Haoyin didn't reply, nor did he dwell on it. For now, he wasn't even sure what tomorrow held for himself, let alone shoulder the responsibility of saving all mankind. Glancing at the World Channel, Zheng Haoyin turned his focus to constructing the supporting facilities for his Tier 3 base. First, he needed to reinforce his territory's walls and expand its area. The old wooden fence no longer suited his upgraded main base. Under his command, a stone wall, 300 meters long on each side, rose instantly. He wanted a square-shaped base, better for defense. It couldn't get any bigger. If it did, he wouldn't have enough manpower to guard it. As soon as the wall was complete, he remembered, Tier 3 bases could summon 4 farmers per day. He hadn't used today's quota yet. Summon. The system responded immediately, for streaks of light shimmered into existence before him. Humble subject, Zhao Tai greets Lord. Humble subject Li Si greets Lord. Humble subject Wang Biao greets Lord. Humble subject Zhang Erqiang greets Lord. 4 farmers appeared amid flashes of light, each kneeling and bowing to Zhang Haoyan. Opening their status windows, Zhang Haoyan broke into an uncontrollable grin. Name, Zhao Tai. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 200 out of 200. Skills, smelting, forging. Special ability, a gifted blacksmith. Any weapon he crafts is exceptionally durable. Loyalty, 60. Just thought of it, and one appeared. No sooner had the blacksmith shop been built than a blacksmith popped up. Could he really be the fated protagonist? Still smugly mulling this over, Zhang Haoyan turned to check the second farmer's status window. Name, Li Si. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 100 out of 100. Skills, hunting, trapping. Special ability, every hunt is guaranteed to yield results. Loyalty, 60. Another farmer with an overpowered ability. Zhang Haoyan nearly wanted to howl at the sky in triumph. He was truly taking off now, and his confidence in survival soared. Name, Wang Biao. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 150 out of 150. Skills, hunting, lumbering. Special ability, always brings back a certain amount of wood after hunting or game after lumbering. Loyalty, 60. This one sent chills down his spine. Wang Biao's appearance made Zhang Haoyan feel a strange unease. The system of this world was far more complex than he'd imagined. This farmer's ability clearly surpassed all others. What did brings back wood after hunting or game after chopping trees even mean? If he were protected inside the base and just chopped wood, as long as he didn't kill himself, would he always return with some prey? How was that even possible? No matter how hard he pondered, he found no answer. Zhang Haoyan could only attribute it to his divine protagonist Goan. Name, Zhang Erqiang. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 150 out of 150. Skills, lumbering, farming. Special ability, doubles output with half the effort. Loyalty, 60. The last one seemed relatively normal. At first glance, just a carbon copy of Zhang Daqiang. Zhang Haoyan studied Zhang Erqiang's face carefully and confirmed he was indeed Zhang Daqiang's younger brother. The arrival of these 4 farmers greatly boosted Zhang Haoyan's hope for survival. Giving each of them a dry bread roll, he watched their loyalty rise accordingly as they dispersed to fulfill their duties. Just as he prepared to launch another round of construction, Lu Laowu's voice rang out at the gate. My lord, I've hunted a strange bull. Lu dragged a massive creature through the gate. Zombie cow. Zhang Haoyan gasped, recognizing the carcass immediately, a hairless, heavily decayed grassland ox. Get that thing out of here fast. Where on earth did you hunt this? Covering his nose, Zhang Haoyan followed behind Lu as he asked. I found it in the woods beyond the mountain, my lord. There are many sick, strange people there. This cow must have belonged to them. It got separated, so I killed it and brought it back. Seeing Zhang Haoyan's stern expression, Lu Laowu feared the lord was angry about stealing someone else's livestock and immediately collapsed to his knees in terror. Chapter 11. From Farmer to Soldier. Zhang Haoyan didn't need to think twice about the strange illness patients Lu Laowu mentioned. They were definitely zombies. This ox was a zombie too. Glancing at his system, the countdown had only 2 hours left. The zombies would most likely be heading straight for him. Everyone speed up. Dried meat rations for all who return early. Zhang Haoyan broadcast the message through the system to all his farmers. Naturally responsive to their lord's will, the farmers immediately erupted with unprecedented work enthusiasm. Resources surged rapidly. Zhang Haoyan intended to stockpile as many supplies as possible before the zombies arrived. Thinking of supplies, Zhang Haoyan quickly exchanged in the system for a trap blueprint and posted it in the world channel, still priced at 10 wood per use. Then he hastily deployed the trap rewarded by the system outside the bluestone wall. It was a simple falling panel trap with a deep pit underneath, deep enough to ensure anything that fell and couldn't climb back out. One trap clearly wouldn't be enough. Using more blueprint tokens, Zhang Haoyan densely laid hundreds of traps around the entire perimeter of the bluestone wall, stopping only when he realized his resources were nearly depleted. If every man had a bow, we could defend from the watchtowers. I need to build 3 more, resources should just about cover it. Meticulously calculating, Zhang Haoyan made his final preparations for the imminent battle. Watchtowers now stood at each of the 4 corners of the bluestone wall. After this construction, his remaining resources dropped into the mere hundreds. Iron bow. It has to be the iron bow. In the system store, Zhang Haoyan saw weapons like knives, axes, spears, and swords, all appearing razor-sharp. But all he had were farmers. How could they wield such close combat weapons effectively? 8 iron bows and 400 iron-tipped arrows drained Zhang Haoyan's last remaining resources. Just as he prepared to wait for the zombie attack, his resource counter suddenly spiked, which surged upward. 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000, quickly skyrocketing to 50,000, then 500,000. He knew what this meant. Someone had discovered his trap blueprint. This morning, the World Channel had already seen more than just his archery blueprints. Various designs had sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. His archery blueprints could only provide so much. Due to the sheer variety of other blueprints, the trap design had been overlooked initially. Now, finally, its value was kicking in. Still not too late. Only half an hour left. Checking the countdown, Zhang Haoyan swiftly opened his system. The level 3 base offered several items he'd eyed earlier. He hadn't built them before because he'd prioritized traps, but now with renewed resources, he needed to construct them immediately. He rapidly exchanged resources, no time to calculate efficiency, then rushed toward the main gate. Stone Guardian. Fearless, for I am stone. I also came from stone. Why wasn't I a monkey? The descriptions alone couldn't reveal how powerful these two stone statues might be, but Zheng Haoyan sensed overwhelming might radiating from their listed values. Each stone guardian was worth enough to elevate his base another level entirely. There was no way these beings weren't exceptionally powerful. A flash of blue light, and two massive stone guardians, each over 4 meters tall, appeared at the gate. The blue stone wall was only 5 meters high. The stone figures were already nearing that height. Their thick, hulking bodies gave them an unbreakable appearance. Barracks. Only after training can a farmer become a soldier. The barracks construction surprised Zheng Haoyan. He had assumed he could directly summon or recruit soldiers, but instead, farmers needed training to become soldiers. This made him regard his farmers with even greater care. After all, his farmers each carried unique talents. Once trained, they'd surely surpass ordinary soldiers in strength. Immediately after building the barracks, he recalled Zhang Daqiang and the others. Only 20 minutes remained until the apocalypse began. Everyone, enter the barracks for training. The barracks' magic lay in this. Enter as a farmer, exit as a soldier, no visible training time required. A gray tint rose from the ground, a flag bearing the character for soldier fluttering above. Zhang Daqiang entered first, followed by Qiao Shan, Lu Laowu Zhaotai. Golden light flared inside the barracks. Seconds later, Zhang Daqiang emerged from the opposite end, completely transformed. His ragged linen clothes were replaced with padded cotton armor. His logging axe was swapped for a long spear. Name, Zhang Daqiang. Occupation, soldier. Physical fitness, 100 out of 100. Skills, farming, logging, defense. Special ability, twice the result, half the effort. Loyalty, 85. Aside from the change in occupation and loyalty, plus the new defense skill, vague though it seemed, Zhang Daqiang didn't appear significantly different. The subsequent farmers underwent similar minor transformations. Though slight, these changes struck Zheng Haoyan as crucial. Farmers could be used for combat, yes, but their fighting capability couldn't really be relied upon. They lacked the will to fight and would instinctively avoid confrontation. But once transformed into soldiers, though their overall strength didn't change drastically, the difference between a soldier brave enough to stand his ground and a farmer fleeing from battle was obvious to anyone. Looking at his strengthened companions, Zheng Haoyan was greatly satisfied. He solemnly handed out the iron bows he had exchanged from the system to the 7 farmers. Whether new or old, the moment each farmer received an iron bow, their loyalty surged. Old Lu, whose loyalty had already been at 90, became so excited that it shot straight to 100. Even newly appeared farmers like Zhao Tai gained between 10 to 15 points. Leaving Zhao Tai by his side to attend to him, Zheng Haoyan sent all the other farmers up onto the watchtowers for defense. With only 5 minutes left on the countdown, Zheng Haoyan climbed one of the towers with Zhao Tai, iron bow in hand, exchanging nods with the farmers stationed at the other 3 towers. World Chat Channel. When Zheng Haoyan entered, the place was already in utter chaos. If it bites me, I'll bite back. Both of us have teeth. Who's afraid of who? Damn, that guy who got bitten is probably dead meat by now. How could he get bitten before the countdown even ended? I haven't even seen a zombie yet. I heard someone went outside their base to scavenge food in the wild. As for me, I've already spotted zombies, dozens of them. Luckily, I built a wooden fence. When will the government come save us? I'm about to break down. When Zheng Haoyan joined, the channel was abuzz discussing some poor fellow who'd reportedly been bitten. As a veteran lurker, the ultimate survivor type, Zheng Haoyan excelled at staying silent and watching others brag. Yet hearing that someone had already been bitten, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, as if seeing a kindred spirit meet misfortune. Is Deputy Company Commander Wei here? Opening a private message, he sent it to Wei Tai's name. Hao Tian, little brother, what's up? Wei Tai replied while continuing to set up his homemade traps. This active duty soldier naturally possessed some practical skills. Simple traps not only provided defense, they saved precious resources too. With the materials conserved, he'd already completed a wooden barricade. Chapter 12, The Zombie Attack. Tonglian Wei Tai, Zheng Haoyan had his own considerations. After all, Major Wei was military personnel and had his own methods for handling crises. In this post-apocalyptic world, if anyone could survive besides himself, a so-called cheating bastard like him, it would be those with special skills. Building a good relationship now would help ensure mutual support and exchange of resources in the future. Especially at a time like this, offering help in dire need would leave a lasting impression. Major Wei, I still have some resources. I can't help much, but I hope this will help you survive this ordeal. Zheng Haoyan was essentially making a venture investment, betting that Wei Tai could survive the coming apocalypse. He casually sent over 10,000 units of lumber and a trap blueprint, the maximum he could currently afford. In a few more days, once the farmers upgraded, this amount of wood would be negligible, but right now, it was truly a lifeline. Thanks, Brother Haoyan. I accept your kindness, and I won't forget this. Just wait and see. I'll repay you handsomely in the future. Wei Tai didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately accepted Zheng Haoyan's aid and quickly began setting up traps. His small base wasn't even 200 square meters. With 10,000 lumber, he could set up 2 full rings of traps. The 2 farmers under his command were already patrolling with hardwood bows he'd exchanged for, instantly increasing their sense of security. Having secured good relations with Major Wei Tai, Zheng Haoyan closed the World Chat channel. There was just 1 minute left on the countdown. Whether they lived or died would soon be revealed. As the countdown hit 0, despite the bright sunshine moments before, a layer of white mist suddenly rose in the forest. The fog churned and thickened rapidly, obscuring the distant woods. Everyone stay alert. Any movement outside the walls, fire arrows at once. Zheng Haoyan shouted out the warning, iron belly bow in hand, ready to shoot. Whoa. Shush. Faint sounds emerged from the forest. Zheng Haoyan fixed his gaze on a particular patch ahead. The 4 arrow towers already covered the entire perimeter of the base. Each person had their designated area to monitor. With increasingly clear moans approaching, grotesque zombies staggered out of the fog, rotting bodies lurching toward the walls. Fire arrows. Zheng Haoyan didn't waste time saying stupid things like, let them get closer first. He wasn't short on resources. Arrows could be supplied endlessly. There was no need to hold back. All 8 of them loosed their bows, relentlessly targeting the emerging zombies. Except for Lu Lao Wu, Zheng Haoyan, and Li Si, the rest weren't skilled archers, but even random volleys found their mark. The few zombies appearing in the fog quickly became pincushions. One wave after another surged forward. The distinct groans of zombies served as auditory cues. Through repeated shooting, the farmers gradually developed their archery skills, accuracy improving rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, Lord. You have mastered the skill, rapid-fire arrows. The system notification made Zheng Haoyan freeze in surprise. Never did he expect to awaken a skill himself. He was overjoyed. There was a universe of difference between ordinary techniques and true skills. With regular archery, an arrow might strike an enemy's head yet fail to kill. But with a skill, death depended solely on whether the shot landed. Nothing else mattered. The arrival of rapid-fire arrows greatly compensated for the lack of raw arrow power, transforming him into a human artillery turret. As dusk fell, Zheng Haoyan had already replenished arrows for the other farmers twice, yet the zombie assault showed no sign of stopping. Periodic surges created moments of chaos, but thankfully, Zheng Haoyan's new skill allowed him to provide covering fire across multiple directions. Moreover, the traps outside the walls proved extremely helpful. When zombies gathered, they often charged forward, not fast, but enough to pressure Zheng Haoyan and his farmers. Fortunately, the traps slowed them down. Zombies charging blindly would suddenly vanish mid-step. Ding! Boss Ji Jiang appears. Lord, prepare yourself. This alert snapped Zheng Haoyan into full alertness. A system-prompted boss would definitely be far stronger than ordinary zombies. If not dealt with promptly, it could breach the base. Everyone, heighten vigilance. Follow my orders. Zheng Haoyan focused completely, ready to face the boss. In his vision, a yellow marker suddenly appeared within the fog. As it slowly approached the wall, an otherwise unremarkable zombie shambled forward beneath a glowing yellow icon. You little bastard. If not for the system tip, I wouldn't have known you were the boss. But since you've come out yourself, don't blame me for greeting you with an arrow storm. The zombie marked in yellow was undoubtedly the boss. Zheng Haoyan called out to Zhao Tai. The two simultaneously aimed at the target. Fire! On command, Zheng Haoyan unleashed 3 consecutive shots with rapid-fire arrows, while Zhao Tai released his own arrow at the same instant. Arg! Suddenly attacked, the boss disguised as an ordinary zombie let out a horrifying roar. Its speed abruptly increased, rapidly approaching the wall at a sprint far surpassing that of any normal human. Kill it, shoot it down. Seeing this, Zheng Haoyan once again thanked his system. Without the system's marker, if this zombie had reached the wall, it might have scaled over, leaving him surrounded on both sides and drastically increasing the pressure. But now he didn't need to worry. Under concentrated fire from everyone, the yellow-marked mini-boss collapsed before even reaching the wall, riddled with arrows. It staggered for a moment, then let out a final, desperate shriek before falling lifelessly to the ground. With the mini-boss down, the moans within the fog gradually faded away. Soon, the thick mist completely dissipated. Watching the fog clear before his eyes, Zheng Haoyan estimated that this apocalypse event was finally over. He wiped sweat from his brow in relief. Though the zombie attack hadn't posed any real danger, continuously drawing his bow had left him drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. I wonder how the others are doing. Sitting atop the arrow tower, he opened the world chat channel. A flood of messages scrolled past. He couldn't tell how many people were speaking at once, the speed too fast to follow. Zombies are surrounding my base. My fence is about to break. Someone help me. Why are there still zombies chasing me even though I'm hiding on top of a skyscraper? I'm so jealous you guys have zombies for company. Unlike me, stuck on an island fishing all alone. Has anyone noticed that zombies drop materials? Zheng Haoyan skimmed through the messages and noticed something puzzling. No one mentioned the boss. That yellow-marked zombie, why wasn't anyone talking about it? Then it hit him. This was yet another exclusive benefit from his unique system. He truly possessed a system unlike anyone else's. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. You have survived the zombie attack. As the mist vanished completely, the system's notification rang clearly in his mind. Lord Haoyan is awesome. Dad is mighty. Dad, help me. There's a super tough zombie tearing through everything. Again with this Haoyan guy? If he's not a GM, I'll eat poop standing on my head. Big brother Haoyan, please send little bro a few dozen arrows. I'll be forever grateful. The moment the system announcement appeared, the chat channel erupted once more. Zheng Haoyan casually sent 100 iron-tipped arrows to the guy who asked. Chapter 13. No wonder he's Hao Tian's dad. In the chat window, various messages poured in. From these posts, Zheng Haoyan realized one thing. Among all survivors, he had encountered the largest horde of zombies. His main base had already reached level 3, so naturally, the scale of the apocalypse was different for him. For others, zombie attacks usually involved just 2 or 3 at a time, with no more than 10 at most. But Zheng Haoyan? He'd shot and killed at least 300, not to mention the countless others devoured by flip-trap mechanisms. In total, over 500 zombies had swarmed his base during this assault. This difference must have been due to the base level. Still, it was a good thing. Higher level bases meant better defenses. Even though the number of zombies was greater, their strength hadn't increased much. They died easily under volleys of iron-tipped arrows. And this victory was achieved without even deploying his stone guardians. If he had sent them into battle today, the fight would have ended even faster. But secret weapons were best kept hidden for now. Threat eliminated. Everyone follow me outside. Check for any stragglers and finish them off with an arrow. Snapping back to reality, Zheng Haoyan led his 7 farmer soldiers out to inspect the battlefield. Around the camp lay more than 300 rotting corpses, many so grotesque they were hard to look at. The flip traps that had consumed zombies vanished after activating once again. Sure enough, they were disposable items. Zheng Haoyan barely held down the nausea rising in his stomach as he forced himself to examine the scene. Beside him, Qiao Shan watched his lord leading from the front, profoundly moved. Suddenly, a flash of light surrounded him. He'd leveled up right then and there. The other farmers' loyalty values also surged significantly, nearly reaching maximum. Zheng Haoyan was ecstatic. It seemed sharing hardship with his subordinates was indeed an effective way to boost loyalty. Earlier, he'd seen in the chat that zombies dropped materials, so now he carefully searched and found dim glowing orbs hovering over many of the corpses. Is this like monster loot drops? Reaching out to touch one, the system immediately notified him. Plus 100 wood. As his finger touched the orb, it burst, and sure enough, 100 wood appeared in his resource inventory. He went through each orb methodically, collecting a decent amount of various resources in the process. Cleaning up the battlefield was grueling work, but Zheng Haoyan naturally wouldn't do it himself. He couldn't stand the stench. Fortunately, he had plenty of farmers under his command, who quickly gathered all the zombie bodies into one pile. With ample wood supplies, he set the pile ablaze. The zombie flesh rapidly shriveled and burned away in roaring flames until nothing remained. After tallying up, they collected over 1,000 units of wood and a substantial amount of stone. After a night of combat, the cleanup was finished just as dawn began to break. At the arrival of morning, the system issued another announcement. Event, zombie attack. Status, completed. Ranking. 1st, Haoyan. 2nd, Mechanic. 3rd, Swordmaster. 10th, Wei Tai. The system posted the rankings, and the comment section exploded once more. There are so many powerful players. Haoyan Daddy still came first, truly worthy of being Haoyan Daddy. Why isn't my name here? Do you look down on me, fat tiger? So we can use nicknames now. Selling sea fish, high nutrition and delicious taste. Resources only, no cash. Top 10 big shots. Anyone looking for underlings? I'll serve faithfully, just give me some resources. Luo Z from Class 2 of Senior High 18. I'll love you forever. As usual, the comments were chaotic, with not a single serious post among them. Reward for first place in the Apocalypse Defense Battle. Mechanical Battle, Maiden ×1. Electronic Components ×10. Corpse Demon Constitution, Pill ×2. Zheng Haoyan stared at the rewards with excitement. These were combat awards. They must be extraordinary. He clicked to claim them. A flash of light later, a tall, well-proportioned mechanical battle maiden with a pure silver body stood before him. On the ground beside her lay a small pile of electronic components and a tiny jade vial. Picking up the components, Zheng Haoyan glanced at them but had no idea what they were for. Shrugging, he tossed them into his system backpack. The Corpse Demon Constitution pill came with an in-system description. When consumed, it enhanced physical constitution. Fascinated by the mechanical battle maiden standing silently before him, Zheng Haoyan decided to name her Shan, due to her dazzling silvery white appearance. Shan, tell me, what can you do? He asked as he walked toward the main base, with the mechanical maiden following behind. Reporting, Master. I am capable of armed reconnaissance, automatic alerting, autonomous combat, patrolling. Shan's functions were mostly combat-related. After all, how could she be called a mechanical battle maiden otherwise? Noticing that Shan was completely nude, Zheng Haoyan exchanged for a robe in the system store to cover her. Though her metallic body wasn't exactly something to ogle, public decency mattered. Besides, the eyes of his 7 farmer soldiers were already lingering on her inappropriately. After a night of battle, the smoke finally cleared. Zheng Haoyan felt utterly exhausted and longed for nothing more than a good rest. He dismissed his farmer soldiers back to their daily labor and retreated to the main base, where he immediately fell into a deep slumber. Standing guard at the door of his room was Shan, the mechanical battle maiden, her electronic eyes wide awake and vigilant. He slept soundly, not waking until afternoon. On the dining table in the first floor hall sat a roasted chicken prepared by Lu Lao Wu. This loyal subordinate was growing ever more likable. Stepping into the courtyard, the blazing sun made it hard to keep his eyes open. The rising heat parched the air. From the blacksmith's forge came the constant clang of hammer on metal. Zhao Tai was crafting arrowheads. As long as Zheng Haoyan supplied materials, Zhao Tai could handle the production of basic weapons without issue. Climbing up the watchtower, he spotted Zhang Daqiang cutting trees in the distance, while Er Chong tended to the fields. Lao Lu, Li Si, and Wang Biao were probably hunting in the woods by now. This is how life should be, everyone fulfilling their role. As the Lord, I must also keep the territory in mind. Glancing at the mechanical battle maiden beside him, he sighed. Pity she was just a machine, useful in combat, but painfully difficult to chat with. Opening the system interface, he tapped the summon button. He hadn't summoned today's farmers yet, and with half a day already gone, he'd lost out on plenty of resources. A flash of light, and 4 farmers knelt before him, awaiting orders. Zheng Haoyan quickly checked their status. All were in good shape, each possessing dual abilities, and their special skills were quite promising. First, they underwent gilding in the barracks, then were given tools and sent off to work. Now that they'd been summoned, they'd better earn their keep. Hao Tian's territory didn't support freeloaders. He glanced at his resource count, growing steadily, but still short of what he'd need for major construction projects. Opening the world channel, he listed all his blueprints for sale and put up salvaged arrows for trade. Unfortunately, the returns were minimal. The first wave of the apocalypse had passed, and many survivors had already gathered enough resources to upgrade to level 2 main bases. With no spare currency, demand was low. Seeing no real business opportunities, Zheng Haoyan exited the chat. As for the endless stream of nonsense posts flooding the channel, he paid them no mind. Chapter 14. Preparing to invest in an island. The private message icon was blinking. Since friend-only messaging was enabled, the message could only come from his sole contact, Major Wei. Brother Haoyan, thanks to the traps you sent me, otherwise I would have been done for this time. Wei Tai's heartfelt words filled Zheng Haoyan with a deep sense of satisfaction. Truly, helping someone in their darkest hour had its rewards. Brother Wei has great fortune and resilience. A few zombies are naturally no match for you. Keep pushing forward. Only at Tier 3 base will the real journey begin. There'll be far better loot, and higher tier bases are much more resilient against risks. After this brief reply, Zheng Haoyan opened the system mall. The interface here was much more appealing, brimming with all sorts of intriguing items. With a Tier 3 main base now unlocked, many new purchases were available. His eyes locked onto a flashy longsword, just 100,000 iron ore. Unfortunately, he had to prioritize resources for essential constructions, so he reluctantly let go of that impressive blade. He browsed the store, drooling over various items, but didn't buy a single thing. Resources needed to be saved for constructing other buildings. Upgrading the main base remained the top priority. Currently, his resources were running tight. Zheng Haoyan could only sigh helplessly. This was just how it was. Normal players could only accumulate resources bit by bit. Sudden windfalls like his own situation were rare exceptions. After descending from the watchtower, Zheng Haoyan retrieved the small jade bottle containing the Ghoul Constitution pill. According to the system description, this pill enhances physical constitution. It shouldn't poison me, right? Staring at the dark, foul-smelling pill, Zheng Haoyan hesitated. The stench was unbearable. Only after repeatedly reading the item description did he finally summon the courage. The Ghoul Constitution pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Surprisingly, the overwhelming stench transformed into a faintly fragrant aroma as it touched his tongue. But within moments, Zheng Haoyan was cursing the system. These rewards are all unbranded junk, zero user-friendliness. Even if it's supposed to cleanse my body and renew my cells, does it have to be so cliché? Why must it purge toxins through diarrhea? Can it do it through sweat or a good shower instead? Squatting in the dense forest, with constant loud splashing behind him, Zheng Haoyan wore a pained, yet oddly satisfied expression. Clearly, the Ghoul Constitution pill was working. Normally, the pill wouldn't have such severe side effects, but who told him to swallow both pills at once in one gulp? Not dying on the spot was already evidence of the system showing mercy. The pill's effects took hold rapidly. By sunset, Zheng Haoyan began noticing changes in himself. The most obvious change was physical. Boundless energy surged through him. He opened his status panel. Name, Zheng Haoyan. Occupation, Lord. Stamina, 300 of 300. Abilities, Command, Inspire, Strengthen Body. Special ability, Extraordinary Luck allows you to thrive in this world. Skill, Rapid Arrow. The Lord template wasn't too different from the Farmer template, except that Lords gained an extra skill slot. Unfortunately, he only had one skill, Rapid Arrow. He'd need to practice hard and hope to unlock more skills soon. The Strengthen Body, ability under abilities didn't need explanation. It was clearly a survival trait. Once again, he examined his body. Unparalleled satisfaction washed over him. Indeed, the reward for first place was extraordinary. He was stepping ahead, leading every step of the way. As the sun set, the farmers returned. Night once again claimed the forest. A bonfire blazed in the courtyard, while Li Si stood vigilant atop the arrow tower. You've all worked hard. To have each of you supporting me, this is truly my fortune. Let us keep striving together to ensure we survive every crisis safely. With that, Zheng Haoyan exchanged system points for a jar of wine to distribute among them. Watching the loyalty notifications increase in the system prompt confirmed his expectations. Their loyalty levels shot upward. For days, they'd lived under constant tension, fearing the apocalypse, struggling to prepare, exhausting themselves gathering resources. Today, finally, they could relax. Watching the farmers sip the wine slowly, reluctant to finish it, Zheng Haoyan felt deeply content with his current life. His subordinates were talented and capable. Many tasks ran smoothly without needing his oversight. In his free time, he could stroll through chat zones, visit the mall, use his advanced tier to acquire scarce supplies, then turn around and profit from unsuspecting traders. Could there possibly be a better way to live? Just like now, Zheng Haoyan had just purchased numerous spears and greatswords from the Tier 3 system store. These items weren't expensive, yet reselling them doubled his resource gains. After all, currently, across the entire world, he was the only one with a tier 3 base. World chat channel. Magnate Haoyin is back. Magnate, need a follower? I'd gladly serve you. Magnate Haoyin. Any predictions about the next apocalypse event? So many people disappeared. Were they eliminated? I wonder if my goddess made it into this world. Major Way, you said the government is organizing rescue operations. Why haven't we seen any rescuers yet? Suddenly I'm so envious of that guy on the island. Even though he's lonely, at least he doesn't have to face zombies. Then come over. I don't want to stay another second on this island. Who wants to trade with me? I'll do it. I'll swap my high-rise building for your little island. The chat zone remained lively. Zheng Haoyin sat like a hidden schemer in the shadows, silently watching everyone's messages. There still wasn't anything constructive in the chat, just complaints and fear. They were all veterans who had lived through an apocalypse once already. Why couldn't they see the reality? Right now, there was no room for shortcuts. Fighting with their backs against the wall was the only option. Seeing someone actually envy the man on the island, Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but sneer. This was only the first round, with just over a dozen zombies. It was easy to envy someone who could survive peacefully without fighting. But what about later stages? He could almost predict it. Flying zombies or even monstrous beasts would inevitably appear. What would that island dweller do then? Island ecosystems were monotonous. Even if both farmers fished, inefficiencies in resource exchange would waste much of their gains, leading to inevitably slow development. One step behind, forever behind. When the apocalypse came again, after 2 or 3 more waves, that island base would surely be overrun. Zheng Haoyin didn't need to think hard to know that the brother on the island must already be aware of this, desperately trying everything to improve his situation. Otherwise, why would this person appear every time Zheng Haoyin entered the world channel? Thinking this, Zheng Haoyin suddenly had an idea. If one could develop quickly in the early game, significant advantages could be gained: abundant resources, higher farmer efficiency, time saved. Why not establish a branch base dedicated solely to hunting and gathering food? A thought occurred to Zheng Haoyin. Perhaps he could help out that brother on the island. That location had a Ho, making it easy to stabilize in the beginning. Yet growth always required resources, and resources were precisely what constrained his progress. Brother, are you there? Zheng Haoyin opened the chat window and sent a private message. Hao Tian Magnate. It's really you, Hao Tian Magnate. Have you come to save me? I don't even know what to say. Before Zheng Haoyin could even reply, the other guy was already stuttering incoherently. Clear proof of Zheng Haoyin's immense reputation across the world. Chapter 15. The shock from Haoyin. Zheng Haoyin was almost moved to tears and laughter at once, but he had no choice but to interrupt the other's excitement. Bro, calm down for a second and just listen to me. I want to make a deal with you. A deal? When Xia Guang heard those 2 words, he couldn't help but glance around at his barren territory. What could someone like him, a tiny nobody, possibly offer Zheng Haoyin, this powerful overlord? Boss Haoyin, what exactly do you see in me? Just say it straight. If it's even me you're after, as long as the terms are right, I'm not saying no. 3 dark lines appeared on Zheng Haoyin's forehead. Not joking here. I think your current geographical location is uniquely advantageous. I'd like to cooperate with you on development, but I'll take 90% of all profits. Zheng Haoyin bluntly laid out his demand. Profits? But Boss Haoyin, right now I can barely scrape together enough food for my own farmers. What profits are we talking about? Xia Guang replied with helpless frustration. Zheng Haoyin quickly responded. Simple. If you agree, I'll provide you with initial construction resources. Of course, we must sign a contract including the terms we just discussed. Is that true? Of course, no problem. Let's sign right away. Xia Guang had originally been an ordinary college student who had inexplicably been thrown into this post-apocalyptic world. Though he hadn't experienced the first wave of zombie attacks, he'd still been drifting aimlessly until now. For Zheng Haoyin to suddenly appear and offer to guide him forward, it felt like manna from heaven. How could he not be thrilled? In that case, no more talk. Sign this contract. If I ever grow strong enough in the future, I'll try my best to rescue you from that island. Hearing Zheng Haoyin's vague promise, Xia Guang signed the contract with a racing heart. The next moment, through their system, an invisible bond was established between the two. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Haoyin. Satellite base successfully established. Reward: +1 daily population growth at main base. What? Zheng Haoyin froze. Was this actually real? What did +1 daily population mean? It meant that although his base was currently level 3, normally producing only 4 farmers per day, he would now get 5. And when he upgraded to level 4, it would become 6 per day? In this perilous post-apocalypse world, the number of farmers directly equated to the strength of a base. Right now, Zheng Haoyin just wanted to shout one thing. Woohoo! We're taking off. Stay calm, stay composed. Don't get carried away. This is still the early development phase. Survive now, and infinite possibilities await in the future. Zheng Haoyin reminded himself silently. After summoning the extra farmer from the bonus slot, he immediately sent him to train at the barracks. Then, after confirming with Xia Guang the quantity of resources he needed, Zheng Haoyin used wood to trade for sufficient supplies in the global chat window and instantly transferred them over. All farmers in the base had been assigned tasks. Although Zhang Daqiang and the others had been trained into soldiers, they hadn't lost their unique farming abilities. Moreover, the farmers turned soldiers had even seen improvements in physical stamina and endurance. My lord, we're back, came the voice of Lu Laowu leading the hunting team, each member shouldering a moose weighing over 100 pounds. Good work, everyone. Take a rest and have some water. Thank you, my lord. Lu Laowu gratefully accepted the water offered by Zhang Haoyan, and the other farmers followed suit. In their traditional view, lords were distant and aloof figures. A lord like Zhang Haoyan, who consistently cared for his people, was truly worthy of their deep gratitude. After comforting Lu Laowu and the others, Zhang Haoyan turned his attention back to the rewards provided by the system. The Corpse Ghost Constitution pill was self-explanatory. Despite the flawed process, its effects were outstanding. The mechanical battle maiden hadn't been deployed yet, so her actual strength remained unknown. But what puzzled Zhang Haoyan most were 10 small crystals glowing with blue light, the so-called electronic components. In this age where firewood might as well be currency, how am I supposed to use these electronic components? Zhang Haoyan wondered, but soon he knew what to do. He opened the global chat window. Who cared if he didn't understand? He could just ask. Meanwhile, players were still discussing Zhang Haoyan, this seemingly cheating anomaly, when Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai dropped a statement that silenced everyone. Strong is strong. No amount of gossip can erase that ironclad fact. Just then, Zhang Haoyan interrupted the chatter with a public announcement. Does anyone know what electronic components are used for? Please PM me. Answers rewarded. What the hell are electronic components? Boss Haoyan is truly amazing. Now he's moving into high-tech. Dude, I can't even get my hands on firewood, and you're already finding electronic components? Boss Haoyan is definitely a GM. Please take me with you, boss. Ding dong. Zhang Haoyan ignored the flurry of comments, because someone had already sent him a private message. I can tell you what electronic components are used for, and even where to find more. But in return, you have to give me half of your electronic components. Looking at the message and the sender's name, Zhang Haoyan's expression turned somewhat strange. Wang Lu, the owner of the generator blueprint. That's right. The one who had messaged Zhang Haoyan was Wang Lu, the same person who previously owned the generator blueprint. If there's no second Wang Lu or a second generator blueprint, then it must be me, Wang Lu replied with a touch of humor. If it's really you, then your information should be reliable. Just tell me straight. So, Lord Haoyan, does that mean you're accepting my terms? If so, how about signing this contract first? Wang Lu sent Zhang Haoyan a system-enforced contract. It clearly stated the conditions Wang Lu had just proposed, the most critical being the demand for half of the electronic components. Half is too much. You're only providing information. I'll give you 5 pieces, no matter how many I end up collecting. 5 is all you get, Zhang Haoyan said firmly. He had no intention of agreeing to such an outrageous term and stated his own counteroffer. Deal. Here's the revised contract. Sign it. Zhang Haoyan was momentarily stunned by how quickly Wang Lu accepted his terms. Could it be Boss Haoyan is planning to go back on his word? Of course not. But if the information you provide turns out to be false, this contract will become invalid. Can we add that clause? In just a few short exchanges, Zhang Haoyan realized that this Wang Lu was no ordinary player. Indeed, anyone who could start the game already possessing a blueprint must have some unique ability of their own. No problem. After the negotiation ended, Zhang Haoyan signed the contract and immediately gained full knowledge about the electronic components. Chapter 16 Ruins Exploration Plan. I didn't expect electronic components to be the core parts of mobile phones, but manufacturing phones requires a level 3 factory. Zhang Haoyan murmured to himself. From Wang Lu, he had learned that the primary use of electronic components was for producing communication devices, phones. These weren't smartphones in the conventional sense, but simple devices capable only of long-distance communication. Even so, in this post-apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, such technology was incredibly precious. Moreover, Wang Lu had mentioned places where more electronic components could be found, the city ruins. Once bustling metropolises, these cities had now become breeding grounds for zombies. Beneath the rubble lay not only rare materials, but also hordes of undead. We must plan carefully before attempting to explore the city ruins, Zhang Haoyan thought silently. The sooner he obtained those electronic components, the better. And Wang Lu had clearly stated that with sufficient resources, she could soon establish a level 3 factory within her base. That meant as long as electronic components were available, phones could be produced continuously. Lu Laowu, come here. Yes, my lord. I'm at your service. Lu Laowu replied respectfully. With his loyalty already at 90, his devotion to Zhang Haoyan had nearly reached the level of blind faith. I have a task for you. Take Zhao Si and Zhang Erqiang and scout around the outskirts of the city ruins. Don't go deep. If you sense danger, retreat immediately on your own judgment. Yes, my lord. Zhang Haoyan decided to send Lu Laowu, who had scouting abilities, along with 2 other farmers, to gather preliminary information about the city ruins. According to Wang Lu, the ruins were extremely dangerous, housing far more zombies than had attacked during the first wave combined. More importantly, mutated zombies roamed inside, making the ruins even deadlier. Zhao Si, Zhang Erqiang, follow me. After giving the order, Lu Laowu led Zhao Si and Zhang Erqiang out of the base. Zhang Haoyan didn't stay idle either. Outside the base, wooden fences had been erected, serving as a buffer zone, but they offered little real protection. Stone walls needed to be built as soon as possible. For the upcoming exploration of the city ruins, Zhang Haoyan planned to take all farmers except Zhao Tai, who would remain behind to forge weapons at the blacksmith shop. If necessary, he might even lead the team himself, though that would depend on the intelligence Lu Laowu brought back. When no one was left to guard the base, the walls would become indispensable. Construct wall. Requires 1,000 wood, 5,000 stone. Looking at the enormous amount of resources required for a full wall as displayed on the system panel, Zhang Haoyan hesitated briefly before turning his attention to the second option, stone wall. Construct stone wall. requires 500 stone. A level 3 base covered approximately 3,000 square meters, with nearly equal length and width. Calculated as a square, the total length of stone wall needed would be around 650 meters. Each 500 units of stone could build only 1 meter of wall. Therefore, to fully encircle the base, he would need 325,000 units of stone. To most people, this number would seem impossible. But for Zheng Haoyan, it wasn't out of reach. Glancing at the resource count in the system interface, Zheng Haoyan gritted his teeth and listed almost all his wood on the global chat window. Offering 500 units of wood for 280 units of stone, he posted a total of 600,000 wood. WTF? Is Boss Haoyan trying to build a mountain? What does he need so much stone for? Shocked, someone actually has over 1 million wood. Suspected of clearing an entire forest. Supporting Boss Haoyan, I'll trade 1,000 wood. I'll take 2,000. I'll give 5,000. Zheng Haoyan had expected it would take hours, maybe even longer, to complete all the trades. But unexpectedly, his reputation was so great that everyone who saw the offer contributed some stone from their reserves. Within just over 10 minutes, Zheng Haoyan had gathered all the stone he needed. His current resources were now: wood, 74,280, stone, 352,458, iron ore, 786, food, 489. Begin constructing the stone wall. Zheng Haoyan was decisive by nature. He acted the moment he made a decision. The instant the stone supplies arrived, he began construction on the outer stone wall of the base. The wall stood 3 meters high. Aside from a small iron gate at the entrance, the rest was built from rough-hewn stone. Though crude in appearance, its defensive strength was remarkably high. A sturdy stone wall. With it protecting the base, ordinary zombies were no longer a threat. Zheng Haoyan spent most of his stone resources in one breath, and soon the base was securely enclosed by thick stone walls. Within a 5-kilometer straight line directly in front of the base, Zheng Haoyan had arranged for over a dozen different traps to be dug, forming the first layer of defense. The 2 stone giants stood guard at the entrance of the stone wall, serving as the second line of defense. The appearance of the stone wall naturally added a third layer of protection. It couldn't be called invincible, but unless they suffered extreme bad luck, the safety of the base could now be guaranteed. Zhao Tai, sharpen the arrowheads on these bows. I want them sharper and more penetrative. Yes, my lord. Zheng Haoyan handed about 100 iron-tipped wooden arrows to Zhao Tai at the blacksmith's forge. If he decided to personally join the expedition into the city ruins, the bow would become his primary weapon. Time passed quickly. The most recently summoned farmer had just completed training at the barracks. Coincidentally, Lu Laowu also arrived at the outer edge of the stone wall with his men. Lao Lu, enter through the iron gate. Zheng Haoyan's voice reached Lu Laowu's ears, and immediately afterward, he gently pushed open the iron gate and stepped into the base. My lord, I've discovered some troubling news, Lu Laowu reported respectfully. What trouble? Speak clearly. Zheng Haoyan frowned slightly. He had a bad feeling. I found that every accessible entrance into the city ruins is swarming with large numbers of zombies. And deep inside, there seem to be some abnormally large ones. Enough. I understand. By the way, my lord, those stone walls outside, did you build them? Naturally. I'm preparing to lead the team into the city ruins myself. These walls were built to protect the base, Zheng Haoyan replied calmly. Chapter 17, Upgrading Base Structures. Lord Zheng is simply amazing. Lu Laowu instantly transformed into a fangirl of Zheng Haoyan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What's so impressive about that? These are just stone walls for now. Someday our base will have its own fortified city walls. Zheng Haoyan declared with great ambition. Soldier Lu Laowu's loyalty has reached 100. Congratulations, my lord. You now have your first loyal follower willing to die for you. Loyal follower? Zheng Haoyan looked into Lu Laowu's reverent gaze, a look of unwavering devotion, as if he would give his life for someone who truly understood him. I, Lu Laowu, swear here and now to remain forever loyal to Lord Haoyan. I will sacrifice everything, even my life, without hesitation. Old Lu. Suddenly, Zheng Haoyan felt something strange. These summoned peasants weren't merely tools as he'd assumed. They were real individuals with independent personalities. All of you head to the blacksmith shop and upgrade your weapons. Once Zhang Daqiang returns from logging, we'll set off for the ruined city. Yes, my lord. Li Si and Zhang Erqiang each gained 3 points in loyalty. Not as much as Lu Laowu, but still a promising sign. It seems developing the base is the key to increasing loyalty. To get everyone to 100 loyalty, I need to make this base even stronger. Although all the peasants under Zheng Haoyan already had fairly high loyalty, higher was always better. After checking his limited remaining resources and the requirements for upgrading to a level 4 base, Zheng Haoyan suddenly felt a heavy sense of responsibility. To upgrade to a level 4 base requires 100,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, and 200,000 food. The base must contain 10 different structures, at least 3 of which are level 3 or higher. The materials might be manageable after leasing 1 or 2 more blueprints, but counting them all up, the base currently only had 4 buildings: residences, farmland, blacksmith shop, and barracks. And all 4 were only level 1. To upgrade them to level 3, special materials would be needed. Level 2 upgrades were relatively simple. The residence required 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 100 units of iron ore, and 800 units of food. Farmland only needed 1,000 units of stone to reach level 2. The blacksmith shop required 500 units of iron ore. As for the barracks, the requirement was unique. It automatically upgraded to level 2 after 20 training sessions, and to level 3 after 200 sessions. Zheng Haoyin only had 9 peasants total. At this rate, upgrading the barracks to level 3 would take forever, so it wasn't something he could count on anytime soon. Let's focus on upgrading the residences, farmland, and blacksmith shop first. Zheng Haoyin opened the system panel and clicked the upgrade button. The residence was built for the peasants to live in. After all, as their lord, he couldn't keep living alongside his subordinates. That wouldn't be appropriate. Level 1 residences were single-story cottages where peasants had to sleep bunk bed style, quite cramped. Level 2 residences became 2-story, standalone courtyard houses, capable of comfortably housing 30 to 40 people. The Level 1 farmland covered only about 3 mu, but Level 2 expanded it tenfold. If fully cultivated, it could probably feed hundreds for an entire year. When the blacksmith shop reached Level 2, Zhao Tai burst out excitedly. "My lord, did you just upgrade the blacksmith shop?" His expression was unusually enthusiastic, making Zheng Haoyin slightly puzzled. "It was me. Thank you, my lord. My blacksmithing skill level has increased along with the shop. Now, as long as I have the materials, I can forge fine-grade weapons." Farmer Zhao Tai's loyalty increases by 10 points. Fine-grade weapons. Zheng Haoyin asked with confusion. "My lord, fine-grade weapons are those imbued with certain attributes that enhance our abilities. If I had a fine-grade iron hammer, I'd have a chance to craft even higher-tier weapons." Zheng Haoyin paused. Could it be like in games? Equipping weapons that boosted stat attributes? What comes after fine-grade? Are there even higher tiers? He asked. "Yes, my lord. After fine-grade comes excellent grade, then epic grade, legendary grade, and finally mythic grade. Only the greatest divine craftsmen can create those. So it really is just like I thought." Zhao Tai's explanation matched Zheng Haoyin's guess perfectly. "What fine-grade equipment can you craft now?" Since Zhao Tai could now produce fine-grade gear, Zheng Haoyin naturally wanted to put him to full use. "At your service, my lord. I can forge fine-grade iron core bows, fine-grade chainmail armor, and fine-grade Jama sabers." Zhao Tai answered respectfully. "Very good. What materials do you need?" "I want you to craft 9 sets of fine-grade chainmail armor, 2 fine-grade iron core bows, and 7 fine-grade Jama sabers." "This? I'm truly sorry, my lord. At the moment, I can only produce 1 piece of fine-grade equipment per day. Crafting each set of fine-grade chainmail requires 5 units of refined iron. Each iron core bow requires 2 units of refined iron and 1 unit of beast sinew, and each Janma saber requires 10 units of refined iron." Zhao Tai replied with an apologetic expression. "As for beast sinew, will this work?" Zheng Haoyin remembered the strip of ox sinew he'd obtained when butchering the wild buffalo earlier and handed it directly to Zhao Tai. "Reporting to you, my lord. With some processing, this should barely suffice," Zhao Tai said after tugging at the tough sinew. "As for refined iron, can it be smelted from regular iron or?" "My lord, 20 units of iron ore can be refined into 1 unit of refined iron. However, the process takes me half an hour," Zhao Tai answered. "In that case, drop whatever you're doing and forge 1 iron core bow for me first." After a brief pause, Zheng Haoyin gave his order. If he could obtain even 1 piece of fine-grade weapon, it might prove invaluable for the upcoming expedition to the ruined city. "At once, my lord." Taking the sinew and iron ore, Zhao Tai hurried off to work. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoyin opened the world chat window. Earlier, Zhao Tai had mentioned that if he were given a fine-grade iron hammer, his forging efficiency would increase even further. So Zheng Haoyin decided to ask around and see if anyone else knew about fine-grade equipment. "I'm back. Quick question. Has anyone here heard of fine-grade equipment? Hao Tiandalag is up to something new again. No more talk about electronic components. Now we're discussing fine-grade equipment." I just asked my own peasants, and the moment they heard fine-grade equipment, they got all excited, thinking I was about to hand out gear. All I could tell them was, I don't have any. Chapter 18. A terrifying fatal blow. No way, no way. Could Hao Tian actually have a rare-grade piece of equipment? Kneel before Lord Hao Tian. This young maiden, fresh at 16, soft-bodied, and ready to be pushed over. Zheng Haoyin was speechless. The world chat here never seemed to take anything seriously. But after a flood of nonsense, someone finally stepped forward with something useful. "Overlord Zhou Li. I just asked my farmer. Someone told me what rare-grade equipment really means. Let me share it with you all. If you find this helpful, feel free to donate some food. I haven't had a full meal in nearly 3 days. My farmer has a special talent called well-read, so everything I'm about to say is absolutely accurate. Rare-grade equipment refers to gear with special attributes. For example, a rare-grade longsword might have +1 sharpness, while a piece of rare-grade armor could have +1 durability. Above rare-grade, there are also fine, epic, legendary, and mythical equipment tiers, each providing even stronger attribute bonuses. And these aren't just for farmers. Overlords like us can use them too, with equal effect." After reading Zhou Li's message, Zheng Haoyin immediately donated 100 units of food. Zhou Li's words indirectly confirmed Zhao Tai's earlier claims. And judging from the chatter in the World Channel, no one else had ever seen what a rare-grade weapon looked like. This meant that right now, Zheng Haoyin was the only overlord capable of forging rare-grade equipment. "Salute Lord Hao Tian. Many thanks for the generous donation of 100 units of food." Zhou Li, upon receiving the gift, instantly spammed the screen with gratitude. As expected of Lord Hao Tian, just tossing out 100 units of food like that. "I still haven't even stockpiled 100 units myself. Sniff, sniff. Bro upstairs crying. Here's another sobbing brother down below. Wah. If anyone has a rare-grade hammer, please PM me. I'll pay top price." Zheng Haoyin absent-mindedly sent out a purchasing message, then closed the world chat. My lord, we're back. Zhang Daqiang still had 50 stamina points left, but Wang Biao's stamina was down to only 10. Still, the giant elk slung over Wang Biao's shoulder immediately caught Zhang Haoyan's attention. My lord, I encountered this elk while chopping wood. I took the liberty of bringing it back. Please forgive me. Wang Biao set down the elk, which was still alive. Seeing this, Zhang Haoyan instantly realized the terrifying potential of Wang Biao's ability. This time it was casually stealing an elk. Who knew what other astonishing things he might pull off next? Bringing back game deserves praise. Why would I blame you? Zhang Haoyan said with a smile. Thank you, my lord, for your boundless mercy. Wang Biao replied, clearly moved. He hadn't expected Zhang Haoyan to not only overlook his deviation from duties, but actually commend him. All right, both of you go rest and eat something. We've got more tasks coming up later. Thank you, my lord. Serving you is our greatest honor. Zhang Daqiang and Wang Biao were nearly on their knees, touched by Zhang Haoyan's thoughtfulness. Ding. Detected food resource. Decompose. Can living creatures be decomposed too? Zhang Haoyan murmured in surprise. System notice. Any creature captured by the Overlord can be decomposed. Then decompose it. Zhang Haoyan had just been wondering how to handle the giant elk. The system had already given him the perfect solution. Decomposing the elk yielded 1 full elk hide, a pair of antlers, and 325 gene of venison. Zhang Haoyan kept the hide and antlers, then exchanged the remaining meat for over 1,000 units of food. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about food spoilage. While he could currently only exchange for staple food, it was still solid currency. 20 minutes later, Xiao Baojian returned to base, dragging his weary body behind him. His relentless obsession with mining had earned Zhang Haoyan nearly 1,000 units of iron ore in just half a day. Old Xiao, if I gave you a rare-grade pickaxe, would that improve your mining efficiency? Zhang Haoyan suddenly remembered. If a rare-grade hammer boosted Zhao Tai's ability, perhaps other rare-grade tools could similarly enhance his farmer skills. Reporting to my lord, with a rare-grade pickaxe, I might be able to mine silver and gold ores, and my overall mining speed would greatly increase. Xiao Baojian answered respectfully, his face lighting up with anticipation. His passion for mining made him equally enthusiastic about anything related to the craft. Go rest first. I'll do my best to get you one soon. Thank you, my lord. I'm deeply grateful, Xiao Baojian said excitedly, his loyalty rising by 5 points. Zhang Haoyan naturally knew that what he had just promised was essentially a grand promise. While such promises temporarily boosted loyalty, if he failed to deliver the actual rewards the farmer desired, that loyalty would plummet in an instant. Time passed slowly. Lunchtime arrived quietly. Zhang Haoyan gathered all the farmers for a meal, and only then noticed that the extra farmer he had summoned, the one assigned to train in the barracks, had finally emerged. Name, Lu Fu. Occupation, soldier. Stamina, 120 of 120. Skills, cooking, decomposition, defense. Special ability, golden touch for delicacies. Loyalty, 65. Zhang Haoyan was momentarily distracted by Lu Fu's special ability. At first glance, he thought it said golden finger, a common term for someone incredibly lucky. This humble servant, Lu Fu, greets my lord. Lu Fu, I have some ingredients here. Today's lunch is yours to prepare. At once, my lord. I shall not gufu your trust. Lu Fu took the venison and rations Zhang Haoyan handed him and walked toward the residence, where a simple kitchen stood. As Lu Fu prepared the meal, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from the blacksmith shop. Huh, I did it. Congratulations, brother Zhao. Lu Laowu gazed at the longbow in Zhao Tai's hand, its surface shimmering with a faint blue glow. His eyes flickered briefly with longing. My lord, this humble servant has fulfilled your orders. I've successfully forged a fine-grade, iron-reinforced bow. Holding the bow high, Zhao Tai stepped out of the blacksmith shop and approached Zhang Haoyan, presenting the weapon. As Zhang Haoyan glanced at the bow, the system panel instantly appeared. Weapon, iron-reinforced bow. Attribute, accuracy +1. Special ability, fatal blow. Hiss. The +1 accuracy bonus was decent enough, but that special ability, fatal blow, was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 19, heading to the city ruins. Gripping the fine-grade iron recurve bow tightly in his hand, Zhang Haoyan assumed an aiming stance, and suddenly a flash of intuition surged through him, along with an inexplicable sense of confidence. Could this be the effect of +1 accuracy? Zhang Haoyan wondered silently. With the appearance of this powerful iron recurve bow, Zhang Haoyan felt even more confident about his upcoming expedition to the city ruins. Zhao Tai, you've done well. Zhang Haoyan didn't hesitate to praise. Thank you, lord. All thanks to your upgrading the blacksmith shop. I merely benefited from your grace. Zhao Tai replied with a fond smile. My lord, the meal is ready. You may come and eat now, Lu Fu said, stepping out from the civilian house. Zhang Haoyan was about to call everyone over for the meal when the private message window in the world chat suddenly blinked. What does she want? Could it be? You all go ahead and eat. I'll be right there, Zhang Haoyan told Lu Laowu and the others. At once, my lord. After everyone had left, Zhang Haoyan opened the private message window and saw the message from Wang Lu. Big shot, Zhang Haoyan. Are you planning to head to the city ruins? Wang Lu got straight to the point. Yes, I must get my hands on those electronic components, Zhang Haoyan admitted without hiding anything, though he didn't specify exactly when. Lord Zhang Haoyan, I suggest you wait until tomorrow. Because tonight, the zombies in the city ruins will launch a night raid. By tomorrow, their numbers there will have drastically decreased, greatly increasing your chances of obtaining the electronic components. Wang Lu revealed slowly, a shocking piece of information. How do you know if there'll be a zombie night raid tonight? My farmer killed a wandering zombie this morning and found a clue on its body, Wang Lu replied. Zheng Haoyan closed the private chat and opened the world chat channel. It was still filled with ordinary trade messages and rants from discouraged lords. He didn't see anyone else mention the upcoming night raid. Lord Wei Tai. An urgent notice follows. Please keep the public chat clean. An urgent notice follows. Please keep the public chat clean. An urgent notice follows. Please keep the public chat clean. After Wei Tai's triple emphasis, the messages in the world chat stopped abruptly as everyone waited for the major's urgent announcement. Based on reliable intelligence, starting at midnight tonight until 7 a.m. tomorrow, zombies in the nearest city ruins to your territories will launch a large-scale assault. Mutated zombies may appear among them. All of you prepare defensive measures immediately. Survive this wave of attacks. Your country will never abandon efforts to rescue you. After reading the message, Zheng Haoyan paused for a moment. He'd just been wondering why no one else had revealed the night raid yet. And then Wei Tai stepped forward, officially broadcasting the news. Are you kidding me? The last zombie attack was less than a day ago, and now another one. I'm dead tonight. I only have 3 farmers, and all died in the last zombie attack. Now my entire base is completely alone. What's that compared to me? My base is fucking surrounded by 3 cities. Who knows how many zombies will come at night? The world chat once again filled with a string of complaints and grievances. Zheng Haoyan shut it off without hesitation. Right now, he was deeply torn himself. Should I wait out tonight's zombie attack before going, or head straight there this afternoon? What should I choose? Zheng Haoyan analyzed the pros and cons of both options. If he followed Wang Lu's advice and survived tonight's zombie attack, the number of zombies in the city ruins the next day would definitely drop significantly. But did that mean it would be safer? Not necessarily. Because most of the zombies returning alive to the city ruins afterward wouldn't be ordinary zombies. They'd likely be mutated ones. So while the quantity might decrease, the quality would increase. Overall, safety wouldn't be greatly improved. If he chose to head directly to the city ruins this afternoon, he'd have to face the dense horde of zombies Lu Laowu mentioned earlier, which posed a serious threat too. But I'm not going there to hunt zombies. If we move fast enough, even if the city ruins are crawling with zombies, they won't easily catch us. Besides, the electronic components are located in a state-owned factory not far inside the ruins. We don't need to go deep or search extensively, so the number of zombies doesn't really matter. In fact, because there are so many zombies, their vigilance might be lower, making it easier for us to locate the electronic components. After careful consideration, Zheng Haoyan made his decision. No waiting until tomorrow, we're going this afternoon. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoyan walked toward the civilian house. It was time to taste the cooking of golden food finger. Welcome, Lord. As soon as Zheng Haoyan stepped inside, all the farmers stood up from their seats, bowing 90 degrees toward him before greeting respectfully. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone, sit down and eat. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. The farmers sat back down, but as Zheng Haoyan moved to join them, Lu Fu blocked his way. My lord, your lunch is prepared over here. Why should I eat separately? Zheng Haoyan asked, slightly puzzled. Your humble servant dares not share a table with the lord. Lu Fu replied gang ly. Zheng Haoyan felt speechless for a moment, but then realized they did need a certain hierarchy. Without it, their relationships would become chaotic. I understand. But today must be an exception. Zheng Haoyan strode directly toward where the farmers were seated and announced loudly. Today, this isn't just an ordinary lunch. It might even be our last meal together. That's why I want to eat with all of you. After lunch, except for Zhao Tai who will remain to guard the blacksmith shop, everyone else will follow me into the city ruins. We'll find what we need among the countless zombies. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. We pledge ourselves to you. Through fire and water, without hesitation, the farmers shouted in unison, their morale soaring beyond description. Lu Fu, bring all the dishes over here. I shall share this meal with my people. Zheng Haoyan commanded. At once, my lord. Soon, Lu Fu had filled the table with food. As the golden food finger, Lu Fu's skills in cooking and tasting dishes were truly unmatched. His reputation as a professional chef was well-deserved. After a hearty meal, Zheng Haoyan wasted no time. He immediately announced that he would personally lead the team into the city ruins. Chapter 20. A scheme to divert disaster eastward. After tidying up their equipment, Zheng Haoyan assigned Zhao Tai and Lu Fu to guard the base, then led Lu Laowu and the others away from the base toward the nearest city ruins. Lord, I'll prepare a feast for you back at the base, awaiting your triumphant return. Lu Fu called out loudly. Zheng Haoyan's earlier gesture of sharing a meal with everyone had earned their genuine respect. I will also work hard to forge fine-grade equipment, contributing to your lordship's growing domain. Zhao Tai declared, unwilling to be left behind. Zheng Haoyan gave them a satisfied glance before turning and leading the group onward. With 2 such loyal subordinates guarding the base, he felt confident enough to explore the city ruins. Lord, ahead is the place we reached this morning. There's a group of zombies wandering near the outer edge. If we want to get in, we'll probably have to deal with them first. After walking eastward for about half an hour, Lu Laowu stopped Zheng Haoyan and pointed toward the nearby ruins. Everyone stay absolutely quiet and remain here on standby. Old Lu, take me forward so I can see clearly. At once, my lord. Follow me. Lu Laowu strode ahead like an experienced hunter, with Zheng Haoyan, now far more physically capable than an ordinary person thanks to having consumed the corpse ghost physique pill, moving just as quietly and skillfully behind him. Lord, look, right there. Lu Laowu halted beside a pile of broken walls, using the rubble as cover while cautiously peeking out. About 10 meters away, a massive swarm of zombies was aimlessly roaming. How come there are so many? Zheng Haoyan murmured in surprise. The number of zombies wasn't just dozens or hundreds. It was a dense, seemingly endless crowd numbering at least 1,000. Among them, over a dozen were significantly larger than regular zombies. Clearly, these were mutated specimens. That's strange. This morning when we came, there weren't nearly this many. How did the numbers grow so much in just a few hours? Lu Laowu scratched his head in confusion. But Zheng Haoyan quickly figured it out. The information Wang Lu had given him about nighttime zombie attacks must have been accurate. This large horde gathered at the edge of the city ruins was clearly preparing for a night assault. Given the size of this city, it made sense that by now, the slower-moving, ordinary zombies would already be assembling into one concentrated force. These zombies are likely preparing for a nighttime attack, Zheng Haoyan said aloud. What? Could they be targeting our base? Lu Laowu instinctively covered his mouth in alarm. Zheng Haoyan nodded slowly. Unless something unexpected happened, there was no doubt. Their base was almost certainly the target. After all, among all nearby locations, his base was likely the closest. What should we do then, Lord? Should we retreat and reinforce our defenses? Lu Laowu suggested what seemed to him the best option, using the stone walls of the base to block and repel the zombie horde. That would be our last resort. For now, we still have other options, such as diverting disaster eastward. Lu Laowu looked puzzled, but Zheng Haoyan didn't bother explaining. Instead, he turned and ran straight back to where the others were waiting. You're back, Lord? What's the situation? Zhang Daqiang asked anxiously as Zheng approached. The number of zombies has increased significantly since this morning, and there are over a dozen mutated ones. So forget storming in directly. We need a smarter approach, Zheng Haoyan said calmly. The farmer's expressions shifted uneasily. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang, always eager for action, looked practically excited. Li Si and Wang Biao appeared slightly nervous, while Qiao Baojian seemed lost in thought, indifferent to the rising zombie count. We follow your lordship's orders completely, Lu Laowu said, placing his left hand over his chest in respectful salute. Good. Now listen to my plan. If any of you have different ideas, speak up, don't hold back. After all, 3 humble cobblers could rival Zhuge Liang when they worked together. Collective thinking often yielded better, more reasonable solutions than relying solely on one person's judgment. We obey your lordship's command. My idea is simple. Since we can't force our way in, why not redirect the threat elsewhere? Let's lure these zombies away in another direction. This way, not only can we enter the city ruins to search for electronic components, but the horde will also shift its night assault toward another base, greatly securing the safety of our own. Lord, your wisdom is unmatched. This plan achieves 3 goals at once. Lu Laowu said, clapping first. I'll personally lead the zombie horde away, he added, raising his left hand. He was the first to volunteer. Unfortunately, Zheng Haoyan did not accept his offer and instead chose to take on the mission himself. Old Lu, I know all you've contributed to the base, but for this task, no one here besides me is quite suited, Zheng Haoyan said with some regret. To lure away a horde numbering close to 1,000, one would need not only agility, but also combat capabilities strong enough to draw the zombies' aggression. Zheng Haoyan, equipped with a fine-grade iron-reinforced bow and having consumed the corpse ghost physique pill, was clearly the best choice. Perhaps entrusting the fine-grade iron-reinforced bow to Lu Laowu could barely achieve the goal, but there was no doubt he would be significantly slower, and that delay could lead to dire consequences. For example, Lu Laowu's death. Enough talk. I'll lead the zombies in another direction. The moment they're distracted, seize the chance to enter the state-owned factory within the ruins. Tear up every inch of ground if you must. Find those electronic components and bring them all back. Zheng Haoyan began issuing orders. Yes, we obey your lordship's command. Though deeply concerned for Zheng Haoyan's safety, the others remained silent. The gap between lord and subordinate meant Lu Laowu and the rest could do nothing to stop him. Begin. Everyone get ready. With those final words, Zheng Haoyan dashed forward, straight toward the massive horde of nearly 1,000 zombies. You damned zombie spawn. Come get me if you dare. Zheng Haoyan roared. Then he swiftly drew his bow, an iron-reinforced bow of fine quality, loaded with a reinforced iron-tipped wooden arrow, and fired. Whoosh. A sharp, explosive crack split the air as the arrow struck a large, mutated zombie dead-on. Boom. The massive creature collapsed instantly, felled by a single shot. Could it be? I triggered a fatal strike. Chapter 21. Bald Chong gets wounded. Hiss. Roar. Whine. As the mutated zombie collapsed, a chain reaction rippled through the horde. A series of terrifying screeches and roars erupted from the swarm. The remaining dozen or so massive mutated zombies charged Feng Ly toward Zheng Haoyan's position. Fools too slow. Zheng Haoyan snatched another arrow from the quiver on his back, aimed at the fastest charging mutated zombie, and released in one fluid motion. Whoosh. The arrow struck the zombie square in the chest, but failed to penetrate. This time, no critical hit was triggered. Aside from stumbling slightly, the beast kept charging forward, following closely behind the others, relentless in its pursuit. Skin's too thick. Can't go for the heart. Need a different approach. Zheng Haoyan began retreating slowly. He still had enough distance to fire 3 more shots. He needed to drop as many mutants as possible, to draw even more attention away. The last one fell because I hit its eye, destroying its brainstem. Eyes it is then. Drawing the bowstring taut, he loosed an arrow the instant the next target lined up. Uffed. The clean sound of the arrow piercing eyeball and plunging into brain tissue rang out. Exactly as intended. The second mutated zombie crumpled to the ground, dead in one strike. Roar. The fall of the second monster fully ignited the horde's fury. Nearly 1,000 zombies surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing toward Zheng Haoyan. And Zheng Haoyan knew it was time to run. At the same moment Zheng Haoyan lured the horde away, Lu Lao Wu and his team sprang into action on the other side. Move quickly now. Our lord risked himself to divert the undead. We must not betray his trust. Find as many electronic components as possible, Lu Lao Wu declared passionately, exuding the presence of an impromptu squad leader. Understood. Don't worry, old Lu. We'll get the job done. Zhang Daqiang chuckled confidently. The others said nothing, but their swift, nimble movements spoke volumes about their focus. Lu Lao Wu led the group. His scouting ability proved invaluable once again, like spotting straggler zombies hidden among dilapidated buildings. Careful. 3 zombies ahead. Take them down fast, Lu Lao Wu whispered. He swiftly pulled out his own bow, knocked a modified iron-tipped wooden arrow, and fired at one of the zombies. The other 2 are ours. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang shot forward simultaneously, swinging their logging axes as they closed in, each striking a separate target. Uft, uft. 2 crisp, wet sounds echoed. The heads of both zombies were cleaved clean off, launched skyward by the brothers' brutal strikes. Nice one, Daqiang. Excellent work, Erqiang. Lu Lao Wu and Xiao Baojian shouted praise from front and rear. Indeed, the 2 men fought in perfect sync. Keep moving. Daqiang and Erqiang, stay beside me. Be ready to deal with any zombies we encounter. Lu Lao Wu reorganized the formation, now advancing with the 2 brothers flanking him. Stay sharp, everyone. We're approaching the National Electronics Factory. The inside might hold many more zombies, Lu warned. All eyes turned sharp and alert, ready for anything. Before the apocalypse, this factory specialized in electronics production. Unlike standard factories, this facility relied heavily on a hybrid system of human labor and machinery, naturally giving rise to a unique kind of zombie. Mechanical zombies. Bang. As Lu Lao Wu kicked the factory doors open with all his strength, a sudden mechanical roar filled the air. Look out, old Lu, Zhang Daqiang cried out, throwing himself directly in front of Lu just as a speeding shadow hurtled toward him. The 2 collided with tremendous force. Thud. Daqiang. Lu Lao Wu froze, then exploded in rage, nearly losing control. Though one hunted and the other felled trees, both had become Zheng Haoyan's men at the same time. They shared a strong bond, and Daqiang had been wounded protecting him. You damn thing, shatter into pieces. As Lu roared in fury, Erqiang on the other side swung his heavy axe with full force at the monstrous culprit. Clang. To their shock, Zhang Erqiang's axe rebounded violently, sending him flying backward. Only Wang Biao's quick intervention stopped him from crashing hard onto the ground. What the hell is this thing? A transformer? Xiao Baojian stared at the silver-white metal hunk in front of Lu Lao Wu and couldn't help but blurt out. Only Lu Lao Wu could see it, the rotting, twisted human face embedded deep within the machine's core. This was no mere robot. It was a suit of armor possessed by a zombie. Old Lu, why isn't it moving? Only one mechanical zombie had appeared inside the factory so far, and it was now temporarily disabled after colliding with Zhang Erqiang's axe. Daqiang, are you okay? Ignoring Xiao Baojian's question, Lu Lao Wu rushed to Zhang Daqiang's side and helped him up from the ground. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Everyone, keep searching for electronic components. We can't delay Lord Zheng's mission. Zhang Daqiang coughed twice, blood still faintly visible at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, his injuries were serious. Just hold on. Lord Zheng must have healing medicine. You'll be all right. Lu Lao Wu's voice cracked with emotion. What are you getting so emotional for, old Lu? Erqiang, take over command now. Find where the electronic parts are stored. Understood. Take care. A strange look flickered in Zhang Erqiang's eyes as he glanced at his brother, but in the end, he simply nodded and accepted the order. Buzz. None of them noticed that, in a dark corner of the factory, accompanied by a faint humming sound, more mechanical zombies were awakening. Outside the ruined city, Zheng Haoyan was still sprinting forward in giant strides. Behind him trailed 10 massive mutated zombies. And another 3 kilometers back, a sea of nearly 1,000 zombies surged like a relentless tide. Damn it, don't these things ever get tired? Zheng Haoyan sighed in frustration. He'd finally realized, playing a game of chase with zombies wasn't punishing them. It was torturing himself. They never tired. Like utterly loyal servants, they would follow forever. No good. I need to find a way to shake them off. If I don't, they'll catch me eventually. His mind raced. Then, as his eyes fell upon a small group of creatures nearby, a smirk slowly spread across his face. Chapter 22. The appearance of the mechanical zombie. In normal life before the apocalypse, people's perception of rats was usually one of disgust and disdain. But after undergoing the trials of the apocalypse, what remained in people's hearts toward rats was nothing short of fear. After all, rats the size of calves swarming together could probably strip a person down to bare bones in an instant. However, today's rats were destined for misfortune, because Zheng Haoyan had set his sights on them. Fools. You're too slow. With the target now shifted, Zheng Haoyan relaxed somewhat. He turned and fired another arrow, causing the lead-mutated zombie to stagger once again. Roar. This provocation enraged the horde further, and their roars carried over to the nearby swarm of rat zombies. Perhaps it was fate. Humans and rats had always been natural enemies, and even as zombies, this truth remained unchanged. Upon hearing the howls of the mutated zombies, the rat zombies immediately grew agitated. Zheng Haoyan, bold and confident in his skill, turned and shot an arrow straight into the rat swarm. One precise strike piercing through two massive rodents, pinning them dead to the ground. That single attack triggered total frenzy among the rat zombies. Like a tidal wave, they surged directly toward Zheng Haoyan. The battlefield is yours from here on. Zheng Haoyan suddenly stopped, sharply changing direction and sprinting toward the forest beyond the city ruins. He knew clearly that once the mutated zombies and the rat zombies clashed, they wouldn't have time to chase him anymore. Sure enough, perched atop a tree for temporary safety, Zheng Haoyan personally witnessed an unconventional battle, a clash between men and rats in their transformed states. To be fair, the rat zombies were fearless, and the mutated zombies were powerful. For a time, the battle reached a complete stalemate. Looks like I'm out of this mess. Let me go check if they've found those electronic components. Zheng Haoyan didn't dwell much longer on the zombie battle. His mind still worried about his farmers and the electronic parts he had sent them to find. Moving cautiously outward but mostly retracing his original path, roughly 20 minutes later, Zheng Haoyan returned to the spot where he had first entered the city ruins. Then, following the trail left by Lu Laowu and the others, he headed straight toward the state-owned factory building. Along the way, he eliminated several reckless zombies. Under the overwhelming power of his high-quality iron-reinforced bow, each zombie fell with a single fatal strike. After all, this weapon could instantly kill even mutated zombies. Since Lu Laowu's group had already cleared most of the zombies along the route, any stragglers were easily dealt with by Zheng Haoyan. Thus, within just 10 minutes of travel, Zheng Haoyan arrived outside the factory. Something's wrong. He flared his nostrils. Faint traces of blood drifted into his nose. Could there be some terrifying creature inside? Otherwise, given Lu Laowu and the others, how could they possibly have sustained such serious injuries? Zheng Haoyan pondered. Without hesitation, the next moment he stepped into the factory. No matter how dangerous it was inside, he had to go in. Those electronic components were essential, and he could not abandon a single one of his farmers. 15 minutes earlier, Lu Laowu and his team had assumed that after eliminating the mechanical zombie at the entrance, the inside of the factory would be relatively safe. But then, unexpectedly, disaster struck. Vroom. A loud, intense buzzing sound filled the air, one audible to everyone. Lu Laowu's heart leapt into his throat. The same sound had accompanied the appearance of that mechanical zombie earlier. That meant, shit. Everyone, find cover quickly. There are still more metal bastards in here. Lu Laowu shouted, hoisting Zhang Daqiang onto his back before rushing deeper inside. He needed to find a place that could withstand an assault from mechanical zombies. Zhang Erqiang glanced at the pair, exchanged a look with Li Si, then both followed hard after Lu Laowu. As for Qiao Baojian and Wang Biao, they were farther away from the others. Outside the room they had been searching, 3 mechanical zombies gleamed with a silvery sheen. They couldn't make it to regroup with the rest in time. Biao bro, what do we do now? There are 3 metal freaks right outside. Qiao Baojian, though obsessed with mining, had zero interest in these walking chunks of iron. Lu Laowu's group has 6 to deal with. We'll have to handle these ourselves. Wang Biao's gaze turned sharp, tightening his grip on the axe. Qiao Baojian clenched his mining pick tightly. Thanks to training at the barracks, he wasn't without combat ability either. Compared to Qiao Baojian and Wang Biao, the situation facing Lu Laowu and his 4 companions was far more perilous. Haven't found the electronic components his lordship wanted yet? Old Lu, put me down. I'm just a burden now. Zhang Daqiang's injuries were more severe than expected. Internal damage, perhaps. He was already growing delirious. Don't talk. If you hadn't rushed in, it'd be me lying here. No matter what, I won't leave you behind. Lu Laowu gritted his teeth. His slightly darkened face was etched with determination. Shit. Lu Laowu suddenly cried out. Let me handle this. As Lu Laowu was forced to face a mechanical zombie head-on, Zhang Erqiang roared and charged forward, swinging his axe with all his might into the mechanical monster. Bang! Caught off guard, the mechanical zombie staggered back a step. The impact was so great that Zhang Erqiang's palms split at the grip, blood welling from the cracks. Go. I'll hold it off. Erqiang, be careful. Lu Laowu dashed toward the nearest office. He needed to set Zhang Daqiang down before rushing back into the fight. Together, we'll show these lumps of metal what we're made of. Li Si brandished a machete, back-to-back with Zhang Erqiang, as all 6 mechanical zombies began closing in. Good. Smash them. Huh. With a furious shout, Zhang Erqiang swung his axe at the nearest mechanical zombie, launching an aggressive attack. Despite their fierce spirit, the gap in strength was impossible to overcome. Gradually, Li Si and Zhang Erqiang were being forced backward, their bodies accumulating more and more wounds. We can't keep this up. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Li Si, you run first and hide. I'll draw them away, then you can escape. Zhang Erqiang had decided to sacrifice himself. What nonsense are you talking? We'll make it. We might even survive until his lordship arrives. Li Si's machete was already chipped and notched. At that very moment, distracted by speech, the mechanical zombies struck again with their metallic arms. Li Si's blade was knocked clean out of his hand, flying through the air. Life hung by a thread. Crisis had arrived. Chapter 23. Rescue, Erqiang's Frenzy. At the very moment the mechanical zombie's robotic arm was about to strike Li Si's head, Zhang Erqiang didn't have time to think. He lunged forward and tackled Li Si out of the way, placing himself directly in death's path. Whoosh. At that critical instant, a sharp whistling cut through the air. A sky-piercing arrow struck the mechanical zombie square on its grotesque metal face like a divine intervention. Ah! The shrill scream echoed as the mechanical zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Once again, Zheng Haoyan had arrived with a fatal blow. Lord, It's Lord Zheng Haoyan. He's come to save us. Xiao Baojian was the first to spot Zheng Haoyan, and instantly, hope surged through everyone. Conscript Zhang Erqiang's loyalty has risen to 100. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. Your second sworn warrior has been gained. Moreover, amid this life-or-death crisis, Zhang Erqiang had awakened a new ability, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Name, Zhang Erqiang. Occupation, Conscript. Physical strength, 180 of 180. Skills, logging, farming, guarding. Special abilities, double efficiency, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Loyalty, 100. Bowing before my lord. I can never repay your life-saving grace except with my own life. From this day forth, I am your sworn warrior. Having just faced death and emerged reborn, excitement could no longer describe Zhang Erqiang's emotions. This isn't the time for declarations of loyalty. Let's deal with the threat first, Zheng Haoyan said, still shaken inside. Had he arrived even a moment later, one of his men might have been lost. Indeed, Wang Lu hadn't exaggerated. The ruins were crawling with danger. Even though he had lured away most of the zombies, the hidden ones still posed lethal threats to his crew. At once, my lord. Zhang Erqiang immediately activated his newly acquired skill. His eyes turned blood red, radiating a ferocious aura. Shatter. Boom. One mechanical zombie was hurled violently backward, its metallic body parts shattered and flying in all directions. Such was the terrifying might of Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Well done. Zheng Haoyan praised him, drawing his bow and firing another arrow at a second mechanical zombie. My lord, let me assist you. Lu Laowu burst from the side, unshouldering his bow and joining the assault. With Zheng Haoyan leading the charge and Zhang Erqiang unleashing his furious strength, the mechanical zombies were quickly driven back and soon eradicated. Huh. Thank goodness you arrived in time, my lord. Xiao Baojin gasped, panting heavily after having single-handedly defeated one mechanical zombie moments earlier. This is on me. If I'd brought the mechanical battle maiden, you wouldn't have been placed in such danger, Zheng Haoyan said, a tinge of guilt in his voice. He had initially intended to bring her along, but then recalled only Zhao Tai and Lu Fu were left behind at base, and decided against it. My lord, the fault is mine. If I had been more cautious, Da Qiang wouldn't have been injured so severely, Lu Laowu said, his face twisted in anguish. What? Da Qiang is injured? Where is he? Zheng Haoyan's sudden urgency stirred something in silent Wang Biao's gaze. Li Si and Xiao Baojian were deeply moved too. To have a lord who genuinely cared for his subordinates made them feel the ancient creed. A scholar dies for one who understands him. Conscript Wang Biao's loyalty has risen to 100. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. Your third sworn warrior has been gained. Hearing the system prompt, Zheng Haoyan turned toward Wang Biao and saw in his eyes an absolute, unwavering trust. A peasant's loyalty wasn't just about betrayal. It was about trust, faith, and devotion toward their lord. Da Qiang, here, drink some water. How are you feeling? Zheng Haoyan pulled out his canteen and handed it to Zhang Daqiang. My lord, why are you here? I'm fine. We haven't completed your order. We still haven't found the electronic components. Zhang Daqiang struggled to rise, but Zheng Haoyan gently stopped him. Stay down. Drink this. The electronic parts? Old Lu and the others will find them. You need to recover. How can you serve me later if you don't take care of yourself? Zheng Haoyan's words sounded stern, yet brimmed with genuine concern. Tears welled up in Zhang Daqiang's eyes instantly. He hadn't felt warmth like this in a long time. It felt like being cared for by family. Thank you, my lord. His hands trembled as he accepted the canteen. Conscript Zhang Daqiang's loyalty has risen to 100. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. Your fourth sworn warrior has been gained. Zheng Haoyan paused, stunned. It seemed he had just discovered the best method to raise peasant loyalty. 3 simple words, shared hardship. Zhang Daqiang's loyalty had already risen to 90 long before, but it hadn't changed since. This journey together into the city ruins, sharing hardship in life or death moments, had earned Zheng Haoyan 3 sworn warriors with full loyalty. These were men who would never abandon him no matter the circumstances, individuals upon whom he could utterly depend, even with his back turned. Rest up for a few days when we get back. I'll have Lu Fu cook you some nourishing food, Zheng Haoyan said, patting Zhang Daqiang on the shoulder. He wasn't a cold-blooded man. Though these peasants had been summoned out of nothingness, the fact that they had chosen to serve him with absolute loyalty meant he would do everything in his power to make them stronger. My lord, I found it. Lu Laowu's voice rang out. Zheng Haoyan knew it then. The objective of this expedition had been achieved. Zheng Haoyan stood up, instructed Li Si to look after Zhang Daqiang, and immediately headed toward Lu Laowu's location. It was a corner of a storage room. In Lu Laowu's hands was a box filled with items glowing faint blue light. There was no doubt about it. These were electronic components. So many. Zheng Haoyan was taken aback. A rough estimate suggested there were at least hundreds in one crate alone. This meant that once the factory was upgraded to level 3, he could produce hundreds of communication devices. Even if he couldn't cover an entire province, covering at least one city district would be more than feasible. Congratulations, my lord, on achieving your goal. Lu Laowu smiled. Seeing Zheng Haoyan satisfied brought him a deep sense of fulfillment. Good job, everyone worked hard today. Back home, I'll have Lu Fu prepare a feast for all of you. Zheng Haoyan waved his hand grandly. The return journey was about to begin. Thank you, my lord. Lu Laowu carefully searched the warehouse once more, but ultimately found only this single crate of electronic components. With that, Zheng Haoyan gave the order to depart. Zhang Erqiang carried Zhang Daqiang on his back. After this expedition through the ruins, the bond between the two brothers seemed to have grown even closer. Excuse me, please wait. Just as the group was about to leave the city ruins, a deep, powerful voice called from behind. Chapter 24. A team without sense of life and death. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Haoyan stopped in his tracks and turned to look behind. It was a team of nearly 20 people. The middle-aged man standing at the front of the group had just spoken. Is there something? Zhang Haoyan asked, his expression wary. He knew very well this wasn't a peaceful era. In this apocalypse, the most terrifying thing wasn't zombies, it was other humans. Excuse me, did you just come out from the city ruins? The middle-aged man asked. We didn't go inside. There were too many zombies on the perimeter. We're actually about to leave, Zhang Haoyan replied, choosing to hold back information from this stranger. Really? Then how about joining forces and exploring together? Reliable intel says the city ruins contain intermediate resources that farmers can't gather, essentials for upgrading our bases later. The middle-aged man smiled as he extended the invitation. No thanks. Appreciate the offer, but if nothing else, we'll be on our way. Wishing you abundant rewards. After speaking, Zhang Haoyan turned to leave, but instantly, the middle-aged man's face darkened. If you won't cooperate willingly, then we'll have to use less friendly methods. What do you want? Zhang Haoyan's eyes grew cold. You and your farmers just came back from exploring the city ruins, didn't you? They all seem pretty exhausted. TSK, and one of them is seriously injured too. Are you sure you can take all your spoils away safely? As these words left the middle-aged man's mouth, a trace of killing intent flickered in Zhang Haoyan's gaze. Trying to rob him? Dream on. Li Si, protect Daqiang. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Zhang Haoyan's order revealed his determination. He refuses the polite invitation. Now he'll suffer the punishment. Only 5 people daring to stand against our 20. Qin Hong, stop wasting words. Kill him. Recruit the farmers who obey. Kill those who don't. We don't have time to waste. Saying it was slow, acting was fast. Zhang Haoyan immediately drew his bow, targeting the speaker first. Look out. Chen Fa, watch yourself. Thud. You. One arrow through the heart. Zhang Haoyan's sudden attack gave Chen Fa's group no chance to react. The leader named Chen Fa died instantly. Attack. Capture those leaders first. Leave it to me, Lord. Zhang Erqiang charged like a tiger, throwing a punch straight at the middle-aged man Qin Hong. Damn. How dare a mere farmer act so arrogantly in front of me? Qin Hong didn't dodge. He countered with a punch of his own. Having dared to attempt highway robbery, he did have some confidence. But unfortunately, he'd picked the wrong opponent, Zhang Erqiang. Right before charging, Zhang Erqiang had activated his special ability, Bloodthirsty Rage. At this moment, he was powerful enough to tear a tiger apart barehanded. Crack. A scream burst from Qin Hong's lips as his right arm shattered, sending his body flying several meters backward, his arm now limp and dangling uselessly to the side. Retreat. Retreat now. This 20-man team was formed by 4 leaders uniting, with Qin Hong and Chen Fa, who Zhang Haoyan had just killed with a single arrow, being the main leaders. The other 2 leaders were practically insignificant extras. Swish. Thud. Stay exactly where you are. Anyone takes another step will end up like him. Zhang Haoyan fired another arrow, pinning the fastest runner to the ground. With the fine-grade iron belly bow in hand, and his own practiced archery skills, he might as well have been shooting without missing a single target. Sorry. This was all Qin Hong's idea. Nothing to do with us. We were forced. That's right. We were coerced. They were the masterminds. Please spare us. Qin Hong, caught by the neck, was dragged before Zhang Haoyan by Zhang Erqiang. The remaining 2 leaders also stepped forward nervously. Forced? Zhang Haoyan sneered. Birds of a feather flock together. If these 2 leaders truly hadn't wanted to join Qin Hong's team, they probably would have suffered the same fate as Zhang Haoyan, robbed on the spot the second they refused. Zhang Haoyan didn't want to waste any more time on these people, especially since Zhang Daqiang was still injured. How did you all get together? Zhang Haoyan asked. It was Qin Hong. He had an item. It could detect the locations of nearby leader bases. He's the one who gathered us. Sure enough, temporary alliances were fragile. No sooner had Zhang Haoyan asked than one of the thin, tall leaders spilled everything. Lord, this was taken from him. Zhang Erqiang handed Zhang Haoyan a small circular radar-like device, which currently displayed 4 red dots. Given what the tall leader had just said, there was no doubt. This was the device capable of detecting other leaders. And each red dot represented a leader. Powerful Lord, can you spare our lives? We barely survived the zombie attacks. If it weren't for tonight's zombie assault, we might not have made it. And Qin Hong said he could help us upgrade our base. That's why we dared to come to the city ruins. Another leader beside the thin, tall one sobbed. Lord, don't do it. They never intended to spare us earlier. If not, seeing Zhang Haoyan hesitate, Lu Laowu quickly spoke up. Old Lu, leave them to you. Make sure it's clean. Zhang Haoyan turned away. After all, they were also leaders. He couldn't bring himself to carry it out personally. At once. No, spare us, please. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Laowu wore a fierce expression, Wang Biao remained calm, and Xiaobin looked conflicted, but all 3 acted with equal decisiveness. In the next moment, the 2 leaders breathed their last. Once their lords died, the farmers scattered in all directions. Zhang Haoyan didn't order anyone to chase them, there was no need. Without a lord's protection, these farmers wouldn't survive long in this zombie-infested apocalypse. Let's go. It's getting late. Zhang Haoyan led the way toward the base. The minor incident outside the city ruins was nothing serious. In fact, Zhang Haoyan had unexpectedly gained a radar capable of detecting nearby leaders, turning misfortune into advantage. Welcome back, Lord. I've already prepared dinner. Outside the base, Lu Fu immediately rushed forward upon seeing Zheng Haoyan and the others return. Lu Fu, search around our territory for herbs that treat internal organ damage and external wounds, Zheng Haoyan instructed. At once, my lord. I'll head out right away. Lu Fu hurried off with his tools to begin searching. Everyone, go clean up at the residences first, then gather in the dining hall for dinner. Yes, lord. Chapter 25, A Peaceful Night, Summoning Again. Lu Fu, who possessed the skills of cooking and decomposition, although lacking any means of healing, was capable of identifying and gathering basic medicinal herbs and supplementary ingredients. After Zheng Haoyan gave his instructions, Lu Fu returned in just over 10 minutes with herbal remedies for external wounds and internal injuries. Greetings, Lord. I've collected Hua grass and Yanyuan fruits, suitable for treating external wounds and internal damage, Lu Fu said respectfully upon arriving at the dining hall. Good work. Put them down first and join us for dinner. Thank you, Lord. Lu Fu felt a surge of gratitude. A lord who would dine alongside his common farmers. How kind and approachable he truly was. Daqiang, take a few days to rest here at the base. No need to go out logging. But that can't be. Lord, I'm fine. I'll be better after taking some medicine. Zhang Daqiang blurted out without thinking when he heard Zheng Haoyan's words. Please forgive me, my lord. I didn't mean to defy you. It's just. Suddenly realizing his disrespect, Zhang Daqiang immediately tried to kneel and apologize, but Zheng Haoyan quickly stepped forward and held him up. No need to be so formal. I know you want to contribute to the base's construction, but remember, your health is the foundation. Only with a strong body can you serve the base better. Yes, sir. Thank you for your care, my lord. Tears welled up in Zhang Daqiang's eyes. If his loyalty hadn't already been maxed out, this moment alone would have pushed it soaring. All right, let's eat. With a sweeping gesture, Zheng Haoyan signaled the start of the meal, and everyone began enjoying their feast. After eating their fill, night quietly fell. With nothing else to do, Zheng Haoyan instinctively opened the world chat window. Can anyone help me? A huge horde of zombies is approaching. There's no way my tiny base can hold them back. I'm short 100 units of iron or to upgrade my base. Please, kind lord, sponsor me. I'll repay double. Overlord Wei Tai. Everyone, hang in there. Just survive tonight, and the nation will come to rescue us. Don't give up hope. Messages filled with pleas for help, words of encouragement, and expressions of despair. These three themes dominated the world chat tonight. A few still managed to crack jokes amid the despair, though they were few and far between. Zheng Haoyan casually sent 100 units of iron or to a pleading overlord before closing the world chat. There was no point in reading further. Nobody could know how many of those voices tonight would still be alive tomorrow morning. But for Zheng Haoyan's base, this night would certainly be peaceful. Back when he headed toward the city ruins, he had risked his life to divert the entire zombie horde originally targeting the base, while also eliminating the chance for a pack of rat zombies to launch an attack. It was precisely because of Zheng Haoyan's actions that another unknown overlord's life was saved. Zhao Tai, the blacksmith, perhaps deep down shared the same hidden zeal as Qiao Bin, an unyielding passion. When it came to forging high-quality equipment, he never seemed to tire. From the moment Zheng Haoyan's group left, Zhao Tai had begun forging, and even after they returned from the city ruins, he still hadn't stopped. He'd even skipped dinner, which Zheng Haoyan only realized, and then had Lu Fu deliver separately. My humble greetings, lord. As night fully settled in, Zhao Tai finally ceased his work. In his hand was a long saber, roughly 1 meter in length, its surface shimmering with a faint blue glow. Clearly, it was a high-quality weapon. So this is the high-quality Zhanma Dao. Zheng Haoyan knew that among the 3 high-quality items Zhao Tai could forge, the melee weapon options besides the iron core bow were limited to this very sword. He'd guessed correctly. Yes, my lord. This is indeed the high-quality Zhanma Dao. After 2 failures, I've finally succeeded. Excitement gleamed across Zhao Tai's face. Well done. That's enough for today. Go wash up and get some rest. Yes, sir. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Zhao Tai handed the saber to Zheng Haoyan and promptly walked toward the civilian housing. Zheng Haoyan began examining the Zhanma Dao. Weapon, Zhanma Dao. Attributes, sharpness, +1. Special ability, laceration. The saber's stats were fairly average, sharpness being exactly what Zheng Haoyan expected. As for the special ability, laceration, it was somewhat useless in the apocalypse. Zombies didn't care about bleeding. They didn't even have blood to lose. The base, of course, couldn't be left unguarded at night. Even though Zheng Haoyan was fairly certain there would be no zombie attacks tonight, he still assigned Zhang Erqiang and Wang Biao to take turns on watch. The mechanical battle android, naturally, also stood guard. After all, she didn't need rest. Placing the Zhanma Dao aside, Zheng Haoyan lay down on his bed, staring blankly at the empty ceiling, lost in thought. Before long, soft snoring filled the room. The night passed without incident. When Zheng Haoyan opened his eyes, another peaceful night had come and gone. After getting up and washing up, Zheng Haoyan headed straight to the dining hall. Lu Fu had already risen and prepared breakfast. There was no denying it. Ever since having a dedicated cook, their meals had improved significantly. Your humble servants greet you, lord. Upon seeing Zheng Haoyan arrive, the farmers knelt respectfully as one. Rise, all of you. No need for such formality. Wang Biao, was there any activity last night? Reporting to you, my lord, nothing happened last night. It was completely quiet outside the base. Zheng Haoyan nodded, then gestured for everyone to begin breakfast. Lord, this isn't right. We're just common farmers. How can we possibly eat 3 full meals a day like you? Lu Fu quickly protested. Lu Fu, From now on, I want everyone here to have 3 meals a day. If we don't have enough food, then I'll join you. All of us will eat only twice a day, Zheng Haoyin said firmly. Oh, my lord, your kindness to us is too great. Tears streamed down Lu Fu's plump face, overwhelmed with emotion. Farmer Lu Fu's favorability increased by 10 points. After breakfast, Zheng Haoyin prepared to begin a new day of summoning. Today, he could summon 5 farmers in total. Begin summoning. A flash of light shimmered, and 5 unfamiliar faces appeared before him. Name: Bianyu. Occupation: farmer. Physical fitness: 100 out of 100. Skills: gathering, healing. Special ability: cure all. Loyalty: 60. Seeing the first farmer's stats, Zheng Haoyin's lips curled slightly upward. A specialist doctor has arrived. Chapter 26: Building a factory. Need construction blueprints. Citizen Bianyu pays respects to Lord. Citizen Long Biao pays respects to Lord. Citizen Feng Sun pays respects to Lord. Citizen Wu Jun pays respects to Lord. Citizen Wu Kun pays respects to Lord. Of the 5 newly summoned farmers, only Bianyu is specialized in medical work. Long Biao and Feng Sun excelled in hunting and scouting, their abilities similar to Old Lu's. Wu Jun and Wu Kun, on the other hand, were skilled in negotiation and diplomacy. At first glance, Wu Jun and Wu Kun's talents seemed useless, but Zheng Haoyin knew full well they would prove invaluable later on. After all, while brave warriors were plenty, scholarly tacticians who could wield words carefully, those were just beginning to appear under his command. Old Lu, Long Biao and Feng Sun are under your charge. The base's stock of game is running low. Take them out hunting. Bring bows and arrows, and stay safe. At once, I won't disappoint your lordship. You two come with me. Old Lu was already showing hints of leadership. Long Biao and Feng Sun followed him to prepare for the hunt. Erqiang, take Bianyu to check on Daqiang at the civilian house. See if his injuries need further treatment. Yes, my lord. Dr. Bian, please follow me. Zhang Erqiang treated the mustachioed Bianyu with great courtesy. Doctors deserved respect anyway, especially in such an apocalyptic era. Wu Jun, Wu Kun, first go train at the barracks. Once done, stay close to me for now. We obey your lordship's command. The 2 elegant-looking farmers walked toward the barracks. Then Zheng Haoyin dispatched Wang Biao, Xiao Bin, and others to work, while he himself opened the base interface. Buildings, factory. Level 1 star. Construction requirements: 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of iron ore. Attributes: unknown. A level 1 factory requires this much resources? Looks like producing mobile phones is still far off, Zheng Haoyin frowned. Still, construction had to be done. As one of the base's inherent foundational structures, this building didn't require design blueprints. Only sufficient resources were needed, and Zheng Haoyin certainly wouldn't hesitate to spend. Glancing at the resource panel, would remain far ahead of other materials. Clearly, those blueprints posted in the world chat had been borrowed again. Construct factory. Zheng Haoyin clicked the build button. A modern industrial warehouse slowly began taking shape. He checked the factory status. 1 hour remaining until completion. For now, there was nothing left to do but set it aside and attend to other matters. Zheng Haoyin opened the world chat. Ignoring the usual nonsense floating around, he went straight to his private chat window with Wang Lu and sent her a message. Electronic components have been found. I'd like to discuss a deal with you. The first sentence let Wang Lu know he'd already entered the city ruins. The second revealed the true purpose of this conversation. Brother Haoyin, you're amazing. I thought you'd only go today. What kind of deal? If Brother Haoyin needs anything from little me, just say it directly. After several conversations, Wang Lu had become much livelier compared to her initial reserved self. Do you want your base upgraded to level 3? Zheng Haoyin didn't believe Wang Lu, someone capable of sharing blueprints, was a complete novice. He immediately offered an incentive. Huh? What do you mean, Brother Haoyin? Inside her base, Wang Lu's heart began pounding wildly. Exactly what I said. You want to help me upgrade my base? Wang Lu felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky, but quickly grew cautious. Why would you help me? More accurately, it's not helping, it's a trade. In return, I want whatever reward comes with your base upgrade. Zheng Haoyin spoke bluntly. Reward? You mean building blueprints? Exactly. If it's not blueprints, then whatever else I get will belong to me. Zheng Haoyin didn't deny it. Deal. Even if she gave up the entire upgrade reward, she'd still come out far ahead. After all, gathering enough resources to upgrade wasn't something she could accomplish in just a day or two. The blueprints she had shared weren't as practical as Zheng Haoyin's, so few lords actually used them. Thus, she didn't see much value in holding on to such rewards. Do you already have 3 different types of buildings? Upgrading to a level 3 base required 3 distinct structures. However, as long as resources were sufficient, the blueprints for farmland, housing, and blacksmith shop provided by the base could easily fulfill this requirement. I've built 1 plot of farmland and 1 residential house, but I'm still short on resources to construct the blacksmith shop, Wang Lu admitted frankly. Then tell me, how much total will you need, including all resources for upgrading to level 3? I have enough wood, but I'm short by 2,000 units of stone and 500 units of iron ore. And food. I mean, my farmers eat way too much, so? Wang Lu said somewhat embarrassedly. Lord Zheng Haoyin requests to trade with you. 2,000 units of stone, 500 units of iron ore, and 5,000 units of food in exchange for the reward from your base upgrade. Accept? Brother Haoyin. Upon hearing the system notification, Wang Lu's eyes instantly welled up. Zheng Haoyin was actually giving her 5,000 units of food, enough not only to complete her base upgrade, but but also to sustain her and her farmers for over 10 days in this harsh world. In these apocalyptic times, I'm just trying to grow stronger myself. There's no need to be moved, Zheng Haoyin replied. He hadn't even met Wang Lu yet, and didn't want an accidental fangirl on his hands. No words can express my gratitude. I'll upgrade my base right away. Wang Lu stopped hesitating, accepted Zheng Haoyin's resources, built the blacksmith shop, and immediately began upgrading her base. Congratulations to Lord Wang Lu, the second player to reach a 3-star main base. Reward, 1 special building blueprint, construction bench blueprint. Bonus resources, 300 wood, 200 stone, 100 iron ore, 300 food. Holy crap, another big shot. I haven't even reached level 2. Please share your upgrade guide. Boss Wang Lu, I'm 18, flexible and light-bodied, skilled in all kinds of positions. You idiot upstairs, Wang Lu is a woman. Lord Wei Tai. Congratulations to Lord Wang Lu on successfully upgrading to a level 3 base. Keep pushing forward and contribute your strength to our nation. Wang Lu ignored the messages flooding the world chat and immediately traded the upgrade reward directly to Zheng Haoyin. Big brother Haoyin, if there's ever anything I, Wang Lu, can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. After replying briefly, Zheng Haoyin closed the private chat and began examining the newly acquired blueprint. Special blueprint, construction bench. Construction requirements, 2,000 wood, 1,500 stone, 1,000 iron ore. Attributes, unknown. Note, this is a one-time use blueprint, extremely rare and valuable. May its fortunate lord use it wisely. Chapter 27, Construction Platform, Summoning Robots. Zheng Haoyin felt a surge of surprise, not expecting the blueprint to be a one-time use. That meant, in this post-apocalyptic world, there might only ever be one construction platform. Opening his resource panel, Zheng Haoyin reviewed his supplies. Basic resources. Wood, 154,631. Stone, 7,653. Iron ore, 2,368. Food, 1,986. Intermediate resources. Refined iron, 16. Special resources. Electronic components, 326. The materials were exactly enough to build the construction platform. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoyin selected an empty plot beside the factory and began construction. As he clicked the build button, a structure gradually took shape, similar in appearance to the summoning platforms used for farmers. This was the construction platform. Could this also be some kind of summoning device? Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but wonder. Construction was completed in just 5 minutes, perhaps due to the one-time nature of the blueprint. Zheng Haoyin checked its properties, and immediately, a look of wild excitement spread across his face. It truly was a summoning building, and it summoned robots. This must be what they call cutting-edge black tech. Zheng Haoyin stared at the construction platform stats, unable to suppress his amazement. Structure, construction platform. Rank, 1 star. Ability, can summon 1 mechanical servant per day. Upgrade requirements, 8,000 wood, 4,000 stone, 2,500 iron ore, 20 fusion cores. Note, mechanical servants are fearless and obey only the Lord. Cannot be gifted. Zheng Haoyin was particularly intrigued by the words fearless and unyielding. As for the note about not being able to gift them, he wasn't foolish. Such powerful, advanced technology would never be handed over to anyone else. However, the upgrade cost and the first ever appearance of fusion core as a required material made him temporarily abandon any thought of upgrading the platform. Summon mechanical servant. Zheng Haoyin immediately selected the summon option. A flash of white light surged forth, and a 2-meter-tall mechanical being with a silvery white sheen appeared atop the platform. Name, Robert. Class, mechanical servant. Energy, 500 of 500. Traits, immense strength, charge, fearless and unyielding. Loyalty, absolute obedience to the Lord. Greetings, my lord. Robert stepped down from the platform and knelt on one knee before Zheng Haoyin, speaking in a distinctly electronic voice. This looks incredibly powerful. Zheng Haoyin gazed at Robert, whose metallic frame gleamed under the sunlight. A single mechanical servant like this could probably wipe out Lu Lao Wu's entire squad. This was the charm of advanced technology. I wonder how he'd stack up against the system's mechanical battle maiden, Zheng Haoyin mused curiously. Just then, Bianyu emerged from one of the residential buildings and approached Zheng Haoyin. Greetings, my lord. I've examined Zhang Daqiang's injuries. To speed up his recovery, I need several medicinal herbs. May I leave the base to gather them? Bianyu asked respectfully. Do you need to go far from the base? Bianyu had no combat ability whatsoever, and Zheng Haoyin wouldn't allow him to venture far alone. Reporting, my lord, I'm not certain. I'll begin searching around the base perimeter. I see. Then that's acceptable. Robert, accompany Dr. Bien and ensure his safety. At once, my lord. Zheng Haoyin immediately dispatched the mechanical servant to protect Bianyu. This gentleman appears quite extraordinary. With his protection, I'm certain to collect the herbs I need. Thank you, my lord. Farmer Bianyu's Algandug increased by 5 points. Go safely. Stay cautious. Yes, my lord. Bianyu turned and walked toward the base entrance, with Robert closely following behind him like a loyal bodyguard. Time passed slowly. Zheng Haoyin watched his resources steadily grow and began planning upgrades for the base buildings. At that moment, the factory construction was also completed. Finally finished. Let's see what a level 1 factory can produce. Zheng Haoyin opened the factory details. Structure, factory. Rank, 1 star. Production capacity, electrical wire, light bulb, generator. Upgrade requirements, 20,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 5,000 iron ore. It can actually produce generators. Zheng Haoyan was stunned. Was he really heading toward building a high-tech base? But copper ore seemed to be an intermediate resource, and tungsten filament and glass were materials Zheng Haoyan didn't possess at all, at least not yet. At night, the current base was no different from the wilderness. Everything was barely visible under the dim moonlight. But if they could install electric lights, that would be a whole different story. These materials might be found in the ruins of the city, but the number of zombies there must be enormous by now. Looks like producing light bulbs won't be possible for the time being. And it seems we're also short on resources to upgrade the factory. Zheng Haoyan felt perplexed. Earning resources was easy, but spending them seemed even faster than gathering them. While Zheng Haoyan was busy constructing the base, Lu Laowu and his hunting team weren't idle either. Previously, hunting alone had allowed them to bring back bison and giant deer. Now, with Long Biao and Feng Sun, who were equally skilled in hunting, they set their sights directly on an entire bison herd. Brother Lu, are these our targets? Long Biao asked, eyeing the bison herd. Exactly. Bring back a few bison and Lord Zheng will surely be pleased, Lu Laowu said excitedly. But there are quite a lot of bison here. If they go wild, we might not be able to handle them, Feng Sun remarked, thinking Lu Laowu's choice of target wasn't quite suitable. With zombies running rampant everywhere, finding a herd of uninfected bison is already a stroke of luck. We'll just have to overcome any other difficulties. Hearing this, both Long Biao and Feng Sun nodded in agreement. Lu Laowu made perfect sense. If you have no objections, then follow my orders. Long Biao, how good's your archery? Within 100 paces, hitting a bull's horn is no problem, Long Biao replied. Excellent. You'll be responsible for delivering the killing blow. Feng Sun, come with me. We need to find a way to scatter the herd. After assigning Long Biao his task, Lu Laowu led Feng Sun closer to the bison herd. The group of around 30 bison was still leisurely grazing on tender green grass, completely unaware that danger had quietly arrived. FWSH. Moo. Lu Laowu aimed his arrow at the youngest bison on the edge of the herd. He released the bowstring. The arrow shot forward like lightning, striking the calf's tender hindquarter. The commotion within the bison herd was about to begin. Chapter 28. A bounty of success, an unexpected discovery. This was Long Biao's first time joining a hunting expedition. Though naturally skilled, it was his first experience participating in a group effort. Gripping the iron-reinforced bow tightly in his hands, he had replaced the hardwood bow that Zheng Haoyan had discarded into the arrow tower. Originally meant for rookies like Long Biao and Feng Sun, the hardwood bow was no longer suitable. Long Biao's immense strength allowed him to wield the far more powerful iron-reinforced bow instead. This will definitely kill it in one shot. Long Biao climbed up a tree, perched firmly on a sturdy branch as he stared down at the herd of wild oxen, confidence blazing in his eyes. Feng Sun, shoot the farthest ox over there. Got it. At the same moment Lu Laowu issued the command. He himself drew his bow and fired off a series of rapid arrows toward the 3 closest oxen. Whoosh, whoosh. Both sets of arrows struck their targets precisely, successfully startling the herd and splitting them apart. 3 oxen bolted in the direction Lu Laowu had anticipated, while the majority stampeded the opposite way. Perfect. The look in Feng Sun's eyes shifted slightly as he glanced at Lu Laowu, a spark of admiration now visible. Go. Chase after them. If Long Biao hits his target accurately, the rest will be easy. Lu Laowu remained calm. If only the 3 of them could carry 3 oxen at most, even 2 extra arrows would have been manageable. Right. The 2 quickened their pace, pursuing the trio of fleeing oxen. Long Biao fixed his gaze ahead. Now, drop. With all his strength, Long Biao pulled the iron-reinforced bow to its absolute limit, then released the string with his right hand. A wooden arrow tipped with iron shot through the air and plunged straight into the nearest panicked ox. Swoosh. Thud. It hit. Moo. Accompanied by the sharp whistle of flight, the iron-tipped arrow drove deep into the ox's heart. With a pained bellow, it collapsed instantly. Moo. The remaining 2 oxen grew even more frantic, inexplicably veering off in separate directions. But Long Biao only had time to fire 1 more arrow. Feng Sun, help Long Biao. I'll take care of the last one. Understood, Senior Lu, be careful. There was a new respect in Feng Sun's voice, now referring to himself as Junior. Long Biao knocked another arrow and fired. Moo. Not so fast, dream on. Rather than fleeing forward, one of the remaining oxen suddenly charged backward. Lu Laowu immediately stepped onto the trunk of a nearby tree and leapt directly onto the beast's back. Moo. With a rider now on its back, the ox grew even more frenzied, thrashing wildly and bucking violently in an attempt to throw Lu Laowu off, yet still charging onward without pause. Stop now. In one fluid motion, Lu Laowu drew his hunting knife and slashed fiercely at the ox's neck, the precise spot that would end its life. Splurt. Moo. Blood gushed from the wound on the ox's neck, but its pace only quickened as it entered its final, desperate sprint. It ran for about 3 more minutes before letting out a weak groan and collapsing to the ground. Didn't expect it to go this far. Going back's going to take some time. The instant the ox fell, Lu Laowu stabilized himself on the ground. After confirming the beast was dead, he prepared to hoist it onto his shoulders and rejoin Long Biao and Feng Sun. But just then, a strange sound reached his ears. Hurry up. With these few, we've got next week's food sorted. A flicker of suspicion arose in Lu Laowu's mind as he quietly moved toward the source of the voices. Peering through a dense thicket, he saw 6 or 7 raggedly dressed figures surrounding 2 men dressed like farmers. What are they doing? Lu Laowu muttered, confused. Rustle, rustle. Who's there? Damn. Realizing he stood no chance alone against such a group, Lu Laowu immediately turned and fled in the direction they'd come from. Stop! Ignoring the shout behind him, Lu Laowu now understood their identity. This place wasn't far from the ruins of the city, and the tattered clothing confirmed his suspicion. They were almost certainly lost refugees from the ruins. These beings were something between human and zombie, retaining human-level intelligence, but also possessing zombie-like traits, such as cannibalism. Lu Laowu ran swiftly, a skill honed from years of chasing prey, allowing him to stay just ahead of the pursuing lost refugees. But this forced him to abandon the fallen ox. Phew, finally shook them off. After sprinting for over 10 minutes, Lu Laowu glanced back and saw no sign of his pursuers. No good. I have to return quickly and report to Lord Zheng. These lost refugees capturing farmers everywhere. That's a massive threat. Without pausing, Lu Laowu resumed his sprint toward where Long Biao and Feng Sun waited. Senior Lu, what happened to you? After running another 10 minutes, Lu Laowu finally found Long Biao and Feng Sun. Feng Sun immediately noticed something was off. Something's wrong, he said. Quick, load the wild oxen. We're heading back to base. Got it. Sensing Lu Laowu's urgency, neither Long Biao nor Feng Sun asked questions, merely nodding in agreement. The three heaved the oxen onto their shoulders and hurried toward the base at top speed. Back at the base, Zheng Haoyan received a private message from Xiaoguang. Boss Hao Tian, my farmers are now ready to go fishing offshore. I'm sending you the food we've harvested. Lord Xiaoguang has gifted you 20,000 units of food. That much. Zheng Haoyan was stunned. His own hunters, working together, would struggle to gather so much in a single day. All thanks to your help, Boss Hao Tian. After upgrading to a level 2 base, I managed to summon a farmer skilled in fishing. Add that to the island's naturally abundant seafood, and we've had an exceptional harvest, Xiaoguang said excitedly. In that case, I won't be modest. I'll take it. I've got something urgent, talk later. Reporting, Lord. Lao Lu, Great Hall. You've already brought back 2 wild oxen? Impressive. Go drink some water and rest. You look exhausted. Zheng Haoyan noticed Lu Laowu's stamina had dropped to just 10 points, and quickly urged him to recover. Lord, I have urgent matters to report. Go on. With permission granted, Lu Laowu quickly recounted how, while chasing the wild oxen, he had encountered a group of ragged figures, the lost refugees. Lost refugees? We didn't run into any when we went to the city ruins last time. Zheng Haoyan's expression turned puzzled. When I saw them, the name just popped into my mind. Please, my lord, don't underestimate them. Lu Laowu urged anxiously. I see. So that's how it is. A thought formed in Zheng Haoyan's mind. This must be the world system at work. The so-called lost refugees were likely akin to wild monsters in this world. He reassured Lu Laowu and told him to rest briefly. But just then, an unwelcome voice rang out from outside. Hand over the people, or we'll flatten your base. Chapter 29. Effortlessly eliminating the lost refugees. At the sound, Zheng Haoyan was momentarily stunned. Destroy his base? Could these be reinforcements sent by the monkey? Lord, that voice, it belongs to the group of lost refugees. Lu Laowu instantly identified the source of the noise in the next second. How did they find us? I beg your forgiveness, my lord. They must have followed us back to the base, Lu Laowu said, dropping to one knee and pleading for mercy. Heh, no fault on you. In fact, it's better this way. They've come to us, saving us the trouble of hunting them down. The moment Zheng Haoyan had heard that the lost refugees were targeting farmers, he'd already decided to wipe them out completely. Beyond the walls of his base, he wouldn't allow the safety of his farmers to be threatened. Thank you, noble lord, for your mercy, Lu Laowu said gratefully. Enough. Come, let's see what these suicidal fools are made of. Want to flatten my base? I'd like to see how long they last against my arrow towers. Zheng Haoyan felt a surge of confidence. With towering stone walls for defense, arrow towers, and his secret weapon, the mechanical battle maiden, how could he possibly fear mere lost refugees? Who are you? Zheng Haoyan led his men onto the watchtower closest to the wall, looking down at the 6 lost refugees outside the base. Boss, that's him, the one who spied on us earlier. One of the 6 refugees, a weasel-faced man, pointed at Lu Laowu beside Zheng Haoyan and spoke to their leader without even acknowledging Zhang's question. Hand over the man beside you, then send us 1 farmer every day as tribute, and maybe I'll spare your base. The refugee leader blustered arrogantly, actually daring to demand Zheng Haoyan's base become their colony. You clearly don't understand common speech. Then I won't waste any more words. Old Lu, prepare to fire. At once, my lord. Zheng Haoyan didn't stay idle either. He swiftly unslung the high-quality iron-reinforced bow from his back. All 4 of them drew their bows and launched the first volley at the lost refugees. Damn it, I'll raise your base and turn you into food. What? He dodged it. Zheng Haoyan was confident in his archery skills. With the iron-reinforced bows plus 1 accuracy bonus, every shot should have been a guaranteed hit. Yet the refugee leader had somehow evaded it. My lord, lost refugees often possess special abilities. We must proceed with caution, Lu Laowu warned. Let's see if he can dodge the next one. Zheng Haoyan sneered, drawing his bow again. This time, he poured 80% of his strength into the shot, twisting the bowstring a full 360 degrees before releasing. This unique technique not only doubled the arrow's speed, but also gave it a spiraling trajectory, dramatically increasing its penetration power, a new skill Zheng Haoyan had recently perfected. Whoosh! A shrill whistling split the air. The refugee leader's face paled instantly. Unable to dodge in time, he grabbed one of his comrades and shoved him directly in front of himself. Uft! The arrow pierced straight through the refugee's heart, and, still carrying tremendous force, plunged deep into the leader's body. All of you attack. Destroy their base. Unfortunately, the arrow failed to seriously wound the leader. It only killed an ordinary refugee. As the enraged refugees charged forward, their bodies suddenly began to swell, transforming like hulking green giants. Each one grew over 2 meters tall and started scaling the stone wall. So this is their special ability? Truly terrifying, Zheng Haoyan thought, momentarily surprised. But he quickly regained his composure. Now was no time for panic. Focus fire on the one in front. Shoot him down. Twang, twang, twang. 3 arrows flew in quick succession, and the leading refugee was riddled with arrows and knocked off the wall. Mechanical Battle Maiden, it's your turn to shine. While Zheng Haoyan and the others handled ranged attacks, close combat would be left to the fearless Mechanical Battle Maiden. Virum. A strange hum filled the air as a silvery white figure shot skyward, charging straight at the remaining 4 refugees. Bang. A direct, unadorned punch, metal striking flesh. What kind of monster is this? Boss, help me. Despite her slender frame, the Mechanical Battle Maiden's fist punched clean through one refugee, sending shredded meat and blood spraying into the air. Run, go get reinforcements. The refugee leader turned tail, jumped off the wall, and fled without looking back. Battle Maiden, don't let him escape. Yes, my lord. Red light flickered in the Mechanical Battle Maiden's eyes as she darted after the fleeing leader of the lost refugees, who was the fastest among them. Damn it, you bitch, don't push me. To outsiders, the Mechanical Battle Maiden appeared no different from an ordinary human. Only Zheng Haoyan could perceive her true nature. The leader of the lost refugees had clearly chosen the wrong person to threaten. The Battle Maiden's core remained utterly unmoved. She leapt forward like a flash and landed heavily right before the refugee leader. Bang! Without a word, a clean, decisive punch struck home. Then, she casually lifted the lifeless, crumpled body and slowly walked back toward Zheng Haoyan's position. Whoosh! As Zheng Haoyan fired his final arrow, all 6 lost refugees who had sought to raise his base lay dead, cold, silent corpses. Wiped out. Just like that. Huh? They actually dropped equipment. Zheng Haoyan noticed 2 small, glowing orbs floating above 2 of the bodies. He reached out and touched them. Acquired equipment, Wolf Tooth Club. Acquired item, City Ruins Blueprint. These guys actually had blueprints? Zheng Haoyan was surprised. How could these ragged, destitute refugees carry something as refined as a blueprint? Old Lu, dispose of their bodies. The rest, follow me back to the base. At once, my lord. After assigning Lu Lao Wu to handle the aftermath, Zheng Haoyan returned inside the base with the others. Examining the attributes of the Wolf Tooth Club in his hand, Zheng Haoyan thought Zhang Erqiang would probably love it. Equipment, Wolf Tooth Club. Attributes, Strength, +1. Special attribute, Heavy Strike. TSK. If this is combined with Erqiang's bloodthirsty frenzy, even mutated zombies won't survive a single hit, Zheng Haoyan mused silently. He then unfolded the City Ruins blueprint. Detailed terrain and marked resource points filled the map, and Zheng Haoyan's calm heart suddenly began racing again. This city ruin, it's way too good. Chapter 30, Blessing Attribute. Suppressing his excited emotions, Zheng Haoyan clearly understood that with his current overall strength, he was absolutely not capable of capturing a ruined city. No matter how many resources one had, they were useless if one didn't survive to enjoy them. Right now, there was only one primary goal, building the base. Once he could upgrade the construction platform and summon more mechanical servants, what could mere zombies or lost refugees do to stop his advance? You 3 go rest for a bit. Let Lu Fu get you something to eat to tide you over. When the others return, it'll be about time for lunch anyway. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness, but we'll just have some water. There's no need to waste food on us. The 3 men, led by Lu Laowu, were deeply moved. They'd never imagined they'd be given anything beyond their usual rations. Long Biao and Feng Sun each gained 10 points in loyalty. Zheng Haoyan waved his hand dismissively. There was no need to dwell on such matters. He signaled for Lu Laowu and the others to go rest. Mechanical Battle Maiden, you go wait inside the room as well. At once, my lord. After arranging everyone properly, Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window again. Regarding the matter of the lost refugees, he decided to inform everyone so they could all be mentally prepared. Fellow Lingzhu S, this is Haoyan. I have something important to share. Please read carefully, especially those whose bases are near ruined cities. As soon as Zheng Haoyan sent that message, it stirred up an instant storm in the chat, with replies flooding in immediately. Did Boss Haoyan discover something new? Could it be that passing through a ruined city leads back to our original world? From Haoyan's tone, this doesn't sound like good news. Probably related to zombies again. Overlord Wei Tai, please keep the chat quiet for a moment, everyone. Let Brother Haoyan continue speaking. After Wei Tai spoke up, the chatter calmed down significantly. Perhaps this was the advantage of being official. I'm speaking up because there's a ruined city near my base. Here's exactly what happened. Zheng Haoyan meticulously recounted Lu Laowu's encounter with the lost refugees, how they captured ordinary farmers, and finally how the refugees located his base and transformed to launch an attack. That's all. So please, remind your own farmers to stay vigilant. Losing even one can greatly impact base development. After finishing these words, Zheng Haoyan fell silent. He had no time to respond to the flurry of messages that followed. Simply sharing the information was already him acting out of goodwill. Overlord Wei Tai, thanks, Brother Haoyan, for the warning. Everyone, remember to protect yourselves. I'll contact the government as soon as possible. Believe me, the nation will never abandon us. Wei Tai's statement quickly quelled the rising panic in the chat. Once again, everyone returned to their busy construction tasks. Zheng Haoyan was no different. To upgrade to a level 4 base, he needed 4 additional types of buildings and massive amounts of resources, all requiring careful planning. Currently, his base contained the following structures: residential house, farmland, blacksmith shop, barracks, factory, and construction platform. The blueprint for level 3 included an animal farm. Aside from that, he still lacked 4 building types to reach level 4. Zheng Haoyan checked his base warehouse and suddenly noticed a blueprint tucked away in the corner. Building blueprint, Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Requirements: 500 stone, 500 wood, 50 iron ore. Attributes: unknown. How could I have forgotten this? Zheng Haoyan tapped his head lightly. This was a blueprint he'd obtained right at the beginning. Construct the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Selecting the central location of the base, Zheng Haoyan clicked to begin construction. 3 minutes later, a retro-style structure resembling an altar appeared within the base. 4 bronze pillars carved with phoenix patterns stood at the altar's corners. The entire Bronze Sparrow Terrace exuded an aura of profound mystery. Zheng Haoyan immediately selected to view its attributes. Structure: Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Attributes: blessing, protection, summoning. Upgrade requirements: 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 2,000 iron ore, 500 copper ore. This Bronze Sparrow Terrace, its attributes are truly explosive. Though 2 abilities remained locked, Zheng Haoyan could already sense that this structure was far from ordinary. Moreover, the blueprint was single-use only, dashing his fleeting idea of renting it out for profit. Honored Viju, when I was gathering wood, I happened to see a wild ox. I brought it back. Wang Biao had spent the entire morning chopping a full 1,360 units of wood, and somehow even brought back an ox along the way. Yet Zheng Haoyan noticed that this wild ox seemed eerily similar to the 2 that Lu Laowu and the others had brought back earlier. Wang Biao, how exactly did you get this wild ox? Zheng Haoyan asked casually. In reply, my lord, Wang Biao answered truthfully. While I was cutting wood, I spotted a wild rabbit and chased after it, but ultimately failed to catch it. I found this wild ox on my way back. Found it. Zheng Haoyan was stunned. Was Wang Biao's special ability truly this terrifying? How could someone pull off such a divine move by pure chance? I see. Go rest for now. Yes, my lord. Zheng Haoyan didn't dismantle the ox immediately. Lu Fu's disassembly ability allowed for far more thorough utilization of resources, so from now on, all hunting spoils would be processed by Lu Fu. The farmers gradually returned to the base. Meanwhile, Pianyu had gathered the medicinal herbs he needed not far from the base and managed to collect enough ingredients to make several doses of Jin Chuang Yao. This was an unexpected bonus for Zheng Haoyan. In this post-apocalyptic era where medical supplies were scarce, wound treatments like these might one day become life-saving essentials. After calling everyone together for lunch, Zheng Haoyan let the farmers rest briefly before resuming work. With nothing urgent at hand, he idly opened the world chat window to browse silently. Just then, a distress message caught his attention. Is there any senior out there who can save me? I've got way too many zombies around. My farmers can't catch any beasts at all. I'm going to starve to death. It had now been about 3 days since the apocalypse began. Zombies were beginning to wander near the bases, trapping many overlords in a dire predicament. Food shortage. Not every overlord's farmers were as skilled in hunting as Zheng Haoyan's, consistently returning with prey. Most farmers came back empty-handed, exhausted and defeated. Zheng Haoyan thought for a moment, then sent out a message. Trading food for resources. Discounted prices. Limited stock. First come, first served. Chapter 31. Blueprints and Special Resources. Zheng Haoyan's messages were always the most shocking. As soon as the information about food exchange was posted, countless, I want, replies flooded in immediately. At first glance, it felt strangely surreal. Brother Haoyan, I'll trade 50 units of iron ore for 100 units of food. Please help me out. I'm literally starving. I'll give 500 units of wood for 100 units of food. 500 units of stone for 200 units of food. An avalanche of offers poured in from people desperate to trade for food. However, what they offered were mostly basic resources, exactly the kind Zheng Haoyan didn't need anymore. I only accept mid-tier or special resources. Don't bother offering basic stuff. And if anyone has construction blueprints, believe me, I won't shortchange you on food. Anyone interested, send a private message. Spam or malicious DMs will be blocked instantly. After posting his final message, Zheng Haoyan temporarily closed the global chat window. He knew exactly what would happen next. Ding, ding, ding. Private message alerts chimed rapidly. Zheng Haoyan opened one of the messages. Brother Haoyan, I've got 50 units of copper ore. How much food can I get for it? Your food amount will definitely be satisfied. But first, tell me, where did your copper ore come from? Zheng Haoyan needed copper ore, but 50 units was clearly too little. He had to dig deeper. I don't really know. One of my miners who's good at digging brought it back. But honestly, I have no use for it in base construction. It's not nearly as useful as iron ore. 200 units of food for your 50 units of copper. Since others saw it as useless, Zheng Haoyan wouldn't offer a high price. He was basically collecting scrap. Brother Haoyan, can you bump it up a bit? I've got 4 or 5 farmers depending on me for meals. Fine, I'll add 20 more units. But get those farmers digging for more copper ore, I'll keep trading at this rate. Zheng Haoyan set his final price. Great. Thank you so much, Brother Haoyan. The first deal was complete. For just 220 units of food, Zhang Haoyan acquired copper ore, a mid-tier resource. He now looked forward to the upcoming trades with even greater anticipation. Opening the second private chat, the other party sent a massive list of items all at once, catching Zhang Haoyan slightly off guard. Brother Haoyan, these are all things I found in the city ruins. Take them all. Just give me food in return. 2 spools of tungsten wire, 3 sets of lithium batteries, 30 units of glass, and 1 tattered blueprint. It was a pile of random junk, but Zhang Haoyan immediately noticed the tungsten wire and glass. Items he absolutely couldn't pass up. Most of this is useless, sure, but I'll take it. 150 units of food, take it or leave it. Brother Haoyan, you finally replied. Is that acceptable? Zhang Haoyan didn't waste time with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. Actually, consider this a gift. I have a building blueprint I'd like to trade for 2,000 units of food. Zhang Haoyan instinctively checked the sender's name, Fong Ming. Definitely a girl's name. And she was asking for 2,000 units of food right off the bat? Was she still living in a dream? Brother Haoyan, believe me, this blueprint is worth far more than 2,000 units of food. Seeing that Zhang Haoyan didn't respond immediately, Fong Ming quickly sent another message. Send me the blueprint first. I'll decide whether to trade after I see it. Zhang Haoyan wasn't about to get scammed. Okay, without hesitation, Fong Ming sent the blueprint. She wasn't worried about Zhang Haoyan stealing it. After all, Brother Haoyan was a well-known figure. Building blueprint, library, construction requirements, 8,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 2,000 iron ore. Attributes, unknown. Note, a librarian is required for normal operation. Please consider carefully when constructing. Zhang Haoyan's heart stirred. He didn't yet know what special attributes the library would have, but the word culture alone was enough to excite him. Undoubtedly, once built, this library would grant him access to knowledge and information that others lacked, because books contain secrets. I can only give 1,800 units of food for this blueprint. But adding that to the previous materials, I'll round it up to exactly 2,000. Let's do the trade. Zhang Haoyan immediately transferred 2,000 units of food to Fong Ming and collected all her items. Hee, thank you so much, Brother Haoyan. With this food, I can survive for several more days. Zhang Haoyan acknowledged her gratitude, but didn't reply further. Instead, he moved on to the next private message. Truth be told, the appeal of food among the lords had reached an almost unimaginable level. After completing the 50th trade, Zhang Haoyan had exchanged 35,000 units of food for 5 building blueprints, 500 units of copper ore, 200 units of glass, and a massive pile of special materials. This round was a huge win. Thank you all for your enthusiastic trading. I'll stop here for today, but if there's another chance in the future, I'll continue exchanging food for special resources. Lord Haoyan is awesome. I'm just curious, how on earth does Lord Haoyan have so much food? I know. It must have fallen from the sky. You idiot upstairs. Zhang Haoyan smiled faintly. If food really could fall from the sky, it would probably signal the coming of a great disaster. Looking at the 5 one-time use building blueprints in his hand, then checking his remaining resources, Zhang Haoyan decided to put things on hold for now. Construct animal farm. Building, animal farm. Level, tier 1. Attributes, taming, increased yield. Upgrade requirements, 3 types of farmed creatures, 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 200 iron ore. Note, assigning farmers skilled in animal husbandry will further increase output. The 8th building completed. With the farm built, he now only lacked creatures to raise. Ideas quickly formed in Zhang Haoyan's mind. Early this morning, Lu Laowu had mentioned they'd encountered a herd of wild cattle. If he could capture some and tame them, that would solve the problem. Greetings, my lord. I've fully recovered. Just as Zhang Haoyan was thinking, Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang stepped out from the residence. Daqiang, it hasn't even been a full day yet. You should rest another day. Zhang Haoyan didn't want to lose a capable farmer due to overwork. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Please don't worry. I've already consulted Flat Doctor, and he said I'm fit for normal labor. In fact, moderate work will help speed up my recovery. Hearing this, Zhang Haoyan checked Zhang Daqiang's status and confirmed that injured state was gone. Only the word, weakened, appeared under stamina. Then go with Erqiang to gather wood. Remember, work within your limits, and take care of yourselves. Yes, my lord. Chapter 32. Improved blueprints, reduced requirements. All the farmers had been assigned tasks, and Zhang Haoyan inspected the productivity of each person. Zhao Tai was refining high-quality iron in the blacksmith's forge and crafting fine-grade equipment. So far, he had produced 2 pieces of fine-grade chainmail armor. Lu Laowu, along with Long Biao, Feng Sun, and Li Si, formed a hunting team preparing for a large-scale operation. Wang Biao, who was also skilled in hunting, chose to act alone since he could simultaneously chop wood and hunt. This unique ability made him better suited for solo operations. Xiao Bin had located an ore deposit and was zealously mining iron ore, yielding about 450 units per hour, a productivity level rivaling 10 ordinary miners. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang, the 2 brothers, headed into a dense grove to gather wood. Originally, Zhang Daqiang alone could harvest approximately 670 units of wood per hour. With Zhang Erqiang assisting, the brothers now brought Zhang Haoyan a full 1,500 units of wood per hour. Truly, when brothers unite, their combined strength can cut through metal. Bianyu, accompanied by the mechanical servant Robert, continued gathering essential herbs, while the mechanical battle maiden remained guarding beside Zhang Haoyan. As for Wu Jun and Wu Kun, both skilled negotiators, Zhang Haoyan had just discovered a new ability of theirs. Lord, We can help you improve building blueprints to reduce construction requirements. While Zheng Haoyan was studying the construction order of 5 blueprints, including the library blueprint, Wu Jun spoke up from the side. What? Really? You can do that? Zheng Haoyan glanced at their attributes. Name: Wu Jun. Occupation: soldier. Stamina: 110 out of 110. Abilities: negotiation, improvement, defense. Special ability: silver-tongued. Wu Kun's stats were very similar to Wu Jun's, differing only in his special ability. Peerless debater, excelling more in argumentation. We would never dare deceive our lord. Every word we speak is true. Wu Jun and Wu Kun said, kneeling before him. Excellent. Rise, then. I'll leave these 5 blueprints in your hands for improvement. How long will it take? Zheng Haoyan helped them up, his humble and respectful demeanor deeply touching the 2 men. Unlike rough laborers such as Zhang Daqiang, Wu Jun and Wu Kun were scholarly types, more sensitive in emotions. For their lofty lord to dine with them without any pretense, and to treat them so kindly just now, instantly caused their loyalty levels to skyrocket. Thank you for your trust, my lord. We will not disappoint you. Farmer Wu Jun's loyalty increased by 10 points. Farmer Wu Kun's loyalty increased by 10 points. Go then. If you need anything, tell me. I'll do my best to provide it. Yes, my lord. Filled with gratitude, Wu Jun and Wu Kun took the 5 blueprints back to the civilian house and began meticulously studying how to improve them. My lord, I've finished with the kitchen duties. May I leave the base to collect ingredients for tonight's dinner? Not long after Wu Jun and Wu Kun left, Lu Fu emerged from the kitchen and asked. Of course. Be careful out there. If you meet Dr. Bian, join forces with him. Zheng Haoyan naturally granted permission. Yes, thank you for your concern, my lord. Under Zheng Haoyan's consistently kind treatment, the farmer's loyalty steadily rose. Though none had reached 100, most exceeded 80 points, solidly loyal, virtually incapable of betrayal. Zheng Haoyan opened the base interface to review recent progress. Buildings, main base. Level, 3-star. Population, 6 of 50. Number of buildings, 7/20. Storage capacity, 156,809/999,999. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, 200,000 food. The base must have 10 different buildings, 3 of which are level 3 or higher. Currently, the highest level structure within the base was only level 2. Resources had been heavily used for construction and trade, so upgrading remained far off. Zheng Haoyan himself found the upgrade daunting. Other lords must find it even harder. At present, only Zheng Haoyan and Wang Lu had managed to reach level 3. Though Wei Tai had secretly asked Zheng Haoyan whether there was a shortcut to upgrade, Zheng naturally answered no. He himself had painstakingly accumulated every resource step by step. The factory can start operating, but it seems we're missing a manager. Let's begin by producing some light bulbs and electrical wires first. Zheng Haoyan opened the factory interface, placed copper or tungsten filaments and glass inside, then clicked to produce light bulbs and electrical wiring. As for the engine, the system notified him that production required a factory manager proficient in engineering. But Zheng Haoyan wasn't concerned. After all, he could summon 5 more farmers tomorrow. Surely among them would be someone skilled in engineering. That was just how confident he was. Your humble servants greet you, Lord. We have successfully improved one of the building blueprints. Wu Jun and Wu Kun stepped out from the civilian house, presenting Zheng Haoyan with a blueprint that faintly shimmered, a revised version of the library's construction plan. Blueprint, library. Construction requirements, 5,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 1,500 iron ore. Attributes, unknown, enhanced. Uses remaining, 2 halves. Zheng Haoyan was momentarily speechless. This was simply too powerful. Not only had the material requirements been nearly halved, but the attributes were also enhanced. Most remarkably, a blueprint originally usable only once could now be used twice. Excellent. Very good. Outstanding. 3 consecutive praises left Wu Jun and Wu Kun slightly flustered, their faces turning faintly red. My lord overpraises us. This is merely our duty. You deserve every bit of praise. The value of this improved library blueprint now far exceeds its original worth, Zheng Haoyan continued. Reward for merit, punishment for fault. That is my principle. Go to the blacksmith shop and find Zhao Tai. Each of you shall receive a piece of fine-grade chainmail armor. This, my lord, we cannot accept. We are mere clerks. How could we possibly use such precious equipment? Wu Jun hurriedly declined. My decision is final. Say no more. Go and claim your rewards. Thank you, my lord. The 2 brothers, eyes brimming with tears, felt a surge of devotion, the kind where one would willingly give their life for a lord who truly understood them. There's no need for such formality. Hurry now. We also have one more matter to report to you, my lord. Chapter 33, Giant Albino Deer, Defeating the Enemy with Traps. Zheng Haoyan glanced at Wu Jun and nodded slightly. Him to continue. Reporting to you, Lord, if possible, I humbly request that you establish a library first. That way, we can research materials inside and then modify our architectural blueprints. This would speed up the process, and the improved designs might be even better, Wu Jun said slowly. No problem. Go collect your chainmail, and I'll start constructing the library right away. Zheng Haoyan checked the current resource count. Building an upgraded library was well within his means. Yes, Lord. Wu Jun and Wu Kun didn't decline Zheng Haoyan's generosity this time. Turning toward the blacksmith's forge, Zheng Haoyan then opened his blueprint menu and initiated the library construction through the system. Construct library? Cost, 5,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 1,500 iron. Without hesitation, Zheng Haotian clicked yes. A flash of white light shimmered, and gradually, a building appeared within the base, identical to the libraries Zheng Haotian remembered from elementary school. Building, library. Rank, 1 star. Attribute, learning. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 wood, 6,000 stone, 3,000 iron, 1 wisdom crystal. Note, the skills learned depend on the farmer's own comprehension ability. This library is insane. Can I go in and learn skills too? But what exactly is this wisdom crystal? Upgrading requires 1. Zheng Haotian was stunned by the library's attribute. While not overwhelmingly powerful, the word learning felt mysterious, brimming with limitless potential. He was certain, among all the structures currently in the base, this library ranked number 1. So this is the library? It truly exudes wisdom. Thank you, Lord, for making it possible. Wu Jun and Wu Kun walked out from the blacksmith shop, now wearing fine-grade chainmail that gleamed with a faint blue luster. Upon seeing the library, Wu Jun once again felt deep gratitude. Farmer Wu Jun's loyalty increased by 20 points. Current loyalty, 90. Farmer Wu Kun's loyalty increased by 20 points. Current loyalty, 90. Zheng Haotian briefly examined the chainmail stats. It matched his expectations perfectly. Protecting these 2 intellectual assets was worth every resource. Lord, we'll head into the library now to continue improving the blueprints. Granted. Go ahead. Zheng Haotian waved his hand. At once, Lord. The brothers spoke in unison, then walked straight into the library. Though the library currently lacked a formal librarian, since Wu Jun showed initiative, temporarily assigning him the role wasn't an issue. While Zheng Haotian was vigorously expanding the base, the hunting team outside hadn't been idle. They had encountered their greatest enemy yet. Long Biao, watch out. Ow. In the wilderness, a colossal white deer, standing 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, charged roaring toward Long Biao. Thankfully, Lu Laowu's warning came just in time. Long Biao threw himself to the ground and rolled, narrowly dodging the albino deer's attack. This albino deer is terrifying. Elder Lu, let's retreat quickly. Feng Sun suggested retreating. With its speed, we can't outrun it. Better to devise a plan and kill it than risk having it follow us back to the base. Lu Laowu said coldly. After being tracked by those refugee stragglers last time, he'd become more cautious. Never again would he casually bring danger back to the settlement. I understand. Then let's kill it. Feng Sun's eye sharpened. He immediately drew his bow and fired at the albino deer, aiming straight for its eyes. Li Si, find a spot and set up a trap fast. We'll hold it off. We won't let it interfere with you. Got it. Old Lu, leave it to me. Lu Laowu knew clearly that brute force wouldn't work against this beast. They needed strategy, and traps were one of them. Ow! Feng Sun's arrow struck the albino deer's face, but missed the eye. The deer had turned its head at the last moment. Still, the hit enraged it. It abandoned its attack on Long Biao and instead charged toward Feng Sun. Fool, you're too slow. Feng Sun mocked it, firing another arrow before turning and sprinting. He understood perfectly well that arrows could only inflict superficial wounds on this creature. Ow! The massive beast surged toward Feng Sun from behind, but at that moment, another arrow whistled in from a different direction. Swish! Fool! I'm over here. Come chase me. It was Lu Laowu who'd fired. His arrow packed greater force than Feng Sun's, and the iron tip buried deep into the side hide of the albino deer. Ow! The albino deer's eyes turned blood red. In this moment, it was utterly enraged. Don't chase Elder Lu. Come after me. Long Biao roared, drawing his bow and firing an arrow straight into the albino deer's right eye. If not for the deer closing its eye in time, it would have been completely blinded. Even so, its eyelid split open with a bloody gash, oozing grayish-white blood. The three of them kept drawing the deer's attention nonstop. Luckily, this mutated deer wasn't very intelligent. If it had targeted them one by one, they wouldn't have had time to wait for Li Si to finish setting up the trap. Old Lu, I'm done. Lure it over here. Upon receiving Li Si's signal, Lu Laowu's heart leapt with joy. He quickly signaled Long Biao and Feng Sun to stop attacking, then fired another arrow at the albino deer himself. Fool, your time is up. Ow, come chase me. Lu Laowu immediately sprinted toward the spot where Li Si had laid the trap. Once the albino deer was lured inside, death would be near. He hadn't noticed during the back-and-forth taunting just how fast this beast truly was. Its 5-meter-long body charged forward like a hurricane. Lu Laowu ran with all his might, barely staying ahead of the beast. Now, old Lu, jump. Following Li Si's shout, Lu Laowu leaped forward. Behind him, the albino deer lunged violently, similar motions, but drastically different fates. Lu Laowu cleared the trap, while the albino deer fell right into it. Woo! A piercing cry echoed as the creature tumbled into the pit, instantly stabbed repeatedly by hidden blades from all sides. It writhed in agony for a moment before falling still. Oldly, your trap is impressive. Lu Laowu plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. It's all thanks to the trap blueprint from Lord Zhang, Li Si said, scratching his head. The trap's effectiveness came entirely from the design Zhang Haoyan had given him. Old Lu, you usually seem so capable, but this time you really struggled. A figure full of comedic flair suddenly dashed out. Qiaobin, what are you doing here? Chapter 34 Lucky Qiao Baojian, Epic White Deer Pelt. Seeing Qiao Baojian suddenly appear, Lu Laowu was naturally taken aback. I was mining nearby just now when I heard some commotion, so I came over to check. Then I saw Old Li digging a trap, so I gave him a hand, Qiaobin explained. No one expected the hunting team to accidentally end up near the mine, it was quite a coincidence. Let's lift this albino deer out together. It's such a large beast, maybe it'll yield something valuable. As Lu Laowu spoke, he walked toward the pitfall trap. Xiao Baojian and Li Si followed closely behind, while Long Biao and Feng Sun also ran over from a distance. 1, 2, 3, pull. The group tied ropes around the deer's forelimbs and strained upward together. Underneath its massive exterior, the weight proved far greater than expected. Even with 5 of them giving their all, it took tremendous effort to finally drag the creature out of the trap. Huff! This thing is way too heavy. Xiao Baojian exaggerated his breathing, panting dramatically, instantly making everyone burst into laughter despite their fatigue. Suddenly, none of them felt tired anymore. Let's carry it back. Chef Lu Fu might know how to best handle it, Lu Laowu suggested. None among them were skilled at butchering, so properly dealing with the albino deer was beyond them. Their best option was naturally to haul it back to base. I'm in, everyone agreed. So they secured the deer once more. Then Li Si crafted 4 small wooden wheels, which made transporting the animal considerably easier. Through combined determination and effort, they quickly brought the albino deer back to the outskirts of the base. Zheng Haoyan stared at the enormous white deer before him, stunned, speechless, and unsure what to say. Lu Fu hasn't returned yet. Once he comes back, I'll have him break down the deer. Since you're already here, don't go hunting again for now. Head straight to the library for training. Zheng Haoyan had originally intended to study in the library himself, but was informed that the Lord couldn't absorb further knowledge from it. Only farmers could benefit. Now that Lu Laowu and his team had returned, Zheng Haoyan decided they should experience this powerful new facility first. At once, my lord. Without objection, the 5 entered the library for training. With Wu Jun serving as the temporary librarian, the maximum number of people able to train simultaneously was 10. I wonder who among them will gain the most insight. Looking at the giant albino deer before him, Zheng Haoyan briefly considered using the system to decompose it, but received a notification stating that the system didn't support breaking down non-food prey. This meant the albino deer couldn't be used as food. Its exact usefulness remained unclear, piquing Zheng Haoyan's curiosity. It seems I'll have to wait for Lu Fu to come back and deal with it. Zheng Haoyan shrugged helplessly, then turned his attention back to reviewing the base layout and planning his next steps. My lord, I've completed my training. About half an hour later, Xiao Baojian surprisingly emerged from the library first. To Zheng Haoyan's astonishment, his loyalty value had climbed to exactly 100. Xiao Bin, why did you finish so quickly? Did you gain anything? Zheng Haoyan asked, puzzled. Many thanks, my lord, for granting me this chance to train. I do not know how to repay you, so I swear an oath right here. From this moment on, I, Xiao Bin, shall be the most loyal subordinate of Lord Zheng Haoyan, sworn to protect you with my life and fulfill every task you assign me. Xiao Baojian rarely looked so serious and sincere. The solemn expression caught Zheng Haoyan off guard for a moment. Excellent. Your sincerity means much. Internally moved, Zheng Haoyan realized that the more loyal farmers he had, the more stable his base would become. With no internal threats, how significant could external dangers really be? Still, without further questioning, Zheng Haoyan immediately pulled up Xiao Bin's attribute panel. Name, Xiao Bin. Occupation, soldier. Physical strength, 200 out of 200. Abilities, mining, searching. Special abilities, super focus, super zeal. Loyalty, 100. Skill, lucky aura. Xiao Baojian's base abilities hadn't changed, but his special abilities had improved significantly, and he'd gained a new passive skill, lucky aura. However, there was no explanation provided, leaving Zheng Haoyan uncertain about its effect. Xiao Bin, what does your skill do? Zheng Haoyan asked directly. Reporting to you, my lord. The lucky aura is the greatest achievement I gained from my training. Though it cannot be activated manually, it makes me luckier in everything I do. Xiao Bin explained respectfully. Zheng Haoyan was still somewhat puzzled. The word luck was quite abstract. It sounded like a rather useless ability. My humble self, Lu Fu, greets you, my lord. Lu Fu, you've returned just in time. Come over and break down this albino deer. Lu Fu had come back carrying a basket full of unknown cooking ingredients. He didn't seem to have encountered Pian Yu or Robert at all. At once, my lord. Lu Fu set down his belongings, took out his personal cleaver, and right before Zheng Haoyan's eyes performed a masterful display of effortless precision in butchery. The deer's bones and flesh separated instantly. Even its tough hide proved no match for Lu Fu's exquisite knife skills. Zheng Haoyan stood stunned. This cook clearly had talent. Was keeping him confined to the kitchen a waste of potential? My lord, this is what I obtained from within the albino deer. Lu Fu handed a glowing orb to Zheng Haoyan. What is this? Silver chest, unopened. Though the glowing sphere hardly looked like a chest, the system said so it must be correct. So it actually drops treasure chests. Zheng Haoyan muttered under his breath. He was about to open the chest himself when suddenly he remembered Xiao Baojian and that lucky aura passive skill. Why not let him open it instead? Xiao Bin, here, open this for me. Yes, my lord. Xiao Bin took the silver chest, and the next moment opened the glowing chest inside. Item, white deer pelt. Grade, epic. Attributes, resilience +8, defense +8. Special attribute, indestructible. Skill, self-sacrifice. Zheng Haoyan stared at the item in Xiao Bin's hands, completely dumbfounded. An epic grade full body armor? Xiao Bin's lucky aura was simply unbelievable. Chapter 35, Night Falls, Rampaging Zombie. A smile spread across Xiao Bin's face, for he knew just how incredibly powerful the gear he had obtained from the silver treasure chest truly was. You've done exceptionally well. Zheng Haoyin didn't even know how to properly praise him anymore. All of this is thanks to Lord Zheng. If not for your support sending me to study in the library, I wouldn't have become who I am today, worthy of wearing the white deer hide. Xiao Bin said with a respectful smile. There's no need to belittle yourself. Your contribution has been immense. Since you were the one who acquired this white deer hide, it rightfully belongs to you. Zheng Haoyin tossed the armor back directly to Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin quickly knelt on the ground, holding the armor upward with both hands as he urgently said, My lord, I cannot accept this. My life means nothing. I'm expendable, but you are far more important. You should wear the white deer hide. You are the very foundation of us all. I remain inside the base most of the time and rarely go out. You, however, will be venturing outside much more than I do. This full-body armor suits you better. No further argument. Zheng Haoyin left Xiao Bin no chance to protest again. This wasn't because Zheng Haoyin didn't value his own life. Rather, he understood that as the core of the base, he couldn't afford to lead from the front lines. Therefore, his actual risk of being harmed was significantly lower than that of the farmers laboring outside. After intense inner deliberation, Zheng Haoyin ultimately decided that this first epic tier equipment must be used where it would serve its greatest purpose. My lord, Xiao Bin exclaimed, eyes bloodshot, not from anger, but overwhelming gratitude. He had never imagined a lord could treat his lowly farmers with such kindness. Please grant me one request. Otherwise, I'd rather die by my own hand here than accept the white deer hide. This white deer hide isn't just the first epic grade equipment we've obtained. It's a full body suit offering extraordinary defense. Plus, it carries the sacrificial body skill, essentially granting a second life. And yet, you chose to give it to me, the one who pulled it from the chest. It's as if you're handing me your own second life. Speak then, what is your request? Zheng Haoyin replied, ever the democratic leader. My lord, whenever zombies attack the base or any operation requires leaving the safety of the base, I must have your permission to return the white deer hide to you. Xiao Bin declared solemnly. Agreed. Thank you, my lord, for allowing this. I swear I will never bring shame upon this armor. Xiao Bin struck his chest firmly, making a vow, to himself and to his lord. Zheng Haoyin turned his gaze toward the dissected remains of the albino deer, the meat and bones, and looked slightly puzzled. Clearly, none of this was edible. Was there still use in keeping them? Lu Fu, can we dispose of these now? After all, the meat isn't fit for consumption, Zheng Haoyin asked. My lord, while this albino deer's meat is indeed inedible for humans, I've observed that it contains an unusually high level of energy. Perhaps it could be used to feed livestock? Lu Fu suggested, recalling the recently constructed animal pens within the base. But if we can't eat it, can our farmed cattle really digest it safely? Could it indirectly harm us later through the food chain? Zheng Haoyin immediately spotted the flaw and shot back a sharp question. No need to worry, my lord. I'm 80% certain the farmed oxen can fully metabolize and expel all toxins after consuming it, Lu Fu assured confidently. In that case, dispose of the bones then. My lord, the bones of this albino deer are extremely hard. Even the antlers have fully ossified. I believe they make excellent material for crafting weapons and gear. Why not ask Zhao Tai if he needs them? Lu Fu proposed. Zheng Haoyin chuckled wryly. Lu Fu really refused to let even a speck of waste come from what he had dissected. Fine. Take the bones straight to Zhao Tai. Yes, my lord. True to Lu Fu's words, Zhao Tai treasured the albino deer bones like priceless relics, even boldly claiming there was a high chance he could forge an outstanding grade item from them. Zheng Haoyin smiled faintly. Indeed, every material had its purpose, as long as it fell into the right hands. Night gradually descended, and the farmers began trickling back in from their day's work. Notably, Bianyu had an outstanding harvest. The medicinal herbs he collected were sufficient to produce 300 units of golden wound medicine, 50 units of detox pills, and 20 units of organ preservation pills. Now they could heal both external wounds and internal injuries, and no longer needed to fear poisoning either. Dinner, without question, was prepared by head chef Lu Fu. With abundant ingredients available, he prepared a feast of 20 distinct dishes, each unique in flavor, visually appealing, and delicious in texture. After such a satisfying meal, joyous smiles bloomed on every farmer's face. Even though the day's labor was exhausting, having a considerate lord and such delightful food made everyone feel deeply satisfied. Night fell. Zheng Haoyin, who had intended to rest early and prepare for summoning a new batch of farmers tomorrow, was destined to have his plans disrupted. Woo-woo. A shrill alarm suddenly blared across the entire base. In an instant, Zheng Haoyin leapt out of bed and rushed outside. He saw that all the farmers had already gathered in the base plaza, their faces grim, as if some terrifying event was about to unfold. Zheng Haoyin opened the world chat window. The messages inside were chaotic, yet they revealed one crucial piece of information. The zombies have gone berserk. Does anyone know what's happening? My farmers are all wearing expressions like the end of the world is upon us. May I ask, isn't the world already in its end times? My farmers just informed me, zombies outside the base have suddenly become violent. They could launch a full-scale assault on the base at any moment. Seeing how disorganized the world chat had become, Zheng Haoyin shut it off. It would be better to ask his own farmers directly. Wu Jun, do you know what's happening outside? Your humble servant greets Lord Zheng. At the sight of Zheng Haoyin, the farmers bowed respectfully. This is an emergency, no formalities needed. Quickly, tell me what's going on, Zheng Haoyin pressed urgently. Reporting to my lord, I don't know the specifics either. I suddenly felt a wave of panic and instinctively ran here. Wu Jun replied with a bitter smile, his face filled with confusion. Announcement. To all lords, the zombie horde has discovered your existence. They will stop at nothing to destroy your bases. Tonight's zombie rampage is only the beginning. Announcement. To all lords, the zombie horde has discovered your existence. They will stop at nothing to destroy your bases. Tonight's zombie rampage is only the beginning. Announcement. To all lords, the zombie horde has discovered your existence. They will stop at nothing to destroy your bases. Tonight's zombie rampage is only the beginning. 3 consecutive announcements left everyone in deep thought. Chapter 36, Mysterious Energy, the final safe week. Within the world chat window, after about 5 minutes of silence, the first message came from Wei Tai. Overlord Wei Tai. If I'm not mistaken, everyone should have received the announcement by now. Damn it. We barely survived 2 zombie attacks, and turns out that was just a warm-up. The main force hasn't even shown up yet, and already 3 of my peasants are dead. My base is falling apart. At this rate, I won't survive another small wave, let alone a full-scale assault. Colonel Wei, save us. Lord Wei Tai, please have mercy and save us. Why hasn't the government come to rescue us? I don't want to die. Wah. Despair instantly enveloped the hearts of most overlords. The night's chaos had already left them on edge, and this so-called announcement became the final straw that broke their psychological defenses. Overlord Wei Tai, everyone, hold on tight, calm your peasants, and do everything you can to build up your bases. Only then can we survive until the nation comes to our aid. Believe in the nation. Our country will never abandon us. At this moment, all Wei Tai could offer others was empty encouragement, because deep down, he was just as frightened as anyone else. Would the nation really return? Announcement. A mysterious force has descended. The zombie uprising has been temporarily quelled. All overlords will enter a 7-day safe construction period. Announcement. A mysterious force has descended. The zombie uprising has been temporarily quelled. All overlords will enter a 7-day safe construction period. Announcement. A mysterious force has descended. The zombie uprising has been temporarily quelled. All overlords will enter a 7-day safe construction period. 3 identical announcements flashed again, but this time they were like sweet dew in a desert, bringing relief to many overlords. Some even began voicing lighthearted comments. This is the first time I felt happy being told I've got only 7 more days to live. With 7 days left, I'll definitely upgrade my base to level 3. I won't die in this hellhole. I'm going back. I'm already at level 2. With 7 days, I'll push to level 4. Overlord Wei Tai. Perhaps heaven has sensed our desperate will to survive, granting us these 7 days of grace. During this final safe week, I urge everyone to share resources, support each other, and work together to strengthen our bases. Trust me, endure, and the nation will come. Closing the world chat, Zhang Haoyan began mentally outlining his plan for the next 7 days. First, upgrade his base to level 4. Whether he could reach level 5 would depend on what future upgrades required. Then, explore the city ruins again, but this time, go deep into the ruins. The map he'd obtained from the lost refugee was finally going to serve its purpose. With 7 days remaining, 2 would be for planning and preparation. On the 3rd day, he would attempt to break through the outer zones of the city ruins. This time, Zhang Haoyan wouldn't sneak around. He would carve a bloody path straight through, wiping out every zombie in his way. Since the mysterious force had suppressed the zombies' rampage, it meant that as long as he stayed within limits, he'd only have to deal with a fraction of the undead horde. Everyone go rest. Nothing will happen tonight. Yes, my lord. The peasants walked toward the housing buildings, and Zhang Haoyan returned to his room, lying down on his bed. The world chat gradually quieted. Apart from a few lingering complaints about injustice and why they'd been brought into this world, most overlords chose to conserve their energy. After all, complaining was utterly useless. The latter half of the night in this apocalypse was as calm as peacetime. Aside from ambient sounds from various environments, nothing unexpected occurred. Early the next morning, Zhang Haoyan woke up to the mechanical battle maiden's wake-up service, a feature he had discovered by accident. Greetings, my lord. This humble servant salutes you. No need for formality. After breakfast, everyone return to your duties, Zhang Haoyan instructed the peasants. Yes, my lord. Breakfast, something relatively luxurious, was probably something only Zhang Haoyan could afford to provide for all his peasants. Not everyone had such abundant food supplies. My lord, I have a report. Lu Laowu stepped forward. Old Lu, speak freely, Zhang Haoyan nodded. Reporting to you, my lord. Lu Laowu said slowly. I've noticed there's now a breeding farm in the base. If possible, I could lead a team to capture several live wild oxen for breeding. This way, our food supply would be better secured. Actually, I've been thinking the same thing. However, we currently don't have anyone skilled in animal husbandry, and taming wild oxen isn't easy, so there's no need to rush, Zhang Haoyan replied. In truth, he had already considered this idea earlier. Besides, the farmland also required laborers to till it. My lord, I sense that new companions will arrive today. Perhaps someone skilled in animal taming will appear among them. Xiao Bin suddenly spoke up. Zhang Haoyan paused momentarily, but recalling yesterday's incident with Xiao Bin's luck aura, he decided it was worth trying. Walking over to the summoning altar, Zhang Haoyan began a new day of summoning. Your humble servant Sun Jiabao greets my lord. Your humble servant Han Lei greets my lord. Your humble servant Chun Ming greets my lord. Your humble servant Wang Li greets my lord. Your humble servant Xue Ying greets my lord. After flashes of white light, 3 men and 2 women appeared before Zhang Haoyan. Name, Sun Jiabao. Occupation, peasant. Physical strength, 100 out of 100. Skills, beast taming, animal husbandry. Special abilities, beast speech, beast synchronization. Loyalty, 70. After checking the first peasant's attributes, Zheng Haoyan glanced at Xiao Bin twice, with noticeable surprise. Has Xiao Jianbao become a prophet now? The very first summoned peasant just happened to specialize in beast taming and animal breeding. Exactly what they needed. Old Lu, it seems we can finally proceed with the breeding plan, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. He then issued his orders. Lu Lao Wu, listen well. You are to lead Li Si, Long Biao, Feng Sun, and Sun Jiabao, a total of 5 people, to capture wild oxen. The breeding farm can accommodate up to 15 oxen. Capture as many as your group can manage. At once, my lord. I won't let you down. You there, follow me. Lu Lao Wu immediately led his team out of the base, while the others resumed their various tasks. Chapter 37. The stewardess Wang Li, the hunt is on. The 4 newly summoned individuals stood motionless, awaiting Zheng Haoyan's orders. But Zheng Haoyan first needed to examine their abilities. Name, Han Lei. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 220 of 220. Skills, carpentry, weapon crafting. Special ability, master craftsman. Loyalty, 70. Looking at Han Lei's attribute panel, a distinct figure emerged in Zheng Haoyan's mind. An iconic craftsman from Chinese history renowned for forging weapons solely from wood, yet rivaling any blacksmith in effectiveness. Gongshu Ban. Could he be someone like Gongshu Ban? If so, he might be able to create various mechanical weapons. A spark of anticipation flared in Zheng Haoyan's heart. Name, Chen Ming. Occupation, farmer. Stamina, 300 of 300. Skills, radiation resistance, explosives. Special abilities, super teacher, expert detonation. Loyalty, 70. A stamina rating of 300 alone shocked Zheng Haoyan, but the subsequent skill in explosives made him realize something profound. He had obtained a terrifying living bomb expert. Today's summoning is absolutely incredible. Zheng Haoyan well understood that other lords' farmers could never possess such overwhelming stats. Only he, blessed with the protagonist's divine aura, could summon such extraordinary commoners. With Chen Ming on our side, as long as I can supply him with enough bombs, what are those zombies in the city ruins? In that moment, Zheng Haoyan felt invincible, even though he didn't have a single bomb to his name yet. Name, Wang Li. Occupation, civilian. Stamina, 100 out of 100. Skills, management, calculation. Special abilities, command, audit. Loyalty, 80. When Zheng Haoyan saw Wang Li's profile, one word flashed through his mind. Stewardess, he's found her. Zheng Haoyan remembered clearly a saying from peaceful times. Behind every successful man stands a woman who knows how to manage resources. In base building during the apocalypse, such a behind-the-scenes steward was equally essential. Clearly, Wang Li was perfectly suited for this role. My lord, this humble servant has noticed significant resource waste within the base. Might I be entrusted with coordinating the allocation? Right after making eye contact with Zheng Haoyan, Wang Li spoke up directly. You can see the base's resource consumption data? Zheng Haoyan asked, surprised. Yes, my lord. This one does not know why, but these figures simply appear in my mind. Wang Li replied with a modest bow. Then tell me, if you were given control over resource distribution, by how much could you reduce waste? Zheng Haoyan pressed. This one dares not guarantee perfection, but if calculations hold true, at least 20% reduction should be achievable, Wang Li said calmly. 20%. Wang Li misinterpreted Zheng Haoyan's tone. That 20% wasn't insignificant. It was enormous. Just consider all the resources previously spent on construction. Saving 20% would have already accumulated enough materials to upgrade the base to level 4. If my lord allows this servant access to the library for further study, even greater efficiency may be achieved in the future, Wang Li added subtly, delivering another pleasant surprise. Excellent. Wang Li, listen well. I hereby officially appoint you as base stewardess. You are granted full authority over resource management and unrestricted access to the library for study, Zheng Haoyan declared seriously, maintaining the solemn dignity appropriate for a lord's appointment. This servant thanks my lord deeply. I shall not fail you. Stewardess Wang Li's loyalty increases by 10 points. His decisive action immediately boosted Wang Li's loyalty. You may now inspect the current resource inventory. At once, Wang Li stepped away from the group and headed toward the library, where detailed records of past resource usage were stored, a built-in calculator system for the base. While Zheng Haoyan was evaluating his new recruits, Lu Lao had already led his team to the hunting grounds. Their mission today wasn't merely killing. It was the far more difficult task of capture. Therefore, meticulous planning was essential beforehand. Li Si, set up a trap capable of containing at least 5 wild oxen. We'll aim to capture as many as possible. Understood, leave it to me. Li Si flashed a confident smile before setting off to find the optimal spot for setting up the trap. Jia Bao, how long would it take you to tame a wild ox? Lu Lao Wu turned to Sun Jia Bao, the newest member of the team. Reporting, Chief Lu. If it's not an enraged ox, only about 5 minutes. But if it is enraged, I'll need another 10 minutes to calm it down first, Sun Jia Bao replied, puffing out his slightly protruding belly. As someone gifted with beast taming abilities, his appearance was equally soft and amiable, full of natural humor. Got it. I understand. A plan swiftly formed in Lu Lao Wu's mind. Jia Bao, Long Biao, you two stay here on standby. Feng Sun, come with me to count the number of oxen. Yes, Senior Lu. Understood, Captain Lu. The 4 split into 2 groups. Lu Lao Wu and Feng Sun moved quickly, soon finding a concealed thicket from which they began counting the exact number in the herd. These wild oxen were the very same ones they had hunted before. Perhaps out of habit or instinct, They had ultimately returned to their former territory. 1, 2, 23, 24, 25. Senior Lu, I counted a total of 32 wild oxen, including 5 calves. Lu Laowu nodded. He had counted 32 as well. Feng Sun, you're about to receive a very important mission. Do you have the confidence to carry it out? Lu Laowu suddenly asked, his expression turning serious. Rest assured, Senior Lu. No matter how difficult the task, I will give it my absolute best. Feng Sun responded solemnly. Good. I need you to control the movement of the herd. Don't let them scatter. I understand. Leave it to me. Though uncertain whether he could truly pull it off, Feng Sun accepted without hesitation. Then get ready. I'll forcibly separate one ox from the group. Your job is to keep the rest confined within a certain area. Understood. The hunt was about to begin, in earnest. Chapter 38. Made Shui Ying, Lucky 6+1. Lu Laowu's eyes gradually sharpened. This was the telltale sign of entering hunting mode. Now, Feng Xuan, move in. Got it. Lu Laowu leapt from the bushes and charged toward the nearest wild ox at top speed. By chance, this particular ox had strayed from the herd, arrogantly claiming a lush patch of grass for itself and chasing away others, an opportunity perfect for Lu Laowu. Moo. In a flash, Lu Laowu sprang onto the ox's back, gripping its thick horns tightly as he redirected the beast's charge straight toward Long Biao and Sun Jiabao's position. Feng Xuan, the rest is up to you. Despite the violent thrashing beneath him, Lu Laowu successfully steered the ox exactly where he wanted. It began stampeding straight toward the 2 waiting men. This sudden disruption naturally startled the rest of the herd. Within seconds, several oxen scattered, attempting to flee the trouble zone. And where do you think you're going? Get back here. Feng Xuan drew his bow and loosed arrow after arrow. His archery skills were only slightly inferior to Lu Laowu's, but in terms of precision, he might even surpass him. With 3 swift shots fired at strange angles, Feng Xuan struck the fleeing oxen, forcing them back into the main group. Feng Xuan lived up to Lu Laowu's trust, single-handedly containing the herd's panic. Fortunately, Lu Laowu hadn't caused too much chaos. If the entire herd had stampeded, no one person could have controlled it. Meanwhile, Lu Laowu, still riding the enraged ox, was now nearing Sun Jiabao and Long Biao. It's Master Lu, he's riding an ox. Long Biao, sharp-eyed, spotted Lu Laowu a moment earlier. Long Biao Jiabao, set the horse-tripping rope. Stop that beast, Lu Laowu shouted. Hearing the command, the 2 quickly acted, stretching a thick rope between 2 large trees. You insolent brute, fall for me. Lu Laowu slapped the ox's back hard and launched himself into the air. The next second, the raging beast tripped over the sturdy rope and crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Lu Laowu executed a high-difficulty twisting maneuver to absorb the impact, landing steadily on his feet. Jiabao, it's your turn now. On me. But it might take some time, Sun Jiabao replied as he walked toward the fallen ox, imitating the sound of a wild ox with his voice. Long Biao, let's go check how Li Si set up his traps. Once Jiabao tames this first ox, we can proceed to the next step. A smile spread across Lu Laowu's face. The first step had been the hardest. From here on out, taming the rest of the oxen one by one would be smooth sailing. Yes, Master Lu. Zheng Haoyan had no idea how thrilling Lu Laowu's hunt had been. Right now, he was completely stunned by the last farmer he'd summoned today. Name, Shui Ying. Occupation, civilian. Physical fitness, 80 out of 80. Abilities, blessing, luck. Special ability, lucky 6+1. Loyalty, 80. As Zheng Haoyan examined Shui Ying closely, only one word echoed in his mind. Beautiful. It was a beauty that irresistibly drew people in, not seductive, but radiating an indescribable purity. Rising from the mud, yet unstained. Washed in clear ripples, yet untouched by coquetry. Elegant like a lotus, pure like a snow lotus. So captivated was Zheng Haoyan by her appearance that he stared for a full 10 minutes, causing a healthy blush to rise on Shui Ying's pale cheeks. My lord, is there something on my face? Shui Ying couldn't help but ask. There's my kingdom upon it. Shui Ying blinked, confused by Zheng Haoyan's words. A cough. Never mind, Zheng Haoyan mumbled, his face turning red. After a lifetime as a homebound introvert, meeting such a beauty had turned him into a bumbling fool. It wasn't that Steward Wang Li wasn't beautiful. She was, but compared to Shui Ying, there was a noticeable difference. Like the gap between a top-tier celebrity and a minor star in the pre-apocalypse world, though only in appearance. In terms of abilities, Shui Ying seemed somewhat like a decorative figure. While luck was a powerful trait, possessing only luck might indeed prove somewhat impractical. Shui Ying, what exactly does your blessing ability do? To ease the awkward atmosphere, Zheng Haoyan chose the easiest form of communication, a question. Reporting to my lord, Shui Ying replied in a clear, crisp voice. This humble girl can pray to the heavens to grant you smoother endeavors abroad or better health. Upon hearing her answer, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but think, so she really is just a decorative figure after all. The blessing ability sounded no different from mere prayer, seemed rather impractical. May I ask, my lord, if you're dissatisfied with my abilities? Shui Ying's voice grew slightly choked, as if she'd noticed the shift in Zheng Haoyan's expression. Actually, I can do other things too, such as embroidery and organizing clothes. Please, my lord, don't look down on me. No, not at all. Since you're skilled in these areas, from now on, you'll be my personal maid. Zheng Haoyan quickly reassured her, trying to calm her nerves. Really? My lord is willing to let this humble girl serve as your personal attendant? Thank you so much, my lord. Shui Ying was on the verge of tears, overcome with emotion. Yes, you'll serve as my, personal attendant? Zheng Haoyan was momentarily stunned. He had only said maid just now. When did he say personal? Servant Shui Ying's loyalty increased to 100. Special skill acquired. Zheng Haoyan was dumbfounded. Beautiful, sweet-voiced, and easily impressed. Shui Ying was truly a rare gem. Making her a personal attendant actually maxed out her loyalty immediately? That meant. He shook his head vigorously, banishing the impure thoughts creeping into his mind. He was a decent man, after all. Still, he was quite curious about the special skill she'd just unlocked at full loyalty, so he opened Shui Ying's attribute panel again. Name, Shui Ying. Occupation, maid. Physical fitness, 80 out of 80. Abilities, blessing, luck. Special ability, lucky 6+1. Loyalty, 100. Special skill, luck boost. Whoa, 1 extra luck point every day. That's insane. Though the cap at 10 points is kind of a bummer. Zheng Haoyan was both amazed and slightly disappointed. If only there were no upper limit to luck, becoming the luckiest man in the world would only be a matter of time. Chapter 39 Prayer at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, a successful hunt. Zheng Haoyan gazed at Shui Ying's delicate face and couldn't resist teasing her a few more times, making the beautiful personal maid blush deeply. Oh, nearly forgot about you two. Zheng Haoyan turned to Han Lei and Chen Ming, issuing orders. Han Lei, head to the blacksmith shop and meet Zhao Tai. He's a smith. Maybe the two of you will have something in common. As for Chen Ming, go train at the barracks first, then study at the library. Come find me after you're done. Yes, my lord. Having assigned both of them their tasks, Zheng Haoyan turned toward Shui Ying, who was watching him eagerly. My lord, what should I do? Just warm my bed when night falls, Zheng Haoyan teased again. The blush that had just faded from Shui Ying's cheeks returned instantly, so tempting that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. My lord, you are so wicked. Haha, since you're asking for duties, I happen to be quite interested in your abilities. Why don't you demonstrate your blessing skill for me now? Zheng Haoyan laughed before speaking seriously. Yes, my lord. You're my personal attendant now. Call me Master Haoyan from now on. Yes, Master Haoyan. Shui Ying replied obediently, bowing gently. A few seconds passed. Seeing that Shui Ying hadn't moved yet, Zheng Haoyan was about to ask when she finally spoke. Master Haoyan, I sense there's a building within the base capable of blessing rituals. If I activate my ability there, it may yield better results. Hearing this, Zheng Haoyan immediately realized she was referring to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. No problem, I'll take you there. The two walked one after another and soon arrived at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. After seeking permission and receiving Zheng Haoyan's approval, Shui Ying stepped onto the terrace. At the very moment her foot touched the platform, for pillars carved with phoenix patterns glowed brilliantly, as if welcoming her arrival. Great deity, I pray to you, bless my lord. May all his endeavors succeed. Softly kneeling upon the terrace, Shui Ying clasped her hands together, tilted her head upward, closed her eyes, and began chanting softly. At the same time, the light above the Bronze Sparrow Terrace grew even brighter, and faint sounds resembling phoenix cries could be heard. Zheng Haoyan wore an expression of astonishment, but he didn't know that because of this prayer, Lu Laowu and the others had successfully completed their hunt. Out in the wilderness, Li Si had already built a trap capable of capturing 5 wild oxen simultaneously, while Sun Jiabao had successfully tamed the first ox. Jiabao, next we need this ox to act as a spy. Can it still communicate with the others? No problem, it can still communicate, and I can give it basic commands, Sun Jiabao replied, nodding at Lu Laowu's question. Excellent, then let's move out toward the herd. A smile spread across Lu Laowu's face. When they reached the location of the wild oxen, Feng Sun had already calmed the entire herd almost completely, truly excelling at the task Lu Laowu had given him. Senior Lu, all the oxen are here, not a single one escaped, Feng Sun said with a smile. Well done, now it's Jiabao's turn. After praising him, Lu Laowu signaled Sun Jiabao to begin the next step. Sun Jiabao nodded, then leaned down close to the tamed ox's ear and whispered a few words. Moo. The ox let out a gentle low and calmly walked back toward the herd. Seeing the previously missing ox return, the herd stirred slightly, but after the tamed ox called out several times, the group settled down once again. Instead of grazing quietly, the tamed ox started calling repeatedly, communicating something to the nearby oxen. Moo. After a series of calls, surprisingly, 5 other oxen obediently followed the tamed one out of the herd and began running toward the trap set by Li Si. We did it, Long Biao said excitedly. Don't get careless, we haven't truly succeeded yet. Lu Laowu remained cautious, gesturing for everyone to follow behind the oxen. Feng Sun stayed behind to keep watch over the remaining herd. Moo. With surprising intelligence, the tamed ox leapt over the trap just in time. The other 5 weren't so lucky, they fell into the pit one after another. Triggering the mechanism, they became trapped and immobile, only able to let out desperate, mooing cries. They never imagined their own kind would become a spy for humans. Not bad, you're quite the competent ox trader. Li Si couldn't resist teasing the tamed beast. Alright, no more wasting time. Jiabao, stay here and tame these wild oxen. Li Si, let's move on to the next trap. Seeing how smoothly things were going, Lu Laowu decided to push his luck. He wanted to capture the entire herd. Thanks to having the trap blueprints, Li Si was able to set up traps much faster. By the time Sun Jiabao had tamed the first ox, Li Si had already prepared 3 traps. After giving further instructions to the ox trader, Sun Jiabao began using his ability to tame the trapped wild oxen. Meanwhile, Lu Laowu and the others brought the ox trader back into the herd once again, ready to repeat their previous success. Not long after, the ox trader successfully lured another 5 of its kin out of the group and led them toward the second trap. Just as before, it flawlessly guided the 5 wild oxen straight into the pit. This time, Lu Laowu left Long Biao behind to guard them while waiting for Sun Jiabao to finish taming the first batch. Then, he and Li Si returned the ox trader to the herd for another round. But this time, things didn't go so smoothly. The disappearance of 10 consecutive oxen had finally alerted the herd's leader, an unusually large wild ox that now charged directly toward the ox trader. "Old Lu, I think we've been found out," Li Si couldn't help but say. "It looks like we'll only be able to take 10 oxen today," Lu Laowu remarked, feeling that the hunting should end here. Yet at that very moment, the leader suddenly changed direction, not targeting the suspicious ox trader, but instead approaching another ordinary ox. "This ox really has incredible luck. How wasn't it caught?" Li Si said in disbelief. But sure enough, the ox trader began enticing its kin once more. When 5 more oxen fell into the third trap and Sun Jiabao had also completed taming the first group, everyone remained unaware that the extraordinary success of this hunt was all thanks to Shui Ying's blessing. Chapter 40. Returning with full loads, the cold weapons platform. The hunting operation proceeded smoothly. 5 tamed wild oxen from the first trap followed obediently behind Sun Jiabao, while the very first ox to be tamed continued walking alongside Lu Laowu's group, still luring its former companions. Despite the faint blessing bestowed by Shui Ying, the ox leader finally sensed something was wrong. Around it now were only 10 wild oxen, 5 of which were calves. "You've noticed too late." Lu Laowu had already warned Feng Sun in advance, so when he saw the shift in the leader's behavior, he instantly lunged forward and mounted the ox leader's back. "Move faster. The situation must be chaotic near Feng Sun. I need to get back quickly and help." "Understood." Hearing Lu Laowu's words, Long Biao accelerated toward the trap site. The final phase of the hunt had begun. After confirming that the 4th batch of wild oxen had also fallen into the trap, Lu Laowu instructed Long Biao to stay and guard the spot before dashing off toward Feng Sun's location. He originally planned to leave Ox Trader at the first trap, but this fellow seemed oddly enthusiastic, still eager to go back and lure more companions. "You really are something." Lu Laowu couldn't help but laugh, though he didn't stop the Ox Trader from continuing. This first tamed ox appeared to have grown significantly more intelligent within just an hour or two. It even seemed capable of understanding Lu Laowu's intentions. "Feng Sun, no need to hold back anymore." From a distance, Lu Laowu spotted Feng Sun riding on the ox leader's back. Feng Sun looked hesitant, clearly restrained. That hesitation stemmed from Lu Laowu's earlier order: subdue the herd without killing the leader. If Feng Sun defeated the ox leader outright, the rest would flee. But so long as they believed their leader still stood a chance, they remained frozen in place. "Understood, Senior Lu. After all this fuss, you must be tired. Now lie down." Feng Sun grabbed the ox's horns sharply, slammed both palms onto its back, then leapt off and delivered a powerful kick straight to the leader's face. The sudden flurry of moves stunned the entire herd. They stared at each other with wide, saucer-like eyes, expressions almost human in their disbelief. Just moments ago the battle had seemed evenly matched, and now their leader looked like it might collapse any second. Letting out a pained bellow, the ox leader caught sight of the ox trader and Lu Laowu approaching and realized the truth. It immediately issued a retreat command. "Senior Lu, it's trying to make them run." "Got it. Leave the herd to you." Lu Laowu gently patted the ox trader. This creature knew exactly how to keep the herd under control. True enough, the ox trader let out a loud bellow directed at the remaining oxen, one that clearly meant, "Stay where you are." At that moment, the ox leader felt true despair. It glared venomously at the ox trader, fully aware that its current predicament was entirely due to this traitorous kin. "Daring to glare at me? Drop now." Bang! With the herd firmly under control, Feng Sun no longer held back. Another brutal elbow strike landed squarely on the soft underbelly of the ox. The sudden agony sent the leader crashing to the ground. A mournful groan escaped the ox leader, whether from abdominal pain or heartbreak over the betrayal, none could say. What followed was simple. After Sun Jiabao sequentially tamed every ox trapped in the pits, he arrived at the main herd's location and began the final round of taming. When all the wild oxen lined up behind the ox trader, the original leader knew all was lost. Now, it was truly alone, a king without a kingdom. The ox trader let out an excited cry. The new king had ascended. Finally, when Sun Jiabao prepared to use his ability to tame the ox leader, before he could even begin, a notification chimed. Taming successful. The ox leader had surrendered of its own will. Operation successful. Hunting complete. Let's head back. Unaware that Lu Laowu's team had successfully tamed a total of 32 wild oxen, Zhang Haoyan was engrossed in a piece of architectural blueprint. Architectural blueprint. Cold weapons platform. Requirements: 4,000 wood, 2,500 stone, 1,000 iron ore. Attributes: unknown, enhanced. Uses remaining: 2 halves. Lord, judging by the architectural style, this structure enables mass production of cold weapons. I believe it will greatly benefit our base, Wu Jun said as he handed over the blueprint. Exactly. Its impact will be significant, very helpful indeed. In Zhang Haoyan's mind, a marketing strategy was already forming. With this cold weapons platform, he could finally start selling weapons instead of relying solely on food to trade for special resources. Wu Jun, you truly haven't disappointed me. Keep up the good work. Zhang Haoyan praised. Lord, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your brilliant architectural blueprint. Wu Kun and I merely made minor improvements, Wu Jun replied humbly. After sending Wu Jun back to the library to continue researching other blueprints, Zhang Haoyin prepared to begin constructing the cold weapons platform. Lord, this humble servant has observed the current resource exchange rates in the world chat. If we use wood to trade for stone as building material, we can save 20% on resource consumption, said Wang Li, the stewardess, just as Zhang Haoyin was checking his available resources and about to start construction. Oh, you can actually monitor exchange rates. Yes, my lord, Wang Li responded respectfully. Though her attributes hadn't significantly changed after returning from her first round of study at the library, her logistical and calculation abilities remained exceptionally strong. Excellent. Then we'll follow your advice. Following Wang Li's suggestion, Zhang Haoyin used wood to trade for the necessary stone via the world chat, then began construction of the cold weapons platform. This would be the 11th structure built at the base. Yet, knowing full well that he needed to accumulate enough resources quickly to upgrade to a level 4 base, Zhang Haoyin understood clearly that the construction of this cold weapons platform was crucial. Greetings, Lord. We are honored to report, our mission succeeded. We have tamed 32 wild oxen. 32. Zhang Haoyin was stunned by the sheer number. Upon hearing Lu Laowu's report, a look of shock remained on his face for quite some time. Just wait, you've earned it. I'm upgrading the animal pen to level 2. The level 1 animal pen could never hold such a large herd. Without hesitation, Zhang Haoyin spent a substantial amount of resources to upgrade it. The new level 2 pen could now accommodate up to 50 livestock of various species. Once Lu Laowu and the others had driven the entire herd into the newly upgraded pen, the cold weapons platform Zhang Haoyin had just constructed revealed its refined appearance. It seems I'm going to become an arms dealer, Zhang Haoyin murmured, glancing at the platform's attributes, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. Chapter 41. Swords for Resources, Building Materials. Structure, Cold Weapons Platform. Rank, 1 star. Production capacity, longsword, hand crossbow, long pike, Zhuge repeating crossbow. Upgrade requirements, 8,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 2,000 iron ore. Although the weapons produced are just plain white tier items, the production speed is much faster than Zhaotai forging them one by one, Zhang Haoyin thought excitedly. My lord, we humbly request permission to head out hunting again, Lu Laowu and the others said after settling the buffalo herd, leaving only son Jiabao behind to tend to them, while the rest asked to set out once more. You mustn't overexert yourselves. Your stamina isn't endless. Return to the housing units and rest first. Thank you, my lord. We will never forget your kindness. The 4 men knelt down gratefully before heading back to their dwellings. A simple word of care might not mean much coming from an ordinary person, but as their lord, even a casual expression of concern was enough to move the peasants to deep gratitude. After sending them away, Zhang Haoyin prepared to test the cold weapons platform. Glancing at his iron or stockpile, he decided to produce 10 longswords first, just to test the system. 30 minutes per sword felt a bit long, but upon seeing a notification that a blacksmith's involvement could reduce the time to 1/10, Zhang Haoyin immediately called Zhao Tai over to take charge. Zhao Tai, stay here for 30 minutes. At once, my lord. Zhang Haoyin had Shuang bring a chair from the base hall, then sat himself down to wait for the sword's completion. My lord, you've been working so hard. Why don't you rest a while? Let this humble girl give you a massage, Shuang said. Without waiting for a response, her soft hands began gently kneading his shoulders. Breathing in the delicate fragrance beside him and feeling the pleasant tingling on his shoulders, Zhang Haoyin, for the first time, truly felt that arriving in this apocalyptic world wasn't such a bad thing after all. Back in the peaceful era, he would never have received such treatment. Truly, when fortune turns, who knows what blessings may follow. 30 minutes passed quickly. Lu Laowu and his group had nearly recovered their strength, but Zhang Haoyin didn't send them back out hunting. Instead, he assigned them to continue studying in the library. After all, food was no longer a pressing issue. Zhao Tai emerged from the cold weapons platform holding 10 silvery white longswords, placing them before Zhang Haoyin. Honored my lord, these are the 10 longswords produced. Well done. Return to the forge and rest. Thank you, my lord. As Zhao Tai walked toward the blacksmith shop, Zhang Haoyin began examining the sword's attributes. Item, longsword. Grade, common. Attribute, sharp. Unlike fine-tier equipment, this longsword was quite ordinary, its only attribute being sharp. Its actual effectiveness would likely need testing. Zhang Haoyin picked up one of the swords. It had substantial weight, suitable only for someone with decent strength. He swung it through the air several times, producing sharp ripping sounds. Clearly, its attack power was nothing to scoff at. As expected, anything produced by the base is top quality. Even with such a basic stat profile, the practical value was undeniable. Zhang Haoyin knew he could fetch a good price for these. Opening the global chat window, he ignored the idle chatter among other lords and began composing a message. Selling equipment, sharp longsword, 10 in total. Will only trade for mid-tier or higher resources, building blueprints, etc. Interested parties may DM me. He attached an image of one of the long swords to the post. The bright silver blade instantly caught many players' attention. Whoa, Big Brother Haoyin actually has such an awesome weapon, and 10 of them? Are we even playing the same game? These standardized weapons probably aren't even worth using for him anymore. My poor farmers are still fending off zombies with hoes. Tell me about it. Last time, one of my farmers lost his axe while fighting zombies during tree chopping and now refuses to work. Enough chatter, upstairs. Haoyin boss, I want one. I've already messaged you. Me too. I'll take one. I'm in as well. Zheng Haoyan didn't immediately open the private messages. Good things were never short of buyers, and besides, he didn't only have 10 swords to offer. Returning to the cold weapons platform, he selected production of a hand crossbow. He wanted to see how it compared to regular bows. Letting the chatter simmer for about 10 minutes, Zheng Haoyan finally opened the first private message. Lord Haoyan, I'll trade 200 units of marble floor tiles for one longsword. Zheng Haoyan opened the item details of the marble floor tiles. The 4 words city building material displayed on the screen immediately caught his attention. Where did you get this material? Lord Haoyan, you finally replied. I thought you weren't interested in my resources at all. As soon as Zheng Haoyan sent the message, the other party instantly responded, clearly having been waiting by the private chat interface the entire time. I got this material from a ruin near my base. It looks pretty high-end, but I'm not exactly sure about its specific use. Zheng Haoyan received a vague answer, but he was a far-sighted man. A special resource labeled as city building material was naturally something he wouldn't pass up. Since you don't even know its purpose, 200 units of marble floor tiles aren't enough for a single longsword, Zheng Haoyan replied. But Lord Haoyan, this is all I have. Can I at least get one? The other players sent back a pitiful plea. Zheng Haoyan paused to think. Giving away his sword so easily wasn't worth it. Yet he couldn't let go of those marble floor tiles either. How about this? I'll give you the longsword, but in return, anything else you obtain from that ruin from now on must be traded exclusively to me. And don't worry, I won't make you do it for nothing. I have plenty of other items. Even if you don't want them, I can always exchange them for food with you. What do you think? In the end, Zheng Haoyan decided to make the deal with this lord named Lin Feng, seeing it as an investment for future transactions. Of course. Thank you so much, Lord Haoyan. You're my savior. No need to be so dramatic. Since you agree, let's sign the contract then. Zheng Haoyan felt a slight chill. He certainly had no interest in men. Sure. The contract was quickly finalized, and Zheng Haoyan completed his first trade. Chapter 42 Next Move, Hunting Zombies. The trade continued. Zheng Haoyan opened the next private chat interface. This time, the item he was trading was something he understood well. Boss Haoyan, I'll trade 50 units of mid-tier refined iron for your longsword. 100 units of refined iron for one sword. You can pay a deposit of 50 units first. I'll give you the sword to use, and you make up the other 50 units within 2 days. Zheng Haoyan knew there would always be someone who had a blacksmith, and refining iron was just a matter of time. It wasn't technically complicated at all. By exchanging for this refined iron, he could save Zhao Tai some time on refinement, allowing the base to produce several more fine-grade weapons and equipment. Deal, Boss Haoyan. Let's sign the contract. As long as Zheng Haoyan agreed to trade, even with added conditions, no one ever refused. 10 longswords were quickly traded away, but there were still a few other items that caught Zheng Haoyan's interest. He sent messages out, arranging trades for after 2 p.m., when he could use the cold weapon platform to manufacture more longswords during that window. Hail Lord! Wang Biao, covered in wounds, carried over a wild boar with huge tusks, yet his momentum didn't waver in the slightest. Zheng Haoyan turned toward the voice and checked Wang Biao's attributes, only to find that his stamina had dropped to just 6 points, and he was injured. Wang Biao, put down your prey right away. Shuiying, go call Physician Bian over to treat him. Yes, Lord Haoyan. Shuiying hurried off toward the residential hut. Wang Biao's injuries couldn't wait. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I'm fine, Wang Biao said, eyes filled with emotion. He felt his efforts hadn't been in vain. Serving such a lord truly was his good fortune. Drink some water first. Physician Bian will be here shortly. Zheng Haoyan handed Wang Biao a cup of water. Though no system prompt appeared indicating an increase in loyalty, Zheng Haoyan knew clearly that Wang Biao's loyalty bar was nearly full. Moments later, Bian Yu arrived carrying his medicine box. He had Wang Biao sit down and began his examination. Approaching noon, the other farmers gradually returned to base. Xiao Baojian came back from mining, Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang from logging, each bringing Zheng Haoyan abundant quantities of basic resources. Xiao Baojian had even discovered a rare ore deposit, obtaining 300 units of copper ore. All of you worked hard this morning. Rest up, we'll serve lunch soon. Zheng Haoyan clapped each person on the shoulder with a warm word. Thank you, Lord. Everyone bowed in gratitude before heading to the residence to rest. My lord, Wang Biao's injuries aren't serious, just some superficial wounds. I've already treated them. A good rest is all he needs now. Bian Yu reported respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, Physician Bian. Come join us for lunch. Thank you, my lord. Zheng Haoyan was gradually growing accustomed to his role as lord, adapting to the farmer's reverence. Yet he remained humble, a key reason why the loyalty of his people far exceeded that of those serving other lords. After Lu Fu announced lunch, Zheng Haoyan took Shuiying along and asked Zhang Daqiang to inform everyone in the library. They all gathered in the dining hall to eat. Today's meal was especially hearty. On Zheng Haoyan's orders, Lu Fu prepared a full feast of beef. As for the wild boar Wang Biao had just brought back, Lu Fu decided to save it for dinner. After lunch, Zheng Haoyan called everyone together for a brief meeting. It was time to plan the next steps. This afternoon, I want all of you to act together. Suspend your regular duties and head beyond the city ruins to hunt zombies. Zheng Haoyan looked around at the farmers. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang would carry their woodcutting axes. Behind Erqiang hung a massive Zamadeo, the perfect tank for the zombie hunting team, essential for breaking through enemy lines. Lu Laowu, Long Biao, and Feng Sun each had fine-grade iron bow bows on their backs, plus a quiver of refined iron-tipped wooden arrows. Clearly, They'd formed the range damage dealers, the core of the team's firepower. Li Si had powerful trap-setting abilities. If they encountered a large group of zombies, his traps would be the game-changing element, an assassin-like presence. Xiaobin could have played an effective role in zombie hunting too, but since he'd awakened the luck aura skill, he possessed a mysterious power akin to a mage, one that made him irreplaceable. Zheng Haoyan also planned to send Bian Yu into the field. His healing ability could serve as the team's hidden lifeline, the top support. Of course, to protect the physician, Zheng Haoyan assigned the mechanical servant Robert to guard him closely. As for Wang Biao, since his stamina hadn't fully recovered, Zheng Haoyan decided to let him remain in the base and rest for the afternoon. That was the composition of the hunting squad, but it seemed to lack a leader. My lord, I humbly request permission to join the zombie hunting team. Wang Guanjia, this mission will bring you face to face with terrifying zombies. You'd be better suited staying at the base. Zheng Haoyan instinctively tried to refuse, but Wang Li didn't back down. Instead, she continued, My lord, I've observed the team carefully, and it appears to lack a commander. My abilities happen to fit that role perfectly. To ensure the success of this mission, please allow me to join. Zheng Haoyan looked into Wang Li's eyes. They were filled with determination, a kind of resolve he had never seen in the eyes of the other farmers. All right, I agree. However, Warrior Ji, your duty is to protect Manager Wang. At once, my lord. The mechanical warrior's electronic eyes flickered, then she moved behind Wang Li. My lord, the mechanical warrior is your personal bodyguard. How can she be assigned to protect me? Wang Li couldn't help but protest. I'm perfectly safe here at the base. You need her protection far more than I do. If you don't let her accompany you, then I won't allow you to take part in this zombie hunt. Zheng Haoyan stood firm this time. I sincerely thank you, my lord. Wang Li bowed slightly, her face glowing with unmistakable gratitude. Manager Wang Li's loyalty increased by 10 points. Very well. Everyone, rest for a while longer. Check your equipment. If you're missing anything, go see Zhao Tai. He'll issue whatever you need. I'll wait here at the base for your triumphant return. May your zombie hunting expedition proceed smoothly from start to finish. We thank you, my lord. Zheng Haoyan stayed with them until all preparations were complete, then watched as they marched out of the base. Gazing at the now substantial group departing, a surge of ambition rose within Zheng Haoyan. The zombie hunt is just the beginning. Next, I will conquer the entire city ruins, and ultimately, this entire world. Chapter 43 Obtain the driving manual. Inquire about the location of vehicles. Watching the zombie hunting squad disappear from view, Zheng Haoyan turned and walked back into the base. The farmers were taking action, so as their lord, he certainly couldn't afford to stand still either. Shuiying, go notify Zhao Tai to come to the cold weapons platform. Then head to the library and bring Wu Jun to me. Yes, my lord. After giving his orders, Zheng Haoyan opened the cold weapons platform interface. The 3-hand crossbows that had been manufactured were handed over to Lu Laowu and his men. Though not particularly powerful in terms of stats, they were easy to operate and might prove useful in certain critical moments. He clicked to manufacture longswords, 30 in total. With Zhao Tai arriving to assist, the production time would be shortened to an hour and a half, which was nearly perfect timing for his scheduled exchange. Humble servant greets the lord. How may I be of service? Shortly after, Zhao Tai arrived at the cold weapons platform to begin crafting longswords, while Wu Jun followed Shuiying to Zheng Haoyan's side. Take a look at this. Can you improve it somehow? Zheng Haoyan passed a small booklet to Wu Jun, its cover boldly labeled Driving Manual. Wu Jun flipped through it briefly before replying. My lord, I've seen similar skill books in the library. I believe I can attempt to enhance this one. Good. Then get started on improving it right away. Yes, my lord. Wu Jun bowed respectfully and returned toward the library. This driving manual had been acquired by Zheng Haoyan earlier that morning in exchange for a single longsword. He'd used a sword because the manual could be reused repeatedly, meaning Zheng Haoyan could eventually teach every farmer in the base how to drive. From then on, traveling outside wouldn't rely solely on 2 legs anymore. But one problem remained unsolved, the matter of vehicles. Zheng Haoyan didn't know where to find usable ones. Looks like it's time to turn to the wider community of lords once again. Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window. As always, many lords were idly chatting, posting meaningless comments. Reward question. Anyone know where to find vehicles? First person to private message me gets a longsword from this morning's batch. If you can help me locate a large number of usable vehicles, I'll even give you one for yourself. Every time Zheng Haoyan spoke, it stirred up chaos in the world chat, since he regularly offered things everyone desperately wanted. Cool. We're still struggling to fill our stomachs, and Lord Haoyan is already thinking about cars. Brother Haoyan, what use do you have for cars? Your farmers act like ancient people. Give them a car and they won't know how to start it. You really think Lord Haoyan doesn't have some secret treasure that lets farmers learn driving? Worrying about him like that just shows how narrow-minded you are. One topic sparked endless replies, but Zheng Haoyan didn't bother reading them all. He was waiting for someone with actual knowledge about vehicles to send him a private message. Brother Haoyan, can your farmers drive yet? Normally, Zheng Haoyan wouldn't respond to such questions, but this message came from Wei Tai, an official representative. So he decided to reply. Not yet, but I will find a way. My advice would be to get your people trained in driving first, before searching for vehicles, since you'll need to drive them back from wherever you find them. Wei Tai sent another seemingly unhelpful comment. Appreciate the concern. I'll keep that in mind. But Colonel Wei, if you're contacting me privately now, does that mean you have information about vehicles? Zheng Haoyan asked carefully. Zheng Haoyan sensed that Wei Tai wasn't the type to waste time. If he chose to message personally, it must relate directly to vehicle locations. Correct. I do have some information. However, I'm uncertain whether the vehicles there can still be started or if there's enough fuel remaining. Zheng Haoyan felt a surge of excitement. As long as vehicles could be located, obtaining fuel would definitely be easier to resolve. There had to be gas stations within the ruined city, and Zheng Haoyan had already made up his mind to capture the urban ruins sooner or later. The issue of fuel can wait. Could you please share the vehicle location details with me? My rewards mentioned in the world chat still stand. Zheng Haoyan replied. Actually, this intel came from one of my farmers who accidentally discovered several vehicles inside an unknown bunker. Based on my judgment, there should also be vehicles somewhere within the city ruins. That said, both locations are quite dangerous. Wei Tai explained. Do you have the exact coordinates of the bunker? The bunker I know of is quite far from your base. You might want to send search-skilled farmers to scout around nearby areas. Perhaps there are other bunkers close by. Before Zheng Haoyan could speak, Wei Tai continued. I won't just take your longsword for nothing. I have 30 units of fuel. I don't plan to use it myself anyway. Consider it exchanged for your sword. This. Zheng Haoyan looked at the 30 units of fuel transferred to him, then immediately sent another longsword to Wei Tai. One for the intel, one for the fuel. In another base, Wei Tai stared at the two silver-white longswords in his hands, momentarily unsure of what to say in reply. Zheng Haoyan, meanwhile, put away the fuel and headed with Shuiying to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. It was time to offer a prayer of blessing for the zombie hunting squad. As Zheng Haoyan performed the blessing, the zombie hunting squad was already nearing the outskirts of the city ruins. Wang Li, serving as overall commander, issued her first order of the mission. Everyone, rest in place. Feng Sun, Long Biao, you two go scout the edge of the city ruins. Check how many zombies are gathered there. Yes, Manager Wang. Feng Sun and Long Biao left the group and slowly approached the edge of the ruined city. They needed to ensure they didn't disturb any nearby zombies. Zhang Gaqiang, Zhang Erqiang, stay alert around you at all times. If anything happens, you'll be the team's first line of defense. Wang Li's expression was now extremely serious, exuding an unmistakable aura of command. Yes, Manager Wang. The brothers Daqiang and Erqiang thumped their chests, signaling they were ready. Li Si, go find a spot to set up a few simple traps. If there are many zombies at the edge, they'll come in handy. Wang Li continued. Yes, Manager Wang. Li Si obeyed, immediately searching for suitable spots to set traps and quickly getting to work. Xiao Bin, you'll be on standby. Wherever the pressure is greatest, go assist. Understood, Manager Wang. Xiao Bin dropped his usual joking demeanor, his face now solemn. Master Physician Bian, look after yourself. If anyone gets injured, I'll need you. Don't worry, Manager Wang. Leave it to this old man. Just as Wang Li finished issuing orders, Long Biao and Feng Sun arrived at the edge of the ruins. Chapter 44. The hunt begins, a smooth start. Zombies stood in clusters as far as the eye could see, 3 groups in total within view. 18, 19. There are about 30 in my group, Feng Sun whispered. The other 2 groups have roughly 20 and 40 respectively. Long Biao also made a rough estimate of the zombie numbers. But there don't seem to be any special zombies among them. No mechanical ones like Elder Lu mentioned, Feng Sun muttered. Before they had come to scout, Old Lu Wu had specifically warned them to check for any unusual zombies, especially those terrifying mechanical ones from last time. Then let's head back and report. The 2 reached an agreement and began retreating toward their team. Soon, they returned and delivered a concise report on what they'd observed. Less than 100 in total? If we try to lure out just one group, do you think it's feasible? Wang Li asked after hearing the update. The 3 groups are quite close to each other, and we haven't interacted with them before, so we don't know whether they can sense disturbances nearby, Feng Sun replied truthfully. They simply didn't understand how perceptive these zombies were, making judgment difficult. Then we must prepare to face nearly 100 zombies at once. It looks like we'll have to use the terrain to our advantage. Wang Li murmured to herself, quickly formulating a viable plan in her mind. Old Lu Wu, your archery is more precise than these 2. Take them with you and try luring one group out. The rest of us will follow behind, ready to intercept the zombies. At once, Manager Wang. Everyone responded in unison, then sprang into action. Are you certain there are no special zombies? Old Lu Wu asked again. He needed confirmation. Elder, all the zombies we saw looked identical. We didn't see any of the special kind you described, Feng Sun answered. Old Lu Wu nodded slightly, inwardly letting out a sigh of relief. As long as those horrifying mechanical zombies weren't present, ordinary zombies, even in larger numbers, were manageable. Without another word, Old Lu Wu quickly moved to the observation spot previously used by Feng Sun and his partner. After scanning the zombie clusters, he selected his first target. For safety, we'll try to attract only one group. If either of the other 2 starts moving, create some noise at a distance to distract them. Understood. After giving instructions, Old Lu Wu drew his bow, aimed at a zombie near the edge of the group of approximately 30, and fired. Whoosh. The arrow cut through the air, striking the group and pinning one zombie to the ground, immobilized. Old Lu Wu's marksmanship had become even more refined. Roar. The zombies roared and charged directly toward Old Lu Wu's position, and the sound also drew the attention of the other 2 groups. Whoosh. Whoosh. Long Biao and Feng Sun fired 2 arrows in another direction. The loud whistling of the arrows drowned out the zombies' growls. Although they didn't divert the entire attention of the other 2 groups, roughly 2/3 of those zombies turned toward the new disturbance. Perfect. You 2 keep those 2 groups occupied. I'll lead this one away. Got it, Elder. Leave it to us. Old Lu Wu continued drawing his bow, shooting another zombie down and pinning it in place. The group rushed forward rapidly, not giving him time for a third shot. Everyone, get ready. Da Qiang, Qiang, you must not let them break through our line. Li Zi, how many zombies can your traps hold? Reporting, Manager Wang. 20 zombies can enter but won't escape. I've set up 3 such traps, Li Si said confidently. Good. Try your best to steer them into the traps. Wang Li added. All acknowledged, and at that moment, old Lu Wu arrived. Qiang, we'll each take one group. I'm going this way. After Zhang Daqiang spoke, he charged into the horde, his lumber axe swinging like a divine weapon, sending a zombie flying. Zhang Qiang nodded at his brother, then rushed into the crowd as well. His high-quality Zamadeo gleamed with a faint blue light as it cleanly split a zombie in half at the waist. Manager Wang, I don't think we'll need the traps anymore. Bian Yu couldn't help saying, watching Zhang Qiang's brutal rampage. Robert, go assist them. Old Lu Wu, don't just stand there, shoot. Yes, Manager Wang. Old Lu Wu released a rapid volley, 5 arrows at once, hitting vital spots on 5 zombies and dropping them instantly. This was Robert's first battle, but his metallic appearance already hinted at overwhelming strength. Bang! Without any flourish, he punched straight into a zombie, his immense strength and hardened arm tearing a huge hole through its body. Shredded flesh flew in all directions. If traps aren't needed, I'll join the fight too. Li Si wasn't just skilled in setting traps. He unhooked his hunting knife from his waist and charged boldly into the horde, targeting a lone zombie. Xiao Bin remained calm, knowing full well that his help was no longer necessary. With just these few people, wiping out a few dozen zombies was more than manageable. Huh! With a fierce shout, Zhang Qiang entered a bloodthirsty frenzy. His Zamadeo swung like a divine weapon, cutting down zombie after zombie as easily as slicing melons or vegetables. Like a war god descended, no zombie could withstand even a single strike. Lu Lao Wu's arrows flew with uncanny precision, seeking out scattered zombies one by one, striking them dead on impact. Robert was the most dominant force. His mechanical body rendered him fearless against zombie attacks. He only needed to attack, never defend. Each punch felled a zombie. Aside from Zhang Qiang, who had entered his frenzy, Robert eliminated more zombies than anyone else. The seemingly massive horde collapsed in less than 3 minutes under their combined assault. When Zhang Qiang cleaved the last zombie before him in half, the hunter team's first battle ended in a decisive victory. Not a single member was injured. Nearly 50 zombies lay dead, their bodies piling up to what might have been 3 meters high. Outstanding performance, everyone. Old Lu Wu, Sen Long Biao, and Feng Sun to lure over the other 2 groups. Let's finish them all in one go. Wang Li praised briefly before issuing new orders. Yes, Manager Wang. Old Lu Wu quickly ran toward Long Biao and the others, calling out to inform them immediately. Soon, under the trio's baiting, the remaining zombies were drawn out. Once again, the group unleashed a one-sided massacre, finally allowing Wang Li to breathe easy, her earlier worries completely laid to rest. Manager Wang, look what I found. Chapter 45, Zombie Core Crystals, Encounter with the Bronze-Armored Corpse. Just as Wang Li was about to praise everyone, Li Si picked up a shiny object from the ground and handed it to her. Huh, this thing looks a bit strange. Li Si, where did you find this? Wang Li's face lit up with curiosity. Reporting to Manager Wang, I just saw it fall out of one of the zombies' heads. Li Si replied, equally puzzled but repeating only what he had seen. Fallen out of its head. Wang Li gently pressed the sparkling item in her hand, which resembled a crystal, yet for a moment, she couldn't determine its purpose. There is a powerful life energy inside this. Suddenly, the mechanical battle android standing beside Wang Li spoke up. Life energy? What's it used for? Wang Li turned to look at the android, sensing that it might know more. Insufficient data. Unable to answer. The battle android emitted a robotic tone. Wang Li glanced helplessly at the android. Was that sudden remark intentionally meant to tease? If it came from inside a zombie's head, then everyone should search carefully. Gather all such cores you can find and bring them back to Lord Zheng. He might know their true purpose. Yes, Manager Wang. In this post-apocalyptic world, the summoned peasants followed a strict hierarchy. Everyone deeply respected Wang Li, who had been appointed commander-in-chief by Zhang Haoyan. Following Wang Li's order, the group sprang into action. Ignoring the stench emanating from the rotting zombies, they began cutting open the creatures' skulls, searching for identical crystalline cores. Manager Wang, I found one here. Manager Wang, there's one here too. Me as well. In no time, nearly every member had recovered similar core crystals from zombie heads. However, not every zombie carried one. Only about a third seemed to possess them. So not every zombie has this thing after all. Wang Li carefully stored the roughly 30 cores collected and paused to think. Bury the corpses here on the spot, then continue advancing toward the inner ruins. Yes, Manager Wang. After issuing the burial order, everyone quickly got to work. Digging holes was something Li Si excelled at. His traps were usually placed underground, possibly linked to the trap blueprint Zhang Haoyan had given him. Within approximately 5 minutes, the remains of nearly 100 zombies were buried beneath the earth. With the corpses gone, the surrounding air felt noticeably cleaner. Long Biao and Feng Sun remained in the lead for reconnaissance. Since most zombies along the edge of the ruined city had already been cleared, Wang Li decided to have the main force follow closely behind them rather than wait in place. The mechanical battle android stayed glued to Wang Li's side, guarding her constantly. Meanwhile, Bian Yu was protected by Robert. Earlier, during the burial process, he had taken the opportunity to treat Zhang Qiang's external wounds. His logistical support remained consistently reliable. The two brothers, Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang, each wielding an axe, marched at the front of the formation, trailing about 10 meters behind Long Biao and Feng Sun, a distance sufficient to respond to most unexpected threats. Manager Wang, Lord Zheng didn't specifically instruct us to enter the inner ruins. Shouldn't we just keep moving along the outskirts? Lu Laowu asked cautiously. Having participated in a previous operation within these ruins, he clearly understood that venturing deeper would multiply the risks exponentially. This ruined city is massive. Sticking to the edges will waste too much time. Besides, our mission today prepares us for future assaults on such ruins, so we may as well try carving out a path forward now, Wang Li said firmly, having made her decision long ago. She drew out the ruin map Zheng Haoyan had given her before departure, studied it briefly, and continued onward along the chosen route. Wait, something's up ahead. Long Biao raised a hand signal for halt. Seeing this, Lu Laowu immediately stopped the group. At the same time, Feng Sun stepped back toward the team. What is it? Wang Li asked directly. Reporting, Manager Wang. There's a group of zombies ahead, right at the intersection. We can't find any way around them, Feng Sun reported. How many are there? Roughly the same number as the 3 groups we encountered earlier combined. And there are mutated zombies among them. Feng Sun added with a pause. What kind of mutants? And how many? Lu Laowu blurted out anxiously. He hoped desperately they weren't facing another swarm of mechanical zombies. Wang Li also turned her gaze to Feng Sun, waiting for his response. I'm not entirely sure, just a type covered entirely in a bronze-like hue. They look about 1/3 larger than ordinary zombies, Feng Sun described. As for the number, about 6 or 7, we haven't counted exactly yet. Old Lu, do you think we can handle them? Wang Li asked. I'm not sure. It'd be best to take them down one by one. Use traps if possible. Lu Laowu shook his head. He had no idea how strong these bronze-colored mutated zombies were and couldn't make a judgment. Upon hearing this, Li Si stomped on the ground beneath his feet and said helplessly, no good. This is already cemented ground. I can't set any traps here unless we lure them back into the forest. Just as everyone was pondering how to deal with the zombie horde ahead, Long Biao suddenly shouted. Everyone run. The zombies are chasing us. How did this happen? Before her question received an answer, Wang Li quickly turned and shouted, fall back. Retreat to the forest. Yes, Manager Wang. A massive swarm of zombies charged toward the corpse-hunting squad, led by several hulking, bronze-hued figures. Roar. With a furious roar, one of the bronze zombies broke from the group, rushing at incredible speed straight toward Long Biao, the nearest target. Not good. Swish. Seeing this, Lu Laowu didn't hesitate. He immediately drew his bow, loosed an arrow aimed directly at the bronze zombie behind Long Biao. The arrow didn't penetrate as expected. Instead, it bounced right off the creature's bronze-like skin. However, the powerful impact did stagger it momentarily, allowing Long Biao to escape safely. This bronze layer is clearly like armor. It's way too tough. Lu Laowu exclaimed in frustration. We're in trouble. These bronze zombies are too fast. If we keep running like this, they'll catch up before we all get out. Wang Li's mind raced, and she finally made a decision. Take down the bronze zombies first. Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, stop it. At Wang Li's command, the two brothers spun around and confronted the fastest-charging bronze-armored zombie, what could now only be called a bronze-armored corpse. Clang. Their axes struck the bronze-armored corpse, producing a sharp metallic collision sound. The defense of this creature was terrifying. Chapter 46. Intense Battle. The first level, 3 building. Zhang Erqiang's Amadeo also slammed into the bronze-armored zombie, producing another metallic clang. However, under the force of the blow, the zombie was sent flying backward. But at that very moment, the second bronze-armored zombie arrived. Roar. I'll take this one. Lu Laowu drew his bow and released another 5-arrow volley. With a sharp whistle through the air, the 5 arrows struck the second bronze-armored zombie dead on, knocking it backward. All 5 arrows hit the exact same spot, leaving a small bright white mark on the otherwise yellowish bronze hide of the creature. It seemed even these bronze-armored zombies weren't completely indestructible. On the other side, Zhang Erqiang roared as he activated Bloodthirsty Rampage. His massive sword sliced down toward the zombie's head. Boom. With a thunderous impact, the zombie's metal skull was forcibly severed from its body. The fastest of the bronze-armored zombies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Nice one. Li Si cheered like an excited fangirl. In the next instant, the third and fourth copper-armored zombies charged in together. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang were forced each to engage one. Lu Laowu continued targeting the first zombie he'd marked, drawing his bow repeatedly and aiming precisely at that single white spot. His exceptional archery skill, combined with the stat bonuses from his high-quality iron limb bow, ensured incredible accuracy. The white spot on the zombie's hide gradually darkened, clearly nearing penetration. Robert, you're up too. The situation had seemed under control, but now 3 more bronze-armored zombies arrived. With no other options, Wang Li deployed her mechanical servant, Robert, into combat. Li Si and Xiao Baojian intercepted one of the incoming zombies, while the final one was left to Long Biao and Feng Sun. Except for the mechanized battle android guarding Wang Li, the only remaining team member not in direct combat was Bian Yu, who stayed back as medical support. At that moment, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Inside the base, Zheng Haoyan remained unaware of the fierce battle raging outside. Nonetheless, he hadn't been idle. He was actively trading resources via the world chat, preparing everything needed to upgrade to a level 4 base. Resources seem nearly sufficient. But since Wang Li isn't around right now, I might as well wait before initiating the upgrade. Zheng Haoyan opened his resource interface. Basic resources. Wood, 156,480. Stone, 36,458. Iron ore, 15,786. Food, 36,547. Intermediate resources. Refined iron, 263. Copper ore, 678. Tungsten wire, 67. Special resources. Electronic components, 352. Marble tiles, 50. Fuel oil, 35. After reviewing his inventory, Zheng Haoyan turned his attention to the buildings within his base. Currently, the base housed 11 different structures, but none had reached level 3 yet. The highest tier buildings were merely level 2 residential houses, level 2 animal pens, level 2 farmlands, and a level 2 blacksmith shop. Upgrading the pens required relatively fewer resources overall, but came with the condition of maintaining a certain number of livestock. The farmland had a similar prerequisite involving minimum crop yields. Therefore, Zheng Haoyan still needed more time before upgrading either of those two. But housing posed no such complications. Once the resources were ready, an upgrade could proceed immediately. If you want people to live well, first give them good homes. Zheng Haoyan knew clearly that although the peasants he summoned were inherently superior to those of other lords in many ways, they were still living beings, with flesh, blood, and emotions. To earn their unwavering loyalty and bind them firmly to the base, providing them with comfortable living conditions was essential. Let me give them a surprise then. Zheng Haoyan opened the construction menu and selected Upgrade Residential House. Structure, Residential House. Level, Attributes, Comfortable, Secure. Population capacity, 16 of 20. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 1,500 iron ore, 3,000 food. This was the current state of the house. Its stats were modest, but to the peasants, it was already a warm home. Something plain and ordinary felt more authentic. Upgrade Residential House. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoyan clicked yes. As resources were deducted, the empty land where the house stood began transforming dramatically. A brilliant light enveloped the entire structure. In the blink of an eye, the original 2-story duplex vanished, replaced by an elegant and spacious villa. My lord, Lu Fu stepped out of the new residence, his face glowing with excitement as he bowed deeply to Zheng Haoyan. Rise. No need for such formalities. Zheng Haoyan gently helped Lu Fu back to his feet. Thank you, my lord, for building us such a magnificent residence. I now even have an independent kitchen outside. This humble servant will surely prepare even more delicious meals to repay your grace. Lu Fu said, extremely excited. Zheng Haoyan hadn't realized that the level 3 residential house would come with a standalone kitchen. That was an unexpected bonus. In that case, I'm already looking forward to it. Go and get acquainted with your new kitchen. At once, my lord. Farmer Lu Fu's loyalty increased by 10 points. How do you make a cook deeply grateful? It's simple. First, praise his cooking. Second, give him a place where he can cook even better. The blacksmith shop seems upgradable too, but I'll wait until Wang Li returns. Thinking to himself, Zheng Haoyan walked toward the library. Although the lord couldn't gain any powerful abilities from the library, there was still value in learning about other things. Boom. With a loud crash, the last copper-armored zombie collapsed to the ground. Zhang Erqiang remained the one who had felled the most zombies. His bloodthirsty rampage skill was indeed absurdly powerful. Although it slightly affected his sanity, the massive boost in combat strength made it entirely worthwhile. Get ready. We still have another wave left to deal with, Wang Li said calmly. She had already gained a rough understanding of each member's capabilities. For ordinary zombies, as long as there weren't more than 500, eliminating them was merely a matter of time. But mutated zombies were different. They needed to exploit its weakness. Otherwise, even a single one could bring great trouble. The copper-armored zombies were a perfect example. If Zhang Erqiang hadn't severed one of their heads and discovered that decapitation ensured their death, the outcome might not have been so favorable. Understood, Manager Wang. With a unified response, the team quickly processed the fallen copper-armored zombies, collecting 7 crystal cores larger than before, all of which they handed over to Wang Li. Once finished, the approaching horde of zombies drew near, their heavy footsteps echoing across the ground. Everyone, fight as you see fit. Kill, kill. Chapter 47. The center of the ruins, the giant zombie. Except for Bianyu, who was in charge of logistics, and Wang Li, who commanded from behind, every member of the zombie hunting team charged forward. The 3 long-range archers barely paused, repeatedly drawing their bows with precision, each arrow striking vital points on the zombies. Once again, Zhang Erqiang remained the most brutal. No zombie hit by him fell intact. The battle ended within 5 minutes. Just like before, it left behind a field of mangled corpses, and an unbearable stench once more filled the air. Wang Li gave the order to bury the remains on the spot. But before that, they routinely collected the crystal cores from inside the zombies' heads, once again found in about 1/3 of the bodies. Now, I'd like to hear everyone's opinion. After the zombies were buried, Wang Li didn't announce the next step. Instead, she turned to the group with a solemn expression. Madam Wang, please speak openly. We're listening. If Lu Laowu had initially respected Wang Li only because of Zheng Haoyan's orders, now his respect was genuine. In 2 separate battles against zombies, though Wang Li hadn't fought directly, her leadership had proven absolutely essential. Then I'll be straightforward. Wang Li paused briefly, then spoke with utmost seriousness. Those who think we should continue deeper into the city ruins, raise your hands. Zhang Erqiang didn't hesitate. He silently raised his right hand. Zhang Daqiang glanced at his brother, then looked around at the others. Hesitant at first, but in the end, he also raised his right hand. Apart from the Zhang brothers, the rest of the team looked at Wang Li with confused expressions. They had no real opinions of their own. Whatever Wang Li decided, they would follow. So only Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang support moving further into the ruins? Why don't the rest of you? Asked Wang Li calmly, her tone completely neutral. Madam Wang, the brothers' thoughts are simple. We'll follow your decision. Whether it's to keep exploring or take another action, we're behind you. Lu Laowu voiced what everyone was thinking. We'll circle around the outer edges of the city ruins, eliminate as many zombies as possible, and then return to base. In the end, Wang Li decided against going deeper. It wasn't because there was no reason to proceed, but the bronze-armored zombie had taught her a lesson. She now clearly understood that their team wasn't strong enough yet to push further without risking casualties. Zheng Haoyan's original order was merely to clear out the edge zone zombies and reduce their numbers in the ruins. If she pushed too far and lost even one team member, she'd never forgive herself. Understood, Madam Wang. Once the order was given, the zombie hunting team began moving along the outskirts of the ruined city. Wherever they went, zombie hordes were drawn out, and then systematically wiped out. The team moved like a sanitation unit through the ruins, cleaning up the abhorrent undead. Each urban ruin had once been a real city. The one closest to Zheng Haoyan's base had once been known as Minghua City. A relatively small city covering just 3,000 square kilometers, it had still housed nearly 1 million people. Imagine if half its population had turned into zombies. That would mean 500,000 undead. For a minor warlord like Zheng Haoyan, even just 1/10 of that number spilling out of the ruins would be more than enough to wipe out his entire base. That very scenario should have unfolded last night. Only thanks to the sudden appearance of a mysterious energy, which granted all warlords a brief reprieve, had disaster been avoided. And yet, at the very heart of this zombie-infested city, there existed something so terrifying that not a single zombie dared approach. It was a zombie towering larger than a 10-meter-high building, standing at the city's central point. Its body was webbed with twisted, winding blood vessels, 19 bends, 9 curves, through which black blood pulsed. These dark veins even drooped down to the ground, rooting into the earth like some grotesque plant, creating an eerie sight. Within 100 meters of this giant zombie, no living thing existed, not even other zombies. None dared come close. Its colossal form supported a monstrous, alien head. The face bore features similar to a human's: eyes, nose, mouth, but all were tightly sealed shut. Even the ears and nostrils were pressed flat against the horrifying visage. Beyond the 100-meter radius from this giant, vast groups of zombies gathered in clusters. Each group far outnumbered any horde the hunting team had encountered at the ruin's edge. More terrifyingly, among them were over 100 bronze-armored zombies, over 100 mechanical zombies, and others with bizarre, unnatural forms, clearly not ordinary undead. Yet, strangely, they all faced the giant zombie at the center, staring at it as if in worship. Suddenly, the giant zombie opened its eyes. Its massive eyes were colored only in shades of gray and white, utterly hollow, lacking normal pupils as if they were mere decorations. But the next second, a crimson glow flared within the zombie's eyes. A blood-red halo, 10 meters in diameter, appeared beneath its body, and on its grotesque face emerged an almost human-like expression of contempt. Anyone who witnessed this scene would likely be terrified into sleepless nights for days. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the ground. The hordes of zombies 100 meters away instantly grew agitated. Then, a strange sound emanated from the giant zombie's gaping maw, and the zombie masses began surging outward like a tide, heading straight toward the current location of the zombie hunting team. At the very moment the earth trembled, the hunters also felt the vibration. They had just finished wiping out a group of roughly 200 common zombies, and were carrying out their final tasks, extracting crystal cores and burying the remains. Did we just have an earthquake? Li Si wasn't the first to sense it, but he was the first to speak up. Wang Li's expression subtly shifted. A wave of unease had suddenly risen within her. Madam Wang, I think we should head back. Xiaobin looked visibly off. His face wore a clear mask of fear. He was afraid of something. But we've only cleared the third group. There's another 200 or so not far from here. Time still seemed ample, and Lu Laowu wore a puzzled look. He couldn't understand why Xiaobin was pushing to return. Madam Wang, please listen to me. Let's go back to base. Xiaobin's tone turned firm. Wang Li glanced at him, then turned her gaze toward the depths of the ruined city. After a moment, she slowly nodded and called out to the group, "Stop burying. We're returning to base." Chapter 48. The function of the crystal core, upgrading farmers. The corpse hunting team followed orders without hesitation. After Wang Li issued the retreat command, everyone began heading back along the same path, returning under the westward traveling sun. The journey back was relatively smoother, as most of the surrounding zombies had already been eliminated by the team. However, what they didn't know was that just half an hour after their departure, nearly 10,000 zombies reached the edge of the ruins. Among them, hundreds were mutated zombies. Just as this massive horde attempted to advance further in the direction the hunting team had retreated, an invisible shockwave suddenly slammed into them, hurling them backward. No matter if they were ordinary or special zombies, not a single one could withstand it. Roar! Another furious roar echoed out, shaking the ground once more. These nearly 10,000 zombies ceased pressing against the boundary and instead turned around, slowly moving deeper into the city ruins. Inside the base, Zheng Haoyan stepped slowly out of the library, a look of mild confusion on his face. For almost 2 hours, he had remained inside the library, reading the same book. A book titled Final Records, more like a diary, documenting the experiences of someone named Feng Yuzi in a post-apocalyptic world called the Void Domain. At first, Zheng Haoyan had merely picked it up to pass the time, but the more he read, the more stunned he became. If everything described was true, then the world they currently inhabited was unimaginably vast. He hadn't finished the book yet, since he still needed time to digest its earlier content. Besides, Wu Jun had informed him that the corpse hunting team had returned. "Greetings, Lord. You've all worked hard. Go rest for now," Zheng Haoyan said with a smile, then beckoned Wang Li over. "Wang Li, come tell me about the hunting results." "At once, Lord." The group saluted uniformly, and except for Wang Li, the other members of the hunting team headed toward the residential houses. Farmer Long Biao's loyalty increased by 10 points. Farmer Feng Sun's loyalty increased by 10 points. A notification sounded in Zheng Haoyan's ear, the upgraded level. 3 housing had clearly impressed the farmers. "Reporting, Lord. I did not completely clear the outer area of zombies. I dealt with 6 zombie groups, totaling approximately 600, Wang Li reported respectfully. "That's plenty. Excellent work. But it seems you have more to say. Go on," Zheng Haoyan praised. A team of barely more than 10 people, including mechanical servants, wiping out nearly 60 times their number in zombies was indeed impressive. Wang Li paused briefly, then retrieved a small cloth pouch from her waist. Inside were zombie crystal cores. Among them were 196 standard cores extracted from regular zombies, and 7 from copper-armored zombies. "What is this? Where did you get it?" Zheng Haoyan asked, curiosity rising on his face. "Reporting, Lord. I call these crystal cores. Their specific function remains unknown. As for where I obtained them, it relates closely to the task you assigned me." Her words deepened Zheng Haoyan's confusion, but she didn't keep him waiting. "They were excavated from the heads of the zombies." "What? There are things like this inside zombie heads?" Zheng Haoyan looked incredulous. Detected items rich in life energy can be used to upgrade farmers. Just as Zheng Haoyan took a crystal core into his hand for inspection, the system voice sounded again. "Upgrade farmers? How do I upgrade them?" His heartbeat quickened. He felt like he had just stumbled upon something extraordinary. His farmers were already exceptionally strong. If he could upgrade them further, wouldn't they become unstoppable? "Lord, is something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing the sudden excitement on Zheng Haoyan's face, Wang Li couldn't help but ask. "I figured out what the crystal cores are for, but I'll need to study it a bit more." "You go rest for now," Zheng Haoyan said, already planning to test the farmer upgrade function. As for who to upgrade first, his thoughts turned instinctively toward Xue Ying standing beside him. "As you command, Lord." Wang Li bowed and walked toward the library. Compared to resting in the dorms, she preferred the library. "Lord Haoyan, did this humble servant do something wrong? Why are you staring at me so intently?" Xue Ying blushed slightly and shyly lowered her head. "No, nothing at all. I just thought of something related to you." "You haven't done anything wrong," Zheng Haoyan replied with a smile. This maid was far too easily flustered. Zheng Haoyan actually hesitated to use her for testing the crystal core upgrade. "System, can this upgrade fail? Exactly how does it work? Explain it to me again." The farmers summoned by the Lord originate from living beings in another dimension, sharing a similar nature with the Lord himself. When sufficient life energy is available, farmers can undergo evolutionary advancement in their life essence, referred to simply as upgrading. The Lord may understand this process as leveling up in a game. It causes no harm to the farmer, though the resulting attributes after upgrade still depend entirely on the individual farmer. Zheng Haoyan felt oddly moved. This was the first time the system had ever provided such detailed explanations. In the past, no amount of pleading would get it to say more. Since that's the case, I have nothing left to hesitate about. Upgrade made Xue Ying. Farmer's base attributes too high. Insufficient life energy for upgrade. Upgrade failed. Huh? What? Zheng Haoyan was stunned. There were 202 crystal cores in the cloth bag in his hand, 7 large ones, and 195 small ones. Yet not even enough to upgrade Xue Ying? Then who among them could actually be upgraded with this amount of energy? Farmers in the base eligible for upgrade: Zhang Daqiang, Lu Fu, Long Biao, Feng Sun. Everyone except Zhang Erqiang, Lu Laowu, Wang Biao, Xiao Bin, and the recently mentioned Xue Ying could be upgraded. However, the system did not specify exactly how much energy each upgrade required. Looks like I'll have to figure it out through trial and error. Since Daqiang qualifies, I'll go with him. Zhang Daqiang and Lu Laowu were the first 2 farmers Zheng Haoyan had summoned upon arriving in this world. At present, both had reached maximum loyalty. To Zheng Haoyan, they held a special significance. "Xue Ying, go to the residential house and bring Daqiang here." "Yes, my lord. I'll go at once." In under 3 minutes, Zhang Daqiang came rushing over. "Greetings, lord. How may I assist you?" Zhang Daqiang asked, still extremely respectful. "Daqiang, I need your cooperation for something. You might feel a little discomfort shortly. Please bear with it." "Yes, sir. Thank you for your concern, my lord." Begin. Upgrade Farmer Zhang Daqiang. Chapter 49, Beast Siege, first promotion to level 4. Upgrade Farmer Zhang Daqiang? Yes or no? Zheng Haoyan stared at the system interface and firmly clicked the yes button. The instant Zheng Haoyan pressed the button, Zhang Daqiang was enveloped by a blinding white light, and another structure within the base emitted the same radiant glow. That's the Bronze Sparrow Terrace? His gaze settled upon the mysterious Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Zhang Daqiang's body suddenly lifted into the air, drifting slowly toward the Bronze Sparrow Terrace under an unknown force. Countless questions surged through Zhang Haoyan's mind, yet he couldn't voice a single one. He could only follow closely behind Zhang Daqiang, watching as the man floated gently into the heart of the terrace. At that moment, the crystal cores in the cloth bag inside Zhang Haoyan's hand inexplicably shot out. 7 larger cores hovered above Zhang Daqiang's head, radiating an enigmatic yellow light. Around 100 ordinary zombie cores orbited his body, intensifying the brilliance of the white aura surrounding him. Zhang Haoyan watched intently, monitoring every change in Zhang Daqiang. Beside him, Xueying remained silent, but quietly activated her blessing skill. After all, this was something Zhang Haoyan deeply desired to achieve. Floating midair, Zhang Daqiang kept his eyes tightly shut, his expression serene, as if peacefully asleep. Ding! Upgrade successful. The brilliant light instantly receded. Zhang Daqiang slowly descended onto the Bronze Sparrow Terrace and gradually opened his eyes. Without asking, Zhang Haoyan immediately checked Zhang Daqiang's attributes. Name, Zhang Daqiang. Occupation, Level 2 Soldier. Stamina, 350 of 350. Abilities, Farming, Woodcutting, Defense. Special abilities, Double Efficiency, Golden Bronze Armor. Loyalty, 100. Skill, Transformation. Zhang Haoyan furrowed his brow slightly. The upgraded stats seemed underwhelming, not nearly as dramatic as he had imagined. Still, stamina had increased from the initial base of 100 to the current 350, which wasn't bad at all. He'd also gained a special ability and a new skill. Zhang Haoyan comforted himself with that thought. After all, the crystal cores were already spent. There was no going back now. Your servant thanks the Lord for this life-giving grace. I can never repay such kindness. Once conscious, Zhang Daqiang immediately dropped to both knees before Zhang Haoyan, his face etched with solemn loyalty. Rise, Zhang Haoyan said, reaching out to help Zhang Daqiang up. This man had been with him longest, a trusted comrade from the beginning. From initial deference to unwavering devotion, Zhang Haoyan felt a quiet warmth in his heart. At least, he mused, he must be doing something right as a lord. After concluding the upgrade, Zhang Haoyan led everyone on a tour around the base. When they reached the farmland, Zhang Daqiang insisted on working it. Zhang Haoyan didn't stop him. After all, the land had been lying fallow until now. Time's about right. Xueying, go check how Lu Fu is coming along with dinner. Yes, Master Haoyan. After a day together, the newly appointed maid had grown noticeably more familiar and affectionate with Zhang Haoyan. Soon enough, Xueying returned. Lu Fu has finished preparing dinner. We may head over now, she said with a bright smile. Excellent. Then let's all head to the dining hall together. Zhang Haoyan laughed heartily. At once, Lord. They chorused their reply in unison, startling Zhang Haoyan briefly, but filling him with immense pride. Before coming here, he was just an ordinary man. Now, he was the lord commanding over a dozen uniquely skilled farmers, presiding over a base of staggering scale. Rumble, rumble, roar, a woo. As night began to fall, Zhang Haoyan and the farmers had just finished enjoying Lu Fu's carefully prepared dinner and were about to rest when a series of strange sounds pierced the air. What is that? It sounds very close, Zhang Haoyan asked, turning to the group with a puzzled look. Reporting, my lord, the sound resembles wild beasts. However, there haven't been many beasts near our base. I searched thoroughly within 100-li radius before and found none. Old Lu Wu replied without hesitation, reporting everything he knew. It must be beasts. But why have they suddenly gone berserk? Zhang Haoyan still had doubts, but there was no time to ponder. They needed to drive away the agitated beasts before being dragged into a chaotic rampage. Use the arrow towers. Open the base gate slightly to lure some inside. We'll execute a classic trap. Catch fish in a barrel. Zhang Haoyan led everyone to the stone wall, watching the ever-growing horde of beasts gathering at the gate, and issued his combat orders. Understood, Lord. With a unified response, everyone quickly took their positions. Lu Lao Wu, Long Biao, and Feng Sun each manned an arrow tower, securing absolute air superiority. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang moved beside the base gate, opening it just slightly as Zhang Haoyan had instructed. A burly tiger was the first to break through, rushing into the base. This one's mine. Wang Biao descended like a demigod, veins bulging in his arms, delivering a powerful punch straight at the frenzied tiger. From the ensuing struggle, Wang Biao was clearly not outmatched. He landed blow after punishing blow on the beast. The two brothers didn't stop. Soon, several more massive beasts were allowed inside. Li Si, you take one, I'll take another. Xiao Bin called out, swinging his mining hoe fiercely at a leopard, one of relatively normal size with golden spots. Got it. Li Si didn't hesitate either, bringing his firewood axe down viciously. The battle raged on. Zhang Haoyan showed no fear, choosing instead to confront the beasts head-on. The attacking beasts came in overwhelming variety. Perhaps this wave was merely a test mechanism, something they would likely forget about soon enough. Ding. System announcement. Lord Zhang Haoyan and farmers have successfully repelled the beast assault. Ding. System reward. 5,000 units of wood, 3,500 units of stone, 1,680 units of iron ore. The reward for being the first to withstand a beast siege felt underwhelming, so Zhang Haoyan immediately turned to more pressing matters. He casually opened the world chat window, then swiftly closed it again. It seems nobody knows why the beasts suddenly went berserk. But at this point, not many can still hold out, Zhang Haoyan sighed, regretting that he couldn't help them all. My lord, we've noticed your intent to upgrade buildings. Allow us to calculate the requirements. Exactly. I'm building my first level 4 base. Chapter 50. Wei Tai's plea for help. The mysterious blue-violet light. Wang Li's leadership ability not only gave her superior command compared to ordinary settlers, but her insight was equally formidable. If placed in ancient China, she would have been a military genius on par with Zhang Liang or Han Xian. In this apocalypse, she had become an indispensable right hand to Zheng Haoyan. To upgrade the base to level 4, you'll need 100,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 iron, or 200,000 food, as well as 10 different types of buildings, 3 of which must be level 3. Wang Li stated clearly at a normal pace. Your humble servant has already calculated. Upgrading the Angzhichang, farmland, and barracks each require specific numbers of livestock raised, crops planted, and troops trained. As for the Sparrow Pavilion, manufacturing platform, and library, they are all special structures requiring rare materials that our base currently lacks. Therefore, it's best to choose 2 out of the blacksmith shop, factory, and cold weapon platform for upgrading. Zheng Haoyan nodded. He'd considered this himself, and Wang Li's analysis was spot on. The blacksmith shop is already level 2. I recommend the Lord prioritize it as one of the 2, and consider upgrading the factory as the second option. Both required resources are plentiful. Then proceed as you suggested, Zheng Haoyan said without hesitation. The sooner the upgrades began, the sooner he'd feel secure. Wang Li remained seated, pulling out paper and pen from who knows where, then began calculating intensely. About half an hour passed before she slowly rose. I am pleased to report, my lord, that your humble servant has devised an optimized upgrade plan, reducing total resource consumption by 20%. Zheng Haoyan's face lit up with joy. This meant that after the upgrade, he'd still have a significant surplus of materials. Begin upgrading the blacksmith shop. Zheng Haoyan opened his base interface, located the blacksmith shop option, and spent 10,000 wood, 3,500 stone, and 5,000 iron ore to elevate it to level 3. The upgraded blacksmith shop now covered nearly 500 square meters, more than 5 times its original size, and looked even more mysterious, painted in deep red and black, as if constantly enveloped in flames. Humble subject, Zhao Tai greets the Lord. As soon as the blacksmith shop began upgrading, Zhao Tai excitedly appeared before Zheng Haoyan. It hadn't been long since the last upgrade, but even reaching level 2 had greatly benefited Zhao Tai, enabling him to forge fine-grade equipment he once could never dream of crafting. Now ascending to level 3, his skills had transcended once again. Given sufficient materials, perhaps even excellent grade weapons would now be within reach. No need for formalities. Go wait at the cold weapon platform for now. Return to the blacksmith shop once the upgrade completes, Zheng Haoyan instructed gently. Yes, my lord. Since its construction, Zheng Haoyan had kept the cold weapon platform operating non-stop, mass-producing swords and crossbows around the clock. Though he might not use them personally, these items served as excellent trade commodities. Not only did this allow Zheng Haoyan to acquire valuable resources he previously lacked, but it also enhanced the combat strength of other lords. Among those surviving in this apocalyptic world, they weren't enemies, they were allies. Every extra life preserved meant one more potential ally down the road. The upgrade process proved lengthy. The blacksmith shop required 1 full hour to complete its upgrade. Although upgrading the factory from level 1 to 2 only took 5 minutes, progressing from level 2 to 3 would also take a solid hour. Only after both were completed could Zheng Haoyan initiate the overall base upgrade. Night had fully fallen. Lu Laowu led the others in processing the beast carcasses and cleaning the bloodstains within the base. Though traces of bloodshed still lingered, the area was vastly cleaner than before. The system rewards weren't substantial, but the resources Lu Fu obtained by dismantling the beast corpses turned out remarkably rich. Food alone totaled nearly 300,000 units, while animal hides, sinews, teeth, and bones filled an entire open space. Zheng Haoyan reassured everyone, instructing some to rest while assigning others to their night watch duties. Soon, the base grew quiet once more. During the downtime, Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window. He wanted to see how many players could still communicate freely. With nocturnal beast raids of such massive scale, many bases might have already been wiped out. Zheng Haoyan couldn't understand why. After announcing just yesterday there would be a week-long safety period, tonight they'd already faced a beast uprising. Could it be that the mysterious energy only affected zombies? Lord Wei Tai, just say what's on your mind. There's no need to be so polite. If I can help you, I won't refuse, Zheng Haoyan said courteously to this official representative. Thank you for replying to me. My base suffered heavy losses during tonight's beast assault. I lost 3 farmers, which is 1/3 of my entire workforce. Wei Tai's voice carried a hint of despair. What do you want me to do for you? Zheng Haoyan didn't offer meaningless comfort, but replied directly. If possible, I hope you could lend me a few farmers. Just for one day. Tomorrow, I'll personally lead them to explore a location. If all goes well, my base can successfully upgrade to level 3. Zheng Haoyan slightly furrowed his brow. Lend farmers? How could that even work? Lord Wei Tai, we don't even know the distance between our bases. How exactly am I supposed to send farmers to you? If you're in need, I can provide additional resources instead. Zheng Haoyan didn't flatly reject him, but the polite refusal was obvious. As long as Lord Hao Tian agrees, I have a way to get your farmers to my base safely. Give me some time to think it over. I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning. Zheng Haoyan closed the private chat. Aside from not having made up his mind about lending farmers, the blacksmith shop and factory had also just finished upgrading to level 3. Begin upgrading the base. Upgrade conditions met. Confirm consumption of 80,000 wood, 42,000 stone, 8,000 iron ore, and 160,000 food to upgrade base to level 4. Yes. Zheng Haoyan clicked the upgrade button with a smile, watching the resource cost reduced by 20%. A mysterious blue-violet light descended from the sky, enveloping Zheng Haoyan's base. The outermost stone walls began extending outward, and the base's area visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. The surreal sight left Zheng Haoyan standing frozen in place. Chapter 51. Universal Shock. Wang Lu's background. Upgrading to a level 4 base didn't take nearly as long as upgrading the level 3 forge and factory had. Almost the moment Zheng Haoyan realized it, the system announcement rang out. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan for being the first to upgrade to a level 4 base. Reward: 1 special building, mech arena, and 1 resource gift pack. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan for being the first to upgrade to a level 4 base. Reward: 1 special building, mech arena, and 1 resource gift pack. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan for being the first to upgrade to a level 4 base. Reward: 1 special building, mech arena, and 1 resource gift pack. 3 global system announcements echoed consecutively. Everyone, who had previously been immersed in the tragedy of the beast assault on their cities, couldn't help but gasp in awe, their faces reflecting shock only they themselves could see. Wah! My farmers just died protecting me. Now I'm completely alone in my base. Congrats to Lord Haoyan for being the first to reach level 4. Could you please give me, a poor little level 2 base owner, some tips on how to reach level 3? Why did this happen? My farmers actually chose to run away at the end. If not for my longsword, I might already be dead. Though everyone was stunned by Zheng Haoyan's achievement, their attention remained largely occupied by the night's beast attacks. Most lords who hadn't spoken tonight were already dead. Everyone was slowly beginning to grasp the brutal reality of this post-apocalyptic world they now inhabited. Lord Haoyan, got time to talk? Just as Zheng Haoyan was about to close the global chat and check his resource gift pack, his private message window flickered. He glanced over, a message from Wang Lu. What is it? Just say it. After Zheng Haoyan sponsored her upgrade to a level 3 base, they hadn't stayed in contact, nor had she reached out to him since. This was the first time. First, I must congratulate you, Lord Haoyan, for being the first to reach level 4. And of course, I'd like to ask, how on earth did you do it? Wang Lu well understood how difficult it was to upgrade to level 4. Not only did it require an astronomical amount of resources, but also 10 different buildings, which definitely weren't easy to construct overnight. I just got lucky. It happened by coincidence. I can't really explain the specifics. Even though he had supported her before, that didn't mean Zheng Haoyan would share all his secrets with her. At best, she was merely an affiliate. So Lord Haoyan likes to keep secrets, huh? How about this? I'll trade you one of my own secrets for your method. What do you think? Wang Lu sent a strange message. Zheng Haoyan paused, then silently typed a single fine. Before revealing my secret, I have one harmless question for you, Lord Haoyan. Do you think arriving here was an accident or fate? Her cryptic words deepened Zheng Haoyan's curiosity. What exactly was she trying to say? So you still believe it was just an accident, Lord Haoyan? But what if I told you it wasn't an accident at all? Would you believe me? Wang Lu sensed his thoughts and sent another message before waiting for a reply. Words sometimes held immense power, especially when they touched upon things humanity yearned to know. That was precisely when their strength peaked. Now was such a moment. Zheng Haoyan desperately wanted to hear what Wang Lu would say next. Perhaps it could finally reveal the mystery behind this apocalyptic transmigration. Tell me everything you know. Zheng Haoyan's message carried a trace of solemnity. First, let me tell you a story. As Wang Lu's words unfolded, Zheng Haoyan felt as if he were stepping into a mysterious family. Hengyi Wang family. Located in Hengyi District, Chongran City, Jiangbei Province. There was a legend circulating within Hengyi District, only 7 words long. The Hengyi Wang family, do not provoke. This wasn't because the Wang family dominated both legal and underground circles. In fact, no member of their family had ever participated in either. They appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary civilian family. Yet they had passed down their lineage for 1,000 generations. No one knew who the Wang family's original ancestor was. Aside from the Wangs themselves, anyone who dared enter the ancestral hall never came back out. Wang Lu, the 1,000th generation heir of the Hengyi Wang family, and the only female heir of this generation, knew many things others had never heard of, things few would even dare believe. The Wang family actually comes from the apocalypse. Zheng Haoyan froze. So everything he was experiencing now had already been orchestrated by someone else. But how could that be possible? The illogical was often hard to accept. Just like if everyone wore clothes while traveling, and one person stood there naked, they would instantly be rejected by all. I haven't revealed any of this to the public because I'm afraid that everyone will see me as a freak, even though I really am one. Wang Lu's words carried a hint of bitterness. Why did you choose to tell me? Zheng Haoyan sent his first message after a long silence. Because I think you can save me. After closing the private chat window with Wang Lu, Zheng Haoyan remained deeply unsettled. He had originally thought that an unexpected accident had transformed him from an aimless nobody into a powerful lord capable of shaping the world. Never had he imagined that everything was orchestrated behind the scenes. Now, the question of when the mastermind behind this apocalypse would appear had become a silent torment in Zheng Haoyan's heart. He hadn't agreed to help Wang Lu. Not yet, at least. He couldn't. To save someone so intricately tied to the one pulling the strings, just because she had revealed a few secrets to him, that price was simply too high. Lord Haoyan, is something wrong? Shuiying noticed the conflict and pain on Zheng Haoyan's face and asked in her clear, bell-like voice. Nothing. I might just be a little tired, Zheng Haoyin replied, shaking his head without revealing the truth. Then let Shui Ying assist the Lord in bathing and give your shoulders a massage. After saying this, a delicate blush spread across Shui Ying's fair cheeks. Though such duties were expected of a maid, doing them for the first time still filled her with shyness. Zheng Haoyin didn't respond, merely nodding gently. Soon, Shui Ying had prepared the bath and adjusted the water to the perfect temperature. Lord, let Shui Ying help you change. With gentle hands, Shui Ying undid the belt around Zheng Haoyin's waist, removed his clothes, and guided him into the tub. The steaming bath brought Zheng Haoyin indescribable comfort, prompting an involuntary sigh of pleasure. And as Shui Ying's small hands began softly kneading his shoulders, the deep frown on his brow slowly eased. Mew. Zheng Haoyin opened his heavy eyelids and casually draped his hand over Shui Ying beside him, causing her to let out a soft cry. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began, but Zheng Haoyin had indeed been under tremendous pressure. However, after last night, all that stress seemed to have melted away. What's done is done. Now wasn't the time to complain about their circumstances or curse the injustice of fate. The priority now was to build up the base, survive wave after wave of attacks, and eventually gain enough strength to turn the tables, to seize control from the mysterious mastermind hiding in the shadows. Lord Haoyin, you're awake. I'll get up right away and help you dress and freshen up, said Shui Ying. Her large, lively eyes beneath delicate long eyebrows met Zheng Haoyin's smiling gaze, and she hurriedly tried to rise. But as soon as she moved, a sharp burning sensation shot through her body, forcing her back down onto the bed. You worked hard last night. Rest well today. I can manage on my own, Zheng Haoyin said tenderly, stroking Shui Ying's hair before getting up to dress himself. Outside, dawn had just begun to break. Judging by the 24-hour clock, it was probably around 6:30 a.m., still quite early. The farmers were already getting up and washing themselves. Lu Fu, the cook, had risen even earlier to prepare breakfast. By now, a hearty meal was fully ready. Greetings, Lord. Lu Fu stepped forward respectfully as soon as he saw Zheng Haoyin emerge. Please, allow me to serve your morning meal. No need for such formalities, Lu Fu. Go inform everyone to come eat together, Zheng Haoyin replied with a warm smile. At once, my lord. I'll notify them immediately. Zheng Haoyin entered the dining hall first. Soon after, Lu Fu brought in the rest of the group. Over 10 farmers took their seats, their faces beaming with joy. We greet our lord. No formalities needed. Let's all enjoy breakfast together. Thank you, noble lord, for your generosity. Such a noble status combined with such humility. How could the farmers not feel completely loyal and devoted to Zheng Haoyin? After finishing breakfast, those assigned to mining headed off to mine. Hunters set out to hunt. Woodcutters went to chop trees. Blacksmiths returned to forging. Herbalists ventured into the wilds to gather medicine. Everyone resumed their duties. The only difference was Zhang Daqiang, who sent his younger brother Zhang Erqiang out alone to cut wood while he himself stayed behind to till the farmland, ensuring no land would go unused. Zheng Haoyin carried a portion of breakfast into the bedroom, gently feeding Shui Ying until she finished eating, then watching her drift into a deep sleep before attending to his own matters. Opening the system panel, Zheng Haoyin first checked the basic attributes of his level 4 base. Buildings, main base. Level, population, 6 of 200. Number of buildings, 11 of 50. Storage capacity, 56809/9999999. Upgrade requirements, 1 million wood, 500,000 stone, 100,000 iron ore, 2 million food, 2,000 copper ore, 500 silver ore, 100 gold ore, 500 marble tiles, 80 jade, and possession of 10 level, for buildings plus a city core. After reading this, Zheng Haoyin chuckled bitterly and opened the reward package from yesterday's upgrade. As for when he might reach level 5, probably not anytime soon. Open resource gift pack. He untied the exquisitely wrapped resource gift pack. The next moment, he felt a flicker of renewed hope toward upgrading the base. Rewarded, 500 silver or 100 gold or 500 marble tiles, 80 jade, 1 city core. Could this be the first real benefit of upgrading? Zheng Haoyin felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. It felt almost unreal. Though the gift pack didn't contain any basic resources, the advanced and special materials required for upgrading to level 4 were exactly sufficient. Zheng Haoyin pulled out the city core and examined it. It was a rhombus-shaped energy block pulsing with an eerie glow. Not only did it look extraordinary, but it also radiated a terrifyingly immense power within. Suddenly, Zheng Haoyin realized that his next step might no longer just be about expanding the base, but building an entire city. The base served as the foundation for a city, housing numerous structures, yet lacking a complete urban ecosystem. Perhaps this city core was precisely what would bring that missing system to life. Still, these were merely speculations. The true nature of its function would only become clear once Zheng Haoyin gathered all the necessary upgrade resources and completed upgrades on 10 level for buildings. After scanning through the resources once more, he turned to examine the second reward from last night. Mech Arena. Building, Mech Arena. Level, products, small mechs, industrial mechs, agricultural mechs, medium mechs, Moyun mechs, Lition mechs, Shirshin mechs. Upgrade requirements, 500,000 units of basic resources, 40 energy cores, 1 level, 5 mech design blueprint. It really produces mechs. Zheng Haoyin's heart surged with excitement. This was genuine high technology. Mechs were something Zheng Haoyin had only ever seen in novels and anime. Even in the world he came from before the apocalypse, such technology had never been achieved. And now, in this post-apocalyptic era where civilization and science had regressed, the appearance of mechs would undoubtedly place Zheng Haoyan far ahead of everyone else. He had just glanced at the general attributes of the mech arena. Now, he tapped to open the production details for the first unit, the small mech. Equipment, small mech. Model L1. Attributes, plus 200 defense, plus 300 speed, plus 200 attack, plus 500 strength. Skills, charge, energy cannon, laser sword, emergency ejection. Operation requirement, must possess the mech operation manual. Production cost, 5,000 iron ore, 300 titanium alloy, 100 tungsten steel, 1 energy core. These are the stats of a mech, and it's only the most basic small model. Zheng Haoyan stared in disbelief. Such powerful stat boosts, combined with devastating skills, this thing was essentially a war machine. There was no doubt that even a frail, weak individual could become something like a superhuman simply by piloting this mech. However, the production requirements gave Zheng Haoyan pause. Titanium alloy, tungsten steel, and energy cores. He'd never even heard of these materials, let alone possess them. And to make matters worse, piloting a mech apparently required skill, just like driving a car. You needed to study the operation manual first. That dashed his immediate dream of hopping into a mech right away. Still, if the mech arena was already here, how far could actual mechs be? Wang Lu, maybe you'll really have to rely on me after all, Zheng Haoyan murmured, gazing up at the sky. Chapter 53. News from the underground storage, the territory in the last records. A new day had begun, and Zheng Haoyan's base had already reached level 4, allowing him to summon 6 peasants in total. The upgraded residences could now accommodate up to 50 people, still far from capacity. With ample food supplies on hand, Zheng Haoyan naturally chose to summon the maximum number. Your humble servant Ma Wei pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Guasun pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Lu Biao pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Ma Jun pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Xiong San pays respects to Lord. Your humble maid Nanji pays respects to Lord. 5 men and 1 woman. This was the result of today's summoning. Zheng Haoyan quickly reviewed their attributes. Ma Wei excelled at mining, his talent comparable to Qiao Bin's, though slightly inferior. Guasun possessed a unique search skill. As long as he was given a rough map, he could accurately pinpoint any desired location, an ability that immediately caught Zheng Haoyan's attention. Lu Biao was skilled in throwing weapons, a sturdy and muscular man. Ma Jun, strikingly handsome, surprisingly had the talent for library management. A spark of joy flashed through Zheng Haoyan's heart. Apparently he wouldn't need Wu Jun anymore. This Ma Jun, sharing the same name but different surname, could handle the job. Xiongsan stood nearly 2.5 meters tall. Standing beside him, Nanji looked like an underage girl. As for Xiongsan's talent, Zheng Haoyan found it somewhat puzzling. What exactly does beast form mean? Can you transform into a bear? Not knowing, he asked directly. Reporting to you, my lord. Xiongsan replied respectfully. When I activate beast form, I gain the strength and defense of a full-grown grizzly bear. Defeating 20 ordinary men would pose no problem. Zheng Haoyan felt slightly disappointed. Only 20 men? Then this beast form ability seemed rather mediocre. He turned his gaze to the last, and only female, summoned individual, Nanji. Her skill was tailoring. At last, the base can finally have standardized uniforms, Zheng Haoyan murmured with a slight upward curve of his lips. These men had been wearing all sorts of ragged, mismatched clothes every day, visually unappealing, to say the least. Though this was the apocalypse, Zheng Haoyan understood clearly that uniformity wasn't just about aesthetics, it also enhanced combat effectiveness. Otherwise, why would armies insist on identical uniforms? Nanji, come with me. The rest of you head to the barracks for training. Yes, lord. Zheng Haoyan led Nanji into the main hall of the base and instructed her to sit down. Nanji, can your sewing skill be used to make clothing from various animal hides? He asked gently. Reporting, my lord. She replied with bright, intelligent eyes and a playful tone. I am capable of that. Moreover, I carry a set of ancestral embroidery needles that can speed up my stitching. If I ask you to produce identical uniforms, how long would it take you to complete them? It depends on the level of detail. If they are made roughly, I can finish 4 sets per shirtshin. 1 shirtshin equaled 2 hours, meaning Nanji could produce 1 basic uniform every half hour. Uniforms didn't need to be elaborate. The goal was mainly to strengthen the peasant's sense of belonging. In fact, Zheng Haoyan was even considering giving the base a formal name. That way, when the peasants went out and needed to introduce themselves, they could proudly say they belonged to base so-and-so. Excellent. Here are some hides. I'll leave the designs up to you. Zheng Haoyan pulled out several pelts harvested from the beasts slain the previous night, soft tiger and marten fur, along with tougher leopard and wild ox hides. Yes, my lord. I will complete the garments as soon as possible. Good. You may begin. With that, Zheng Haoyan turned and walked toward the library. No buildings required upgrading at the moment, leaving him with little to do. He decided to continue reading the book titled The Last Records from yesterday. Time flew swiftly, and before long, noon arrived. The peasants returned from a morning of labor, most carrying traces of fatigue as they re-entered the base. There were exceptions, however. Li Si, for instance, appeared unusually excited, showing no signs of exhaustion at all. Greetings, lord. Your humble servant has news to report. Knowing lunchtime was near, Zheng Haoyan stepped out of the library and called upon the few other peasants who also enjoyed spending time there. After finishing his training at the barracks, Ma Jun had instinctively headed straight for the library. The moment he entered, he confronted Wu Jun. The issue? Wu Jun hadn't shelved the books according to proper classification, making it difficult for others to find what they needed. But Wu Jun's explanation was also reasonable. Few people came to read in the library anyway, and the way he had arranged the books was adapted to Wang Li's reading habits. That book on coordination theory would probably only be of interest to her. Still, Ma Jun remained somewhat displeased, and in the end, it took Zhang Haoyan himself stepping in for the two men to finally reconcile. Wu Jun, from now on, all library affairs can be handed over to Ma Jun. If you and Wu Kun still wish to stay in the library, you're always free to go there directly, Zhang Haoyan said as he walked away. Yes, my lord. Wu Jun's voice sounded a bit disheartened, but he quickly adjusted to what Zhang Haoyan had said. After all, guarding the library wasn't his true calling. He was a negotiation expert. The scene shifted back to the base hall. Li Si's face glistened with fine beads of sweat, yet his expression radiated intense excitement. Li Si, whatever you have to say, speak freely, Zhang Haoyan asked calmly. Reporting to you, my lord, Li Si replied. The place you were looking for, the one you specifically emphasized this morning. What was it called again? The underground storage? Did you find the underground storage? Zhang Haoyan asked, tension and excitement creeping into his voice. If they had the storage, could the vehicle still be inside? And if they had a vehicle, how far off could organized convoy missions be? Yes, my lord. While hunting earlier, I was chasing a young deer when suddenly, without knowing how, I found myself standing right before an underground storage facility. Li Si's explanation sounded rather flimsy, but the discovery of the storage was undeniably real. This counts as a great service. If we truly recover a vehicle, you will be the first driver. No matter how valuable or beautiful it is, it will belong to you alone. No one else can take it. Zhang Haoyan's words carried a subtle tone of persuasion. Thank you, my lord. I will do my utmost. Li Si joined the others as they left, and just as Zhang Haoyan prepared to follow, Guo, who had been walking behind him, tugged gently on his sleeve. My lord, I believe the place Brother Li Si just described. It's exactly here. Guo held out a map, his finger pointing at a location. The miniature illustration on the map matched Li Si's description perfectly, down to the smallest detail. Chapter 54 Learning to Drive, Exploring the Underground Garage. When Zhang Haoyan heard Guo's words, he froze for a moment, then hesitated and asked doubtfully, Where did you get this map? Reporting to you, my lord. Guo said respectfully, I saw it in a book. Thinking it might be useful, I took it down. Which book? Zhang Haoyan pressed. According to my knowledge, my lord, the book is called The Last Records. Zhang Haoyan grew even more puzzled. How come he hadn't seen any map in The Last Records? He had flipped through the entire book himself. You just said you found the place Li Si described on this map? Are you certain? My lord, I would never deceive you. I am certain that what Mr. Li Si described matches this location on the map. Guo replied with complete confidence. Excellent. You'll join the exploration team this afternoon. I hope you can successfully find vehicles from the underground garage. Zhang Haoyan felt a surge of excitement. Guo wasn't just someone with exploration skills. He was essentially a living map. He carefully examined the map in Guo's hands, but couldn't spot any connection between Li Si's description and any particular point on the map. After all, the scale was far too reduced. Understood, my lord. Haha, come on. Everyone, let's go have lunch first. Zhang Haoyan laughed heartily and slapped Guo's shoulder in a friendly manner. After resting throughout the morning, Shuiying had finally recovered and now stood quietly by Zhang Haoyan's side, behaving meekly. Looking at the table filled with abundant food, Zhang Haoyan still felt something was missing. After a brief moment of thought, he realized it. There was plenty to eat, but nothing to drink. If only this plate of fried deer meat could be paired with a bottle of Fat Boy Happiness water, how perfect it would be. Zhang Haoyan mused inwardly. Crispy, tender slices of venison, together with icy cold, bubbling cola. Surely that would be a taste worthy of immortals. After eating lunch half-heartedly, Zhang Haoyan set a new goal, to find beverages. Then he led everyone for a stroll toward the library building. This morning, Li Si found the place I've been looking for, an underground garage. Inside are things crucial for our base's next phase of development. Those things are cars, tools that allow us to move much faster. With them, our operational range will expand significantly, and they can also serve as transport. Therefore, I've decided that this afternoon, we'll form an exploration team, still led by Wang Li, to head into the underground garage and search for cars. Does everyone have confidence? Zhang Haoyan's speech was passionate and inspiring. His final question stirred intense enthusiasm among the farmers. Yes. The single word roared so loudly, it nearly split the sky. Zhang Haoyan jumped in surprise, barely kept steady thanks to Shuiying supporting him beside. Great. Seeing your spirit, I'm confident too. But before heading to the garage, everyone needs to learn one essential skill. Zhang Haoyan pulled out the car driving manual, which had been modified by the Wu brothers, Wu Jun and Wu Kun. Thanks to their improvements, this manual could enable a farmer to grasp basic driving techniques within half an hour. Of course, to become truly proficient, hands-on practice combined with studying the manual was necessary. But once one had a general understanding, starting and driving a car would be perfectly doable. Li Si, you're first. Everyone else go rest. Once the fourth person masters the manual, we'll depart for the garage. Understood, my lord. Li Si rushed excitedly to Zhang Haoyan and received the driving manual. You can study inside the library. If anything is unclear, ask Wu Jun directly. After sending everyone back to their residences to rest, Zhang Haoyan turned to Li Si. reminding him to study diligently. Understood, my lord. Please rest assured. I will master the driving manual as quickly as possible. Zhang Haoyan nodded, then walked with Shui Ying toward the base hall. Upon arriving at the base hall, he paused in thought. Eventually, he opened the private messaging interface. There was something he wanted to ask someone. Lord Wei Tai, do you have time to chat? I'd like to learn more about the underground garage on your side. Zhang Haoyan didn't beat around the bush. He stated his purpose clearly. Lord Haoyan, ask me anything. I'll share everything I know. Wei Tai replied promptly. Could you tell me what happened when your farmer entered the garage last time? And did anything unusual occur during the entry process? Zhang Haoyan sought this information without doubt, to provide useful intelligence for the team preparing to explore the garage that afternoon. After all, as an old saying in Huaxia goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Having some information about the underground garage would of course greatly assist the exploration team's upcoming mission. Well, actually, my farmer has already perished last night. I didn't remember clearly everything he said before. He mentioned encountering something terrifying that frightened him. Was he injured at the time? Zhang Haoyan asked this to gauge the level of danger inside the underground garage. He wasn't physically hurt, but his maximum stamina inexplicably dropped by 20 points, and he became extremely weak and ill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died last night. Sigh. Wei Tai let out a heavy sigh. Zhang Haoyan understood what he meant. He had yet to consider Wei Tai's request from last night, mainly because he hadn't decided whom to send to assist him, so for now, he could only pretend not to know. Thank you. If everything goes smoothly, I'll come talk to you again. With those final words, Zhang Haoyan closed the private chat window. Li Si, who was studying diligently, did not disappoint Zhang Haoyan. Within just half an hour, he had mastered the fundamental driving techniques, passed Wu Jun's test, and was ready to be replaced by the next person. Excellent, Li Si. Go notify Lu Laowu to begin his training, then rest for now. A satisfied smile spread across Zhang Haoyan's face. Yes, sir. Thank you, my lord. Soon, following Li Si's notification, Lu Laowu headed to the library to study the driving manual. Next in line were Long Biao and Feng Sun. The reason Zhang Haoyan chose them was because he noticed that people with hunting skills seemed to pick up driving much faster. And just as Zhang Haoyan suspected, all four completed their training in the shortest possible time, exactly 30 minutes. That meant the moment had arrived to set off for the underground garage. Wang Li will serve as overall commander, with Lu Laowu as her deputy. Team members, Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, Li Si, Long Biao, Feng Sun, Wang Biao, Xiao Bin, and Bian Yu. With 5 people per vehicle, Zhang Haoyan dispatched a total of 20 individuals, including Robert and the mechanical battle maid, forming the underground garage exploration team. Is everyone ready? Zhang Haoyan asked, his voice full of excitement. We're ready, my lord. Then we depart. Chapter 55 The Dark Underground Warehouse, Erqiang injured. Under Zhang Haoyan's command, the 20-member team set out from the base with a mighty momentum, advancing toward the unknown underground warehouse. Watching his farmers depart, Zhang Haoyan still felt a tinge of worry. After all, this was nearly all the manpower he had under his command. If it weren't for the importance of finding a car, he wouldn't have made such a decision. If they could successfully locate a vehicle in the warehouse this time, the entire base's development would accelerate once again, and there might even be a chance to build the first city of this post-apocalyptic era before the safety countdown ended. Shui Ying, let's go pray for them. Lord Haoyan, they will return safely and smoothly, Shui Ying said, holding Zhang Haoyan's hand and gently pressing on his palm, a technique to relieve stress. Zhang Haoyan nodded firmly. Although the team only consisted of 20 people, Wang Li had still divided them into 4 appropriate squads. The 4 members who had learned how to drive were placed in separate groups, so that if they found a vehicle later, chaos could be avoided. Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, Wang Biao, and the new recruits Xiong San and Lu Laowu formed one group. Xiao Bin, Sun Jiaobao, and new members Ma Wei, Lu Biao, and Li Si made up another squad. Wu Jun, Wu Kun, along with new members Ma Jun, Wu Sun, and Long Biao formed the third group. The last group consisted of Wang Li, the mechanical battle maiden, Bian Yu, Robert, and Feng Sun. This was clearly the safest unit, given the terrifying combat capabilities of the mechanical battle maiden and the mechanical servant Robert. After finalizing the group assignments, Wu Sun's team was tasked with leading the way and identifying the shortest route to the underground warehouse. Zhang Daqiang's group served as the vanguard, positioned at the very front of the formation to handle any potential threats. Xiao Bin's group took rear guard duty, while Wang Li's team remained protected in the center, as they functioned as the logistics and command unit, arguably the most crucial group. The exploration team advanced at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining maximum vigilance throughout. Wu Sun, how much farther? After walking nearly 5 kilometers, Wang Li called Wu Sun over to ask. Reporting to Manager Wang, according to the map, we're about 6 kilometers away. If everything goes smoothly, we'll arrive within half an hour. Wu Sun replied respectfully after checking the map. If we can successfully find a car, our return trip to the base will be much faster. But we must prepare for the worst-case scenario, so we need to speed up, Wang Li said after a moment of thought, announcing her decision to everyone. Immediately afterward, the group doubled their previous pace, pushing forward toward the underground warehouse at full speed, each person consuming 1 point of stamina per minute. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a flat plain. Behind them stretched the dense forest, but ahead lay barren wasteland. The stark contrast caused Wang Li's already cautious heart to tighten further. Differences often meant hidden dangers, just like real-life situations. If everything remains familiar, you naturally feel secure. But once something changes significantly, danger might quietly be approaching. In ordinary life, we have the option to stick with what's familiar, but right now, Wang Li had no choice but to press forward across the plain with everyone else, because the underground warehouse lay straight ahead. Li Si, are you certain the warehouse is here? Wang Li asked, double-checking. Yes, Manager Wang. Right ahead. But this morning, the wind wasn't nearly this strong, Li Si nodded. When he had accidentally wandered here earlier that day, the breeze around had been mild. Guasun, does the map also indicate this location? The cautious Wang Li turned to ask. Reporting, Manager Wang. The map indeed shows the location nearby. Guasun confirmed as well. With no more hesitation, Wang Li pressed onward. Time never waited, and neither could she. Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, prepare to enter the warehouse first. At once, Manager Wang. Less than 100 meters into the plain, Li Si located the entrance to the underground warehouse, and Wang Li decided to proceed directly. Lifting the hatch covered in lush soil, Zhang Daqiang leapt down without hesitation, with Zhang Erqiang following closely behind, jumping in right after him. As the sound of their landing echoed upward, Wang Li immediately called down. How is it? Any situation down there? Wang Li's voice was loud. If they'd had mobile phones, shouting wouldn't have been necessary. Manager Wang, it's quite spacious down here, but rather dark. Be careful when you come down, Zhang Daqiang answered while searching for any possible light source. Upon receiving the reply, Wang Li quickly began organizing the others to enter the warehouse one by one. The exploration team had to act together. Lu Laowu, your team goes down first, then Long Biao's team, followed by Feng Sun's team. I'll go down with Dr. Bian last. Understood, Manager Wang. Although the underground warehouse was somewhat elevated from the ground level, it posed no real challenge for the physically strong farmers. As for Wang Li herself, she had the mechanical battle maiden to assist her. 5 minutes later, everyone had safely arrived inside the warehouse, and Wang Li finally understood what Zhang Daqiang meant by dark. Pitch black, unable to see even one's own hand in front of the face. This phrase perfectly described the environment within the warehouse. Fortunately, Wang Li had come prepared. Soon, a bright flame flickered to life in Lu Laowu's hand, illuminating the surrounding area. Roar. The moment the torch lit up, a furious roar echoed as a dark shadow lunged straight toward Zhang Daqiang, who was positioned at the outer edge of the group. Watch out. Everyone saw it happen, but all they could manage was this seemingly useless warning. Zhang Daqiang was immediately slammed backward by the impact and sent flying. But Zhang Erqiang charged straight at the shadow without hesitation, showing no fear. What the hell is this thing? Lit by the flames, the others now saw the dark figure grappling with Zhang Erqiang. It was a bat-like creature roughly the size of a 5-year-old child. It wasn't called a bat outright simply because its size was far too large to be considered normal. Erqiang, watch its teeth. Bianyu, seeing Zhang Erqiang engaged in close combat with the bat monster, shouted a warning. But knowing something and being able to avoid it were often two different things, just like how Zhang Erqiang couldn't evade the monster's attack despite the warning. Zhang Erqiang had been tightly gripping the creature's limbs, but suddenly he screamed in pain and instinctively let go, allowing the bat monster to break free and take flight. No, watch out. Their warning came too late. Zhang Erqiang's palm had already been viciously bitten by the bat monster. Die. Enraged and adrenaline surging, Zhang Erqiang activated his bloodthirsty berserker state, and, in a single furious swing, drove his axe deep into the monster, pinning it to the ground. Despite the impressive kill, Zhang Erqiang was injured. Chapter 56, a maze-like path, dividing into teams. The wound from the bat monster's bite was still bleeding. Without needing any reminder, Bianyu quickly grabbed the medicine box and rushed to Zhang Erqiang's side, beginning treatment at once. This bat seems highly poisonous, but fortunately the bite was brief. The toxin hasn't spread through his body yet. As long as we neutralize the main venom, dealing with the residual toxins will be simple enough. Bianyu examined Zhang Erqiang's wound, analyzed it briefly, then immediately began disinfecting and bandaging with remarkably skilled hands. Swallow this medicine. He took out a pill about the size of a thumbnail and placed it directly into Zhang Erqiang's mouth. Dr. Bian, is Erqiang going to be alright? Wang Li, fulfilling her role as a competent commander, naturally remembered to care for her subordinates. Reporting to Manager Wang, the poison from this bat creature has already been contained. If he takes this clear spirit pill for 3 days, the remaining toxins in his body will completely dissipate, Bianyu replied respectfully, stroking his slightly long beard. Hearing this, Wang Li's expression softened slightly. Still, this could be considered a rocky start. From now on, Wang Li became even more cautious in her actions. Set torches around all sides. With light, we won't be so easily caught off guard by such surprises. Yes, Manager Wang. Everyone began placing torches around the area, and instantly the underground vault revealed its true appearance. Wang Li and the others were currently in a chamber resembling a secret room. In one corner sat a stone bed, and scattered throughout were some stone tables and chairs, though overall the space still felt rather empty. Manager Wang, there's a path here. Li Si spoke quietly, but his voice reached Wang Li's ears perfectly. Her gaze followed the sound toward him. More accurately than calling it a path, it was better described as a hidden passage, enclosed entirely by stone walls on all sides. Keep moving forward. The mystery of the underground vault couldn't stop Wang Li and her team. However, under Wang Li's orders, Zhang Erqiang moved into the command group, where 2 mechanical servants were assigned specifically to protect him. The team pressed onward, led this time by Xiong San, whose massive frame was further amplified by the chainmail specially forged for him by Zhao Tai. Earlier, the brothers Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang had positioned themselves ahead out of concern for the newcomers, but now it was necessary for Xiong San to take point. After advancing another 100 meters down the narrow passageway, two diverging paths appeared before the scouting team, causing Xiong San to halt. Manager Wang, what should we do? There are two paths ahead. Lu Laowu frowned. Based on his past experience, branching paths always meant double the danger. Wang Li hesitated slightly too. She was considering whether to split into two teams, since cars might lie beyond either passage. If they explored each route one after the other, the time required would be unacceptable. They needed to reserve enough time to return to base safely. Lu Laowu, your group will take Long Biao's team and go down the left path. I'll lead the rest down the right. In the end, Wang Li gave the order to split up. Yes, Manager Wang. Though Lu Laowu sensed potential danger, he didn't oppose her decision. At this moment, there were only two options, and he himself leaned towards splitting up as well. Without hesitation, Lu Laowu's 9-member team stepped into the left passage. Zhang Erqiang, injured as he was, stayed with Wang Li's group. After watching Lu Laowu's team disappear down the corridor, Wang Li waved her hand sharply toward the right passage. This time, she ordered the mechanical servant Robert to lead the way at the front. Back at the base, Zhang Haoyan had no idea that the exploration team had gotten off to such a shaky start. He was inside the base factory, studying the production capacity of this level 3 facility. Building, factory. Level, 3-star. Production capacity, wire, light bulb, generator, refrigerator, mobile phone. Upgrade requirements, 200,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 50,000 iron ore, 1,000 copper ore, and a factory manager. He hadn't noticed earlier. Apparently, the factory could now produce mobile phones. I should have delayed their trip to the underground vault by a day and produced some phones first. That would have made communication during operations much easier, Zhang Haoyan murmured, an inexplicable sense of unease gripping his heart, as if something might go wrong with this expedition. Lord Haoyan, Manager Wang is definitely going to lead everyone to successfully complete the mission, Shuang said. She had already blessed the team, and right after waking up this morning, she had granted Zhang Haoyan a slight boost of luck. I trust her, and I trust them too. Still, we need to prepare some mobile phones. Zhang Haoyan initiated phone production in the factory, checking the exact material requirements. Product, mobile phone. Grade, none. Function, communication. Production requirements, glass 5, plastic 5, iron ore 3, electronic components 1. When he saw the quantity required, Zhang Haoyan paused. Not because it was too much, but because it seemed far too little. It gave him the impression that as long as he had enough electronic components, he could produce an unlimited number of phones. Since the required materials aren't many, let's just produce them now. Without overthinking, Zhang Haoyan clicked on production. As 5 electronic components and other materials were consumed, the factory began operating. Now all that remained was to wait. After 24 hours, Zhang Haoyan would obtain 5 post-apocalyptic manufactured mobile phones, an outcome well worth anticipating. The base's melee weapon station had also been upgraded to level 3. Naturally, Zhang Haoyan hadn't forgotten about the Zhuge repeating crossbow he'd been looking forward to, the ultimate small-scale crossbow. Just as Zhang Haoyan was immersed in base construction, the exploration team at the underground vault encountered another problem. Staring at the corridor ahead, Wang Li's expression turned grim. This was a longer, narrower passage than before, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. But that wasn't why Wang Li looked so troubled. The real issue was, there was no floor. Below stretched an endless abyss of darkness. To get across, they'd have to brace themselves against both walls with their hands and slowly inch forward. One misstep, and they risked falling into the infinite depths below. Manager Wang, are we going through? Feng Sun hesitated, waiting for Wang Li's orders. We can't give up halfway. We're crossing. Wang Li's eyes suddenly sharpened with determination as she issued the command to traverse the corridor. Chapter 57. Peril at every turn, outsmarting the bat monster. I'll go first. Xiaobin gave Wang Li a reassuring glance. After receiving her nod, he immediately leapt up, pressing his hands and feet firmly against the walls on both sides of the corridor. The ascent went smoothly. Once Xiaobin stabilized his body, he began slowly making his way toward the far end of the corridor. This passageway was easily 100 meters long. It was not just a test of courage, but also demanded great endurance. Head Genjiao, I'm going to. Li Si followed suit, jumping up steadily and bracing himself between the walls, then advancing at a constant pace toward Xiaobin. Just as Feng Sun prepared to follow after these two seniors, Wang Li stopped him. Wait for them first. No rush. For safety's sake, Wang Li decided she would only let Feng Sun begin once she saw Xiaobin and Li Si successfully reach the opposite end. So far, the corridor seemed to test only courage and stamina, with no traps or mechanisms appearing like those she had feared. After Zhang Erqiang, assisted by Robert, safely reached the other side, Wang Li and the mech maid pressed their backs together, hugging the wall as they cautiously began crossing. Everything proceeded smoothly. In the end, this long corridor was conquered by the group. Keep moving forward. Yes, Head Ganja. Wang Li's team pressed deeper into the underground vault, while the other exploration team encountered their own challenge. Lu Laowu stared at the nearby stalactite pillars, where over a dozen giant bats hung upside down, identical to the one they'd just fought. Senior Lu, I've counted clearly. There are 13 bat monsters, Long Biao said solemnly. Just one of these creatures had seriously injured Zhang Erqiang earlier. Now there were 13. How could they possibly get through? What do we do now? If we keep moving forward, we'll definitely attract their attention, growled Xiong San in his deep voice, his expression edged with worry. We can't charge straight in. Even if we make it, our team will be severely weakened, Lu Laowu said grimly. 13 bat monsters. That was a near impossible situation. How about this? We lure them out one by one and take them down. We've got 9 people. If we act fast and stay alert, we should be able to eliminate one without anyone getting so much as a scratch. Wu Jun stepped forward with a suggestion. Good idea in theory, replied Wu Kun from the side. But bat monsters have sharp senses. What if we accidentally agitate all of them during the luring? Then we'd have no choice but to face them head on. What else can we do? You suggesting we give up? Wu Jun shot back helplessly. Lu Laowu listened quietly as everyone voiced their thoughts. In the end, he decided to go with Wu Jun's plan. Yes, the bat monsters were highly sensitive, but as long as they could master the critical triggering distance, it might be possible to draw them out one at a time. It would simply require exceptional skill. And so, Lu Laowu resolved to lead this mission himself. Xiong San, the moment that bat dives down, I need you to restrain it immediately. Everyone else, strike fast, precisely, and ruthlessly. Don't give it any chance to escape. Understood, Commander Lu. The team responded in unison, and Lu Laowu slowly advanced forward. Long Biao, he whispered. If something goes wrong, I'll personally lure the bat away. The moment I do, you tell everyone to retreat immediately. Take the alternate route and rendezvous with Head Genjia's team. Got it, Senior Lu Yu. No time for hesitation. Answer me, did you hear clearly? Lu Laowu's expression turned stern, and under that serious gaze, Long Biao could only nod. Good. Step aside for now. When I say run, you run like hell. Yes, Senior Lu. Long Biao gazed at the man standing before him, short in stature but towering like a mountain. Lu Laowu's words had already won his deepest respect. What kind of commander wouldn't earn admiration if he was willing to sacrifice himself for his team? Now, run. Lu Laowu drew his bow, not aiming at the bat monster, but shooting an arrow at a stalactite 10 meters in front of it. A low, resonant sound echoed through the chamber. That single noise was enough. The outermost bat snapped open its blood-red eyes and lunged toward Lu Laowu at lightning speed. Only one bat had reacted. That meant Lu Laowu's tactic had succeeded. Xiong San now. At Lu Laowu's shout, the massive Xiong San charged forward, his great horse-cleaving blade slashing viciously into the air where the bat monster flew. With his powerful strike and imposing size, Xiong San locked onto the creature, preventing it from pursuing Lu Laowu or Long Biao. Everyone, move in together, chop it to pieces. Whoosh. The moment Lu Laowu spoke, he drew his bowstring again, aimed directly at the bat monster, and released, an arrow piercing clean through its body. That single strike ended the creature's life. It was nothing short of a divine shot from Lu Laowu. Long Biao, stay here. I can handle the rest alone now, Lu Laowu said, not indulging in any pride despite successfully killing one bat monster. He knew clearly in his heart, this was only the beginning. 12 more remained, and every single one had to be eliminated. Whoosh. Following the same method, Lu Laowu fired an arrow at a stalactite just in front of the hanging bats, using the vibration to lure out the outermost bat monster once again. The second bat monster was dealt with even more decisively. With a thunderous shout, Xiong San slashed his blade through the air, cleaving the flying beast cleanly in two. Outstanding. Keep going. Lu Laowu praised briefly, then moved forward once more to draw out the next target. The subsequent attempts proceeded smoothly as well, though a minor incident occurred midway. When Lu Laowu tried to lure the final 2 bat monsters, both suddenly launched at him simultaneously. But it hardly mattered. By now, the team had gained experience, and the 2 creatures were swiftly and easily cut down. Is everyone unharmed? Lu Laowu asked, a hint of excitement glowing in his eyes. Just now, he had felt his archery skill take a great leap forward. He could now fire 7 consecutive arrows at once, and precisely control where each one landed. We're fine, Commander Lu. The others also felt their hearts racing. After all, they had just defeated 13 bat monsters, creatures whose individual combat power far surpassed that of ordinary mutated zombies. Good. Then let's keep moving forward. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Laowu led the exploration team across the pile of bat corpses, advancing deeper into the stalactite cavern. No one noticed. One of the already dead bat monsters twitched unnaturally. Chapter 58, Zhuge Crossbow, Han Lei's Modification. Inside the base, Zheng Haoyan was reviewing the cold weapons forge upgraded to level 3. As expected, the Zhuge Crossbow had indeed been unlocked. Building, Cold Weapons Forge. Level, 3 stars. Production capacity, longsword, hand crossbow, long spear, Zhuge Crossbow, javelin. Upgrade requirements, 80,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 20,000 iron ore. Shuiying, go to the blacksmith shop and bring Zhao Tai here. Zheng Haoyan decided to produce 1 Zhuge Crossbow immediately. To speed things up, it would naturally require Zhao Tai's personal involvement. Yes, Lord Haoyan. Shuiying bowed respectfully and walked toward the blacksmith shop. In no time, Zhao Tai followed behind Shuiying and arrived in front of the Cold Weapons Forge. My greetings, Lord. Zhao Tai saluted with deep respect. No need for formalities. Enter the forge, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. At once, my lord. Zhao Tai strode into the Cold Weapons Forge. At the same moment, Zheng Haoyan selected the production of 1 Zhuge Crossbow. The manufacturing process, which originally required an hour, was completed in merely 5 minutes under Zhao Tai's expertise. When Zhao Tai emerged from the forge holding the Zhuge Crossbow, Zheng Haoyan could barely believe his eyes. This increase in efficiency was far beyond tenfold. My lord, this is the weapon you instructed me to craft. Its design is so exquisite it has truly broadened my horizons, but I must admit, I have not fully understood its mechanism. A trace of regret flickered across Zhao Tai's face as he gazed at the crossbow, his expression resembling that of a man staring longingly at an unattainable beauty. Zhao Tai, if you wish to study it, take your time. Moreover, I can have you produce several more, Zheng Haoyan replied calmly as he accepted the Zhuge crossbow. Zhao Tai shook his head and sighed lightly. To answer your question, my lord, it isn't about quantity. It's simply that I am not destined to master her. Seeing Zhao Tai's demeanor, Zheng Haoyan did not press further, but instead studied the Zhuge crossbow quietly. Outwardly, it was only half the size of a conventional crossbow, yet through its mechanical housing, one could see the precision within. Upon closer inspection, it seemed seamless, as if crafted entirely from a single piece rather than assembled from multiple components. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but murmur in admiration. No wonder it was considered a game-changing weapon. Truly, the Zhuge crossbow lived up to its legendary reputation. From appearance alone, however, he could hardly discern its effects, so he checked its properties. Item, Zhuge crossbow. Rank, common. Attributes, rapid-fire strong shot. Arrows loaded, 50-50. Note, the pinnacle of crossbow craftsmanship. 100 units could breach a city. The listed attributes didn't seem overly impressive, but that final line hinted at just how terrifying this device really was. 100 can break through a city? If he wasn't mistaken, cities belonged to Tier 5 bases. Even the fastest among players, including himself, had only recently achieved Tier 4. Yet producing 100 Zhuge crossbows didn't seem all that difficult. But then again, I don't even have 100 people who can use it. Zheng Haoyan chuckled bitterly. Because of one piece of equipment, he had momentarily dreamed of conquering the world, an ambition not small by any means. Oh, my lord, I remember now. There's someone who can improve this crossbow. Han Lei. He definitely can. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tai suddenly burst out excitedly. His sudden exclamation startled Zheng Haoyan, earning him a disapproving glare from Shuang beside them, as if blaming him for startling their lord. In that case, bring Han Lei over for inspection. Zheng Haoyan nodded. Even though the Zhuge crossbow was already powerful, who would object to making it even stronger? Shuang, go fetch Han Lei. At once, Lord Haoyan. Shuang bowed once more and gracefully stepped away, heading toward the blacksmith shop again. Zhao Tai knew Han Lei well. They both frequented the blacksmith workshop. However, unlike Zhao Tai, Han Lei hadn't produced anything particularly useful. Instead, he had carved countless wooden figurines. This humble servant, Han Lei, greets Lord. You may rise. No need for such formality. Zheng Haoyan glanced at Han Lei's attribute panel. His loyalty still remained at the initial 60 points, the lowest in the entire base, perhaps. A lingering question stirred in Zheng Haoyan's mind, but nevertheless, he handed the Zhuge crossbow to Han Lei. Take a look at this. Zhao Tai said you'd probably be interested, Zheng Haoyan said calmly as he handed over the Zhuge crossbow. Zhao Tai stood silently nearby, began to speak. Without permission from his lord, he would never address another peasant directly. It was a mark of his loyalty. Yet as he watched Han Lei take the crossbow and begin examining it closely, an irrepressible excitement flickered across Zhao Tai's face. This? Han Lei hesitated, his hands already fidgeting with the crossbow. Click, click. His movements grew faster, until in the blink of an eye, the Zhuge crossbow in his hands was completely disassembled into a pile of components, scattered across the ground. Han Lei, you, wait, don't interrupt him. Zhao Tai's first instinct was that Han Lei had ruined it, but Zheng Haoyan's sharp command made him realize destruction didn't always mean failure. Brother Tai, try reforging these few metal pieces with refined iron at the blacksmith shop, and make sure to carve an extra cavity here. Without any explanation, Han Lei picked up several metal parts from the ground and spoke directly to Zhao Tai. Me? But, do as he says, Zheng Haoyan declared, observing Han Lei's demeanor. A memory flashed through his mind. Tales of master craftsmen lost entirely in their craft. Han Lei, at this moment, embodied exactly that. Yes, my lord. Though Zhao Tai might have argued with Han Lei, he obeyed Zheng Haoyan without hesitation. He quickly took the metal components and rushed off to the blacksmith shop. Han Lei still offered no words of explanation. Instead, he sat down right there on the ground, pulled out a carving knife, and began working meticulously on the original wooden parts. Before long, Zhao Tai returned with newly forged iron components from the refined metal, only to find Han Lei still absorbed in his work, and now, there were even more parts than before. Give me the pieces. Han Lei called out excitedly. What's your problem? Zhao Tai muttered under his breath, but handed them over anyway. Then, Han Lei's hands danced through the pile of components. After just 2 minutes of precise assembly, a finely crafted crossbow emerged. Chapter 59, Public Q&A, a display of loyalty. Zheng Haoyan hadn't anticipated the beginning, but he'd vaguely foreseen the outcome. Yet, the moment he took the modified Zhuge repeating crossbow from Han Lei's hands, he was momentarily stunned. Item, reinforced Zhuge repeating crossbow. Grade, fine. Attributes, rapid fire, powerful shot, instant discharge. Arrows loaded, 80 out of 80. Note, the pinnacle of bow and crossbow craftsmanship. 100 of these could breach a city. Extreme caution with instant discharge. Do not operate lightly. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I am honored to have fulfilled my duty. Han Lei bowed respectfully, a faint smile on his face as he saw Zheng Haoyan's astonished expression. Farmer Han Lei's loyalty increased by 20 points. The system notification in Zheng Haoyan's ear made him hesitate once more. He hadn't done anything. He had simply taken a gamble by entrusting the Zhuge crossbow to Han Lei. And yet, the loyalty that had remained stagnant for so long had suddenly spiked. Previously, Zheng Haoyan believed loyalty could only be maximized through sharing hardships with his farmers. But now it seemed that simply fulfilling their work-related needs could also rapidly boost loyalty. You've done exceptionally well. Crafting this Zhuge crossbow is no small feat, and you deserve full credit. Zhao Tai, prepare a fine-grade chainmail armor for Han Lei. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Haoyan hoped to further increase Han Lei's loyalty. Yet, this piece of chainmail seemed ineffective. The expected system prompt never came. At once, my lord. Zhao Tai replied respectfully. Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift, Han Lei said with a smile. But Zheng Haoyan heard no loyalty increase notification. At that moment, doubt crept into Zheng Haoyan's mind. He decided he would later ask about this in the world chat. For a lord, farmers' loyalty was undoubtedly the most important factor aside from the base itself. Currently, with few farmers, Zheng Haoyan could monitor each individually, ensuring no one's loyalty fell below 60, ideally not even below 80. But in the future, with more farmers, it would be inevitable to overlook some, like Han Lei earlier. It had only been a short while, which was why Han Lei's loyalty still hovered at 60. If left unattended long-term, it would inevitably decline. My lord, forgive me. I acted out of excitement earlier, taking initiative without permission. Please punish me. Han Lei, seeing the shifting expressions on Zheng Haoyan's face, grew fearful and immediately knelt, begging for mercy. Please spare Han Lei, my lord. It was my fault for mentioning him. Zhao Tai also dropped to his knees, pleading alongside Han Lei. Zheng Haoyan was baffled. When had he ever said he wanted to punish Han Lei? Hadn't he just rewarded him moments ago? Rise, both of you. I'm overjoyed to receive such a powerful weapon. I wouldn't dream of blaming either of you. Zheng Haoyan said helplessly. Han Lei and Zhao Tai exchanged confused glances. They couldn't possibly believe that Zheng Haoyan had looked joyful just now. Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Haoyan had merely been pondering loyalty mechanics, not reacting to their actions. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Both rose and bowed deeply once more. Han Lei, I have a question. Can you keep producing crossbows like this? In response, my lord, if given similar original crossbows, I can modify all of them. Hearing Han Lei's reply, a smile spread across Zheng Haoyan's face. Didn't this mean unlimited production? Excellent. Zhao Tai, remain stationed at the melee weapons station. I want 10 more Zhuge crossbows crafted. Han Lei, return to the blacksmith shop and rest briefly. Once Zhao Tai completes the 10 crossbows, their reinforcement will be your responsibility. Zheng Haoyan issued his orders with solemn authority, the invisible presence of a true lord. Yes, my lord. Both men bowed respectfully. Watching them begin to carry out his commands, Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window. I have a question. I hope experienced lords can share their insights. We can discuss it together. As soon as Zheng Haoyan sent his message, the chaotic noise in the world chat instantly quieted down. New messages appeared, all replying directly to him. Haoyan Sr. is too humble. Just ask. It's not like I know anything anyway. Huh? Is this another reward-based Q&A from Haoyan Sr.? I thought I'd get to farm some easy rewards again. Waiting eagerly for Haoyan Sr.'s question. I have a farmer in my territory with the wise trait. Maybe I can actually answer this time. Reading through the replies, Zheng Haoyan's eyes lit up when he saw a certain lord mention having a special farmer. Heartened, he proceeded to post his question. I want to ask, how do you all increase your farmers' loyalty? Right now, only some of the farmers in my base have reached maximum loyalty. Zheng Haoyan's seemingly simple question caused an instant explosion in the world chat. Maximum loyalty? Did I read that wrong? Can loyalty even be raised to max? Is Senior Haoyan really here to ask questions? Or is he just here to demoralize us? The average farmer loyalty in my base is 60. Bowing down to the master of humble bragging. You're incredible, Senior Haoyan. Teach me how to raise my farmer's loyalty to 80. Reading through the barrage of complaints, Zheng Haoyan felt speechless. Was he really being too ungrateful? Shouldn't a lord naturally strive to bring every farmer's loyalty to the maximum? Yet amidst the chaos, a few thoughtful replies stood out, one of which immediately caught Zheng Haoyan's attention. Lord Wu Wenjun. First, I'd like to express my deep respect for Senior Haoyan, because enabling 5 or 6 farmers to reach maximum loyalty clearly shows how well you treat your people. Second, I'd also like to share my own thoughts, as I currently have 1 farmer in my base with full loyalty. Another expert appears. Amazing, amazing. Mods, please mute the guy above. Can't you let people listen properly? Zheng Haoyan chuckled. Is there even a moderator in this world chat? Do they think this is a live stream? Lord Wu Wenjun. I wouldn't call myself an expert. It was truly accidental. But if no one minds, I'll share my story. Maybe it'll help reveal the real way to boost loyalty. At that moment, every lord watching the world chat fell into unusually harmonious silence. Last night, during the beast assault on my base, one of my gathering specialist farmers was tackled to the ground by a wild wolf, nearly having his neck torn open. I couldn't hold back. I rushed over and slammed the wolf away with my hoe, saving him. But in doing so, I got myself pinned down by the beast. Chapter 60 Deep in the basement, the car warehouse. Many lords, upon reading this message, couldn't help but feel deep admiration for Lord Wu Wenjun, who had risked his life to save a single farmer. To many lords, summoned farmers were merely disposable subordinates, no different from NPCs in a video game whose lives and deaths didn't matter at all. And inevitably, lords who held such views usually had very low loyalty ratings among their farmers, often not even reaching the passing score of 60. When Zheng Haoyan saw the message, memories flashed through his mind of the moment he first obtained a farmer with 100 loyalty. It seemed that, back then too, it was because he hadn't hesitated to face danger, bravely saving his farmer from terrifying mechanical zombies. But I can't possibly go risking my life every time just to save someone, can I? And not every situation will be under such perfect control, Zheng Haoyan thought helplessly. Lord Wu Wenjun. Honestly, I was scared too. I just acted on impulse. But if given the chance to choose again, I'd still save my farmer. After all, he's a living being with a real life. After struggling with the wolf for a while and sustaining minor injuries, my farmer's loyalty rose to 100. Wu Wenjun briefly recounted his experience before falling silent. I get it now. The farmer was moved. If someone saved me from life-threatening danger, I'd be deeply touched too. But are farmers really worth risking our lives for? What if we die and our base is destroyed? Wouldn't that harm all our farmers even more? Zheng Haoyan read another lord's comment, and for a moment, his mind swirled with thoughts. Yes, improving loyalty required first ensuring one's own safety and the security of the base. Thank you all for the discussion. I've come to a conclusion. Focus on developing the base. Zheng Haoyan closed the world chat window, ignoring further messages. To him, every second spent building the base was precious. First, let's see which buildings can be upgraded to level 4. While Zheng Haoyan busied himself with construction, the basement exploration teams weren't idle either. Both squads encountered obstacles simultaneously. Why are there so many zombies here? Wang Li peered through a pane of glass into the chamber beyond, where a massive horde of zombies aimlessly wandered. Their numbers were nearly as large as the group they'd previously cleared from the edge of the ruins. Back then, the terrain had been open, and their team had been larger, making it possible to eliminate the threat smoothly. But now, though not exactly narrow, the space was completely enclosed. Clearing out so many zombies in such an environment would be extremely difficult. Manager Wang, what should we do next? We have to pass through there. Feng Sun asked helplessly. He understood that a frontal assault wasn't feasible, but retreating now after traveling so far would mean all their efforts were wasted. Let me think. There must be a way. Wang Li's expression turned serious as she mentally visualized the scene of zombies behind the glass. Meanwhile, old Lu Wu's team also faced a difficult decision. Do we really have to go down there? Staring into the pitch-black abyss before them, Long Biao wore a hesitant look. They had already been descending since the beginning, and now, after following the path to its end, they were expected to descend once more? This was absurd. There's no path ahead, old Lu Wu said grimly. Now, only 2 choices remained, retreat, or press forward regardless. But, compared to the earlier swarm of bat-like monsters, the unknown depths of this pit were far more frightening. Perhaps this was simply human instinct. Though I've been appointed deputy commander, that doesn't mean I make every decision. So for this choice, whether to go down or retreat, we'll follow the majority, old Lu Wu said seriously, looking around at everyone. Commander Lu, just decide for us. We'll follow your lead. Bear 3 boomed with an unhugged smile. No, let's vote. Old Lu Wu gently shook his head. He couldn't allow his personal judgment to dictate the fate of the entire group. There are 18 beast teeth here. Each person takes 2. If you choose to leave, place both teeth into this small hole. If you choose to go down, place only 1. In the end, if there are more than 14 teeth left in the hole, we retreat. Old Lu Wu implemented an anonymous voting system, a humane approach. Had it been public, some might feel pressure to take the dangerous path regardless. Come on, let's not waste time. Old Lu Wu urged the team. One by one, the squad members took 2 beast teeth, then made their choices in silence. When it was finally Lu Laowu's turn to place his beast teeth and count them, he was astonished to see that there were exactly 8 teeth in the hole. Since we're all in agreement, let's take the risk. Let's do it. To fulfill Zheng Haoyan's orders, everyone had chosen to push forward. After all, what was just one pit? It meant nothing. I'll go down first. Follow me one by one, and be extremely careful. Understood, Commander Lu. A smile spread across Lu Laowu's face. Nothing brought a leader greater joy than seeing unity within the team. Holding onto the protruding rocks along the pit's wall, Lu Laowu slowly began descending, followed by Long Biao, Zhang Daqiang. One after another, all 9 members safely made their way down the pit wall until they reached solid ground below, unharmed. The moment the torches were lit, excitement flashed across Lu Laowu's face. Is that cars? We've found the cars. None of them had expected that this pitch-black pit actually contained the very vehicles they had been searching for. We must have taken an unusual route. Look over there, Lu Laowu said. His attention wasn't solely on the cars, he also noticed the surroundings. This was clearly an underground garage, with dozens of vehicles parked inside. There was even a designated garage door, which Lu Laowu speculated could lead them straight outside. What are we waiting for? Let's get in and drive out. Bear 3 exclaimed excitedly. Long Biao, check the condition of these cars and see if any can start, Lu Laowu ordered. Yes, Senior Lu. Excited, Long Biao rushed to a nearby car and tried to open the door, but no matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge. What's going on? Lu Laowu asked, puzzled. Senior Lu, the door's locked. I can't open it, Long Biao replied with a bitter smile. Move aside, let me handle this. Bear 3 stepped forward with his massive frame, grabbed the door handle firmly, and prepared to rip the door off by force. But the door seemed welded shut, it didn't move at all. Then smashed the window. Chapter 61 Driving to meet up, flanking the zombie. Bang. With Lu Laowu's approval, Xiong San didn't hold back anymore. He swung his knife straight at the car window. The window wasn't nearly as sturdy as the door and shattered instantly. Long Biao then smoothly unlocked the door from inside and opened it. Everyone, try the other cars, see if any of them can be opened, Lu Laowu instructed the group. After everyone had tried, they discovered that none of the car doors could be opened. It was as if all were locked tight. Xiong-san, smash another car's window. Leave the rest alone for now. Lu Laowu knew full well that intact vehicles were better, but right now they needed at least 2 cars. Yes, Commander Lu. Bang. Xiong-san casually smashed the glass of another car and, mimicking Long Biao's earlier move, reached in to unlock and open the door. Alright, no more delays. We'll exit through this lane and see if we can find Butler Wang and the others. Get in quickly, Long Biao called from the driver's seat. Keyless ignition, a technique not covered in standard driving manuals, but Wu Jun had anticipated this possibility and had already guided a few of them through the process. Thus, Long Biao now started the car with practiced ease. Lu Laowu quickly started his vehicle too. These cars were 5-seat off-road models, with large wheels and rectangular front ends. Virum, virum. After everyone had boarded, 2 engine roars sounded in succession, and Long Biao began driving for the first time. Driving straight through the recently opened gate, Long Biao proceeded forward, with Lu Laowu following closely behind at a 3-meter safety distance, exactly as taught in driving manuals. After exiting the gate, they entered a spiral upward ramp. Since it was his first drive, Long Biao kept the speed steady at 60 kilometers per hour, not too fast, not too slow. First making us descend into that pit, now we're circling like this. Who knows what the designer was thinking? Long Biao couldn't help but grumble. Maybe it's for safety. Ma Jun, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Safe. Long Biao frowned even deeper. A spiral design acts as an excellent buffer for the underground garage. Even if there's a serious explosion outside, it would be hard for it to reach the vehicles stored below, Wu Jun explained with a smile. Beside him, Ma Jun nodded in agreement. How do you two know so much? Long Biao was speechless. Was this really common knowledge? Read more books, Ma Jun said flatly. Long Biao immediately shut up. On this car, he truly was the least educated. Wu Jun and Wu Kun spent their days buried in the library. Ma Jun himself was the librarian. Even Guasun had read more than he had. Though the exit route was somewhat winding, there were no branching paths, eliminating the risk of getting lost. Finally, a straight road. After about 10 minutes of driving, the spiraling ascent leveled out into a straight stretch ahead. Long Biao exclaimed excitedly. We're still underground. There should be an upward slope ahead, Guasun added from the front passenger seat. Long Biao nodded. Judging by the distance they traveled earlier, they wouldn't need long before reaching the surface. Long Biao, look ahead. There's a fork. Another choice appeared. From the driver's seat, the view was broader, so Long Biao had already spotted the fork before Guasun even called out. Let's ask Elder Lu which way to go, Long Biao said, pulling the car over to the side. Seeing this, Lu Laowu naturally stopped his car too. Long Biao got out and walked to the driver's side of the following vehicle. Elder Lu, there's a fork up ahead branching to the right. Should we go straight or take the turn? Long Biao asked helplessly. Another junction? The design here really is complicated. Lu Laowu mused. After a brief pause, he said, you continue straight. If your path leads to an exit, turn around immediately and come back. I'll take the right fork. Got it, understood. Everyone had seen how fast the cars moved. Even with forks, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to check both routes. There was no need to hesitate. Restarting the engine, Long Biao drove straight ahead, while Lu Laowu turned sharply and entered the right side fork. Standing in front of the glass window, Wang Li pondered for a long time before finally deciding to give it a try. Facing danger head-on, even with the risk of injury, was far better than retreating without a fight. Let's discuss our battle plan. A direct assault is out of the question. What we need is a way to divide them, Wang Li said seriously to the group. Although the road here is narrow, it can still accommodate over 100 zombies. And since the space inside isn't large, even a small noise might alert all of them, Feng Sun said helplessly. At this moment, the idea of using a split-up tactic seemed impossible. Just as everyone was racking their brains with no solution in sight, a strange sound slowly grew clearer from afar. On the other side of the room, something seems to be approaching. Wang Li's expression turned excited. There's always a way out when hope seems lost. If part of the zombies could be drawn away by the sound from the other side, they might consider launching a direct assault. With 2 mechanical servants leading the charge, their combat strength wouldn't be weak at all. They've moved. Old Wang, the zombies are actually moving. Feng Sun exclaimed excitedly. Perfect. Everyone get ready. Once their numbers are halved, we charge in immediately. Wang Li issued the order. Yes, Master Wang. Shortly after turning into the right fork, Lu Laowu spotted a glow in the distance. Instinctively thinking it was the exit of the underground garage, he pressed hard on the accelerator, eager to get out quickly. But the closer he got, the more suspicious he became, because the road remained flat and level, without the upward slope he'd expected when exiting a tunnel. Could it not be an exit? Lu Laowu wondered silently. Commander Lu, there seems to be a room ahead. When the vehicle approached within a certain distance, Lu Laowu also noticed the open door. Damn it, it's zombies. A group of familiar creatures rushed out of the brightly lit room. Creatures Lu Laowu knew too well. Those twisted faces were unmistakable, zombies. Lu Laowu immediately began reversing. He had no intention of getting surrounded, especially since one of his car windows was already broken. Virum. The engine roared louder as he spun the wheel, but more and more zombies poured out of the room. Just as Lu Laowu prepared to drive off completely, a familiar figure appeared in his rearview mirror. It's them. Chapter 62, Tier 4 Farmland, Cultivating Spirit Seeds. Seeing Lu Laowu suddenly space out, Xiongxin beside him quickly reminded him. Commander Lu, drive. Hurry, we can't leave yet. The Wang family's butler and the others are right across from this room. Lu Laowu's face turned serious. In just a few seconds, he had guessed what Wang Li's group must have gone through. He clearly understood that now was not the time to retreat. He had to stay and draw the zombies' attention. Virum. Crash. Ignoring the confused glances from the other three in the car, Lu Laowu shifted into reverse, stomped on the accelerator, and rammed straight into the horde of zombies behind, sending them flying. Roar. The sudden assault caught the undead completely off guard, provoking furious growls. As intended, even more zombies continued spilling out of the room. You damn zombies, follow your grandpa Lu. Lu Laowu turned and shouted at the zombie swarm, not just to lure them, but also to signal Wang Li's group inside that they had arrived. On the opposite side of the room, Wang Li's face lit up upon hearing the familiar voice. She knew instantly, Lu Laowu's team had succeeded. It's old Lu's crew. Everyone, kill these dog-faced zombies quick. We're reuniting with them. Li Si excitedly swung his hunting knife, slashing down one zombie right in front of him. Robert remained silent at the front of the group, punching down one zombie after another like an impenetrable wall. Meanwhile, the mechanical battle maiden moved with astonishing agility, darting through the crowd like wind, each strike felling a zombie as efficiently as Robert, if not faster. Feng Sun stood guarding Wang Li and Bianyu, his bow never pausing as arrows flew. His archery might not match Lu Laowu's precision, but he could still hit his mark flawlessly every single shot. Over 50 zombies had poured out from the room, leaving roughly the same number still inside. Under the group's fierce assault, within minutes they reached the opposite door. That's all of them left? Finish him off. Li Si charged forward, the hunter momentarily playing the role of a melee fighter. Everyone, move in together. At Wang Li's command, Robert and the battle maiden surged past Lu Laowu, engaging the zombie horde first. 3 minutes later, no standing zombies remained in sight. The two teams were finally reunited. Manager Wang, mission accomplished. We found cars, quite a lot of them. Lu Laowu stepped toward Wang Li with a smile. Excellent. We've spent enough time here already. Everyone, collect the zombie cores first, then we leave. Yes, Manager Wang. Everyone sprang back into action, skillfully extracting the glowing cores from the zombies' skulls. Li Si, however, didn't join them. Instead, he returned to the room where the zombies came from and began searching through it. Huh? What's this? When Li Si opened a drawer, he found a large bunch of keys, each labeled with a numbered tag in clear order. Whatever. Let me bring these to Manager Wang first. He grabbed the entire set and hurried over to Wang Li. Manager Wang, I found this inside. He handed over the keys. Lu Laowu noticed the exchange and immediately approached. Where exactly did you find these? The moment Lu saw the keys, he guessed their purpose. Most likely, they were car keys, exactly what he hoped for. Inside the room, in a drawer. It was full of these things, Li Si casually explained. Manager Wang, these are probably car keys. May I try them out? Wang Li naturally agreed and passed the keys to Lu Laowu. Quick as ever, Lu examined them carefully, matching the numbers to the vehicles outside. He picked the corresponding key, inserted it into a nearby car door, and it fit perfectly. He turned the key. A crisp click echoed as the door unlocked. With excitement lighting his face, Lu walked back to Wang Li. These are definitely car keys. He then explained that previously, without keys, they'd had to smash windows and hotwire the vehicles manually. With these keys, such crude methods were no longer needed, and the cars could remain intact. Manager Wang, let me take Li Si and Feng Sun to the garage first. We'll bring back 2 more cars to pick everyone up. Agreed. Go quickly. Understood. Lu nodded, called out to Li Si and Feng Sun, who promptly climbed into the vehicle. The trio drove off toward the underground parking garage. As the exploration team carried out their mission, Zheng Haoyan was inspecting the buildings within the base. He needed to select 10 structures that could be upgraded to level 4. Buildings like the Bronze Sparrow Terrace and the construction platform were not under consideration. Upgrading these two required rare opportunities, as the materials needed for their enhancement were unheard of. Compared to those, there were relatively easier structures in the base to upgrade, and farmland was one of them. Currently, the farmland was planted with some grain seeds that Zhang Daqiang had somehow obtained. Moreover, it seemed that level 3 farmland possessed a growth accelerating effect. The seeds, only recently sown, had already sprouted green shoots and grown about 5 centimeters tall. Although farmland is somewhat mediocre, qualifying it as a level 4 structure is still a good idea. Completing 10 level 4 buildings wasn't something that could be achieved just by talking. However, the first building upgraded to level 4 rewarded and mech workshop, a level 4 building right from the start, alleviating some of Zheng Haoyan's burden. Without further delay, Zheng Haoyan clicked on the farmland upgrade button. As a certain amount of materials was consumed, the farmland gradually expanded under the influence of a mysterious force, and then a greenhouse-like structure rose above it. Not very useful, but at least it looks nice to have around, Zheng Haoyan said, a slight smirk forming on his lips. The level 4 farmland came with an attached greenhouse, appearing much grander from the outside than it did at level 3. If level 3 resembled a common peasant's plot, level 4 now looked closer to a wealthy landlord's estate. Out of habit, Zheng Haoyan opened the farmland's properties. Structure, Spirit Farmland. Level, 4-star. Attributes, planting, cultivating, spirituality. Yield, varies depending on planted crop. Special attribute, increased yield. Upgrade requirement, cultivate 100 types of special spirit seeds. Another strange piece of knowledge gained. Zheng Haoyan had never seen the term spirit seed before. Promptly, he opened the world chat window again. Does anyone know what spirit seeds are? Chapter 63, Wang Lu's Gift, the exploration team returns. Zheng Haoyan's questions always sparked heated discussions, and this time was no exception. Big brother Haoyan, can you let us focus on base construction in peace? You keep coming up with all these weird things. You can just mute him if you don't like it. Personally, I enjoy watching Big brother Haoyan showing off. Can someone explain what exactly this spirit seed is that Big brother Haoyan mentioned? Is it a seed that grows farmers or something? Although Zheng Haoyan never really expected much, he still felt a bit disappointed seeing the wildly off-topic responses. Just as he was about to close the global chat window and head to the library for research, his private message interface lit up. Could she know something? Zheng Haoyan felt a surge of hope. Wang Lu wouldn't contact him out of nowhere, especially right after he'd posted a question. Overlord Wang Lu has gifted you 3 rose spirit seeds and 1 man-eating flower spirit seed. Wang Lu, what's this about? Zheng Haoyan was completely baffled. Was she seriously just giving these away? Big brother Haoyan, I didn't know how to use these spirit seeds myself. They require level 4 spirit fields to plant, but my base is only level 3 right now. When I saw your question pop up, I figured I might as well give you these useless seeds. Don't be shy, Wang Lu said generously. Such an unexplained gift made him uneasy. It would have been better to trade. After all, taking favors creates obligation. If the spirit seeds turned out to be useless, then fine. But if they proved valuable later, he'd owe her a debt, and that kind of personal favor was dangerous. What do you need? I can exchange resources with you, Zheng Haoyan insisted, refusing to accept charity. No need, Wang Lu replied with a helpless smile. Didn't you help me before without asking for anything in return? Now it's my turn to give you something. Why not? Zheng Haoyan silently shook his head, then pulled out a modified Juga crossbow, and immediately sent it to her. Overlord Haoyan has gifted you the equipment Juga crossbow. Big brother Haoyan, are you really giving me this weapon? These stats. Wang Lu was stunned. How incredibly generous could one person be? At first, she thought it was just some ordinary little crossbow, but once she checked its attributes, her jaw dropped. This was basically a divine artifact. It's yours. I just don't want you dying before I get the chance to find you. If you need anything else, just tell me, Zheng Haoyan said, then closed the private chat. Inside her own base hall, Wang Lu sat in silence for a long time before finally typing 2 words, thank you, and closing the chat window as well. In life, everyone may encounter a benefactor at some point. For Wang Lu, there was no doubt, Zheng Haoyan was hers. But Zheng Haoyan didn't care what she thought. He simply refused to owe anyone favors, especially in this precarious apocalypse, where emotional debts were harder to repay than anything else. If a single enhanced Juga crossbow could settle things, why delay until later? Anyway, the weapon was mass-producible. It was just a matter of time. Having obtained the spirit seeds, Zheng Haoyan rushed straight to his farmland, eager to plant them. Tips. Planting requires a professional using specialized skills. Zheng Haoyan stared blankly. Did farming really require a skill profession now? This was the first he'd heard of it. Wasn't it just a matter of loosening the soil, digging a hole, and burying the seed? Was there more to it? Yet the system had clearly given the warning, meaning his plan to plant the seeds himself had failed. He'd have to wait for Zhang Daqiang to return. Then I'll go check on the next building that can be upgraded to level 4. Zheng Haoyan sighed in resignation. Outside a room inside the underground garage, Wang Li had led her team in collecting all the zombie cores. Over 100 zombies yielded 40 cores, a decent haul. Besides the cores, Wang Li keenly noticed that certain instruments and documents within the room might also hold value. She decided to take everything. Leaving them behind would just be a waste. Once everything was secured, Lu Laowu and the other 2 returned with their vehicles. One car had a broken window, while the other 2 remained intact. Manager Wang, get everyone on board. All right, everyone get in according to your assigned teams, and put those items in the trunk. Wang Li ordered. Everyone sprang into action, loading the equipment and files into the car trunks before climbing in themselves. Let's move out. Lu Laowu shouted to the 2 cars behind him, then stepped on the gas, speeding down the straight road they'd come from. The journey went smoothly, and unlike their way here, they didn't encounter any roadblocks or unexpected visitors. It wasn't until they met up with Long Biao's group of 5 that the 4 cars finally emerged onto the surface. Once on the ground, the vehicles came to a stop. Wang Li got out and spoke briefly with the drivers before informing them they could now head straight back to the base. The forest road was neither too narrow nor too wide, but for safety, the 4 cars stayed in a single file line. Long Biao leading the convoy and Feng Sun bringing up the rear. The roar of the car engines inevitably drew the attention of creatures in the forest, but with just a press of the accelerator, the beasts were quickly left far behind. A journey that would have taken at least an hour even at top running speed was completed in less than 15 minutes by car. Back at the base, upon hearing the sound of car horns, Zheng Haoyan broke into a light jog as he rushed out. For rugged off-road vehicles immediately caught his eye. We're officially car owners now. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but feel a little proud. Hail, Overlord. Everyone stepped out of the cars and bowed respectfully to Zheng Haoyan. No need for formalities. You've all worked hard. Tonight, I'll have Lu Fu prepare a special meal for you. Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. Many thanks to the Overlord for your generosity. Everyone head inside. Drivers, please park the vehicles near the residential houses. Wang Li, come with me and report on your mission. At once, Overlord. Lu Laowu and the other 3 drivers returned to their vehicles, while the rest walked into the base toward the residential area. Wang Li followed closely behind Zheng Haoyan, entering the base hall. So we ended up finding exactly 4 cars this trip? Zheng Haoyan asked casually as they walked. Reporting, Overlord, we discovered a total of 32 vehicles in the underground garage. However, since we only have 4 drivers, the remaining cars had to be left behind for now, Wang Li answered respectfully. Excellent. Zheng Haoyan clapped his hands together sharply, startling Shui Ying beside him. With this, our official vehicle fleet can finally start taking shape. Chapter 64. Team Formation, Fixed Summoning. After walking into the base hall, Zheng Haoyan sat down. Shui Ying came behind him and began massaging his shoulders, while Wang Li stood in front to report. At first we passed through the forest and reached a wasteland. Then under Li Xi's lead, we entered the underground storage through a hidden door. At the crossroads, I divided everyone into 2 teams. In the end, Lao Wu Lu led a group that found the vehicles, then rejoined us. Wang Li briefly summarized the exploration of the underground warehouse. But Zheng Haoyan understood that the difficulties they had faced were definitely not as simple as this description made them sound. You've all worked hard. For the next few days, just rest at the base for now. I'm planning to upgrade the base further. I'll need your coordination skills. Yes, my lord. This humble servant will do her utmost to assist you. Wang Li replied respectfully. Go rest for now. When dinner is ready, I'll have Shui Ying come get you, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I shall obey. With a bow, Wang Li withdrew from the base hall. My lord, you've also been busy all day. Let Shui Ying massage your legs for you. After finishing the shoulder rub, Shui Ying squatted beside Zheng Haoyan and gently started kneading his calves. A tingling, electrifying sensation spread throughout his body. Dinner was prepared soon after. The reason was simple. The exploration team had returned just as the sun dipped below the western horizon, making it almost time for the evening meal anyway. Tonight's dinner was once again lavish. Though not as extravagant as an imperial banquet, it still featured a full array of both mountain delicacies and ocean treasures. The seafood obtained from Xiaoguang had naturally been handed over entirely to Lu Fu. Under his golden fingers, cooking skill, even steamed sea fish could become mouth-wateringly delicious. However, the growing population did pose some challenges. 20-odd people wasn't too bad yet, but if the number grew to 30 or even 40 or 50, it would become difficult for Lu Fu alone to handle all the cooking. Zheng Haoyan fully understood this, which is why he decided it was time to adjust the way farmers were summoned. It took him a whole day studying the base's buildings to finally figure it out. By sacrificing one summoning slot, he could now summon farmers who closely matched the attributes of an existing farmer within the base. In other words, if Zheng Haoyan wanted more cooks, he could give up one summoning chance and instead call 5 farmers similar to Lu Fu, thus solving the base's meal preparation problem. Of course, the system did offer dry rations that restored farmers' stamina, saving the trouble of cooking altogether. But Zheng Haoyan well knew, going from frugality to luxury was easy. Returning from luxury to frugality was nearly impossible. The farmers in his domain were already accustomed to rich and flavorful meals. Making them go back to eating plain cornbread would be utterly unrealistic. And frankly, Zheng Haoyan himself didn't want to eat that either. Thus, forming a dedicated cooking team was essential. Still, before that, Zheng Haoyan needed a squad of specialized archers. After all, such a powerful weapon as the Zhuge repeating crossbow shouldn't just sit unused. The second night of the safe period was even more peaceful. Aside from the occasional nightingale song, not even the rustle of wind through treetops could be heard. Lying in bed, his right arm wrapped around the sleeping Shui Ying, Zheng Haoyan's thoughts wandered restlessly. Although his base construction far surpassed that of other lords, Zheng Haoyan still couldn't feel truly happy. The zombie apocalypse in 5 days loomed like a massive boulder on his chest, pressing down on him constantly. Base development had hit a bottleneck due to resource constraints. Upgrading to a level 5 base, that is, establishing a city, within 5 days seemed almost impossible. And even if they somehow managed to upgrade, it wasn't guaranteed they could survive the zombie disaster. Even if they survived the zombie horde, what about even greater disasters waiting beyond? It felt like one crisis after another without end. Truthfully, I don't want much. Just a safe and healthy life for everyone is enough. Shui Ying stirred in his arms, nuzzling her head against his chest before finding the most comfortable spot and drifting back into sleep. Zheng Haoyan smiled faintly and closed his eyes. Tomorrow will be better. The next morning, when Zheng Haoyan opened his eyes, Shui Ying was already standing by the bed with a gentle smile. My lord, Shui Ying has prepared your toiletries. You may get up, dress, and wash up now. All right, thanks, Zheng Haoyan replied casually. This polite attitude made Shui Ying's smile grow even warmer. Humble and courteous lords were always more beloved by their subordinates. Assisted by Shui Ying, Zheng Haoyan put on the long robe newly sewn by Nanjia. On its front was a large, traditional Chinese character, Can, embroidered in golden thread, symbolizing Zheng Haoyan's esteemed status within the base. Nanji sister's craftsmanship is truly excellent. This outfit looks really good, Shui Ying said casually as she helped Zheng Haoyan dress. Indeed, it's quite impressive. Zheng Haoyan replied with a satisfied expression. Nanji deserved praise. Within just a single day, she had completed sewing 15 standard uniforms, plus 2 additional long robes specially made for Zheng Haoyan. Go inform everyone to come for breakfast. A new day has begun. Yes, Master Haoyan. Shui Ying smiled and walked out of the room. After the delicate breakfast, Zheng Haoyan assigned tasks according to each person's talents. Zhang Daqiang didn't go lumbering. Instead, he took the 4 spirit seeds given by Zheng Haoyan and headed to the farmland to work on planting. Lu Laowu was temporarily kept behind as well. Zheng Haoyan planned to use him as a template to summon 5 more farmers skilled in archery. Begin summoning. Zheng Haoyan clicked the summon button and selected fixed summoning. A flash of white light flickered, and 5 sturdy figures appeared before him. Your humble servant, Zhou Tai greets the Lord. Your humble servant, Huang Zhong greets the Lord. Your humble servant Li Guang greets the Lord. Your humble servant Zhang Bao greets the Lord. Your humble servant Wang Song greets the Lord. All 5 were about the same height as Lu Laowu. Checking their attributes, they all had skills in scouting and hunting, but their loyalty started at only 60 points. Lu Laowu, from today onward, you are officially appointed captain of the reconnaissance squad. You'll be in charge of all scouting missions. These 5 men will serve under you, with Feng Sun and Long Biao as deputy captains. Understood. Understood. I will follow your orders without fail, my lord. Lu Laowu responded excitedly. This was the first time he had ever been formally appointed to a position. From this moment on, his role would no longer be just a farmer or soldier. He was now the captain of the reconnaissance squad. Feng Sun and Long Biao stood beside him, equally thrilled. They hadn't gone on hunting missions either, choosing instead to wait for the official formation of the squad. Now you may head to the blacksmith shop to collect weapons. As for these 5, send them to the barracks for basic training first. At once, my lord. Chapter 65. Sprouting of the Spirit Seed, Man-Eating Flower Defense. An 8-member reconnaissance squad was formed. Although small in number, it was more than sufficient for the current state of the base. Given the formidable power of the Zhuge repeating crossbow, this team of 8 could probably handle 200 zombies with ease. The reconnaissance unit was just the first step. Ultimately, Zheng Haoyan wanted to build a massive convoy, each off-road vehicle manned by commander, scout, assault specialist, and medic. So far, they had located 32 vehicles, which meant they would need 32 full crews. But with their current population, that goal remained far out of reach. Let's first get everyone trained in driving, Zheng Haoyan mused inwardly. Since the driving manual could be studied repeatedly, having every farmer dedicate some time to learn this skill was certainly a wise investment. After Lu Laowu departed with his group, Zheng Haoyan made his way to the farmland. He was still deeply curious about the spirit seeds from yesterday. When Zheng Haoyan arrived at the field with Xue Ying, Zhang Daqiang was completely immersed in his own world, kneeling on the ground with soil cradled in his hands, along with a red seed. Lord Zheng, should I call him over? Xue Ying asked softly, wanting to remind Zhang Daqiang. He hadn't greeted Zheng Haoyan yet, which was disrespectful to their lord. Sure. Zheng Haoyan raised his index finger to his lips, signaling Xue Ying to stay silent and not disturb Zhang Daqiang. The moment Zheng Haoyan saw the scene, he realized Zhang Daqiang had entered a state of intense focus, one that might significantly enhance the efficiency of whatever he was doing. In this case, most likely nurturing the spirit seed. Precisely for that reason, Zheng Haoyan had no intention of interrupting him. He simply waited quietly, eyes fixed on the red rose spirit seed in Zhang's hands. Concentration seemed contagious. Zhang Daqiang closed his eyes, feeling the soil and the spirit seed in his palms. Zheng Haoyan stared intently at the crimson seed, while Xue Ying gazed at the serious expression on Zheng Haoyan's face. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, until a trace of green appeared. Is that sprouting? Zheng Haoyan murmured in disbelief. The seed hadn't even been planted in the ground, yet it had already begun to sprout in the man's hand. Zhang Daqiang still hadn't noticed Zheng Haoyan standing beside him. The instant he saw the tiny green sprout emerge, he carefully placed it into a pre-dug, small hole nearby. Then gently patted the surrounding soil, covering the seed completely, leaving only that slender, life-bearing sprout exposed. Well done, my lord. Zhang Daqiang quickly bowed upon noticing Zheng Haoyan. Forgive me for failing to notice your arrival. You were fully focused on nurturing the spirit seed. What fault is there in that? Don't worry, rise quickly, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. He had truly been awed by what he'd just witnessed. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Nurturing spirit seeds is but my duty, Zhang replied respectfully. Enough. Tell me how exactly you nurtured it just now. All I saw was you holding some dirt, and then suddenly the seed sprouted. My lord, I used the soil as a medium to awaken the latent life energy within the spirit seed, which triggered its sprouting, Zhang explained slowly. Can it really be done like that? Zheng Haoyan was baffled. Was Zhang Daqiang some kind of legendary elf capable of communicating with plants? Zhang saw the confusion on Zheng Haoyan's face and gave a wry smile, unsure how to explain further. My lord, think of the spirit seed as an egg from an oviparous creature. What I did was akin to incubation, awakening the life force already stored inside. Zheng Haoyan suddenly understood. It wasn't that Zhang was extraordinary, it was the spirit seed itself that was special. I see. Then, does this seed require any further special care? Zheng Haoyan pressed on. Once its vitality is awakened, the spirit seed possesses greater resilience than ordinary plants. It just needs to grow naturally. And since this is level 4 spiritual farmland, my lord, I believe this seed will mature by tomorrow, Zhang said with a smile, filled with quiet admiration. Excellent. Very good. Keep nurturing the other spirit seeds. I'll stay quiet and just observe. Yes, my lord. Following Zheng Haoyan's instruction, Zhang Daqiang took out another spirit seed, this one for the man-eating flower. This seed was larger than 3 rose spirit seeds combined, about as thick as an adult's thumb, entirely green in color, yet streaked with an eerie red line down the center. The same motion, Zhang Daqiang scooped up a handful of soil from the ground, placed the man-eating flower spirit seed on top, then gently knelt down upon the earth and closed his eyes. After about 10 minutes, a tender sprout emerged from the man-eating flower spirit seed as well, lush green and bursting with life. At a spot roughly 10 meters away from the rose spirit seed, Zhang Daqiang planted the young sprout of the man-eating flower, then looked at Zheng Haoyin with a smile. My lord, I've succeeded. I've managed to hatch this man-eating flower spirit seed, Zhang Daqiang said, beaming, clearly in high spirits. I noticed you planted these two spirit seeds quite far apart. Why is that? Observant as ever, Zheng Haoyin raised another question. My lord, the man-eating flower spirit seed differs from the rose one. This is a creature with formidable offensive power. If not grown in isolation, it will destroy all nearby plants, Zhang Daqiang explained patiently. How large can it grow at most? Could it reach the size of an average human? After hearing Zhang Daqiang's description, Zheng Haoyin immediately had an idea forming in his mind. Zhang Daqiang paused in thought before replying. My lord, this is my first time handling spirit seeds, so I cannot say for certain. But judging by normal growth patterns, the plant could grow 100 to 1,000 times larger than its original seed. Just now, I estimated the potential size. If it grows only 100-fold, it would be roughly the size of an adult's arm. But if it reaches 1,000-fold, it might grow as large as a full-grown person. That's absolutely brilliant. In Zheng Haoyin's mind, a vision of a man-eating flower defense line began to take shape. A ring of these spirit seeds planted just outside the walls, forming the perfect defensive mechanism. Even if zombies launched an attack, breaching this first line would come at a devastating cost, significantly slowing their advance. One more question, once matured, will the man-eating flower produce additional seeds? Chapter 66 Vehicle Modification, designating the armored vehicle. Hearing Zheng Haoyin's question, Zhang Daqiang gave a simple smile and respectfully replied. Reporting to Lord, the man-eating flower is a hermaphroditic creature. Once matured, it will produce seeds. Good. Then stay here and cultivate these spirit seeds in peace. If you need anything, just come find me at the hall. Yes, my lord. The inspection of the farmland didn't take long. Zheng Haoyin then headed straight for the factory, where they were manufacturing mobile phones, devices for long-range communication. Zheng Haoyin was quite curious about what kind of phone the post-apocalyptic factory would produce. Perhaps its functions wouldn't be particularly powerful, but as long as it had long-distance communication capability, it would already meet his requirements. Opening the factory interface, Zheng Haoyin saw that the phone production progress bar still required 2 hours. His anticipation grew even stronger. Just as he was about to head to the library to discuss future base construction plans with Wang Li, he ran into Han Lei on the way. Humble servant Han Lei greets Lord. Han Lei bowed respectfully. From yesterday until now, he had upgraded all the Zhuge repeating crossbows produced by the cold weapon workbench. At present, there were precisely 15 enhanced Zhuge repeating crossbows within the base. No need for such formality. Judging from your appearance, you must have something to tell me. Zheng Haoyin observed that Han Lei had specifically sought him out, so he asked casually. Indeed, Lord. Humble servant does have a matter to discuss with you, Han Lei said with an honest grin, straightforward as ever. Then speak freely. What is it? Zheng Haoyin naturally wouldn't discourage his farmer subordinates from offering suggestions. He clearly understood the saying, with others as a mirror, one may discern gains and losses. To build a better base, strong support from the farmers was indispensable. In that case, humble servant will boldly speak. It concerns the 4 cars Lord brought back, Han Lei said without hesitation. Oh, Zheng Haoyin looked puzzled, waiting for Han Lei to elaborate. Yesterday, I closely examined those vehicles and found certain aspects could be improved. Such a large metal hunk. If used merely for transportation, its function would be too limited. Zheng Haoyin immediately became intrigued. Had Han Lei independently developed a modification ability? First the Zhuge repeating crossbow, and now automobiles. But modifying the crossbow made sense because many parts were wooden. Cars, however, were entirely made of steel, not a trace of wood. Could Han Lei really modify them? What do you plan to do with them? Zheng Haoyin asked, curiosity evident on his face. I intend to install a long-range attack system onto the car, fixed above via mechanical linkages. Then reinforce the front and rear with anti-collision mechanisms to enhance durability. Finally, add an emergency acceleration device at the rear, enabling rapid escape under dangerous circumstances. As he spoke, Han Lei pulled a blueprint from his waist, clearly showing the modified vehicle design he described. You're planning to turn it into an armored vehicle. Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Forgive me, Lord, I don't know what an armored vehicle is. But judging by your expression, it seems to align with your thoughts, Han Lei replied seriously, leaving Zheng Haoyin momentarily speechless. This guy was definitely a total no-nonsense, hardcore man. Go ahead and do it. Take any resources you need from the base warehouse. Just report to Manager Wang afterwards. In the end, Zheng Haoyin naturally agreed. With such a precise improvement blueprint in hand, how could he possibly reject Han Lei? What if this man stopped thinking creatively in the future? Besides, Zheng Haoyin himself was highly excited about seeing how this armored vehicle would ultimately turn out. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your approval. Excited, Han Lei rushed off to tinker with the cars. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoyin smoothly arrived at the library. Your humble maid greets Lord. Your humble servant greets Lord. No need for formalities. You all continue with your tasks. Wang Li, come with me for a moment. Yes, my lord. Present in the library now were not only librarian Ma Jun and negotiation brothers Wu Jun and Wu Kun, but also Zhang Erqiang learning driving skills, and Lu Fu researching recipes. After calling for Wang Li, Zheng Haoyin allowed the others to carry on with their activities, while he led Wang Li into a meeting room within the library. May this humble woman ask, is Lord summoning me because we're finally beginning base construction? Wang Li asked playfully. Your intuition is sharp. Yes, I plan to upgrade some buildings within the base, and I'll need your help conserving resources. Currently, relying solely on resources gathered by farmers outside, the rate of resource accumulation had slowed significantly. Those few design blueprints released for rental had long since exhausted their usage, so resources no longer experienced the significant growth seen before. Setting aside special resources, the total amount of basic resources Zheng Haoyin currently had was only around 500,000. That might sound like a considerable amount, but constructing the base even a little would quickly deplete it. So naturally, every bit saved counted. Understood. This humble maid shall begin calculating at once. May I ask which building lord plans to upgrade first? Wang Li asked respectfully. Zheng Haoyin pondered briefly, then pointed at the residential house icon on the base layout map. Let's first upgrade the residences to level 4. Compared to other structures, residences consumed the least resources. Plus, upgrading them increased farmers' happiness within the base, thereby improving loyalty. Why wouldn't he do it? This humble woman understands. Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall calculate the required costs right away. Taking this opportunity, Zheng Haoyin checked the attributes and upgrade requirements of the level 3 residence. Building, peaceful residence. Level, 3 stars. Attributes, comfortable, safe, restorative. Population capacity, 28,100. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 wood, 20,000 stone, 15,000 iron ore, 20,000 food. Upgrading residences indeed required only basic resources, but the quantities needed were nearly 6 times more than what was required when upgrading from level 2 to 3. Quite a substantial amount for Zheng Haoyin, who was currently somewhat strapped for resources. About 10 minutes later, Wang Li stopped scribbling on paper and presented the most resource-efficient construction method. My lord, please take a look. If we follow this material ratio, we can still upgrade the residences to level 4, while reducing total resource consumption to just 3/4 of the original amount. Excellent. Wang Li truly had an outstanding talent for calculations. By optimizing resource allocation, she managed to reduce the required materials by 25%. Truly impressive. Without further hesitation, Zheng Haoyin immediately clicked the upgrade button for the residence. Upgrade to level 4 peaceful residence. Yes or no? Yes. Chapter 67. The Injured Wang Biao, Side Story. After selecting yes, Zheng Haoyin began waiting for the residential building upgrade, which this time progressed even faster than before. A flash of white light illuminated the area, and the small villa transformed once again. 3 6-story duplex apartment buildings now stood where the villa had once been, arranged in a triangular pin shape. Zheng Haoyin quickly inspected them and found that each floor contained 6 suites, each about 150 square meters in size, complete with a private living room and bathroom. Solid middle-class 3-bedroom units. 3 buildings, 108 suites in total, each suite containing 1 large and 2 smaller rooms. This upgrade significantly increased the population capacity of the base. However, when Zheng Haoyin checked the residential building's attributes, he noticed something unusual. It appeared that it could no longer be upgraded. Building, peaceful residence. Level, 4-star. Attributes, comfort, safety, recovery, happiness. Resident capacity, 28,500. Upgrade requirement, cannot be upgraded further. Could it be that the base can only accommodate up to 500 people? Or is this simply the maximum capacity for a level 4 base? A question formed in Zheng Haoyin's mind. Still, given the current population of the base, a maximum capacity of 500 was more than sufficient. There was no need to rush. He could investigate further in due time. With the completion of the base's 3rd level, 4 structure, resources were nearly depleted. The immediate priority now was acquiring more supplies, and Zheng Haoyin already had an idea in mind. Wang Li, try calculating the materials needed to upgrade other buildings in the base. That way, if you're away later, I won't be stuck unable to upgrade. Yes, my lord. I'll start right away. Zheng Haoyin nodded and left her to her work, heading over to the library side where he picked up a book and began reading with great interest. When a person enters a state of deep focus, time seems to cease to exist, and Zheng Haoyin was immersed exactly in such a moment. Lost in reading, he felt a brief sense of peace, as if he weren't in a post-apocalyptic world, nor a lord overseeing survival, but just an ordinary office worker quietly recharging at a library. Putting down the book, Zheng Haoyin felt as though something new had settled in his mind, not just knowledge from the pages, but a personal insight. My lord, Captain Liu came looking for you earlier. He seemed to have something important to report, Shuiying said gently, handing him a glass of water the moment she saw he'd finished reading. Oh, I see. I'll return to the base hall now. Go inform him to come meet me, Zheng Haoyin replied casually. At once, my lord. The two walked out of the library together. Wang Li was still busy calculating, while Ma Jun and the others respectfully bowed upon seeing Zheng Haoyin. Soon after, Zheng Haoyin returned to the base hall. Just as he was checking the progress of phone production at the factory, Lu Laowu arrived, led by Shuiying. Greetings, my lord. Lu Laowu, what do you need? Speak freely, Zheng Haoyin said calmly. My lord, I'm here regarding the reconnaissance squad. The men have completed their barracks training and are now qualified soldiers. May I ask if you have any missions for us? Lu Laowu said firmly. Clearly, he was getting restless staying idle in the base. Haha, excellent. But don't rush, just yet. First, have them learn how to drive automobiles. As for you 3, go explore outside the base. You may take a car. Thank you, my lord. I'll have them start driving lessons immediately, Lu Laowu said excitedly. It was obvious he'd been itching for action. Only 20 minutes remained until the phones were completed, So Zheng Haoyan decided not to pursue anything else and prepared to open the global chat window to browse through some lordly gossip blogs. But just then, Lu Laowu returned unexpectedly, less than 2 minutes after leaving, with a panicked expression. Lu Laowu, what's got you so agitated? Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but ask. My lord, Wang Biao has returned. He's badly injured. What? Come, let's go see him. Shuang, quickly notify physician Bianyu. Zheng Haoyan's tone grew urgent as he gave the order. At once, my lord. They hurried to the main gate of the base, where Feng Sun and Long Biao were supporting Wang Biao. Beside him lay an unconscious middle-aged man. Wang Biao, are you alright? Zheng Haoyan asked with concern. Judging from his status, Wang Biao's stamina, normally near 300 points, had dropped to just 5, and a severe injury status was displayed. Be bowing to my lord. No need to bow. I've already sent someone to call physician Bian. Don't speak for now. Zheng Haoyan frowned. In theory, the area surrounding the base was relatively safe. Wang Biao's injuries were severe. There had to be more to this. Wang Biao nodded weakly, then pointed at the unconscious middle-aged man beside him, speaking in broken gasps. He is someone I saved in the forest. He was being hunted. All right, you can explain later. There's no rush. Zheng Haoyan gently patted Wang Biao's shoulder. This farmer, who always returned with something valuable from every trip outside, seemed to throw himself into danger each time without hesitation. Shortly after, Bianyu arrived in a hurry, carrying a medical kit, and immediately began examining Wang Biao at the gate. Reporting to you, my lord. Wang Biao has a large area of burn wounds. His current weakness is due to severe blood loss. I must perform surgery on him immediately, Bianyu said after inspection, his expression grave. Clearly, this injury was far more serious than Zhang Daqiang's previous minor wound. Just say what you need. I'll have it brought to you right away, Zheng Haoyan replied, his tone indifferent to resource cost, as long as Wang Biao could be saved. I have all the medicines ready, but I require a quiet environment. Please, my lord, have him moved to one of the residential units, Bianyu requested respectfully. He had come well prepared. Understood. Feng Sun, Long Biao, quickly help Wang Biao to the residence. At once, my lord. The two complied, each supporting one side of the weakened Wang Biao as they steadily carried him toward the housing building. Zheng Haoyan did not follow. Instead, he turned his gaze to the unconscious middle-aged man lying on the ground. Bianyu had briefly checked him as well. The man was merely exhausted, which explained his collapse into unconsciousness. Lu Laowu, carry him to the base hall and administer the medicine prescribed by physician Bian. At once, my lord. Ding. Contact with character Fong Tian established. Side quest unlocked. Save the research facility. Chapter 68. Researcher Fong Tian joins the base. The system's prompt sound made Zheng Haoyan pause for a moment. It seemed that Wang Biao's life-risking rescue hadn't been in vain after all. This side storyline might actually lead somewhere. A research institute? Could it be connected to our arrival in this apocalypse? Or was it even caused by them? Zheng Haoyan's mind raced with possibilities, though everything remained pure speculation. In truth, there was no need to overthink. Once they woke up Fong Tian, they could simply ask him directly. Lu Laowu carried the middle-aged man Fong Tian on his back, while Zheng Haoyan led the way with Shui in close behind. Soon, they arrived at the base hall. Once inside, Shuang promptly handed over a cup of water, and Lu Laowu, not particularly gently, shoved a pill into Fong Tian's mouth and forced it down with a swig of water. Cough, cough. After a fit of choking, Fong Tian slowly opened his eyes. Who are you people? Fong Tian struggled to get up from the floor, but whether from exhaustion or something else, after a couple of failed attempts, he gave up and remained seated on the ground. Before you start asking questions, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Why were you being hunted? Zheng Haoyan asked sternly, his tone laced with authority. For someone he'd just met, Zheng Haoyan needed to establish dominance right away. Otherwise, the conversation would quickly spiral out of control. You saved me? Oh, actually, you really shouldn't have. Fong Tian looked surprised at first, then let out a helpless sigh. I think if you hadn't chosen to run away and explicitly begged for help, my subordinate wouldn't have gone out of his way to save you. Especially since he ended up seriously injured because of you. Don't you agree? Zheng Haoyan couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. He hated people with strong survival instincts who still refused to admit their dependence on others. I'm sorry. I didn't want to die. Maybe it was just instinct. But if possible, I'd like to personally thank your subordinate. Fong Tian's face showed genuine remorse. He's receiving treatment right now. Your thanks aren't necessary. What you need to do now is clearly state your identity, explain why you were being chased, and tell me everything that happened, from beginning to end. Zheng Haoyan had no intention of wasting time arguing. He spoke bluntly and without patience. Upon hearing this, Fong Tian's expression turned conflicted, clearly reluctant to reveal the full story. Lu Laowu, throw him out of the base. At once, Lord. Zheng Haoyan decided to apply more pressure, giving the order directly to Lu Laowu. Wait. Fong Tian panicked. He could barely stand as it was. If thrown outside the base, he'd likely face death at any moment, and he wasn't ready to die. My base doesn't harbor unknown individuals. You have two choices. Either explain your identity fully, or leave my base immediately. Zheng Haoyan leaned forward, hands resting on his knees, looking down at Fong Tian with overwhelming authority. Finally, Fong Tian yielded, lowering his head with a quiet sigh. All right, I'll talk. Zheng Haoyan fixed his gaze on Fong Tian, listening carefully as the man began recounting a story whose truthfulness remained uncertain. My name is Fong Tian. I was a research associate at Yuanshu Research Institute, working on energy virtualization projects. I suppose you could say I was one of the more capable researchers there. Everything had been peaceful, and our research progressed smoothly. Until 7 days ago, when I accidentally discovered a project they were secretly conducting. What project? The moment Zheng Haoyan heard 7 days ago, his heart leapt. Wasn't that exactly when they had arrived in this apocalyptic world? God creation. God creation? What do you mean? Though Zheng Haoyan could guess something from the phrase alone, he pressed for more details. All I heard were those 2 words, God creation, before I realized someone had noticed me, so I fled immediately. You weren't caught? If you weren't discovered, why are you being pursued? Zheng Haoyan wasn't easily fooled. And surely you didn't just learn about their plan today? Why didn't you escape earlier? At first, I thought I hadn't been detected. But somehow, people I knew well started disappearing one by one without explanation. That's when I began to panic. So I started planning my escape. But our institute has extremely high security, and I never found an opportunity, until today, when I finally seized my chance and managed to break free. But I never expected they'd been monitoring my every move. The moment I escaped the institute, a swarm of pursuers followed close behind. If it weren't for your man, I probably would have met the same fate as my comrades. Fang Tian wore an expression of deep anguish, one that couldn't possibly be faked. Just like someone who had fallen from a life of abundance into a slum, this kind of pain and despair was impossible to put into words. Perhaps your companions aren't actually gone. Zheng Haoyan's words made Fang Tian freeze for a moment. Then he stared at him in disbelief. Are you sure? How could you possibly know they're safe? Are you just trying to comfort me? Fang Tian said bitterly. Desperate people always mistake dry firewood for a lifeline, only to realize later that it was utterly useless. It's more than just comfort. I have good reason to believe it. If you're willing to trust me, I can help you. Help rescue your comrades. Zheng Haoyan's speculation was based on the system prompt. Since the side quest was called Save the Research Institute, it wouldn't make sense for everyone Fang Tian knew there to already be dead. Otherwise, what would there even be to save? If they were all just villains, why not destroy them outright? Are you really telling the truth? How dare you question Lord Zheng? Lu Laowu scowled. This Fang Tian was truly ungrateful. What I said is naturally true. However, I must clarify. I'll do my best to help you, but whether we succeed in the end will likely depend on circumstances beyond our control. Zheng Haoyan gave Lu Laowu a subtle signal, then spoke seriously to Fang Tian. Fine. As long as you're willing to help me, even if in the end my comrades have already passed away, I won't utter a word of complaint. And I myself will join your base permanently, pledge allegiance to you as my lord, and dedicate my research abilities to your cause. Though middle-aged, Fang Tian still carried the passionate boldness of youth. Inspired by Zheng Haoyan's sincerity, he chose to join the base without hesitation. Hearing these words, Zheng Haoyan was naturally pleased. The addition of such a member not only meant the side storyline would progress smoothly, but also brought fresh vitality to the development of the base. On behalf of all base members, I warmly welcome your joining. Researcher Fang Tian. Chapter 69, Research Equipment from the Sky, the so-called energy virtualization. Seeing Zheng Haoyan's enthusiastic smile, Fang Tian couldn't help but catch his spirit and broke into a smile as well. Lu Laowu beside him now looked at him with noticeably warmer eyes. It was true. There really was a difference between an outsider and one of their own. By the way, my lord, may I ask if I could go see the brother who saved my life right now? I really want to thank him in person. If he hadn't stepped forward, I probably wouldn't have survived. Fang Tian still had Wang Biao on his mind. After all, saving someone's life wasn't just a small favor. Of course, no problem. Actually, I was planning to check on him too. Let's go together. Zheng Haoyan readily agreed. Thank you so much, my lord, for your kindness. Fang Tian naturally slipped into the role of a subordinate, showing proper respect toward Zheng Haoyan. Zheng Haoyan didn't say anything, merely smiling slightly. Dealing with someone who knew his place truly made things easier. The distance from the base hall to the residential area was less than 100 meters. The group of 4 arrived quickly, only to find that Bianyu had not yet finished treating Wang Biao. Those bastards were truly ruthless. They actually used an energy gun. If I'd taken a hit like that, I wouldn't have lasted nearly this long. When Fang Tian saw the wound on Wang Biao, a flash of anger and sorrow crossed his face. What exactly is an energy gun? I forgot to ask earlier. Why does Wang Biao have burn marks like that on his back? Was he hit by this energy gun you mentioned? Zheng Haoyan asked directly, curiosity evident on his face. Yes, exactly. The wound on his back was caused by the energy gun, which is why it looks burned. As for what I mean by energy gun, it's actually one of our research achievements, virtualizing solid energy to create a special kind of energy weapon. Fang Tian patiently explained. The speaker meant no harm, but the listeners sensed opportunity. To Fang Tian, the energy gun might not seem extraordinary. But Zheng Haoyan immediately realized that if every farmer under his command could carry such a weapon, the base's combat power would increase by far more than double. This single energy gun could very well become the key to defeating the zombies once and for all. After a few seconds of silence, Zheng Haoyan looked at Fang Tian with eager eyes and asked solemnly, if I can provide you with sufficient materials, could you manufacture energy guns? When he heard the question, Fang Tian hesitated for a moment, then helplessly shook his head. Disappointment instantly showed on Zheng Haoyan's face, but then Fang Tian spoke again. Manufacturing energy guns requires specific equipment. The materials themselves aren't particularly rare. Some smelted steel and a few special components will do. But the most critical part is the device capable of virtualizing energy and injecting it into the weapon body. Fang Tian explained slowly. Do you have such equipment in your research institute? Zheng Haoyan asked excitedly. Absolutely. Our institute is fully equipped. With a complete set of energy virtualization devices, I wouldn't only be able to make energy guns, I could even produce energy cannons with far greater destructive power. Fang Tian said confidently. Hearing these words, Zheng Haoyan silently resolved. He had to visit that research institute. Even if they couldn't rescue Fang Tian's companions, simply seizing and bringing back those machines would already be an incredible gain. My lord, suddenly interjected Shuang. Weren't there some strange items brought back yesterday by old Master Wang's team? Why don't you let him take a look? Zheng Haoyan suddenly remembered. Yesterday, Wang Li and her group hadn't just returned with 4 vehicles, but also crystal cores and various instruments and documents no one recognized. Today, a researcher had literally fallen from the sky into their base. Perhaps he could identify those mysterious objects and files. Greetings, my lord. Just as the two were chatting, Bian Yu finally finished the surgery, drenched in sweat. He had covered the scorched mark on Wang Biao's back with a green and red medicinal ointment. No need for formalities, Dr. Bian. How is Wang Biao doing now? Zheng Haoyan waved his hand and asked. In reply, my lord, I've cleaned Wang Biao's wounds and applied special healing ointment. However, due to blood loss, he remains unconscious. But with a few days of rest, he should recover completely. Bian Yu answered respectfully. Zheng Haoyan nodded approvingly and praised. Well done. You go and rest now. Leave Wang Biao to Long Biao and Feng Sun. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Then I shall take my leave now. Bian Yu bowed and exited. Zheng Haoyan glanced at the sleeping Wang Biao, then turned to Fang Tian and said, Researcher Fang, Wang Biao is going to be fine. Once he wakes up, you can thank him personally. But for now, come with me somewhere first. We have some items that need your help identifying. At once, my lord. Fang Tian had also heard what Bian Yu said. After one final glance at Wang Biao, he followed Zheng Haoyan out of the residence, while Lu Laowu stayed behind. The morning hunting plan was cancelled. They 3 needed to remain and care for Wang Biao. The equipment brought back yesterday had been moved to an empty room inside the library. When Fang Tian stepped into the library, he was first stunned by the vast number of books. Then, upon seeing the pile of instruments, he couldn't help but exclaim aloud. My God, please keep quiet in the library. Ma Jun shot Fang Tian a look and reminded him to be silent. But Fang Tian remained excited, saying eagerly, My lord, this is the energy virtualization equipment I mentioned, and it's a complete set, exactly like the ones in our research institute. Are you sure? Do you want to double check? Zheng Haoyan felt a bit skeptical. Could Fang Tian really be so certain, just by looking? I'm absolutely sure. My lord, I've operated these instruments for 10 full years. I don't even need to see them. I could tell their authenticity just by touch. This is a complete set of energy virtualization equipment. Fang Tian declared confidently. Hearing this, Zheng Haoyan finally broke into a smile. Was this what they called divine weapons descending from heaven? No, rather, research equipment falling from the sky. Now that we have this equipment, how long do you think it'll take to manufacture an energy gun? Zheng Haoyan's top concern was still weaponry. I'll need to calibrate them first. These instruments require electricity, but I noticed this room doesn't seem to have any power supply, Fang Tian said, wearing a puzzled expression. There's no power here, true. But my base has a factory that can produce generators and wires. It should be more than enough for your needs. That's fantastic. Then could we move the equipment to the factory as soon as possible? Once I get them calibrated, I can start producing energy guns immediately. Zheng Haoyan's lips curled slightly upward as he smiled. Of course, no problem at all. Chapter 70 Car Modification, Anticipating the Energy Gun. Inside the library, everyone immediately set aside their work and, under Zheng Haoyan's instructions, began moving the instruments. Zheng Haoyan, meanwhile, headed straight to the factory, where he swiftly ordered 10 generators and 100 meters of wiring, more than enough to power all the equipment. With everyone working together, the instruments were quickly transported into the factory and placed neatly in one corner. Given the quantity of equipment, it still occupied a considerable amount of space. Then came the wait for the generators and wires to finish production. During this time, Fang Tian began tinkering with the instruments, occasionally picking up a document and commenting aloud. Who calculated this formula? They don't even realize they misplaced the decimal point. Completely unprofessional. This design plan is interesting. So this is another way to approach it. If we apply this dematerialization method, speed could be further improved. Fang Tian's muttering to himself genuinely frightened Shuang. She instinctively hid behind Zheng Haoyan, glancing at Fang Tian from time to time with fearful eyes. Lord Haoyan, is he not quite right in the head? Shuang whispered cautiously. Zheng Haoyan chuckled lightly and shook his head. Researchers like Fang Tian sometimes did things ordinary people couldn't understand. After all, there's often only a thin line between genius and madness. Zheng Haoyan didn't stay in the factory to wait. Instead, he made his way toward the blacksmith's forge. The casing and some intricate parts of the energy gun required Zhao Tai's help to complete. Fang Tian had already given him the blueprints earlier, so now the task was simply to have Zhao Tai craft the energy gun's casing according to those designs. When Zheng Haoyan arrived at the blacksmith's, he noticed a car parked outside, and beside it, a figure busily working on something. It was Han Lei, currently using his special technique to modify the vehicle, aiming to enhance its performance. Greetings, Lord. Upon seeing Zheng Haoyan, Han Lei immediately stopped working and bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. I'm here to see Zhao Tai. Continue your work, Zheng Haoyan replied. By the way, how much longer do you think you'll need to finish modifying this car? Zheng Haoyan asked casually. In reply, my lord. If everything goes smoothly, within 1 hour, I can complete the bodywork and install the instant acceleration device. As for the offensive systems, I may need more time. Just now, I realized the previously designed mechanical weapons are flawed. Their destructive power is too weak. Han Lei explained, revealing that, given his pursuit of perfection, this modified vehicle would likely take more time before it was fully ready. Don't rush. Take your time. What matters isn't speed, it's quality. Yes, Lord. After speaking, Zheng Haoyan entered the forge. Zhao Tai was busy crafting gear. Ever since the blacksmith shop had upgraded to level 3, Zhao Tai had gained the ability to forge elite-grade equipment, but so far, he hadn't successfully produced a single piece. I greet you, Lord. May I ask what brings you here? Upon seeing Zheng Haoyan, Zhao Tai promptly stopped working and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. There is indeed a matter. Zhao Tai, take a look at these blueprints. Can you forge them? Zheng Haoyan handed over the designs given by Fang Tian. Zhao Tai took the blueprints and squinted as he studied them carefully. After a moment, he nodded. Lord, these appear to be components of a special weapon. I can forge them, though it will require some time. But please forgive my limited insight. I find this weapon seems to lack combat capability. May I ask why you wish me to make it? As a professional blacksmith, Zhao Tai's judgment was sharp. Indeed, the energy gun's casing itself possessed no fighting power. Yet it was meant to contain and release dematerialized energy. Its true combat potential would only emerge once combined with such energy. At this stage, what they were forging was nothing more than an empty shell. You needn't concern yourself with that. Once you've forged it, I'll show you its power soon enough. Zheng Haoyan gave a mysterious smile. Yes, Lord. I shall begin crafting this unique weapon at once. Produce as many as possible. If materials run short, just take them from the warehouse. Just inform Manager Wang afterward. Yes, Lord. Zhao Tai bowed again. As soon as he saw Zheng Haoyan leave the forge, he began working, the blueprints already memorized in his mind. Ding. Generator X1, wiring X10 have been completed. Zheng Haoyan heard the system notification chime, and a look of delight spread across his face. Although 1 generator and 10 meters of wiring weren't enough, they would suffice to get Fang Tian started on his work. Once the dematerialization energy instruments were installed and debugged, and once Zhao Tai finished forging the energy gun's casing, the base's very first energy gun would be born. Strolling slowly into the factory, Zheng Haoyan took out the generator and wires and handed them directly to Fang Tian. This 1 generator might not be sufficient, but use it for now. The second one will be completed soon, Zheng Haoyan explained, preempting any complaints about the shortage. Understood, Lord. Just having one is already great progress. I'll start installing the equipment right away. Fang Tian grasped the wire and began connecting the various instruments in an unusual manner. First, he attached one end of the wire to the generator, then routed it around a retro-looking computer-like device with a large display screen, before linking it to a spiral-shaped instrument. The 10-meter-long wire moved fluidly in Fang Tian's hands, as though it were an ordinary skipping rope, manipulated with remarkable ease. Soon, he had interconnected every single instrument using just that single 10-meter wire. Lord, this generator requires fuel to start. Do you have any available? You mean this? Zheng Haoyan had anticipated the need and prepared it in advance. This was the fuel canister given by Wei Tai, although ultimately Zheng Haoyan had chosen to exchange a longsword for it. Yes, exactly. Please give it to me. Zheng Haoyan passed the fuel canister to Fang Tian, who opened the hatch atop the generator and poured the fuel directly inside. As the generator's switch was flipped on, a low buzzing sound filled the air, and one after another, the instruments lit up with their distinct glows. Excellent. The instruments are indeed fully functional. Even a single generator can barely power them. Fang Tian exclaimed excitedly, then turned to Zheng Haoyan. Lord, everything is ready. All we're waiting for now is the casing. Chapter 71. Remote Communication, Ultra-Long Standby. Looking at the circular device positioned precisely at the center of the instrument, emitting faint threads of blue-violet light, it gave off an almost magical aura. This was the core equipment for energy virtualization. Should I just place the outer shell of the power gun right here? Zheng Haoyan asked curiously. In theory, yes. However, since each power gun's casing differs slightly, we'll still need to adjust the degree of energy infusion accordingly. So, does that mean, if we can infuse enough energy, the power output of this weapon could become infinitely strong? Zheng Haoyan continued. This time, Fang Tian shook his head, clearly not agreeing with Zheng Haoyan's assumption. To answer your question, my lord, the amount of infused energy determines how many times the power gun can be used, not the quantity of energy released in a single shot. To be precise, the weapon's actual power depends on the intensity of energy emitted per shot, which ultimately comes down to the structural strength of the power gun's casing itself. After Fang Tian's explanation, Zheng Haoyan nodded slowly, finally understanding. Energy infusion was like determining the size of a magazine, while the power of the gun relied on how much energy each individual bullet contained. If that's the case, then theoretically, couldn't we build an energy weapon even larger than your pistol-sized prototype? A strange idea suddenly flashed through Zheng Haoyan's mind. Well, in theory, there's no issue. But even one of these energy guns, the size of a handgun as shown in my blueprints, requires at least 500 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Some models might even consume thousands of kilowatt-hours. So if we're talking about designing something significantly larger, the power consumption would be astronomically higher. For now, perhaps it's better if we focus first on successfully manufacturing a functional energy gun. Fang Tian emphasized the potential issues related to what Zheng Haoyan had suggested. Zheng Haoyan nodded. He realized he had been overly ambitious and hadn't fully considered the practical limitations. Fair enough. You fine-tune the equipment again, and try to ensure no problems arise during the next phase. Zheng Haoyan added as a final reminder. Yes, my lord. Even without being told, Fang Tian was already eager to continue researching. It was both his duty and his passion. Ding. 5 mobile phones have been produced. Just as Zheng Haoyan was about to leave the factory, another system notification stopped him in his tracks. The production of the phones had finally been completed. Excellent. Now I can finally test long-distance communication. Zheng Haoyan's face lit up with excitement. He walked toward the phone production workshop and soon returned holding 5 devices resembling retro Xiao Lingtong handsets. My lord, is this a mobile phone? Shui Ying stared curiously at the device in Zheng Haoyan's hand. Not long ago, Zheng Haoyan had briefly explained to her what mobile phones were for, communication and entertainment. But judging from its appearance, this Xiao Lingtong model could probably only handle calls. Entertainment features seemed non-existent. That's right, though it's a bit different from what I imagined. Let me show you how it works. Zheng Haoyan gently took Shui Ying's hand and led her to the base entrance. You take this phone and go back to your room. Directly return to your room. Understood, my lord. Obediently, Shui Ying began walking toward her room. Halfway there, the phone in her hand suddenly let out an eerie ringing sound. Ding-ling-ling. Why is it ringing? Lord Haoyan didn't mention anything about it making noise. Shui Ying looked puzzled, but instinctively pressed the only button available on the device. Hello? Huh? What? Shui Ying, can you hear me? Who is this? My lord, is that you? How did you get inside this little thing? Are you okay? Her eyes widened in panic as she stared at the Xiao Lingtong, desperately searching for an opening. She wanted to rescue Zheng Haoyan from inside the tiny device. Ha! Zheng Haoyan couldn't help himself and burst into laughter. Shui Ying, calm down. Listen carefully. Put the phone against your ear. You'll hear me more clearly that way. Yes, my lord. Following his instruction immediately, Shui Ying pressed the device to her ear. I want to make one thing clear. I'm not trapped inside that little phone you're holding. I'm still standing right here at the base entrance. The reason you can hear me is because this device enables remote communication. It's not limited to within the base. Even if we're separated by thousands of miles in the future, as long as we have these, we'll be able to talk and stay connected. Do you understand? Zheng Haoyan explained everything in the simplest terms he could think of. That's such a relief, my lord. I thought you were trapped. That really scared me. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but chuckle again. He could already picture Shui Ying patting her chest in relief, even from the other end of the phone. Keep walking to your room. I'll test a few more functions of this phone, Zheng Haoyan instructed. Yes, Lord Haoyan. Shui Ying kept the phone pressed against her ear and continued toward her room, while Zheng Haoyan occasionally asked, Can you still hear me? The final test results left Zheng Haoyan highly satisfied. As expected, the phones produced by the base were of excellent quality. Though limited by manufacturing constraints and unable to offer diverse entertainment features, the remote communication capability was incredibly useful. From now on, Zheng Haoyan could remotely participate in many operations. Moreover, if the team was ever forced to split up, they could still support each other, no longer relying solely on blind luck to reunite like cats chasing dead rats. Now head over to the farmland. Come meet me there. Zheng Haoyan issued his final instruction through the phone before ending the call. Removing the phone from his ear, he glanced at its small 3-centimeter display screen, where a familiar battery icon appeared. They had been talking for nearly 15 minutes. The battery indicator, divided into 6 small bars, still showed a full charge. Equipment, mobile phone. Grade, common. Function, communication. Attributes, sufficient battery, ultra-long standby. Battery level, 99 out of 100. After checking the stats, Zheng Haoyan felt a surge of delight. Indeed, anything produced by the base was exceptionally powerful. Slipping the phone into the pocket of his robe, Zheng Haoyan headed toward the farmland. By now, Zhang Daqiang's cultivation efforts must have progressed significantly. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Lord Haoyan. But I arrived before you did. Shui Ying replied with a playful smile, having reached the field first. Chapter 72 Energy Machine Gun, Modification Complete. Zheng Haoyan smiled faintly. Shui Ying was becoming livelier these days. Compared to her initial reserve, he much preferred the current Shui Ying. Dachang, how's the cultivation of the spirit seeds progressing? Zheng Haoyan asked calmly, while Shui Ying obediently walked to his side. Reporting to you, Lord, all 4 spirit seeds have been successfully cultivated and planted in suitable locations. With nourishment from fertile spirit fields, they should mature soon. Once harvested, we'll obtain even more spirit seeds. Zhang Daqiang wore an excited expression. He actually cared about the spirit seeds more than Zheng Haoyan did, perhaps driven by personal interest and professional skills, but mostly because the concept of spirit seeds fascinated him deeply. Very good. Continue your work then. Remember to balance labor with rest. Don't overwork yourself. Thank you for your concern, Lord. I will certainly maintain a proper balance. Zhang Daqiang replied gratefully. Today marked Zheng Haoyan's second visit here, not just concerning the spirit seed cultivation, but also checking on Zhang Daqiang himself as a farmer. After leaving the farmland, Zheng Haoyan made his way to the blacksmith shop. He believed Zhao Tai must have nearly finished crafting the outer shell of the energy gun. Regarding this powerful weapon, Zheng Haoyan felt genuinely eager. Greetings, Lord. Han Lei at the entrance of the smithy bowed respectfully. The car parked nearby had undergone significant transformation, especially with protective and acceleration devices installed at both front and rear, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. Undeniably, traditional carpentry craftsmanship represented a legacy of wisdom from past generations, in no way inferior to modern science and technology. In fact, many things modern technology couldn't achieve were still perfectly feasible through traditional carpentry techniques. The car modification looks impressive. Almost complete, right? Zheng Haoyan asked with a smile. Your lordship, once we install the final protective unit, the basic modifications will be finished. Only a high-quality weapon remains missing. But rest assured, I'll develop the weapon system as quickly as possible. Han Lei declared confidently. I trust you. As I always say, don't rush. Quality matters more than speed. Zheng Haoyan patted Han Lei's shoulder before walking into the blacksmith shop. Behind him, Han Lei displayed a look of deep gratitude. Such an understanding lord truly deserved lifelong loyalty. Farmer Han Lei's loyalty increased by 10 points. A slight upturn formed at the corner of Zheng Haoyan's mouth. Regarding farmer loyalty, he already knew the answer. Treat people fairly. Stick to your principles. These 8 words alone could prevent any betrayal among all his farmers. Greetings, Lord. I was just about to come find you. Zhao Tai appeared extremely excited upon seeing Zheng Haoyan. Oh, has the outer casing of the energy gun been completed? Zheng Haoyan asked with a smile. Yes. Fortunately, I succeeded in crafting all items according to the design blueprint. However, there is one matter for which I beg your forgiveness. Zhao Tai shifted abruptly from excitement to visible unease. What is it? Just speak freely. Zheng Haoyan waved dismissively, indicating that Zhao Tai shouldn't feel too nervous. Well, I felt the original design elements lacked sufficient grandeur, so during spare time, I took the liberty of forging another additional item, which consumed slightly more resources. Zhao Tai said somewhat sheepishly. Just extra resource consumption? That's fine. As a blacksmith, spontaneous inspiration and creation are perfectly normal. There's no need to be so cautious. Zheng Haoyan chuckled slightly. Deep down, Zhao Tai still regarded himself merely as Zheng Haoyan's subordinate, thus feeling anxious whenever crossing even a minor boundary. Thank you, Lord, for not holding it against me. Zhao Tai bowed respectfully. By the way, I'm quite curious about this new item you've forged. Bring it out along with the others. At once, sir. I'll retrieve it right away. Zhao Tai turned and walked toward the inner room. Moments later, he returned carrying a weapon shaped like a machine gun. This is what you came up with spontaneously? From now on, I hope such moments of inspiration happen even more often. The moment Zheng Haoyan saw the machine gun-shaped object in Zhao Tai's hands, his emotions surged instantly. Wasn't this exactly the perfect outer shell for an energy machine gun? If they simply increased the power output of the energy dematerialization device back at the factory, charging this machine gun might become possible. And if so, a heavy-duty weapon would finally be born. Possessing an energy machine gun could allow one person to single-handedly fight 500 zombies. What's this? Is my lord joking with me? Zhao Tai was puzzled, inwardly wondering. This hunk of iron clearly wasted resources when made. He couldn't see any usefulness in it whatsoever, not even better than a simple arrow. Alright, I'll take all these items with me. Your next task is to continue forging according to the design blueprints. Don't worry about resource consumption. Understood, Lord. No matter what it meant, Zhao Tai clearly understood that as long as he followed Zheng Haoyan's orders, he couldn't go wrong. Zheng Haoyan wore a faint smile as he carried the outer shells of the energy gun and energy machine gun, along with several parts, out of the blacksmith shop. There was no doubt about his next destination. He headed straight for the factory. When Zheng Haoyan and Shuang arrived at the factory, Fang Tian was still deeply immersed in his research world. It wasn't until Shuang made a sound to alert him that he realized Zheng Haoyan had arrived. Greetings, Lord. My deepest apologies. I noticed a small error in a formula earlier, so I recalculated it and didn't notice your arrival, Fang Tian said apologetically. No need to be so formal. Seeing you fully absorbed in your research pleases me far more than any display of respect. Zheng Haoyan replied with a smile. Thank you, Lord. You truly are a magnificent lord. Fang Tian said, visibly moved. Zheng Haoyan's words had deeply touched him. By the way, this is the outer shell of the energy gun, just completed by my blacksmith, along with these components. Take a look and see if they meet the charging requirements. Zheng Haoyan first handed over the energy gun's outer shell to Fang Tian, leaving the energy machine gun aside for now. Fang Tian examined the energy gun casing carefully, running his hands over its surface. His body began to tremble slightly. This is absolutely perfect. Lord, your blacksmith is simply incredible. With this energy gun, once charged, a single shot could probably blow apart a concrete wall, and the magazine capacity might reach 200 rounds. Fang Tian's voice shook. He had never seen such a flawless energy gun casing before. Haha, I'm very pleased to hear that. By the way, take a look at this. Can we charge this one too if we increase the power output of the energy dematerialization device? Laughing heartily, Zheng Haoyan handed the energy machine gun's outer shell to Fang Tian, feeling the tremors in the man's hands. Chapter 73. First charge, the terrifying energy gun. Seeing Fang Tian trembling with excitement, Zheng Haoyan realized this object must hold extraordinary significance for him. Thump. Fang Tian, what are you doing? Zheng Haoyan quickly reached out to steady the kneeling researcher. Lord, I'm just overwhelmed. This is so impolite of me. I apologize, Fang Tian replied, clutching the casing of the energy machine gun, his body still shaking slightly, his eyes faintly red. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear why it means so much, Zheng Haoyan said calmly. He needed to calm Fang Tian down. Emotional instability would be detrimental to the upcoming energy infusion process. Not at all, my lord. If you're willing to listen to my ramblings, I would be honored to explain. Fong Tian nodded vigorously, making an effort to steady himself so he wouldn't tremble so violently, though he still didn't loosen his grip on the energy gun casing. What I mentioned earlier, that larger weapons require more energy, was actually just an excuse. It represented a bottleneck in our research because we had never succeeded in creating a casing capable of containing higher intensity energy. That's why I feared we wouldn't be able to manufacture such a casing here, and so I made up that excuse. But I never expected that your blacksmith could actually forge such a precise casing. As he spoke, Fong Tian choked up. For a researcher, breaking through a long-standing barrier was the ultimate validation of years of effort. Calm down. This is only the beginning. We still need to charge it. So you must compose yourself, Zheng Haoyan said gently. I understand. My lord, please give me a moment. Fong Tian carefully placed the energy gun casing onto the table as if handling a priceless treasure. After setting it down, he walked straight to the instrument with the largest display screen and rapidly typed commands into a keyboard-like input device in front of it. 5 minutes of continuous typing passed before Fong Tian stood up, his expression now composed. He turned toward Zheng Haoyan and bowed respectfully, signaling that the next step could begin. Then proceed. Zheng Haoyan waved his hand and stepped back with Shuang, moving outside the operational range of the machinery. Fong Tian picked up the gun casing and skillfully attached the remaining components before turning to Zheng Haoyan. My lord, charging this energy gun may consume a significant amount of power. Could you add about 2 more barrels of fuel into the generator? No problem. I've already prepared extra fuel. I'll leave it right here by the generator. You can refill it whenever needed. The tank can't hold it all at once anyway. Zheng Haoyan had anticipated this and placed the spare fuel nearby. With all preparations complete, the moment had arrived, the creation of energized matter and the infusion of raw power. Fong Tian placed the fully assembled gun casing at the center of the circular apparatus. As he pressed the activation button, the device began emitting waves of white light. Under the pull of intense energy, the casing levitated steadily at the exact center of the circle. Be born. Energy gun. Donning a thick pair of protective goggles, Fong Tian fixed his gaze on the apparatus and couldn't help but shout out loud. Right on cue, in perfect synchronization with his cry, beams of deep blue-violet light shot from the perimeter of the circular device and converged onto the gun casing. SSSSHHH. SSSSHHH. Arcs of lightning crackled within the chamber. A thick layer of blue-violet radiance enveloped the metallic casing, giving it the appearance of being entirely composed of that eerie glow. Zheng Haoyan watched silently from the side. This was true high-tech weaponry. Compared to this, the Zhuge repeating crossbow seemed like child's play. Yet precisely because of that, his doubts grew deeper. The level of technology Fong Tian possessed wasn't just far beyond anything seen in this post-apocalyptic world. It surpassed even the most advanced tech of Zheng Haoyan's former life before the collapse. Asterisk, where exactly did he come from? What kind of place was that research facility? Asterisk. Zheng Haoyan silently resolved. No matter what it took, he would uncover the truth. The construction of the energy gun surged forward. Fong Tian remained intensely focused, monitoring the charging process while adjusting the energy input levels through the instrument controls. Minute by minute, time ticked on. During the wait, Xiao Bin and the others returning from their fieldwork began arriving back at base. Shuang was sent to greet them, while Zheng Haoyan refused to budge an inch from the workshop. Witnessing the birth of the base's very first energy gun might well become a historically significant moment. The charging phase was nearing its end. The blue-violet glow had intensified to such density that it was almost black, and Fong Tian's expression grew increasingly solemn. Based on his past experience in manufacturing, as long as it survived the final energy infusion, the energy gun would be complete. VVVRM. Suddenly, a low hum sounded. The blue-violet light instantly vanished, leaving only an energy gun floating at the center of the circle, its surface shimmering with a dark, metallic luster. Fong Tian walked toward the circular apparatus with an excited look and reached out to grasp the handle of the energy gun, bringing it close for careful inspection. Lord, it's done. Cradling the weapon in both hands, Fong Tian strode toward Zheng Haoyan and presented the energy gun to him. So I just pulled the trigger to fire? Zheng Haoyan asked curiously, examining the weapon. Aside from its brighter hue, it didn't seem much different from an ordinary handgun. Exactly. And the recoil is extremely low. The interval between shots can be as short as 0.1 seconds. Fong Tian's excitement hadn't faded. Just hearing about it doesn't give me a real sense. How about we test its power? As you wish, my lord. Zheng Haoyan nodded, then turned and walked outside with the energy gun in hand, Fong Tian following closely behind. Lord Hao Tian, Xiao Bin and the others have all returned and are resting in the housing units. Lu Fu has also prepared lunch, Shuang whispered beside him. They're back? Perfect. Go inform everyone to gather at the base entrance. Today, I'll let them witness the power of the energy gun firsthand. Yes, Lord Hao Tian. Shuang left to deliver the message, while Zheng Haoyan and Fong Tian arrived at the gate ahead of time. Zheng Haoyan raised the energy gun, placed his index finger over the trigger, aimed at a large tree 10 meters away, and gently pressed. Boom. A streak of blue-violet lightning shot from the gun and struck the tree dead on. A deafening explosion followed. Entire tree was blown apart into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Embers still flickered on the scorched earth. The sheer destructive force of the energy gun was truly terrifying. Hiss. While Zheng Haoyan was testing the gun, Li Si had already arrived at the base entrance ahead of the others. After witnessing the shocking scene, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. If such a shot hit a person, wouldn't they be instantly reduced to ashes? Greetings, Lord. May this humble servant dare to ask, what exactly is this terrifying weapon? Its power is so immense, it's practically a divine miracle. After bowing respectfully, Li Si could no longer contain his curiosity and blurted out the question. Don't rush. Wait until everyone arrives. Then I'll explain, Zheng Haoyan replied with a smile, casually twirling the energy pistol in his hand. Its sleek, glossy black exterior looked plain enough, yet beneath that ordinary appearance lay such terrifying power. It was the perfect example of hiding strength behind a meek facade. Fang Tian, what do you think? If we successfully build the energy machine gun, how powerful would it be? Zheng Haoyan suddenly remembered the metal casing for the energy machine gun they had found earlier. As long as there was sufficient energy supply, there was a good chance it could be charged successfully, and its power would surpass even this handgun. This humble servant cannot say for sure, but judging from this energy pistol, the machine gun might be 3 to 4 times more powerful. Actually, raw power isn't the most important thing. The biggest advantage of an energy machine gun is its ability to fire continuously, giving it far greater suppressive firepower than a standard energy pistol. Fang Tian replied seriously. Zheng Haoyan nodded, satisfied with this assessment. However, creating such a weapon would still take some time. As they chatted, the others gradually arrived at the base entrance, one by one. Those from the library, Xiao Tai who had been busy forging, and Han Lei, who'd been modifying vehicles, all gathered at the gate. I called you all here because I want to demonstrate a new weapon I've recently acquired. It's called an energy pistol. It doesn't sound particularly special just from the name, so let me show you directly. Without further preamble, Zheng Haoyan raised the energy pistol and aimed it at a tree about 10 meters away. Boom. Just like before, a thunderous explosion tore through the air. The targeted tree was instantly shattered into nothing but scattered debris. Everyone present, Li Si included, despite having seen it once already, stared in stunned horror. When faced with such terrifying power, people inevitably imagine themselves in its path. What would happen if it were them? Clearly, anyone struck, even just grazed, would stand no chance of survival. My lord, does this weapon have an even more powerful version? I just realized, we could install it on a vehicle. That would solve our automobile firepower problem completely. Amidst his shock, Han Lei's face flushed with excitement. He was visibly thrilled. Are you sure this can be mounted on a car? Wouldn't it affect the overall performance? Zheng Haoyan asked, slightly doubtful. Han Lei's vehicle modifications mainly involved wooden components, but both the energy pistol and especially the energy machine gun were solid chunks of metal. No problem at all. I've already reserved space for a weapon system. Any high firepower weapon can be perfectly integrated. I'll stake my reputation on it. Han Lei declared confidently. If it really works as you say, then maybe there truly is something even stronger than this, Zheng Haoyan said, referring to the energy machine gun. He glanced at Fang Tian, who gave him an affirmative look in return. Now, does anyone have any thoughts about this weapon? Don't hold back, speak freely, Zheng Haoyan said, turning to address the group. My lord, if I may say so, this weapon is simply too powerful. If used for hunting, there wouldn't even be scraps left, Xiao Bin said, rubbing his nose. Huh. Laughter erupted across the group. Xiao Jianbin really was their comic relief. It's definitely not meant for hunting. Besides, the base's breeding program has already produced the first batch of young wild cattle. In the future, we might not need to hunt at all, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. Long live Lord Zheng. The crowd cheered in unison. As a defensive tool for protecting the base, I think it would be extremely effective. But, using it against people feels somewhat inhumane, Nenji said softly, gazing at the wreckage of the distant tree, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. A solemn silence fell over the group. Zheng Haoyan sighed inwardly. If no one attacked them first, he likely wouldn't use such overwhelming force. But if someone dared push him too far, he wouldn't hesitate to respond without mercy. All right, everyone, head to the dining hall for lunch. With a wave of his hand, Zheng Haoyan dismissed the gathering. The matter of the energy pistol was put aside, for now. After lunch, Han Lei didn't leave. Instead, he waited patiently for Zheng Haoyan. The moment he saw Zheng Haoyan walk out of the dining hall, Han Lei immediately rushed over. Greetings, Lord. You mentioned earlier there's an even more powerful weapon. May this humble servant have the honor of seeing it. Han Lei asked, somewhat bashfully. Why are you in such a hurry? I said it exists, so it does. But it hasn't been manufactured yet. In that case, if I may be so bold, when do you think it might be ready? Han Lei insisted, clearly determined to get a definite answer. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but chuckle. Beside him, Fang Tian spoke up. If everything goes smoothly, it shouldn't take too long. Han Lei turned to Fang Tian, his mouth curling into a strange, almost eerie smile. Fang Tian shuddered involuntarily, and soon enough, he would fully understand what that unsettling grin meant. Inside the factory, at the spot where the energy solidification device was installed, Fang Tian was connecting several newly built generators. To fully charge the energy machine gun, the power output from just one generator simply wasn't enough. Brother Han Lei, could you please go rest for a while? I'll start charging the energy machine gun as soon as I'm ready. Fang Tian looked at Han Lei with helpless frustration. Ever since this guy found out he could produce an energy machine gun, something far more powerful than the energy pistol demonstrated earlier, he had stuck to him like glue, refusing to leave him alone for even a second. No worries, I'll just watch. You focus on your work, Han Lei replied with a simple, innocent smile. There was no way he was leaving before he got his hands on that machine gun. Sigh. Fang Tian shook his head in resignation. But rather than waste more energy arguing, he decided to ignore Han Lei and continued assembling the generators. Once everything was finally in place, Fong Tian solemnly picked up the casing of the energy machine gun and slowly placed it at the center of the circular device. The charging process of the energy machine gun was about to begin. Chapter 75. The First Convoy, Testing Weapons on Zombies. 10 generators powered the device simultaneously, and the circular instrument almost instantly turned pitch black, with only faint traces of blue and purple barely visible within. As Fong Tian continued operating it, a hint of white began emerging within the dark energy, as if reaching an extreme had triggered its opposite. This? Han Lei was stunned. Was this really how an immensely powerful weapon was forged? It was terrifying. He didn't make another sound, silently watching everything unfold, until finally Fong Tian lifted out a black and white, striped machine gun. Only then did Han Lei erupt into uncontrollable excitement. Give it to me. Brother Han Lei, calm down. I still need to check whether it's fully charged, Fong Tian said helplessly. Since Zheng Haoyan had already given the order, of course he would hand over the energy machine gun. This guy was just too impatient. Fine, just check quickly. My modified car is waiting for this one last piece. Han Lei insisted, his expression still urgent. All right, I'm giving it to you right away. Fong Tian smiled wryly and carefully examined the black and white energy machine gun. Its appearance carried a profound depth, drawing gazes involuntarily. Is it done yet? Is it finished? You've been looking for ages. Han Lei fired off 3 rapid questions in succession, making Fong Tian glance at the time helplessly. It hadn't even been a minute, utterly exasperating. Fine. Here, take it. Under Han Lei's relentless pressure, Fong Tian handed over the energy machine gun after confirming its successful charge. Thank you, Researcher Fong. Thank you so much. Clutching the machine gun tightly against his chest like reuniting with a long-lost lover, Han Lei dashed out of the factory without hesitation. His destination clearly the car parked outside the blacksmith's workshop. Fong Tian followed shortly after, but he was going to report to Zheng Haoyan. Greetings, Lord. I've completed the construction of the energy machine gun. However, since Brother Han Lei was extremely eager, I had no choice but to give it to him directly. There was a touch of helplessness in Fong Tian's tone. Haha, Han Lei is always like this whenever something interests him. No harm done. Let's go together and see how his car modification turned out. Zheng Haoyan laughed heartily and strode out of the base hall as he spoke. Fong Tian walked behind him, while Shuang had gone elsewhere to handle other matters and wasn't accompanying Zheng Haoyan. The two soon arrived outside the blacksmith shop, where Han Lei had just finished installing the final component, the energy machine gun. Before them stood a heavily modified vehicle equipped with armored plating and fearsome weaponry, and standing proudly in front was Han Lei, visibly satisfied. How could his expression be described? Like a father who had raised his child to become the world's richest man. Pride and self-satisfaction couldn't fully capture it. It was pure triumph and endless contentment. Han Lei, has your car modification been completed now? Zheng Haoyan asked with a smile, interrupting Han Lei's moment of self-indulgence. Greetings, Lord. Indeed, I've completed the final step, installation of the weapons system. This vehicle now possesses not only greater power than before, but also astonishing defensive strength and devastating offensive capability. Even 1,000 zombies couldn't possibly destroy it. Han Lei declared confidently. Excellent. If that's truly the case, wouldn't it be a waste not to test its power? A plan formed in Zheng Haoyan's mind. The best way to test such a powerful energy weapon was obvious, undoubtedly, the city ruins. There, zombie numbers remained plentiful, more than enough to let the energy machine gun feast upon their blood. Han Lei's face lit up with excitement. Good steel must withstand fire. He had full confidence in his modified vehicle. Han Lei, go to the residential quarters and bring Lao Wu Lu, San Xiong, and Erqiang Zhang here. Yes, my lord. Zheng Haoyan had no intention of going himself. Instead, he planned to send Lu Lao Wu to lead the team, driving the modified vehicle on a round through the city ruins. Excited beyond measure, Han Lei practically sprinted to the residences and returned with Lu Lao Wu and the others at an equally fast pace. We greet you, Lord. What are your orders? Lu Lao Wu panted a few breaths before asking despite his exhaustion. My chief scout, I have a mission for you. Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. Please issue your command, Lord. This humble servant will fulfill it even at the cost of death. Hearing the title Chief Scout, Lu Lao Wu immediately became electrified. For men, glory always seemed paramount, more important than anything else, capable of capturing attention like nothing else could. You will drive this modified vehicle, taking Xiong San, Zhang Erqiang, Han Lei, and Fong Tian with you. All 5 of you head to the city ruins. I hope to hear the roar of machine guns at the base, sending every zombie you see straight to heaven. Can you do it? Zheng Haoyan said fervently. Yes. Lu Lao Wu immediately became ecstatic. At this moment, even if Zheng Haoyan asked him to pluck the moon from the sky, he would still say yes, without hesitation. Excellent. Set out now. I expect to see you return safely before nightfall, bringing news of victory. Zheng Haoyan smiled and issued his command. At once, my lord. Lu Lao Wu gestured for everyone to board the vehicle, then quickly took his seat at the driver's position. Once all were seated, Lu Lao Wu bowed respectfully toward Zheng Haoyan before stepping on the accelerator, speeding directly toward the city ruins. 15 minutes later, the modified car had already reached the edge of the ruined city, 3 to 4 times faster than walking. Han Lei, how do you operate the weapon from inside the vehicle? Show us how it works, Xiongsan asked. He had fiddled with it for a while, but still couldn't figure out the actual way to use the energy machine gun on the roof. He just hadn't found the weapon control interface inside the car. It's actually simple. You just come to this spot, activate exterior mode, and you can see what's happening outside from within the car. Then lock onto your target through this system, and press the attack button. Da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. 4 rapid shots rang out, followed instantly by tremendous explosions. A dilapidated wall 20 meters ahead was completely pulverized into dust by the energy machine gun. The sheer destructive power was truly astonishing. I get it now, but didn't you just fire without aiming? Xiongsan rumbled skeptically. Han Lei was momentarily speechless. He had only been demonstrating the operation procedure. Look ahead. Xiongsan, get ready to attack. The earlier explosions had attracted nearby zombies. Given that the modified car was relatively large in size, it naturally drew the attention of the entire horde. Modified vehicle versus zombie horde. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 76. The Crawler. The machine gun shows its power. The speed at which the zombies gathered was even faster than Lu Laowu had anticipated. Within just half a minute, a dense, dark mass of undead had already amassed in front of the modified vehicle. There seemed to be more zombies here than before. Lu Laowu's face grew serious as he stared with puzzlement at the swarming horde ahead. They had been to the edge of this ruined city just a few days earlier and conducted a zombie hunting operation then. While the number of zombies hadn't been low back then, it certainly hadn't been anywhere near this high. Judging by this, their hunting mission seemed not only ineffective in reducing the zombie population, but possibly counterproductive, increasing it instead. Lu Laowu silently noted this detail, deciding to report everything back to Zheng Haoyan later. Captain Lu, can we open fire now? Xiongsan asked, noticing how the zombie numbers kept growing. Not yet. Let them pack in tighter, Lu Laowu replied calmly. They were still within a safe distance, and so far he hadn't spotted any mutated zombies among the group. There was time to wait a little longer. Now, open fire. As soon as the zombies could no longer squeeze closer, Lu Laowu gave the order. Da-da-da-da. One press of the trigger launched 4 energy bullets in an instant burst. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions rang out. The zombie horde before them tore apart like fabric shredded by a blade, scattering into fragmented pieces across the ground. This is amazing. Xiongsan's face flushed red. Pure excitement overwhelmed him. Focus on the left side, fire again. Lu Laowu remained cautious, noticing that some zombies still lingered, and quickly issued another command. Without hesitation, Xiongsan slammed the attack button once more. Amid another thunderous roar, the last remnants of the horde were obliterated, leaving only a few straggling zombies limping slowly in different directions. The power of the energy machine gun has been tested. Now, let's test the defensive capabilities of the modified car. Han Lei suggested. No problem. Let's use these last few zombies for that. Lu Laowu readily agreed. He pressed hard on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle rammed directly into the remaining undead. Bang! With combined speed and reinforced body strength, the few zombies were instantly crushed into bloody mush, a rather gruesome sight. Just these few zombies don't really demonstrate the full extent of the car's defenses. How about we go deeper and try again? Han Lei proposed. Zheng Haoyan's orders were to test the performance of the modified vehicle. Though they hadn't pushed it to its absolute limits, they had already covered most aspects comprehensively. Given Lu Laowu's naturally cautious personality, they could have turned back and reported to base already. But when Han Lei suggested pressing further into the ruins, Lu Laowu glanced around at the others. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right then, but if I feel continuing forward will become dangerous, I'll turn around immediately. No complaints, right? Lu Laowu made this clear up front. He didn't want any risks compromising his team over a simple test. Of course, we'll follow your lead, Captain Lu. Xiongsan grinned naively. And so, foot on the accelerator, the modified car rolled over the remains of the shattered zombies, moving steadily along the edge of the ruined city deeper inward. What they didn't know was that the commotion they'd caused had already drawn the attention of a higher-class zombie. Roar. Inside the ruins, certain zombies moved on all fours, capable of leaping up walls with ease. Their limbs secreted a high-strength adhesive fluid, enabling them to scale vertical surfaces and traverse rooftops freely. This enhanced agility made them exceptionally deadly. Their attacks almost always ended in death. Originally dwelling closer to the central zone of the ruins, these creatures were now rapidly shifting toward the outer edges. They had locked onto Lu Laowu and his team. Captain Lu, doesn't it feel safer inside than outside? I haven't seen a single zombie. Han Lei sighed, glancing helplessly at the exterior mirror. They had been driving at a steady pace for 10 minutes now, yet hadn't encountered a single zombie. It is strange. Last time we came in here, zombies kept appearing non-stop. Could they somehow sense how dangerous our modified vehicle is? Lu Laowu mused aloud, puzzled. Well then, maybe we should. Roar. Just as Han Lei was growing bored and about to suggest turning back, a ferocious roar echoed from somewhere nearby, reaching everyone's ears. Now they didn't feel the slightest fear toward zombies. After all, with such a powerful modified vehicle protecting them, ordinary zombies were nothing to worry about. Don't let your guard down. By the sound of it, what's coming must be mutated zombies. They might be tough to deal with. Lu Laowu wore a serious expression as he spoke in a stern tone. Xiongsan, be ready to open fire at any moment. No need to wait for my order. Got it. Leave it to me, Captain Lu. Xiongsan focused his eyes on the 180-degree field ahead, his palm already pressed over the attack button, capable of firing in less than 1 second. Roar. Another roar rang out, and in an instant, a shadow flashed past them, all so fast that Xiongsan didn't even have time to press the button. No good. It's way too fast. Xiongsan frowned. Even though only one zombie had appeared, he still couldn't lock onto it. At least there's just one. If it dares to show off again, we'll ram it dead. Han Lei growled, shaking his fist toward the outside. Roar, roar. Two more furious roars followed in quick succession, clearly from another mutated zombie. Now there are two. Zhang Erqiang stated flatly. There's probably more than just a few. Look ahead, quick. Lu Laowu's face grew even grimmer. A group of those unnaturally swift zombies now appeared right before their eyes. Xiong-san, open continuous fire ahead. Understood. Without hesitation, Xiong-san rapidly pressed the attack button repeatedly, targeting the pack of mutated zombies crawling forward. Da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of energy bullets left the barrel, followed by the thunderous collapse of nearby structures. Debris and dust exploded into the air, turning everything hazy and gray. We're pulling back. Lu Laowu realized they couldn't stand and fight now. Retreating temporarily was their only smart move. But just then, the modified vehicle shuddered violently. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the car. Lu Laowu immediately sensed something had landed on the roof, and it was completely out of view from the exterior mirrors. Damn, they've landed on the energy machine gun. Oh, something actually landed on the energy machine gun. Fong Tian, who had been silent throughout the drive, suddenly showed a hint of delight upon hearing Lu Laowu's angry shout. Researcher Fong, do you have a plan? Han Lei asked, puzzled. If they dare land near the energy weapon, then they're practically signing their own death warrant. This energy gun isn't just capable of shooting energy bullets. As he spoke, Fong Tian pulled out a coin-shaped device from his body and firmly stuck it onto the ceiling inside the vehicle. SSSSS. A violent crackling of lightning erupted on the roof, followed by several horrifying shrieks. Chapter 77. The Glutton, Emergency Retreat. Inside the modified vehicle, everyone could feel the immense energy pulsing from above the roof, sending silent shivers down their spines. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiong-san blurted out, Researcher Fong, how did you do that? Does the energy machine gun have self-defense capabilities? Fong Tian let out a sinister smile, and for an instant, the mature charm of a middle-aged man radiated powerfully. If there had been any young girl present, she would surely have been captivated by him. Hey, Researcher Fong, could you stop smiling like that? It gives me the creeps, Han Lei said after accidentally catching sight of that grin. His skin was practically crawling with goosebumps. Huh, I should have smiled like this earlier, Fong Tian mused, suddenly recalling how persistent Han Lei had been chasing after him recently, sticking to him like stubborn medicinal plaster. The principle is actually quite simple, Fong Tian calmly explained, returning to his composed self as he began detailing the incident with the energy weapon's eruption. You all know that energy weapons are formed by me converting powerful energy into a phantom state and infusing it into the outer shell of the gun. So inherently, an energy weapon is essentially a concentrated mass of energy. Once it detonates, it releases a terrifying energy field. Just now, I used a special method to trigger the energy sealed within the weapon, causing it to erupt, and that's how those zombies were eliminated. A faint smile reappeared on Fong Tian's face. Xiong-san finally grasped the implication and shuddered involuntarily. Did this mean that if someone else mastered this triggering technique, anyone wielding an energy weapon would be in constant mortal danger? What if someone else figures out this method? Xiong-san voiced his concern directly. Fong Tian gently shook his head and said calmly, this feature was added during the manufacturing process using a unique energy virtualization method. Without knowing that specific method, no one else can ever activate or unleash its stored energy. Everyone immediately understood, it was essentially a safety lock. Even if someone stole the energy machine gun, it would be useless because Fong Tian always retained control. They're not chasing us anymore. Lao Wu's voice carried a hint of joy. After all, no one wanted to be pursued by a horde of terrifying zombies, even with the protection of a modified car. Still, we should retreat for now. If more mutated zombies appear, things could get ugly, Zhang Erqiang muttered quietly. Well, almost the moment Zhang Erqiang finished speaking, a piercing, guttural howl pierced through the air, forcing everyone to instinctively clamp their hands over their ears. What the hell is that sound? It's going to rupture my eardrums. Xiong-san yelled while covering his ears. Open your mouths wide. Fong Tian shouted urgently. But just then, the deafening roar abruptly ceased. Why did it stop so suddenly? Han Lei asked reflexively. Not roaring isn't necessarily good news. It might already be near us. Boom. The modified vehicle violently shook as a massive external force slammed into its right side. All eyes turned toward Zhang Erqiang, filled with bitter reproach, as if silently asking, can you please stop jinxing us? Boom. A thunderous sound of something enormous landing echoed through the street, revealing the source of the disturbance. It was unmistakably another zombie. Humanoid in shape, it stood nearly 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Its monstrous legs were thick enough to rival nearby support pillars. Black-tipped claws extended from its hands, its entire body a deep purplish black. Its face was grotesquely twisted, lined with jagged fangs dripping blood, an utterly horrifying sight. Well, Lao Wu, speed up. This was clearly beyond anything they could handle. Their only option now was immediate retreat. Clutching his painfully ringing ears, Lao Wu stomped hard on the accelerator, reversing frantically. The narrow street offered no space to turn around yet. My God, look what it's doing. Han Lei cried out in shock. The giant mutant zombie wasn't pursuing them. Instead, it reached down, grabbed one crawler at a time, and brought them straight to its mouth. Then, with a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs, it devoured them, one by one, without hesitation. Holy crap, this thing is way too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. The very crawlers that had almost flipped their armored vehicle moments ago were now nothing but food, being ruthlessly consumed by this new arrival. I think we should call this one the glutton. Though honestly, this kind of binge-eating habit really isn't healthy, Han Lei remarked, shaking his head. But eating like that means it gains strength quickly and gets full fast, Zhang Erqiang countered, confused why everyone looked so resentful. He'd only stated what he thought. Gains strength quickly, gets full fast. For some reason, a sudden wave of unease washed over the group. Shit, brace yourselves, the bastard's coming after us. Lao Wu shouted in warning. He had already found the spot to turn and began stomping on the accelerator, desperate to flee the ruined city as quickly as possible. Zhang Erqiang's earlier comment once again proved eerily prophetic. After eating its fill, wasn't it time for the cat and mouse game to begin? This pursuit might even help the glutton with its digestion, but Lu Lao Wu and his group were suffering horribly. The crawlers had already been tough enough to handle. Now, a glutton that treated crawlers as snacks had arrived. Whether they could successfully escape the city ruins was now anyone's guess. Captain Lu, perfect chance to test the acceleration system, the red button on your right. Han Lei spotted the glutton gaining fast through the side mirror and blurted out urgently. Why didn't you tell me about this thing earlier? Lu Lao Wu groaned. You should have mentioned it while we were running for our lives. Because, before Han Lei could finish, Lu Lao Wu slammed down on the red button. Virum, an intense surge of acceleration, like a roller coaster plunging downhill, hit them so hard that everyone momentarily felt weightless. Because, this feeling really isn't pleasant, Han Lei managed to say, fighting back nausea churning in his chest. Lu Lao Wu now had a clear impression. Zhang Erqiang was some kind of cursed prophet, while Han Lei was definitely a master of stating the obvious after the fact. Still, despite how awful it felt, the result was impressive. After one burst of speed, they'd left the glutton 100 meters behind. Catching up was now impossible. They were just sure meters away from the edge of the ruins. And Lu Lao Wu knew well that some invisible boundary seemed to restrict the mutated zombies from leaving the city ruins. As long as they got out, they'd be safe. Phew, finally made it out. Watching the glutton reluctantly retreat back into the ruins, everyone exhaled in relief. Actually, shut up. Zhang Erqiang looked utterly frustrated. Not even allowed to speak. Did he have any human rights left? Chapter 78, continuing the modifications. It turned out to be a wise decision to stop Zhang Erqiang from speaking. Lu Lao Wu's convoy made it back to the base smoothly without any incidents. How did the experiment go? As soon as Zheng Haoyin received news of Lu Lao Wu's return, he immediately went to the base entrance to meet them. His first concern was the status of the modified vehicles. This would directly determine the base's overall combat strength moving forward. This humble servant greets you, Lord. Zhang Erqiang has recorded the experimental results. You may take a look. After bowing respectfully, Lu Lao Wu handed over a small notebook, a byproduct produced by the library. Zheng Haoyin flipped through it carefully. Data on the modified vehicle's speed, the firepower intensity of the energy-mounted machine guns, the durability of the additional armor plating, and finally, its maximum acceleration capability. 4 words summed it up perfectly. Iron Beast. Good. Excellent. Zheng Haoyin couldn't hide his joy. With such powerful modified vehicles, their chances of handling the upcoming zombie outbreak had significantly improved. Lu Captain, have all members of your reconnaissance team mastered vehicle operation skills? Suppressing his excitement, Zheng Haoyin asked the next question. Reporting to you, Lord. Our reconnaissance squad currently has 8 members, and all of them have fully mastered driving techniques. It was only natural. Under Zheng Haoyin's prior instructions, Lu Lao Wu had already sent the 5 new recruits for driver training. Nearly a full day had passed, so naturally, they had succeeded. Then we must act swiftly. Since there's still some daylight left, take 2 vehicles and head to the underground garage to retrieve 6 more. Better to act fast than wait too long. Zheng Haoyin knew that vehicles, which could become strategic resources in the future, needed to be secured as early as possible. At once, Lord. Without hesitation, Lu Lao Wu accepted the order and immediately headed toward the residential area to gather the reconnaissance team before setting off. Han Lei, you're going to get busy again. Don't stop modifying vehicles. I want you to replicate this modification on as many vehicles as possible. I'll have Fong Tian assist you with producing the energy machine guns. Leave it to me, Lord. Han Lei replied, visibly excited. After personally testing the modified vehicle, new ideas were already stirring in his mind. Han Lei hurried away. Only Zhang Erqiang, Xiong San, and Fong Tian remained at the scene. Erqiang, Xiong San, you two may return to the residence now. Fong Tian, come with me. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haoyin allowed Zhang Erqiang and Xiong San to return and rest, but specifically called out Fong Tian. It was clear he had something important to discuss. You must still have some doubts about why I singled you out like this. Zheng Haoyin said with a smile as they walked. Fong Tian gave a slight smile in return. If I had any uncertainty just now, I don't anymore. I can roughly guess why you summoned me, Lord. Oh, is that so? Then let's hear your guess, Zheng Haoyin replied, encouraging him. In that case, I'll boldly venture a guess. If I'm mistaken, please forgive me, Lord. After a respectful bow, Fong Tian continued slowly. Just now, you assigned tasks to Captain Lu and Han Lei, clearly aimed at enhancing the base's combat capabilities. At that moment, since I didn't know what other crisis the base might face, I couldn't figure out your intentions. But then you suddenly kept me behind, after instructing me to assist Han Lei. That suggests the matter you're about to discuss is directly related to me. Plus, the smile on your face. I dare to guess. Are you ready to save my colleagues? Fong Tian's reasoning started logically, but when he mentioned saving his coworkers, his voice trembled with emotion. Are you so certain I'm actually going to rescue your colleagues? Zhang Haoyan smiled faintly, a hint of something unreadable flickering in his eyes. I merely dared to speculate. Whatever task you assign, I will support it wholeheartedly. Feng Tian declared solemnly. Ha! Zhang Haoyan burst into laughter, then patted Feng Tian on the shoulder. Go on, head to the blacksmith shop and talk with Zhao Tai. See if there's room to further improve the casing design for the energy machine guns. What I've promised you, I won't break. With that, Zhang Haoyan turned and walked away, not letting Feng Tian follow any longer. Feng Tian stared at Zhang Haoyan's retreating figure, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then, determination hardened on his face. He turned sharply and strode toward the blacksmith workshop. Shuiying followed closely behind Zhang Haoyan, her eyes filled with admiration. The way her lord wielded both kindness and authority reminded her of a living sage. My lord, you want to ask why I didn't just tell him directly, don't you? Zhang Haoyan smiled gently at the young maid. Shuiying is quite curious. How can Lord Haoyan be so extraordinarily wise? It's almost as if his intelligence isn't something an ordinary person could possess. Shuiying immediately launched into a string of glowing praise. Zhang Haoyan gently patted her head and said, Feng Tian wasn't summoned from within the base like the others, so I can't treat him the same way I do everyone else. Do you understand what I mean? Shuiying's delicate face still wore a look of confusion, her eyes slightly clouded with bewilderment. Weren't they all Lord Zheng's subordinates? Feng Tian follows me because first, Wang Biao saved his life, and second, I promised to help rescue his colleagues and friends. Otherwise, why would anyone willingly become another subordinate? Zhang Haoyan clearly understood the stakes. At this moment, Feng Tian's presence was indispensable to the base. Every energy weapon produced had the potential to make a significant contribution to the base's future. Shuiying understands now. Lord Haoyan wants to completely earn researcher Feng's loyalty, she said earnestly. It's not just that either. Zhang Haoyan gave a faintly helpless expression. Shuiying was still too innocent. Just as Zhang Haoyan returned to the base hall to resume construction work, Lu Laowu had already led the reconnaissance team out of the base, heading toward the underground garage. Captain Lu, are we rushing to the garage just to bring back a few more vehicles? Zhang Bao, the new recruit sitting in the front passenger seat, asked somewhat puzzled. The Lord's orders. As his subordinates, we follow without asking too many questions. Besides, the Lord is being cautious. Vehicles like these aren't resources you can find just anywhere, Lu Laowu replied calmly. I see. Captain Lu, I was being short-sighted, Zhang Bao said with a calm smile, though a strange glint flickered in the corner of his eye. Chapter 79. Wu Jun leads the team to assist Wei Tai. Two cars sped down the road, driven respectively by Lu Laowu and Feng Sun, both of whom had significantly improved their driving skills since their last trip. To save as much time as possible, they pushed their vehicles to the limit, racing forward at breakneck speed. The sight left the new members wide-eyed with amazement. This journey to the underground facility took nearly half the time it had previously, only about a quarter of an hour, and soon they arrived. All right, we're entering the underground facility now. Feng Sun, make sure you follow closely behind me, Lu Laowu said into the walkie-talkie mounted on his car, using the device for the first time. Don't worry, I've been here before, remember? Feng Sun's voice came through the speaker the next second, once again confirming the reliability of the communication system. You rascal. Lu Laowu chuckled helplessly. He'd been afraid that Feng Sun might act recklessly. After this brief exchange, the two vehicles entered the entrance of the underground facility, one after the other. Deep within a dark forest lay a vast swamp. About 100 meters south of the swamp stood a small base covering 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. This seemingly insignificant base belonged to Wei Tai, the same person who had spoken on behalf of the nation in the world chat earlier. Sigh? I wonder how Lord Haoyan is deliberating. Could he have already forgotten what I told him? Wei Tai stood atop one of the base's arrow towers, gazing toward the distant swamp, his face filled with anxiety. Beside him stood a beautiful young woman. My lord, are we just going to wait while those poisonous creatures keep attacking us? The woman asked, her voice tinged with sorrow and confusion. If Lin Qin and the others hadn't fallen, we could still use the poison-repelling formation chart to resist these swamp beasts. But now, sigh. Wei Tai let out a heavy sigh. He did possess an item capable of dealing with the coming crisis, but without enough manpower, he couldn't possibly utilize it. But haven't you already requested reinforcements from other lords? With the one-time teleportation formation chart, they should be able to arrive here immediately, she quickly added. Wei Tai helplessly shook his head. If Zhang Haoyan had truly agreed to send aid, would he still be so distressed? It's still uncertain whether that lord is willing to lend me people. After all, every peasant is a precious fighting asset, Wei Tai replied slowly. Oh, my lord, does this mean our base is doomed? Will Xiaoyan no longer be by your side? Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks as she spoke. Wei Tai's heart ached, yet he could do nothing. No matter what it takes, I must get Lord Haoyan to lend me 3 people. Wei Tai clenched his fist fiercely, then opened the private chat window with Zhang Haoyan. Huh, someone seems to be contacting me. Zhang Haoyan noticed the red flashing light on his system interface, an alert indicating a private message. Shuiying, go inform Wu Jun, Zhang Daqiang, and Zhang Erqiang that I need them right away. After opening the chat window and seeing Wei Tai's message, Lord Haoyan, are you there? Zhang Haoyan immediately understood why the other party was reaching out, and promptly gave an order to Shuiying. At once, Lord Haoyan. Once Shuiying had left the base hall, Zhang Haoyan sent his first reply. How exactly do you want me to send people? His blunt question caused Wei Tai, who was staring at the chat screen in his own base, to freeze momentarily. Lord Haoyin, are you saying you agree to lend me people? Wei Tai typed hesitantly. What? Don't you need them anymore? Zheng Haoyin replied teasingly. No. Of course I do. That's exactly why I contacted you. Thank you so much for your generous help. Wei Tai was now completely elated. Who wouldn't feel the same surge of hope when salvation appeared at the brink of despair? Calm down, Lord Wei Tai. Tell me the method first. How am I supposed to send them to you otherwise? Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but smile wryly. He could clearly sense Wei Tai's excitement. He'd even spammed multiple exclamation marks. Right. Sorry, Lord Haoyin. This means everything to me. After calming himself for several seconds, Wei Tai sent an item to Zheng Haoyin. Consumable. Teleportation formation chart. Function. Teleportation. Uses remaining. 10 out of 10. Note. Can teleport one person at a time. Maximum range of 100 kilometers. Can only be used to teleport from the subchart to the main chart. This thing. Are you sure you want to use it like this? Zheng Haoyin struggled to conceal his shock. This small piece of parchment actually possessed teleportation capabilities. It defied everything he understood about reality. Lord Haoyin, I know you might think I'm being wasteful, but for me, this is truly a last resort, Wei Tai said with a bitter smile. A teleportation formation chart was valuable, yes, but life was more important. Since you've put it that way, all I can do is sigh and call it a pity, Zheng Haoyin replied. He deeply desired this magical-sounding item, yet he wasn't the type to seize things by force. He wouldn't compel Wei Tai to hand it over. Hearing these words, Wei Tai finally breathed a sigh of relief. One could never be too cautious. Wei Tai had even considered the possibility that Zheng Haoyin might simply take the formation chart and refuse to help him. Fortunately, that unpleasant scenario hadn't come to pass. I'll lend you the 3 people as we discussed, but you must promise me one thing. Treat them as if they were myself. If you dare use them as cannon fodder, I'll make you pay a price beyond your imagination. And just so you know, my base factory has already produced mobile phones capable of remote communication. The warning in Zheng Haoyin's words was unmistakable. As a lord, he had a responsibility to protect his peasants. Please rest assured, I will absolutely guarantee the safety of your 3 peasants. Unless every one of my own peasants dies, yours will not come to harm. Wei Tai made the promise without hesitation. He knew he was just one final step away from securing Zheng Haoyin's support. Prepare yourself on your end. I'll send them over immediately. After saying this, Zheng Haoyin turned to Wu Jun and the other 2, who had just arrived in the hall. We humble servants greet Lord Haoyin. Zheng Haoyin waved his hand, signaling them to rise. I've called you here because there's a task I need you to carry out. It may involve some danger, so I must give you this instruction. If you encounter forces beyond your control, remember, your top priority is to preserve your own lives. Understood? Yes, understood. Please rest assured, my lord. We will safeguard our lives so we may continue serving you. Chapter 80. The Tank Squad, the Bear Family. Hearing the 3's firm responses, Zheng Haoyin nodded. He felt quite confident about Wu Jun and the others. Listen carefully. This mission requires you to go to another lord's base and follow his instructions to help him complete a certain task. Daqiang, you'll be in overall charge of this operation. Take this mobile phone with you. Once you dial, you can contact me immediately. If any emergency arises, remember to notify me right away. And this energy gun, Wu Jun, you take it. You'll be fully responsible for communication with the lord of that base, as well as negotiations with the other farmers there. Yes, lord. Zheng Haoyin handed Zhang Daqiang a small walkie-talkie-like phone, then passed the energy gun to Wu Jun. All right, no more words. Daqiang, step forward. You're first for teleportation. Yes, lord. The 3 responded promptly, and Zhang Daqiang stepped forward. Zheng Haoyin took the parchment, followed the instructions written on it, and tossed it directly onto the floor of the base hall. Instantly, a white ring of light appeared above the parchment. Lord Wei Tai, I'm ready here. Are you prepared on your end? Zheng Haoyin sent a private message. No problem at all, Lord Haoyin. Go ahead, came Wei Tai's excited reply. Zheng Haoyin closed the chat window, glanced at Zhang Daqiang, and gave a gentle nod. Zhang Daqiang instantly understood. Without hesitation, he stepped into the glowing circle. Then Zhang Erqiang and Wu Jun followed one after the other, disappearing from Zheng Haoyin's sight. Thank you all for coming. I am Wei Tai, the lord of this place. When Wei Tai saw the 3, Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, and Wu Jun, his face lit up with excitement, though he quickly suppressed it and greeted them politely. Greetings, Lord Wei. We are here under Lord Haoyin's orders to assist you. Please brief us on the task ahead. You may call me Wu Jun. These are the brothers Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang. Wu Jun immediately assumed the role of diplomat. His articulate speech left Wei Tai momentarily stunned. In Wei Tai's mind, farmers were supposed to be rigid and simple-minded, but Wu Jun, standing before him so eloquent and poised, seemed almost like another lord himself. Could this be why Lord Haoyin is rising so fast? His farmers, they seem unusually capable. Wei Tai thought inwardly. Lord Wei Tai, are you pondering something? Wu Jun noticed Wei Tai spacing out and gently prompted him. Wei Tai suddenly felt embarrassed, his face flushing red as he quickly replied. Yes, no problem. Xiaoyun, please show our honored guests to rest for a while. I'll join them shortly. At once, my lord. A young woman beside Wei Tai stepped forward and bowed respectfully. We appreciate your kindness, Miss Xiaoyun. Wu Jun didn't press for details, willingly accepting the suggestion to rest for now. Only after seeing the 3 follow his maid Xiaoyun away did Wei Tai hurriedly open the private chat with Zhang Haoyan. Lord Haoyan, your men have safely arrived at my base. Thank you again for your generous assistance. This gratitude came straight from Wei Tai's heart. Upon reading the message, Zhang Haoyan sighed in relief, then immediately resent the teleportation array blueprint to Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, kindly lend me the main blueprint. Once my men return safely, I will return it to you, Zhang Haoyan replied calmly. Of course, no need to return it. This teleportation array is yours as a gift. When your men head back, I'll send you a copy as well. Wei Tai spoke with respectful courtesy. Hearing this, Zhang Haoyan didn't argue. If the other party was willing to gift such a remarkable artifact, there was no reason to refuse. It might prove invaluable someday. In that case, many thanks. And if you don't mind, could you give the copy of the teleportation array directly to my man Wu Jun? Certainly. Though I've just arranged for my aide to take them to rest, I'll deliver it to him shortly. Wei Tai agreed without hesitation. Then allow me to wish you immediate success and swift victory, Lord Wei Tai, Zhang Haoyan said with a cheerful smile. Thanks to Lord Haoyan's kind words, from now on, should you ever need anything, just say the word. Wei Tai practically pounded his chest making the promise. After reading the message, Zhang Haoyan closed the chat window. A short while later, the small walkie-talkie in his hand buzzed. Respected Lord, this is Zhang Daqiang reporting. The three of us have safely arrived at Lord Wei Tai's base. He has been very courteous to us, though we are still unaware of the specific mission details. It was Zhang Daqiang calling in with a status update. Very well. You all be careful. Contact me immediately if anything comes up, Zhang Haoyan said calmly. He knew that even if Wei Tai were the boldest man alive, he wouldn't dare to make any rash moves against his subordinates right from the start. Thank you for your concern, Lord. After hastily hanging up, Zhang Haoyan stopped worrying about Zhang Daqiang and the others. By now, the day had grown late. Even if Wei Tai were in a hurry, he would certainly have to wait until tomorrow before beginning any real operations. Beep, beep. A crisp horn blast came from the base entrance. Lu Laowu and the others had returned, driving 8 cars back to the base. Greetings, Lord. As soon as Lu Laowu spotted Zhang Haoyan, he immediately stopped the car, got out, and bowed respectfully. Good. I've already seen your results. Get back in, drive the cars to the residential area to park them. Then we'll be about ready for dinner, Zhang Haoyan said, looking at the 7 cars behind Lu Laowu with quiet satisfaction. The vehicle retrieval mission had been completed perfectly. Yes, Lord. Thanks to Lu Fu's meticulous preparations, dinner was once again a feast that left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Yet Zhang Haoyan began to notice more clearly how understaffed the kitchen was. Lu Fu's stamina had dropped by nearly 100 points. It looks like I really need to summon a batch of farmers dedicated to cooking, Zhang Haoyan mused silently. Another peaceful and tranquil night passed. The next morning, after being attentively served by Xue Ying, Zhang Haoyan arrived at the summoning platform looking radiant and refreshed. It was time for another round of summoning. Today, he would still perform a targeted summoning. Now that he had the reconnaissance squad, the convoy team most urgently needed close combat personnel. And Zhang Haoyan's first thought was Bear 3, an absolute giant of a man. Initiate targeted summoning? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Zhang Haoyan selected yes. A flash of white light filled the air, and 5 farmers appeared before him, each even more powerfully built than Bear 3. My goodness. Could this be Bear 3's family? Chapter 81. Preparations before the rescue. Your humble servant Xiong Wu pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Xiong Qi pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Xiong Jiu pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Xiong Shan pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Xiong Yun pays respects to Lord. All of them were huge in size, and coincidentally their names followed a certain pattern. Zhang Haoyan couldn't help but speculate. Brother 5, Brother 7, Brother 9? Uncle Shan, Uncle Yun. Xiong Sen looked at the 5 new arrivals, his face unable to contain his excitement. My lord. Thank you, my lord. This great kindness is beyond repayment. Farmer Xiong San's loyalty increased to 100. Zhang Haoyan himself hadn't expected that this targeted summoning would result in relatives of Xiong San. Judging by their appearances, they seemed very closely related indeed. Because of this, Xiong San even assumed Zhang Haoyan had summoned them specifically for him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, his loyalty shot up to the maximum. I only meant to summon some tanks. I never thought your relatives would appear. It was an unexpected bonus. You don't need to be so grateful, Zhang Haoyan said honestly, unwilling to deceive Xiong San. Xiong San gently shook his head and replied solemnly, regardless, this blessing comes from my lord. From now on, whether climbing mountains of blades or diving into seas of fire, I shall never hesitate even if it costs me my life. Huh. In that case, I'll assign you a task. Lead your relatives to the barracks for training. Help them adapt to the base atmosphere as soon as possible, Zhang Haoyan said with a hearty laugh. At once, my lord. Xiong San accepted the order joyfully. After bowing respectfully to Zhang Haoyan, the group left directly for the barracks. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Haoyan felt growing delight. His tank squad was beginning to take shape. It seems the number of trainees at the barracks has reached the upgrade requirement. I should probably upgrade it. Zhang Haoyan suddenly remembered something. He opened the base interface and selected the barracks. Structure, barracks. Level 1 star. Attribute, training. Upgrade requirement, 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 300 iron ore, 20 training sessions. Indeed, it's ready to upgrade. Without hesitation, Zhang Haoyan clicked the upgrade button. After upgrading, the barracks gained a special attribute, targeted training. Soldiers who were already trained could return to the barracks for additional training to enhance their specialized abilities. For example, if Lu Laowu excelled at archery, the barracks would design a customized archery program to further improve his skill. This special attribute is quite interesting. I can have idle farmers come here for extra training in the future, Zheng Haoyan mused silently. After an afternoon and an entire night of rest and care, Wang Biao had gradually recovered. Thanks to Bian Yu's medical skills and Lu Fu's nourishing meals, burns and blood loss were nothing serious. Aside from some farmers assigned to specific duties, Zheng Haoyan had also kept Lu Laowu, the captain of the reconnaissance team, behind, as he needed him for search-related tasks. My lord, Physician Bian Yu just came by and said Wang Biao has woken up. He wishes to see you. Oh, does he need something from me? Then let's go pay him a visit. Zhang Haoyan responded upon hearing Shui Ying's words, slightly puzzled, but still decided to head to the residence. The injured naturally deserved care and attention. Arriving at the infirmary within the residential quarters, they found Wang Biao already moving around, stretching his limbs. Upon seeing Zhang Haoyan enter, he quickly stepped forward to bow. Your humble servant Wang Biao greets Lord. No need for formalities. Your wounds haven't fully healed yet. Sit down quickly. Zhang Haoyan hurried over to support him, guiding him to sit on a nearby bed. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Honestly, my injuries are no longer a problem, Wang Biao said gratefully, emphasizing his recovery once more. Zheng Haoyan ignored him and glanced instead toward physician Bian Yu standing nearby. My lord, Wang Biao's burn wounds have been thoroughly treated, and new granulation tissue has mostly covered the affected areas. However, the blood loss issue still requires gradual correction. As for basic movement, light activity can resume with proper caution. Bian Yu's professional report left Wang Biao feeling somewhat helpless. Couldn't he just say he was fine? With such wording, Zheng Haoyan would surely insist he rest another full day. You heard him, Wang Biao. You must be careful with your movements. For now, stay at the base and continue recovering. Don't worry about anything else. Zheng Haoyan said exactly what Wang Biao had expected, but Wang Biao had no intention of accepting this fate so easily. I understand, my lord. But may I go see the man I rescued? Is he seriously injured? Wang Biao began asking about Fang Tian. He's fine. He's already joined our base. Though right now he should still be busy with work. You'll have to wait until he finishes before you can speak with him, Zheng Haoyan explained calmly. Wang Biao could hardly suppress his urge to move around. His eyes held a faint plea as he looked at Zheng Haoyan. Since you're so eager to be active, I suppose it can't be helped, Zheng Haoyan said with a helpless smile, then continued. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. At those words, Wang Biao immediately lit up, like a hyperactive person finally freed from restraint. Seeing Wang Biao's expression, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but secretly regret. Was it really wise to let him participate in the upcoming mission? Come with me. I need to find one more person. With those final words, Zheng Haoyan stepped out of the infirmary-like room and headed toward Lu Laowu's quarters. Knock knock knock. Lu Laowu, the lord is here. Shui Ying had originally intended to announce their arrival, but Wang Biao, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and knocked himself. Wang Biao, you've recovered already? Physician Bian Yu's skills are truly unmatched, recovering so quickly from such serious injuries. Bian Yu's techniques are indeed superb, but my own physical condition played an important role too, Wang Biao instinctively added. Cough cough. Zheng Haoyan cleared his throat twice, interrupting the reunion between the two old friends. Pardon us, my lord. We got carried away. Both Lu Laowu and Wang Biao quickly apologized. Zheng Haoyan shook his head and then spoke seriously. It's fine. Now listen carefully to your next mission. Once we have 3 modified vehicles ready at the base, I will personally lead a team to the research facility Fang Tian mentioned and fulfill my promise to him. Until then, I need the 2 of you to conduct reconnaissance along a designated route. Can you do it? Yes. Please rest assured, my lord. Chapter 82. The Hidden Outpost of the Research Institute. Inside the base factory, Fang Tian was charging the casings of the 2 energy guns that Zhao Tai had hastily assembled the previous day. After successfully completing one of them, he noticed Zheng Haoyan approaching with Lu Laowu and Wang Biao. He quickly removed his research gear and strode over to meet Zheng Haoyan. Greetings, lord. I was deeply focused on charging the energy guns and failed to notice your arrival, Fang Tian said respectfully, bowing. He hadn't yet noticed his savior, Wang Biao. Researcher Fang, you've worked hard. Take a rest for now. I have something to ask you. And these 2 also have words they wish to speak with you, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. Of course, he wouldn't fault Fang Tian for being so absorbed in his work. The reason was simple. No boss would ever be displeased by an employee's dedication. Captain Lu, and my benefactor. The moment Fang Tian laid eyes on Wang Biao, his emotions surged. Thud. Oh, don't do this. Get up quickly, Wang Biao said helplessly, hurriedly helping Fang Tian to his feet. With all due respect, I must pay my respects. If it weren't for your timely rescue, I would be dead today. Your saving grace cannot be repaid, Fang Tian insisted, prostrating himself fully before Wang Biao. Hey, if you keep this up, I'll really get angry. Get up. I'm perfectly fine. What are you kowtowing to me for? Wang Biao said with exasperation. Zheng Haoyan calmly added. Fang Tian, we have important matters at hand. We're all part of the same base. There will be plenty of chances to repay debts later. I'm sorry. Lord, Captain Lu, I lost my composure. Benefactor, please don't worry. Anything you need from me in the future, just say the word. No need to hold back. Fang Tian apologized repeatedly before standing upright and speaking seriously. Wang Biao gave a slightly helpless look. wondering if given the chance to relive that moment, he'd still choose to risk his life to save Fang Tian. We're here to ask about the route from the base to your research institute. I plan to send Lu Lao Wu ahead to scout it out, Zheng Haoyan said without further delay, cutting straight to the point. Lord, are you truly going to help me save them? Fang Tian's heart, which had just calmed, began racing again. Zheng Haoyan smiled gently and nodded. Saving lives was certainly the primary goal, but if he could simultaneously attract some high-caliber researchers to the base, even better. I understand. However, my benefactor might be more familiar with the route, since he carried me back. I only remember the path up until I blacked out, Fang Tian said, turning to look at Wang Biao. As a farmer skilled in both logging and hunting, Wang Biao had an excellent memory for routes he'd traveled. He promptly handed over a map he'd already drawn, with the missing section being precisely the part Fang Tian couldn't recall from before losing consciousness. I anticipated that, Zheng Haoyan said, adding, so I had Wang Biao draw the first part. You complete the latter portion and also sketch a rough layout of the institute as you know it. No problem, Lord. Give me a moment. I'll finish as quickly as possible. Fang Tian took the map from Wang Biao, nodded, and immediately began drawing. After inspecting the car's performance, Lu Lao Wu sat directly into the driver's seat, ready to head toward the research institute at a moment's notice. Roughly 20 minutes later, Fang Tian finished updating the route map and completed the rough layout of the research institute. Benefactor, Captain Lu, when you're within 1 kilometer of the institute, be sure not to continue by car. It's best to proceed on foot, or else you'll definitely be discovered. To my knowledge, within a 1 kilometer radius of the institute, there are over a dozen guard posts, some visible, some hidden. And once you're spotted by a post, the institute's security team will arrive within a minute. You won't even have time to escape, Fang Tian said gravely. Zheng Haoyan furrowed his brow in doubt. If the guards were that EMB, how had Fang Tian managed to escape? On the day I escaped, it happened to coincide with the rotation shift of the institute's guards. Moreover, internal security had been increased tenfold, so they neglected the outer posts. That's how I seized the opportunity and fled, Fang Tian explained, sensing their skepticism. So, if we plan to assault the institute later, we can only attack head-on, not through stealth. Zheng Haoyan asked, slightly puzzled. Yes, Lord. That's why I never truly believed I could rescue my colleagues in a short time. Fang Tian replied with a bitter smile. Zheng Haoyan fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he still didn't change his mind. As the saying goes, great rewards require great risks. Gain and sacrifice often go hand in hand. If he wanted to win over a group of elite talents, how could he avoid taking such a risk? Lu Lao Wu, Wang Biao, remember what Fang Tian said. When you're about 1 kilometer from the institute, leave the car and proceed on foot. If things get too dangerous and you can't avoid detection, fall back immediately. Your safety comes first. Understood. Zheng Haoyan spoke with a serious expression. Understood. Lord, please trust us with this. This time, we'll definitely figure out the institute's defenses. Wang Biao was quite confident, but Zheng Haoyan still had them take the newly completed energy gun that Fang Tian had just finished. Be extremely cautious on the road. I'll be waiting for your good news. As Zheng Haoyan watched Lu Lao Wu drive the vehicle out of the base, anxiety welled up inside him. Lord, Captain Lu and my benefactor will be fine, Fang Tian quietly offered, trying to ease his concern. At that very moment, Zhang Daqiang and his 2 companions at Wei Tai's base had finally learned the mission they were to carry out, eradicating the swamp poisons. It sounded adventurous, but in reality, the 3 of them were merely there to fill out the numbers. So what you're saying is, our main task is just participating in setting up the revival array diagram, correct? Zhang Daqiang asked cautiously. Though he didn't know what kind of price this lord in front of him had paid to borrow the 3 of them from their own lord, one thing was certain, the cost must have been enormous. Even the teleportation array diagram alone was an exceedingly rare treasure. That's the primary role. Of course, if possible, I'd also appreciate it if you could help eliminate a few of the toxic creatures. It would relieve some pressure on us, Wei Tai said with a simple, honest smile. Since he had promised Zheng Haoyan not to put his farmers in danger, Wei Tai naturally wouldn't do anything selfish or harmful, which resulted in Zhang Daqiang and the others having an overly simple mission. No problem, Lord Wei Tai. Please rest assured. We 3 will fully cooperate with your operation, Wu Jun replied on behalf of the group. In that case, I thank you all in advance. I'll come to notify you before departure. Understood. Chapter 83, Poisonous Swamp Insects, Diagram of Spring Revival. Zhang Daqiang still harbored doubts within. This journey had taken them far from base, and unknown dangers were likely lurking ahead. As the team leader, he knew he had to be extra cautious. Wu Jun, I think we should contact Lord Zheng right away and inform him about what Lord Wei just told us, Zhang Daqiang said earnestly. But this time, the 2 men who usually reached agreement quickly found themselves at odds. Wu Jun shook his head. There's no need to disturb Lord Zheng before the mission has even officially begun. Let's wait until Lord Wei leads us to that swamp area. Then we can update our lord, Wu Jun replied slowly. Skilled in diplomacy, Wu Jun was also exceptionally adept at communication, a talent requiring sharp powers of observation. Clearly, Zhang Daqiang fell slightly short in this regard. You make a fair point. I'll follow your judgment, Zhang Daqiang said after a moment of thought, finally deciding to accept Wu Jun's suggestion. The 3 didn't have long to wait. Soon enough, Wei Tai returned to their meeting chamber with his maid, Xiao Yun. Apologies for keeping you 3 waiting, Wei Tai said humbly. Lord Wei, don't say such things. We've only waited less than 15 minutes. How could that count as long? If anything, I'd commend you for how quickly you arrived. Wu Jun smiled lightly, instantly easing the atmosphere. Wei Tai chuckled along, then turned serious. For the upcoming operation, I hope you three will follow my lead. However, if at any point you feel I am deliberately putting you in harm's way, you have full permission to refuse. But I beg of you, he continued, eyes filled with sincere pleading, do not abandon the task at a critical moment. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Seeing the genuine desperation in his gaze, Wu Jun exchanged a glance with Zhang Daqiang before replying solemnly, rest assured, Lord Wei. Since our Lord trusts you, so shall we. We will give our utmost support. Thank you all. Wei Tai nodded deeply. Then let's lose no more time. We depart now. With a wave of his hand, a trace of grim determination flashed in Wei Tai's eyes, an expression not lost on the observant Zhang Daqiang. Clearly, this mission was no simple matter. Compared to Zhang Haoyan's base, Wei Tai's settlement appeared considerably more rudimentary, consisting of merely 6 or 7 modest structures. There were no towering defensive walls, only low earthen barriers that offered little real protection. Following behind Wei Tai, the 3 men stepped beyond the perimeter wall, where over 10 farmers were already assembled and awaiting orders. Hail Lord, move out. Wei Tai offered no lengthy motivational speeches, perhaps he had already given them earlier. Still, Zhang Daqiang noticed something. The farmers' loyalty to Wei Tai ran deep. Now, Wei Tai led the entire group personally, leaving the base completely undefended. Whether out of confidence or sheer necessity, Zhang Daqiang had never seen such a strategy before. Even when Zhang Haoyan had ventured outside, he always left defenders behind. After all, if the base fell, so would they. The group marched northward through thick forests, nature's vitality expressed in lush greens so vivid they seemed to purify one's lungs with each breath. Yet, after about 15 minutes of travel, that fresh sensation gradually faded, until it was replaced by a faint, unpleasant stench. Prepare the spring revival array. We're about 100 meters from entering the toxic marsh. Wei Tai had good spatial awareness. As soon as he sensed their approach to the cursed wasteland, he issued the order without delay. One of Wei Tai's subordinates produced a rolled-up parchment made of sheepskin. The moment it was unrolled, Zhang Daqiang felt a surge of vibrant life force emanating from within. Asterisk, so this is the spring revival diagram? Judging by its aura, it feels more like a healing formation. Asterisk Zhang Daqiang mused inwardly. Wu brother, Daqiang brother, Erqiang brother, I ask you to help me secure the 4 corners of the spring revival diagram. Wait for my command, then take your positions accordingly, Wei Tai instructed. No problem, the 3 replied in unison. In this woodland already tainted with traces of poison, the diagram's surging vitality shone brightly, like a single pearl in the darkness. SSSSS. Whoosh. Rustle. As Wei Tai directed his farmers into their practiced positions, strange sounds began emerging from the jungle around them. Not good. Hurry up. All of you, poisonous insects are closing in. Xiao Yun's face twisted with urgency. Wu Jun brother, take the red mark at the upper left corner. Understood. Wu Jun strode quickly toward the designated spot. Daqiang brother, you take the blue mark at the lower right corner. No problem. Zhang Daqiang quickly moved into position. Erqiang brother, take the yellow mark at the lower left corner. Zhang Erqiang nodded and silently walked to the designated spot, then stood upright. The moment the 3 took their positions, a slender purple-striped venomous snake shot out from the jungle like an arrow loosed from a bow, aimed directly at the center of the spring revival array. Xiao Yun begin. Wei Tai stood at the upper right corner of the formation, while the maid Xiao Yun positioned herself right in the middle. Upon receiving Wei Tai's command, Xiao Yun closed her eyes and softly recited a series of strange words that sounded like some kind of incantation. Bodhi returns to heart. 10,000 trees flourish. Bound by shared will, withered wood meets spring again. As the final 16-character mantra left her lips, the spring revival diagram suddenly erupted with a dense green glow, shooting upward like a pillar of light that pierced the sky in an instant. The flying venomous snake was vaporized on contact with the green light, vanishing mid-flight before it could reach its target. The power of the spring revival array is actually this terrifying? Wu Jun felt a surge of surprise within. He wasn't alone. Wei Tai himself hadn't expected that this small, portable formation could annihilate venomous creatures as easily as crushing insects, erasing them completely from existence. This is way too strong. Looks like our mission to wipe out the poisonous beasts will go smoothly. Zhang Daqiang muttered quietly to himself. Zhang Erqiang's eyes flickered slightly, yet he remained silent. Forward. Let's eliminate all the toxic creatures. Wei Tai roared with goo, like determination, and the group began advancing toward the nearby poisoned swamp, maintaining their formation. Yet even Wei Tai had underestimated the spring revival array's allure to venomous creatures. Despite countless poisoned beasts losing their lives upon approaching the array, others continued to charge forward without hesitation, sacrificing themselves one after another in relentless waves. These poisoned beasts really don't fear death, Wu Jun remarked sarcastically. Perhaps, for them, this is simply fate. The creatures rushed at the spring revival array like moths drawn to flame. Doomed, yet unable to resist, they pressed on even at the cost of their lives. Chapter 84. The center of the swamp. The Poison King appears. Poochie, Poochie. Poisonous insects lunged forward, only to be turned into ashes by the rejuvenation formation, emitting strange and indescribable sounds. Wei Tai hadn't called for a halt, so everyone continued advancing at a steady pace, inching closer and closer into the heart of the toxic swamp. Hold on, everyone. We're almost at the swamp area, Wei Tai shouted, rallying the group. Maintaining the rejuvenation formation wasn't without cost. Since activation, the formation had been continuously draining the stamina of every person within it. The drain per individual wasn't heavy, but sustained over time, it would undoubtedly become unbearable. All members inside the formation wore grim expressions. The relentless waves of poisonous creatures were increasing their stamina consumption far beyond initial estimates, meaning they had less endurance left than originally planned. To exterminate the swarm of toxic creatures in the swamp, the key lay in locating their source, the Poison King hidden deep within the marsh. Only by eliminating the Poison King could they eradicate the root cause of the infestation and ensure the safety of Wei Tai's base. Xiaoyun, can you sense it yet? Wei Tai asked, his voice heavy with concern. This battle allowed no rehearsal. Anything could happen, and even a single unexpected twist might lead to their total annihilation. My lord, if we press deeper, we will surely find it. Xiaoyun, the maid standing at the center of the formation, replied confidently. Wei Tai felt helpless. Of course he knew they would eventually locate it, but whether their stamina would last long enough was another matter entirely. Currently, the most exhausted among them had already lost over 50 points of stamina. Even the sturdy Zhang Erqiang had consumed nearly 30 points by now. Fortunately, the formation could be adjusted. Those with greater stamina could shoulder more of the burden, preventing the entire structure from collapsing the moment one farmer faltered. See, another venomous snake shot out from the side, its purple tongue flickering as it moved with such speed that it pierced into the rejuvenation formation itself, narrowly aiming for one of Wei Tai's farmers. Humph! A cold snort rang out as an iron-hard hand clamped down precisely on the snake's weak spot. Crack! The soft-bodied serpent snapped clean in half, then dissolved into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing within the rejuvenation formation. Thank you, brother. You saved my life. Don't mention it. Just doing my duty. Zhang Erqiang replied expressionlessly, then resumed his position, firmly guarding his assigned sector. Witnessing this, Wei Tai felt both surprise and delight. Recruiting help from Zheng Haoyan this time had truly been the right decision. It was just a minor incident. The team pressed onward into the depths of the swamp, resolving each small crisis along the way. Thankfully, apart from increased stamina drain, no one had been injured. Wait! Everyone stop! Xiaoyun, standing at the center of the formation, suddenly cried out, then closed her eyes and began whispering softly, as if murmuring incantations. Rest here for now. Wei Tai echoed, watching Xiaoyun intently. After about 5 minutes, Xiaoyun slowly opened her eyes and pointed toward the front left. It's less than 100 meters away. Everyone, prepare for battle. Destroy this Poison King, and our base will finally be safe. Wei Tai declared passionately, inspiring his men. Destroy it. Destroy it. Chants rose in unison, morale soaring. Everything was ready. All that remained was the confrontation with the Poison King. Zhang Daqiang and the other two brothers remained more composed. They could clearly see Wei Tai's seriousness and caution. Everything suggested that this unseen Poison King was anything but ordinary. Erqiang, stay calm. If danger becomes overwhelming, we have the option to retreat, Zhang Daqiang whispered. He feared his younger brother might act recklessly. Got it. Zhang Erqiang replied curtly, though no one could tell whether he'd actually obey under pressure. There was no time for further discussion. Wei Tai issued the order to advance once more. The battle was about to begin. Poochie, poochie, see, whoosh, whoosh. Purple poison mist surged through the air again, spreading wildly. The area protected by the rejuvenation formation shrank drastically, compressed to its absolute limit. Soon, everyone was nearly pressed against each other. Hold on, Wei Tai roared. But stamina wasn't something one could simply endure through sheer willpower. Finally, one farmer collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. When one person fell, their share of the burden redistributed across the rest. Instantly, the others felt their own exhaustion deepen. Damn it, where's this Poison King? Wei Tai cursed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they were all wiped out. Lord, there it is. Xiaoyun's eyes blazed with intensity as she pointed straight ahead. At the convergence of swarming poisonous insects and serpents stood a creature resembling a squirrel, glaring fiercely at the group. Its entire body was deep purple-black, its eyes blood-red, emitting waves of violet mist from within. This was the Poison King Wei Tai had been seeking all along. Push forward. Let's get it. Wei Tai barked sharply, then lunged forward, aiming to seize the Poison King amid the throng of venomous beasts. Roar. The squirrel-like Poison King let out a lion-like roar. Instantly, the surrounding poisonous creatures went into an even greater frenzy. Poochie, 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 bang, bang. Tiny, round venomous insects the size of thumbnails shot through the air like bullets, crashing violently against the rejuvenation formation. Another farmer collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Damn it, just a little closer. That's all we need. Wei Tai clutched a completely purple scroll in his hand, its radiating aura strangely similar to that of the Poison King nearby. Pooh. At that moment, Xiaoyun at the center of the formation suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, the rejuvenation formation erupted in a dazzling emerald light, its radius doubling in size, just a hair's breadth away from fully engulfing the Poison King. Lord, hurry, Xiaoyun screamed, blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth. Xiaoyun, I understand. Wei Tai tightened his grip on the purple scroll and hurled himself toward the Poison King with explosive force, like a tiger pouncing on a rabbit, slamming directly into the beast. Seal it. Roar, roar. Under Wei Tai's agonized shout, the purple scroll unfurled rapidly, releasing a column of violet light that ensnared the Poison King, pinning it firmly in place. No matter how furiously the Poison King roared or struggled, it could not break free from the glowing pillar. Gradually, its form shrank, weakening until finally it was sucked entirely into the scroll. Finally over. Wei Tai collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily in ragged gasps. Around them, the swarm of poisonous insects and snakes seemed to realize their master had been captured. Without hesitation, they scattered in all directions. Peace returned swiftly, the surroundings clearing as if nothing had happened. Is it really over? I hope another one doesn't show up. Roar. Chapter 85. The True King of Poison, Xiao Yun's Sacrifice. As soon as Zhang Erqiang finished speaking, a roar even louder than before erupted from within the swamp, instantly throwing everyone back into a state of tension. What's going on? Didn't I already capture the Poison King? Xiao Yun, what is happening? Wei Tai hastily scrambled to his feet and rushed over to Xiao Yun. I don't know either. It seems there's another one. Xiao Yun's voice trembled, her face deathly pale. That's impossible. Wei Tai's voice held not only disbelief, but also a hint of unmistakable despair. They had nearly exhausted every resource just to deal with one Poison King. Now, faced with an additional one, it felt like a death sentence. Roar. There was no time for further thought. Before them emerged a Poison King far larger, by nearly double the size of the one they had previously captured. Thick purple mist began swirling once more, deeper and more oppressive than before. Poisonous insects resumed their eerie chorus, rallying under the command of this more powerful Poison King as they launched relentless attacks against the healing spring formation diagram. What do we do now? Wei Tai collapsed onto the ground in utter despair. At that moment, he looked nothing like a lord, merely a broken man stripped of hope. Lord, as long as we can defeat that Poison King, we still have a chance, Xiao Yun whispered weakly. Wei Tai understood this all too well, but could they actually do it? Thud. Another farmer collapsed from exhaustion. The light of the healing spring formation grew dimmer by the second. If only we could clear a path through these creatures for a moment. Perhaps we could finish off the Poison King. Zhang Daqiang had originally intended to retreat at the first sign of danger. But when the critical moment arrived, he couldn't stand idle any longer. He chose to step forward. Really? Can you do it? Wei Tai clutched at this last thread of hope, his face lighting up with desperate excitement. Our Lord has given me a powerful weapon. But right now, too many poison beasts block our way. We can't get close. If someone can clear a path, even briefly, we might land a fatal blow on the Poison King. Zhang Daqiang spoke calmly, lending Wei Tai renewed confidence. Good. But, Lord, let me serve you in the next life. Wei Tai had indeed known of a way to break through the swarm, but he hesitated to give the order. Then, in the next instant, a mournful cry pierced the air. Xiao Yun, his loyal handmaiden, stood with a sharp dagger plunged into her chest, blood spraying around her. No, Wei Tai had faltered, just for a moment, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as her life slipped away. The moment her blood splattered across the formation, the healing spring diagram blazed forth with intense green light once more. In an instant, the swarm of poisonous creatures between the formation and the Poison King was wiped clean. Zhang Daqiang reacted immediately. Let's go. With a fierce shout, Zhang Daqiang burst out of the healing spring formation and charged straight toward the now isolated Poison King. Whoosh. Clutching the energy gun tightly, he fired without hesitation the moment he entered range. A streak of purple lightning shot forward and struck the Poison King square on. Sizzle. Arc. Walla. A shriek of agony tore from the beast's throat. Its thick purple fur bristled upright as its massive body convulsed violently. This thing actually survived the energy gun. Zhang Daqiang's face showed a flicker of surprise. He had personally seen the weapon vaporize sturdy trees with a single shot. Yet this monstrous Poison King endured it. One shot wasn't enough. Then fire again. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger a second time. But this time, the now alert Poison King dodged aside. Erqiang cut it off. Perhaps stunned by the previous blast, the Poison King turned to flee rather than continue its assault. Seeing this, Zhang Daqiang refused to let it escape. With a quick shout to his brother, the two men moved to flank and block its retreat. Hurry! It's about to summon more beasts. Wu Jun shouted urgently. The power of the healing spring formation faded once more. Purple mist began creeping in from all sides. Time was running out for Zhang Daqiang. Damn it! Once engaged in combat, Zhang Erqiang became completely focused. Drawing his horse-slaying saber from his waist, he slammed shut the creature's escape route. Now, the previous shot had been fired from a distance, easy to evade. This time, Zhang Daqiang pressed the muzzle of his energy gun directly against the Poison King's head. Bang! Sizzle! After the thunderous blast, the monster's body rocketed backward like a torn sack, followed by the stench of burnt flesh. As the poisonous fog slowly receded, Zhang Daqiang finally exhaled in relief. It was truly over. Yet somehow, it felt incomplete. At the center of the healing spring formation, Wei Tai tightly held his pale-faced handmaiden Xiao Yun, tears of anguish streaming down his otherwise resolute face. Why did you do this? I never gave you permission. How could you? Clearly, Xiao Yun could no longer hear his words. Like the farmer before her, she had given her life for her lord. Inside the base hall, Zhang Haoyan fell silent for a moment. Just now, he had received a message from Zhang Daqiang. At first, he felt a flicker of joy upon hearing the mission was complete, but when he learned it was achieved through the sacrifice of Wei Tai's beloved handmaiden, his gaze involuntarily turned toward Shui Ying. If one day he were faced with such a situation, surely Shui Ying would choose to sacrifice herself without hesitation. No, Absolutely not. I won't allow such a thing to happen. Not a single farmer within the base would he recklessly place in danger. To ensure that, their armed forces needed to grow stronger, much stronger. Shuang, go check the barracks and see if Xiong San and the others have finished training. If they have, tell them to come to the blacksmith shop. Yes, my lord, Shuang replied promptly. After giving his orders, Zheng Haoyin strode ahead toward the blacksmith shop. The fastest way to strengthen their forces right now was equipping them with superior gear. They already had modified armored vehicles, but every soldier, especially the tank unit, needed personal armor and large blades. When close combat began, they would become terrifying human tanks in the eyes of their enemies. Humble servant greets Lord. Rise, Hanlei. How is the second modified vehicle coming along? Zheng Haoyin asked casually. My lord, based on the last test, I've further improved the blueprint. If today proceeds smoothly, I can complete modifications for 4 vehicles. The first one is nearly finished, Hanlei answered with a confident smile. Boom. As he spoke, a sudden, massive explosion echoed from within the blacksmith shop. Chapter 86. Surprise, an elite-grade energy gun. Haha. The moment the loud bang echoed out, Zheng Haoyin rushed into the blacksmith's forge, with Han Leijiangun behind. But before they could even step inside, a hearty laugh came from within the forge. There was no doubt, it was Zhao Tai. What just happened? Zheng Haoyin asked sternly. That had clearly been an explosion. How could Zhao Tai actually be laughing? Your humble servant greets the Lord. Please forgive me, I didn't know you'd arrived at the forge, Zhao Tai said, quickly suppressing his laughter and bowing respectfully upon hearing Zheng Haoyin's voice. None of that nonsense, what happened just now? Zheng Haoyin cut him off sharply. To report to you, my lord, I was conducting a small experiment. The explosion occurred because I accidentally lost control during the process, Zhao Tai replied, looking rather embarrassed. He had originally wanted to boast a bit to Han Lei outside, but Zheng Haoyin's sudden arrival forced all those proud words back down his throat. An experiment? Did it fail? Zheng Haoyin assumed the explosion must have been caused by failure. No, I succeeded. The explosion happened because I got too excited and momentarily lost control of the boiler. That's when it blew up, Zhao Tai said with a toho grin, scratching his nose. Zheng Haoyin was momentarily speechless. So he'd simply gotten carried away. It doesn't matter whether the experiment succeeded or failed. Were you injured? You're the only blacksmith in the base. Your importance at this time is self-evident. You should understand that without me needing to say it. Though his tone was cold, concern clearly underlaid his words. Zhao Tai felt deeply moved. He wasn't a fool. He could hear the genuine care beneath his lord's sternness. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I promise to be more careful next time. I will do my utmost to preserve my life and contribute fully to the military development of our base. Zheng Haoyin gently patted Zhao Tai on the shoulder. Without a word, the gesture brought tears, or perhaps sweat, to the corner of the tall man's eyes, which he quickly wiped away. Since you've succeeded, congratulations are in order. Well done, Zheng Haoyin said, his expression softening into a faint smile. Oh right, here is the result of my experiment. Please examine it, my lord. This isn't just the outer casing of an energy gun, but why does it glow purple? Has it already been charged? As Zheng Haoyin took the weapon, curiosity stirred within him. The instant he checked its attributes, shock flashed across his face. Item, Violet Weave Energy Gun. Grade, Elite. Magazine capacity, 230 of 230. Skills, Swift Fire, Energy Storage. Special skills, Lightning Shot, Fatal Strike. Note, this is a terrifying weapon. Use with extreme caution. For a moment, Zheng Haoyin couldn't find words to describe it. This Violet Weave Energy Gun was simply monstrous, a beast of a weapon. Zhao Tai, how did you do this? Zheng Haoyin's voice sounded dry, his excitement so intense that his mouth had gone completely parched. My lord, I didn't really do much. I just thought the previous energy guns looked a bit plain, so I wanted to improve the design slightly. Then, suddenly, inspiration struck, and there it was, Zhao Tai replied with a simple, Han Xiao. This guy was literally a divine-level blacksmith. A single flash of inspiration produced such an insane weapon. What would happen if he actually put serious effort into designing one? Cough cough. Excellent. Zheng Haoyin didn't know how else to praise him, so he covered his awe with a fake cough. Lord, someone seems to be approaching outside. Han Lei suddenly spoke up, having heard noise near the forge entrance. Must be Xiong San and the others. Go check. If it's them, bring them in directly, Zheng Haoyin casually instructed. At once, my lord. Han Lei stepped outside. Shortly after, Xiong San entered, accompanied by 5 of his relatives. 6 towering figures squeezed into the forge. Each stood over 2.5 meters tall. Fortunately, the forge had undergone several upgrades and was now spacious enough to accommodate them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fit at all. Your humble servants greet the lord. Rise, Zheng Haoyin waved dismissively. I summoned you here to custom fit each of you with a full set of equipment. In upcoming battles, you'll lead the charge, so proper gear is essential, he said calmly. My lord, we need no equipment. Our bodies are our best armor, and our fists are our finest weapons. Xiong Wu, don't be rude. The lord said you'll be getting equipment. Just do as you're told. Xiong San quickly scolded his younger brother. I'm sorry, my lord. I spoke out of turn. Xiong Wu hastily apologized. No need to be so tense. I called you here precisely to hear your opinions. Just speak freely. Still, I believe equipment is necessary. Even if your bodies are strong, wouldn't an extra layer of protection and enhancement make you even more powerful in battle? Zheng Haoyin said with a smile, easing the tense atmosphere. You are absolutely right, my lord. We leave everything to your wisdom. Zheng Haoyin helplessly rubbed his forehead. In the end, he still had to take charge. No chance for him to slack off. He turned to Zhao Tai and pointed at the 6 of them. For these 6, I want armor that fits them perfectly, with protection stronger than our previous chainmail. As for weapons, make them according to their preferences, whatever they want. That's your task for today. At once, my lord. Zhao Tai accepted without hesitation. Xiong-san, you go first. Tell me what kind of weapon you'd like. Zhao Tai, start taking his measurements. Instead of leaving immediately, Zheng Haoyan personally took out pen and paper, ready to jot down Xiong-san's requests. Yes, my lord. Both responded in unison. Then, just like a tailor, Zhao Tai began measuring Xiong-san's height, waist, and other dimensions using a special iron ruler. My lord, I'd like a large cleaver. Ideally, one that's over half my height, Xiong-san said vaguely. I want a pair of iron knuckles. Xiong-wu growled in his deep voice. My lord, I'm better suited for a double-bladed axe, Xiong-chi said, sounding more composed. My lord, I also want a double-bladed axe, just bigger than Xi's. Xiong-jio said with Han simplicity. My lord, we'd like long spears. Chapter 87. Breaking into the research facility, system announcement. While Zheng Haoyan was busy crafting equipment for the 6 members of the tank squad, Lu Laowu had already arrived at the location marked on the map, driving alongside Wang Biao. They were now just 1 kilometer away from the research facility Fang Tian had mentioned. From here on, we proceed on foot, Lu Laowu said in a low, steady voice as he brought the car to a smooth stop. As long as we avoid the visible guards and slip past the hidden ones quietly, it's simple. Don't be so tense, Wang Biao said with a light smile. But seeing the seriousness on Lu Laowu's face, he quickly sobered up. It sounded easy when put into words, but only they knew how difficult it truly was, sneaking through 1 kilometer while evading over a dozen combined visible and concealed outposts. Wang Biao, I must warn you clearly, from now on, every move is under my command. If you act on your own, don't expect me to spare you for the sake of our brotherhood. Lu Laowu's expression was deadly serious, showing no hint of jest. Don't worry, I know what matters, Wang Biao replied coldly. As a part-time hunter, he understood that staying silent was the key to securing prey. Lu Laowu gave a slight nod before stepping forward into the final kilometer. The two advanced in single file, moving at a steady pace of 3 meters per second. Not too fast, not too slow. If everything went smoothly, they'd reach the research facility on Fang Tian's map in under 6 minutes. They quickly covered the first 100 meters and hadn't spotted a single guard post. The concealed outposts might have been accidentally avoided, but there truly hadn't been any visible sentries either. The first 100 meters were cleared successfully. 10 meters to the left, a watchtower, 2 people, scanning from opposite sides. Lu Laowu spotted the first guard post immediately. He raised his hand slightly, signaling Wang Biao to halt, then whispered his observation. Their line of sight covers only 2 directions, and they can't see anything below 50 centimeters from the ground. We can crawl straight through this outpost, Wang Biao suggested after a brief pause. Possible. But wait, it won't help if they're standing still forever. If they shift position, their viewing angles will change too. Now is the time to stay calm. Rushing ahead recklessly could lead to unpredictable dangers. Wang Biao nodded, understanding. So both men crouched low, pressing themselves against the ground, watching the 2 guards atop the tower from within a blind spot. They moved. At exactly 5 minutes in, the 2 guards simultaneously turned 90 degrees to their right and stood still again, continuing their surveillance. At this angle, our path lies completely within their blind zone. We can rush through now, Lu Laowu thought, a spark of hope flaring in his chest. Good, Wang Biao agreed firmly. In the next instant, they shot forward like arrows, dashing swiftly beneath the watchtower's observation arc. Unbeknownst to them, due to the urgency of the moment, they had inadvertently stepped on someone lying camouflaged on the ground, thus narrowly avoiding another concealed outpost. We've run about 200 meters now. The watchtower can't see us anymore, Wang Biao said, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. Don't let your guard down. We haven't encountered a single hidden sentinel yet, and visible posts are relatively easier to bypass. Lu Laowu's words snapped Wang Biao back to focus. Reaching mutual agreement on caution, they continued advancing swiftly toward the research facility. When only 500 meters remained, they finally came upon a concealed outpost. A hidden guard disguised among the grass spotted the pair, but at that very instant, Lu Laowu also saw him. Before the guard could raise an alarm, Wang Biao lunged forward like a starving tiger, driving his elbow hard into the man's neck, knocking him unconscious. That was close. Wang Biao exhaled sharply, patting his chest with lingering fear. Good job, Lu Laowu praised him. Had Wang Biao not reacted quickly, they would already be fleeing for their lives. Without wasting words, Lu Laowu pressed forward, and Wang Biao followed closely behind, without falling a step. The final 500 meters proved far more difficult than expected. It wasn't that Fang Tian had miscounted the number of outposts. Rather, 80% of the sentries along this entire kilometer were concentrated in these last 500 meters. At the 400-meter mark, 2 watchtowers stood on either side of their advance path. Each held 2 guards, their observation zones overlapping almost completely, leaving no visible blind spots. Just as despair began to creep in and they prepared to retreat, Lu Laowu's sharp eyes caught a possible loophole. Crawl forward, right alongside the base of one of the watchtowers. In this way, the watchtower at their current position would absolutely not detect them, and the other watchtower might also overlook this small area due to negligence. Are we really going to take the risk? Wang Biao hesitated, uncertain whether the other watchtower would spot them or not. If we don't try, it'd be a waste. If they raise the alarm, we immediately sprint back outside. As long as we make it to where the car is parked, we'll still be safe. One reason Lu Laowu chose to take the risk was that even if discovered, they wouldn't necessarily be captured. They'd still have a chance to escape. I get it. Then don't just stand there. Let's go. In the end, Wang Biao decided to support Lu Laowu. The two began crawling on the ground, inching forward slowly toward the watchtower. Luck was still on their side. Everything went smoothly, and they safely broke through the surveillance zone at the 400-meter mark. 400 meters might have been a bottleneck, but in the next 200 meters, Lu Laowu and Wang Biao encountered no outposts at all, advancing without any obstruction to the final 200 meters. There should be the research facility Fang Tian mentioned. From now on, we must stay utterly vigilant. Absolutely no room for failure. Understood. Don't worry, Wang Biao said confidently. Taking the first step into the final 200 meters, Lu Laowu lunged directly into a nearby thicket, while Wang Biao, without hesitation, kicked hard at a small dirt mound to his left. Click, click. Two cracking sounds echoed. The two hidden sentries were eliminated once again. Avoid visible guards, eliminate concealed ones. Only the two of them knew how heart-stopping those final 200 meters had been. Even though they bore some injuries, when they finally saw the entrance to the research facility, it was all worth it. Old Lu, are we going straight in? Straight in. Lu Laowu gently pushed open the gate, and the two stepped inside. At that very moment, a loud system announcement rang out in every lord's ears. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan. His farmer has discovered the hidden Fubin, Divine Creation Research Facility. Activating the global mission. Eliminate the research facility. Chapter 88. The Research Institute's Hidden Secret. The system announcement sounded, as usual, 3 times in a row. Not only were the other lords stunned, but Zheng Haoyan himself was equally baffled. He had merely sent Lu Laowu and the other man to scout the research institute. How did that trigger a system-wide announcement? Now it was common knowledge across the server. Opening the world chat window, he indeed found exactly what he expected, a flood of spam messages. Brother Haoyan is awesome. He actually unlocked a hidden dungeon. Strong protest. Brother Haoyan must be a GM. This isn't even the same game anymore. Gotta admit, I'm jealous. But still, bro Haoyan, can you take me with you into the dungeon? I'm a cute newbie girl, light and easy to push over. Zheng Haoyan chose to remain silent. Until Lu Laowu and the other returned, he couldn't be sure what exactly had happened. No, I need to go find Fang Tian and ask him. Zheng Haoyan had originally planned to discuss base construction with Wang Li, but now that seemed something to delay. Lord Haoyan, has something happened? Shuiying asked with concern. She had noticed the stunned expression on Zheng Haoyan's face just moments ago, and suspected something troubling must have occurred. Zheng Haoyan gently shook his head. This dungeon incident was purely accidental. Whether it was ultimately good or bad remained unclear. Come with me to the factory. At once, Lord Haoyan. Obediently, Shuiying didn't press further, simply following Zheng Haoyan's instruction. Each peasant within the base seemed to possess a unique personality, much like their special abilities, truly one of kind. Yet they all shared one trait, unconditional obedience. No matter what order Zheng Haoyan gave, they would carry it out without hesitation. This trust stemmed from how Zheng Haoyan treated them in daily life, not condescendingly, but as friends, perhaps even family. This humble servant greets my lord. You seem rather hurried. Does my lord require something of me? When Zheng Haoyan arrived at the factory, Fang Tian had just finished charging an energy gun and was letting the equipment cool down. Seeing Zheng Haoyan, he bowed respectfully and spoke politely. I do need to speak with you. I want to know more about the research institute, Zheng Haoyan said slowly, his tone relatively calm. Of course, no problem. May this humble servant dare to ask. Has something occurred? Fang Tian hesitated slightly, though his expression remained unchanged. Zheng Haoyan met his gaze and then nodded helplessly. Something related to your research institute has happened, but since it concerns us lords directly, I can't go into details. Zheng Haoyan offered a brief explanation. Fang Tian wisely refrained from asking further, instead waiting for Zheng Haoyan's next question. Now tell me everything. Give me a general overview of all things concerning the institute. Don't leave out any recent details. Yes, my lord. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Tian began recounting his story, and that of the research institute. Meanwhile, deep inside the research institute, Lu Laowu and his companion had no idea what had transpired outside. The only thing on their minds was fulfilling the task given by Zheng Haoyan. Map out the layout of the research institute. Old Lu, where do we go next? The map ends here. Wang Biao glanced at the simplified blueprint. The marked location of the institute was already the endpoint. If they proceeded further inward, they'd have to navigate blindly. Now that we're already in, wouldn't it be a waste to leave without exploring? Besides, our lord said to gather as much intel on the layout as possible. This is our best chance. Lu Laowu made up his mind quickly. The entire institute needed to be thoroughly scouted. Then I'll just have to risk my life playing partner to a nobleman. If anything happens, don't expect me to bear it alone, Wang Biao said resignedly. If Lu Laowu wasn't leaving, could he really abandon caution and walk out by himself? Let's go. Without unnecessary words, the two pressed deeper into the highly advanced-looking research facility. The massive door they'd entered through earlier had been closed behind them. For now, their intrusion hadn't been detected, so they didn't need to worry about ambushes ahead. Lu Laowu also remembered what Fang Tian had once said. The institute is loose on the inside, tight on the outside. Countless guard posts surrounded the perimeter, yet internal security was relatively weak, unless they ran into a patrol change. This phone shows the time. It's 10:20 now. No matter what we find, we must start heading back by 11. Lu Laowu set a clear deadline. Fine, whatever you say. Wang Biao gave in with an expression that said, I'm following your lead. After entering, the two moved forward along a long, one-way metallic corridor. The walls on both sides shimmered with a silvery white metallic luster, and a faint sense of mystery hovered in the air. They crossed the 50-meter-long passage in just 20 seconds, arriving at another heavy metal door at the end. How do we open this one? Same way as before. Wang Biao stared at the door, waiting for Lu Laowu to make the call. Of course not. We can't just force it open. What if there are people inside? Lu Laowu quickly dismissed the idea. Their earlier brute force entry had been pure luck. Now that they were inside the institute, caution was paramount. Then what do you suggest? It's not like it'll open itself. HSSSS. Just as Wang Biao finished speaking, a sound like a pressure cooker boiling over echoed through the corridor. The massive metal door began to slide open slowly. Shit. Hide now. The metallic hallway wasn't completely bare. Between the two walls were several small compartments that appeared decorative. At the first sign of movement, Lu Laowu shoved Wang Biao hard into the nearest compartment, then dove swiftly into another one himself. Senior Researcher Chow, I'm taking a huge risk bringing you out like this. If the deputy director finds out, I'm done for. Just don't betray me. Don't worry. I'm only stepping out to test a weapon. I won't go far from the institute. Two unfamiliar male voices reached Lu Laowu's ears. From their conversation, these two might, like Fang Tian, be researchers working at the institute. That's exactly why I agreed to help you. Otherwise, I'd never take such a risk. You know, because of Fang Tian's escape, the God-making project has already been delayed by over a month. The Fang Tian they mentioned, could that be researcher Fang? A wave of speculation surged through Lu Laowu's mind. Chapter 89, Deploying the Next Step. Although Lu Laowu and the other man could hear the voices, they didn't dare peek outside to see the two people. Only after the sounds gradually faded did they finally step out from between the gaps. Old Lu, just like that, the door actually opened? Wang Biao felt as if he were dreaming. In the space of a single sentence, the door had accidentally opened for real. You'd better speak less from now on. Why do I feel you're starting to rival Zhang Erqiang? Lu Laowu said something Wang Biao couldn't quite understand, but the latter didn't press further. The two exchanged a knowing glance, then without hesitation strode into the metal gate. Huff! Zhang Haoyan let out a deep breath of relief. This time, he believed that even if Fang Tian hadn't revealed everything, he had definitely disclosed at least 80 or 90% of it. It turned out that this so-called research institute originated from another parallel world, an alternate dimension whose technological power far surpassed that of Earth, the world Zhang Haoyan originally came from. Researchers like Fang Tian had been specially selected and trained since the beginning, only qualifying to join the institute and undertake its research missions after rigorous preparation. Even more shocking was Zhang Haoyan's own deduction. The post-apocalyptic world they were currently in might just be an experimental zone created by the institute. Each base functioned as a separate research unit, an experimental subject teeming with infinite variables and developmental possibilities. Lord, is there anything else you wish to ask me? Fang Tian asked softly. You go attend to your duties. I need some time to digest what you've told me. Zhang Haoyan gently shook his head, dismissing Fang Tian to continue charging the energy guns, while he absent-mindedly walked out of the factory. Servant girl Shui Ying followed silently beside him, quietly observing Zhang Haoyan's slightly hesitant expression. As Zhang Haoyan sank into thought, he suddenly felt warmth in his palm. Looking down, he saw Shui Ying's small hand gently gripping the fleshy base of his thumb. Lord Haoyan, don't worry too much about the institute. All of us will always be here with you. Meeting his gaze, Shui Ying looked straight into his eyes and spoke those comforting words. Hearing her words, Zhang Haoyan froze momentarily, a sudden flash of enlightenment surging through him. That's right. He had never been alone. What did it matter how mysterious and unfathomable the institute was? Could it really withstand the combined forces of countless lords? Shui Ying, I understand now. Thank you. Zhang Haoyan tightly pulled Shui Ying into his arms, then turned and dashed toward the base hall, leaving behind a bewildered Shui Ying still standing in place. Since the institute had become a Fubing, undoubtedly other lords must have received some related data and tasks as well. Therefore, Zhang Haoyan no longer intended to face things alone. He decided once again to take a backstage role. Opening the world chat window, Zhang Haoyan issued an announcement. There are some things about the research institute. If anyone's interested, I'm willing to discuss them together now. Yes, I'm extremely interested. Finally, Big Bro Haoyan decides to show up. You've kept us fans suffering during your long silence. The guy who insulted Big Bro Haoyan earlier can just scram. You don't deserve access to any information about the institute. Zhang Haoyan glanced at several messages and realized that while he was contemplating, someone had been fiercely criticizing him in the world chat. Lord Wu Feng, Lord Lu Ming, Lord Chun Kuan. Zhang Haoyan mentally noted down 13 names in total. Since these fellows chose to attack him, he wouldn't mind turning a blind eye next time they needed help. Though Zhang Haoyan wouldn't retaliate evil for evil, neither would he repay harm with kindness. That was the behavior of a fool. Everyone, please calm down a bit. If it stays this noisy, I'll choose to share the information only with my close allies. As soon as Zhang Haoyan said this, everyone instantly fell silent by mutual understanding. Even the trolls obediently quieted down, because they truly hoped to obtain some sort of guide or strategy regarding the institute. To be honest, this system announcement caught me completely off guard. I did send my farmer to explore a place called the Research Institute, but even I don't know much about it, Zhang Haoyan explained slowly. Big Bro Haoyin is being modest. Since you sent your peasant there, you must already possess substantial intelligence. Please share it with us. Exactly. Now's not the time to keep secrets. After all, this is a shared instance mission. Hoarding info might choke you to death. You damn troll, shut up or get lost. Say trash like that again. And when we meet in person, I'll lead a team to dismantle your entire base. Seeing Lord Xiaoguang's message, Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but smile. His loyal subordinate had stepped forward to defend him. Lord Wei Tai. A certain few lords should watch their words. Haoyin Lord has already stepped forward to share information with everyone. Stop making aggressive remarks, or you'll bear the consequences yourself. Lord Wang Lu. As Lord Xiaoguang and Lord Wei Tai said, Haoyin Lord isn't absolutely obligated to do anything. Some lords really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Lord Zhou Yong. Lord Haoyin has always been kind to everyone, giving resources, providing weapons, sharing blueprints. I'm backing Lord Haoyin. Several allies who were close to him spoke up in support, filling Zheng Haoyin with gratitude and deepening his realization. This apocalypse wasn't his alone. Thank you all for your understanding and support. I won't waste any more words. Let's get straight to the point. No one in the world chat dared send another reckless message. All waited quietly for Zheng Haoyin to continue. Regarding this research institute, I learned about it through a man my farmer accidentally saved. He was a researcher from within the institute. Zheng Haoyin condensed the information Fang Tian had shared with him and relayed everything clearly to the other lords. He knew full well that if he tried to deceive them now, he'd likely end up harming only himself. That's the situation. The institute has tight security, and they possess weapons far more advanced than ours. So my advice is, act according to your capabilities. After sending this final message, Zheng Haoyin fell silent. Lord Haoyin, are you suggesting we shouldn't attempt this instance mission? But the rewards it offers are too good to pass up. Exactly. If I manage to destroy this institute, my base will level up instantly. I'd become a tier 3 base. If I capture just one researcher, I'll get the blueprint for a small research lab. That's my ticket to the top of the world. Watching the excited flurry of messages from the other lords, a faint smile tugged at Zheng Haoyin's lips. This was exactly the first step of his plan. Chapter 90, Cooperation Agreement, De Chang returns. Just as everyone was discussing, a private chat notification flashed in Zheng Haoyin's interface. It was a message from Wei Tai. Lord Haoyin, thank you for your help. My matter has been mostly resolved, and your farmers can begin returning now. So quickly? Was everything smooth? Zheng Haoyin felt somewhat surprised. He had expected it to take at least several days, but it was already settled within one night and the following morning. It went relatively smoothly. There was a minor hiccup along the way, but your farmers remained perfectly safe. No incidents occurred. A trace of melancholy lingered in Wei Tai's tone. In that case, congratulations to you, Lord Wei Tai. Since the issue is resolved, I'll set up the teleportation formation right away. Please have my farmers prepare themselves. Zheng Haoyin wasted no words. He immediately took out the main formation diagram for teleportation and began arranging the array. I've finished setting up here. They can proceed with teleportation now. Zheng Haoyin sent the message. Understood, just a moment. Moments later, the teleportation circle shimmered with light, and a figure gradually emerged. This humble servant greets my lord. De Chang, you've worked hard, Zheng Haoyin said with a smile. Soon after, Zhang Erqiang and Wu Jun also stepped out of the teleportation array one by one, each bowing respectfully to Zheng Haoyin. Wu Jun, stay behind. De Chang and Erqiang, return to the residence and rest for a bit. Once the others are back, we'll be ready for lunch, Zheng Haoyin instructed gently. Yes, my lord. After Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang left, Zheng Haoyin turned to question Wu Jun about what had happened during their mission. De Chang already informed me about your task execution. How did the assignment I gave you turn out? Zheng Haoyin stood with his back turned, his voice slightly low as he spoke. Reporting to you, my lord. Due to limited time, I wasn't able to speak with everyone. I only managed to get a general understanding of a few farmer situations. Unknown to all others, Zheng Haoyin had secretly instructed Wu Jun to build rapport with the farmers in Wei Tai's base, an underhanded tactic, albeit a small one. Go on. I privately met 3 farmers, Fu Lin, Su Yu, and Qin Shu. From my inquiries, I can conclude they are deeply loyal to Lord Wei Tai, no less devoted than our own people. However, in terms of capability, they seem rather lacking compared to those in our base. This was Wu Jun's assessment. This fell well within Zheng Haoyin's expectations. Wei Tai was clearly someone skilled in management, and judging from his posts in the world chat, he possessed a strong sense of responsibility. A lord-like that would naturally earn devotion from his base's farmers. Yet talent among farmers wasn't something a lord could control. It all came down to fate. Could it be because my luck stat is too high? Zheng Haoyin mused quietly. With Shui Ying's blessing, his personal luck attribute had already reached 4 points, though he still didn't fully understand what this value truly meant. Alright, I've got a general idea. You may return to the residence and rest. Yes, thank you, my lord. After Wu Jun bowed respectfully and exited the base hall, Zheng Haoyin made his decision. Wei Tai was indeed a worthy partner. He opened the private chat once again. Lord Wei Tai, would you be interested in cooperating with me on something? As soon as Zheng Haoyin sent the message, Wei Tai replied instantly. To cooperate with Lord Haoyin is something I'd be honored to do. But may I ask what role you'd have me play? Wei Tai's heart stirred with excitement. He hastily suppressed the sorrow from losing his maidservant, preparing himself for what might become an important new undertaking. Our cooperation involves jointly eliminating research institutes. What I need from you, naturally, is your formidable combat strength. Zheng Haoyan sent the message with a cheerful tone. Wei Tai let out a bitter smile. Compared to Zheng Haoyan's farmers, what strength did his own really have? At best, they were just numbers to fill out a team. My lord Haoyan, you flatter me. In terms of combat power, who could possibly surpass the farmers in your base? Besides, the remaining uses of the teleportation formation are limited. I certainly can't lead my farmers on foot to meet you, can I? Wei Tai harbored doubts. Naturally not. Reflect carefully on the system announcement. From Wei Tai's words, Zheng Haoyan realized he still hadn't grasped the true meaning behind the Eliminate the Research Institute task. The system called it a global mission. Does that mean there's a research institute outside every base? Is that really how it works? Wei Tai had initially been confused, but after Zheng Haoyan's hint, he quickly caught on. That's exactly what I suspect. But I need you to send people to verify it, Zheng Haoyan affirmed. So, you want me to explore the research institute near my base? But you just said the dangers inside aren't something to take lightly. With only my current forces, wouldn't we just be throwing our lives away? Wei Tai had initially hoped to rely on someone stronger, but now it seemed he still had to go himself, greatly increasing the danger. This mysterious research institute might prove even deadlier than the venomous creatures in the swamp. He couldn't guarantee his people would survive. Your base's strength ranks among the top 10 of all lords. If even you can't lead your people to complete this, then most others probably won't stand a chance either. Zheng Haoyan replied calmly. Caution was understandable, but lack of courage was another matter entirely. I understand. Opportunity and danger always go hand in hand. If I pass up this chance, once the safe period ends, I'll still face certain death. Better to fight now for a sliver of hope. Wei Tai clenched his fist tightly. For so long he'd only endured attacks passively. Now it was time to strike back. I'll provide some assistance. While my people may not be available, perhaps some weapons and equipment could give your farmers a slight edge. Then I truly thank you, Lord Haoyan. If there's ever anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. Wei Tai was deeply moved. Zheng Haoyan was truly the benefactor who had changed his fate. After ending the private chat with Wei Tai, Zheng Haoyan didn't close the world chat window. Instead, he reached out to someone else. Lord Wang Lu, interested in raiding a research institute. Lord Xiaoguang, there should be clues on your deserted island. Don't miss them. Lord Zhou Yong, want to cooperate? Broaden alliances, dig deep trenches. The Research Institute, a universal dungeon for every lord. And Zheng Haoyan intended to make sure everyone had a shot at clearing it. And it would all begin with Tall Guy. Chapter 91, The Robots Inside the Research Facility. As Zheng Haoyan began rallying others to prepare for their operation against the research facility, the two initiators of all this were already deep inside its central area. Not even a single guard. All my worrying was wasted. Wang Biao remarked with a dismissive smirk, sounding rather nonchalant. Strange occurrences usually have hidden causes. If they dare leave it so lightly guarded, there must be some concealed defense we haven't thought of. Lu Lao Wu, far more rational, analyzed the situation carefully and then proceeded with even greater caution. After entering through the metal gate, they faced a circular passage splitting into left and right paths. For safety's sake, Lu Lao Wu chose for both of them to take the right path together. Though this meant their reconnaissance would be incomplete, at least it ensured they could retreat in unison. Neither Lu Lao Wu nor his companion knew exactly how large the facility was, but judging from the fact that they had advanced quickly for 5 straight minutes, its footprint was undoubtedly enormous. Moreover, it was built within a cave, clearly requiring sophisticated construction techniques, a testament to the advanced technological capabilities behind this facility. It's completely empty here. Do we really need to keep going? Those two guys outside might come back anytime soon, Wang Biao said helplessly. He wasn't scared, exactly, but he felt this exploration was becoming meaningless. Wang Biao, do you think there's any point in designing such spacious hallways? It wastes space and adds unnecessary walking time for personnel inside, Lu Lao Wu mused. These corridors struck him as highly illogical. Unless there was something hidden here, the architect must have been insane. No one in their right mind would design something so useless. You don't think they actually hid something on either side, do you? There aren't even partitions. Where could anything be hidden? Behind the walls. Wang Biao scoffed. But Lu Lao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. Wang Biao made a good point. Why not behind the walls? Wang Biao, you're a genius. Lu Lao Wu gave Wang Biao a bear hug, then started running his hands over the metallic wall surface. What did I even do? Wang Biao asked, completely bewildered. He couldn't quite follow Lu Lao Wu's train of thought. After about 10 seconds of searching, Lu Lao Wu found a small protrusion on the wall, something resembling a button mechanism. Lao Lu, what are you doing now? Wang Biao couldn't help asking, curiosity overwhelming his confusion. You said it, the thing behind the wall. I found the switch. Lu Lao Wu pointed with his right hand at the small button under his left palm. Huh, there's really something back there? I was just joking. So are you going to press it? Lu Lao Wu's lips curled slightly upward. Without saying a word, he gently pressed down on the button-like device. Click. The seamless metal wall split open with a sharp sound, forming a rectangular crack. Then the section within the crack rotated outward, revealing a humanoid metal figure standing before them, its eyes closed. Whoa, what is this? A robot? It looks just like Robert from the base. Wang Biao wasn't frightened by the sudden appearance of the robot. In fact, he curiously reached out and touched the metallic arm. Don't touch it. Lu Lao Wu slapped Wang Biao's wandering hand away and began studying the robot carefully. Given its tightly shut eyes and motionless body, he deduced it hadn't been activated. It was in a state similar to being powered off. This hunk of metal isn't reacting at all. But why hide these things behind the walls? Is the entire base relying on them for security? Wang Biao kept firing questions, but Lu Laowu ignored him, returning instead to search for similar buttons on other sections of the metal walls. After pressing 3 more times, 3 additional robots emerged, each roughly the same size and appearance, all equally unresponsive. Why aren't any of these clunkers moving? Are they just standing around as door gods? Go ahead, show me what you've got. Wang Biao taunted loudly. Clack. Shut up. Lu Laowu clamped a hand firmly over Wang Biao's mouth. This guy must have jinxed it. He says one thing, and it immediately comes true. The first robot they had activated was now stirring aimlessly. Its metal limbs rotated in place, as if performing warm-up exercises, but fortunately, its eyes remained shut. Wang Biao, now silenced, wore a look of panic. He fully understood the consequences if the robot actually woke up. Promise me you won't talk, and I'll let go, Lu Laowu warned in a low voice. At those words, Wang Biao nodded vigorously. The first robot was still moving its limbs aimlessly. After all, even preparation required some time. Better play it safe and put it back, Lu Laowu thought, then pressed the original button again. Just as he expected, pressing the same button a second time caused the robot to rotate back into the wall. At that moment, the second robot began its own strange preparation routine. Lu Laowu repeated the process, pressing each of the remaining 3 buttons one by one, returning all the robots to their hidden compartments. So this must be why there are no guards. In case of an emergency, they just press these buttons to activate the robotic sentinels, Lu Laowu murmured softly. Wang Biao's lips twitched, about to speak, but he forced himself to stay silent. He didn't want to jinx it again. But the activation time seems a bit too long. By the time the robots are fully online, any intruder would have already escaped, Lu Laowu said, still puzzled by this flaw. Instinctively, he glanced at Wang Biao, sensing that the other man wanted to say something. You know what? It's not that mystical. I was just nervous earlier. Now I'm fine. You can talk, Lu Laowu said with a faint smile. The idea that words alone could trigger such events was absurd on its face. If it weren't for Zhang Erqian's earlier, prophetic comment, which had actually come true, Lu Laowu wouldn't have been so superstitious. Phew, not being able to talk was killing me. Wang Biao let out a deep breath, as if silence itself might suffocate him. Lao Lu, I've been thinking about your question. What if these robots, like how we set a specific time to leave, also have a pre-programmed self-activation time? Click. Again, with eerie precision, the moment Wang Biao finished speaking, strange sounds emerged from the metal walls along both sides of the corridor. Lu Laowu knew that sound well. It was exactly the noise made when the rectangular panel rotated after pressing the button. Could it be? You actually guessed right again? Chapter 92, Fleeing for Their Lives. Wang Biao stared at the scene before him, completely stunned. Had his mouth actually been blessed with some supernatural power without his knowledge? Never mind. Let's run. If they waited any longer for the robot guards to fully activate, the 2 of them would surely end up dead in this research facility. Lao Lu, shouted Lu Laowu, and without hesitation, the 2 broke into a sprint toward the entrance. But fate wasn't on their side. Things didn't go as smoothly as they'd hoped. This time, the robot turned toward them had completely skipped its warm-up routine. Its eyes snapped open the next instant, instantly locking onto Lu Laowu and Wang Biao. Whoa! The red glowing pupils gave off a cold, merciless aura. As their gaze swept over the 2 intruders, a piercing alarm blared throughout the research facility. Damn it! Are we already caught? Wang Biao couldn't help but curse. They had been sneaking around carefully, avoiding every guard post along the way. They'd assumed they could keep this up indefinitely, eventually mapping out the entire facility. But now it was clear, they had been far too optimistic. Their initial success was nothing more than sheer luck. But luck couldn't last forever, especially not with Wang Biao's cursed mouth. Another one. As soon as the first robot awakened, it triggered some hidden alarm system, and immediately, a second robot powered on. Lao Lu, forget about tactics. We need to get out of here now. If those robots catch us, we're finished. Wang Biao yelled, speeding up even more. The second robot quickly joined the pursuit, darting after them. Just as it was about to intercept them, Lu Laowu grabbed Wang Biao, and together they leaped through the metal gate. Bang! They slammed the door shut with lightning-fast reflexes, producing a loud crash. But blocking the robot inside made the noise unavoidable. Finally escaped. As long as we don't run into those 2 people we just passed, we should be able to leave safely, Wang Biao whispered under his breath, patting himself reassuringly. You 2. Who are you? Why are you inside the research facility? Damn this cursed mouth. Wang Biao slapped himself hard, reminding himself to stay silent from now on. Never mind them. Charge. Lu Laowu rushed forward, violently shoving one of the shorter researchers aside before bolting through the exit door. Wang Biao went even harder. He delivered a vicious groin kick that instantly crippled the taller researcher. Grab them. Go after them. The tall researcher screamed in agony, glaring hatefully at Wang Biao's retreating back. No matter what happened today, that researcher silently vowed. If he ever encountered Wang Biao alone again, he would make sure the man suffered the same pain he had just inflicted. Being fast definitely had its advantages, and Lu Laowu was now experiencing that firsthand. Lao Lu, wait for me. Wang Biao screamed. The robot was nearly catching up to him. Time to pull out the old tricks. Lu Laowu hadn't brought his bow and arrows to travel light, but now he pulled a small weapon from his waist. A slingshot. A pellet the size of a glass bead was loaded into the sling's launch pad. Lu Laowu yanked back hard. Swish. With a sharp whistling sound, the pellet shot forward. The robot, mere moments from grabbing Wang Biao, flew backward as if hit by an explosion. Then, in the next second, the tiny pellet detonated, Such devastating power packed into something so small. Lao Lu, why didn't you use this awesome thing earlier? Wang Biao complained mid-sprint. Do you think this is something simple? This is a special energy pellet prepared for me by researcher Fong. I only have 5 total, and these aren't easy to make, Lu Lao muttered, annoyed. If he'd used it earlier, maybe things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Still sprinting, the two quickly reached the final door. Bang! Without hesitation, Lu Lao kicked the door open with full force. The guards at the entrance were instantly stunned. Snap! Snap! 2 quick strikes, and Lu Lao knocked out the 2 gatekeepers. He charged out, with Wang Biao close behind. Phew! Finally out, Lu Lao gasped, still catching his breath from the frantic dash. We shouldn't celebrate yet. Sure, we escaped, but there are still plenty of visible and hidden patrols out here, Wang Biao reminded him grimly. But since they had already traveled this path once before, if they retraced their steps carefully, Lu Lao and Wang Biao could probably avoid all the checkpoints together. Don't overthink it. Just run. The robot guards could actually come out from the research facility. Was hunting humans really that easy for these machines? Before the robot guards could even reach the outside, Lu Lao lunged forward and swiftly passed through the first hidden checkpoint on their way back. Wang Biao didn't hesitate either. Their movements were smooth and seamless. Swish! Just as they secretly rejoiced at the thought of escaping, a laser beam shot past them and struck a tree ahead. Boom! The entire tree burst into flames instantly. This was an energy gun attack. That was close. Does this damn robot really think we're easy targets? Lu Lao cursed furiously. In the next second, he spun around, pulled out a more refined energy pistol from his waist, and fired directly at the robot that had just attacked. Swish! Bang! The robot exploded immediately, scattering into broken pieces and shattered components. These robots aren't even that strong. I thought they'd be as tough as Robert, Wang Biao said disdainfully. After firing once, Lu Lao turned and fled again without delay. It was simple. If they got caught up in a fight, endless waves of enemies would soon descend upon them. They absolutely couldn't afford to get dragged into a war of attrition here. 200 meters ahead, that visible outpost. We're going straight through it. Lu Lao shouted. Got it, Wang Biao responded. They had moved cautiously at first, but now with pursuers hot on their heels, they no longer had time to worry about minor guard posts ahead. All checkpoints, intercept them. The tall researcher still had the strength to issue commands, an act that genuinely surprised Lu Lao. Try and stop us? Not a chance. Racing forward, it was truly a case of hearing about something is never as impressive as seeing it. They were fleeing for their lives. Fortunately, luck remained on their side, and against all odds, they reached the vehicle parking area unharmed. You bunch of rotten robots, your little yet is leaving now, done playing with you. Wang Biao mocked wildly. Their mission to scout the research facility officially ended right here, all under the soundtrack of Wang Biao's relentless trash talk. Chapter 93, 3 convoys, bombing the ruins. With a loud hum of car engines, both the S-guards and robot sentinels were left far behind, helplessly watching as Lu Lao and his companion drove away. We must inform the director immediately. Someone actually infiltrated the Invincible without our knowledge. This is a serious security failure. The tall researcher, Qin, spoke angrily. Have you lost your mind, Researcher Qin? We snuck out secretly in the first place. If we report this to the director, we'll expose ourselves instead. Do you want to be punished? The shorter researcher, Chao, firmly rejected Qin's suggestion. Researcher Chao, are you seriously planning to cover this up? Don't forget, the mechanical guards have already been dispatched. We can't hide this forever. Qin snapped back, visibly frustrated. The short man gestured for his taller colleague to lean down. Then, standing beside him, he whispered something only the two of them could hear. What? Are you certain? Let me tell you. If what you just said turns out to be a lie, from this moment on we sever all ties, and I'll fight you to the death. Upon hearing Chao's words, Qin's face filled with shock, clearly overwhelmed by the revelation. If I'm lying even a little, may I be thrown into solitary confinement? Chao replied solemnly, offering a sincere pledge. Qin hesitated, conflict evident on his face, but finally lowered his head in resignation. Fine, I'll trust you just this once. Lu Lao and his companion had no idea that, by sheer coincidence, the disturbance they caused by breaking into the Invincible had been suppressed by these two researchers who'd made minor missteps themselves, and not a word reached anyone else. Humble servant greets the Lord. We returned a bit late. Please forgive our delay. Lu Lao bowed respectfully, while Wang Biao awkwardly mimicked the gesture beside him. No need for formalities. How did it go? Did you get a general sense of the Invincible's layout? Zheng Haotian asked with a smile. He had full confidence in Lu Lao. This infiltration mission would definitely not come up empty-handed. By your grace, we successfully entered the Invincible. However, due to some special circumstances, we couldn't map the entire facility. Here is a rough sketch based on our path through it. As he spoke, Lu Lao handed over a hand-drawn blueprint to Zheng Haotian. There are so many guard posts. Looks like sneaking in quietly won't work after all. We'll have to storm it head-on. Zheng Haotian muttered softly, studying the marked positions and numbers of visible and hidden watchtowers on the blueprint. Lord, these guard posts might change now, because we were spotted when we exited, Wang Biao added with an apologetic tone, his earlier bravado toward the two researchers completely gone. You were discovered? Are you injured? Though there were no visible wounds, Zheng Haotian still asked with genuine concern. This instinctive care deeply moved Lu Lao and Wang Biao. True feelings couldn't be faked. Zheng Haotian truly cared about their safety. Thank you for your concern, Lord. We escaped quickly enough, so neither of us was harmed. Lu Laowu replied firmly, suppressing his emotion. Good. As for the guard posts, it doesn't matter much anyway. To be honest, I never expected to take them by surprise. Overwhelming force will do the job, Zheng Haotian declared proudly. Long live our mighty lord. Our lord is truly formidable. Zheng Haotian chuckled helplessly, patted both men on the shoulders, and smiled. All right, you've done well. Come, join me for lunch. At once, lord. After lunch, Zheng Haotian summoned every member of the reconnaissance squad and tank battalion, gathering them outside the blacksmith shop. Sanner, do you know why the lord has called us all together? Xiong stood with a long metal spear across his back, its crimson tassel fluttering in the wind, a decorative touch added by Nanji. Uncle Shan, I don't know either, but the lord wouldn't gather us without reason. There must be orders coming. Xiong shrugged. It was the first time the tank battalion and reconnaissance squad had met, so naturally they stood apart, forming two distinct groups. Everyone quiet down. Listen to the lord. Shui Ying's voice wasn't loud enough to command attention among these burly men, so it was Lu Laowu standing beside her who spoke instead. Immediately, the crowd fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned toward Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian felt a bit embarrassed under their gazes. Though now he was the towering lord, just over a week ago he had still been a reclusive homebody, and he wasn't quite used to being stared at by so many people. What Zheng Haotian referred to now were three steel beasts, vehicles fully modified and equipped with energy weapon systems. Your next task is to form 3 convoys, drive these 3 vehicles, and show me the combat effectiveness once you're fully assembled. That's right, Zheng Haotian was going to train his troops. Thanks to Zhao Tai's relentless efforts, the tank battalion's equipment was nearly complete. Aside from the armor still needing some polishing, everything else was battle-ready. Meanwhile, every member of the reconnaissance squad had already undergone intensive training, and skills in driving and reconnaissance were now second nature to them. For command roles, Zheng Haotian had assigned Wu Jun, Wu Kun, and Wang Li. With that, all 3 convoys were fully staffed. But this was only the first step. Next, they would need real combat drills to truly unlock their fighting potential. We obey your command, Lord. The group shouted in unison. Then Zheng Haotian issued further orders. Wu Jun, you will lead the first convoy, consisting of Long Biao and Zhou Tai from the reconnaissance squad, and Xiong San and Xiong Yun from the tank battalion. Wu Kun, you lead the second convoy, with Huang Zhong and Li Guang from the reconnaissance squad, and Xiong Wu and Xiong Qi from the tank battalion. Wang Li, you will also command a convoy, with Zhang Bao and Wang Tsong from the reconnaissance squad, and Xiong Jiu and Xiong Shan from the tank battalion. Yes, Lord. In short order, each commander identified their team members and led them to board the modified vehicles. Lu Laowu, you drive. We'll follow behind them. I want to personally witness the convoy's combat capability. Yes, Lord. Lu Laowu nodded respectfully. Move out. Target, the city ruins. With Zheng Haotian's command, the 3 convoys rolled out of the base gates one after another. Their mission for this drill, bomb the city ruins. Chapter 94, rolling forward, breaking into the gas station. 4 vehicles drove out of the base one after another. The first 3 formed a squad of modified cars, with another vehicle carrying Zheng Haotian trailing behind. Lord, you really didn't need to come in person. I'll make sure to record every detail perfectly. Lu Laowu naturally didn't want Zheng Haotian putting himself at risk. After all, the city ruins were far from safe. Just from their previous encounter with crawlers and predators, 2 terrifying types of zombies, it was clear that dangers lurking deep within the ruins went well beyond what they could see. Old Lu, looks like you've forgotten my abilities. Who was it that saved you lot from those mechanical zombies the first time? A faint smirk rose on Zheng Haotian's lips. He wasn't just decoration. Although he'd been so busy building the base lately that he hadn't properly practiced archery, muscle memory wasn't something easily lost after only a few days of inactivity. His combat effectiveness remained intact. At the very least, he wasn't inferior to any of the 3 commanders leading the front vehicles. Besides, Robert and the mechanical battle maiden, his 2 mechanical servants, were right beside him for protection. There was no real need to worry about safety. Knowing persuasion would get him nowhere, Lu Laowu obediently shut up and kept driving. Feng Sun, sitting in the passenger seat, barely held back a laugh at the scene. The convoy moved at high speed. While Zheng Haotian was still anticipating the spectacular sight of the ruins being bombed, the phone mounted on the car rang. After answering, Wang Li's voice came through. Reporting, Lord. We've arrived at the edge of the city ruins. Ahead is a group of around 500 zombies. Should we initiate attack? We're already here? That was fast. Hold position for now. Old Lu, accelerate. Drive us over to the side. I want to observe the convoy's combat performance up close. At once, Lord. After giving the order, Zheng Haotian instructed Wang Li to stand by while waiting for Lu Laowu to park in an ideal observation spot. Then, with one decisive command. Begin. Machine gunners ready. From each of the 3 modified cars came the voices of their respective commanders, calm, composed, yet charged with encouragement. Fire! Da-da-da! At the shout of fire, 3 bluish-purple lightning-like streams erupted from the energy machine guns mounted on the vehicles, immediately followed by rolling booms. These energy machine guns might as well be called energy cannons. Their firepower even surpassed conventional gunpowder-based artillery shells. After just 5 seconds of sweeping fire, more than 500 zombies were obliterated, reduced to scattered fragments across the area. Instantly, a thick, nauseating stench filled the air. Reporting, Lord. The outskirts of the city ruins have been cleared. Shall we proceed forward? That's affirmative, advance. Zheng Haoyan naturally issued the order to push deeper. The number of zombies at the outskirts alone wasn't nearly enough to fully demonstrate the power of the modified vehicles. Moreover, this mission wasn't merely a test of the vehicles themselves, but also a trial for everyone riding in them. Understood. Advancing. The drivers of the 3 modified vehicles simultaneously received orders from their commanders, stomped on the accelerators, and plunged into the heart of the ruined city. Zheng Haoyan's car followed closely behind. Da-da-da. Scattered zombies along the road never even got a glimpse of the last vehicle carrying Zheng Haoyan before they were blown apart into pieces. Against these steel behemoths, they had absolutely no chance of resistance. Haven't encountered those mutated zombies from last time. Otherwise, things wouldn't have been this easy, Lu Lao muttered under his breath. Wang Li, is your vehicle currently leading the formation? Zheng Haoyan suddenly remembered something. Since they were already pushing deep into the city ruins, they shouldn't waste the opportunity. Fang Tian had mentioned fuel reserves were running low. Reporting, Lord. It's Wu Jun's team at the front right now. Ours is in the middle. But I can contact him if needed. Wang Li replied respectfully. No need. Maintain current formation. I'll contact him myself. Zheng Haoyan hung up with Wang Li and dialed Wu Jun's communication code. Wu Jun? This is Zheng Haoyan. Lord, this is me. How may I assist you? Wu Jun's voice came through clearly. From here on, redirect towards the nearest gas station. Fang Tian said our fuel is almost gone. We'll refill some and take it back. Yes, sir. Understood, Lord. Wu Jun immediately relayed the order to his driver. The convoy locked onto a fixed direction and sped straight toward the closest facility, the Fengshen gas station. Once inside the city ruins, the convoy noticeably slowed down. Scattered zombies still lingered around, forcing them to reduce speed in order to eliminate the threats. It took another 15 minutes to reach the nearest gas station. Along the way, they had already killed over 1,000 zombies. Had the undead been more densely clustered, that number would likely have multiplied several times over. The energy machine guns were equipped with power cells capable of sustaining fire for a full hour. Such was the strength of Zhao Tai's craftsmanship in designing the weapon's housing. But the amount of fuel required for a single full charge was extremely high, something Zheng Haoyan had to keep constantly in mind. After all, if the weapon systems on the convoy failed, the entire fleet's combat capability would be crippled. Lord, we've arrived at the gas station ahead, but there are nearly 100 zombies inside. If we open fire with our energy machine guns directly, we risk triggering an explosion at the station. A quarter hour later, Wu Jun reported back helplessly. They now faced a difficult decision. Zheng Haoyan had come here specifically to secure more fuel. He couldn't possibly order them to open fire and risk destroying the very resource they'd come for. Otherwise, all their efforts would be for nothing. Looks like it's time for the tank battalion to shine. Convoy, hold your fire. Everyone, disembark and eliminate these clueless zombies. Zheng Haoyan declared with fierce excitement. Yes, Lord. All units, dismount and prepare for combat. At the commander's orders, the vehicles came to a smooth stop just outside the gas station. Then, several massive figures stepped out. One by one, the members of the tank battalion emerged. Xiong San, wielding a large cleaver. Xiong Wu, fist-clad in iron knuckles. Xiong Qi and Xiong Jiu gripping two-handed axes. And Xiong Shan and Xiong Yun, brandishing long spears. The tank battalion, fully assembled. Follow my command. Charge. Kill. Led by Xiong San, the 6 warriors surged forward like human tanks. A single downward swing of his blade cleaved a zombie cleanly in two. These guys are fucking monsters. Chapter 95, Disturbance and Retreat. Bang. Xiong Wu was even more brutal than Xiong San. Because his weapon had a shorter reach, Zhao Tai had already finished crafting his armor so he could fight at full capacity. At this moment, he looked like a man of steel, swinging fists clad in purple glowing gloves, smashing skulls one after another, cutting through the zombie horde as if no one stood in his way. Reconnaissance team, prepare your bows. Let's speed things up a bit. Yes, Deputy Captain Long. Long Biao didn't let the reconnaissance squad idle. With a single order, the team quickly drew their bows and arrows, aiming at scattered zombies. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of impacts and arrows slicing through the air sent one terrifying zombie after another crashing to the ground. Within just 2 minutes, every visible zombie at the gas station lay dead, reduced to piles of rotting flesh. Wu Xiao, follow me inside. Let's check for stragglers, Xiong San ordered. The 2 men strode into the gas station to clear out any hidden zombies that hadn't surfaced. About 3 minutes later, Xiong San and Xiong Wu emerged again, their bodies newly smeared with grime, clearly having fought within. Commander Wu, all zombies inside have been eliminated. No survivors, Xiong San reported in his deep, muffled voice. Excellent. You've done well. I'll go request further orders from Lord Zheng now. Wu Jun smiled and walked toward the vehicle where Zheng Haoyan was stationed. Hail, Lord. Wu Jun bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. I see the battle is over. Now, lead your men to collect the fuel inside and fill the trunks of 4 vehicles, Zheng Haoyan said, issuing commands without waiting for Wu Jun's inquiry. At once, Lord. Lao Lu, go notify Wang Li. Have her organize people to gather the scattered zombie cores. Collect as many as possible. Leave the ones far away for now. We'll pick them up on our way back. Suddenly remembering the great value of zombie cores, Zheng Haoyan hastily instructed Lu Lao Wu. Yes, sir. I'll inform the stewardess right away. Lu Lao Wu hurried to Wang Li's convoy and relayed Zheng Haoyan's orders. Soon after, a small team began searching through the zombie corpses for the faintly glowing zombie cores. While the farmers gathered resources, Zheng Haoyan didn't stay idle. He led 2 mechanical servants and Feng Sun to a tall building located about 300 meters from the gas station. From the height, gazing down upon the dilapidated skyscraper below, he caught sight of twisted faces hidden within its shadows. Were they turned by the virus? Or is there another cause? In Zhang Haoyan's mind, the city's residents likely became zombies due to some kind of viral outbreak, just like the movies he used to watch on Blue Star. Yet he hadn't seen any new zombies created from bites or scratches, so it remained unclear whether this zombie virus was even transmissible. But one thing was certain. The virus had the ability to induce mutations in individuals, which explained the origin of these mutated zombies. Huh? What's that? No good. It's a mutated zombie. Our actions have alerted them. Zhang Haoyan's contemplative expression suddenly shifted to concern. Without hesitation, he rushed back downstairs. Facing mutated zombies, they couldn't afford to recklessly engage in close combat. All personnel, get in your vehicles immediately and prepare for defense. The fuel loading wasn't complete yet, only half filled in several cars, and it would take at least 10 more minutes to finish. But judging from the approaching mutated zombie's speed, Zhang Haoyan decisively abandoned the remaining fuel. Roar! A furious howl echoed from afar. From the high-pitched intensity, it was clear this creature was massive. The next second, another roar followed. Zhang Haoyan helplessly covered his face. There wasn't just one of them. Wu Jun, launch a probing attack. If it looks bad, we retreat immediately. Zhang Haoyan issued an adaptive order. Yes, Lord. Wu Jun's expression turned grim. Based on Zhang Haoyan's urgency and his own judgment, the mutated zombies they were about to face were nothing like the ordinary ones they'd just defeated. Boom. A tremendous noise, something massive hitting the ground. Before the convoy stood a colossal figure nearly 3 stories tall, a monstrous giant toad-like creature, emitting bull-like roars from the large sacs on either side of its enormous head. What a disgusting beast, Wang Li exclaimed in disgust. Such hideous creatures were every woman's nightmare. Follow my command. Energy machine guns, fire. Rat-tat-tat. As Wu Jun issued his unified command, the energy machine guns mounted on 3 modified vehicles opened fire simultaneously. Round after round of bluish-purple glowing bullets struck the toad monster's grotesque skin. In an instant, the massive creature was enveloped in a bluish-purple haze. Is it over? Everyone stared at the giant toad surrounded by crackling energy, instinctively thinking the beast was finished, but reality proved disappointing. No, everyone, be careful, Wu Jun shouted sharply. Even as he warned them, the toad monster suddenly leapt into the air. The relentless barrage from the 3 energy machine guns had only left minor marks on its body. Roar! Another furious bellow erupted as the monster stretched out its gigantic hand and slammed directly toward one of the modified vehicles. Bang! It struck the vehicle commanded by Wu Kun. A thunderous noise shook the car, but the modified vehicle didn't flip or collapse, its formidable defense clearly evident. All drivers, follow my orders. Retreat immediately toward the edge of the ruins. Wu Jun roared. They were barely coping with just one toad monster. And earlier, 2 distinct roars had been heard, meaning another similar beast was likely approaching. They had no choice but to retreat. My lord, we're beginning our withdrawal. I understand. Let's go first. Don't hinder them, Zhang Haoyan said with resignation. It seemed that while these 3 convoys were enough for self-defense, they were far from sufficient to conquer the ruined city. Yes, my lord. Lu Lao Wu swung his vehicle around and began moving toward the edge of the ruins. Virum. The accelerator was floored, speed surging instantly as they raced back along the route they'd taken. The 3 rear vehicles retreated while fighting, redirecting their energy machine guns to fire upon the giant toad chasing them, even as they sped full throttle toward the outskirts of the ruins. Roar. At that moment, another enormous figure hastily arrived. Chapter 96. Further development, small-scale mechs within reach. After the convoy returned to the base, everyone remained silent. The outcome of this combat drill was clearly less than satisfactory. At first, they had indeed crushed everything in their path, but in the end, they failed to overcome the newly emerged challenge. Lord, if we used some tactics, we should have been able to kill those 2 giant zombies, Wang Li said, biting her lower lip, her voice filled with bougon. But can your tactics guarantee everyone's safety? Zhang Haoyan asked coldly. We're all willing to sacrifice ourselves for Lord. Wang Li's eyes burned with determination. Zhang Haoyan shook his head slightly. They might be willing, but he wasn't. While sacrifices were sometimes unavoidable, Zhang Haoyan refused to accept it as a necessary choice. There were still many better options available. Enough. All of you return to your duties. Practice coordination occasionally. From now on, your 3 squads will be arranged like this, and the commanders are responsible for everything. Wanting some time alone to think, Zhang Haoyan dismissed the group. Yes, my lord. Wang Li's eyes still held bougon, even traces of madness beneath the surface. Once everyone had left, Zhang Haoyan sat quietly in his designated seat in the hall, while Shuang gently massaged his shoulders. Lord Haoyan, you really don't need to worry so much. Everyone is living so well now, Shuang said softly, her heart aching at the sight of his troubled expression. It's not enough. There are things you don't understand. What we're about to face can't be countered by our current level of force. Zhang Haoyan shook his head lightly. He had to find a way to further enhance the combat strength of the base members. At the very least, they needed to easily defeat the giant toad zombie they'd encountered today. Shuang doesn't understand, but whatever Lord Haoyan needs, I'll do anything, she said firmly, gazing into his eyes. Thank you. Zhang Haoyan gently stroked Shui Ying's dark, silky hair. If there ever came a time when he truly needed her on the battlefield, then he would have already failed. The peaceful moment couldn't last long. After thoughtful and calm consideration, Zheng Haoyin conceived a method that could rapidly boost the base's capabilities. If I could manufacture mechs, the farmer's combat power would definitely see another leap forward. When upgrading to level 4 base, the system had rewarded him with a level 4 building, the mech platform. However, due to the scarcity of materials, Zheng Haoyin had never seriously researched it. But now that Fang Tian had joined the base, they possessed a certain level of scientific research capability. If Wu Jun and Wu Kun could modify architectural blueprints, perhaps Fang Tian could also use special methods to create powerful mechs from limited materials. Zheng Haoyin decided to give it a try. After all, his luck had never been bad. Maybe this time, by sheer accident, he'd succeed. Fang Tian, stop what you're doing. Follow me to a place. Zheng Haoyin, accompanied by Shui Ying, headed straight to the factory and found Fang Tian, who was busy working. At once, my lord. Upon receiving the order, Fang Tian immediately stopped his research and followed Zheng Haoyin out of the factory. Their destination was the level 4 building located at the southwest corner of the base, the mech platform. You come in with me. Shui Ying, wait outside. Zheng Haoyin instructed Shui Ying to stay outside as he led Fang Tian into the interior of the mech platform. Each building in the base had its own spatial domain. Although the mech platform sounded like an ancient structure such as the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, its actual construction resembled more of a factory workshop, filled with numerous instruments Zheng Haoyin couldn't begin to understand. My lord, this is... The moment Fang Tian entered the mech platform, his eyes were instantly drawn to the highly futuristic-looking equipment. Ion oscillator, high-energy pulse relay, spiral compressor. Hearing Fang Tian mutter these names under his breath, Zheng Haoyin felt a surge of excitement. If Fang Tian recognized these instruments, there was no doubt he likely knew how to operate them. And perhaps modifying mech production materials wasn't just a dream after all. Fang Tian, do you know what these instruments do? Zheng Haoyin asked cautiously. Of course, my lord. I've used every single one of these during my training before. Though each was used separately, this is the first time I've seen them all assembled together. Fang Tian answered honestly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He knew how to use them individually, but he wasn't sure what purpose they served when combined. My lord, may this humble servant dare to ask, do you know what they're used for? Fang Tian, unable to suppress the curiosity inherent in any researcher, finally asked Zheng Haoyin. Zheng Haoyin smiled slightly, then said meaningfully, together, they can produce weapons that transcend centuries, equipment whose overall power might even surpass that of the energy guns. Producing weapons? But this human data analysis pod seems meant for data processing. It feels to me like these are more likely intended to manufacture some kind of wearable gear for humans. Fang Tian voiced his speculation. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haoyin immediately felt a surge of excitement. Wasn't a mech exactly wearable equipment? Fang Tian had already deduced the correct function of the instruments after only a brief observation. You're not entirely wrong. Indeed, they are meant to produce a type of gear, and that gear is also a weapon. Here is one of the design blueprints. Take a look first. Suppressing his excitement, Zheng Haoyin transformed the mech platform's small-scale mech production plan into a schematic and handed it to Fang Tian. For a moment, time seemed to stand still within the mech platform. Zheng Haoyin quietly watched Fang Tian studying the blueprint, while Fang Tian stared intently at the sheet in his hands, shock evident in his eyes. My lord. About half an hour later, Fang Tian finally looked up from the blueprint, calling out to Zheng Haoyin with a somewhat hoarse voice. Fang Tian, do you need to rest first? Zheng Haoyin noticed the red veins in Fang Tian's eyes. Just studying the mech schematics for this short period had cost him tremendous mental effort. Thank you, my lord, for granting me this opportunity to learn. I understand your intention. You wish for me to manufacture this mech using limited resources, correct? Fang Tian, true to his reputation as a high IQ genius, had accurately guessed Zheng Haoyin's plan. Exactly. So, can you give me a definite answer? Zheng Haoyin asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Please grant me some time, my lord. I will spare no effort in researching alternative materials. The probability of successfully manufacturing the mech should be over 80%. Excellent. Very good. Zheng Haoyin was thrilled. It seemed the arrival of small-scale mechs was now just a matter of time. Chapter 97. Good news. The man-eating flower has matured. Fang Tian, carrying the mech manufacturing blueprints, quickly said goodbye to Zheng Haoyin and hurried toward the factory. He wanted to study and improve the blueprints within his designated area. I hope the blueprint modifications get done soon. Zheng Haoyin silently prayed. The day was nearly over, and the 7-day safety period had entered its final 3-day countdown. Every day in the world chat window, people posted messages filled with despair, but none of that affected Zheng Haoyin in the slightest. He firmly believed everything would work out. Shaking his head lightly, he cast aside all negative emotions and walked away from the mech platform, heading toward the base hall to research base upgrades. My lord, my lord. As he made his way to the base hall, Zhang Daqiang suddenly came sprinting from a distance, shouting wildly. Zheng Haoyin looked puzzled but stopped anyway, waiting for Zhang Daqiang to reach him. Daqiang, what's going on? Zheng Haoyin asked, clearly confused. Reporting to you, my lord. I have good news to deliver. Zhang Daqiang's face glowed with excitement. His joy was unmistakable. Could it be spirit seeds? The only thing that could make Zhang Daqiang this ecstatic, Zheng Haoyin figured, must be related to spirit seeds. Exactly, my lord. The man-eating flower spirit seed has matured. It has produced 50 brand new spirit seeds, which appear even more vibrant and full of life than the original one. Zhang Daqiang said, his voice trembling with excitement. Really? Quickly, take me to see it. Hearing this, Zhang Haoyan's barely calmed emotions surged back into excitement. He immediately gestured for Zhang Daqiang to lead the way to the spirit field. They ran at full speed, moving so fast that Xueying struggled to keep up. In the end, she gave up chasing them and simply strolled slowly toward the spirit field. When Zhang Haoyan reached the spirit field, he pushed open the greenhouse door covering the field and rushed straight toward the plot where the spirit seeds were cultivated. My lord, watch out! Zhang Daqiang suddenly screamed. At that moment, a dark shadow lunged at Zhang Haoyan from ahead. He barely managed to avoid the attack by rolling sideways. My lord, are you alright? If you were injured, I'd never forgive myself. Zhang Daqiang quickly checked Zhang Haoyan over, worry etched across his face. Zhang Haoyan gently pushed Zhang Daqiang aside, slowly rose to his feet, muttered, I'm fine, and then fixed his gaze on the creature that had almost harmed him moments ago. So this is the matured man-eating flower spirit seed? It had a green stem about a meter long, topped with a massive pink bud. Hidden inside that enormous bud was a gaping mouth filled with sharp fangs, and a vivid red tongue flickered in and out. It looked genuinely terrifying. My lord, let me destroy it right now. How dare it attack you? Zhang Daqiang grabbed a nearby hoe and rushed toward the plant's roots. Stop! Put the hoe down. Zhang Haoyan naturally stepped in to stop him. The fact that the man-eating flower was aggressive was actually a good thing. It was meant to serve as an outer defense beyond the walls. If it lacked such an instinct to attack, what use would it be? But my lord, it nearly hurt you just now, Zhang Daqiang said bitterly, glaring at the flower. The strange plant, remarkably sentient, seemed to understand. Under Zhang Daqiang's glare, it lowered its flower bud slightly, as if bowing in apology. It's actually this intelligent? Zhang Haoyan murmured under his breath, having witnessed the scene perfectly. While Zhang Daqiang was still contemplating eliminating this first man-eating flower, Zhang Haoyan decisively spoke. Its attack earlier was purely instinctive. We shouldn't hold it against it. But whether it can stay in our base depends on how it performs from now on. Zhang Haoyan intended to test the flower's abilities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daqiang wore a confident expression. He was quite sure about the man-eating flower's combat capability. Killing ordinary zombies would surely be effortless. Move it out temporarily and replant it outside the base gate. Xueying, go inform old Lu Wu to come to the main gate. Yes, my lord. Understood, Lord Haoyan. The first response came from Zhang Daqiang. After replying, he immediately walked over to the man-eating flower and gently patted its huge bud. Surprisingly, the once agitated plant instantly stood still, completely obedient. Then, Zhang Daqiang began using the hoe to dig around the roots of the flower. As the soil was disturbed, the thick root system trembled. The plant was clearly afraid. Meanwhile, Xueying had already left the spirit field, heading toward the residential quarters to deliver the message to old Lu Wu. In about 30 seconds, Zhang Daqiang had loosened the soil around the man-eating flower's roots, then yanked it up and placed it into a prepared mud pot beside him. This thing is actually kind of heavy, Zhang Daqiang said with a bitter smile. Even with his strength, he'd almost failed to pull it out just now. Let me help you carry it. Zhang Haoyan stepped forward to help Zhang Daqiang lift the mud pot. This time, Zhang Daqiang didn't refuse. Carrying it alone really was too strenuous. Together, they carried the pot and the man-eating flower straight toward the base gate. Only outside would they have suitable test subjects to experiment on the plant. Plant it right to the side of the main gate. This is our base's very first man-eating flower guardian, Zhang Haoyan said, his voice brimming with undisguised joy. At once, my lord. After being transplanted into the pot, the man-eating flower had appeared limp and weak, being a plant, but once returning to the earth, it began stirring again, its movements wild and threatening. Honored lord, greetings. What orders do you have for me? Shortly after the man-eating flower was planted into the ground, old Lu Wu came jogging up to the base entrance, bowing respectfully to Zhang Haoyan. Old Lu, go into the forest and capture a few small animals alive. I have a special use for them, Zhang Haoyan said calmly. At once, my lord. I'll leave right away. For veteran hunter old Lu Wu, capturing a few small animals alive was hardly a difficult task. Zhang Haoyan didn't have to wait long. Within just over 10 minutes, old Lu Wu returned to the base gate, each hand gripping a gray wild rabbit. Old Lu, throw the rabbits directly in front of that man-eating flower, Zhang Haoyan instructed, his eyes tightly fixed on the plant. Old Lu nodded, swung his arms, and accurately tossed both rabbits right before the man-eating flower. The plant snapped open its enormous bud and fiercely bit down on the two wild rabbits lying in front of it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed almost instantly. Chapter 98 Night Falls, all sides in motion. A crunching sound came from the bud of the man-eating flower. Zhang Haoyan and the other two beside him instinctively swallowed hard. This raw act of devouring was simply too shocking. Lord, what is this thing? Lu Laowu's voice trembled slightly. This is the first line of defense for our base, a highly lethal one at that. Zhang Haoyan's lips curled upward into a proud smile. Still puzzled, Lu Laowu was called back to the base by Zhang Haoyan, while he himself stayed behind with Zhang Daqiang to begin cultivating the remaining 50 carnivorous plant spirit seeds. Once cultivation was complete, these would be planted outside the base walls. Zhang Haoyan also planned to dig a moat between the man-eating flowers and the city wall to irrigate them. By the way, Daqiang, why haven't you mentioned anything about the rose spirit seed? Hasn't it matured yet? Zhang Haoyan asked suddenly, watching Zhang Daqiang work on the man-eating flower seeds. My apologies, my lord. I completely forgot to report. There's something odd with the rose spirit seed. For some unknown reason, it refuses to mature. It remains merely a bud, not even releasing any fragrance yet. At the mention of the rose spirit seed, Zhang Daqiang lost his earlier confidence. This was a problem he had no solution for. I see. No matter. Focus your efforts on cultivating the man-eating flower seeds as soon as possible. We need these floral guards operational quickly. Zheng Haoyin didn't blame Zhang Daqiang. Successfully cultivating the man-eating flowers was already a huge breakthrough. Understood. I will not fail your lordship's trust, Zhang Daqiang replied respectfully. After inspecting the spirit fields, Zheng Haoyin made his way to the blacksmith shop. He glanced at Han Lei and Zhao Tai, still busy at work, reminded them to rest occasionally, then headed once more toward the factory. This time, he didn't disturb Fang Tian. Silently observing the man fully immersed in operating the machinery, Zheng Haoyin felt an even greater sense of confidence about his plans to improve the mechs. Time always slipped away unnoticed, and night once again descended upon the land, marking the end of another day. Dinner's ready. Lu Fu's voice echoed from the dining hall, drawing everyone over with the aroma. Braised beef tendons, pepper-salted beef ribs, cold mixed beef. The meal tonight was especially lavish. After dinner, Zheng Haoyin assigned some members to study at the library, while others went to the barracks for special training. From now on, everyone needed to improve their abilities as quickly as possible. When crisis struck, every single person would have to become a warrior on the battlefield. Still, Zheng Haoyin allowed himself a small personal indulgence. Shuang wasn't given any formal assignment. Instead, she remained by his side, assisting him in conducting cross-regional command operations. Opening the world chat interface, Zheng Haoyin clicked into a private conversation with Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, have you figured out the information about the research facility near your base? Earlier that morning, Zheng Haoyin had instructed several lords whose bases were developing well to investigate nearby research facilities as soon as possible. In return, he would offer them assistance in completing their facility-related missions. Lord Haoyin, my men have located the research facility. However, to avoid tipping off whoever, or whatever, is inside, I didn't let them go in for a closer look. If we accidentally alerted its occupants, the cost could outweigh the benefit. Wei Tai replied cautiously. Zheng Haoyin nodded. Wei Tai's approach was indeed more prudent. Tell me roughly where the facility is located and what it looks like, Zheng Haoyin continued. He wanted to compare it with the research facility near his own base. Understood. Wei Tai began describing it in detail. According to the peasant scouts he had sent out, the research facility was built within a mountain hollow. On the surface, it appeared as nothing more than a barren little hill. The only reason they identified it as a research facility was because there were 2 guards stationed outside the entrance, both clad in metallic armor. Otherwise, the place would have been nearly impossible to detect. Only 2 guards. No visible or hidden watch posts. Zheng Haoyin was surprised. Was the facility near his base overly secured, or was Wei Tai's facility strangely underdefended? The comparison made Zheng Haoyin feel deeply frustrated. If the facility near me were guarded like that, I'd have wiped them out long ago, he thought bitterly. My men didn't mention anything like that. There seemed to be none. And get this, it's only 2 kilometers from my base. How could we have never noticed it before? Wei Tai said, clearly baffled. To him, the facility seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. I understand. Now you can gather your peasants. I'll provide them with some equipment and guide you remotely throughout the operation. I need you to lead your men and take down this research facility. Zheng Haoyin decided to have Wei Tai launch a nighttime assault. Understood. I'll follow Lord Haoyin's orders completely. Wei Tai was highly cooperative. He clearly understood Zheng Haoyin's character and had no concerns. Temporarily closing the private chat with Wei Tai, Zheng Haoyin opened a new one with Wang Lu. Lord Wang Lu, how is the task I assigned you earlier coming along? Zheng Haoyin asked calmly. The moment the message was sent, Wang Lu replied. Lord Haoyin, I sent people to search carefully around my base, and sure enough, we found the research facility you mentioned. It's only 3 kilometers from my base. What about the defenses outside the facility? Do you think you can lead your peasants in? Zheng Haoyin felt another pang of imbalance. Why were both of their bases so close to research facilities? There doesn't seem to be any defense at all. My peasants reached right up to the entrance and saw no signs of activity. It's just that the metal door looks hard to open. Wang Lu's words left Zheng Haoyin utterly speechless. No guards? Was this supposed to be a joke? In that case, prepare now, sneak in during the night. I'll give you an energy gun. If the door won't open, blast it open. After giving instructions, Zheng Haoyin immediately gifted an energy gun to Wang Lu. Understood, Lord Haoyin. Rest assured, I'll lead my men inside tonight. Wang Lu checked the energy gun stats, deeply amazed. His confidence for the night's mission grew even stronger. Good. Contact me immediately if anything comes up. After sending that final message, Zheng Haoyin opened yet another private chat window. Tonight, he would sit within his base and dismantle research facilities without leaving a trace. At exactly 10 p.m., inside Wei Tai's base, 13 peasants stood fully equipped and ready, prepared to march toward the research facility at a moment's notice. Listen up, everyone. Tonight's mission is to wipe out the research facility. Are we ready? Yes. Yes. Deafening shouts filled the sky. This night was destined to be anything but quiet. Chapter 99 Research Institute Branch. A call to action for all lords. Looking at his subordinates clad in fine armor and wielding high-quality weapons, then glancing down at the energy gun in his own hand glowing faintly purple, Wei Tai had never felt more confident than in this moment. Listen to my orders. Move out. They had no vehicles, so they could only advance on foot. Yet this did little to dampen their soaring morale or hinder their combat effectiveness in any way. Similar pre-battle preparations were unfolding simultaneously at several other bases, including those led by Wang Lu, Xia Guang, Zhou Yong, and others. All of them had received help from Zheng Haoyin, both in terms of equipment and intelligence, giving them sufficient combat capability and operational awareness. Wei Tai, who had set off earliest and was closest in location, had already arrived outside the research institute. He now lay hidden in the nearby bushes, observing silently, ready at any moment to rush forward and eliminate the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Lord Haoyin, we've reached the outside of the research institute. What are your orders? In his hand was a mobile phone manufactured at Zheng Haoyin's base factory as he contacted Zheng Haoyin directly. Hold position for now. Wait until the others are in place. Act only upon my signal. Understood. Inside, Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. What wonders might unfold when 5 separate bases launched coordinated attacks against this facility all at once? Lord Haoyin, we're in position. Wang Lu messaged. Brother Haoyin, I've brought my farmers to the perimeter of the institute, Xia Guang reported. Boss Haoyin, when do we move? We're already outside the institute, Zhou Yong chimed in as well. The remaining few soon sent similar confirmations of arrival. Zheng Haoyin knew it. The moment for attack had finally come. Attack. With just those 2 simple words, the various lords issued assault commands to their farmer troops. The stillness of the night was instantly shattered. Who's there? No, quick. Alert researcher Lu. Wei Tai struck with overwhelming force. His farmers charged forward, intercepting and swiftly knocking down the 2 guards at the entrance. Boom. He pulled the trigger of his energy gun. A streak of purple lightning shot forth, and with a loud explosion, the sturdy metal door shattered into fragments. Forward. Seize control of everyone inside. Leading his farmers into the institute, Wei Tai soon encountered the same robotic guards that Lu Laowu's group had previously faced. But under such overwhelming firepower, even these mechanical sentinels proved no match. They were blasted apart in moments. Swiftly, the team advanced deep into the core area of the research facility. Who are you people? Where are the robot guards? A middle-aged man demanded, stepping forward. The scrap metal heaps? Turned to pieces, obviously. Wei Tai stared coldly at the man before him. Zheng Haoyin had warned him earlier. He might encounter strangers inside the facility. No need for lengthy talks. Just capture them immediately. Will you surrender quietly? Wei Tai said icily. Or must my men knock you unconscious? Do you even know who I am? I am. Thud. Clearly uninterested in learning the man's identity, Wei Tai simply gestured to a subordinate beside him, who promptly knocked the scientist out cold. Search the entire area thoroughly. Take anything that can be carried. Yes, Lord. They had expected danger tonight, yet the conquest of the Institute had gone surprisingly smoothly. Still, Wei Tai noticed something odd. The task displayed in the system interface had not been marked as completed. What's going on? Wei Tai decided to contact Zheng Haoyin. After connecting the call, Zheng Haoyin waited quietly for Wei Tai to speak. Lord Haoyin, I've successfully captured the Institute with my team, but the mission hasn't registered as complete. Any idea why? Wei Tai asked, puzzled. Not complete. Are you certain you've defeated everyone inside? Zheng Haoyin replied, equally confused. In theory, completing this should have triggered mission success. Besides a bunch of robot guards, I only found 2 guards and 1 middle-aged man. Didn't see anyone else throughout the whole facility. Wei Tai explained slowly. No one. That can't be right. Have your men search carefully. I'll check with the others. Zheng Haoyin was baffled. For now, the only solution was to contact the other lords. Got it, Lord Haoyin. After hanging up, Zheng Haoyin dialed Wang Lu's number. Wang Lu, what's your status? Lord Haoyin, I was just about to tell you. What kind of joke is this? My institute is completely empty. Nothing but strange instruments neither I nor my farmers can understand. Absolutely nothing else. Wang Lu's words deepened Zheng Haoyin's confusion. Could it be these research institutes were all fake? Hibugan Ly contacted Xia Guang and Zhou Yong again, but the results he received were shockingly similar. Defense at the research institutes was virtually non-existent, and they had broken through without any real resistance. Though this was partly due to the equipment Zheng Haoyin had provided, the truth lay in how empty these institutes truly were. Why are they completely different from the institute near me? No guard posts, weak guards, barely a single person around. There must be something wrong here. Zheng Haoyin hurried toward the factory. Fang Tian hadn't gone to bed yet. He needed answers. Fang Tian. Lord, I greet you, my lord. What brings you to the factory so late? I need to ask you something. Zheng Haoyin said directly. What is it, my lord? Please, speak freely. Fang Tian replied respectfully. Do you know how many branches of the God-Making Research Institute there are? What? You mean those small labs individual researchers set up for experiments? There are quite a few, actually. I once had one myself, though I eventually returned to the main institute for certain reasons. Fang Tian paused briefly before answering slowly. Labs? So these would count as branch institutes, then? Zheng Haoyin pressed on. If that's how you see them, you're not entirely wrong. But the defenses there would be nowhere close to what we have at headquarters. In fact, some researchers skip security altogether. Zheng Haoyin instantly understood. The other lords had attacked these small, independently established satellite labs, while the headquarters, the main institute, was located just outside his own base. If all the branches are destroyed, that should definitely impact the main institute, right? Of course, it could very well disrupt ongoing research projects. Fang Tian nodded. A smile spread across Zheng Haoyan's face. Then the next step was simple. First, he notified the lords who had already captured their targets. Strip everything inside the institutes or destroy it all. Then, Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window. Fellow lords, it's time to take action against the Research Institute. Chapter 100 Awareness. The Research Institute's counterattack. Zheng Haoyan's idea was simple. Since Fang Tian had said that destroying branch facilities would affect the main headquarters of the Research Institute, as long as he mobilized all the lords to destroy nearby branch locations around their bases, facing the central headquarters might no longer be an impossible task. Big Brother Haoyan, you woke us up in the middle of the night with just one message. Please take us along. Take us along. I also want to do this mission, but my peasants are barely getting enough to eat. How can they find the strength to attack a research facility? Big Bro Haoyan, what benefits are there in attacking these research institutes? The system doesn't explain clearly. I'd rather stay put. It's not like it affects us anyway. Some lords lacked motivation, some lacked strength, and others lacked both motivation and capability. That was the impression Zheng Haoyan got from reading the world chat. By capturing research institutes, what you gain could range from basic resources to high-tech equipment, or even the capture of scientific personnel. Your gains will match your effort. This may seem like just another mission now, but it's actually an opportunity. Seize it, and you'll strengthen your base, making it possible to withstand future crises. I'll now share a full guide on how to assault research institutes in the world chat. Whether or not you seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance is entirely up to you. Zheng Haoyan knew clearly that instead of forcing other lords into action, guiding them through incentives would attract far more participants willingly. Then, Zheng Haoyan posted detailed information into the world chat. Possible robot guards inside the institutes, defensive installations, and practical methods for breaking through doors and gaining entry. For a moment, no one spoke in the chat. Perhaps everyone feared that sending any messages would push his valuable strategy off the screen. I'm doing it. I'm gonna flip this damn research lab upside down. Supporting the guy above me. As for me, nah, coasting by till death is still my best play. Big Bro Haoyan, I want to launch an attack, but I really don't have capable people under me. Can I ask you for help? Some enthusiastic lords, right after reading the guide, immediately gathered their peasant forces and marched toward nearby research facilities, despite it being deep into the night. Others remained firmly determined to stay within their bases, avoiding any entanglement with the research institutes. Only a few of this type voiced their stance. The last group wanted to act, but felt powerless. They hoped Zheng Haoyan could lend them a hand. As private messages began flooding his inbox, Zheng Haoyan's lips curled slightly upward. Helping them now wasn't difficult at all, and he certainly didn't intend to offer aid for free. While Zheng Haoyan negotiated assistance agreements with various lords, Wei Tai encountered an unexpected situation. My lord, someone here is asking for you. Someone. When Wei Tai heard his peasant shouting, confusion spread across his face. Who else could possibly be in this research facility? Restrain him. I'll come right away. But, my lord, the man is inside a glass screen. We can't touch him. Hearing this strange reply, Wei Tai quickly realized the other party was trying to speak via remote video transmission. There are such devices here? He quickened his pace, following the peasant through several corridors until arriving in front of a large LCD display. On the screen stood a man with yellow hair, wearing a surgical mask. Who are you? What's your connection to the Research Institute? Wei Tai took the initiative, firing his question directly at the figure on screen. The man paused briefly upon hearing the question, his eyes radiating an inexplicable chill. You don't need to know who I am. Right now, you have two choices. First, restore everything exactly as it was, release the person, and we will forgive your unauthorized intrusion. Second, I send men to kill every single one of you and reclaim everything myself. A voice, slightly deep and calm, slowly echoed from the speaker, not sounding like a threat, but more like stating a plain fact. A few words, and you think you can get rid of me? Do you take me for someone easily frightened? Let me give you two options. First, tell me your full identity, and I might consider overlooking your insolent words. Second, I'll smash your broken display into pieces. Wei Tai had been a hot-blooded soldier. He couldn't possibly tolerate such threats. I see your choice then, the man on the screen said coldly. The Research Institute will not let you go. Bang. SSSSHHH. Crash. With a fierce swing, an axe slammed into the LCD monitor. Sparks flew, followed by the sound of shattering glass. The image vanished instantly. Wei Tai sneered. I see what your choice was. After the seemingly impulsive act, Wei Tai immediately ordered all peasants to halt their actions temporarily, then quickly contacted Zheng Haoyan. Lord Haoyan, there's a special situation. What happened? Zheng Haoyan grew puzzled upon hearing Wei Tai's words. Just moments ago, everything had been going smoothly. There seems to be someone else in the Research Institute. He just warned me through a display screen, demanding I restore everything as it was. But I refused. He said he'd send people over to eliminate us all and reclaim everything himself. I don't know if he's bluffing, but judging by how calm he sounded, I suspect it's true. So what should we do next? Wei Tai's attitude clearly indicated he already saw himself as one of Zheng Haoyan's subordinates. And indeed, that was exactly how he viewed himself. Don't panic. Even if they plan to send people, it won't be easy for them to reach you. For now, load up everything as quickly as possible and return to your base. Prepare for defense. I'll find ways to give you more support. Zheng Haoyan pondered over the words Wei Tai had repeated from the man on the screen. From that exchange, two pieces of information stood out. First, they had already discovered Wei Tai's assault on the research facility. Second, they still had the capability to dispatch personnel near this branch location. Got it. I'll tell my men to speed up. I'll contact you again if anything comes up. After saying this, Wei Tai hastily resumed final preparations. Having traded surplus weapons and equipment from the base to those enthusiastic lords and secured over 30 resource-sharing agreements, Zheng Haoyan closed the world chat window. He knew that if he stirred everyone to destroy the research institutes, the institutes themselves wouldn't just sit back and die. What Wei Tai had encountered was merely the beginning of their counterattack. No matter what kind of existence you are, this time I will utterly destroy you. Zheng Haoyan clenched his fist tightly, his eyes burning with determination. Chapter 101, All-Night Research, Improvement Success. After the incident with the display screen, Wei Tai encountered no further issues and smoothly returned to his base, carrying a pile of high-tech instruments that none of them could understand. Upon hearing the news, Zheng Haoyan felt a brief moment of joy, but it quickly faded, because others had also encountered similar threats. This might be triggered under specific conditions. After entering the research facility for a certain amount of time, one would be threatened by unknown members from another facility. Zheng Haoyan could do nothing but repeat the same words he had told Wei Tai, calming the lords down for now. Unaware, time had already passed deep into the night. Shuang beside him began uncontrollably yawning. If you're tired, go rest first. You don't have to stay with me. Zheng Haoyan gently stroked Shui Ying's hair and said softly, Lord Haoyan, I'm not sleepy. I can stay with you. Shui Ying stubbornly shook her head, but the next yawn immediately betrayed her. Zheng Haoyan smiled helplessly and then scooped Shui Ying up into his arms. I'm the one who's tired. Come keep me company somewhere else. A faintly mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips, and Shui Ying's face instantly flushed red. In the depths of the night, apart from faint sounds of murmured affection between man and woman, the entire base was quiet and still, contrasting beautifully with the vibrant energy of spring. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Zheng Haoyan did not wake to Shui Ying's gentle calls, but to a voice filled with exhaustion yet brimming excitement. It's done. My lord, I've succeeded. What? Zheng Haoyan shot upright in bed, his abrupt movement startling Shui Ying beside him. My lord, what's happening? Shui Ying mumbled drowsily. You rest a bit longer. I'll go check. Zheng Haoyan had already recognized the voice outside as Fang Tian's. From just those 3 words, I've succeeded. He already guessed the reason for his excitement. The blueprint for the small mech, improvement complete. Shui Ying indeed seemed thoroughly exhausted this time. Instead of insisting on getting up, she obediently laid back down to sleep. Zheng Haoyan quickly dressed and stepped out of the room into the base's main hall, where Fang Tian was pacing anxiously back and forth. Greetings, my lord. Forgive me for disturbing your rest. It was unforgivable of me. Seeing Zheng Haoyan's slightly groggy eyes, Fang Tian instantly realized he had overstepped. No harm done. If you have urgent news, waking me even in the middle of the night is perfectly fine. I won't hold it against you, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. Honest advice may be harsh to hear, but it helps. Good medicine may taste bitter, but it heals. Such a simple truth Zheng Haoyan fully understood. He would never be the kind of leader who only liked flattery. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. I have successfully improved the mech blueprint. Now, using forged iron essence and copper essence, along with the energy virtualization charging system, we can manufacture the core components and weaponry. The mech can finally be built. Moreover, based on its driving system and referencing the previous automobile operation manual, I've written a simplified mech operation guide. Now Zheng Haoyan was truly astonished. Fang Tian had thought of everything. His strategic insight was genuinely astonishing. Clap, clap, clap. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but applaud, a warm smile spreading across his face. Outstanding. Fang Tian, you've truly impressed me. By the way, you must have spent the whole night working on this, right? Hand me the materials, then go rest immediately. Leave everything else to me. Zheng Haoyan gently patted Fang Tian on the shoulder. Despite his excitement over the success, Fang Tian's face was clearly etched with deep fatigue. After all, he hadn't slept all night. Thank you, my lord, for your concern. But, I have one more bold request. Fang Tian hesitated before speaking. Just say it. As long as it's within my power, I will grant it, Zheng Haoyan promised. I wish to personally witness the birth of the first mech, and I hope to have the naming rights for it. Fang Tian's voice trembled slightly as he spoke, fearing Zheng Haoyan might refuse. The second request is no problem, you may name it however you like. But the first, Fang Tian's expression fell. If Zheng Haoyan denied this, he wouldn't be able to see his creation come to life. But things didn't turn out as Fang Tian feared. Zheng Haoyan continued, you need to rest properly first. I'll have someone prepare all the materials needed for construction. Once you're well rested, we'll both witness the birth of the first mech, together. Great. Amazing. Instantly, Fang Tian's gloom vanished, replaced by exhilaration, his face glowing with renewed vigor. Now go rest, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. My lord, I feel wide awake now. Perhaps. Zheng Haoyan's eyes narrowed, giving Fang Tian a stern look, like a strict parent catching a child staying up past bedtime, making Fang Tian instantly pause mid-sentence. I'm off to bed right away. Early to bed, early to rise. Watching Fang Tian hastily turn and leave, Zheng Haoyan broke into a smile. The arrival of this Fang Tian truly was a blessing. Picking up the 2 items Fang Tian had just handed him, Zheng Haoyan examined their attributes. Blueprint, small mech L1. Equipment attributes. Equipment, small mech. Level L1. Attributes, defense plus 200, speed plus 330, attack plus 230, strength plus 400. Skills, rush, energy cannon, laser sword, emergency ejection. Operation, mastery of mech operation manual. Production requirements, 5,000 iron ore, 300 forged iron essence, 100 copper essence, 1 charging core. The mech's core stats remained largely unchanged, and the skills were identical. Only the production requirements had been optimized. This upgrade could truly be called perfect. The second item, the mech operation manual, indicated it could fully replace a standard manual, enabling anyone who studied it to master mech operating techniques. Excellent. Zheng Haoyan checked his resource panel. Recently, Xiaobin had been performing exceptionally well, not only mining vast quantities of copper ore, but also significant amounts of silver and gold ore. Raw materials for refining forged iron and copper essence were therefore in abundant supply. As for the final requirement, the charging core, that would need to be produced by Fong Tian using the energy virtualization device. There was no rush on that front. After a brief moment of thought, Shuang got up and came to his side, reminding him it was time for breakfast. All right, let's go together. After eating, we start the real work. Zheng Haoyan took Shui Ying's hand, and his joy silently radiated, touching everyone around him. Deep within the dense forest, inside a dark and shadowy research facility, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard gently caressed a display screen crowded with seemingly delicate instruments. On the screen appeared none other than Zheng Haoyan's face. Chapter 102. Zombies revolt earlier than expected. Thump, thump, thump. The white-haired elder lightly tapped the screen, lost in thought. His expression, however, clearly revealed a deep gloom. Initiate Plan B. His lips barely moved as he issued a low, muffled command. Yes, Director Bai. A mechanical voice responded, transmitting the elder's order to everyone involved in the plan. In another, even larger chamber, dim lighting instantly gave way to blinding brilliance as fluorescent lamps flared to life. A group of men and women clad in grayish-white uniforms began swiftly operating the instruments nearest to them. Each person had a small display screen about the size of an adult's palm. Upon closer inspection, the screen showed terrifying zombies, and it seemed these individuals in grayish-white attire were somehow controlling the movements of every single zombie. Inside the base, after finishing breakfast, Zheng Haoyan hurried with Xiao Tai to the blacksmith's workshop and immediately laid out a pile of iron and copper ore. Xiao Tai, how long will it take you to refine all of this into purified iron and purified copper? Zheng Haoyan asked directly, catching Xiao Tai off guard. After staring at the pile of resources for a moment, Xiao Tai involuntarily swallowed hard. Reporting to Lord, once fully refined, this batch should yield about 500 units of purified iron and 200 units of purified copper. But I doubt I could finish it all within a single day. Xiao Tai sounded somewhat helpless. Though his skills had improved significantly compared to before, refining raw materials was a basic task that demanded immense patience. Rushing it often led to failure. I understand. Follow me then. Zheng Haoyan knew very well that time was running short. He urgently needed to produce strategic-level mech units. So naturally, the more purified iron and purified copper, the better. If one Xiao Tai couldn't handle it, how about 6? Surely 5 additional smiths would get the job done. Clearly, Zheng Haoyan planned to use today's summoning opportunity to summon 5 similar blacksmiths based on Xiao Tai's profile. After positioning Xiao Tai correctly, Zheng Haoyan opened the summoning panel and clicked on Targeted Summon, Farmer. A flash of white light illuminated the room as 5 new figures materialized before him. Humble servant Han Zhu reporting to Lord. Humble servant Chen Ku reporting to Lord. Humble servant Feng Kai reporting to Lord. Humble servant Lu Ling reporting to Lord. Humble servant Zheng Yuan reporting to Lord. Han Zhu had dark skin and large, rough hands, clearly a man of great strength. He wasn't particularly tall, standing at only about 1.6 meters. Chen Ku, on the other hand, looked rather delicate and soft-skinned, not resembling a blacksmith at all. Curious, Zheng Haoyan opened his attribute profile. Name, Chen Ku. Occupation, farmer. Physicality, 230 of 230. Abilities, internal cultivation, metalworking. Special ability, primordial unity. Loyalty, 60. Damn, is he for real? Now we've got internal cultivation? Zheng Haoyan finally understood why Chen Ku looked so unblemished. Protected by internal energy, constant metalwork wouldn't damage his appearance at all. With this pleasant surprise, Zheng Haoyan instinctively checked the others' attributes one by one. The dark-skinned Han Zhu had a unique bonus in material refinement, working 3 times faster than an ordinary blacksmith. Feng Kai, honest and diligent, had a chance to forge armor 1 grade higher than usual when crafting suits. Lu Ling, who looked somewhat simple-minded, crafted weapons infused with earth element damage, heavier than standard ones. Zheng Yuan seemed rather ordinary, but carried the diligent learner trait, which piqued Zheng Haoyan's interest. Xiao Tai, from now on these 5 are under your command. Get acquainted with them quickly, then start the refining process as soon as possible. The faster, the better. Without further explanation, Zheng Haoyan gave the order and left. The rest could be handled by Xiao Tai. Yes, Lord. You 5, follow me. Suddenly promoted from a lone worker to leader of 5 subordinates, Xiao Tai felt a small surge of excitement. Yet he also knew his position stemmed solely from being with Zheng Haoyan longer. Thus, he silently resolved to surpass these newcomers in skill as well. After leaving the summoning platform, Zheng Haoyan inspected the livestock farm. Under Sun Jiabao's management, the base now enjoyed fresh meat every day. Jiabao, did we have more births again? When Zheng Haoyan arrived, Sun Jiabao was busy cleaning a bloody newborn calf. Reporting to Lord, 3 cows gave birth today, each delivering twins, 6 calves in total. Sun Jiabao grinned sheepishly. Good job, this livestock farm is thriving under your care, getting better and better, huh? Zheng Haoyan chuckled. It's all thanks to the high-quality feed from your base, Lord. Otherwise, these cows wouldn't grow so well. By the way, tomorrow morning I'll be able to milk several buckets of fresh milk, Sun Jiabao said with a satisfied grin. Zheng Haoyan nodded, offering a few more words of praise before heading toward the spirit fields. Your humble servant Zhang Daqiang greets Lord. No need for formalities, Daqiang. How are the man-eating flower seeds coming along? Zheng Haoyan waved his hand and asked softly. Reporting to my lord, I've successfully germinated all 50 man-eating flower seeds. I'm just about to plant them around the city walls, Zhang Daqiang replied, visibly excited. Oh, perfect. I'll come with you. Zheng Haoyan could also build the mode at the same time. It only took 2 clicks in his system interface. Yes, my lord. Zhang Daqiang lifted the mud tray holding the 50 seedlings, each sprouting green shoots, and followed Zheng Haoyan toward the base gate. You roughly measure the distance and space the seeds evenly. I'll go set up the mode. Yes, my lord. Zhang Daqiang walked onto the wall, estimating distances by sight, when suddenly his gaze was caught by a dark, massive swarm approaching in the distance. Trouble. My lord, quickly recall everyone. Zombie horde incoming. Zhang Daqiang shouted urgently, startling Zheng Haoyan. Zheng Haoyan immediately climbed the wall and looked in the direction Zhang Daqiang pointed. His expression instantly darkened. Shuiying, notify the reconnaissance squad. Send them out immediately to round up everyone back to the base. Then tell the tank unit to prepare for defense. Yes, Lord Haoyan. The entire base instantly tensed. No one had expected it. The zombie assault had begun earlier than anticipated. Chapter 103. The Zombie Siege. This is only a warning. Zheng Haoyan stood atop the city wall, his eyes fixed on the distance. Among the dark, swarming mass of zombies, several massive figures were clearly visible. This was no ordinary horde. As for their numbers, Zheng Haoyan didn't even dare to estimate. At least tens of thousands, possibly even exceeding 100,000. Could this be the crisis that was supposed to happen 3 days from now? Even if I had those extra 3 days, could the base really withstand this? A wave of despair welled up inside him. With himself as lord included, the entire base housed barely dozens of people. How could dozens stand against tens or even hundreds of thousands? Reporting to you, Lord. Everyone has returned to the base. The reconnaissance squad, under Commander Lu Laowu's leadership, has taken position in the arrow towers for long-range defense. The tank squad is also fully prepared. Understood. Hearing Shui Ying's report, Zheng Haoyan forced himself to pull together. He knew clearly that despair would only hasten their downfall. There was no other outcome. Lord, I heard the base has entered emergency alert. What's going on? Fang Tian rushed out from the residential quarters. Originally on his way to the factory, he'd been summoned for alert duty and came immediately, confused and seeking answers. I'm sorry, Fang Tian. Our plan to raid the research facility and rescue people may have to be postponed indefinitely. The base is about to face an attack from nearly 100,000 zombies, Zheng Haoyan said helplessly. What? 100,000? So many. Fang Tian's face turned pale at the news, but then quickly hardened with determination. Lord, can we please prepare the materials for constructing mechs as soon as possible? It might give us a slim chance of survival. Fang Tian looked at Zheng Haoyan with utmost seriousness. I've already ordered them to produce it as fast as they can. But given the time passed, barely an hour since I instructed Zhao Tai and the others, it won't be ready yet. 500 units of refined iron and 200 units of refined copper weren't something easily processed overnight. I'll go check at the blacksmith shop myself. Lord, we won't let this base fall. Fang Tian hurried off without even remembering to bow. But in times like these, such formalities could be excused. Haoyan, we will defeat these zombies. Shui Ying's gentle face now carried a firm resolve. Zheng Haoyan paused, and in that instant, he felt renewed strength surge within him. With subordinates, no, companions, like these standing beside him, what were mere zombies to fear? Then let's see, whose life is harder, yours or my arrow towers and energy machine guns? For this battle, Zheng Haoyan would take personal command. At the same time, within the space where everyone wielded instruments, a large display screen rose in the center, broadcasting live footage of the zombie assault. They were merely a kilometer away from Zheng Haoyan's base. The elderly man, completely white-haired and previously confined to a dim room, had arrived here as well, staring at the grotesque faces of the zombies on the screen. Director, the winged corpses are now within attack range. Shall we initiate the first strike? Beside the white-haired director stood another man dressed in the same grayish-white uniform, wearing a white mask. Not yet time for total annihilation. Have only 1/3 of the winged corpses launch a single assault. Yes, Director. After reporting, the man swiftly approached an operator controlling an instrument, exchanged a few words, and shortly after, changes appeared among the zombies on the screen. Lu Laowu was stationed atop one of the arrow towers. Ever since climbing up, his eyes had never left the zombie horde, and thus, he was the first to notice the anomaly. Damn, some zombies can fly. Seeing hundreds of zombies suddenly lifting into the air from the swarm, Lu Laowu's heart pounded with panic. He shouted immediately, "Everyone, stay alert. A group of zombies has taken to the skies. Track their positions. We're bringing them down." Zheng Haoyan heard Lu Laowu's shout and felt sudden surprise, then turned his gaze upward. A thick, cloud-like swarm of flying zombies surged toward the base like a storm, reaching the front almost in the blink of an eye. Fire! The 8 members of the reconnaissance squad, plus Wang Biao and Li Si, The two amateurs raised their superior-grade iron-reinforced bows, drew back arrows, and loosed them skyward. Swish, swish, swish. The rapid fire filled the air with sharp, shrieking booms. The sheer force sent the flying zombies plummeting from the sky like rain. But there were simply too many of them. 10 people weren't nearly enough to handle the entire swarm, and soon some zombies broke through the defenses of the arrow towers and entered the base. You're asking for death. Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, and the members of the tank squad quickly jumped onto their modified vehicles, manning the energy machine guns mounted on the roofs and aiming at the dozen or so flying zombies that had breached the defenses. Boom. After a series of training drills, everyone was now capable of hitting even fast-moving targets with precision. Within 3 minutes, every single flying zombie had been shot down. Great job, everyone. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but praise them. To have so easily repelled such an assault was nothing short of miraculous. Way to go, team. Once we drive all these zombies away, old Lu here will treat you all to a manhunt banquet. Haha, you bet, laughed Xiong-san, his laughter loud and carefree. The tense atmosphere eased considerably after this decisive first victory. But soon, another wave of flying zombies took to the air, this time, twice as many as before. Everyone, get ready, fire. In front of the monitor, the white-haired director's expression darkened. He hadn't expected 1/3 of the winged corpses to be wiped out so easily. These flying mutants were extremely rare, one in every few hundred zombies, and there were only about 1,000 in total. Losing 1/3 of them in a single strike was a serious blow. Send out all remaining winged corpses, and command the ground zombies to surround their base completely, but don't attack yet. Just keep them surrounded. The white-haired director had originally intended to let Zheng Haoyan suffer a minor loss, then withdraw the horde as a warning, a lesson. But Zheng Haoyan's bold resistance had angered him. Now, he decided to intensify the assault on Zheng Haoyan's base. Yes, director. Hundreds of flying zombies surged into the sky. With proper coordination, the farmers at the base could eliminate even that number without taking casualties. But if that number doubled, and the defending farmers were already more fatigued than before, could they still win? Zheng Haoyan gave a firm answer almost immediately. Yes. Chapter 104 Breaching the Wall, the base's red line. How is this possible? The white-haired director stared at the scene unfolding on the screen, feeling utterly shaken. 600 to 700 flying zombies had once again been wiped out by Zheng Haoyan's armed forces. Although some damage had been inflicted upon Zheng Haoyan's base, it was nowhere near the level the white-haired director had anticipated. Director, the energy weapons used against the winged corpses just now, weren't those similar to our research prototypes? How could this Lingju possess such technology? A subordinate standing nearby was also puzzled. The energy weapons seen moments ago seemed even more advanced than what their institute currently possessed. Damn it, it must be that traitor. The person the white-haired director referred to was likely Fong Tian. After all, everything had started because of him. Director, since this Lingju is so defiant, why don't we just order Corpse Queen Yupopo to launch a full-scale assault? Hearing his subordinate's suggestion, the white-haired director glanced again at the scattered remains of the winged corpses on the screen. His face turned grim as iron, and he nodded firmly, his voice heavy. Begin the attack. Yes, director. Everyone present sprang into action immediately, operating their equipment. Outside Zheng Haoyan's base, the hordes of zombies stirred and began moving. Lu Laowu wore a serious expression. If sheer numbers of zombies placed immense pressure on the base, then the colossal mutated zombies towering among the horde might very well be the final straw that broke the camel's back. My lord, they've begun their assault. The previously stagnant zombies, as if receiving an order, surged forward toward the base in relentless waves. Lao Lu, don't hold back on arrows, shoot hard. All archery towers open fire. Zheng Haoyan shouted. Resources were still sufficient, at least for producing regular arrows. There was no shortage. Daqiang, bring all modified vehicles to the gate. Not a single zombie will step into our base. At once, my lord. Zheng Haoyan issued his orders swiftly. Everyone rushed into position. At this moment, they had to rely entirely on ranged weapons to wear down the majority of the zombies. It was the only way they could possibly withstand this wave of attack. Roar. After a barrage of arrows and sustained fire from energy machine guns, the giant mutant zombie within the horde finally lost patience. It strode forward, stepping over ordinary zombies in its path, charging directly at the modified vehicles. Whoosh. Bang. The energy machine guns immediately shifted target, opening fire on the giant zombie. But when the bullets struck, though they pierced deep into its flesh, they failed to inflict any noticeable effect on the painless abomination. Concentrate fire. Aim at the fifth one from the right. Target its head. Zhang Daqiang Ly identified the weak point. Earlier, he noticed that when shots hit the zombie's neck, its movement slowed instantly, even pausing momentarily. Fire. Rat-tat-tat. A hail of gunfire erupted, each glowing blue-violet energy round striking the giant zombie's neck. They kept firing for 3 minutes straight, until the machine gun flashed a low ammo warning. Only then did Zhang Daqiang order everyone to cease fire. Just 3 meters outside the base lay about 30 massive zombie corpses, each sharing the same fatal wound, heads completely severed and lying beside their bodies. Excellent work, everyone. But remember this, one must not grow arrogant. It took our full combined strength to eliminate these few dozen zombies. We must treat every future threat with equal seriousness. Zheng Haoyan praised them while subtly tempering their excitement. Balancing reward with discipline was a skill every base Lingju needed to master. Yes, my lord. With the giant zombies repelled, excitement bloomed on the defenders' faces, a promising sign. Yet these dozens of giant zombies appeared to be merely an appetizer. Soon enough, the zombies brought forth their greatest advantage, overwhelming numbers. The remaining ammunition for the energy machine guns was nearly depleted, preventing reckless use. The burden of suppressing fire fell almost entirely upon the 10 arrow towers standing within the base. Modified vehicles, execute one offensive charge, then retreat completely. Zheng Haoyan knew he could no longer afford to leave unarmed modified cars passively exposed outside the walls. From here on, the wall itself would have to bear the brunt of the zombie onslaught. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Daqiang led the convoy straight into the zombie horde. Their reinforced armor turned them into blades slicing through waves of common zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Loud crashes echoed like the angry cries of farmers roaring defiance at the undead, warning them to abandon their futile assault and declaring clearly they would never conquer this base. That's enough. Fall back. Zhang Daqiang and his men had gotten a bit carried away, advancing too deep into the horde. If the zombies managed to surround them now, they'd have little chance of breaking free. Though reluctant, Zhang Daqiang obeyed the order immediately, leading his team charging back toward the base. Once again, their charge scattered the nearly encircling zombies, and they successfully retreated back inside. Everyone, get onto the walls. The real battle is about to begin. Zheng Haoyan's face was grim. What had just happened was merely an appetizer. Whether they could withstand this zombie assault would depend entirely on the brutal close-quarters combat ahead. Everyone, Zheng Haoyan included, climbed onto the city walls. The arrow towers continued launching volley after volley of arrows, but now the zombies began using thick-skinned, mutated ones as vanguards. The arrows struck in vain, unable to pierce their hides. The front line was slowly being pushed toward the wall. Distance is sufficient. Start throwing spears. If arrows couldn't penetrate, then switch to solid metal spears. With the added potential energy from the height and the powerful kinetic force of the throw, the sharp spears pinned the thick-skinned mutant zombies firmly to the ground. The zombies' advance slowed once more. Wait, my lord, look over there. Lu Laowu suddenly shouted. Zheng Haoyan followed his gaze, and his expression turned instantly dark. Among the hordes, the giant zombies appeared once again. But this time, they didn't charge directly. Instead, they casually grabbed nearby regular zombies and hurled them like projectiles toward the walls. Warning, warning, the base is under attack. Please ensure proper defense, my lord. A sharp, urgent voice echoed in Zheng Haoyan's ears. He quickly opened the base's property panel. There, clearly displayed, was a green health bar. Structure, main base. Defense, 3,500. HP, 499,995,0000. So it actually has 5 billion HP. But does this mean that once the HP hits zero, the base will be destroyed? Zheng Haoyan's body suddenly trembled, because the base's health was, in fact, his own. Chapter 105. The mecha shows its power, the zombies retreat. Humph. On the city wall, Xiong San let out a cold snort. With a powerful swing of his great blade, he split a flying zombie cleanly in two. His massive frame stood like a second wall defending the base. Everyone stay alert. Don't let any zombies inside. Lu Laowu shouted, then swiftly drew his bow and shot an airborne zombie clean out of the sky. The arrow towers continued firing relentlessly. Outside the walls, the piles of dead zombies grew ever higher, forming a grotesque barrier pressed tightly against the base's outer wall, a wall made of rotting flesh. There are too many of them. At this rate, they're going to break through. Zheng Haoyan's heart sank. Logically, the best option now would be to abandon the base and retreat through the mountain path behind it. But the base was tied directly to his life force. Base stands, he lives. Base falls, he dies. So that idea was immediately discarded. They had no choice but to hold their ground and wear the zombies down by sheer endurance. Xiong Qi swung his double-bladed axe with tremendous force, chopping several approaching zombies off the wall one after another. The might of the tank battalion shone brightly in that moment. Shuiying, go tell Fang Tian to forget about the mecha for now. Recharge the energy machine guns from the modified vehicles immediately. There was no time left to focus on the mecha. He had to keep everything under control. The energy machine guns might just turn the tide. Yes, Lord Haoyan, I'll go right away. Shuiying hurried toward the workshop. Fang Tian should be there. Everyone inside the base was busy, Fang Tian included. After gathering sufficient materials from the blacksmith's forge, he had rushed back to the factory. He needed to finish constructing the charging core first. Fang Tian, Lord Haoyan ordered you to recharge the energy machine guns on the modified cars now? It's urgent. Shuiying gasped, having run all the way to the workshop. No, my charging core is almost complete. I can't stop for anything else right now. Fang Tian refused without hesitation. But this is Lord Haoyan's command. Are you disobeying orders? The zombies are attacking the base. The energy guns are critical. Shuiying snapped, instantly furious. This was no time for defiance. No, please go tell the Lord to trust me. Once I finish building the mecha, these zombies won't be a threat at all. Fang Tian didn't even look up, completely absorbed in crafting the core. He already felt a pang of regret for taking that rest earlier. He should have refused Zheng Haoyan's kindness. Oh, you are impossible. It's done. Just one final step. Move aside. Before Shuiying could finish her complaint, Fang Tian rushed out of the workshop, arms full of equipment, focused solely on his task and ignoring her completely. How can someone be so difficult? Shuiying muttered in exasperation, then quickly followed after him. But Fang Tian was moving far too fast. She couldn't keep up. When she finally reached the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, a sudden, overwhelming urge welled up inside her. She wanted to climb up and pray for the safety of the base. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoyan remained unaware that at this critical juncture, Fang Tian had chosen to gamble everything on completing the mecha instead of following orders to recharge the energy guns. At that very moment, the zombies' assault shifted once again. After relentless waves of attacks, the zombies had finally piled themselves into a makeshift ramp, a false wall formed from thousands of their own corpses, that now reached the top of the base's defenses. Get back down, Zhang Daqiang roared, delivering a fierce kick to a zombie's gut and sending it tumbling from the wall. Those on the wall were beginning to falter. Now they faced not only the common zombies being hurled over by giant ones from afar, but also hordes swarming upward along the corpse ramp. And they were only a dozen or so defenders. Damn it! Switch to energy guns. At Zhang Haoyan's command, everyone pulled out their personal energy pistols, the last line of high-powered offense. Whoosh, whoosh. Beams of blue-violet energy streaked through the air. A cluster of zombies on the wall exploded into chunks, clearing a temporary gap. The continuous barrage dealt devastating damage to the advancing horde. For the first time, the defenders could breathe slightly easier, but this kind of defense consumed both resources and stamina at an alarming rate. In just half an hour, everyone's elite had dropped by nearly 50 points. Quick, eat some of the rations I prepared to recover your strength. Lu Fu wasn't much use in combat, but as logistical support, he was dependable. Xiongsan grabbed a meat pie made from beef mixed with flour and took a huge bite. The sound of chewing was loud and satisfying. Not bad. Chef Lu, your cooking makes even dry rations taste amazing. Xiongsan rumbled appreciatively. The zombies' attack was interrupted for a moment, but soon they launched a new assault. Don't hold back your ammo. Teach these monsters a lesson. Zhang Haoyan roared. Yes, Lord Haoyan. With Zhang's order given, everyone stopped conserving energy from their weapons. They rapidly pulled the triggers, and once again, blue-violet beams lit up the air, engulfing the horde in crackling electricity. At the same time, Shuiying was kneeling in silent prayer, while Fang Tian stood inside the mecha platform, operating the machinery as a highly advanced object slowly took shape. Screech. How could this happen? Is there a flaw in my design? This can't fail now. Fang Tian stared at the production progress stuck at 50%, his face turning pale. Malfunctions during upgrades weren't uncommon. Under normal circumstances, Fang Tian could simply analyze the issue and fix it, but there was no time now. Just as despair began to set in, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He gently pressed a button nearby. Hum. A low hum resonated through the chamber, and the progress bar suddenly surged forward, reaching 100% in just 10 seconds. What? Did it succeed? A sleek, exquisitely crafted mecha now stood atop the mecha platform. For a moment, Fang Tian could hardly believe it. Huh. Success. Damn zombies, you're about to meet your doom. Fang Tian dashed toward the machine, pressed a key, and leapt into the cockpit. Boom. With a burst of flame, the mecha rocketed skyward. You zombie bastards, prepare to face the wrath of Master Fang Tian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of missiles shot from the mecha, exploding violently outside the base walls. Moments later, the defenders looked up and saw the high-tech machine hovering in the sky. What is that? A mecha? Did Fang Tian actually do it? Zhang Haoyan's puzzled expression quickly turned into wild joy. Lord Haoyan, leave the rest to me. Fang Tian's voice echoed from within the mecha. No zombie, no matter its type, could withstand the mecha's firepower. Each blast tore them apart into mangled chunks. Within moments, a massive section of the once enormous horde had been wiped out, and the remaining zombies began showing signs of retreat. The might of the mecha, truly terrifying. Chapter 106, Zhang Haoyan's doubt. The mech continued to bombard the zombie horde. This attack from above proved overwhelming for the zombies, who could do nothing but retreat in disarray. Fang Tian did not pursue. Instead, he guided the mech to land on the base's open ground, and then leapt out. My humble greetings, Lord. Fang Tian said respectfully upon seeing Zhang Haoyan. No need for formalities, Fang Tian. We owe this victory to you, Zhang Haoyan said as he helped Fang Tian rise, gently patting his shoulder. Indeed, it was the arrival of the mech that had turned the tide at the last moment. Lord, this was merely my duty. To be honest, we almost failed just now. Perhaps some unseen force protected our base. Only then was I able to complete the mech, Fang Tian replied with a smile. You're too modest. The credit is yours, Zhang Haoyan said, smiling back. Fang Tian didn't press further. That moment had been strange indeed, even to him. He couldn't clearly explain what exactly had compelled him to press that reinforcement button. By the way, didn't I send Shuiying to find you? Where has she gone? Zhang Haoyan asked casually. Please forgive me, Lord. I was at a critical stage in constructing the mech and thus ignored the maid's message, choosing instead to continue without interruption, Fang Tian quickly explained. Zhang Haoyan shook his head with a gentle smile. How could I blame you? If not for your persistence, we wouldn't have held the base so easily. But even if you didn't hear her, Shuiying should have returned to me afterward. Where did she go? Zhang Haoyan asked, puzzled. I'm afraid I don't know, Fang Tian said with a bitter smile. Never mind. Park the mech beside the mech platform. With the zombies driven off, there shouldn't be any danger now. Go rest immediately. Zhang Haoyan patted Fang Tian's shoulder. The dedicated researcher had already been working non-stop for hours. Lord, may I please recharge the energy machine gun before resting? Fang Tian asked earnestly. If only he hadn't rushed to rest earlier, building the mech wouldn't have felt so frantic. This time, he wanted to finish everything properly before allowing himself rest. Zhang Haoyan studied Fang Tian's serious expression, a faint, unreadable look crossing his face, then nodded softly. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. Beaming, Fang Tian hurried off to recharge the energy weapons, while Zheng Haoyan began issuing new orders. Wang Lu, organize everyone to clear out the zombies outside the base. Collect all zombie cores you can, then tally up the count. Zhao Tai, you and your team keep refining iron and copper. They're essential materials for mech production. Put other tasks aside for now. Han Lei, remove the weapons from the modified vehicles and take them to the factory. Have Fang Tian recharge them. Zheng Haoyan gathered all the farmers and assigned each one their duties. Yes, Lord. As everyone dispersed to work, Zheng Haoyan returned alone to the base hall and sat down, pondering the cause of this zombie outbreak. According to system prompts, such an outbreak should only occur after Safety Day, 3 days from now. Yet it had happened early. If even I struggled to survive this crisis, surely many other bases weren't so lucky, Zheng Haoyan thought darkly, a pang of sorrow striking him like grief for a fallen comrade. This time, they'd held on, but how many more such attacks lay ahead? Zheng Haoyan didn't know, and dared not guess. To manufacture the arrows consumed by the arrow towers, he'd used hundreds of thousands of wood units and tens of thousands of iron ore, nearly draining the base's already limited reserves. It seems I must find ways to acquire more basic resources. Otherwise, with such consumption, even our remaining stockpile won't last long. Lost in thought, Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window. Just as he was about to post a comforting message to others, he noticed there were absolutely no messages about zombie attacks, nothing at all. He grew confused. What's going on? Did they all manage to get through easily? Zheng Haoyan wondered, perplexed. Still, he refrained from posting anything. Instead, he discreetly sent a private message to Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, how is your base faring? My base. Thanks to your generosity, Lord Haoyan, we recovered many valuable items from the research facility. I'm already preparing to upgrade to Tier 3, came Wei Tai's reply, brimming with joy. In that instant, Zheng Haoyan understood. This zombie assault had been aimed solely at him. Why? Zheng Haoyan was speechless. Everyone else was fine, yet only his base had suffered such a massive zombie assault. A sense of injustice welled up inside him. By the way, Lord Haoyan, I'll send you those instruments you requested. Please check your inventory. All right. Zheng Haoyan no longer felt like chatting. He needed to carefully consider why his base had been hit by this unexpected zombie crisis. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, his mind racing through every possibility. He reviewed the development of his base, the exploration of the city ruins, acquiring cars from underground garages, sending people to scout the research facility, and finally inciting all the lords to attack the Research Institute's branch. Suddenly, something clicked. Could it really be because of that? But how did they control the zombies? Was everything orchestrated by them? After analyzing all the events, the evidence pointed directly at the Research Institute. If it wasn't just bad luck on his part, then the most likely explanation for this zombie attack was retaliation from the Institute. Under this assumption, the mysterious research facility must have already known everything he'd done. His belief in operating from the shadows had been nothing but self-deception. There's only one way to find out if my suspicion is correct. Zheng Haoyan's gaze hardened with determination. No matter who stood before him, he would crush them all and make them realize Zheng Haoyan was not someone anyone could mess with. Crash! A glass tumbler slammed hard onto the tiled floor, shattering into 100 glittering fragments. Would you care to explain to me just what the hell that thing was that appeared in the sky? How could it wipe out zombies so easily? Tell me. The white-haired director roared, utterly stunned that nearly 100,000 zombies attacking a tiny base had been completely repelled. This outcome completely shattered his initial intention of issuing a warning. Did they even have the right to intimidate others with their pathetic military strength? Director, we're not entirely sure either. That machine, resembling a robot, its combat power even surpassed our covertly developed alpha killer. That's why the zombie horde couldn't stand against it. Slap. The white-haired director slapped his subordinate across the face, snarling, "Don't think I can't see that. What I'm asking is, how the hell do they possess something like that? Are you trying to tell me that this ragged little base has achieved technological superiority over our research institute?" The subordinate lowered his head in silence, but the truth was already glaringly obvious. Zheng Haoyan's base had, without notice, surpassed the research institute in technological advancement. Chapter 107, Mech Fusion, Enhanced Combat. Zheng Haoyan had no idea that his successful repulsion of the zombie attack had caused significant distress to the research institute's director, making the man begin questioning the competence of his subordinates. Of course, if Zheng Haoyan had known this, he would have gladly repeated such actions. And the director could never imagine that through his own analysis, Zheng Haoyan had already deduced the fundamental cause behind this zombie assault, only needing one final step for confirmation. The entire zombie attack lasted less than 3 hours, but cleaning up the remains of the zombies both inside and outside the base took nearly the whole afternoon for all members of the reconnaissance squad and tank squad, along with Wu Jun, Wu Kun, Sun Jiaobao, and others. After Wang Li's final tally, they collected over 23,000 zombie cores in total. Based on the rule of roughly 1 core dropped every 3 zombies, the defense effort had wiped out nearly 70,000 zombies. Of course, the actual number wasn't quite that high, since nearly every mutated zombie carried a core internally. Still, even if each zombie dropped 1 core, it meant at least 20,000 zombies were eliminated. Zheng Haoyan hadn't forgotten the utility of zombie cores. Combined with the scattered cores previously gathered, the base now held a total of 25,400 zombie cores, varying in size, enough to enhance every single farmer in the base. During this zombie assault, Both mechanical servants had played crucial roles. Within their defensive zones, not a single zombie managed to break through. Therefore, Zhang Haoyan decided he'd revisit the construction platform mechanism and attempt to upgrade it, aiming to create more mechanical servants. Reporting to you, my lord. I've planted all the carnivorous flower seeds outside the walls during my free time, and made use of zombie remains as fertilizer. This batch should grow quite well. Zhang Daqiang smiled as he reported to Zhang Haoyan, showing no signs of having narrowly escaped death just that morning. Excellent, Daqiang. You've worked hard. Go rest now. Yes, thank you for your kindness, my lord. This collective effort against the zombies had not only strengthened the new recruits' loyalty toward Zhang Haoyan, but also fostered friendly interactions among the farmers themselves, an atmosphere of harmony and contentment. This was exactly what Zhang Haoyan wanted to see. After all, each farmer was an individual. He needed everyone to shine with their own unique light. Zhang Haoyan stepped out of the base hall, with Shui Ying closely following behind. She had returned earlier that morning while Zhang Haoyan was still pondering the zombie incident. Upon asking, Zhang learned that his little maid had gone to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to pray for blessings. He couldn't help but smile. It was her way of contributing in whatever small way she could. My lord, you seem troubled. Didn't we successfully overcome the crisis today? Seeing Zhang Haoyan's expressionless face, Shui Ying couldn't help but ask. I'm just thinking about things. I'm not unhappy. For some reason, Zhang Haoyan didn't want to admit it. Just like adults who don't wish children to know the hardships of life, he didn't want his young maid worrying too much. A quiet walk, casually observing the buildings within this base that existed because of him. This was Zhang Haoyan's favorite state of mind. Yet sometimes, such peace could be unexpectedly shattered, and today seemed to be no exception. My lord, something has happened. At the mech platform, Li Si rushed toward Zhang Haoyan, shouting even as he ran. The mech platform? Shui Ying, quickly go inform Fang Tian to head there. Instinctively suspecting something was wrong with the mech, Zhang Haoyan gave the order and immediately strode rapidly toward the mech platform. Li Si could barely keep up. Wait for me, my lord. Li Si called out helplessly. Zhang Haoyan didn't bother asking what had happened. He knew he'd find out once he arrived. And clearly, he was right. What's going on? Is someone inside the mech? Zhang Haoyan asked Li Si directly, staring at the mech standing in combat mode. I don't know myself. Master Bian told me to fetch you. He's right there. Li Si pointed to Bian Yu standing beside the mech. Zhang Haoyan slowly approached. Though the mech was activated, it didn't appear to be controlled by anyone. Almost as if it were acting on instinct. Reporting to you, my lord. Bian Yu said, still wearing a stunned expression, as if the scene that had just occurred moments ago had deeply shocked him. I don't know what exactly happened myself. I was simply walking near the residential area when Robert, the mechanical servant you assigned to protect me, suddenly dashed toward this spot, and, right before my eyes, merged directly with this steel machine. Merge? Robert. Zhang Haoyan felt puzzled. What kind of divine operation was this? Robert, are you in there? Zhang Haoyan tried calling out to the mechanical servant, but there was no response from within the mech. How long has this been going on? Zhang Haoyan turned and continued asking Bian Yu. Reporting to you, my lord. It's been about 10 minutes now, Bian Yu answered respectfully. Zhang Haoyan fell into brief contemplation after hearing this. The duration wasn't very long. Judging from the mech's current state, there didn't seem to be anything particularly wrong. It just left everyone confused and bewildered. Humble greetings to you, my lord. May I ask what has occurred? Fang Tian arrived quickly, jogging over to the mech platform and bowing slightly upon seeing Zhang Haoyan. Fang Tian, you're just in time. Quickly take a look. What's wrong with this mech? Zhang Haoyan waved his hand briefly, summarizing what had happened with Robert merging into the mech, then gestured for Fang Tian to examine its current state. This seems. Fang Tian paused mid-sentence, just as the mech suddenly moved. My lord, watch out. Boom. Blazing flames erupted from beneath the sleek mech as it shot straight into the sky. Then, circling high above, it performed a series of complex aerial maneuvers and rotations under everyone's astonished gazes, as though someone inside were adjusting to their new body. It's just as I thought. Fang Tian murmured softly, staring at the mech hovering in the air. What exactly is going on? Explain it clearly, Fang Tian. Zhang Haoyan was still confused. How had Robert learned to pilot the mech? Reporting to you, my lord. It must be that your mechanical servant Robert resonated with the mech, triggering a fusion phenomenon. It's similar to the legendary state of man and sword becoming one. In essence, man and mech have now become one entity. Fang Tian explained slowly, his voice still filled with awe. Will this bring any consequences? Does this mean only Robert can control this mech from now on? Zhang Haoyan frowned slightly. This is actually a good thing, my lord. With Robert in this fused state, he can unleash 120% of the mech's potential. His combat power will definitely far surpass what I demonstrated this morning. Fang Tian replied, clearly excited. Zhang Haoyan remained silent, his eyes fixed on the mech soaring through the sky. Was Robert's unauthorized fusion truly a good thing? Chapter 108. Wei Tai's message, the national envoy. After controlling the mecha in midair for nearly 10 minutes, Robert finally descended slowly to the ground. Then, a figure shimmering with metallic luster emerged from within the machine, which subsequently ceased all movement. Salutations, my lord. Loyalty was etched into the very bones of mechanical servants. The moment Robert saw Zhang Haoyan, he immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee in salute. Robert, why did you suddenly fuse with the mecha just now? Zhang Haoyan asked. In truth, he wanted even more to ask why Robert seemed suddenly so much more human-like. My lord, when I approached this place, I felt an inexplicable force drawing me in. Everything that followed felt like pure instinct, Robert replied. Beneath his mechanical exterior, it seemed as though a truly human heart had begun to beat. You seem different from before. Is that correct? Zheng Haoyan hesitated slightly before asking again. Robert humanely rolled his eyes, a gesture that alone answered Zheng Haoyan's question. This mechanical servant was clearly far more sentient than before. Zheng Haoyan's expression abruptly turned stern as he spoke in a commanding tone. Robert, attend. At your service, my lord. Robert immediately dropped to one knee, performing the gesture of an ancient Western knight, fist clenched against his chest. From this moment onward, you are entrusted with control of this mecha. You will become the strongest combat unit of this base and ensure its security at all costs. Zheng Haoyan declared solemnly and gravely. Robert accepts the command. I swear to protect this base with my life. Hum. As Robert responded with a powerful electronic voice, the nearby mecha emitted a resonant hum, as if responding to Robert's oath. Very well. Everyone, disperse and return to your duties. At once, my lord. After dismissing the others, Zheng Haoyan returned to the base hall, recalling the mechanical battle maiden as well. He wished to see whether this other mechanical servant had also undergone any changes. After testing her with several questions, Zheng Haoyan wore a look of disappointment. The battle maiden still seemed merely robotic, lagging far behind Robert in sentience and awareness. What caused Robert's sudden surge in sentience? Could it really be just from fusing with the mecha? Zheng Haoyan pondered internally, but the true cause remained unknown. Dingling. Just as Zheng Haoyan was lost in thought, a private message alert popped up. Someone was contacting him. Lord Haoyan, great news. The message came from Wei Tai, whose words carried unmistakable excitement. What happened? Zheng Haoyan replied coolly. I've made contact with the government. I knew it. Our nation has never abandoned us. Wei Tai exclaimed Jidong Ly. What? Zheng Haoyan paused, not because he didn't understand, but because he was puzzled. How had someone from a national department suddenly appeared, reaching out specifically to Wei Tai? It was thanks to that instrument you had me retrieve from the research institute. Today, while tinkering around idly, I managed to generate a communication signal. It was detected by a government unit, which is how they reached me. Wei Tai clarified Zheng Haoyan's doubts. I see. Then congratulations are in order, Lord Wei Tai. Zheng Haoyan did not feel particularly elated by the news. After all, even if the government existed and was powerful, it currently lacked the ability to assist every lord facing the zombie crisis. And as for himself, Zheng Haoyan, he required no aid. Lord Haoyan, you don't seem happy? Government contact means we might have a chance to return to our original world. Wei Tai couldn't help but feel confused by Zheng Haoyan's indifference. At that moment, he was already fantasizing about returning home, gathering his friends, and boasting for 3 days and nights about his experiences at the base. If the government truly intends to save anyone, let them rescue others first. I can handle my own situation. If there's nothing else, I have matters to attend to. I'll end the conversation here. Zheng Haoyan cut Wei Tai off mid-enthusiasm. He had little interest in uncertain information. Rather than celebrating aimlessly, he preferred focusing on making the base even safer. Wei Tai was momentarily baffled, but wisely chose not to further disturb Zheng Haoyan. Instead, he headed to the World Chat channel to make an announcement. This news should come from him, the temporary representative of the nation. Overlord Wei Tai, fellow overlords, I have some good news to share. At precisely 3 o'clock this afternoon, I successfully contacted personnel from a national government agency via a special device. They have promised me that they will dispatch aid to rescue us all as soon as possible. The nation is coming to save us? Really? Thank you, Motherland. Thank you, Lord Wei Tai. Yuhua? This poor girl has finally held on long enough. Please rescue me first. My base is almost out of food. Lord Wei Tai, you're amazing. You fundamentally solved the problem. Does this mean we can go back home? The moment the announcement was posted, the overlords immediately erupted into excitement. After all, not everyone had Zheng Haoyan's confidence. Most of them truly believed they wouldn't survive the impending zombie assault. Overlord Wei Tai, everyone, please stay calm. The reason I'm announcing this today is actually on the orders of a national envoy from the government agency. He has assured me that as long as everyone follows instructions, we will all safely leave this place. Great. I, Lu Qi, will follow Lord Wei Tai's arrangements. I'm Feng Lin too. I'll obey whatever Lord Wei Tai and the national envoy command. This humble girl, Yorua, will also comply. One by one, the overlords declared their willingness to cooperate. Ever since the peaceful era, practically no one had dared defy national authority. And now, with Wei Tai announcing that the nation could take them home, everyone naturally chose to be well-behaved and obedient. Overlord Wei Tai, thank you all for your cooperation. For now, please remain patient. As soon as the national envoy sends new information, I will inform everyone immediately. Zheng Haoyan glanced briefly at the world chat window. He felt a flicker of curiosity about this so-called envoy, but he also knew that entering an unfamiliar base without permission from its overlord would trigger the fiercest defenses. So how would this national envoy operate? Would he only offer remote guidance? Or did he have another way to come here in person? Why am I thinking so much about this? I should go reinforce the city walls, and maybe dig a moat while I'm at it. Zheng Haoyan lightly shook his head. Overthinking only made things more exhausting. Focusing on practical strategies for the current situation, that was the true path forward. Chapter 109. Reinforcing the convoy, the mecha capsule. Time was running short. Zheng Haoyan didn't have the luxury to ponder who this suddenly appearing national envoy really was. So long as it didn't affect him or his base, he'd leave it be for now. Shuiying, notify Lao Wu and bring the reconnaissance team to see me. I have orders for them. Yes, Master Haoyan. Zheng Haoyan watched the maid's back as she left the hall. Shuiying had become his personal messenger. Thankfully, distances within the base weren't too great yet. Otherwise, she might end up walking farther each day than Li Si did during his hunting expeditions. Only 2 days left. Zheng Haoyan sighed softly. Although the appearance of the mecha had greatly boosted the base's combat strength, who could say whether the next zombie assault would be even more terrifying? It was like a student preparing for an exam, having no idea what kind of difficult questions the teacher might set. So he had to review every possible topic thoroughly. Failing an exam once wasn't a big deal. But if Zheng Haoyan failed to prepare properly for the next zombie attack, the price would be the lives of everyone in the base. He couldn't afford any carelessness. The base still doesn't have enough people. We've got more weapons than we can use, but not enough operators. And we can't possibly keep everyone on the front line when fighting zombies. Zheng Haoyan felt helpless. He could make Fang Tian and Zhao Tai accelerate weapon production, but with population, he was limited to summoning at most 6 people per day. To specifically strengthen combat capability, he'd had to spend one of those slots on a targeted summon, which made population growth even slower. Even though Zheng Haoyan's base now far outnumbered other known territories, after this morning's zombie attack, he still felt the manpower was insufficient. Even if he sent the cook Lu Fu, the breeder's son Jiabao, the physician Bian Yu, the librarian Ma Jun, the base steward Wang Li, the tailor Nan Ji, and the 2 diplomats Wu Jun and Wu Kun to the battlefield, that was only 8 additional fighters. And since they hadn't trained together in coordinated combat, their effectiveness even on the front lines would be severely limited. Still, the energy machine guns and energy rifles demonstrated absolute dominance during this battle. The problem is there just aren't enough of them. Plus, they require recharging after use, which heavily disrupts continuous combat operations. The reason Zheng Haoyan had called Lu Lao Wu here was precisely to enhance the convoy's overall strength by increasing the number of energy weapons they could operate. Your humble servant greets the Lord. The reconnaissance team has assembled. Please issue your orders. Lu Lao Wu wore a green-based camouflage uniform, matched with camo pants, a land combat outfit designed by Nanji for the reconnaissance unit. Embroidered on the chest of the jacket was a blue and white character, Tian. Lao Lu, I need you and your team to return to the underground garage. Before nightfall, bring back several more vehicles. Though we seem to have enough cars now, the energy machine guns mounted on them are draining power too quickly. We'll need extra vehicles as backups. Zheng Haoyan knew Lu Lao Wu would have questions, so he explained ahead of time. At once, my lord. I'll depart immediately with my men. Lu Lao Wu replied respectfully. At Zheng Haoyan's signal, he led the entire reconnaissance team out of the hall. Zheng Haoyan didn't remain seated. He waved to Shuiying. Come, let's go to the blacksmith shop. I haven't checked in on the new smiths yet. Yes, Master Haoyan. Shuiying smiled brightly. The tone in Zheng Haoyan's voice had finally lost its earlier heaviness. Dinner was still about 2 hours away. At this moment, everyone in the base was busy with their duties, and Zhao Tai's blacksmith shop echoed constantly with the sounds of clanging metal. Fang Tian, why are you here? Zheng Haoyan had just entered the forge when researcher Fang Tian approached. Zheng Haoyan looked puzzled. Logically, Fang Tian should have been resting in the residential area by now, since all the energy weapons that needed charging had already been recharged. Greetings, Lord. I came to see Chen Ku about something. Fang Tian answered politely. Chen Ku? What business do you have with him? Zheng Haoyan asked, confused. Chen Ku was a farmer Zheng Haoyan had summoned today. Fang Tian must have met him only recently. Why would he now go out of his way to find him at the blacksmith shop? To report to you, Lord, I realized that the only reason I was able to successfully construct the mecha was because the refined materials provided by Chen Ku contained Hunyuan Qi. Without it, the mecha likely would have failed during its final shaping phase. Fang Tian explained with a wry smile. So you're looking for him because you want to build another mecha? Zheng Haoyan asked again. Fang Tian gently shook his head and said, that's only one of the reasons. More importantly, I need an item capable of storing the mecha. Otherwise, with its enormous size, it would be impossible to move the mecha out of the base, and the energy in Chen Ku's power core isn't sufficient to keep it operational continuously. If we could have an object that not only shrinks and stores the mecha, but also recharges it on the go, the mecha's mobility would improve dramatically. Really? Is that even possible? Zheng Haoyan found it hard to believe. This was bordering on elusive spatial technology, like the storage rings described in Xuanhuan tales. It would normally be nearly impossible, Fang Tian admitted with a smile. But I've discovered that Chen Ku's Hunyuan Qi can imbue equipment with otherwise unattainable properties. Whether we succeed ultimately depends on whether Chen Ku can create a container with space-shrinking capabilities. In truth, he thought, it all came down to luck. Researcher Fang, come here quickly. A voice called from inside the blacksmith shop. Though unfamiliar to Zheng Haoyan, he guessed it must be Chen Ku. Brother Chen Ku, how did it go? Fang Tian rushed in excitedly, with Zheng Haoyan following closely behind. Look at this. Chen Ku opened his clenched right hand, revealing a metallic, capsule-like object about half the size of a fist. What is this? Fang Tian examined the capsule carefully. Then, suddenly, his face lit up with wild joy, and he tightly hugged Chen Ku. Brother Chen Ku, you're amazing. Zheng Haoyan watched their interaction, his mind briefly spiraling into some inappropriate fantasies before he forced himself back to reality. What is this thing? Why are you so excited? Zheng Haoyan asked calmly. My lord, this is exactly what I mentioned, the mecha capsule. Chapter 110. Lu Laowu is captured, forced into battle. Fang Tian rushed impatiently out of the blacksmith shop, tightly clutching the capsule in his hand. Without a doubt, he couldn't wait to test what this capsule could do. Chen Ku stood there dumbfounded until he turned and saw Zhang Haotian arriving, then quickly bowed deeply. My humble greetings to you, Lord. No need for formalities. You've done well this time. Come with me to the mech platform and let's see how your creation performs. Zhang Haotian smiled as he gently patted Chen Ku on the shoulder, treating him like an old friend, beckoning him toward the mech platform. Thank you, my lord. Chen Ku felt greatly honored, his face immediately breaking into joyful smiles. At that moment, Zhang Haotian heard the clear chime of a system notification in his ear. Farmer Chen Ku's loyalty has increased by 10 points. They walked at a steady pace, and Fang Tian seemed to be taking his time preparing, so by the time they arrived at the mech platform, Fang Tian had not yet started operating the mech capsule. Robert, move aside. Don't worry, I'm just going to store the mech inside the capsule. I won't damage it, Fang Tian said helplessly, facing Robert the mechanical servant who stood protectively with arms spread wide in front of the mech. What's going on? Fang Tian, why haven't you started yet? Zhang Haotian stepped forward and asked. Reporting to you, my lord. Robert won't let me touch the mech. How am I supposed to operate it? Fang Tian groaned, covering his face in exasperation. This is... Zhang Haotian gave a bitter smile. Robert was acting as if the mech were his wife, possessive and extremely protective. Robert, don't worry. Fang Tian's operation won't harm the mech. Step aside now. Zhang Haotian ordered firmly. With the master's command, Robert reluctantly moved away, though his eyes still held deep concern as they lingered on the mech, while his glare toward Fang Tian carried unmistakable menace. It was as if he were saying, if you dare damage my mech, I'll make sure you pay. Fang Tian, however, remained supremely confident. He ignored Robert's silent threat, glanced calmly at the mech capsule, then at the mech itself. He pressed a button on the capsule and tossed it directly toward the mech. Click. HSSSS. A series of mechanical clicks sounded, followed by a burst of black and white swirling gas erupting from the capsule, instantly enveloping the entire mech. In the next second, at the spot where the mech had just stood, only a capsule the size of a child's fist remained. The mech itself had vanished completely. Where did the mech go? Robert immediately lunged at Fang Tian, grabbing him and lifting him off the ground. Stop. Put him down. Zhang Haotian commanded sharply. Glowering, Robert dropped Fang Tian back to the ground. Were it not for Zhang Haotian's order, he would have made Fang Tian suffer dearly. What's your problem? This hunk of metal has one hell of a temper. Just watch me. Fang Tian muttered sarcastically, choosing not to retaliate. Instead, he bent down, picked up the capsule from the ground, pressed the button again, and hurled it toward the open space before him. HSSSS. The black and white gas poured forth once more, and in the very next second, the mech reappeared exactly where it had been. Robert was stunned, unable to comprehend how the mech could vanish and return so magically. Chen Ku, we did it. Fang Tian ran over and hugged Chen Ku tightly. He'd only been at this base for a few days, yet had already created something unimaginable before. Robert didn't share in the excitement. Instead, he walked over to the mech and began meticulously inspecting it for any signs of damage. Well, see, no issues whatsoever. I told you it wouldn't hurt your precious mech, Fang Tian said proudly, buzzing with excitement. All right, Fang Tian, stop teasing Robert. Get back to work and produce more mechs. And make sure each one has its own matching mech capsule. Zhang Haotian wore a broad smile. The successful development of the mech capsule meant another significant boost to the base's mobile combat strength. Yes, Lord. Fang Tian grabbed Chen Ku and started dragging him toward the blacksmith shop. To build more mechs, they would need plenty of materials. Zhang Haotian watched them leave in silence, a small smile on his lips. Then he walked over to the mech, picked up the capsule from the ground, and handed it to Robert. Keep this. It'll come in handy later. Yes, Lord. Robert stayed beside the mech, not immediately storing it in the capsule. He still harbored slight resistance toward the idea. After all, who would want their beloved possession confined within such a tiny, pill-sized space? After completing a full round of inspection across the base, Zhang Haotian returned to the main hall, took out the paper and pen he'd borrowed from the library, and began writing down his plans for the next steps. Currently, resources were beginning to run into deficit, but the base's production of high-quality iron core bows and chainmail armor could finally begin to be sold, perhaps bringing in a substantial amount of income. After all, the most dangerous phase of zombie attacks was approaching, and no one would want to strengthen their combat power more than now. Just as Zhang Haotian was about to post a sale announcement in the world chat window, a figure burst into the hall. Lord, trouble. Captain Liu, he's been captured. Zhang Bao, what happened? Calm down first, then explain carefully. Zhang Haotian frowned. Zhang Bao's once standard military green uniform was now torn, stained with blood, clearly evidence of a fierce battle. Reporting to you, my lord, we were ambushed. It was people from the Research Institute. What? Aside from the still unknown threat of zombie attacks, the Research Institute was currently Zhang Haotian's greatest enemy. He had planned to prepare his forces first before going to investigate the institute, yet unexpectedly, the enemy had struck first. How many of them were there? Zhang Haotian asked, forcing himself to stay calm. A large group, and they also have energy guns. If it weren't for Captain Liu sacrificing himself to draw them away, none of us would have escaped alive. But even so, the others were intercepted on the way back. I'm the only one who made it back to the base. A trace of fear remained on Zhang Bao's face. So everyone else besides you was captured? Then why didn't they pursue all the way here to the base? Zhang Haotian suddenly felt suspicious. I don't know, my lord. They chased us up to within 100 meters of the base, then stopped and turned back, probably afraid of our defenses. Zhang Bao's voice still trembled slightly. All right, don't worry too much. I'll go and rescue them. Zheng Haotian patted Zhang Bao reassuringly on the shoulder. Lord, please save them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the people from the Institute will surely kill them. Zhang Bao urged anxiously. Zheng Haotian nodded. It seemed this time, he had no choice but to fight. Chapter 111. Pre-sale, preparation, attack. As the saying goes, one must eat a meal bite by bite and handle matters one at a time. Although Zheng Haoyan was deeply worried about Lu Laowu and the others' safety, he wouldn't impulsively lead his men straight into an assault on the research facility. Proper preparation before battle was essential. Since the people from the research facility didn't kill Lu Laowu and the others immediately, they're definitely trying to use them as leverage against me. That means as long as I haven't gone to the facility yet, they should still be safe, at least for now. Though of course, this only holds true up to a certain point. Zheng Haotian analyzed his enemies, that is, the research facilities, likely mindset. Judging from logical reasoning, this assumption was almost certainly correct. My lord, what if the research facility sets an ambush? If you go directly, won't you walk right into their trap? Shuiying said with evident concern. Even if it's a banquet at Hong Gate, we still have to grit our teeth and drink that cup of wine. Zheng Haotian clenched his jaw. This time, the research facility would pay the price. After forcing himself to calm down briefly, Zheng Haotian opened the world chat window, typed out the stats of the fine-grade iron core bow and fine-grade chainmail armor, then added a note. Limited quantity available. First come, first served. Naturally, the prices were quite high. 300 units of refined iron and 100 units of refined copper, or 5,000 units of iron ore and 1,500 units of copper ore for one fine-grade iron core bow. 500 units of refined iron and 240 units of refined copper, or 7,500 units of iron ore and 5,000 units of copper ore for one piece of fine-grade chainmail armor. When this message, along with the stats of the previous two pieces of equipment, was posted in the global chat, it inevitably sparked heated discussion among everyone. Holy crap, these two items are seriously insane. If I wore that chainmail, not even zombies could scratch me. This critical hit stat on the fine-grade iron core bow, good grief. If I get lucky, wouldn't every single arrow be instant kill? You two upstairs, check the price tags first. Do you really think you can afford this stuff? Dreaming in color much? While marveling at the sheer power of Zheng Haotian's gear, many couldn't help but glance at their own resource panels, then cover their eyes and curse inwardly. That damn Zheng Haotian, playing dirty. Zheng Haotian didn't bother reading through the complaints. He'd put the goods up for sale, and though the prices might seem outrageous, these were unique, base-exclusive items with top-tier stats. Those who truly wanted them would find a way to gather the resources. As for the envious ones, nobody had time to deal with their whining. To rescue Lu Laowu and the others from the research facility, they first needed to anticipate how the enemy might set up their ambush. Given the research facility's technological level, simple traps probably aren't their style, but they might use mechanical devices, and they all have energy weapons, so we must proceed with caution. If we only have one mech, and they somehow disable it, our strongest combat unit would be useless. We need Feng Tian to build another one as soon as possible. We also need fully equipped energy weapons installed on modified vehicles. We can't bring too many people, but our weaponry absolutely cannot fall short. Zheng Haotian murmured to himself. Midway through, he sent Shuiying to the factory to urge Feng Tian to finish building the new mech and instructed Han Lei to further enhance the modified vehicles. After half an hour of deliberation, Zheng Haotian made his final decision. What? You intend to personally lead the rescue mission for Captain Lu and the others? My lord, I must strongly oppose this. Wang Li's expression turned serious. As the base's steward and strategist, she could not allow Zheng Haotian to place himself in any danger. Yes, my lord, there's truly no need for you to go yourself. Xiao Ren and old Lu. Captain Lu. We entered the research facility together before. This time, I'll join the combat team and lead the attack. It'll be a sure success. Wang Biao chimed in beside her. Almost everyone present voiced opposition to Zheng Haotian going himself. After all, he was the core of the entire base. If anything happened to him, everyone would suffer the consequences. My mind is made up. This time, I must lead the team personally. Wang Li, you stay behind to manage the base and continue planning its development. Everyone, rest assured, I will take the full tank battalion with me, and both mechanical servants will remain by my side. Most importantly, I've already learned how to operate a mech. I'll have one as my personal defense, so there's absolutely no need to worry about my safety. Zheng Haotian firmly delivered his response. As the lord, he held absolute veto power. Please, my lord, you must prioritize your own safety above all. I believe Captain Lu and the others would absolutely not want to see you get hurt trying to save them, Wang Li said. She knew she could no longer dissuade him, but still voiced her concern. Don't worry, I will. I promise everyone. Not only will I return safely, but I will bring every single one of Lu Laowu's team back unharmed. As Zheng Haotian spoke these words, he silently added in his heart, and I will make the research facility pay. It's done. It's done. My lord, I finished building the second mech. Right after Zheng Haotian finished speaking, a flustered figure rushed into the hall, researcher Feng Tian. Excellent. Keep pushing forward, Feng Tian. I expect to see a third mech ready by the time I return. Zheng Haotian took the capsule from Feng Tian's hand, then fixed his gaze toward the distant horizon. With a powerful sweep of his arm forward, he declared in a commanding voice. Move out. In the underground prison of the research facility, Lu Laowu and the other 6 had been stripped of their outer clothing, leaving only camo-colored short-sleeve shirts. They were crammed together inside a dark, damp cell. Captain Lu, what do we do now? Do you think they'll kill us? Wang Tsong, the youngest member of the reconnaissance squad, asked with evident anxiety under the current circumstances. They won't kill us so easily. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble capturing us alive at the cost of so many robots. Lu Laowu replied calmly, showing no trace of panic. But do they plan to keep us locked up forever? Until the Lord comes to rescue us? Long Biao asked quietly, his tone steady. He firmly believed Zheng Haoyan would never abandon them. We can't just sit here waiting for salvation. Clearly, they're using us as bait. Their real target is undoubtedly the Lord himself. If anything happens to him because of us, nothing could ever make up for it. Feng Sun said urgently. Lu Laowu remained silent. After a moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Seemingly, he had thought of something. Chapter 112 Live Broadcast, Research Institute Assault. 2 mechs, 3 modified vehicles, Wang Biao, Li Si, Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, the mechanical battle maiden, Robert, all 6 members of the tank corps, plus Wu Jun, Wu Kun, and Zheng Haoyan. 15 combat units in total. Wu Jun and Wu Kun each commanded one of the 2 modified cars, while the remaining vehicle was personally directed by Zheng Haoyan. In Zheng Haoyan's modified car, Zhang Daqiang took the driver's seat, Erqiang sat in the front passenger seat, and Zheng Haoyan himself was guarded protectively in the middle, flanked by the mechanical battle maiden on the left and Robert on the right. In terms of both safety and combat strength, this vehicle was undoubtedly their strongest unit. Wu Jun, we're approaching the Research Institute's checkpoint zone. This time, no sneaking around. I want them to know clearly that Zheng Haoyan has arrived. Through his phone, Zheng Haoyan issued orders to Wu Jun, who was leading in the front vehicle. One word, attack. Yes, my lord. Wu Jun signaled to Wang Biao at the wheel to accelerate, driving straight through the checkpoint. Wang Biao unhesitatingly activated the modified car's propulsion system. A powerful thrust surged forward, boosting their speed instantly to 200 miles per hour. And just as Zheng Haoyan's vehicle entered the checkpoint zone, a bold announcement flashed across the global chat window, stunning every player. System announcement. Lord Haoyan has launched an assault on the Research Institute. This battle will be broadcast live to all lords. WTF? No wonder Haoyan hasn't replied to me. He went off attacking a research facility. Dude, amazing. Lord Haoyan is really going all out. How can a lord put himself at such risk like some ordinary peasant? Imperial leaders charging into battle rarely end well. Shut up, top poster. Just watch the stream quietly and stop jinxing my idol. Zheng Haoyan also received the system notification, immediately reminding him of the earlier alert when Lu Laowu and Wang Biao first broke into the institute. So this research facility really is something special, Zheng Haoyan thought to himself. But regardless, since the institute had dared to abduct his people, there would be no peaceful resolution today. Keep your eyes peeled on the guard posts. Hit them hard with energy machine guns. At Zheng Haoyan's command, energy machine guns mounted on all 3 vehicles began targeting. The guards atop their watchtowers became sitting ducks. Before they could react, they were obliterated by a storm of blue-purple fire. Still, Zheng Haoyan's sharp eyes noticed that these so-called guards were merely robots. No real humans were present. How many robots do they have? Can they even withstand my energy machine guns? Racing forward, Zheng Haoyan covered the kilometer-long path in record time. Even with slight delays from firing along the way, they'd taken under 30 seconds. As it was, within less than a minute, all 3 modified cars came to a smooth stop before the grand gates of the Research Institute. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. You've successfully breached the Research Institute's checkpoint zone. Reward, title Anti-Research Newbie. What the hell? Crazy. Wasn't the last system alert just moments ago? Already past the checkpoints. Incredible. Lord Haoyan, you're the GOAT. Top poster, explain GOAT please. I'm an old man, I don't understand slang. Title panel unlocked. Current title, Anti-Research Newbie. Zheng Haoyan paused, surprised. Another new feature unlocked? But what a terrible name, Newbie. Did that mean there were old buys? Still curious, he tapped to view its stats. Title, Anti-Research Newbie. Rank, Common. Effect, increases loot drop rate during Research Institute assaults by 1%. Note, son, you've become a qualified anti-research warrior. Keep striving. Not bad, Zheng Haoyan admitted despite disliking the title's name. The effect itself was genuinely impressive. This item drop bonus was an incredible perk, and the fact that it stacked with his luck stat made it even better. After all, Zheng Haoyan currently had a full 4 points in luck. Listen up, everyone inside. Release my men immediately, or I'll bring my forces and flatten your entire institute. Though not particularly polite, Zheng Haoyan still followed the principle of diplomacy first, force after, offering the institute occupants a final chance at peace. Of course, it was futile. My lord, no response from inside. Li Si reported respectfully, already bracing himself to storm the building. Acting so mysterious? Let's see how long they can withstand our attack. Bear 3, use the energy machine gun to blast open those doors. Zheng Haoyan roared. Yes, my lord. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Bear 3 on the vehicle immediately swung the energy machine gun and unleashed a continuous barrage at the Research Institute's metal gates. With a violent explosion, the gates shattered into scattered debris across the ground. Tank Corps, lead the way. We're going in to find our people. The advancing unit placed Bear 7 and Bear 9 of the Tank Corps at the front lines. Wielding massive two-handed axes, their enormous physiques could block nearly any frontal assault. My lord, there's a fork ahead. Do we go left or right? After entering the metallic corridor of the base, Zheng Haoyan's group hadn't encountered a single person, as if the entire facility were completely deserted. We can't afford to ignore any path. Wu Jun, Wu Kun, you two take your team down the left passage. I'll lead a squad down the right. Stay in contact by phone. Zheng Haoyan ordered without hesitation. Wu Jun wore a worried expression. Splitting up would instantly have their combat strength. If the Institute launched an attack, they might not withstand it as easily. Still, since this was Zheng Haoyan's command, and considering the urgency of rescuing Lu Laowu and the others, dividing forces was necessary. Wu Jun reluctantly agreed. Sure enough, shortly after splitting up, the first crisis emerged. System alert. Lord Haoyan is under attack by 500 robot soldiers from the Research Institute. Everyone cheer for him, and pray he overcomes this danger. As announced by the system, Zheng Haoyan's team had indeed encountered their first major threat. 500 robot soldiers? This is a research institute. How could my men possibly have retrieved so many instruments from such a place? This is terrifying. Is Lord Haoyan actually going to get wiped out here? What kind of research facility did Lord Haoyan even enter? Why are there so many combat robots here? Zheng Haoyan himself wanted to ask whether the system was messing with him. 500 metallic robots stood before them, half already glowing red in their eyes. Everyone get ready. Open fire. Chapter 113, The True Energy Core. Faced with this situation, Zheng Haoyan wouldn't let the enemy make the first move. He immediately ordered everyone to open fire. At the same time, he drew 2 energy guns, firing rapidly with both hands at the rows of robots that were still standing motionless. In the upper right corner of Zheng Haoyan's right eye display appeared the green FNU 500500. After all 5 of them opened fire, the number changed to 498500. Does this mean our volley only took down 2 robots? System notice. Defeating robots will drop items. Touch the glowing orb to collect. Orbs remain for 15 minutes. Hearing the system notification, Zheng Haoyan glanced toward the 2 fallen robots, and sure enough, there were 2 small white glowing orbs beside them. Click, click. The offensive phase for Zheng Haoyan's group came to an end as dozens of robots began moving. Lord, watch out. Zhang Daqiang shouted in alarm as one robot suddenly accelerated straight toward Zheng Haoyan. The speed was so great that Zhang couldn't possibly intervene, only shout a warning. Bang. But the robot met its match. The mechanical battle maiden reacted instantly, intercepting the charging robot with a powerful punch. A loud crash echoed through the chamber, and the high-speed robot flew backward, disabled. Meanwhile, the number in the upper right corner of Zheng Haoyan's vision dropped to 497. These speed-type robots don't seem to have much defense, Zheng Haoyan remarked calmly. Even if the mechanical battle maiden hadn't blocked the attack in time, he wasn't worried. He was confident he could have dodged it. After all, he was an archer by trade. Thanks for saving me. Zheng Haoyan smiled slightly at the mechanical battle maiden, then quickly turned serious. 10 more robots identical to the first suddenly surged forward. Do I really need to deploy my mech already? But in such a confined space, my mech's mobility would be severely limited, greatly reducing its effectiveness. Zheng Haoyan hesitated, his hand already slipping into the right pocket where his mech capsule rested. With a sudden roar, a blur of wind rushed past Zheng Haoyan. In a flash, all 10 speed-type robots charging forward were sent flying backward, completely incapacitated. Zheng Haoyan instinctively glanced at the number in the upper corner. It now read 987. 1 second to eliminate 10? Did I seriously underestimate something earlier? Zheng Haoyan was stunned. Until now, the mechanical battle maiden had only served as Wang Li's bodyguard. This was the first time Zheng Haoyan had witnessed just how powerful this mechanical servant truly was. Lord, step back. Leave the rest to us. Zhang Daqiang yelled after a futile gunshot. He swung his axe with full force, smashing one robot aside. 1 hit, 1 kill. The robot count dropped to 486. Zheng Haoyan eyed the scattered white orbs across the floor. He dashed to one and swept his hand through the light. The orb vanished, replaced in his hand by an item. Obtained aluminum alloy times 10. So these are materials from the robots. But seems like even more than expected. 10 units of aluminum alloy alone could produce far more than a single robot. Combined with other materials, it might be enough for 3. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang fought steadily, but unremarkably. However, the 2 mechanical units, Mechanical Battle Maiden and Robert, were downright overwhelming. They tore through the robot ranks like industrial drill bits. Wherever they passed, wreckage piled up, and along with it, the very white orbs Zheng Haoyan wanted to collect. Obtained iron or times 500. Obtained copper or times 200. Obtained silver or times 100. Whether due to sheer luck or unusually high drop rates among these robots, nearly every orb contained valuable loot, and in substantial quantities. 500 robots sounded and looked like an imposing force. Yet under the relentless assault of the 5 fighters, their numerical advantage was crushed. Since the robots required time to awaken, Zheng Haoyan issued the order to prioritize attacking those closest to activation. Their eyes sharp and focused, each strike landed, but not every blow destroyed a target. Only some robots were eliminated outright. Zheng Haoyan quickly realized that the ones taken down in a single hit were all the speed-type models. These 500 robots fell into 3 categories: high attack, high speed, and high defense. Stay alert. The reason he could identify the high attack robots was because one of them had exchanged a punch with the Mechanical Battle Maiden, and the result was an evenly matched clash. Two robots simultaneously surrounded Zhang Daqiang. Based on certain features, Zhang Haoyin determined that one was an attack type, while the other was a defense type. With offense and defense working in tandem, wounds quickly appeared on Zhang Daqiang's body. Seeing this, Zhang Erqiang instantly flew into a rage. He immediately activated Bloodthirsty Frenzy, and his massive, purple-glowing elite-grade Zamadeo slashed down fiercely onto the defensive robot. After a sharp screech of friction, Zhang Erqiang actually cleaved the defense-type robot clean in half. Zhang Haoyin looked at the number in the upper right corner, now changed from green to yellow, 230500. In merely a dozen minutes, they had jointly eliminated a full 270 robots. It wasn't that the robots were weak, it was that their team was simply overwhelmingly powerful. Robert, deploy your mech. Zhang Haoyin decided to press their advantage and wipe out the remaining robots in one decisive push. At once Lord, Robert had been eager to release his mech. The moment he heard Zhang Haoyin's order, he pulled out the mech capsule and gently tossed it to the ground. The same black and white energies swirled again. When the light faded, a towering silver-white mech stood within the chamber. In the next second, Robert fused with the machine. The mech's eyes flashed red, flames erupted from beneath its feet, and it accelerated instantly, appearing beside a robot in the blink of an eye. SSSSHHK. The energy core-powered laser blade, precisely controlled by Robert, sliced through 3 robots at once, cutting each cleanly in half. By this point, the battle was entirely under Zhang Haoyin's control. Victory was no longer in question, only a matter of time. Fall. Bang. Accompanied by Zhang Erqiang's roar and the clash of his Zamadeo against metal, all 500 robots lay destroyed, one left unscathed. System notice. Congratulations to Lord Haoyin for defeating 500 robots. Reward, energy, core ×1. Chapter 114, Lu Laowu's self-rescue. Zhang Haotian took out the energy core just awarded by the system. Its geometric diamond shape shimmered with a faint blue glow, appearing like an unadorned crystal. Yet hidden within was enough power to fuel a massive mecha. So this is an energy core? Zhang Haotian said, his voice tinged with amazement. This trip to the research facility had truly been fruitful. Not only had he collected piles of various ores and raw materials, including rare metal alloys like aluminum alloy and titanium alloy, but most importantly, he'd acquired an actual energy core. Once they rescued Lu Laowu and the others, this mission would be complete. As for whether they should fully seize control of the facility, Zhang Haotian still felt uncertain. He couldn't confirm if this place was truly the facility's central command. After collecting all the white light orbs dropped by the fallen robots, Zhang waved everyone forward. As they moved, he pulled out his phone to check on Wu Jun's team, but the call failed to connect. This unsettled Zhang. He couldn't tell if the facility had something disrupting signals, or if something had happened to Wu Jun's group. If it was just signal interference, that would be manageable. But if the latter was true, then the robots they'd fought were merely tools used by the facility to delay them. My lord, trust Commander Wu. Zhang Daqiang noticed Zhang's concern and reassured him. With the tank unit members and such powerful weapons like energy guns, they'll be fine. Zhang nodded slightly. For now, he could only hope for the best. Everyone, move at full speed. We must not let the facility's people succeed. With Zhang's order, everyone sprinted down the metallic corridor. In the dim, shadowy dungeon, Lu Laowu and his team were about to face their first interrogation by the facility personnel. 7 individuals dressed in gray-white garments arrived at the cell door, accompanied by 14 robots whose bodies gleamed with metallic luster and whose eyes flickered red. What do you think you're doing? Seeing them preparing to open the cell, Lu Laowu rushed forward angrily. But he received no answer. None of them acknowledged him. One person pressed several buttons outside the cell. With a sharp click, the door swung open. Don't make any sudden moves. The reconnaissance team members instinctively tried to rush out, but Lu Laowu blocked them. If the enemy dared to openly unlock the cell like this, they certainly had backup plans. They wouldn't offer such an obvious chance to escape. Team leader Lu, let's take the opportunity to break out. Take those in gray-white clothes hostage. Then the robots won't dare attack us. Wang Tsong urged anxiously. It's not that simple. Follow my orders and see what they intend to do. Lu Laowu recalled his first visit to the research facility. Though he'd never been to the dungeon before, he knew that once back into the metallic corridors of the facility, he could find a way out. Even if they managed to subdue those in gray-white uniforms now, they wouldn't know where the dungeon exit was located. It was better to surrender temporarily. Perhaps these people would lead them out. Listen up. No matter what happens next, we will not resist. At worst, we'll endure some physical pain. They won't dare kill us outright. The fact that the facility personnel were acting cautiously, afraid to harm the hostages, was the foundation of Lu Laowu's self-rescue plan. It came down to one simple truth. If they'd wanted the team dead, there would have been no need for such elaborate efforts to capture them alive. A simple execution on the spot would have been far more efficient. Understood. Having gone through multiple trials together, the reconnaissance team deeply trusted Captain Lu Laowu. So even if his orders seemed unreasonable, they would carry them out without question. Seize them, the leader murmured quietly. Immediately, the robots surged forward, 2 against 1, swiftly subduing every member of the reconnaissance team. Beneath his mask, the leader's face showed a hint of confusion. He'd expected resistance, yet the captives had remained completely still. Smart move. Take them away. Held tightly by 2 robots, 1 on each side, the reconnaissance team members were nearly immobilized, their feet dangling off the ground. Escaping robot control under these conditions was practically impossible, unless a miracle occurred. Fortunately, events unfolded exactly as Lu Laowu had predicted. The gray-white-clad figures indeed ordered the robots to escort them out of the dungeon and into the research facility, its walls glowing with cold metallic sheen. Each of you takes one for interrogation. If they don't cooperate, administer the drug immediately. After questioning, transmit all records to the director. The group of gray-white-clad figures nodded in unison, yet not a single word came from anyone except the leader. The others remained completely silent, as if mute. But Lu Laowu knew clearly. Mutes couldn't carry out interrogations. They weren't unable to speak. Rather, this research facility had strict rules about when and where speech was permitted. Coincidentally, the one assigned to interrogate Lu Laowu was precisely the man who had been speaking earlier. Two robots carried Lu Laowu into a small, sealed room, secured his hands, feet, and body to a specially designed chair, then silently withdrew. Now, only Lu Laowu and the masked leader in gray-white clothing remained inside. Before you interrogate me, could you first answer a few of my questions? Though restrained in the chair, Lu Laowu showed no panic. Instead, he gazed calmly at the masked man across from him. You're talking too much. The masked man picked up a small device resembling a remote control from the side and pressed a button. ZZRT. A surge of electricity erupted from the chair beneath Lu Laowu. His entire body convulsed violently as he cried out in pain. This was just a small punishment. If you don't obediently answer my questions, the next will be far more painful. The masked man's voice suddenly turned sinister, as if he had activated an interrogation mode. Numbness spread through Lu Laowu's body from the shock. His tongue stumbled, momentarily unable to form words. He merely gave a slight nod. How many people are there in your base? Not counting robots. What do you want with that? Lu Laowu finally caught his breath. Hearing the first question, he felt puzzled. Answer my question, or you'll be punished. The masked man's voice was icy cold. In his hand, the remote fidgeted again, as if, should Lu Laowu utter another wrong word, the electric shock would resume instantly. Wait, I'll tell you. Excluding robots, there are over 30 people in the base. Chapter 115, Tank Squad vs. Tank. The masked man didn't use paper or pen, but instead pulled out a small LCD screen and scribbled on it twice, seemingly recording what Lu Laowu had just said. All 7 of you will undergo the same interrogation. If even one person's statement doesn't match up, all 7 of you will face the harshest punishment. So I advise you not to speak recklessly, the masked man said in a threatening tone. Don't worry. I know when I'm the fish on the chopping block. I won't be foolish enough to resist, Lu Laowu replied with a trace of disdain as his tongue gradually regained sensation. Long before this group arrived, Lu Laowu had already guessed their intentions, so he had warned everyone beforehand not to fight back. The message was clear. Ask what you want to know. The reconnaissance team members had all been trained for such interrogations and shared a consistent strategy for responding. Next question. What are the defensive forces at your base? While the 7 members of the reconnaissance team were being questioned, the 10-man squad led by Wu Jun and his brother Wu Kun came under heavy weapons fire from the research facility. Boom. Bang. Tank shells flew in from afar, blasting craters into the ground. Wu Commander, what should we do now? Faced with such a steel behemoth, Wu Jun could find no immediate solution. After parting ways with Zheng Haotian at the crossroads, Wu Jun had led his team forward along a long metallic corridor. But as they pressed on, they unexpectedly arrived at a barren wasteland resembling a battlefield, seemingly having left the facility altogether. When Wu Jun decided to turn back, he found the return path had mysteriously vanished. With no choice, they had to keep moving forward, only to run into trouble soon after. At first, it was just scattered robots, easily crushed by the tank squad with little effort. But quickly, the threat escalated to gunfire and ambushes from hidden enemies, followed by the current, insurmountable obstacle, a massive tank, for meters tall. Boom. Bang. As Wu Jun and his men ducked into a defensive bunker, trying to figure out how to deal with the tank, another shell slammed down. Debris sprayed into their faces. Wu Commander, we can't just sit here waiting to die? That metal monster will eventually blow us to pieces. Xiong Sen brushed dirt from his face, urgently shouting at Wu Jun. I know, but both mechs are with Lord Zheng right now. Our energy guns are useless against that thing. Unless we get close, there's nothing we can do. Wu Jun snapped, frustration evident. For the first time as a commander, he felt the agony of complete helplessness. God damn it. Wu Commander, leave it to us. Chi'er, Joer, follow your Uncle Sean. Saner, Wooer, come with me. We're charging straight through and flipping that damn metal box over. Xiong Yun roared, uttering a curse only members of the Xiong family could understand. No, it's too dangerous. One direct hit, and none of you would survive, not 9 lives. Wu Jun instinctively protested. But we've got no other options. If we keep running, we'll still end up dead. Let them try, Wu Kun said calmly. Wu Jun looked at his younger brother, then at the 6 members of the tank squad. In their eyes, he saw an unshakable determination, the resolve to risk everything. Fine. But remember, protect yourselves. Your lives aren't just your own, they belong to Lord Zheng. After a flicker of hesitation, Wu Jun clenched his teeth and agreed. Don't worry, Wu Commander. Just watch us. The name, Tank Squad, wasn't earned for nothing. God damn it, bear cubs, follow me. With a thunderous roar, Xiong Yun burst out of the bunker like an enraged grizzly, leading Xiong San and Xiong Wu in a full-speed charge toward the massive tank. Xiong Shan chose a different angle. While Xiong Yun ran a curved approach from the right, Xiong Shan led Xiong Qi and Xiong Jiu in a parallel arc from the left, but kept pace precisely with his cousin. Boom. Bang. Perhaps spurred by Xiong Yun's deafening shout, the tank fired its next shell directly toward his trajectory. A massive crater exploded just ahead of Xiong Yun. He managed to brake just in time, though dust stung his eyes. God damn it. This metal beast is something else. Xiong Yun flinched, startled, but within seconds, he steadied himself, accelerated again, and dashed across the giant crater with Xiong San and Xiong Wu behind him. On the other side, Xiong Shan hadn't come under artillery fire and was now very close to the tank. Shan brother, flip it over. Seeing this, Xiong Yun shouted excitedly, once again drawing the tank's fire. Boom. Bang. But these shells seemed to veer off course, only kicking up dust that momentarily disturbed Xiong Yun and his men, otherwise causing no harm. Pitiful piece of junk. Your aim is terrible. Xiong Yun muttered a curse, completely forgetting he had just moments ago praised the machine's might. Finally, Xiong Shan reached the right flank of the tank. With a furious roar, he charged forward, slamming his powerful body hard into the tank's side. Thud. A deep, bell-like sound rang out from the impact. Xiong Shan staggered back several steps, but the tank barely moved at all. Xiong Qi, Xiong Jiao, join me. Yes, Uncle Shan. The next second, 3 hulking men, each over 2.5 meters tall, crashed together into the right side of the tank. Thud. Another gong-like boom echoed across the wasteland. The trio were thrown backward, but this time, the tank swayed ever so slightly. Boom. Bang. At that moment, the tank fired another shell toward Xiong Yun and his 2 companions. God damn it. That almost blew me to pieces. Xiong San, Xiong Wu, hurry and help your Uncle Shan. This time, although Xiong Yun dodged the direct blast, a flying shard of rock had slashed a deep gash in his right leg, rendering him immobile. Uncle Yun, are you alright? No talking. If you don't want me dead, move. Xiong Yun barked furiously. Xiong San and Xiong Wu exchanged a glance and rushed to the right side of the tank, joining Xiong Shan in ramming it head-on. Thud. 1 hit. Thud. 2. Thud. 3. Again and again, the 5 men were thrown backward by the impact, but still they charged forward, even as blood began to stream down their arms. Keep going. God damn it. I'm gonna die from this pain. Finally, after countless brutal impacts, the tank lost its balance and toppled directly onto its left side. The tank squad had flipped the tank. Huff. The tank squad panted heavily. Gu Shou, ignoring the wound on his arm, quickly rushed to the side of the tank, yanked open the cockpit, and pulled out the robot driver inside. God damn it. Let me take over. Bang. Xiong Yun forced himself to the side of the tank, took out his energy gun, and fired straight at the robot's head, making it smoke and collapse lifelessly. Uncle Yun, are you alright? Xiong San asked upon seeing blood still streaming down Xiong Yun's thigh. Just a minor injury, barely a scratch. Nothing serious, Xiong Yun replied, shaking his leg to show it was fine. Wu Jun and Wu Kun hurried over with Wang Biao and Li Si. Seeing Xiong Yun's wound, Wu Jun immediately took out the wound-healing medicine formulated by Bian Yu and applied it directly onto the injury. Arg. Wu Commander, easy. The moment the medicine touched the wound, Xiong Yun winced in pain and sucked in a sharp breath. Weren't you just being so reckless a second ago? You really don't fear death. Wu Jun couldn't help but scold him. He had seen the entire charge of the tank squad. Though deeply moved by Xiong Yun's fearless performance, he still had to reprimand him. Otherwise, something bad would happen eventually if this kept up. God damn it. Dr. Bian's medicine is pure torture. Xiong Yun grumbled. Haven't you heard, good medicine tastes bitter but cures illness? Here, swallow this healing pill too. Without waiting for Xiong Yun's agreement, Wu Jun pulled out a healing pill and shoved it straight into his mouth. Fortunately, Xiong Yun was sitting on the ground. Otherwise, Wu Jun might not have even reached his mouth. Ignoring Xiong Yun's sour expression, Wu Jun turned to the rest of the tank squad. All of you, apply the wound medicine and take a healing pill. We'll rest a bit before moving forward. Yes, Commander Wu. The group sat down right beside the tank. These burly men huddled together looked almost as large as the tank itself. If their modified vehicles weren't already fairly big, these guys would probably have no choice but to sit on the roof. Wu Jun didn't sit to rest. Instead, he climbed into the tank through the cockpit. If our base could own such a powerful weapon, our combat strength would surely rise dramatically. Wu Jun had already memorized the tank's exterior appearance, and while watching the tank squad charge earlier, he'd sketched its shape onto a piece of parchment. The reason he entered the cockpit was that he wanted to record the internal structure as well. Perhaps, once back at base, they could actually replicate this tank. Huh? What's this? Could it be? A look of delight spread across Wu Jun's face as he backed out of the cockpit, holding a piece of parchment. Looks like sketching wouldn't be necessary after all. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan for clearing the tank defense line. Reward, Tank Design Blueprint X1. What? Tanks? Has Lord Haoyan somehow jumped into the future? This is the apocalypse era. What even is a tank? I was just excited about that fine-grade iron-belted bow and chainmail a second ago, but now suddenly they don't seem appealing anymore. I want a tank too. Guys upstairs, read carefully. Lord Haoyan only got the blueprint. Who knows how many resources it'd take to actually build a tank? Even if given to me, I couldn't make one anyway. It wasn't just the other lords in the World Chat channel who were shocked. Even Zheng Haoyan himself was astonished. Yet amid the surprise, he also felt relieved. After all, he had already received word from Wu Jun and the others, confirming they were safe. That, in fact, mattered more than even the reward of a tank blueprint. Not bad at all. Never thought I'd get a tank blueprint. This is quite significant, Zheng Haoyan murmured with a smile. At this moment, Zheng Haoyan was steadily leading his 5-man team deeper into the research facility. Since Lu Laowu had never ventured this deep into the facility before, every path they now took was uncharted. What lay ahead remained completely unknown. Wu Jun had no idea that the mysterious system had broadcast the moment he obtained the tank blueprint to the world chat channel. Nevertheless, obtaining this blueprint filled him with immense joy. Everyone rested enough? It's time we move on. Wu Jun waved at the group. Having cleared the tank defenses, what could possibly stop them now? Inside the facility's interrogation room, apart from Lu Laowu, who was still calmly chatting with the masked man in his seat, the other 6 members of the reconnaissance squad had already been knocked unconscious during questioning. How often do you rotate night patrols? The masked man gradually began probing into the base's combat equipment layout and the frequency of shift changes during nighttime guard duty. Sometimes we rotate every 4 hours, sometimes every 6. If there's no order emphasizing night watch, we usually don't bother guarding at all, Lu Laowu said casually. I hope you're telling the truth. You wouldn't want your companions to get hurt, would you? The masked man coldly shot back a threat and walked directly in front of Lu Laowu. Now can you please take these cuffs off? My hands and feet are numb from sitting so long. Lu Laowu helplessly shook his wrists. The masked man seemed confident. After glancing at Lu Laowu, he actually began unlocking the restraints. Click, click, click. 3 sharp clicks echoed, and finally, Lu Laowu was free from confinement. I suggest you stay cooperative, otherwise your friends will suffer terribly, the masked man said. His confidence in releasing Lu Laowu came from still holding the other 6 as leverage. Don't worry, I never planned on escaping. I'm waiting for you to release me yourselves. A faint smirk rose at the corner of Lu Laowu's mouth. The masked man looked puzzled. What gave Lu Laowu such confidence? Inside the metal corridor, Zheng Haoyan and his team had been walking for nearly half an hour before finally emerging from the metallic passage. Yet, the path ahead appeared even more treacherous than before. How could such a place exist inside a research facility? Zheng Haoyan wore a puzzled expression. Right before them lay a swamp, an unexpected sight marking the end of the metal corridor. My lord, shall we continue forward? Zhang Daqiang looked at the marsh and recalled the scene he'd witnessed earlier at Wei Tai's place. We can't turn back now. Even if what lies ahead is a dragon's den or tiger's lair, we must press on. Zheng Haoyan's voice was firm. He wouldn't issue a retreat until they found Lu Laowu, unless faced with truly insurmountable forces. At your command, we obey your orders, my lord. Zhang Daqiang and the others knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully. Move out. Let's see what tricks they've got left up their sleeves. Chapter 117, The Investigation Team's Resolve. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Lu Laowu sat quietly in the suspect's seat, left alone after the masked man had extracted the information he wanted and departed. 2 robots guarded the entrance, and the 7 members of the investigation team were bound together under mutual surveillance. Yet the masked man had removed Lu Laowu's restraints without hesitation. The interrogation rooms are each 2 meters apart. If I tap on the wall, I should be able to send a signal to the closest one. Lu Laowu recalled the layout he had memorized upon arrival. As the last one brought in, he had observed the entire setup. But if I make any sound, it'll surely attract the guards outside. How would I explain myself then? Lu Laowu well understood that escaping required concealing any intent to flee. Should the robots sense suspicion, they'd tighten their watch, making escape impossible, especially since his goal was to rescue all members of the investigation team. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Laowu accidentally brushed against the metal handcuffs, producing a crisp, clinking noise. Instantly, the 2 robots at the door turned, their 4 red optical sensors fixed sharply on him. It seemed that any sign of rebellion would be crushed without mercy. Relax, my iron brothers. I just bumped the cuffs by accident, Lu Laowu said casually, waving his hand with a smile toward the machines. The robots ignored his words, but, after a brief moment, returned to their original positions without further scrutiny. These metal clumps aren't very bright. This simplifies things considerably, Lu Laowu mused inwardly. He began carefully examining the confined space. Aside from the metal door guarded by the 2 robots, there were only dull gray walls surrounding him. His only possible exit, the metal door. Now the question arose, how could he bypass the 2 robotic sentries? Even if he escaped the room, how could he free the others? The situation was difficult, but ultimately not impossible. A bold idea began forming in Lu Laowu's mind. He began pacing idly around the room as if lost in thought. Slowly, he picked up a chain and moved behind the metal door, the blind spot in the robot's surveillance. Ding-ling-ling. With a sharp flick, he swung the chain, producing a loud clatter. Predictably, the 2 guards instantly turned, searching for his position. Finding him gone, their programming compelled them to enter the room. You dumb metal boxes, just as I expected. Lu Laowu burst out from behind the door, delivering a powerful flying kick to one of the robots. Using the rebound force, he dashed through the doorway and slammed the heavy metal door shut behind him. All members of the investigation team, move out. Lu Laowu's shout immediately drew the attention of every robot. At once, the team members began acting in response to their captain's call. Feng Sun, how are you holding up? Lu Laowu sprinted down the corridor. The robots appeared to have received new orders. They weren't all pursuing him. Instead, one robot remained guarding each prisoner while another broke off to chase him. Following his memory, Lu Laowu rushed straight toward the interrogation room where Feng Sun was held. Rescuing the core members first would maximize efficiency, enabling them to split up and liberate the rest. Captain Lu, I'm picking the lock now. Just give me a second. Feng Sun called back. Unlike Lu Laowu, He hadn't been unshackled and still sat restrained to the chair. But with no guard present, such simple chains posed little challenge to someone of his skill. Whoosh. Bang. Just as a faint smile appeared on Lu Laowu's face, a blue-purple energy bolt whizzed past his hair, scorching strands and filling the air with the stench of burnt flesh. His body tensed instantly. These robots were using lethal force. Everyone listen. The robots have activated massacre mode. Watch their attacks. Lu Laowu screamed, dashing desperately toward Feng Sun's chamber, seeking cover. That last shot had seemingly been a warning. The robots resumed chasing him, but held fire, for now. Only when Lu Laowu stood directly before the remaining robot guarding Feng Sun's room did the pursuit escalate. Come on, you iron clunkers, chase me. Lu Laowu delivered a fierce kick to the robot. Though it had no effect and instead sent him flying backward, it successfully enraged the machine, which indeed abandoned its post and turned to chase Lu Laowu. At that very moment, Feng Sun broke free from his restraints and dashed out of the interrogation room. Captain Lu, let me help you. Feng Sun shouted, rushing forward to assist Lu Laowu in luring the robot, but was abruptly stopped by Lu. Go save the others, don't worry about me. Hearing Lu Laowu's words, Feng Sun hesitated for a brief moment, then gritted his teeth and followed orders, heading toward the other interrogation rooms to rescue the rest. Whoosh. Bang. Another energy bolt narrowly grazed Lu Laowu's clothes, striking the wall ahead and instantly burning a small hole through the fabric. Luckily, Lu slapped it out in time. Otherwise, his clothes would have caught fire. Meanwhile, with Feng Sun's help, Long Biao also managed to escape the interrogation room, followed by the others. The robots seemed to operate strictly on predetermined programming. The investigation team had already managed to trap 5 robots inside interrogation rooms. That meant, aside from the 7 currently chasing Lu Laowu, all others had been secured. Captain Lu, are you okay? While the rest of the investigation team had escaped smoothly, Lu Laowu now stood battered and ragged. His once pristine Lun Fu had turned into a hole-filled uniform, and the robot behind him began entering a berserk state. The exit is over there. Get going. Don't wait for me. Lu Laowu pointed toward the metal corridor, then sprinted in the opposite direction. He needed to buy the others more time. No way. We can't leave Captain Lu behind. Long Biao, take the others and go. I'll help Captain Lu. Deputy Captain Feng, we're coming with you. That's right. Feng Sun, we fight together. These scrap heaps are no match for us. Long Biao had no intention of being part of the retreat. Feng Sun froze for a second, then quickly his eyes hardened with determination as he declared firmly. Then we all fight together. Let's take down these metal clunkers. Take down the metal clunkers, the team roared in unison. Chapter 118. Isolated, Chief Whitebeard. Staring at the gray, misty swamp before him, Zhang Haotian felt a surge of unease. To those from the research institute, this place was undoubtedly the perfect spot for an ambush. Everyone, stay alert around you and slow down your pace. Though Zhang Haotian hoped to rescue Lao Wu and the others as soon as possible, he clearly understood the principle that haste makes waste. Rushing forward recklessly would only bring unpredictable dangers ahead. Yes, my lord. Everyone responded in unison. The 2 robotic units, Mechanical Battle Maiden and Robert, still guarded Zhang Haotian on either side. Zhang Daqiang led the way ahead, while Zhang Erqiang covered the rear. The 5 of them advanced slowly in a diamond formation. As they delved deeper, white fog began to drift around them. Suddenly, Zhang Haotian's heart tightened. He sensed something was about to happen. A woo! Stop moving forward. Zhang Haotian shouted sharply. Form up back to back and watch all directions. An inexplicable sense of pressure descended. Something was slowly approaching the group of 5. That cry just now had come from whatever unknown creature lurked nearby. Sure enough, moments later, pools of sludge-like creatures began crawling toward them from all sides, surrounding their position. A woo! The sound wasn't piercing, yet it deepened the already oppressive atmosphere. Fire! At Zhang Haotian's command, everyone raised their energy guns and fired energy bolts at the slime monsters. Chiu! Bang! The energy bolts, shimmering with bluish-purple light, blasted the ground-dwelling slimes into scattered fragments. These monsters don't seem very threatening, Zhang Daqiang muttered under his breath. Maybe they just haven't shown their true capabilities yet. Hardly had Zhang Erqiang finished speaking when the fragmented remains of the destroyed slimes were suddenly swallowed by other crawling slime entities, and those that absorbed the remains grew noticeably larger in size. Pay attention. They can consume and merge. Keep firing. We must completely obliterate every single one. Don't let any of them fuse together. Zhang Haotian quickly caught on and issued orders to prevent further merging among the creatures. But sometimes, even when you see a problem clearly, it's hard to change the outcome, just like these slime monsters now. How the hell are we supposed to kill them if they keep coming back? Zhang Daqiang growled, noticing his energy gun's power level dropping to 40%. Thick layers of slain slime remnants already surrounded Zhang Haotian's group. To stop other slimes from consuming them, the team had widened their firing range, but this was merely a temporary fix. No good. We can't keep this up. Some slimes had already grown larger again after successful consumption, and these enhanced variants were tougher than the originals. They could even withstand a direct hit from an energy bullet, only being killed due to the explosive force caused by sudden energy detonation upon impact. The real issue, however, was that energy bullets weren't infinite. They relied entirely on the remaining charge within each weapon. Now, their reserves were nearly depleted. Robert, deploy the mecha. Yes, my lord. None of them knew what might happen if the slimes got close enough to make physical contact. but Zheng Haoyan absolutely refused to find out. He had no choice but to order Robert to activate the battle mech. PSSSH. A capsule shot out, releasing black and white energies as the mech materialized atop the pile of destroyed slime remains. Robert rushed forward and merged seamlessly with the machine. Instantly, the mech's eyes turned crimson red, combat mode activated. Leave the rest to me. The laser blade flared to life in the mech's hand, and its shoulder cannons flashed brightly, unleashing devastating fire upon the surrounding slimes. Intense barges combined with razor-sharp precision from the laser sword cleared all slimes around them in seconds. Not a single one remained alive within visible range. This mech is insane. If only each of us could have one, maybe our base would become invincible, Zhang Daqiang said dreamily. This? Shut up. Don't speak unless it's absolutely necessary. Zhang Daqiang suddenly snapped. Zhang Erqiang shut his mouth with a sullen look. Zheng Haoyan chuckled slightly. Whether at the brothers' squabble or because the immediate threat had been eliminated, it was unclear. Robert, fly around and search carefully. See if you can locate where these slime creatures originated. I doubt they'd be so easily wiped out completely, Zheng Haoyan instructed. Yes, my lord. Robert's voice came from inside the mech. Then, accelerating rapidly, he darted off into the surroundings to scout. For now, let's stay put and wait. Yes, my lord. It wasn't long after the mech had left that it flew back. Robert had already scouted the entire area within 50 meters, but found no sign of where the slime creatures originated. In fact, he didn't spot a single slime monster anywhere. Reporting to you, my lord. Robert emerged from the mech and respectfully informed Zheng Haoyan. I failed to locate the birthplace of the slimes. Zheng Haoyan showed a faint look of confusion, but since they hadn't found anything, there was no point in insisting. Maybe such a place simply didn't exist. Fine then, let's keep moving forward, still slowly. Do you need me to scout ahead again? Robert asked. No need. If someone's deliberately hiding, you won't find them no matter how hard you search, Zheng Haoyan said with subtle meaning, and then the group pressed onward into the deeper reaches of the swamp. Their pace remained slow, matching the creeping speed of the fog around them. For the next 10 minutes, their journey was completely smooth. They encountered nothing at all. But as soon as those 10 minutes passed, the mist suddenly began spreading rapidly. Within mere seconds, thick fog enveloped the five of them, so dense that visibility dropped to almost zero. You couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Everyone, hold hands. Don't get separated. Zheng Haoyan shouted urgently, but received no response. Turning to look behind, Zhang Erqiang was gone. He glanced forward, then to both sides. Within the heavy fog, he was now completely alone. He had been isolated. Robert, Daqiang, Erqiang, Zheng Haoyan yelled their names desperately, yet still no one answered. A sudden wave of tension gripped his heart. This must be the work of people from the research institute. Come out. Is hiding like this really amusing? Zheng Haoyan stopped in his tracks, eyes locked coldly on the front. Clap, clap, clap. A slow applause rang out as a figure stepped calmly from the thick mist, an old man with white hair and a full white beard. How did you know I was here? You tell me. Zheng Haoyan slid his hand into his pocket, tightly gripping the mech capsule, ready to deploy it at any moment. Chapter 119, Touring the Research Institute. The white-haired elder was none other than the director of the God Creation Research Institute, a man with the resounding name, Shinjun. Haha, you still have the heart to joke at a time like this. Just as I expected. Excellent, truly impressive. Shinjun threw his head back and laughed loudly, his voice carrying an eerie undertone. Let my people go, and I'll leave immediately. We'll keep our distances, water from separate wells never mingles. How does that sound? Zheng Haoyan frowned slightly. This old man who had suddenly appeared was clearly no ordinary figure. Water from separate wells? Do you really think it was my river that first polluted your well? Releasing your people isn't impossible, but shouldn't you first return Fang Tian to me? Shinjun narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he spoke. Zheng Haoyan's expression changed abruptly. So the old man did know that Fang Tian was currently in his base. Then the recent zombie attack was probably exactly as he'd suspected, engineered by the Institute. Was the zombie attack orchestrated by you? Zheng Haoyan's gaze turned sharp, his tone harsh and unfriendly. If not for Fang Tian having just completed the mech at that critical moment, his base might have been destroyed and Zheng Haoyan himself killed. We merely intended to issue you a warning. Who could have predicted you'd actually steal our institute's technological achievements and turn around to repel the zombie horde? I must admit, you're quite remarkable. Shinjun didn't deny involvement in the zombie attack. Do you really think I won't kill you right now? Zheng Haoyan drew the energy pistol from his waist, aiming it directly at Shinjun. One squeeze of the trigger would end the man's life instantly. You're not the kind to kill needlessly. Besides, deep down, you know you can't afford to kill me now, don't you? Shinjun maintained his smile, completely unbothered by the gun pointed at him. The most confident men often die the most miserable deaths. You're no exception. Zheng Haoyan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh. Bang. Unfazed, Shinjun stood motionless as soil sprayed up around his feet, splattering yellow-green mud onto his pristine white robes. How about joining me for a tour of the institute? Shinjun didn't seem at all disturbed by Zheng Haoyan's actions. He instead extended an invitation. This unexpected move left Zheng Haoyan deeply puzzled. What on earth was this old man planning? Could it be you're afraid? A deeper smirk curled Shinjun's lips. Flattery and provocation won't work on me. But if you tell me your real identity first, maybe I'll consider going along with you, Zheng Haoyan replied calmly. Shinjun's expression instantly turned cold and composed. Haven't you already guessed? I am the director of this research institute. Zheng Haoyan silently thought, just as I suspected, then gave a light nod. Lead the way. Haha. Straightforward. Follow me. Hearing Zheng Haoyan's agreement, the institute director broke into loud laughter once more. Zheng Haoyan holstered his energy pistol and casually slid his hands into his pockets, walking behind Xinjun with a nonchalant swagger. Director, what's your name? I'm Zheng Haoyan. You can call me Haoyan. Your institute looks kinda over the top. I mean swamps. Seriously? TSK. Zheng Haoyan seemed to have switched into chatty mode, rambling incessantly beside Xinjun. What you saw is merely a mimicry space. This place isn't limited to swamps. I can transform it into forests, volcanoes, oceans. Any environment you can imagine can be simulated here, essentially. I see no reason to hide anything from you, Xinjun said openly. Mimicry space? Zheng Haoyan smacked his lips. If he could capture this institute, he might obtain countless building blueprints in one fell swoop. Perhaps even something as game-changing as the mech platform. Our institute is divided into 4 zones and 1 central control chamber. The living zone, discussion zone, experimental zone, innovation zone, and central control room. Now, let me show you the living zone. Smiling, Xinjun gently waved his hand. In an instant, the surrounding mist rapidly dissipated. Before their eyes, the swamp transformed seamlessly into a metallic corridor. Despite Xinjun's earlier explanation, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but feel astonished. The level of technology here far exceeded anything he'd ever imagined. This is the living zone, the area where our researchers eat and sleep. It's also a mimicry space, though only partially simulated. Most structures are real. As Xinjun pushed open a heavy metal door, Zheng Haoyan felt as if he'd stepped into another world, an unmistakably futuristic realm. Hovering cars in midair, slide-like elevators, automated food delivery systems, and robots visible everywhere. It was undeniably a vision of the future. Do you like our living zone? To be honest, I'm not entirely satisfied. These green plants would be much better if they weren't just simulated, Xinjun said with a smile. Not satisfied? Zheng Haoyan didn't know whether to call Xinjun overly greedy or simply too demanding. It's pretty good. After struggling for words, that was all he could muster, just 4 characters. Then let's head to the discussion zone. Right now, we're in the middle of debating an important topic, whether robots should be granted autonomous thinking capabilities. What do you think? Should we give it to them? If we can ensure they won't betray us, having independent thinking abilities would definitely enhance their performance, Zheng Haoyan replied instinctively. You share the same view as most people. But here's the problem. We can only control them through programming. Once they gain the ability to think, will they develop independent thoughts of their own? That part is beyond our control. As Xinjun spoke, he pushed open another door, and instantly, intense voices spilled into Zheng Haoyan's ears. The hardware design of robots has already reached its peak. We must shift focus to software development, and the most valuable direction is undoubtedly intelligence. But have you considered what would happen if the robots become uncontrollable? What kind of impact would that have on the institute? The entire facility could collapse. We can't take such a risk. One argument followed another, pro and con, chaotic and deadlocked, just as Xinjun had described. Good afternoon, Director. Carry on, don't mind me. As Xinjun walked past, the debate immediately halted, and everyone greeted him respectfully. It seemed he truly held high prestige within the institute. Yet why, then, did he target Fang Tian's friends, and even persecute Fang Tian himself? A wave of confusion swelled in Zheng Haoyan's heart. I targeted Fang Tian's friends? And persecuted Fang Tian? Did Fang Tian tell you that? No wonder you're so hostile toward me. But that's not how it really happened. Upon hearing Zheng Haoyan's accusation, Xinjun suddenly wore an expression of shock, as if he had no knowledge of any of this at all. Could it be there was more to the story? Zheng Haoyan's thoughts instantly became muddled. Before Zheng Haoyan could open his mouth to ask, the godly ruler continued speaking. I do remember this researcher named Fang Tian somewhat. He was an orphan, raised by the Research Institute since childhood. However, for some unknown reason, he had always been extremely introverted and unwilling to communicate with others. If it weren't for his outstanding research abilities, he probably never would have become a researcher. Introverted? Zheng Haoyan hesitated slightly. In his memory, Fang Tian wasn't particularly outgoing or enthusiastic, but he certainly couldn't be described as isolated in any way. Hao Tian, you're still young and haven't experienced much. You don't know that some people can develop an entirely different personality when entering a new environment due to stress responses. If the Fang Tian you've met isn't someone who's withdrawn, that doesn't mean I'm lying to you. It's very likely he only became like that after going through psychological trauma. The godly ruler explained with a smile, reaching out as if to pat Zheng Haoyan on the shoulder, but he sidestepped, avoiding the touch. The godly ruler didn't seem offended at being dodged. He rubbed his hands together briefly before returning them to his sides. So according to your version, why did Fang Tian flee from the Research Institute? And why did you send people to hunt him down? Zheng Haoyan asked coldly. There was no way mere words like these could change Zheng Haoyan's impression of Fang Tian. Although Fang Tian hadn't been part of the base for long, the contributions he'd made were unmatched by any other member. He secretly broke into the core area of our research institute and stole multiple key technologies. After our attempts to convince him to return them failed, we had no choice but to temporarily detain him within the institute. But we didn't expect that he would exploit the guards' sympathy and brutally murder several of them before escaping. When I learned about this, of course I sent people after him to bring him back. But my orders clearly stated that no harm should come to him. I never commanded anyone to take his life. The godly ruler wore a helpless expression, and his tone sounded sincere enough. So what you're saying is, I've sheltered a major criminal from your institute. Zheng Haoyan laughed. Admittedly, the director of this research facility was a great actor. Zheng Haoyan had initially been completely fooled. But now, hearing the godly ruler shift all blame onto Fang Tian so readily, Zheng Haoyan instantly realized this man was deceiving him. If you're willing to bring Fang Tian back and hand him over to me, I guarantee every one of your subordinates will reappear unharmed outside the research institute. Furthermore, your base will never suffer another zombie attack ever again. And even better, if you desire it, I'll share with you all of our research achievements, except for our core technologies. Such promises were incredibly tempting for any lord. Even setting aside the fact that releasing captives was simply the right thing to do, the idea of no longer facing zombie attacks alone was already highly attractive, not to mention gaining access to the advanced technological fruits of the research institute. So all I need to do is hand Fang Tian over to you? Is that correct? Exactly. I only want Fang Tian. As for the energy weapon manufacturing techniques he's already taught your base, I won't pursue them. In fact, I'll give you construction plans for even more advanced energy cannons, our latest breakthrough. A growing smile spread across the godly ruler's face, clearly believing Zheng Haoyan had no reason to refuse. Your offer is indeed tempting, but sorry, I decline. Zheng Haoyan waved his hand dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. Why? The smile on the godly ruler's face froze instantly, and he asked sharply, all these things you offered? Sure, I'd like them. But Fang Tian won't be handed over. Zheng Haoyan replied calmly. He's a traitor who cruelly murdered loyal guards of our institute. Are you really still protecting such a man? The godly ruler's voice grew angry. I don't know what kind of person he used to be, nor do I care. No matter what he did in the past, as long as he hasn't committed any crimes within my base, he remains my loyal subordinate. As a lord, do you really think I'd use my own people as bargaining chips? Zheng Haoyan said seriously, seemingly indifferent to the fury building on the godly ruler's face. Hao Tian, you're refusing a peace offering and choosing punishment instead. There was a clear threat in the godly ruler's tone. Am I? Maybe so. But honestly, it doesn't matter anymore, since everything you just said was false anyway, right? Including everything you showed me. Wasn't it all fake? Even you. Seems to be nothing but a counterfeit. A mysterious smile appeared on Zheng Haoyan's lips as he slowly pulled out his energy gun, aimed it at the godly ruler's head, and pulled the trigger. Shoo! Bang! The energy round passed straight through the godly ruler's head, striking the wall behind him and exploding with a loud crash. The godly ruler opposite clearly hadn't expected this. A look of surprise flashed across his face. How did you figure it out? Guess. Whether the godly ruler believed it or not, Zheng Haoyan was acting purely on instinct. At first, he had truly believed everything the godly ruler said. But just now, a sudden thought surged into his mind, insistently telling him that it was all an illusion, everything fake, including the seemingly living person standing right before him. After testing it, his instinct proved correct. As for how it happened, Zheng Haoyan could only attribute it to having extremely high luck. People with good fortune usually guessed right. Originally, if you'd obediently brought me the person, I really would have spared you. But now it seems I've wasted my breath. In that case, I'll kill you first, destroy your base, then bring Fang Tian back. The godly ruler revealed a sinister smile, his gaping mouth looking genuinely terrifying. Hearing this, Zheng Haoyan instantly tightened his grip on the mech capsule. The next second, metal walls around them slid open one by one, revealing numerous dark, black gun barrels. Damn it! Zheng Haoyan didn't hesitate. After muttering a curse under his breath, he hurled the mech capsule forward. So you can store something so large inside such a tiny capsule. How fascinating. But do you really think that chunk of scrap metal can withstand our energy cannons? The godly ruler didn't rush to order the attack. Instead, he mocked Zheng Haoyan tauntingly. We'll see about that. Zheng Haoyan leapt up and dashed straight into the cockpit of the mech. Its eyes turned red as it shifted into combat mode. Oomph. Insolent fool. Fire. With a cold snort, the godly ruler barked his order, commanding every cannon to open fire simultaneously. Boom. In an instant, Zheng Haoyan's position was engulfed in swirling blue-violet electrical discharges. Chapter 121, The Rampaging Robert. As Zheng Haoyan was being attacked by Xin Jun, the director of the research institute, Robert, who had been separated to another area, was furiously assaulting a defensive structure. This guy's weapons and equipment have already surpassed the highest level in our facility. If this continues, the energy shield definitely won't hold up. The director gave explicit orders. We must keep this guy pinned down here until he finishes his business. He'll personally deal with this metal monster afterward. Apparently, the earlier swamp fog had only served to divide the battlefield. After observing the zombie attack last time and closely monitoring events within the institute during this incident, Director Shinjun concluded that the mecha's combat strength couldn't be overcome through direct confrontation. So he decided to split the battlefield and eliminate them one by one. The plan sounded excellent in theory, but in each isolated section of the battlefield, the institute was clearly at a disadvantage, especially the sector where Robert was fighting. Surrender the Lord immediately. Otherwise, once I break through your turtle shell, you're all dead. Robert's voice boomed from within the mecha, thick with threat, sending waves of panic among the researchers behind the energy barrier. They never imagined they'd one day be thrown into battle as researchers, and facing something so terrifying. Hurry and contact the director. This iron beast means every word. He'll slaughter us if we just sit here waiting to die. One researcher cried out frantically. I tried contacting him just now, but it's no use. The director seems to be occupied with something important. another replied helplessly. He must still be in the command center. Xiao Shun, go right away. Report our situation clearly and ask for immediate backup. Got it, understood. Stay safe, I'll return as fast as I can. One researcher quickly dashed toward a metallic door and vanished behind the energy shield. You leave me no choice. Activate reserve energy combustion. Originally, mechas didn't possess functions akin to overexerting their systems. But after Robert fused with the unit, he gained complete control over all its attributes, including igniting the backup power reserves. Buzz. The laser blade suddenly erupted with searing red light. The projectiles fired by the mecha became significantly more powerful. The energy shield began twisting irregularly, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Quick! Increase energy output, maximum capacity, now. The researchers behind the shield panicked and scrambled to adjust the power supply feeding the barrier. It wasn't that they hadn't feared earlier, merely that operating at full energy output drastically increased consumption, shortening the barrier's lifespan even further. But they had no other options now. They could only hold out as long as possible. As long as they survived until the director arrived, they'd have fulfilled their mission. But could they really last that long? Just how terrifying the rampaging Robert truly was, they were about to find out. Elsewhere, watching Zheng Haoyan being bombarded by relentless artillery fire, Xin Jun wore a smug smile. This is what you get for refusing the wine and choosing punishment instead. I hope you make better choices in your next life. I don't think I made the wrong choice at all. And why wait for the next life? Zheng Haoyan's disdainful voice echoed from amid the explosions as the silver-gray mecha stepped forward steadily. To the mecha, the artillery barrage was nothing more than a mild itch, unable to breach even the outermost layer of defense. This, don't get too cocky yet. Xin Jun wore an expression of disbelief but kept his face cold, clearly holding back other tricks. Bring out everything you've got, Zheng Haoyan said icily, his tone turning lethal. Otherwise, you might not get another chance. For someone who sought his life, he would show not the slightest mercy. Do you really believe a mere mecha can overpower all the technological might of my research institute? You're naive. 0 Battalion, advance. With a cold laugh, Xin Jun sharply gestured toward Zheng Haoyan. Instantly, the surrounding metal walls vanished, revealing countless small robots standing behind. Zheng Haoyan narrowed his eyes, maneuvered the mecha to raise its cannon, and fired directly at one wall. Boom. A thunderous explosion sent the tiny robots flying backward, utterly incapable of resistance. That's all. Zheng Haoyan mocked, shaking his finger at Xin Jun. These robots weren't even as formidable as the previous energy weapons. You'll see soon enough. Xin Jun remained completely calm, gently waving his hand again. At that moment, the small robots ignited flames from their feet, lifting into the air. Then, in unison, they raised their arms. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of tiny laser beams shot out from their hands, dense and finely concentrated, yet terrifyingly penetrative. Zheng Haoyan had no time to dodge and was struck by dozens of these thin beams. The defense that had just been as solid as rock was instantly shattered. The fine lasers directly impacted the mecha's outer shell, leaving behind countless tiny black scorch marks across its surface. These things' attacks are actually this insane. I need to wipe them all out immediately. Zheng Haoyan opened fire with full intensity. In an instant, explosive shells rained down like a carpet bombing, covering every position where the small robots stood. Boom, boom, boom. After the deafening blasts faded, a slow clapping began to echo. Clap, clap, clap. Your mecha is truly impressive. If you're willing to hand over its core manufacturing technology right now, I might actually let you all go. Why don't you consider it? Xin Jun wore a smile again, completely unfazed by the recent bombardment. Without those little robots, what else do you have to bargain with? Release my people now, and maybe I'll spare you, Zheng Haoyan retorted coldly. Xin Jun smiled silently and pointed toward the center of the blast zone. As the smoke cleared, the small robots were still floating in midair, as if nothing had ever happened. How is this possible? This time, it was Zheng Haoyan who stared in shock. That full-powered barrage could have wiped out even a 1,000-strong zombie army in one sweep. Yet these tiny robots appeared completely unscathed. Could their defenses really be this strong? A trace of anxiety crept into Zheng Haoyan's mind. You still have a chance. Hand over the mecha's core technology, and I'll let all of you walk away, Xin Jun said with a calm smile. Dream on. I'd like to see if your robots can survive the next barrage. Destroy them all, completely. Zheng Haoyan roared as he slammed the bombardment button once more, and a fiery explosion lit up the entire area again. Chapter 122. Inside and Outside Cooperation. Flames shot into the sky, radiating intense heat that seemed ready to melt the remaining metallic walls around. Zheng Haoyan felt both pride in his powerful mech and confidence that the small robots must now be reduced to molten slag. But the result was otherwise. After the fire faded, what Zheng Haoyan saw was Director Xin Juan's smiling face. And before him stood a dense cluster of small robots, still completely intact. Such a powerful attack from his mech had no effect whatsoever on these tiny machines. Doubt began to rise in Zheng Haoyan's mind. How did you do it? Zheng Haoyan stopped launching further attacks. No one would waste effort on useless actions. Guess. Xin Jun wore a mocking expression, echoing the exact words Zheng Haoyan had said earlier. If I can't kill your robots, then fine, I won't bother killing them. But it seems your little machines can't stop me from leaving either. Zheng Haoyan said calmly. He wouldn't just stand here uselessly. If he couldn't eliminate them, he'd simply ignore them. Zheng Haoyan turned to pilot his mech away, but Xin Jun spoke again, one sentence that forced him to halt. Don't you want to save your subordinates? Xinjuan's calm tone ignited fury within Zheng Haoyan. He charged forward, smashing aside all the small robots blocking his path, then brought his mech down hard onto Xinjuan's ethereal body. But, of course, it was ineffective. Xinjun wasn't physically present. It was merely a projection. Sure enough, the next second, his figure reappeared on the other side, still grinning that irritating smile. What exactly do you want? Don't think hiding people from me works. I'll tear this entire research facility apart if I have to. Sooner or later, I'll find them. Zheng Haoyan growled fiercely, but Xinjun remained utterly unperturbed. Tear it down by all means. If I flinch, I'm the loser. Xinjun sneered arrogantly. Zheng Haoyan paused. What the hell did this mean? A lab director who didn't care about his own facility? Or was he suggesting Zheng Haoyan couldn't actually destroy the place? Even given a full year, you couldn't demolish this lab. Meanwhile, within 3 days, your men will die of thirst without water. Are you really willing to let that happen? Xinjun had struck at Zheng Haoyan's weakness. His words left Zheng momentarily helpless. If I give you the core technology of my mech, will you release my people? Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Zheng Haoyan asked, his voice edged with concession. Hearing this, Xinjuan's grin widened grotesquely, deep creases forming across his face. Don't worry, I keep my promises. But only after I confirm that the technology you give me is truly the core of mech manufacturing. Xinjun laughed. Fine. In the end, Zheng Haoyan decided to hand over the mech's core technology. It wasn't worth more than the lives of his peasant followers. The so-called core technology was simply the modified mech blueprints refined by Feng Tian, the best method for building mechs without requiring an energy core. Just as Zheng Haoyan pulled out the blueprint from his body, preparing to hand it over to Xinjun, an unexpected cry rang out in their ears. Director, help me. A man wearing a mask and dressed in gray-white researcher robes rushed out, visibly panicked, screaming for help. You fool. What's all this panic for? What happened? Speak. Instantly, Xinjuan's smile vanished. The core mech technology was almost his, now ruined. Director, we couldn't hold back that person. He broke through. What? Xinjun roared, but even as his voice echoed, a thunderous explosion sounded. Boom. Surrender, my lord, or I'll level this place. Amid scattered wreckage of shattered metal, a mech crackling with bluish-purple electricity appeared before Zheng Haoyan, none other than Robert. Huh, my lord. Robert greets my lord. Are you unharmed? The moment Robert saw Zheng Haoyan's mech, he hurried forward and bowed respectfully. I'm fine. Robert, what happened? Zheng Haoyan asked, puzzled. My lord, they tried to trap me to death, but they underestimated the power of the mech. I broke free by force, Robert replied respectfully. Worthless fools. From the side, Xinjun cursed furiously. Anyone would have been enraged under such circumstances. Haoyan, think clearly. No matter if you have 2 mechs, there's no way you can locate your other subordinates in such a short time. As long as you hand over the core technology of mech manufacturing honestly, what I said earlier still stands. Xinjun spoke to Zheng Haoyan in a persuasive tone. What? My lord, absolutely not. If they obtain the mech manufacturing technology, they'll definitely use it to attack our base. Robert quickly intervened, at this moment seeming as though he had evolved from a robot into a true human being. Zheng Haoyan well understood this himself, but if he didn't surrender the core technology, Lu Laowu and the others would truly be in danger. I need to see my men first, to make sure they're still safe, Zheng Haoyan demanded. Fine, I agree. To Zheng Haoyan's surprise, Xinjun actually agreed without hesitation. You, hurry to the dungeon, connect the projection equipment, and transmit the feed here. Xinjun ordered the previously inept researcher. Just as the researcher nodded repeatedly in agreement and prepared to head for the dungeon to find Lu Laowu and the others, another tremendous explosion rang out. Boom. From another wall burst a giant tank, which barely avoided crashing completely through due to timely braking. What now? Xinjun was nearly driven mad. Why did one crisis follow so closely on the heels of another? After the tank came to a halt, its cockpit hatch opened, and 2 figures climbed out. This humble servant greets my lord. Lu Laowu? Long Biao? You. Weren't you captured? Zheng Haoyan stared in shock. The very people he'd been searching for now stood right before him. In reply to my lord, Lu Laowu said, do they really think a tiny dungeon like this could hold us? That's nothing but a dream. Zheng Haoyan felt as if he were dreaming. One surprise after another, culminating in this inside-outside cooperation. It was simply incredible. Chapter 123. Everyone present. Mission complete. The deity lord standing aside was utterly stunned. Out there, the intruder had mecha support. His researchers failing to stop them was somewhat understandable. But those captured inside were clearly unarmed civilians. How could they have seized a tank? If no one had pursued them, the deity lord would have grabbed his men and given them a furious dressing down. But now, it seemed he wouldn't even get that chance. Lord, should we level this place now? Long Biao said excitedly. The thrill of driving a tank straight through resistance was simply too exhilarating. Good. Start with these small robots. Crush them all. Zheng Haoyan wasn't about to hold back anymore. As long as the safety of the reconnaissance squad was secured, everyone else who had stormed the research facility alongside him was equally safe. They had come fully prepared. Yes, my lord. Hao Tian, you will regret this. With these final words filled with hatred from the Institute's director, the deity lord, his projection vanished on the spot. Instantly, the surroundings turned into desolate wasteland. Everything here had also been crafted using mimicry technology. He ran? What a coward, Wang Tsong said from inside the tank, adjusting the barrel. He hadn't even fired twice before the enemy fled in panic. leaving him disappointed. Let's keep moving inward. I refuse to believe this research facility has infinite space. Once we find everyone, we'll leave. Zheng Haoyan issued the order. He never truly intended to destroy the entire institute in one go. The primary goal of this mission was rescue. Testing the institute's strength was merely secondary. And now, he basically understood everything. This research facility differed slightly from what he had imagined. At least in terms of defensive capability and combat effectiveness, it still lagged significantly behind their own base. Yes, my lord. Zheng Haoyan continued piloting his mecha. With potential counterattacks always looming, he had no choice but to keep it powered, even at the cost of substantial energy consumption. By the way, I wonder if my phone has signal now. Zheng Haoyan pulled out his mobile and started dialing Wu Jun's number. Beep, beep, beep. The ringing tone sounded, and miraculously, the call connected. Wu Jun, can you hear me? Zheng Haoyan asked cautiously. Lord, I can hear you. I tried calling you earlier, but it wouldn't go through. Never expected it'd work now, Wu Jun replied, his voice brimming with joy. I know. Are things all right on your end? Have you encountered any issues? Can you report your current location? Zheng Haoyan fired off 3 questions in quick succession. Wu Jun quickly answered. We passed through a tank position. Thanks to the bravery of our tank unit, we successfully overturned the enemy tanks and found a blueprint for a tank inside. Oh, excellent. When we return to base, make sure Lu Fu gives the tank unit a feast. Though he already knew about acquiring the tank blueprint via his system, hearing it confirmed by Wu Jun still brought a smile to Zheng Haoyan's face. Then I'll express the tank unit's gratitude, Lord. Wu Jun responded with a warm smile. Oh, and Lord, we seem to be in the middle of some barren land. It's hard to pinpoint the exact location, but there's one very conspicuous structure nearby, a spire. A spire? Zheng Haoyan looked up. Not far from him stood a towering spire. In that case, lead everyone toward the spire. We'll meet at its base. Zheng Haoyan gave the command. Yes, my lord. I'll move everyone right away. After hanging up, both groups began approaching the spire. As they drew nearer, an inexplicable sense of pressure suddenly surged within Zheng Haoyan, an ominous feeling, as though something terrifying resided within the tower itself. What's going on? Why do I feel like this? Doubt swirled deeper in his mind. Both the mecha and the tank moved swiftly, especially across the open wasteland with no trees or forests to block their path. In less than 3 minutes, Zheng Haoyan arrived beneath the spire. From afar, it appeared to be a tall tower. Yet at its base lay a vast white circular expanse stretching beyond sight. Looking upward, the tip of the spire disappeared into the distant sky, height unknown. My lord, shall we go up and take a look? Robert's voice came from within the mecha. Zheng Haoyan shook his head. His instincts told him it wasn't time to step onto the tower yet. Forcing their way up might lead to severe consequences. They didn't wait long. Perhaps because the tank unit had started closer to the spire, 6 or 7 minutes later, the massive figures of the tank unit soldiers approached the mecha. My god, this big hunk of metal. How did you guys get your hands on it? Xiong Yun jogged over to the tank. If he hadn't seen Lu Laowu and the others sitting on top, he would have thought they needed to flip it over again. Of course, with brains, Lu Laowu said with a grin. More like luck, Xiong San muttered with a hint of envy. The reconnaissance team had seized the tank, and naturally, it would belong to them afterward. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Wu Jun ignored their chatter and walked straight to Zheng Haoyan's mecha, giving a respectful bow before reporting. Reporting, my lord. Team 2 and 3, all 10 members, have returned safely and await your orders. Excellent. I was just thinking about going to look for Daqiang and Erqiang, but looks like that won't be necessary. No sooner had the tank unit arrived than the mechanical battle maiden came charging toward the group, dragging Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang by the arms, one in each hand. My lord, are you alright? As if suddenly awakened, the mechanical battle maiden dropped the 2 brothers the moment she reached the group and rushed directly to Zheng Haoyan, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine, but now that everyone's here, let's head back. Zheng Haoyan waved his hand decisively. Shangao and Ji the end of their raid through the research facility. Yes, my lord. Hearing the unified, enthusiastic response, a satisfied smile spread across Zheng Haoyan's face. Before leaving, he instinctively turned back for a long glance at the white spire behind them. A quiet voice echoed in his heart. Next time, I will climb to the top and see what's up there. Another stretch of silent travel followed, with only minor interruptions, mainly Xiong San, Xiong Yun, and a few other tank unit members insisting on taking turns driving the tank for fun. When they finally arrived back at the location where their modified vehicles were parked, the system's loud notification sounded simultaneously. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. You have successfully cleared the God-Making Research Institute. Chapter 124, Reward and Upgrade. Was it over just like that? Zheng Haoyan was stunned, momentarily frozen in place as his mind struggled to catch up. But the system didn't pause for his confusion, continuing to broadcast its message regardless. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. You have obtained Itangan Grand Prize Pack. Please open and view at your convenience. Perhaps because the announcement would appear in the world chat, the system didn't disclose the specific contents of the reward directly, this way preserving Zheng Haoyan's privacy. Yet this did nothing to dampen the shock among other lords, who began wildly speculating about what he could possibly have received. Bro Hao Tian is seriously too damn awesome. Actually cleared that Research Institute thing? Now I'm dying to know what he got. Lord Haoyan, please accept my kneeling reverence. All I want is to know your reward. Please satisfy my curiosity. What did he get? Isn't it obvious? It must be some ultra-advanced tech we can't even dream of. At this point, I strongly suspect Lord Haotian is actually a GM. Unaware that the world chat had once again erupted into chaos because of him, Zhang Haotian headed back to base. The Dungan Grand Prize Pack required him to return to base before it could be opened, so he didn't waste any more time. Let's go? Head back to base. Yes, my lord. 3 modified cars and 1 battle-armored tank rolled forward in full force toward the base. On the journey back, Zhang Haotian was deep in thought. They'd accidentally cleared the research institute. Does that mean the zombie attack 2 days from now wouldn't happen? Had he somehow nullified the event entirely? It wasn't impossible, but abandoning preparations based on such uncertain assumptions was out of the question. Everything needed to be ready regardless. Even if the zombie assault never came, strengthening base security would better prepare them for any future crisis. Shaking off those impractical thoughts, Zhang Haotian turned his focus back to the next phase of base construction. First, producing mechs must not stop. This trip to the Institute had proven how powerful mechs truly were. And this time, they'd unexpectedly acquired a real energy core. He couldn't afford to let that go to waste. Base building upgrades couldn't be neglected either. He'd already decided to upgrade the civilian housing. Once back, he'd prioritized that so the farmers under his command could live more comfortably. Besides housing, Zhang Haotian also planned to upgrade the fabrication bench. Aside from the daily fixed summoning, this was his only other means of gaining additional population, even if they were robots. But experience had shown that Robert was far from an ordinary robot. His growth potential surpassed even that of regular farmers, and his ability to fuse with mechs unleashed terrifying combat power. If I could upgrade the fabrication bench all the way to level 4, I'd gain 7 more robotic subordinates. Equipping each with a mech, our base mech squad would finally take shape. Zhang Haotian thought excitedly. Although the upgrade condition required a fusion core, an unknown material, Zhang Haotian understood that sometimes materials could be substituted. After all, fusion core sounded almost identical to the charged core. Both were essentially concentrated energy sources. Replacing one with the other shouldn't be impossible. Lost in these thoughts, the convoy had already entered the base grounds. They had arrived. My lord, you're finally back. If you'd returned any later, Shuiying here would have eaten me alive out of worry. Wang Li hurried over with her team upon hearing the commotion at the gate, greeting Zhang Haotian and his group, then teasing Shuiying beside her. Lily sister, you're making things up. Shuiying immediately blushed. She was shy and couldn't handle teasing well. Haha, alright, Wang Li, stop bullying Shuiying. Go tell Lu Fu to prepare a feast. Tonight we celebrate our brave warrior's return. Zhang Haotian laughed heartily and waved his hand. Understood, my lord. Smiling, Wang Li headed toward the kitchen, while Shuiying stepped forward and gently linked her arm through Zhang Haotian's. My lord must be tired from the journey. Let Shuiying give you a shoulder massage when we get back, she said softly. With such a lovely invitation, how could I possibly refuse? Zhang Haotian replied with a gentle smile, gazing at Shuiying until she shyly lowered her head, then chuckled and walked toward the base hall. Back in the hall, as Zhang Haotian enjoyed Shuiying's soothing massage, he opened the system's Dungan Grand Prize Pack. Acquire Chuji resources, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 1 million iron, or 2 million grain. Intermediate resources, 100,000 copper or 100,000 silver or 50,000 gold. Oregon Advanced resources, 10,000 jade or 5,000 energy cores. Special resource, 100,000 life crystals. Zhang Haotian was stunned. This Dungan Grand Prize Pack is way too damn awesome. This wasn't just a gift pack, it was an entire mountain of resources. Aside from the system's voice announcing the quantities in his ears, 3 blueprints had also appeared in Zhang Haotian's hands. They were Mimetic Space Technology Blueprint, Micro Robot Design Blueprint, and Virtual Projection Technology Blueprint. So they've actually given me the Institute's technology. Zhang Haotian's mood couldn't be described with just happy, he was absolutely thrilled. Hearing Zhang Haotian's continuous laughter, Shuiying behind him smiled widely too. She didn't know why he was so happy, but she knew that whenever her lord was joyful, she was joyful too. Time to stop resting, time to get busy. Zhang Haotian stood up from his chair, stretched his arms by interlocking his fingers, then twisted his waist. He noticed his flexibility seemed to be improving more and more. The chronic backaches and soreness caused by years of sitting in front of a computer appeared to have completely disappeared since he became the lord of this base. Could it be that while building the base, my physical condition is also gradually improving? The thought came naturally to Zhang Haotian, though whether it was truly happening would require further testing later. Together with Shuiying, he walked out of the base hall. Then, Zhang Haotian opened the base interface and tapped on the civilian housing option, preparing to begin upgrading it. Level 3 civilian housing already resembled a rural villa, so Zhang Haotian was genuinely excited to see how luxurious level 4 could possibly be. Upgrade civilian housing using the following resources? Yes/no. With a light tap on the yes button, a radiant golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire residential area. The upgrade had begun. Chapter 125. Changes to the construction platform. Golden light enveloped the residential area for a long time, only gradually fading after a full 15 minutes. The residence, which previously resembled a rural villa, had now completely transformed in appearance, evolving into a massive residential complex towering 20 meters high. Moreover, it was now separated from the base by a noticeable distance, standing independently with mountains at its back and dense forest before it, giving off the aura of a solitary beauty nestled deep within a remote wilderness. The changes to the residence went far beyond mere appearance. When Zheng Haoyan checked its attributes, he was once again stunned motionless the next moment. Building, comfort residence. Rank, 4-star. Attributes, shelter, healing, growth, breeding. Special attribute, comfort. Note, this is no longer just a house. It's a warm home for everyone. In times of war, especially in this apocalyptic era, farmers could hardly think about raising children, let alone experience a true sense of home. But the 4-star residence allowed them to temporarily escape the harsh reality of the apocalypse, entering an environment where their hearts felt at peace, a home where they could live fully and freely. Your humble servant greets the Lord. Thank you, my lord, for your boundless kindness. It was dinner time. Except for Ma Jun, who remained behind at the library, everyone else was inside the residence, and thus experienced the glow of the recent upgrade. Though the transformation didn't drastically alter them, each person gained 10 points of stamina from the upgrade, an improvement that, to them, felt like gaining extra years of life. This was exactly why they now worshipped Zheng Haoyan so fervently. Having a lord who constantly cared for their well-being was like having a guiding beacon on the path of life, giving them purpose and hope. Everyone, please rise. You're all talents of this base. There's no need for such formalities. Zheng Haoyan smiled gently, making a slight gesture as if lifting them up. Thank you, Lord. Everyone stood, bowing respectfully once more. Dinner's served. Everyone come quick. Lu Fu's loud voice rang out. Smiles spread across everyone's faces as they made their way toward the dining hall. Another rich and abundant meal awaited them. Master Chef Lu Fu easily won over the new members with his unique talent. My lord, the outside of the base is already very safe. Why not allow us to continue working? Just as the meal ended, Zheng Haoyan was about to suggest the farmers rest when Xiaobin suddenly spoke up. Yes, my lord. Our daily work hours are indeed too short now. We'd be remiss if we didn't do more, given how generously you've treated us, Wang Biao added. Their words immediately sparked a lively discussion. Suddenly, everyone was competing to volunteer for labor, their enthusiasm soaring to levels that even shocked Zheng Haoyan. Well then, Zheng Haoyan had originally intended to decline, but Shuang tugged lightly at his sleeve from behind, her eyes carrying a subtle plea. For these farmers, endless comfort wasn't what they needed. They craved a fulfilling life where they could prove their worth. All right, but be sure to stay safe tonight. Travel in groups. I won't assign specific tasks. Just do as you wish, Zheng Haoyan said, somewhat helplessly. We obey, my lord. And so, Zheng Haoyan watched as the group of farmers walked toward the base entrance, their faces glowing with joy. If everyone is this diligent, I, as their lord, can't afford to slack off either. Zheng Haoyan strode slowly toward the construction platform. That special building had been on his mind all along. Taking a post-meal walk was often considered one of life's greatest pleasures, especially when accompanied by a beautiful companion. Yet Zheng Haoyan had no interest in a leisurely stroll. He marched briskly toward the construction platform, quickly arriving there together with Shuang. He promptly opened the interface of the construction platform and began checking the upgrade requirements. Building, construction platform. Rank, 1-star. Attribute, each rank allows summoning of corresponding mechanical servants. Upgrade requirements, 8,000 wood, for 1,000 stone, 2,500 iron or 20 fusion cores. Note, mechanical servants are fearless and obey only the Lord. They cannot be gifted or transferred. Previously, due to the lack of fusion cores, upgrading the construction platform had been impossible, but things were different now. He had initially considered sending Fong Tian to research whether energy cores could substitute fusion cores, but after receiving a full 5,000 fusion cores from his completion reward package, that step became entirely unnecessary. Let's see just how powerful the robots summoned this time will be. Zheng Haoyan excitedly clicked the upgrade button. Construction platform upgraded successfully. Current rank, 2-star. Building, construction platform. Rank, 2-star. Attribute, each rank allows summoning of corresponding mechanical servants. Upgrade requirements, 40,000 wood, 20,000 stone, 12,000 iron or 200 fusion cores. Summonable quantity, 22. Note, mechanical servants are fearless and obey only the Lord. They cannot be gifted or transferred. Damn it, the upgrade cost for the next level has quintupled, and the main material, fusion cores, has increased tenfold. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but whistle inwardly. No wonder the construction platform wasn't an ordinary building. It really was something special. Still, when he saw the number of summonable robots, Zheng Haoyan couldn't suppress a grin. 2 more robotic warriors were about to arrive at the base. Begin summoning. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoyan initiated the summoning process. Mechanical Servant Kate reporting for duty, my lord. Mechanical Servant Kid reporting for duty, my lord. 2 mechanical servants, one in black, one in white, appeared before Zheng Haoyan. If not for the faint metallic sheen on their bodies, he might have mistaken them for real humans. It seemed the robots summoned after the platform's upgrade to level 2 were different from before. Zheng Haoyan casually waved his hand, signaling them to rise, then opened their attribute panels. Name, Kate. Occupation, mechanical servant. Energy, 800 of 800. Attributes, dark defense, dark attack, stealth, assassination. Loyalty, mechanical servants are absolutely loyal to the Lord. Judging by her attributes, Kate was vastly different from Robert. With these skills, she was clearly a robotic assassin. If we ever need to eliminate an enemy in secret, you'll definitely come in handy, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile, then turned to examine Kid's attributes. Name, Kid. Occupation, mechanical servant. Energy, 300 of 300. Attributes, light defense, light attack, light healing, light shield. Loyalty. Mechanical servants are absolutely loyal to the Lord. Chapter 126. Zombies in the Night. The word healer flashed through Zheng Haoyin's mind. Judging by his attributes, this kid was indeed a tanky character who could also heal. A real surprise package. The construction platform really does deliver, Zheng Haoyin murmured with a slight upturn of his lips. And this was just the beginning. Naturally, he chose to continue upgrading. Night gradually fell, but unlike usual, the farmers at the base were still working outside, carrying out their duties under the soft moonlight. Thanks to the gentle glow of the moon, they had more than enough visibility to locate their work sites. Mining, logging, hunting. Their basic tasks were etched into muscle memory, leaving no room for hesitation. Yet in the darkness, a group of creatures moved even more swiftly, for they were the true masters of the night. These were the zombies. Zheng Haoyin's prediction proved wrong this time. The zombie horde hadn't changed at all despite his team successfully clearing the research facility. They continued to wander aimlessly among the city ruins. In fact, after Zheng Haoyin led his team through the facility, the zombies' range of movement began expanding ever so slowly, almost imperceptibly, drifting toward various bases. Darkness cloaked them perfectly, and the slumbering lords within their bases remained completely unaware of the danger creeping closer. Deep within the ruined city, a monstrous zombie towering like a 10-meter-high building emitted a strange sound wave. In response, surrounding zombies grew abnormally agitated. Roar. Then another furious roar echoed out, answered immediately by a chorus from the rest of the horde. The silent city ruins suddenly reverberated with the sounds of prelude to war. Wang Biao, as always, followed his habit of venturing a fair distance from the base to hunt. He knew that's where the prey he sought roamed. A sika deer. During daytime, with ample light, the alert deer would spot Wang Biao from afar. But tonight, things were different. Bathed in moonlight, Wang Biao could see well enough, while the deer, lacking night vision, was practically blind, relying solely on its ears to catch any faint sound. Wang Biao, however, wasn't some brute beast. He stepped lightly, inching closer and closer until he was ready to pounce and capture the deer alive, when suddenly, a dark figure shot forward with a whoosh, knocking the deer down. Damn it! Who dares steal my prey? Furious beyond measure, Wang Biao lashed out with a kick at the shadowy intruder. The blow sent the dark figure flying, but the deer was already lifeless. Crap! Damn it! Enraged, Wang Biao unholstered his energy gun in one swift motion and aimed straight at the figure before pulling the trigger. Chi! Boom! A burst of blue-violet electricity exploded against the shadow's body. At that moment, Wang Biao finally got a clear look at what he'd hit. What the hell? How is there a zombie here? He exclaimed in shock. Although he'd wandered far from the base, it wasn't nearly deep enough into territory where zombies should appear. No good. I must return and inform Lord Zheng right away. Realizing the severity of the situation, Wang Biao abandoned both the dead deer and the mangled corpse of the zombie, turning sharply and sprinting back toward the base. Zheng Haoyin stared at the three identical scientific robots standing before him, a complicated mix of amusement and disappointment on his face. He had originally hoped to assemble a robot army, equipping each unit with a personalized mech. But now, seeing three robots with nothing but research and innovation listed in their attributes, he realized his grand plan had gone up in smoke. My lord, have we failed to meet your expectations? Robot scientist number 1 seemed to sense Zheng Haoyin's mood and actually spoke up, an unusually human gesture. Not exactly failure, Zheng Haoyin replied honestly, just quite far from what I imagined. Do you mean you think we three are inferior to them? Asked robot scientist number 2, pointing at Kate and Kid. Zheng Haoyin gave a slight nod. In terms of combat capability, the three research robots clearly couldn't match the dual light and dark duo of Kate and Kid. After all, their only skills lay in research and innovation. So what if they're just two brutes who can fight? We're different. We use our brains. There's a saying, those who do the work often don't do the thinking. Robot scientist number 3 fired back without restraint, refusing to accept being overshadowed by mere fighters. Zheng Haoyin sighed helplessly. Right now, what I truly lack are fighters. As for researchers, I already have a whole team. They're members of the research corps. If the three scientific robots had appeared in the construction platform before he summoned today, Zheng Haoyin would have been overjoyed. But since he had already completed his summoning, these newly emerged research robots now felt the greenest and most awkward additions, though they carried themselves with surprising seriousness. That's just the beginning. Give us some time, and we can manufacture even better robots, far more sophisticated than the ones we've just seen, the trio of scientific robots boldly proclaimed without hesitation. Zheng Haoyin shook his head, clearly unconvinced. After all, these robots were products of the system itself. How could mere manufacturing hope to surpass what the system provided? Just as Zheng Haoyin was about to respond, Wang Biao came rushing over in a hurry. Wang Biao? Why did you come back so suddenly? Did something happen? The moment Zheng Haoyin saw him, he immediately sensed that trouble was brewing. Reporting to my lord, Wang Biao said quickly, I made an unexpected discovery. Zombies have started appearing near our base. Not many though. I only encountered one. Zheng Haoyin's brow tightened. He hadn't expected zombie activity to surface again so soon. How far from the base? And are you absolutely sure it was a zombie? Don't misjudge this. One mistake here could lead to disaster. Zheng Haoyin warned sternly. Wang Biao paused to think. At least 5 kilometers away, possibly even farther, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. My lord, their positions aren't fixed. I believe they could appear anywhere around us. We must remain vigilant. Zheng Haotian fell silent for a moment, then gently patted Wang Biao on the shoulder and spoke softly. Sometimes, brute force solves nothing. That's why occasional signs of rescue and determined resistance matter. You've done well today. Though you didn't bring back definitive intelligence, you're close. The rest can be completed at any moment. Since Wang Biao had already returned, Zheng Haotian saw no reason to send him out again. Instead, he instructed him to go back to the civilian quarters and rest. And just then, a strange, eerie roar reached Zheng Haotian's ears, suggesting that something else was about to unfold. Chapter 127, The Panic of the Lords. However, what followed wasn't what Zheng Haotian had anticipated. The roar abruptly ceased the very second it sounded, as if it had only been a warning. Zheng Haotian quietly elevated zombie defense to his top priority, then refocused on the construction platform. He still had enough resources to upgrade at one level. Structure. Construction platform. Grade. 3-star. Properties. Each level allows summoning of corresponding mechanical servants. Upgrade requirements. 400,000 wood, 200,000 stone, 120,000 iron ore, 2,000 fusion cores. Summonable units. 03. Note. Mechanical servants are fearless and obey only the Lord's commands. They cannot be gifted. Zheng Haotian opened the construction platform panel. The required resources for upgrade were clearly 10 times higher than the previous tier, and this time, every single material requirement had indeed increased tenfold. If I hadn't cleared that research facility, my base's resources would have been long depleted by now, Zheng Haotian murmured wryly. Indeed, you never appreciate how precious resources are until you're the one footing the bill. Only through upgrading buildings firsthand did he realize just how massive each upgrade cost truly was. Lord, are you planning to continue upgrading the construction platform? Just as Zheng Haotian gritted his teeth and prepared to tap the upgrade button, research robot number 1 spoke up beside him. What is it, Xiaoyi? Zheng Haotian looked puzzled. The reason he knew it was research robot number 1 was because a glowing serial number lit up on its small head. Xiaoyi, do you think we could modify this construction platform? It seems like its primary functions have been restricted somehow. Xiaoyi didn't directly answer Zheng Haotian, but turned instead toward research robots number 2 and number 3. Xiaoyi, I think it's possible. The 3 robots exchanged glances, lively and intelligent, and came to a definitive agreement. Lord, could you give us a chance? Before you upgrade it, let us modify the construction platform. We'd like to show you our capabilities. Xiaoyi, as their spokesperson and initiator, expressed their collective desire to Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian hesitated and asked, how confident are you? Is there any chance of failure? And what consequences might follow if you fail? For other structures, Zheng Haotian might not have questioned much, but the construction platform was currently the fastest way to boost his base's combat strength. He needed to be cautious. Please rest assured, Lord. Even if we fail, the construction platform itself won't suffer any damage, Xiaoyi replied calmly. In that case, proceed. With no risk of serious repercussions, Zheng Haotian naturally didn't mind. At worst, the upgrade would simply be delayed by a step. As you command, Lord. Without hesitation, the 3 research robots bowed respectfully and immediately began their work. Before Zheng Haotian's eyes, the 3 robots, originally no larger than average 10-year-old children, underwent a sudden transformation. Their bodies rose straight up like elevators, even gaining the ability to move forward and backward freely. Moreover, from their frames, tools appeared one after another as if drawn from an inexhaustible treasure bag, devices Zheng Haotian had neither seen nor heard of before. Amidst a symphony of clangs and tings, the construction platform began undergoing dramatic changes. While Zheng Haotian was absorbed in upgrading the platform, the world chat exploded into heated discussion. Did anyone else hear that strange sound? My farmers suddenly ran over telling me to be careful. Totally confused me. Same here. Mine mentioned zombies, too. Could this be about the zombie attack in 2 days? Oh god, I'm so dead. Stop talking. I only have 3 farmers left. I'm gonna spend these last few days enjoying life with them. Any powerful lord out there willing to send some good food and drinks? Zheng Haotian didn't see these messages, but Wei Tai happened to notice them, and chose to step forward to reassure everyone. Lord Wei Tai. Hello everyone, I'm Wei Tai. After reading your comments, I feel it's necessary for me to speak up. Finally, a powerful lord steps forward. Long live Lord Wei Tai. Save us poor little lords. Exactly. Lord Wei Tai represents the nation. He'll definitely lead us out of this disaster. I've given up hope already. Just send me some good food and drinks. Let me enjoy my final days in comfort. Some sought salvation. Others had already begun preparing their own farewells. After this wave of responses, Wei Tai's next message appeared. Lord Wei Tai, I know all of you are filled with anxiety as the safety period draws to a close, fearing that you'll fall victim to the zombies. But I want to tell you this. We don't need to fear these brainless monsters. As long as we don't give up, we will overcome them. Perhaps you think my words are empty promises. That's why today, I'm not just here to send messages that seem useless. I'm going to offer you real, tangible help. When Wei Tai announced his intention to assist, numerous lords immediately began asking questions. Senior Wei Tai, how exactly can you help us? Some of us have only 2 or 3 farmers left in our bases. And since the system links the base directly to the lord, if our base is destroyed, we die too. A lord named Chun Xinyu voiced the very question on everyone's mind. The others wisely fell silent, waiting for Wei Tai's response. Lord Wei Tai, the reason you feel helpless against the zombie assault is simple. You believe your bases are too small and lack powerful weapons, which is why you've lost confidence. But the special envoy I mentioned earlier has a method. He can help each of you survive this crisis without needing more farmers or advanced weapons. However, Wei Tai suddenly paused, leaving the eager lords frantically seeking answers. However what? Please, Senior Wei Tai, speak quickly. I'll do anything. Just save my life. That's right. I'm the one whose base only has 3 farmers left. Making it this far has already been a miracle. No matter the condition, I accept it. I beg you, Senior Wei Tai, save us. In truth, most lords had long given in to despair. None could say for certain whether they become zombie prey in their final moments. After a moment of silence, Wei Tai spoke again, this time uttering a sentence that plunged every lord into deep thought. Chapter 128, Next Stop, Dawn. The side being saved must pay a certain price. Wei Tai was no longer as selfless as he had first appeared. His words silenced all the lords, even those who had earlier declared they were willing to sacrifice everything. Nobody truly wanted to give up anything unless absolutely forced to. So when the crisis of zombie attacks hadn't yet officially arrived, and they heard Wei Tai mention that a price would be required, every lord's expression changed. Big brother Wei Tai, aren't you representing the nation? With the country so powerful, why would it need us minor lords to pay any price? The lord above speaks the truth. Isn't the nation supposed to serve us? Don't joke around, brother Wei Tai. Since you've already received national assistance, just help us out too. Exactly. You enjoy all the benefits of state support alone. Doesn't your conscience ache at all? Seeing the barrage of comments below, Wei Tai's face instantly darkened. He never expected that moral blackmail would one day be directed toward him. Are you really going to do this? Do you really want something for nothing? Wei Tai angrily sent another message. What do you mean by something for nothing? We are citizens of this nation. Haven't we contributed enough in the past? Now when we need the nation, it wants to squeeze more from us. What kind of logic is that? The sharp accusations left Wei Tai momentarily speechless. After exchanging glances with the envoy from another region standing beside him, he chose silence. Lord Wei Tai, lord seeking national aid with sincerity, please contact me privately. Others may do as they wish. These were Wei Tai's final words. In this apocalyptic era, words had become meaningless. Only real action could speak volumes. Hey, what's your intention, Wei Tai? What do you mean by sincere help seekers? Brothers, it's not about the steamed bun, it's about pride. Don't anyone go to him. This damn national representative is just a lowlife. I see through him now. Pretending to be so fair, and just from the start, giving exchange rates for resources. All just an act to profit off us. You bastard Wei Tai, if you don't save me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Comments like these quickly flooded the world chat window. So many who had failed utterly even before the apocalypse still only complained about their farmers being inadequate, about not receiving help from benefactors, about lacking favorable timing, location, or circumstances, yet never once considered that the real problem was simply themselves. With a heavy heart, Wei Tai closed the world chat window. His mood was complex. He had assumed that when he stepped forward to speak, if not commanding immediate loyalty, at least a large number would choose to trust him. Instead, reality had slapped him hard in the face. Captain Wei, don't dwell on it. Some people truly deserve to be eliminated by this apocalypse. They aren't worthy of seeing tomorrow's sun. I understand, Wei Tai nodded. The chat window flickered again. Apparently, some still chose to message him privately. Zheng Haoyan remained unaware of what had transpired in the world chat. At this moment, he stood stunned before the masterpiece created by his 3 research robots. The construction platform, after modifications by the 3 research robots, had completely lost its original appearance. No longer just a small summoning altar, it had transformed into something resembling a teleportation array, covered in intricate, unrecognizable patterns, with a recess at its center. Mission accomplished, Lord, said research robot number 1, smiling as it reported to Zheng Haoyan. Even before the report concluded, Zheng Haoyan had already opened the attribute panel of the construction platform. Where previously each level allowed summoning only a corresponding robot, it now read, 1 robot may be summoned daily upon filling sufficient energy cores, without affecting the upgrade-based summon limit. Beyond excitement, Zheng Haoyan could only feel pure exhilaration. You guys are amazing, he couldn't help but praise them. Thank you, Lord, for your kind words. Our capabilities extend even further than this, robot number 2 replied, without humility. Ha ha ha. Zheng Haoyan laughed heartily, stepped onto the construction platform, and inserted an energy core into the designated slot. The strange patterns across the platform began glowing brightly. The energy core vanished, and in its place emerged a mechanical servant at the center. Mechanical servant Catherine reporting to you, Lord. Name, Catherine. Occupation, mechanical servant. Energy, 2000/2000. Attribute, mind control. Loyalty, mechanical servants are forever loyal to their lord. Only one attribute, mind control, yet Catherine's energy capacity was as high as 2000, meaning she almost never needed intentional recharging. Of course, this was just Zheng Haoyan's assumption. Lord Catherine, Kate reporting to you, Lord Catherine. Kid reporting to Lord Catherine. The moment Kate and Kid saw Catherine appear, they both knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. There's no need to bow to me. We are all the Lord's mechanical servants now, of equal status. I am no longer the old Catherine. Catherine said faintly, then stood silently beside Zheng Haoyan. Seeing this, Zheng Haoyan immediately realized there must be some hidden story behind it. But since all the mechanical servants had chosen not to speak of it, as a proper lord, he chose to respect their silence. Continue upgrading the construction platform. Zheng Haoyan clicked the upgrade button again. Even if he ultimately couldn't build an entire robot army, he would at least push every possible upgrade to its limit. With a massive investment of resources, the construction platform once again became enveloped in white light. A moment later, the light faded, and the platform successfully reached level 4. Keep summoning. 4 robots slowly stepped out from within the platform, each arriving before Zheng Haoyin to salute. Mechanical Servant Colin reporting to you, Lord. Mechanical Servant Brian reporting to you, Lord. Mechanical Servant Peter reporting to you, Lord. Mechanical Servant Solomon reporting to you, Lord. These 4 newly summoned robots looked strikingly similar, but each bore a different unique pattern. Colin carried a swirling tornado. Brian was marked by a golden lightning bolt. Peter wore the emblem of a deep blue raindrop, and Solomon's symbol was a silvery white thunderbolt. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? Could they be hinting at something? A smile tugged at the corner of Zheng Haoyin's mouth. Though it was now pitch black night, how far could the next dawn truly be? Chapter 129, Application of the Mimetic Space. The busy hours of the night passed even faster than daytime. After Zheng Haoyin dispatched a group of newly summoned mechanical servants to notify everyone, the farmers gradually returned to the base. However, due to lack of prior preparation, their late-night snack consisted only of plain porridge cooked by Lu Fu at night, paired with some preserved cured beef. Nonetheless, this was already immensely satisfying for the farmers. After a hard day's labor, being able to sip a bowl of hot porridge was nothing short of pure happiness. Zheng Haoyin had returned to his room earlier to rest. There would be plenty more tasks awaiting him tomorrow. Worth mentioning is that before falling asleep, Zheng Haoyin opened the world chat window and checked the records, learning about Wei Tai's words and his misfortune, so he sent a private message to comfort him briefly. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Zheng Haoyin got out of bed with Shui Ying's assistance. After breakfast, once he had assigned everyone to their respective duties, Zheng Haoyin made his way to the factory. At this point, Fang Tian was no longer working alone. Your Excellency, greetings. As soon as Zheng Haoyin entered the factory, Fang Tian hurried over upon hearing the sound and bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. How are things going now? Zheng Haoyin asked, noticing the 3 research robots busily engaged in something. Much thanks to Your Excellency. These 3 junior seniors are truly amazing. Theoretical knowledge I couldn't grasp before. Once I asked them, it's all instantly solved. They're even more capable than our most brilliant researcher mentors back at the Institute. Fang Tian spoke with evident excitement. Clearly, summoning these 3 research robots had been well worth it. In that case, how long do you estimate before we can manufacture an initial mecha? Also, ideally, could the mecha's attributes be improved based on the specific characteristics of each robot? The robots Zheng Haoyin had summoned recently were far from ordinary. If they were all equipped with identical mechas, their full potential would surely be restricted. That wouldn't have been possible originally, Fang Tian replied. But with these 3 junior seniors here, it's not certain anymore. We'll do our best to make it happen. His face radiated confidence. Good. Let's go see what these little fellows are up to. Zheng Haoyin was curious about what the 3 research robots were currently investigating. Fang Tian nodded with a smile and followed closely behind Zheng Haoyin. As they drew near, it became clearly visible. The 3 small research robots were deeply engrossed in studying a blueprint. It was one of the 3 blueprints Zheng Haoyin had received from yesterday's completion reward package, the Mimetic Space Technology Schematic. Xiao Yi, Xiao Air, Sanner, you're really focused there? Found anything interesting yet? Zheng Haoyin asked with a grin. Greetings, Your Excellency. The 3 small research robots politely greeted Zheng Haoyin without halting their work. They were robots, after all. Multitasking came naturally to them. Your Excellency, we've more or less understood the mimetic space technology. However, the factory environment isn't suitable for constructing a mimetic chamber, so implementation isn't feasible yet. We plan to shift focus temporarily to studying the production of small-scale robots. Robot 1 spoke with deliberate head shakes, exuding the manner of an old-school scholar. How much space do you need? If the factory won't work, pick any open area elsewhere in the base. For materials needed to build the mimetic chamber, just go directly to Wang Li. Zheng Haoyin waved his hand generously. Since the mimetic space technology had already been fully analyzed, there was no reason not to construct one. Many thanks, Your Excellency. In that case, we'll head out immediately. This research environment pales in comparison to what a mimetic space could offer, Xiao Air said bluntly. Fang Tian winced slightly at the remark. He also longed for a better research environment. But until now, there had only been this single factory. Since I'm free right now, I'll come along too. Fang Tian, you come as well. If possible, you should conduct your research inside the mimetic space from now on, Zheng Haoyin said with a smile. Really? That's wonderful. I am deeply grateful, Your Excellency. Fang Tian broke into a radiant smile. Not only did these 3 little research robots work fast, they were swift runners too. Soon, they selected a suitable plot of land. Zheng Haoyin provided the requested materials, though he hadn't expected that constructing a mimetic chamber would require energy cores. This placed further strain on the already dwindling supply of energy cores. Your Excellency, please step back with young Fang here. Now watch us. After speaking, Xiao Air patted Xiao Yi and Xiao San. Their bodies then began transforming again, just as they had done previously. These 3 junior seniors are truly astonishing. Fang Tian murmured quietly to himself. At this moment, the 3 research robots were showing their full capabilities. Various materials, under their precise refinement, transformed into components that seamlessly fused together. In the blink of an eye, a nearly transparent square chamber slowly took shape on the open ground. It was Zheng Haoyan's first time witnessing such a miraculous operation. His eyes sparkled faintly, and excitement stirred quietly in his heart. About 15 minutes later, the 3 research robots carefully placed the final energy core into its designated position and then proudly announced they had succeeded. "Lord, we've completed it. This is the mimetic chamber," Xiaoer said, visibly excited. Though they had rehearsed the entire process countless times mentally, successfully executing it flawlessly on the first try was still something worth celebrating. "Then let's activate it now," Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. He was eager to see how the mimetic space created by his little robots compared to those back at the research institute. At once, Lord. Research Robot 1 quickly moved to activate the mimetic chamber. As beams of light refracted from within the chamber, a futuristic, high-tech laboratory materialized to its right. The sophisticated instruments inside left Fang Tian, standing beside Zheng Haoyan, utterly stunned. He had originally thought the mimetic space would only provide an improved environment, but not only did it offer one, it even came fully equipped with advanced research apparatuses, far beyond ordinary lab equipment. "Lord, the area on the left is also a research zone, reserved specifically for us 3. The right side belongs to young Fang. There are 2 more unactivated mimetic spaces. They can serve as skill training areas to enhance abilities, or as recreational leisure spaces," one explained in detail. Zheng Haoyan didn't hesitate a second. "Then there's no need to think. It'll be 1 skill space and 1 entertainment space." "Yes, Lord." Xiao Yi nodded respectfully. Moments later, after pressing a button, futuristic-looking spaces emerged both in front of and behind the mimetic chamber. The mimetic space technology had now been successfully integrated into base construction. Chapter 130, The Beautiful Chef and the Beastmaster. Clap, clap, clap. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but applaud. He was truly astonished by this morphing space technology. "Xiao Yi, can this morphing space technology cover all areas of the base that need it?" Zheng Haoyan asked with anticipation. "Of course it can, my lord. However, I've heard the base will soon face a crisis. Why not focus our efforts first on developing mechs and robots? We can implement full morphing space coverage after the crisis passes," Xiao Yi reasoned logically. Zheng Haoyan nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, now is the time to concentrate their strength on forming the mech squad. Then I'll leave it in your hands. If you need anything, just come find me, or go see Manager Wang." "Understood. Thank you for your concern, my lord." "Well then, everyone get busy. I'll go take care of other matters." Zheng Haoyan smiled, waved his hand, and turned toward the summoning platform. He hadn't summoned today's 6 new members yet. Today, Zheng Haoyan had decided to restart random summoning. Since there wasn't currently any specific team he needed to form, and the mech squad would temporarily be left to the mechanical servants, he chose to perform a round of random summons, hoping to possibly obtain some exceptionally capable subordinates. Walking slowly toward the summoning platform, Shuang followed quietly beside him, calm and obedient. Zheng Haoyan was essentially a modern-day homebody, so he didn't hold on to ancient notions like having multiple wives or concubines. Otherwise, he might have used Shui Ying as a template to summon 5 more maids. Still, doing so now would be overly excessive, especially with the impending zombie attack in just 2 days. "Shuang, what kind of companions do you think will summon today?" Zheng Haoyan suddenly asked before beginning the summoning. I don't know, my lord. Whatever you wish to summon, you shall summon," Shui Ying replied vaguely, unsure how else to respond. "Then I'll take that as a good omen." "Huh?" Zheng Haoyan laughed heartily. Based on the principle that luck is directly proportional to fortune value, he felt fairly confident. Having lived together with Shui Ying for 5 days, he'd gained 5 points of luck. Combined with Shui Ying's innate lucky aura, his current luck value stood at 6. "Let's begin the summoning." Zheng Haoyan grew serious, opened the summoning platform interface, and clicked the random summon button. "This humble servant Tian Xiaoer greets Lord Zheng. This unworthy one Wan Jun greets Lord Zheng. This unworthy one Feng Songlong greets Lord Zheng. This unworthy one Yun Songhu greets Lord Zheng. This unworthy one Lei Wansi greets Lord Zheng. This unworthy one Dian Bubai greets Lord Zheng." Another 6 new farmers joined the base. As usual, female members remained rare. This time, only one. Zheng Haoyan immediately opened Tian Xiaoer's attribute panel to check her abilities. Name, Tian Xiaoer. Occupation, heir of the culinary god. Physical strength, 150 out of 150. Abilities, cooking, carving, barbecuing. Special ability, possession by the culinary god. Loyalty, 75. Note, comes with the culinary god's twin blades. Don't mistake her for just a cook. Zheng Haoyan carefully examined Tian Xiaoer. She was truly a beautiful chef, and despite her gentle appearance, this seemingly kind woman was likely no pushover. Anyone foolish enough to provoke her would surely pay a heavy price. "My lord, may this humble servant go see the kitchen?" Tian Xiaoer asked softly. Judging by her figure, she didn't look like a typical cook. In Zheng Haoyan's mind, cooks should resemble Lu Fu, broad-shouldered and stout. But Tian Xiaoer appeared delicate, like a young lady from a wealthy household. "You don't even know where the kitchen is." "All right, Shui Ying, please show Xiaoer to the kitchen, and let Lu Fu know. From now on, the 2 of them will be in charge of preparing all 3 meals for the base." Zheng Haoyan turned and gave instructions to Shui Ying. Since Tian Xiaoer had expressed interest, he saw no reason to refuse. "Yes, my lord. Sister Xiaoer, follow me." After respectfully acknowledging Zheng Haoyan, Shui Ying gently guided Tian Xiaoer, and the 2 walked toward the residential area, where the kitchen was located. After settling the beautiful chef, Zheng Haoyan temporarily ignored the 4 sturdy men, Feng, Yun, Lei, and Dian, and instead checked Wan Jun's attributes. Name, Wan Jun. Occupation, Beastmaster. Physical strength, 200 out of 200. Abilities, Beast Speech, Berserker Rage, Bestial Transformation. Special abilities, Savage Beast Aura, All-Out Assault. Note, an excellent Beastmaster often only needs the simplest methods to tame beasts. Actually a Beastmaster. Zheng Haoyin was momentarily surprised. Wan Jun was thin and small, hardly looking like someone capable of withstanding the charge of wild beasts, yet his attributes had made it quite clear. My lord, I can sense the presence of a livestock farm within the base. May I please be allowed to head there first? Wan Jun also made a request. As a Beastmaster, he longed to be close to the animals. Hold on a moment. I still have some questions for you, Zheng Haoyin said somewhat helplessly. Lately, these summoned farmers seem to be learning how to take initiative before even being properly assigned. My lord, please ask, what conditions do you need to tame beasts? Or rather, how many beasts can you control at once? Zheng Haoyin needed to make a basic assessment of Wan Jun's combat potential. In reply to my lord, not all beasts can be tamed. However, aside from those in a frenzy or completely insane, I can attempt to tame any beast, and there is no limit to the number. Wan Jun replied calmly. Does that mean your combat strength depends solely on how many beasts you've tamed, with no upper limit? Zheng Haoyin was stunned by Wan Jun's words. It's not exactly like that. The range within which I can enhance my tamed beasts is limited to 10 meters around me. Beasts beyond that distance won't receive my buffs and will fight based purely on instinct. Wan Jun responded seriously. Zheng Haoyin nodded. Indeed, he had suspected as much. Still, even with these limitations, it wouldn't significantly affect overall combat power. After all, during a massive beast assault, a slight loss of enhancement wouldn't make too much difference. Good. Very well, then go directly to the livestock farm. It's currently under Sun Jiaobao's management. Tell him I sent you, and communicate any requirements directly to him. Zheng Haoyin instructed. At once, my lord. A beautiful chef and a beastmaster. The first two had already made Zheng Haoyin very pleased. And now, these next four sturdy men seemed even more extraordinary. Chapter 131 Renovating the Barracks, the Psychics. Name, Feng Songlong. Occupation, Psychic. Stamina, 100 out of 100. Psychic Energy, 500 of 500. Attribute, Wind Manipulation. Special Attribute, Storm Fury. Psychic. Zheng Haoyin was stunned. The farmers he had summoned this time seemed a bit off. No, more than that. They weren't really farmers anymore. Each one now had their own distinct occupation. Could it be that others who summon people are also getting ones with professions? A doubt flickered in Zheng Haoyin's mind, but he dismissed it just as quickly. Ever since arriving at this base, he'd known that every farmer he summoned was different from anyone else's. So it was highly likely that these were unique too, something only he could obtain. Feng Songlong, what exactly can your wind manipulation do? Zheng Haoyin asked curiously. Your humble servant shall demonstrate for my lord. Feng Songlong replied respectfully with a bow. All right, is this place suitable? Do we need to go somewhere else? Zheng Haoyin asked casually. This will suffice. Then proceed. Zheng Haoyin nodded. With permission granted, Feng Songlong began his demonstration. His very first move left Zheng Haoyin wide-eyed. The man's body slowly began floating into the air. It wasn't due to flight, but rather because of the airflow around him. The wind generated by controlled air currents lifted him, overcoming gravity until he hovered above the ground. In the next moment, Feng Songlong gently raised his hands as if lifting something, and suddenly, a small whirlwind formed between his palms. Though tiny in size, Zheng Haoyin could faintly sense the immense energy contained within, a powerful presence impossible to hide. That's enough, Zheng Haoyin said, his voice growing serious. As you command, my lord. The miniature vortex between Feng Songlong's hands vanished instantly, and he floated back down to the ground. Zheng Haoyin examined him carefully. Aside from a 10-point reduction in psychic energy, nothing else about him had changed. You currently have 500 psychic energy. Describe to me the extent of wind control you can exert now, Zheng Haoyin asked again. My lord, 500 psychic energy means I am merely a low-tier psychic. Those with energy levels between 1 and 1000 are considered low rank. I am mid-level among the lower tier, capable of controlling wind force below level 3, Feng Songlong answered respectfully. Zheng Haoyin nodded. Though he didn't fully grasp the specifics, he understood the general idea. How can your psychic ability level up? This question mattered greatly to Zheng Haoyin. It determined the growth potential of these four psychics. My lord, so long as I keep using my powers, after consuming a certain amount of psychic energy, my maximum capacity will gradually increase. However, currently, I can only recover 100 psychic energy per hour, Feng Songlong explained slowly. Zheng Haoyin acknowledged this. That meant recovering 100 points per hour, so if Feng Songlong exhausted all his energy, he'd need 10 full hours of rest to fully replenish. Next, Zheng Haoyin naturally turned his attention to the other three psychics, inspecting each one in turn. As expected, their abilities were tied to their names. Yun Senghu's power was rain manipulation, Lei Wangxi and Jian Bubu controlled thunder manipulation and electricity manipulation respectively. All three had a maximum psychic energy of 500, placing them at the same mid-lower rank as Feng Songlong. However, Yun Senghu's rain manipulation leaned toward gentler control, while Lei Wangxi and Jian Bubu wielded more violent thunderstorms and lightning discharges. There's no immediate need for combat, but I can't let them idle around the base forever, Zheng Haoyin muttered to himself. He needed to find a proper training ground for these four psychics. The next second, a location popped into his mind. Barracks. You four, follow me. Zheng Haoyan ordered. As you command, my lord. Zheng Haoyan strode straight toward the barracks. Yesterday's group of blacksmiths obtained through targeted summoning hadn't trained there because they'd been busy forging equipment. After some consideration, Zheng Haoyan decided it wouldn't matter much and hadn't insisted on their training. Soon, the five arrived outside the barracks. Since the base population was small and everyone was preoccupied with their duties, the barracks, and many other buildings, were relatively quiet. The barracks now already had separate arenas and training rooms, and as Zheng Haoyan pondered, another idea suddenly came to mind. He could fully integrate the morphing space into the barracks as well, allowing many things to be simulated through it. You four will train here. First participate in the barracks system training, then find a suitable training room on your own. Improve your psychic abilities further according to your usual habits, Zheng Haoyan ordered. As you command, my lord. The four psychics quickly entered the barracks and began systematic training. Once training was complete, they would each gain a second identity, soldier. Zheng Haoyan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he opened the barracks attribute panel, wanting to see if there were any aspects of the barracks that could still be upgraded or modified. He didn't expect much at first, but upon inspection, there indeed was something. Training environment renovation? Zheng Haoyan had previously overlooked this small button, perhaps because he'd always been too busy to check. Out of curiosity, he tapped the training environment renovation button. Huh? This? No way. Could it really be this coincidental? After opening it, a long list of options appeared, among which 4 environments were particularly suitable. Gale winds, torrential rain, thunderclaps, lightning flashes. Zheng Haoyan read each word slowly. The barracks could actually generate such natural conditions. In that case, why wouldn't I do it? Without hesitation, Zheng Haoyan clicked the renovation button. But soon, a notification appeared. Renovating the environment required life cores. For a moment, Zheng Haoyan thought his plan was doomed, but the system indicated that the base currently had an ample supply of life cores. When did the base start stocking life cores? Zheng Haoyan wondered, puzzled. Yet when he proceeded with the first renovation and saw the number of zombie cores decrease, he instantly understood. The so-called life cores were actually zombie cores. What's there to hesitate about then? Keep renovating. Zheng Haoyan immediately clicked on the next environment, one suited for Yun Songhu, the torrential rain setting. Chapter 132, The Mysterious Disappearance of a Lord. Perhaps because Feng Zonglong and the others were psychics, their basic training was completed unusually quickly. Just as Zheng Haoyan noticed the transformation of the dedicated training rooms in the barracks being completed, Feng Zonglong and his 3 companions appeared before him, each now bearing an additional identity. Lord, we have finished our training. Please give us your orders. Feng Zonglong, acting as the de facto team leader, reported to Zheng Haoyan. Excellent. Now go take a look. I've prepared individual training rooms for each of you. If they suit you, begin training there. If you encounter any issues, come back and let me know, Zheng Haoyan said with a smile. Yes, Lord. The 4 followed instructions and entered their respective specialized training chambers. Not long after, one by one, they burst out of the rooms with astonished delight, rushing directly to Zheng Haoyan. Zheng Haoyan looked puzzled. Could something be wrong with the training rooms? Are the rooms unsuitable? He asked, turning to Feng Zonglong. No, Lord. How did you do it? In those environments, our psychic energy regeneration rate increased by more than 10-fold. The cost of using abilities dropped to 1/10 of the original, and yet the speed at which our psychic capacity cap increases has doubled. Feng Zonglong's voice trembled with excitement. Training in such facilities, they would probably reach mid-tier psychic levels in no time, a prospect they had never dared dream of before. I see. Don't worry about the details. Since the rooms suit you, focus on training hard, Zheng Haoyan said, patting Feng Zonglong on the shoulder with a smile. Yes, Lord. After watching the 4 enter their training routines, Zheng Haoyan headed toward the library. Ding. On his way, he suddenly noticed a flashing private chat notification, so he stopped to check it. Lord Haoyan, check the world chat immediately. It was a message from Wang Lu. What's going on with the world chat? Zheng Haoyan frowned, confused, but opened the global channel anyway, and was immediately struck by how other lords were discussing something bizarre. He scrolled up and found the first message posted by a lord. Fellow lords, I have a question. Has anyone else noticed a close ally suddenly vanishing? Same here. Yesterday, a good friend I talk to every day, someone I always vent to, stopped replying completely today. No matter how many messages I send, there's no response. I have no idea what happened to him. So it's not just me. I thought my goddess just lost interest, but turns out she's gone missing too. While a hopeless admirer might rationalize the situation, those who remained clear-headed realized this couldn't be as simple as it seemed. To vanish without a trace could very well mean the end of a life. What on earth is happening? Zheng Haoyan furrowed his brow. He immediately messaged several allied lords he knew, but soon received replies from all of them. None of the lords he personally knew were missing, but that didn't mean the incident had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, he sensed he might soon be caught in the same fate. Lord Wang Lu, what do you think about this? Zheng Haoyan decided to discuss it with her. Lord Haoyan, I'm not sure either, but something about this feels deeply wrong, Wang Lu replied helplessly. Before Zheng Haoyan could respond, she continued, and I think we need to prepare for the worst. Right now, it's other lords who are disappearing. Who can say the next won't be one of us? Wang Lu wasn't being pessimistic. This kind of danger was genuinely possible. Even though Zheng Haoyan's base far surpassed others in combat strength, who could guarantee absolute safety? Until one truly became invincible, whether facing a terrifying horde of zombies or an overwhelming technological force, it was entirely possible that his base could be wiped out before he even had time to react. Thus, he had to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. In theory, we're still within safety day. There shouldn't be such unexplained disappearances of lords right now. If this had happened 2 days later, I wouldn't be surprised at all, given that the zombie legions are anything but merciful, Zheng Haoyan said quietly. But how do we even begin investigating? The current situation doesn't allow us to visit the bases of the missing lords to look into this. Wang Lu pointed out the biggest obstacle. No matter the circumstances, speculation alone leads nowhere. To uncover the truth, one must take action. Personally locate the bases of the vanished lords and search for clues there. We may not be able to visit their bases in person, but we can still try reaching out online, asking those who knew the missing lords best, Zheng Haoyan said slowly. At this point, it was the only viable option left. I understand. I'll go find some of the lords who've spoken up and start asking around. Wang Lu, ever impulsive, immediately ended the private chat and set off to gather information. Zheng Haoyan didn't remain idle either. He quickly messaged several allied lords who had previously received his aid, instructing them to join the effort and inquire within the world chat. A network of lords centered around Zheng Haoyan was quietly taking shape. Deep within the forest stood a towering white spire that pierced the heavens. Most people had no idea it actually contained 360 floors. Even fewer knew that certain levels of this tower had already been claimed by individuals, including Harold, the Chancellor of the Empire of Eternal Sun. Like other chosen lords, Harold had once been an ordinary ruler. But after seizing a rare opportunity by chance, he began relentlessly exploring this world, and through sheer determination eventually became a member of the Ivory Spire. Yet he was never truly satisfied. After obtaining a mid-tier capital city, his ambitions grew. He longed to upgrade it into an imperial capital, to reach the very top of the Ivory Spire. And so, he resorted to unethical means. For example, seizing the core heart of other lords' bases. The saying, when the base lives, the lord lives. When the base falls, the lord perishes, refers precisely to this core heart, the material essence bound directly to a lord's life force. Lord Harold, today's hunting squad destroyed 8 lords' bases and recovered 3 units of core heart. Good work, though the yield is still too low. At this rate, how long will it take me to reach the summit? Order them to accelerate operations. Yes, Lord Harold. Chapter 133, Investigation and Inquiry, Doubts Put on Hold. Zheng Haoyan didn't know that these lords had been destroyed by a powerful boss hidden somewhere, merely seeking to strengthen itself. However, Harold the boss's underlings weren't fools either. They specifically targeted lords whose bases were relatively weak, some of whom remained at the initial level 1, even in the final days. In this cutthroat apocalypse, they were often the lowest food chain class. Whenever someone above needed them, they had no choice but to obediently offer their lives. Do you know what happened before your friend disappeared? Zheng Haoyan approached one lord who'd mentioned in the world chat that his friend had vanished, revealing his identity as he began asking questions. Haoyan Lord? Am I dreaming right now? You're actually messaging me personally? Oh my god, Zheng Haoyan was taken aback. What was this reaction? Was meeting him really like encountering a celebrity idol? Did it need to be so dramatic? He didn't yet realize how significant he was to these other lords. To them, he wasn't just an idol, he was an absolute top-tier figure. If he were willing to casually toss over some aid, this minor lord might survive the impending zombie assault. Of course they'd be excited. Calm down. Answer my question first, Zheng Haoyan said impatiently. He didn't have time for gushing admiration. He was busy, after all. Right. Let me get myself together. It's just, you contacting me is so overwhelming. Zheng Haoyan didn't press further, waiting patiently as the other lord composed himself before continuing. It happened yesterday. I chatted with my friend last night around 8 o'clock, and we were talking pretty cheerfully. He's the type of lazy, low-effort lord. My base has already upgraded to level 2, but he was still stuck at level 1. I offered to help him out once or twice, but he flat out refused every time. Reading the messages from the lord named Begu, Zheng Haoyan immediately pictured a scrawny man covered in stubble. That was probably exactly what a laid-back, unambitious lord looked like. Last night, I brought up helping him again. Naturally, he turned me down, but then happily told me he wouldn't need my help anymore. Unless he chose otherwise, someone else could upgrade his base to level 3. I figured he was just rambling. He used to say stuff like that all the time. Once claimed he could have gone back anytime if he wanted. So I dismissed it as nonsense. But the next morning, when we usually messaged and joked around, I couldn't reach him at all. There was a tinge of sorrow in Begu's words. In this apocalyptic world, having a carefree friend to simply talk nonsense with was no easy thing. Zheng Haoyan now understood the general circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Begu's friend. It had occurred overnight, and the man hadn't even managed to leave behind a single message. I see. Thank you for sharing this information, Zheng Haoyan replied politely. No need to be so formal, Haoyan Lord. But if possible, could I borrow some resources? I'll repay you with interest someday. Right now, the farmers in my base are still wearing straw clothes. If zombies show up, they'll all die for sure. Begu was a shrewd one. Seizing the opportunity, he made a direct request. Zheng Haoyan naturally didn't refuse. A few sets of chainmail armor were insignificant to him now. You have received chainmail armor times 5, horsecleaver saber times 5 gifted by Lord Haoyan. When Begu heard the system notification ring in his ears, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you so much, Haoyan Lord. Please rest assured, I'll return everything with interest once I survive the zombie attack. Seeing that heartfelt promise, Zheng Haoyan merely smiled. If this lord named Begu truly survived the upcoming assault, then perhaps this small act of kindness would have mattered. Soon after, Zheng Haotian sought out several other lords who had spoken up, questioning each about their missing friends just as he had questioned Beigyu. The information he gathered was nearly identical. The only difference was that a few overly enthusiastic female admirers ended up wasting quite a bit of his time. Lord Haotian, I just checked in with 4 or 5 of those speaking lords. It seems none of them noticed anything unusual before their friends disappeared. There were no reports of base emergencies, just like they vanished into thin air. Wang Lu sent him a message. The results I got are pretty similar to yours, but have you noticed one thing? Their missing friends share a common trait. They're almost all male. I asked around 7 or 8 people, and only one of the disappeared was a female lord. Plus, their bases were barely developed. Most of them were still at level 1. Zheng Haotian laid out his analysis, and Wang Lu nodded repeatedly as she listened. That's right. In my case, not a single one of them was a female lord, and all their bases were stuck at level 1. Wang Lu confirmed firmly. But this information doesn't seem very helpful. What should we do now? What's our next move? Wang Lu sounded lost. After all, they couldn't conduct any on-site investigations. Under current circumstances, there's no way for us to fully uncover what's going on. Still, we can temporarily ease our concerns. Judging by the common pattern among the missing lords, it's extremely unlikely that either of us will run into the same situation. Zheng Haotian spoke slowly, preparing to put the vanishing lords incident on hold, at least for now. They didn't have much time left for safe development, so every second counted. I understand. Let's set it aside for now. After ending the private chat, Zheng Haotian turned to continue toward the library. He had already spent nearly an hour standing in one spot conversing with various lords. My lord, great news, great news. The campus wasn't that large, and Fang Tian's voice wasn't exactly quiet. As Zheng Haotian walked along, lost in thought, the researcher came rushing up behind him. What's got you so excited? Did you finally find yourself a bride? Zheng Haotian teased. Ah, my lord, don't mock me. Someone like me is destined to be a lifelong bachelor. Fang Tian replied awkwardly. So what's this great news? Zheng Haotian steered the conversation back on track. All right, the 3 young masters. They've successfully developed a special mech. Chapter 134, Light and Darkness, and the 4 symbols mechs. A look of excitement instantly spread across Zheng Haotian's face. They had actually developed a new mech? How could that be? It hadn't been long at all. Was it really this fast? Where are they now? Take me to see them. Zheng Haotian ordered. Reporting to you, Lord, the 3 young masters are inside the morphological laboratory. They specifically sent me to notify you to come take a look, Fang Tian said helplessly. He, a senior researcher, was now reduced to running errands. Excellent. Then let's go see them right away. Zheng Haotian patted Fang Tian on the shoulder and sprinted ahead toward the location of the morphological space. Fang Tian could only follow reluctantly, thinking to himself wryly that he really should step up his physical training from now on. Since they were jogging the whole way, the 2 arrived quickly at the entrance of the morphological space. The 3 little research robots were still busily working inside the lab. The frosted glass exterior blocked the view completely, making it impossible to see what was happening within. Lord, just place your hand on the spatial glass. The 3 young masters have already registered your information into the simulation chamber, Fang Tian said, noticing Zheng Haotian standing bewildered outside the morphological space. Only then did Zheng Haotian belatedly extend his hand. He felt a warm sensation. The glass was actually heat insulated. The next second, the glass slowly vanished, revealing a large door big enough for Zheng Haotian to walk through. Zheng Haotian strode in directly, with Fang Tian following closely behind. Xiao Yi greets Lord. Xiao Air greets Lord. San Air greets Lord. Upon seeing Zheng Haotian, the 3 little research robots immediately dropped their ongoing work and stepped forward respectfully. Fang Kid, get into the simulation chamber and await our orders. Compared to the royal treatment Zheng Haotian received, Fang Tian's situation was bleak. He was back to being a messenger again. Yes, Senior Xiao Air. Still, Fang Tian wore a cheerful smile, showing no resentment whatsoever. After all, in the scientific community, there was an unwritten rule. The one who excels becomes the teacher. Now show me the mech you've modified, Zheng Haotian said directly. That was precisely why he'd come. As you command, Lord. Xiao Yi replied respectfully, then led Zheng Haotian over to an observation platform. Then Xiao Air spoke up. Fang Kid, simulate the light god mech. At Xiao Air's order, Fang Tian pressed a button inside the control room. Immediately, barely 2 meters in front of Zheng Haotian, a highly technological mech shimmering with white light slowly materialized. From its sleek design and powerful aura, Zheng Haotian could immediately tell one thing. This upgraded mech was undoubtedly far stronger than the previous small-scale models. Lord, this mech was specially designed for Kid. Its attributes perfectly match his own, so when he fuses with it, his power will double, and even more so, achieving maximum attribute enhancement. This is exactly our goal in designing this mech, Sen Air explained calmly, taking on the role of commentator. Zheng Haotian nodded. This mech clearly aligned perfectly with Kid's light-based abilities, and the name, Light God Mech, was indeed very fitting. Outstanding. How did you 3 manage this? It hasn't even been that long. How could you develop such a powerful mech so quickly? Zheng Haotian couldn't help but ask. He realized he might have underestimated these 3 little research robots after all. Reporting, Lord, the modifications we made were all based on the existing small-scale mechs. We simply enhanced their elemental attributes. It was far less difficult than creating an entirely new mech from scratch, Xiao Yi patiently explained. Excellent. Then proceed to show me the second mech. Zheng Haoyin ordered. As you command, Lord. After the acknowledgement, Xiao Air announced once more. Fong Kid. Next, Dark God Mech. Instantly, the light God Mech in front of Zheng Haoyin vanished into thin air, and darkness descended. With a flash of black light, a pitch-black mech appeared before his eyes, in absolute contrast to the previous light God Mech. Zheng Haoyin understood immediately. This one was designed for Kate. This is called the Dark God Mech. We've transformed the mech's elemental nature into dark attributes, perfectly matching Kate's own. Once fused, it will unleash tremendous combat power, Senair softly explained again. Clap, clap, clap. Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but applaud. If these weren't just simulations projected by the morphological space, he would have summoned Kid and Kate right away to test them out. With these two powerful mechs, the base's combat strength had once again taken a significant leap forward. You've done an excellent job. Keep up the good work. Zheng Haoyin encouraged, then turned to leave. Wait, Lord, it's not over yet. We haven't just finished modifying two mechs, we've done more than that, Xiao Yi quickly said. What? There are more. Zheng Haoyin was truly stunned now. One or two might be understandable, but in just a few short hours, they had successfully modified three? How many more? Zheng Haoyin asked, swallowing hard. Xiao Air gave a very human-like smile and said, Fong Kid, playing them one by one is too slow. Let's bring them all out together from now on. Yes, Senior Xiao Air. Receiving the order, Fong Tian rapidly pressed 4 buttons in succession. Immediately, Zheng Haoyin felt a violent gust of wind surge before him. As the wind howled, torrential rain poured down, followed swiftly by flashing lightning and roaring thunder. The rumbling so intense that Zheng Haoyin felt as if it were utterly real. The next 4 mechs have been modified based on Colin, Brian, Peter, and Solomon's attributes. We call them the 4 symbols mechs. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. I feel like I've accidentally activated some kind of overpowered cheat again, Zheng Haoyin murmured to himself, the last trace of anxiety about any potential zombie assault vanishing completely from his mind. With such a powerful mech squad, what were mere hordes of zombies to fear? Lord, may we ask if you're satisfied with our modifications? Xiao Air asked with a smile. Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. But I do have one more question. Roughly how long will it take to actually manufacture these mechs? Zheng Haoyin asked. The ones in the morphological space were merely simulations. What he needed were real, tangible mechs. Lord, please don't worry. After discussing with Fong Kid and the blacksmith shop, preparing the raw materials will only take half a day. Also, we've made certain improvements to the equipment at the mech production station. Now we can produce 2 mechs simultaneously. Therefore, within just a day and a half, all 6 mechs will be ready and present in the base. Xiao Yi replied earnestly. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Chapter 135 Unconsciously, just a little bit more. With the Light God and Dark God mechs, the 4 symbols mechs, a primitive small-sized mech from Robert, and the mech he himself wore, the base was about to possess a total of 8 mechs. Fong Tian, keep an eye on the mech production at all times. Currently, the robot squad is under Catherine's command. Go directly to her if you need coordination, Zheng Haoyin instructed. Understood, my lord. I will certainly assist the 3 young masters in completing the mechs smoothly, Fong Tian replied excitedly, genuinely thrilled to be involved in a task that would greatly benefit the base's development. Zheng Haoyin nodded in acknowledgement, then added one more instruction. The 3 little research robots were not to forget modifying a mech for Catherine as well, before heading out of the morphing chamber. However, the 3 little research robots exchanged unusually troubled glances. Catherine's status was special, and the mechs suitable for her wouldn't be as simple as just adjusting ordinary attributes. Since the Lord has given his order, let's get moving, brothers. Spurred by Xiao Air's encouragement, the 3 little research robots plunged back into their hectic research work. Meanwhile, after exiting the morphing space, Zheng Haoyin made his way toward the library according to his plan. Along the way, he coincidentally met Shui Ying, who had come looking for him, so naturally, they chose to walk together. My lord, you seem exceptionally happy. Can you share it with Shui Ying too? Shui Ying asked playfully, tugging lightly at Zheng Haoyin's hand. Zheng Haoyin smiled gently, lightly tapped the tip of Shui Ying's delicate nose, and said, of course. On their way to the library, Zheng Haoyin shared with Shui Ying the news that 6 upgraded mechs had just been designed. Really? Does this mean the base won't have to fear danger anymore? Excitement shone clearly on Shui Ying's face. Zheng Haoyin shook his head. It only means our safety margin has increased somewhat. But absolute safety? That's impossible to guarantee. In this post-apocalyptic world, could any place truly be completely safe? Shui Ying gently rubbed the palm of Zheng Haoyin's hand and gave him a comforting look. As his personal attendant, she knew better than anyone how many burdens weighed upon him daily. Don't worry. Right now, I'm filled with confidence. Even if the base isn't absolutely safe, as long as I'm still here, I won't allow anything to destroy it. Zheng Haoyin declared with passionate determination. Seeing him like this, Shui Ying's eyes instantly sparkled with admiration. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the library. Inside, apart from Ma Jun, the dedicated librarian, there was also the butler Wang Li, along with the 2 brothers Wu Jun and Wu Kun. Greetings, my lord. The 4 bowed respectfully to Zheng Haoyin in turn. No need for formalities. Please rise, Zheng Haoyin said, gesturing upward with both hands. Thank you, my lord. Before Zheng Haoyin could even speak, Wang Li stepped forward and asked, My lord, are you here to see me? For a moment, the scene seemed to freeze. Zheng Haoyin was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Wang Li, puzzled. How did you know I came to find you? Wang Li wasn't wrong. Zhang Haoyan indeed had something to discuss with her. Wanting to accelerate the base's construction, he hoped to upgrade the base from level 4 to an initial main city before tomorrow, the final deadline. Because my lord looked straight at me the moment you entered, and you already have the beautiful Miss Shuang beside you. So it couldn't be because I looked especially lovely today. It must be that you came to see me for some reason, Wang Li explained calmly. Indeed, women's sixth sense was frighteningly accurate. Wang Li's guess was spot on. Haha, you don't need to be so modest. You're a great beauty too. Zhang Haoyan laughed heartily. Wang Li blushed slightly, a rare reaction, but quickly composed herself. Shuang, however, upon receiving the compliment, couldn't stop the flush spreading across her cheeks. Ma Jun, the rest of you may go back to your duties. I did come here specifically to see Wang Li, Zhang Haoyan said casually. Yes, my lord. The other three returned to their work, while Zhang Haoyan asked Wang Li to lead the way. They needed a quiet place to talk. Please follow me, my lord. Soon, the trio arrived at one of the library's meeting rooms. Shuang carefully helped Zhang Haoyan take a seat, while Wang Li stood respectfully to the side. What does my lord require of this humble servant? Wang Li asked with deference. You probably already guessed why I sought you out, Zhang Haoyan said, a slight smile playing on his lips. Since my lord has asked this humble servant to guess, I shall boldly venture a guess, if you don't mind, Wang Li said slowly. You wish for me to calculate the total resources required for the current base construction, correct? Zhang Haoyan gave a light nod and said, exactly. I need you to figure out, based on construction requirements, how many more resources are needed if I want to upgrade the base into an initial main city. At once, please allow this servant some time. I shall begin right away. Zhang Haoyan waved his hand slightly, signaling her to proceed. Immediately, Wang Li accessed the base's overall data, rapidly calculating the required resources for upgrading each building against the resources currently available in the base. There are currently 3 level 4 buildings in the base. If we need to select 7 additional structures to upgrade, we'll roughly require about 1 million units of primary resources and around 50,000 units of intermediate resources. Special resources aren't needed just yet, but a certain amount will be required for the final main city upgrade. Her hand moved swiftly across the blank paper, listing each building's name, the resources needed to upgrade it to level 4, and finally, the resource demands for upgrading to a main city. My lord, I've noticed you've already prepared all the special resources required for the main city upgrade. At present, we still need 4 million units of primary resources. As for intermediate resources, both copper and silver or quantities are sufficient. Without calculating, one wouldn't realize. Once calculated, it became clear. Now, only a few steps separated the base from becoming a main city. It was truly a matter of being one kick away from scoring. Correct. Because this is our first time reaching a level 4 base, the system granted a large amount of resources. Exactly what's needed for the main city upgrade, Zhang Haoyan said with a smile. I understand now. Based on the current rate at which the base acquires resources, it will take only 1.5 days until we can complete the upgrade. Upon hearing Wang Li's conclusion, Zhang Haoyan couldn't help but show an excited expression. He wondered what rewards the system would grant upon achieving the first main city upgrade. Chapter 136, Gunboat and Xiaoguang's Peril. Wang Li handed a sheet of white paper covered in text and numbers to Zhang Haoyan, pointing at it as she said, Lord, we can start by upgrading these buildings to level 4 first. This includes the blacksmith shop, the breeding farm. As Zhang Haoyan listened to Wang Li, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. He felt like he was becoming a useless lord. Someone perfectly capable of handling everything for him had finally emerged. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Li, I have to say I've been neglecting you far too much lately. It's been quite a waste, Zhang Haoyan said, clapping while admiring her with an impressed click of his tongue. You flatter me, my lord. This is merely what this humble servant should do, Wang Li replied with a smile, neither overly modest nor remotely arrogant. Then I'll follow your plan exactly. I'll go upgrade these buildings right away. Zhang Haoyan wasn't sure whether the upcoming upgrades would take time, so to ensure no delays later when upgrading the main city, he needed to race against every second completing the basic groundwork. It's hard work, my lord, but base upgrades truly can only be done personally by the lord himself, Wang Li said with a gentle smile. Zhang Haoyan nodded slightly, took the piece of paper from Wang Li, then walked out of the library with Shui Ying toward the base hall to begin the building upgrades. On a remote island far from the mainland stood a reasonably well-maintained base. Farmers here were busy planting crops and fishing in the sea, an ordinary daily routine. This place was one of Zhang Haoyan's subsidiary bases, specifically, Lord Xiaoguang's base. With Zhang Haoyan's assistance, Xiaoguang's base had already been upgraded to level 3. However, due to its overly peaceful existence, the dozens of farmers under Xiaoguang weren't particularly strong fighters. Calling them weak wouldn't be exaggeration, they were practically combat nobodies. Sigh, I wonder when Brother Haoyan will finally rescue me from this wretched island. Life here is just tasteless. While other lords in the world chat constantly shared tales of danger encountered today or miraculous events from yesterday, Xiaoguang's days were dull, filled only with adjusting his farmers' labor schedules. One day assigning someone to fish, another day assigning others to work. He'd even gone so far as to make a deck of playing cards and force idle farmers to play Fight the Landlord with him. But because of the invisible hierarchy, none of the farmers dared beat him. That made the game increasingly boring. Fu Bo, Qin Qing, come play Fight the Landlord with me. After checking the world chat messages again, Xiaoguang felt another wave of boredom wash over him and called 2 farmers who often played cards with him. At once, my lord. He thought this would be yet another lazy day, but soon, The urge to play cards vanished entirely. My lord, something seems to be approaching us. What? Something approaching? Upon hearing the farmer's words, Xiaoguang immediately stood up, tossing his terrible hand of cards back into the pile before rushing toward the coastline. Sure enough, within sight, a massive luxury yacht was slowly drawing near. Could it be someone's come to rescue me? Xiaoguang instantly lit up with excitement. Still, after all, he was a lord. He wasn't completely naive. He quickly opened his private chat window and navigated to Zheng Haoyan's conversation thread. He needed to ask if Haoyan had sent anyone, since he'd only ever given the island's coordinates to Zheng Haoyan. Big bro Haoyan, did you send people to rescue me? Xiaoguang asked directly. What? Zheng Haoyan was confused. When had he sent anyone to find Xiaoguang? Could it be that someone else discovered the island's location? Xiaoguang suddenly felt uneasy. What happened? Zheng Haoyan asked again. Xiaoguang quickly relayed the news about the yacht appearing outside his island. The matter could be trivial or serious. If the people on the yacht meant no harm, they might just be visitors. But if they'd specifically come looking with ill intent, Xiaoguang could be in real danger. Big bro Haoyan, what should I do now? This was Xiaoguang's first time facing such a situation. He was momentarily at a loss. Don't panic. Tell your farmers to stop all work temporarily. Just wait for the yacht to dock, and try to appear as poor as possible. Don't show off any wealth, Zheng Haoyan instructed. So long as the visitors weren't coming with robbery in mind, pretending to be poor should be enough to deter any ill intentions. Of course, you still need to be prepared. The moment they show any ill intent, don't hesitate. Use every weapon I've given you. Even if you can't win, make them pay a heavy price. Then retreat back to your base as quickly as possible and activate all defensive structures. Zheng Haoyan issued orders remotely, but he didn't realize that Xiaoguang's base facilities were nowhere near as advanced as his own, and the farmer's combat abilities were extremely low. Hearing Zheng Haoyan's instructions, Xiaoguang felt somewhat reassured. Yet the moment the luxury yacht actually docked, his heart involuntarily began to race. Hello, I'm the lord of this place. May I ask who you are? Xiaoguang mustered his courage and stepped forward to greet them. From the yacht emerged about 20 to 30 people, each dressed in standardized uniforms resembling camouflage gear, and every single one carried a strangely shaped weapon. Is there a level 3 base nearby under your control? Since all 20-some individuals wore helmets, Xiaoguang couldn't tell their ages, but judging by the voice, the leader seemed to be a middle-aged man. Yes, there's only one base on this entire island, and it's mine, Xiaoguang instinctively admitted, but immediately regretted it. The core energy source from a level 3 base should be enough to fulfill our mission. Begin. Understood, Captain. After this brief exchange, these 20-odd uninvited guests suddenly raised their odd-looking weapons, aiming them directly at Xiaoguang and his farmers. Wait, what do you think you're doing? Xiaoguang shouted desperately, his expression growing extremely tense. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets glowing with white light shot out from their bizarre weapons, striking Xiaoguang's farmers one after another, sending them flying backward from the impacts. Lord, run! Xiaoguang was completely stunned. They hadn't even finished talking. No conditions, no negotiations, just an outright massacre? What kind of logic was this? Furious and heartbroken, Xiaoguang nevertheless clung to the belief that revenge need not be hurried. It waits 10 years. With that thought, he made an emergency decision to retreat. But the pursuers quickly gave chase. This time, Xiaoguang was truly in grave danger. Chapter 137. A conversation across distance, the so-called higher UPS. Thanks to the farmer's relentless and fearless resistance, Xiaoguang had managed to return safely to his base. However, after all this time gathering them, he likely had very few of his farmers left. Big bro Haotian, help me quick. It's an emergency. Xiaoguang immediately reached out to Zheng Haoyan for help. With the defensive strength of his current base, there was no way he could hold back that group of well-equipped soldiers. What happened? Did they launch an attack on you? Zheng Haoyan asked urgently. They're acting like madmen. Won't say a word, just attacked my people outright. If I hadn't run fast enough, I wouldn't even be able to message you now. From the tone of the message, Zheng Haoyan could clearly sense Xiaoguang's desperation. It truly seemed life-threatening. Stay calm. Tell me exactly who these people are, Zheng Haoyan tried to soothe him. I don't know. Just a bunch in uniforms, like soldiers from some organization. Their weapons look strange, too, and they're extremely powerful. Even the chainmail you gave me couldn't withstand a single shot. Hearing this, Zheng Haoyan's mind raced, but he couldn't think of any immediate solution. He couldn't reach Xiaoguang in time, so offering direct military support was impossible. Stop struggling pointlessly. Hand over the Genesis core quietly, and we might let you live. Just as Xiaoguang waited desperately for Zheng Haoyan's plan, a voice rang out from beyond the base walls. Who exactly are you? Why are you doing this? Xiaoguang roared back, though he had no intention of opening the gate. Open the gate, and you'll soon find out who we are. You're dreaming. Impossible. Xiaoguang screamed like a cornered cat, weak in combat, but loud and defiant. Since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us then. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted. The base gate shuddered with loud banging noises, shaking violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Big bro Haotian, save me. They've started attacking the main gate. At this rate, my base will definitely be breached. Xiaoguang was truly desperate. He'd never imagined something like this could happen on such a remote, insignificant island. Damn it, Zheng Haoyan cursed under his breath. He couldn't afford to ignore Xiaoguang. This base was technically one of his subordinate bases, and it even granted him an additional daily summoning slot. If Xiaoguang's base were destroyed, that extra summon would vanish too. Xiaoguang, shout to them that you want to talk to their leader. Then hand your phone to their commander. I'll speak with him directly. Negotiation was now the only option. Zheng Haoyan needed to understand why they were targeting Xiaoguang. Once he knew their intentions, he could figure out how to protect Xiaoguang, even if it meant making certain sacrifices. But saving him was absolutely worth the cost. Got it. I'll do it right away. Seeing Xiaoguang's affirmative reply, Zheng Haoyan instantly sent him a mobile phone. To protect his base, Xiaoguang immediately shouted toward the gate. Stop. I want to speak with your leader. I'm not sure what you're after, but if you halt the attack, I'll give it to you. As soon as his words echoed out, the assault outside ceased. You're really willing to hand over the Genesis Core? Then just surrender it now, and we'll leave immediately. A middle-aged man's voice came from beyond the gate. I don't even know what this Genesis Core is. Are you sure it's here? Can I at least speak with your leader? Xiaoguang pressed urgently. I am the leader. You definitely have the Genesis Core. Hand it over peacefully, and we'll withdraw right away. The man's voice came again. Then Xiaoguang's phone rang. Zheng Haoyan was calling. Big bro Hao Tian, I'm negotiating with them. My life is in your hands. Xiaoguang knew that only Zheng Haoyan could save him now. Tell them I'm your boss. I want to talk to their leader. Terms can be improved. Understood, big bro Hao Tian. After replying, Xiaoguang quickly called out to the men outside once more. Truth is, I'm just a small pawn. I've got a boss above me. Since you're the leader, would you mind speaking with my boss instead? Maybe he knows about the Genesis Core, and he might offer you far more. Fine, bring your boss out. The man outside agreed immediately. Perhaps the prospect of obtaining more Genesis Cores had sparked their interest. My boss isn't here right now, but I have a device that allows remote communication. Don't shoot. I'll have my men lower it down to you from the wall, Xiaoguang shouted back. Hurry up. Don't waste our time, or things will get ugly. The middle-aged man's voice grew impatient. Chinemo, you go up and send this down in a basket. Be careful, Xiaoguang instructed one of his subordinates. He certainly wouldn't risk himself. His survival was essential. If anything happened to him, everyone in the base would die. As his subordinate climbed the wall and lowered the phone in a basket to the group outside, the leader among them finally took hold of it. Only then did Xiaoguang breathe a sigh of relief. How do I use this thing? The man asked, puzzled. He'd never seen a mobile phone before. Put it against your ear, Xiaoguang said coolly. Still skeptical, the middle-aged man obeyed and held the phone to his ear. Hello, I'm the superior of the base leader you're attacking. State your terms. Zheng Haoyan got straight to the point. Whoever they were, they clearly hadn't launched such an intense assault without a serious purpose. You're the so-called boss? I want the Genesis Core. Tell him to hand over the level 3 Genesis Core from the base, and I'll withdraw with my men immediately. The man replied bluntly. Genesis Core? What is that? Zheng Haoyan frowned. He knew of energy cores and power cores, but this Genesis Core was entirely unfamiliar. The Genesis Core is the core component of the summoning platform inside the base. Hand it over, and we leave right away. The summoning platform core? Zheng Haoyan's expression changed instantly. There was no way he could ever give that up. Chapter 138. Personal Intervention. The mecha shows its power. Zheng Haoyan momentarily forgot to respond. The middle-aged man immediately grew impatient and said, Have you made up your mind yet? Hand over the core of Genesis, or we'll flatten your base. The core of the summoning platform can never be given to you. It's the foundation of a lord's existence. Without it, how could we summon subordinates? Zheng Haoyan naturally refused. Even if handing it over wouldn't directly threaten Xiaoguang's life, Zheng Haoyan still wouldn't allow it. Without the core, the summoning platform would become completely useless. And without the platform, what good would it be if the base were ever so powerful? There'd be no one to defend it. Besides, without enough farmers, a lord could never expand and strengthen the base. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us for being ruthless. With negotiations failed, only one option remained, battle. Bang. The middle-aged man slammed his phone onto the ground without hesitation, then angrily pointed at the gates of Xiaoguang's base. Break through it. Inside the base, Xiaoguang naturally heard this furious roar and instantly felt overwhelmed. How had things gone from negotiation to collapse so quickly? Big brother Haoyan, what's going on? Why are they attacking again? Xiaoguang asked anxiously. They want the core of the summoning platform. If we give it to them, you won't be able to summon farmers ever again. Zheng Haoyan said gravely. What? How dare they? Xiaoguang was stunned. What they demanded was something no lord would ever willingly surrender. Aside from mutual destruction, there was simply nothing left to negotiate. So I refused without hesitation, and now they've resumed their attack on you. Be mentally prepared. Zheng Haoyan's words were dead serious. After reading the message, Xiaoguang instantly suppressed his inner fear. He had no right to be afraid now. If he couldn't eliminate the group outside the base, he would be the one destroyed instead. Big brother Haoyan, can you still help me now? Xiaoguang's voice became dry and hoarse, a result of tension reducing saliva production. I'll try my best. Zheng Haoyan was torn. Was it worth risking himself for a satellite base? But in the end, he made an emotionally driven decision. Shueying, I need to go save someone. It might be dangerous, but don't worry. I'll stay cautious and won't put myself in unnecessary danger. Zheng Haoyan needed Shui Ying's approval before setting out, as her support might be crucial later. Lord Haoyan, must you really go? As soon as she heard this, Shui Ying's expression darkened. She clearly sensed the implications behind his words. He claimed he'd stay safe, but the safest place was undoubtedly within the base itself. If I don't go, he will certainly die. If I do go, there's a good chance I can save him, Zheng Haoyan said heavily. Shui Ying fell silent. After a moment, she nodded slowly. Please remember, Lord, all of us remain in the base. You are the most important person to us. Zheng Haoyin looked earnestly at Xue Ying and firmly nodded. Then, he immediately contacted Xia Guang, sending him a formation diagram. He intended to use the teleportation formation blueprint he'd previously obtained from Wei Tai to reach the deserted island where Xia Guang's base was located. Big brother Haoyin, no time for words. Quickly activate the formation. I'll assist you in fighting back. Zheng Haoyin snapped sternly. Got it. At this moment, Xia Guang was too moved to speak properly. If he didn't know better, he'd have wondered whether he was actually Zheng Haoyin's long-lost illegitimate son. The way Zheng Haoyin helped him was no different than helping his own child. Following Zheng Haoyin's instructions, Xia Guang quickly set up the teleportation formation and waited for his arrival. With a flash of white light, Zheng Haoyin vanished from his base and reappeared on the deserted island where Xia Guang stood. Big brother Haoyin, I'm Xia Guang. Xia Guang stared at the young man in fine robes before him. After a brief hesitation, he quickly greeted him. Zheng Haoyin had no time to examine Xia Guang carefully. He strode straight toward the city wall. He needed to assess the enemy's combat strength. Xia Guang, gather all your farmers. I might need their help later, Zheng Haoyin ordered. Understood. Big brother Haoyin, just tell me what to do. Zheng Haoyin nodded, then looked down from above, observing dozens of humanoid figures in uniform assaulting the city gate with strange, gun-like weapons. Stop, all of you! Zheng Haoyin roared. Huh? You're his boss? How did you get here? The middle-aged man in front spoke with clear confusion. They had briefly spoken over the phone earlier, but seeing him in person now still caught him off guard. You don't need to know. Right now, I give you two choices. 1. Retreat immediately, and I'll forgive your insolence. Or 2. Be completely annihilated by me. Then all of you will die right here. Zheng Haoyin said coldly. Huh. Brothers, did you hear that? He says he'll annihilate us? That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Him alone. The leading middle-aged man sneered, utterly disbelieving that Zheng Haoyin could possibly pose a threat by himself. Then this is your own choice. Zheng Haoyin knew words alone would never suffice. Without hesitation, he pulled out a mech capsule and gently tossed it onto the ground near the city wall. Hey, look at that. He just threw a capsule. Huh, does he think he can blow us up? Mocking laughter poured in from outside the walls, but it didn't last long. Amid swirling black and white energies, an intricately designed mech materialized before everyone's eyes. I hope you can still laugh after this. Zheng Haoyin's icy voice reached every ear. In one fluid motion, he leapt into the air and seamlessly entered the cockpit of the mech. Buzz. A deep hum resonated as crimson light flared in the mech's twin optical sensors. Combat mode activated. Damn it. What the hell is that thing? Open fire, the middle-aged man shouted instantly. The squad outside immediately swung their weapons around, unleashing a barrage directly at Zheng Haoyin's mech. Too slow. Take this, Zheng Haoyin said calmly. Whoosh, whoosh. Flames erupted from the mech's back as missiles launched in rapid succession, striking the enemy squad with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. Crash. Is it already over? Xia Guang had climbed onto the wall and witnessed Zheng Haoyin's overwhelming display of power. He stood there dazed, completely stunned. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? The middle-aged man's uniform was now torn and scorched, yet they didn't seem critically injured. The real battle had only just begun. Chapter 139, Final Preparations. Zheng Haoyin's eyes narrowed. To think someone could withstand the mech's artillery fire and remain unscathed, only their clothes slightly torn, was already beyond his belief. They're actually fine? How is that possible? Xia Guang looked down from the city wall, his face filled with disbelief. What if you can endure one attack? What then? Zheng Haoyin sneered. Twin laser blades flashed to life in the mech's hands as he immediately charged toward the group, led by the middle-aged man. Withdraw, a frantic voice rang out. Suddenly, a red glow erupted beneath the group, and in the next second, they vanished completely from sight. Zheng Haoyin froze on the spot. He had never encountered anything like this before. Where did they go? Xia Guang hurried down from the wall, opened the gate, and rushed out with the farmers. It seems they used some kind of teleportation method to escape, Zheng Haoyin said uncertainly. He had expected a full-on battle, but instead, they had chosen to retreat outright, cowardice at its peak. But honestly, the middle-aged man couldn't be blamed. Facing a mech for the first time, an overwhelmingly powerful weapon, it was natural for them to panic and instinctively flee. Oh right, Boss Haoyin, they left a gunship docked near the coast. Should we go check it out? Xia Guang suddenly remembered and asked. Zheng Haoyin didn't reply. He piloted the mech skyward and flew straight toward the coastline, but it was too late. The group had apparently teleported directly onto the ship itself. By the time Zheng Haoyin arrived, they were already fleeing into open waters at maximum speed. All that remained was a shrinking silhouette on the horizon. They've escaped. The gunship's gone too. Back at Xia Guang's base, Zheng Haoyin stepped out of the mech and reported. Well, let them run. Boss Haoyin, do you think they'll come back? Xia Guang asked dejectedly. Half my farmers died in this fight. Only then did Zheng Haoyin truly take in the youth standing before him. One who looked barely older than a student. This was their first real meeting. I can't give you any guarantees. In fact, the dangers you'll face from now on won't be limited to just this one. They might even become far worse. So you need to mentally prepare yourself, Zheng Haoyin said bluntly. In this apocalypse, there was no true safety, nor could anyone avoid danger forever. The only solution was constant self-improvement. I really wish I could go back. I was having such a peaceful college life. Why did I have to end up here? Xia Guang raised his fists helplessly, his frustration clear. His sheltered island existence had barely scratched the surface of what the apocalypse truly meant. Zheng Haoyan shook his head gently. The teleportation array had only 3 uses left, and next time, he wouldn't personally come to save anyone again. Saving someone once might earn gratitude, but doing it repeatedly would only create dependency, make them think it was their right. Xiaoguang, no matter what happens from now on, you must rely on yourself. Never assume your surroundings are safe, because in the apocalypse, there is no truly safe place. Even if you abandoned your base and followed me to mine, I still couldn't guarantee your safety. And you must understand this. The only person you can truly depend on is yourself. Zheng Haoyan spoke with deep solemnity. Xiaoguang was the first lord he had invested in, but so far, that investment hadn't yielded much, though gaining 1 summon slot was already a decent return. Boss Haoyan, I understand. Don't worry about me. For a moment, Xiaoguang seemed to grow up. Watching Zheng Haoyan vanish into white light, his gaze grew firmer, more resolute. The moment Zheng Haoyan returned to his base, a soft body darted into his arms. Lord Haoyan, please, don't go next time. I'll be fine. Don't worry, he murmured gently, stroking Shui Ying's silky hair with the tenderest voice he could muster. He should have remained cold-blooded, but how could anyone truly be heartless? Now, what tied Zheng Haoyan wasn't merely the mechanical link between himself and the base, nor simply survival. It was the living, breathing lives within this base, each one willing to die for him, each one he could not bear to lose. Yet tender moments were fleeting. Too many pressing matters awaited Zheng Haoyan's attention. There was only 1 day left until safety day. Every lord was making final preparations, unwilling to be ruthlessly eliminated. Blacksmith shop, begin upgrade. The gunship that had fled from the island did not continue searching for other isolated lords. Instead, under the leadership of the middle-aged man, it turned back to return. In fact, they had already successfully destroyed 3 level 2 bases and 5 level 1 bases, securing a total of 8 base cores of varying ranks. Their attack on Xiaoguang's island had been purely coincidental. Any hunter, on their way home, upon spotting another easy prey within reach, would naturally choose to spend a little extra time capturing it. And that was exactly what the middle-aged man had thought. At first, everything went as he expected. But then, unexpectedly, this prey turned out to be a hedgehog, prickly and capable of biting back, forcing them to retreat in disgrace. Captain, are we really just leaving like this? That was a level 3 base core. If only we'd gotten it. Shut up. Do you think I don't know that? Can you guarantee none of us would have died under that strange weapon? The middle-aged man snapped furiously. Sorry, Captain. I just feel it's a bit of a waste. Chiozei, don't think just because you have some connection with Lord Harold you can question my decisions freely. Otherwise, I won't be so lenient next time. The middle-aged man said coldly. The crew member who had spoken immediately clamped his mouth shut. He dared not overstep again. We're returning now. We'll report to Lord Harold about what happened here. We must find out exactly what that mysterious weapon is. Otherwise, if we encounter it again, we'll suffer the same loss, the middle-aged man stated calmly. Yes, Captain. Although Zheng Haoyan had sensed this squad wasn't ordinary, he didn't realize they were actually subordinates of the very force responsible for the mysterious disappearances of so many lords. Otherwise, he might have tried to forcibly detain them. But their eventual confrontation was merely a matter of time. Chapter 140. The First Battle of Light and Shadow Matches. Following Wang Li's design plan, Zheng Haoyan upgraded all the buildings in the base that could be enhanced. Other structures, such as the blacksmith shop and breeding farm, had also been successfully upgraded to level 4 after consuming massive amounts of resources, each receiving significant improvements. Zhao Tai, now the chief blacksmith at the smithy, had grown capable of crafting not only excellent tier purple equipment, but even had a chance to create legendary tier orange gear. The breeding farm no longer merely increased output. It now featured a training ground and a mutation incubation chamber, allowing the animals raised there to evolve beyond mere food sources and potentially become battle companions. Looking at the impressive attributes of each newly upgraded building, Zheng Haoyan found himself instantly imagining what the main city would look like upon completion. It would surely undergo a tremendous transformation. All that's left now is fortification. To upgrade the main city, Zheng Haoyan still needed to modify the city walls to possess defenses worthy of a capital stronghold. Arrow towers were no longer sufficient. They had to be upgraded into Pao Tai, utilizing the energy weapons developed by Fang Tian. By converting the automatic arrow towers into fully automated artillery turrets, their destructive power increased several-fold overnight. In addition to these artillery defenses, the man-eating flowers planted outside the walls had now grown into monstrous creatures, thriving on the moat's nutrients, their gnarled limbs reaching out like claws, ready to devour any living thing daring enough to approach. Of course, such giant carnivorous plants alone couldn't secure the vast perimeter beneath the massive walls. Zheng Haoyan had also constructed 5 watchtower-like structures along the wall, each equipped with weaponry identical to the artillery turrets. Any force foolish enough to attack Zheng Haoyan's base would immediately face an overwhelming counterattack. Lord, we've done it. As Zheng Haoyan was immersed in his work, time quietly crept toward noon, when a joyful voice suddenly pulled him from his tasks. Fang Tian, why are you here all of a sudden? Did the mechs make new progress? Zheng Haoyan asked, catching sight of Fang Tian's excited expression and instinctively guessing the reason. His hunch was spot on. That's right, Lord. We've successfully completed the construction of both the Light God Mech and the Dark God Mech. And later, the 3 younger masters made a small modification. The 2 mechs can now not only fight independently, but also combine into a single unit, the Light and Darkness God Mech. Fang Tian spoke with unrestrained excitement. Although he hadn't designed the mechs himself, he had personally assembled them, giving him immense pride and accomplishment. Excellent. Let's go see them. Zheng Haoyin smiled broadly. He had been working hard for quite some time already. This would be the perfect opportunity to take a break and appreciate the powerful capabilities of the two transformed mechs. Fang Tian quickly led the way straight toward the mech platform. For now, mech manufacturing still relied on the intricate instruments housed within the platform. Oh, by the way, Lord, Fang Tian paused awkwardly. I got so excited I forgot to notify Masters Keith and Kate. We'll need them here to test the mech performance. No problem, Zheng Haoyin replied calmly. You go find them. They should be at the barracks. I'll head to the mech platform first and have a look at the mechs myself. Understood, Lord. With that, Fang Tian immediately turned and rushed off toward the barracks, while Zheng Haoyin continued forward with Xue Ying toward the mech platform. So this is Light God and Dark God. Zheng Haoyin was stunned by the two magnificent mechs standing before him. The white light god exuded an indescribable radiance just by standing there, an ethereal glow that drew the eyes and stirred the soul, as if purifying one's very spirit. When Zheng Haoyin shifted his gaze to the dark god mech, he felt instantly entranced. Its deep, profound blackness didn't evoke evil, but rather a kind of hypnotic allure, a dark elegance that captivated and refused to let go. Lord Haoyin, these two mechs, they're so beautiful. Xue Ying voiced what both of them felt. Indeed, these mechs transcended the realm of mere war machines. They were more like masterpieces of art. It'd be such a shame if they got damaged in battle, Zheng Haoyin thought quietly to himself. Yet the destiny of a mech was to fight on the battlefield. Such powerful weapons could never remain mere decorations. Perhaps Fang Tian had described their appearance over communication, because both mechanical servants, Keith and Kate, arrived almost instantaneously, carrying Fang Tian between them at high speed. Less than 3 minutes had passed since he left. Just as Zheng Haoyin finished admiring the exquisite exteriors of the two mechs, the two mechanical servants arrived at the platform. Are these two mechs really ours? Keith and Kate both wore expressions of disbelief, as the mechs looked at first glance just like real humans. You should know which one belongs to whom. Go ahead and try them out, Zheng Haoyin said with a smile. Yes, my lord. The two mechanical servants dashed straight toward their respective mechs, leapt up, and instantly, a scene identical to Robert's earlier fusion unfolded before them. A perfect synchronization between mech and mechanical servant, one that Zheng Haoyin could never achieve when piloting a mech himself. The next second, lights ignited within the pupils of both mechs. The light god mech's eyes were a deep, profound black, while the dark god mech's glowed a bright, luminous white. This subtle contrast heightened the aesthetic beauty of the mechs to an extreme, leaving Zheng Haoyin utterly stunned into silence. Mechanical servant Keith, reporting to Lord Haoyin. Mechanical servant Kate, reporting to Lord Haoyin. Both mechs dropped onto one knee, expressing their deepest respect toward Zheng Haoyin. Excellent. But this alone doesn't demonstrate much. A better idea formed in Zheng Haoyin's mind. He tossed out a mech capsule, then leapt straight inside, activating his own mech. You too, follow me. Zheng Haoyin launched his mech skyward, heading straight for the location of the ruined city. Buzz. The light god and dark god mechs immediately took flight, tailing closely behind Zheng Haoyin's mech. Their flight speed far surpassed any vehicle he'd used before. Almost as soon as they spotted the ruins, the trio arrived on site. This is the perfect place to test our firepower, Zheng Haoyin said, a grin spreading across his face. Now, open fire. Give it everything you've got. At Zheng Haoyin's command, cannons locked onto the horde of zombies ahead. Once again, the poor undead would serve as their testing ground. Yes, sir. Whoosh, whoosh. White streaked with black, projectiles of chaotic hues struck the city ruins dead on. The next instant, boom. Chapter 141, Safety Day ends. Zheng Haoyin instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Although the light from the explosion wasn't particularly intense, the fusion of darkness and light, two forces that should naturally repel each other, was undeniably NG. Keep going. Today, let them see the true power of mechs. Zheng Haoyin had no intention of ending it here. At the very least, he wanted to draw out 1 or 2 heavyweights. Yes, my lord. Kate and Kid, of course, followed Zheng Haoyin's orders without hesitation, piloting the light god and dark god mechs as they advanced deeper into the ruined city, with Zheng Haoyin closely following behind. Roar. The ground swarmed with zombies roaring, but ordinary ones couldn't reach the mech's high altitude and could only helplessly endure the bombardment of explosive fire. Boom. Bang. Loud explosions echoed throughout the ruined city. The mechs were equipped with regenerative energy cores, and their projectiles utilized this stored energy, giving them exceptional endurance in prolonged combat. Watch out for flying zombies. The deeper they ventured into the ruins, the higher the chance of encountering mutated zombies, so Zheng Haoyin issued a timely warning. Understood. Kid and Kate responded promptly, slowing their advance slightly. Sure enough, flying zombies soon appeared in the sky, but the light god and dark god mechs quickly made them regret ever-evolving wings. Swish. Beams of light and shadow, slashing through the air, proved instantly fatal. The bodies of the flying zombies couldn't withstand even a single strike, being cleaved cleanly in half and crashing lifelessly to the ground. Excellent. Watching the two mechs cut through the undead like harvesting vegetables, Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but utter praise. And this was still just their most basic offensive capability. If the two mechs combined into the light darkness god mech, their combat power would increase significantly. However, Fang Tian had also emphasized earlier that such a fusion forced two mutually opposing energies together, which inevitably caused damage to the mechs themselves. Therefore, it shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Zheng Haoyin certainly wouldn't risk it now just for a display of strength. Stay ready to retreat. We're not at the point where we can afford to fight them head-on yet. They had already advanced nearly a kilometer into the city ruins. Zheng Haoyin knew it wouldn't be long before some real monsters showed up. Upon receiving the order, Kid and Kate immediately pulled back their aggression, keeping their propulsion systems on standby, ready for maximum acceleration at any moment. Howl! A roar that shook the entire ruin rang in Zheng Haoyin's ears, followed by the emergence of a zombie the size of a 3-story building. But that was only the beginning. Soon, nearly 10 more giant zombies of similar size appeared around them. Seeing this, Zheng Haoyin knew immediately the time to retreat had come. Launch one final assault, then fall back. Yes, my lord. Kid, piloting the light god mech, hovered in midair. A massive beam of white light gathered around the mech before shooting forward in an instant, striking one of the colossal zombies. Boom. Like a massive cannon blast, the white beam struck the giant zombie and instantly vaporized it, leaving not even ashes behind. At the same time, a black beam shot forth from the dark god mech piloted by Kai, a result identical to its counterpart. The zombie hit by the dark beam was disintegrated in a flash, vanishing completely as if it had never existed. Retreat. Having achieved his objective, Zheng Haoyin immediately turned and led the retreat out of the ruins, with Kid and Kai swiftly following. Just as they cleared the edge of the city ruins, a furious roar erupted from the heart of the devastation, shaking the entire area violently. When the zombie king raged, the earth trembled. After testing the mechs, it was already lunchtime. All farmers who had been working outside returned. Once everyone was gathered, Zheng Haoyin announced that the meal was officially starting. Today's lunch was unlike any previous meal, thanks to the addition of Mei Chunyang, Tian Xiaoer. Not only did the aroma improve dramatically, but the colors and presentation alone were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Let us raise our glasses to welcome our new members to our base. From now on, may we treat each other like family and stand together to protect our home. Zheng Haoyin lifted his cup filled with the rice wine brewed long ago by Lu Fu, mild, fragrant, and pleasantly intoxicating. Thank you, Lord, for giving us such a safe haven. We will protect it with our lives. The word protect was no mere phrase. From that sudden zombie attack before, Zheng Haoyin had already realized that everyone truly cared for the base, just as they genuinely revered him as their lord. After a hearty meal, everyone resumed their hard work. Though monotonous, the thought of contributing to the base's construction instantly erased any sense of fatigue. Time passed second by second. When night fell, the Fengshan and Yushan mechs of the four symbols mechs were successfully completed. Only the Leishan and Quangdian mechs remained. Once those were finished, the four symbols mechs would be fully assembled. Deep into the night, Zheng Haoyin pulled Shui Ying into his arms and whispered, "Tomorrow is the final day of Safety Day. Do you think we'll get through it smoothly? Lord Haoyin, you must believe in yourself and in us. The base will overcome every obstacle, and I'll always stay by your side." Shui Ying tightened her embrace around Zheng Haoyin's waist, trying to meld away his exhaustion with her warm body. Zheng Haoyin wasn't the only lord lying awake tonight. Few could remain calm when staring death in the face. Among those whose bases were still rank 1, most had already accepted their fate. They no longer had the resources to fight. Yet facing a countdown to death, especially knowing the exact moment it would come, almost no one could endure it normally. In other words, those who could endure it were extraordinary indeed. The next day, preparations in Zheng Haoyin's base continued just as they had yesterday. This time, however, Zheng Haoyin gathered every member of the reconnaissance squad, tank unit, and mech corps. He intended to use today's summoning opportunity to further strengthen their combat power. Since I didn't use yesterday's construction platform slot, I can summon 2 mechanical servants today. As for the summoning platform, if I don't choose targeted summoning, I can add 6 new members. If I do go for targeted summoning, it'll be 5. At least 7 new units would join the base, standing together with everyone else as Safety Day officially came to an end. Bring it on. Chapter 142, The Zombie Army Advances. The final day was often when miracles occurred. Lords who had not actively upgraded their bases during ordinary times desperately scrambled to build defenses in these last hours, hoping to survive, though it was often futile. For Zheng Haoyin, however, the final day was about preparation for battle. Shui Ying, how are the rations Lu Fu prepared coming along? Zheng Haoyin asked. With combat imminent, supplies needed to be plentiful. Lord Haoyin, Chef Lu started preparing early this morning, and Xiaoer is helping too. They said they'll have enough food ready by noon to feed everyone in the base for 3 days, Shui Ying respectfully replied. 3 days isn't enough. Tell them to prepare more. They don't need to attend the afternoon's combat training. Zheng Haoyin mused briefly before speaking. Yes, Lord Haoyin. Shui Ying quickly headed toward the kitchen to relay Zheng Haoyin's orders. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoyin didn't waste a moment, continuing to issue instructions. Wang Li, I already announced earlier today that all labor would halt. Gather everyone shortly, except for the mech corps. Everyone else will be under your command. Work together with Wu Jun and Wu Kun to draft a defense plan, and get it to me as soon as possible. Zheng Haoyin said steadily. Understood, my lord. Oh, and make sure the reconnaissance team is deployed immediately to monitor movements near the city ruins. Today is the final day. Those ruins won't stay quiet. Zheng Haoyin added. Yes, sir. Understood. Wang Li responded sharply. Wang Li walked solemnly out of the base. This was no ordinary time. Under wartime conditions, every order had to be followed without hesitation. After issuing his commands, Zheng Haoyan proceeded to the simulation space to check on the progress of the 3 small research robots. Catherine's mech design had left these little machines slightly overwhelmed. Don't rush. There's still time. Having offered a casual reassurance, Zheng Haoyan then moved toward the mech assembly station. The final 2 of the 4 symbols mechs would be completed soon. Hail Lord! Fang Tian was busy working inside the mech bay. Chun Ku had also been called over to assist, a move orchestrated by Zheng Haoyan himself. At this critical juncture, nothing mattered more than completing the mechs. No need for formalities. How's the mech production going? Zheng Haoyan waved for them to rise and asked promptly. My lord, we're currently assembling Laishan, the Thunder God unit of the 4 symbols mechs. The energy core is complete, and the capsule infused with Hunyuan Qi by Chen Ku is also finished. We only need to complete the final assembly step. Fang Tian reported excitedly. Excellent. Zheng Haoyan smiled in satisfaction. The full formation of the mech core was finally within reach. Keep up the good work. Let me know immediately if you need anything. Every resource in this base now prioritizes mech production. Zheng Haoyan patted Fang Tian on the shoulder. Understood. I won't let your trust go to waste, my lord. Fang Tian replied with utmost seriousness. Zheng Haoyan nodded, then swiftly moved on to his next destination. The final day's summoning was about to begin. While Zheng Haoyan busied himself with base preparations, just as he had anticipated, the zombie army did not wait until the very last moment to strike. Instead, they had already begun their pre-battle mobilization. At the very center of the city ruins, a zombie king class entity continuously emitted a sound wave audible only to zombies, calling forth undead scattered throughout every dark corner of the wreckage. The surviving refugees hiding in the ruins were now trembling in fear. Normally, they might risk stepping out occasionally to scavenge for food, but now they dared not leave the underground pipeline systems. They remained silent, afraid even to make the slightest noise. Roar! The zombies unleashed a thunderous, sky-splitting roar, an unmistakable war cry. One by one, they stirred violently, as if injected with some kind of hyperactive hormone. Centered around the massive, towering zombie king, countless grotesque zombies formed concentric rings spreading outward. Some zombies bore thick pillar-like protrusions jutting from their chests. Others were covered in tube-like appendages resembling crude cannons. Most familiar were the flying zombies gliding midair, though among them now appeared mutated variants with 3 heads. It wasn't only humanoid zombies forming the ranks. Feral dog zombies with blood-red eyes and flaps of rotting flesh dangling from their bodies snarled alongside them. Huge rat zombies, each larger than a 6-year-old child, with sharp fangs and long-pointed muzzles, joined the horde as well. These 2 types of animal zombies were the most numerous, interspersed among countless other mutant animal forms, all clawing at the air and howling wildly, as if someone had destroyed their nest. Advance. An order issued forth from the zombie king. The vast legion of undead, dominated by legions of humanoid zombies, launched their first all-out assault. As if driven by some inexplicable force, they had only one goal: to destroy everything. Every lord could sense a hidden menace. Though their locations varied, no one was beyond the zombies' reach, not even Xiaoguang on his island. As the zombie horde began slowly advancing toward Zheng Haoyan's base, the reconnaissance team detected it all without exception. Long Biao, take the car and return to inform Lord Zheng right away. The zombie swarm has started moving. I'll stay behind to keep observing them. Understood, Chief Lu. Upon hearing Lu Laowu's order, Long Biao immediately sprinted to the modified car and sped back toward the base at its top speed. Lu Laowu continued watching the shambling zombies, whose pace resembled that of elderly people leaning on canes. He silently resolved to wipe this entire group out. They're just walking corpses, nothing more. We will defeat them. Lu Laowu whispered inwardly, bolstering his own courage. Inside the base, Zheng Haoyan reopened the global chat window due to a private message from Wang Lu. Wang Lu had sent only one line. The zombies have begun moving. When Zheng Haoyan opened the global chat, he was met with deeply oppressive messages. This might be my last day alive. I won't let the zombies eat me. I'll kill myself and burn down my entire base, hoping to give others a sliver of hope for survival. My farmers already told me the zombies are advancing. I only have a dilapidated level 1 base. Back then, I barely survived against just a few zombies. Now I'm certainly doomed. Whoever saves me, I swear I'll serve you loyally for life. I mean every word. Zheng Haoyan's expression grew increasingly grim. These overwhelmingly negative messages left him momentarily at a loss. If possible, hang in there and keep fighting to survive. Quietly, Zheng Haoyan sent this single message. And for a moment, everyone fell silent. Chapter 143, Ambush, Buying Time. In the hearts of all the lords, Zheng Haoyan was undoubtedly a legendary figure. But this time, his words did not spark heated discussion, only silence followed. In this apocalypse, there were no true saints. Yet what Zheng Haoyan had done before was undeniably a great act of kindness, benefiting countless lords. Still, he couldn't save everyone. After all, he was merely an ordinary human. No matter how extraordinarily lucky he might be, it was impossible for him to protect everyone. That was a mission doomed to fail from the start. Yet Zheng Haoyan's reassurance wasn't in vain. Some lords truly found renewed strength, delivering their final messages to their peasant subordinates. In any base, the bond with the base wasn't limited to just the lord. Everyone summoned from the summoning platform shared an inseparable connection with the base itself. Prosper together, perish together. Lord, hold on. We'll stay by your side till the end. Even death won't make us fear. What if we're only a tier 1 base? As long as I'm with you, nothing will go wrong. Screw your zombies. We ain't afraid. You can't drive us away. We'll fight them to the death. These words came from the lords, yet each one was genuinely spoken by the peasants of their bases. Everyone keep pushing. If we survive tomorrow, perhaps everything will change. Every lord had weathered disappointment amidst hope, overcome despair within disappointment, and rekindled hope even in the depths of despair. Only then could they truly stand firm and see things through to completion. Closing the world chat window, Zheng Haoyan forced himself to stop dwelling on the looming danger, instead continuously encouraging and motivating himself. Rumble, rumble. The roaring sound of a modified vehicle speeding toward him reached Zheng Haoyan's ears. He quickly stepped out of the base and saw Long Biao driving the vehicle straight toward the base hall. Bringing the car to a halt, Long Biao hastily jumped out of the driver's seat and sprinted over, dropping to one knee before Zheng Haoyan. Reporting, Lord. The zombie horde has begun advancing toward our base, Long Biao said respectfully, tinged with concern. Zheng Haoyan nodded expressionlessly. He restrained himself, showing no trace of panic. Now wasn't the time to display any emotion that might unsettle the peasants in the base. I understand. Where are the other members of the reconnaissance squad? Zheng Haoyan asked calmly. Captain Liu and I were responsible for surveillance at the first outpost. The others are stationed along the essential route between the base and the city ruins. Long Biao replied respectfully. What about Lu Laowu's team? Are you the only one who returned? Zheng Haoyan's expression shifted slightly. He already suspected Lu Laowu's intentions. Captain Liu sent me back to report to you first. He's still at our reconnaissance post. Zheng Haoyan didn't ask further, but immediately ordered Long Biao. Go notify Wang Li. Have everyone assemble at the base entrance. We cannot allow the zombies to reach the outer perimeter of our base unimpeded. At once, Lord. Those chosen to intercept the zombie horde needed agility, coordination, and overwhelming combat power. Tank Company requests deployment. Xiongsun stood proudly before the tank seized from the Research Institute, his face filled with determination. Tank Company, hold back and take position in ambush at the 3rd reconnaissance point. Mecha Company, follow me to initiate the first interception against the zombie horde. We must slow their advance and rescue Lu Laowu unharmed. Yes, Lord. Currently, the Mecha Company consisted of Zheng Haoyan himself, the mechanical servants Robert, Kid, and Kate, along with Colin piloting the Wind God Mech, and Peter piloting the Rain God Mech. Though not the largest unit, their combat power was unquestionably the strongest in the entire base. There was no second force more formidable. Wind follows the dragon, clouds follow the tiger. Euphor will serve as the assault force at the 2nd reconnaissance point. There's no need to hold the position, launch one attack, then immediately retreat with the reconnaissance squad stationed there. Under no circumstances should you linger or engage in unnecessary combat. Yes, Lord. The 4 enhanced individuals formed another elite combat unit within the base. Zheng Haoyan had personally tested them. After a day of intensive training at the barracks, each had significantly improved their control over their abilities. Facing ordinary zombies posed no threat. They could easily take on hundreds at once. Wang Li, you lead the remaining personnel to guard the 4th reconnaissance point. Once all of us have retreated, order everyone to empty their energy weapons completely, then fall back rapidly into the base. Understand? Understood, Lord. Wang Li wore a determined expression. Her team was the last echelon, largest in number, yet weakest in combat power. They could only rely on energy-based weapons to launch attacks. Mecha Company, follow me, move out. Without another word, Zheng Haoyan launched into the sky in his mech. The battle against the zombie horde had already begun. At that very moment, Lu Laowu was still crouched at a hidden observation post outside the city ruins, watching the slow advance of the zombie horde. He suddenly thought of a way to further delay their progress. Thank goodness I learned a trick or two from Li Si. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to dig proper traps. Lu Laowu muttered to himself. That's right. He planned to use several large traps to deal with the zombie horde. Of course, this wouldn't cause significant casualties among them, but as long as it could delay them for even a moment, the base would have more time to improve its defenses, reducing the chances of being breached. So Lu Laowu's actions still held meaning. Huh, what's going on? Why have they suddenly sped up? Lu Laowu's face instantly changed. According to their earlier snail-like pace, the vanguard of the zombie horde should have taken another half hour to reach his trap site. But now, after only 5 minutes, they were already halfway there. Damn it, I won't finish the trap in time. Lu Laowu cursed under his breath, but his hands kept moving. He still wanted to complete the trap as best as he could. Tick, tick, tick. A clock seemed to ring in Lu Laowu's ears. The countdown made sweat pour down his forehead uncontrollably. Roar. A monstrous howl rang out. The zombies had already reached the edge of the trap. I did it. Lu Laowu shouted in excitement. But at that same instant, a zombie lunged at him before he could escape from the pit. Whoosh. Boom. The sudden explosion of a zombie right in front of him startled Lu Laowu. But then a familiar voice quickly called out. What are you standing there for? Get up. It's Lord Zheng. Lu Laowu's face lit up with wild joy. Chapter 144. Troops at the city gates. Zheng Haoyan felt somewhat helpless. Could it be that Lu Laowu had been scared out of his mind? Why was he standing there laughing like an idiot? Lu Laowu, stop laughing foolishly. Hurry up and run. Zheng Haoyan called out again. Yes, my lord. Only then did Lu Laowu snap out of his daze. The feeling of narrowly escaping death was truly terrifying, yet strangely exhilarating. As Zheng Haoyan shouted, His eyes never left the massive swarm of zombies below. He really couldn't understand where Lu Lao had found the courage to single-handedly dig traps here to resist such a colossal zombie horde. He was currently piloting his mecha from about 10 meters above ground, but even from this height, the zombie army stretched as far as the eye could see. Some were already right beneath his feet. Zheng Haoyan couldn't begin to estimate whether this horde numbered in the millions or tens of millions. All he knew was that if this army reached the base walls, even 10 times their current combat strength wouldn't be enough to handle it. Mecha Squad, prepare. Open fire. Just as a towering building starts from the ground, since this zombie horde couldn't be defeated in one strike, they would wear it down piece by piece. Yes, my lord. The mechanical servants responded respectfully, and the 6 mechas behind them emitted shrill noises as their rear-mounted cannons primed for firing. Whoosh, whoosh. The shells tore through the air, exploding seconds later deep within the zombie ranks, unleashing devastating blasts. Boom. At a glance, at least 1,000 zombies were blown into chunks, instantly laying down a thick layer of flesh across the ground, spreading a putrid stench all around. Open fire freely. At the first sign of trouble, retreat immediately. Understood. Having tested the power of the Light God and Dark God mechas last time, now it was time for the 4 symbols mechas to shine. The Wind God mecha manipulated airflow, generating a tornado on the spot, sucking ordinary zombies into the air before tearing them apart with its violent winds. The Rain God mecha transformed mist in the air into solid ice pellets, controlling them like bullets fired into the zombie horde. The immense impact shredded regular zombies like paper, ripping them into fragments. It had to be said, using the terrifying combat power of mechas against zombie attacks was like adding wings to a tiger. Even if billions of these weakest standard zombies came, they wouldn't be enough for the mechas to slaughter. Unfortunately, just as Zheng Haoyan could create powerful weapons, zombies too could undergo stronger mutations. After all, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. While the mecha squad merrily bombarded the zombie horde, their commotion caught the attention of the flying zombies. In Zheng Haoyan's estimation, these probably served as scouts for the horde, though their combat ability was quite underwhelming. Screech, screech. Letting out ear-piercing cries, the flying zombies seemed to be warning Zheng Haoyan's group of these metal-clad intruders. But the next second, Robert showed them the price of making noise. Bang! Lifting his energy rifle, Robert fired one shot straight into the core of a flying zombie. Everyone, stop them. They're trying to escape and report back. Zheng Haoyan shouted. The moment Robert hit the flying zombie, he realized they had given themselves away. Although Zheng Haoyan's team had launched a considerable bombing raid, the central command of the vast zombie horde had still not noticed them. But these flying zombies were different. They could relay information directly to the leader. Never mind, don't pursue further. One final barrage, then retreat to the second observation point. It's my fault, my lord, Robert said gloomily. They could have eliminated more zombies otherwise. I didn't notice either, so it's not your fault. Everyone, fire quickly. We're retreating in 30 seconds. Yes, my lord. This was the battlefield, and obeying orders was paramount. Zheng Haoyan's mecha squad carried out his commands with perfect discipline. After launching his final round of artillery, Zheng Haoyan flew toward Lu Lao Wu, grabbed him, and tucked him along the side of the mecha, personally carrying him toward the second observation point. Robert and the other 5 didn't linger in combat either, swiftly following Zheng Haoyan to reach the second location. Greetings, my lord. The Esper unit is ready and awaiting orders. Feng Songlong, appointed temporary leader of the Esper unit, hurried forward respectfully as soon as he saw Zheng Haoyan's approaching mecha. I leave it to you now. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Yes, my lord. The reconnaissance team members raised their energy weapons, ready at any moment to launch ambushes against the advancing zombies. After the mecha squad's bombardment, combined with Lu Lao Wu's incomplete traps blocking their path, the zombie army's advance slowed once again significantly, almost to the same pace Lu Lao Wu had initially observed. This was well within Zheng Haoyan's expectations. He led the mecha squad back toward the base. The Duji was merely a delaying tactic. In the end, the inevitable defense would be fought from within the base itself. There was no lavish lunch on this final day. When hunger struck, people simply chewed on their rationed dry food. When their throats went dry, they took sips from their water bottles, then continued waiting. Time ticked by second by second. The afterglow of sunset gradually spread across the base's buildings. Undeniably, today's sunset was truly beautiful. Reporting, my lord. The Duji at the 4th observation point is complete. All personnel have withdrawn safely into the base and await your next command. When Wang Li arrived at the base hall, Zheng Haoyan knew it was almost time. Let everyone rest in place, replenish their strength as much as possible, and then take their positions according to this morning's drill. Yes, my lord. Wang Li hurried off after receiving her orders, while Zheng Haoyan himself also stepped out of the hall, not heading toward the mecha platform, but instead making his way to the animal farm. Wan Jun, the upcoming operation is extremely dangerous. I permit you to lose every single battle pet if necessary, but you must return unharmed. I'll assign a mecha to monitor your movements at all times, Zheng Haoyan said with grave seriousness. Please rest assured, my lord. I will scatter the zombie horde while ensuring my own safety. Wan Jun pounded his chest confidently. Zheng Haoyan nodded firmly. This would be the opening act of the defense battle. When the zombies reached the city walls, Wan Jun would lead 10,000 beasts into battle, smashing through the massive undead legion. They're here. Is everyone ready? Deep night fell silently. The zombie army stood motionless just 5 meters outside the base's walls. At this distance, they could reach the gates in mere seconds, yet they seemed frozen, as if someone had pressed pause. And standing directly before the horde was a fierce pack of wild beasts, Wan Jun's trained army. Roar. Follow my command. Charge. Chapter 145. War, Roar, Agony. Ow. Roar. Howl. Originally, the ranch only housed wild oxen. But after the upgrade was completed and through the combined efforts of Wan Jun and Sun Jiabao, they successfully created a far more ferocious creature, the mutated Bao. These mutated Bao possessed an extra pair of enormous, razor-sharp horns compared to ordinary wild oxen, and their bodies were over a full size larger, appearing almost like prehistoric mammoths. The mutated Bao were just one type among this beast army, numbering around 300, only made possible by Wan Jun's sleepless nights and the enhanced capabilities following the ranch's upgrade. Other creatures such as cheetahs, spotted tigers, and male lions had only been produced in small numbers, barely a dozen or so each. Though they too had undergone some degree of mutation, their quantity remained severely limited. Don't underestimate these mere hundreds of tamed beasts. Their power was far more terrifying than it appeared, for Wan Jun had bestowed upon them his aura enhancement. Under Wan Jun's command, the beast army charged forward with the force of thousands, shaking the entire open field beneath the city walls, as if the very earth trembled at the thunderous stampede of their hoofs. Break them apart. Like a sharp blade piercing steel, the beasts surged into the zombie horde, slicing through the ranks with unstoppable force. This was Zheng Haoyan Base's declaration of war. No creature, not any being, would be allowed to trample even a single step upon our walls. In stark contrast to Zheng Haoyan Base's defiant morale, numerous lords nearby were already trembling in fear before the approaching zombie legions. They screamed, cursing fate for its cruelty. Why had they been dragged into this apocalypse when life had once been so peaceful? Is anyone out there who can take me back? Please, I beg you. Take me back. I don't want to stay here anymore. I'll die tonight. Give up. No one can save you. You can't save yourself. This is fate's design. We are the chosen sacrifices. Die, just die. Cursed zombies. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. I'll bite you to death. Let us perish together. Desperate cries echoed through the world chat. Yet beyond deepening sorrow and despair, they accomplished nothing. And now, no one stood up to rally the others. Because truly, some people didn't deserve sympathy or encouragement. They were meant to be eliminated. That was their destiny. Meanwhile, outside Zheng Haoyan Base, the tamed beasts were already covered in wounds, staggering as if on the verge of collapse. Zheng Haoyan had foreseen this. Deep down, he had already decided. This group of beasts were merely sacrificial pawns, meant to halt the zombies' massive assault, to sound the first roar of the base's defense battle. Wan Jun understood it clearly too. The moment these beasts left the base gates, their fate was sealed. They could never return. For even a single wound might lead to infection, and the probability of that was alarmingly high. Children, give your final all. Incredibly, the massive zombie horde was actually pierced several times by just a few hundred beasts. The giant mutated Banu charged like tanks equipped with bayonets. How could their assault not be devastating? Yet no matter how powerful they were, every creature eventually reached the end of its life. In their final charge, they were completely surrounded by a surging tide of zombies, unable to break free again, too exhausted to continue. Wan Jun, retreat. Zheng Haoyan's voice rang from atop the wall. Moments later, Robert piloted his mech toward Wan Jun. As Wan Jun cast a reluctant gaze back at his beasts, Robert swiftly carried him away from the zombie swarm, flying upward toward the fortress wall. Deprived of Wan Jun's aura support, the beasts collapsed one by one like camels crushed under the final straw, roaring as they fell into the sea of zombies, a final offering for the base's defense. Now, only half an hour remained until the zombies launched their full-scale assault. Zheng Haoyan had long prepared everyone for this moment. Everything, absolutely everything, now hinged on whether they could survive the night. The 6 newly summoned farmers surprisingly each possessed unique special abilities. Since there wasn't time to fully understand them, Zheng Haoyan handed them over to Feng Songlong, making them a crucial part of the base's defense. Meanwhile, the 2 mechanical servants summoned from the construction platform happened, purely by coincidence, to be Catherine's maids. Naturally, Zheng Haoyan assigned both mechanical maids to Catherine for management. Battle loomed. Tension tightened across every soul. Could anyone remain calm in the face of a zombie army stretching farther than the eye could see? As if going through a routine, Zheng Haoyan stood on the city wall, facing all members within the base, his expression stern as he gazed at everyone. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. I know Wang Guanji has already told you everything. Yes, we are about to face a major crisis. If we don't handle it properly, the entire base will be destroyed. Tonight is due ding to be an unrestful night. Our enemies are already assembled outside, waiting for midnight to launch their full-scale assault. This time is different from before. Unless we eliminate them completely, they will keep attacking our base without pause. We have no chance to escape, because the base is our life. Everyone, do you have the confidence to stand with me and crush them? Zheng Haoyan shouted, his energy rifle pointing directly at the zombie horde beyond. Yes. Yes. The resounding yes echoed throughout the base, demonstrating the farmers' united determination and courage within Zheng Haoyan's stronghold. Damn it all, let's crush them. Xiong Yun's catchphrase brought suppressed laughter from the group, the sound overcoming the tense atmosphere and providing the perfect prelude to the final battle. Bring it on. We ain't afraid. Inside Wei Tai's base, he too stood atop the city wall, Beside him, the emissary from another region. The two silently stared at the distant zombie legion. Truly, there's no other way. Wei Tai's voice was heavy, as though he had become a different person. Wei Tai, you should understand, sometimes certain sacrifices are necessary. And besides, this sacrifice will absolutely be worth it. The emissary's voice carried a peculiar magnetism, making one feel strangely immersed upon hearing it. I understand. Then let it be so. The beginning of war often heralds prolonged suffering. Whenever a life is lost, one, or even multiple other lives are plunged into agony. This is war. The kind of war where screaming until your throat rips open cannot prevent the pain. Chapter 146, Sustained Assault, Wave after wave of bad news. Tick, tick. It was as if an invisible clock were ticking in midair, the sound of seconds passing ringing in everyone's ears, a countdown to death. But not everyone would perish. Some had long learned to take control of their own fate. People like Zheng Haoyan. The time is almost here. Zheng Haoyan stared impassively at the swarming horde of zombies. Their numbers were so vast that despair threatened to overwhelm anyone who looked upon them. Could such a force truly be defeated by human hands? Zheng Haoyan had once harbored such hopeless thoughts, but now he cleared his mind completely. No matter the outcome, he would fight to the very end. Lord Haoyan, they're moving. Shui Ying's warning signaled the official beginning of the zombie assault. Now was the moment to test the base's defenses. Turrets ready, open fire. Just as before, the turrets were operated by members of the reconnaissance squad, now including Xiao Bin, Wang Biao, and Li Si. Each person manned one turret. As long as they controlled the firing range, this would become an uncrossable first line of defense for the zombies. Bang, boom, boom, boom. As soon as the zombies entered the blast radius, they were met with relentless barrages. Corpses exploded into the air instantly, creating a shockingly brutal scene. This is just the beginning. Zheng Haoyan thought grimly to himself. Dare you attack my base? Then the price you pay will be unimaginable. Attention all lords, safety day has ended. The zombie siege officially begins. Roar. When Zheng Haoyan heard both the system announcement and the zombies' howls, he hesitated for a moment. So this was only the official start? But it didn't really matter. The result would be the same. Follow me, kill. Flying zombies flapped toward the base. With a swift gesture, Zheng Haoyan ordered the mecha unit into an offensive. They charged straight at the airborne swarm. Whoosh. Mecha-mounted cannons fired from their backs, immediately striking flying zombies mid-air. Fleeting bursts bloomed like transient fireworks against the dark sky, though drenched in gore. Swish. The cannon fire was merely an appetizer. The real carnage came from close combat, with laser blades. 8 mechas. 8 uniquely colored laser swords flashing different hues, yet all delivering the same fate. Any zombie touched by those blades became nothing more than lifeless corpses. Lord, they seem to be retreating. Robert called out with excitement in his voice. Under the coordinated attacks of the mechas, the flying zombies were pushed back relentlessly, until finally turning around and fleeing outright. Zheng Haoyan didn't rejoice. Instead, his guard rose even higher. When things appear abnormal, there's always something lurking beneath. Right now, the zombie horde still held overwhelming advantage. The flying undead filled the skies beyond count. How could they possibly retreat so easily under mecha assault? Don't let your guard down. Roar. Sure enough, no sooner had Zheng Haoyan spoken than a deafening roar erupted from behind the swarm. A gigantic zombie launched itself into the sky, towering over the rest, directly confronting the airborne mechas. Lord, we've got a big one incoming. Even as Robert reported, Zheng Haoyan already saw it, a monstrous flying zombie. One massive head flanked by 2 slightly smaller ones. Its enormous wings stretched wide enough to blot out the heavens. Concentrate all firepower. Do not let it near the walls. Yes, my lord. Once the zombie offensive began, it was relentless, fighting to the bitter end. Yet not every base faced a horde as terrifying as the one surrounding Zheng Haoyan's. Most hadn't even reached the scale of his previous attack. Still, for countless others, this was already a disaster-level war. Is there really anyone who can survive this zombie onslaught? Fellow lords, I, Lu Tao, go first. Boom. Zheng Haoyan turned sharply toward the northwest. The explosion came from there. Lord Lu Tao has fallen. Self-destructing your base is not the only choice. Keep fighting, fellow lords. Why did it have to announce that? Zheng Haoyan frowned deeply. That system alert sounded more like a death knell than a motivator, only pushing more lords to follow this first tragic fate. Alerts disabled. Re-enable by clicking again. With a mere thought, Zheng Haoyan realized. These alerts were actually intelligent, capable of being turned off. Without wasting another second on the giant flying zombie ahead, Zheng Haoyan quickly opened the global chat and sent a message. Everyone, think clearly. Disable the system alert in your minds. Don't let it break your spirit. Hold on. Even if victory isn't possible, we won't lose like this. Zheng Haoyan's message received no replies. Perhaps someone saw it and followed his advice, or perhaps no one would ever open the world chat again to check messages. After all, the system was already sending alerts. System notification enabled. Receiving system messages. After sending a message, Zheng Haoyan chose once again to enable system notifications. Zheng Haoyan was different from other lords. He had already resolved himself for a fight with no retreat. Even if he learned that every last lord had fallen, he would never choose self-destruction. Lord Chun Lu has fallen. Lord Wang Qin has fallen. Lord Lu Dong has fallen. Not long after, one by one, reports of fallen lords reached Zheng Haoyan's ears. The names were unfamiliar, but Zheng Haoyan knew that the next time he heard them, they wouldn't belong to the same people anymore. Damn it. You damn monsters. Enraged, Zheng Haoyan swung his laser sword. The giant flying zombie now had only one large head remaining. The other two smaller ones had been severed by Kid and Kate, striking from left and right during a moment of distraction. Overwhelmed by 8 mechas in relentless assault, it fought alone and stood no chance. Now weakened and faltering, Zheng Haoyan's fierce attack became the final blow that broke it. With a blood-curdling scream, the last head of the flying zombie shot into the air, severed cleanly by Zheng Haoyan's laser blade. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. Defeated Lieutenant rank zombie Tai Yishir. Reward: 1 level 1 core source fragment. As the flying zombie plummeted rapidly from the sky, Zheng Haoyan heard the system announcement, and the same message echoed in the ears of every lord. Lord Haoyan is amazing. Even if we die, we'll take down these zombies with us. I'm not afraid of hearing about others falling. It only motivates me more. If I don't fight, I die. That's all there is. Lord Haoyan, when I fall, please kill a few more zombies for me. I believe you will survive. News of Zheng Haoyan's victory over Tai Yishir served as a powerful boost to morale. Everyone felt reinvigorated. Chapter 147. Upgrading in Crisis, the main city's great cannon. After the Iron Mutant corpse fell, the zombies' advance seemed to stall momentarily. Powerful commander-rank zombies like the Iron Mutant were rare within the entire horde, so its defeat dealt a significant blow to their forces. Everyone, fall back into the base for temporary rest and regrouping. Yes, my lord. The Light God and Dark God mechs, along with the 4 symbols mechs, had not yet unleashed their full combat potential. After all, this was only the beginning. They couldn't afford to drain all their energy at once, otherwise they wouldn't be able to respond to unexpected situations later on. Wang Li, report the current situation. The pause in the zombie assault allowed everyone to breathe a little easier. Even with advanced turrets, facing such an overwhelming swarm still brought immense, invisible pressure. My lord, the current energy consumption of all major energy turrets is around 30%. No casualties have been reported, and there are no other special incidents. Have you spotted anything unusual among the zombies? Zheng Haoyan asked again. The reconnaissance team has made no special reports. There doesn't appear to be anything abnormal. I will double-check with Captain Liu. Zheng Haoyan nodded. To win 100 battles, one must know both oneself and the enemy. It wasn't enough just to track their own resource usage. He needed to monitor changes in the enemy too. By the way, do we have enough resources to upgrade the base? I've upgraded all the buildings you listed to level 4 already. My lord, I checked the resource stockpile after dinner. All materials are sufficient except for iron ore. We're still short several thousand units of the required million. But now that mining outside is impossible. Zheng Haoyan understood Wang Li's implication immediately. There would likely be no base upgrade before this battle ended. I understand. You go discuss the recent combat details with Lao Wu. Leave the rest to me. Yes, my lord. Since acquiring iron ore through mining was out of the question, Zheng Haoyan could only try asking other lords. Fortunately, trading through the world chat interface was possible. Otherwise, if the base failed to upgrade simply due to such a minor shortage, resulting in dire consequences later, it would truly be a catastrophic loss from a trivial cause. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoyan opened a private message window to Wang Lu and sent a message. I need 5,000 units of iron ore. I'll trade you a Zhuge repeating crossbow. He sent the exact same message to Xia Guang and Wei Tai, but as expected, neither responded. It wasn't because they ignored him, it was simply that nobody had time to check private messages right now, with wars raging fiercely across the board. My lord, they're attacking again. All personnel, prepare for combat. Zheng Haoyan didn't have time to wait. He issued the order directly, and the base returned to combat status once more. Up on the city wall, Zheng Haoyan's expression darkened again. This time, the zombies' assault appeared increasingly organized. My lord, those leading zombies have extremely tough hides. Even energy cannons can't stop them from advancing. Wang Li's voice carried urgency. At this rate, they would reach the city walls very soon. Tank squad, prepare to deploy. The bulky zombie shields blocking the front lines absorbed most of the energy cannon fire, rendering the base's first line of defense nearly useless. Zheng Haoyan had no choice but to send out the tank squad. That single tank had originally been captured as spoils of war, but after extensive modifications, its combat power was incomparable to its original state. Damn right, my lord. Leave it to us. Xiongyan slapped the tank's armored hull hard before climbing inside. The gate opened, and the tank roared out, a steel beast about to engage in close combat against the shield zombies. Watching the tank charge toward the zombie formation, Zheng Haoyan felt his heart tighten. This was no game. Though the tank was sturdy, those shield zombies were tough enough to withstand direct hits from energy shells. Who would prevail remained uncertain. Boom. A deep, muffled impact echoed from the collision point. The previously advancing shield zombie staggered backwards several steps, blocked by the tank. Perfect, Zheng Haoyan shouted, slamming his fist into his palm. Back off, damn you. Boom. A point-blank cannon blast forced the tank to recoil slightly from the kickback, but the shield zombie was nearly flipped over. The suppression effect was perfectly demonstrated. Again. Boom. Swiveling the turret for another shot, a second shield zombie was pushed back. The tanks might prove terrifying indeed. But something feels wrong. Why are these zombies retreating so easily? Zheng Haoyan had personally seen energy cannons strike the shield zombies. Yet those monsters hadn't budged at all. Even if the tank's firepower was strong, how could it possibly surpass the energy cannons by such a huge margin? His original plan had been for both sides to reach a stalemate. after which Zheng Haoyin would deploy the mech squad to launch a joint operation and annihilate these shield zombies outside the city gate. But given the current situation, it seemed the mech squad wouldn't even be needed. Just as Zheng Haoyin sensed something was off, one of the shield zombies suddenly shifted position, and without anyone realizing it, they had formed a pincer around the tank. These creatures weren't mindless shambling corpses. They'd actually employed the strategy of luring the enemy in deep. Not good. Mech squad, follow me into battle. Zheng Haoyin immediately issued the order. He couldn't just stand by and watch the tank squad get surrounded and destroyed. Yes, my lord. The mech squad was forced into action, not to attack, but to rescue the encircled tank unit. Open fire. A barrage of pile fire slammed into the grotesque bodies of the shield zombies, finally leaving visible wounds. So these zombies could be injured after all. Tank squad now? Retreat immediately. Roar. Just as Zheng Haoyin thought they were about to successfully extract the tank crew, a deafening, sky-splitting roar pierced everyone's ears. For a split second, every pilot inside their mechs and tanks froze. Then, a monstrous zombie of colossal proportions emerged from within the horde. It casually shoved aside the shield zombies, kicked the tank flying with a single stomp, then swung a punch directly at the wall, its size matching the fortification's height, as if trying to tear the entire base apart by force. Damn it, this thing is ridiculous. Turrets, open fire. Everyone, stay alert. Received a gift from Lord Wang Lu. Received a gift from Lord Xiaoguang. Received a gift from Lord Wei Tai. I've got enough iron ore. A sudden realization flashed through Zheng Haoyin's mind. He quickly piloted his mech back into the base and pressed the upgrade button for the main city. At once, the walls began shooting upward like bamboo shoots after rain, and atop them rose a terrifying giant cannon. So this is what the main city upgrade looks like. Chapter 148. The Corpse King's Servant, just one shot. Zheng Haoyin never expected that the very first system to appear after his main city's upgrade would be a weapon system. Towering on the broad city wall like a massive tank, a colossal cannon now aimed directly at the zombie horde outside. Congratulations to Lord Haoyin on your first main city upgrade. Reward: 1 intelligent mega cannon and 3 secondary cannons. Huge transformations were still unfolding within the base, while system notifications continued ringing in his ears. They chimed 3 times in succession, each identical message delivering a different level of shock. The first was a reminder, the second surprise, and the third, sheer awe. At that instant, every lord who heard the news felt as if a surge of new energy flooded their body, instantly boosting their combat power. How do I use the intelligent cannon? Zheng Haoyin asked urgently. His tank squad was currently in danger. The intelligent mega cannon can be mentally controlled. My lord may operate it directly through the system interface. This apocalypse was indeed a real world, yet certain things made Zheng Haoyin feel as though it were somehow like a game world, and he was merely one particularly skilled player among many. Good. Aim at the zombies outside. Fire. As Zheng Haoyin shouted, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes, a miniature version of the intelligent cannon. He could manually adjust its aim and then click the launch button beside it. Tank squad, watch the skies. Zheng Haoyin yelled from atop the wall, already guiding the intelligent cannon toward the giant zombie. As he aimed, he caught sight of the creature's name. Corpse King's Servant? This is only a servant of the Corpse King? Then what about the true Corpse King? Zheng Haoyin dared not imagine. For now, all he could hope was that the intelligent cannon would work. While pondering this, he pressed the launch button. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned toward the intelligent cannon. Dark cracks spread across the air in front of it. Then, without a sound, the attack struck the Corpse Servant. Crash! What the hell was that? The Corpse Servant had vanished. Such a massive creature had been completely obliterated in a single shot from the intelligent cannon. Congratulations to Lord Haoyin for defeating a quasi-king-class zombie. Reward: 1 level, 2 core source. If not for the fact that all zombies in that area disappeared simultaneously, and the system notification echoing in his ear, Zheng Haoyin might have suspected the Corpse Servant had somehow dodged. It was simply too exaggerated. Tank squad, retreat quickly, Zheng Haoyin shouted, then immediately re-aimed the intelligent cannon at the remaining shield zombies, ready to eliminate these uninvited guests as well. Main cannon charging. Remaining charge time, 59:35. Attack unavailable temporarily. An entire hour to recharge. Zheng Haoyin was stunned. Of course, such immense power required a corresponding cost. Quickly shifting focus, he activated the 2 auxiliary cannons. Sure enough, both secondary cannons were operational. If the main cannon has such destructive power, the secondaries shouldn't be much weaker. They should be sufficient to deal with these shield zombies. Zheng Haoyin swiftly aimed 1 secondary cannon at a shield zombie and clicked launch. Boom. The secondary cannon produced a far louder explosion than the main cannon, finally giving everyone a proper auditory experience. Loudness didn't necessarily indicate power, but the secondary cannon didn't disappoint. The shield zombie was blown to pieces, leaving behind only a deep crater marking the blast site. Most importantly, the secondary cannon required just 1 minute to recharge. The crisis posed by the shield zombies was now temporarily resolved. Yet Zheng Haoyin didn't let his guard down, not even slightly. After all, what they had just faced was merely a servant of the Corpse King. No one knew how powerful the true Corpse King might be. Recon squadron, continue attacking. Bombard areas densely packed with zombies. Zheng Haoyin shouted toward the artillery zone. At once, my lord. It had been over half an hour since the zombies launched their assault. News of lord after lord falling in battle continued to arrive. each report making Zheng Haoyan's heart grow heavier. This battle was claiming far too many lives. Though he didn't know the exact number of lords in this region, the death toll Zheng Haoyan had heard so far had already exceeded 3 digits. And those were only reports of lords dying. Without doubt, the farmers within their bases wouldn't have survived either. Counting them, the actual number of casualties might be 10 times higher. Wang Lu, are you still safe? The outside zombie assault seemed to come in waves, and now it had paused again. Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window, but aside from a few lords' final, last words, there was still no useful information. So Zheng Haoyan chose private messaging. He wanted to check on how others were doing. Lord Haoyan, have the zombies outside your base stopped too? The situation here is getting grim. Just moments ago, several giant zombies nearly broke into my base. Wang Lu's message carried a tone of sorrow. Yes, the zombie attacks are indeed happening in successive waves. Right now, they've stopped again, 50 meters outside our base, Zheng Haoyan replied calmly. I heard so many system notifications. Lord Haoyan truly is extraordinary. You're actually capable of handling such powerful zombies. But I have one question. There don't seem to be any Lord-class zombies outside our base, let alone Quasi-King-class ones. Wang Lu voiced her confusion. Actually, Zheng Haoyan had already considered this. The zombies outside each base appeared different, both in number and quality. Outside his own base, they might just be the strongest. You're right. It might be related to our base's construction level. But this kind of escalation isn't necessarily bad. If we survive this wave, the rewards we receive will definitely be greater, Zheng Haoyan replied slowly, offering Wang Lu a reassuring answer. I understand. Lord Haoyan, please take care. I hope we'll have the chance to speak in person one day. After sending that final message, Wang Lu stopped replying. Zheng Haoyan knew why. The zombies had started attacking her base again. And so had his. Closing the world chat window, Zheng Haoyan climbed high and waved his arm, shouting, Artillery units, prepare, fire. No one knew that at this very moment, one particular base had already wiped out all the zombies outside, leaving behind only a single ordinary zombie. Why didn't you kill this one too? The emissary looked at Wei Tai, his face showing clear puzzlement. A crane standing among chickens draws the first arrow. Now isn't the time for me to stand out, Wei Tai replied, his eyes distant, as if he were waiting for something. Chapter 149, Light Dark Divine Mecha, Chaos Cannon. Boom, boom, cannon fire roared. Outside the base, the zombies fell like summer rice stalks, mowed down in waves. Yet their numbers still seemed endless, too vast to diminish no matter how many were destroyed. Secondary cannons, aim, fire, Zheng Haoyan muttered under his breath. The moment the 1-minute cooldown ended, he directed the auxiliary cannons of the intelligent gigacannon to target the densest clusters of zombies. Each shot wiped out tens of thousands of common zombies, and even some mutated ones shattered without resistance. The war had entered a stalemate. The zombies no longer launched coordinated attacks. Instead, they appeared determined to simply overwhelm Zheng Haoyan through sheer numbers, exhausting his ammunition supply. Hold on, everyone. Faced with an endless horde of undead that never thinned, despair was inevitable. At that moment, Zheng Haoyan stepped forward, rallying their spirits. My lord, should we launch a counteroffensive? I believe capturing the bandit begins with seizing its king. If we eliminate the zombie king, this entire horde will surely scatter. Wang Li noticed the growing exhaustion in the eyes of the reconnaissance squad. Though members of the tank unit had joined them on the turrets, fighting side by side, the steadily depleting energy reserves of the artillery platforms, paired with the seemingly infinite sea of zombies, inevitably sapped morale. I understand, but Zheng Haoyan knew the logic behind her words. Yet launching an offensive was entirely different from defending. The risks they would face would be far greater. Sometimes sacrifice is necessary, my lord. You must not hesitate any longer. Wang Li's voice grew heavy. If they didn't adapt soon, slow death awaited them all. Fine. I'll lead the charge myself. Zheng Haoyan's gaze suddenly hardened. He would personally lead the mecha squad deep into the zombie ranks to find the zombie king. No, my lord, you cannot go yourself. It's far too dangerous. Wang Li instinctively protested, blurting out words of disrespect. Immediately realizing her error, she hastily dropped to her knees. My lord, forgive me. In my haste, I spoke improperly. But truly, you must not risk your life. If anything were to happen to you, everything would be lost. Don't worry. I'll be fine, Zheng Haoyan replied with a small smile, not reprimanding her. But this time, I really must go myself. How else can I inspire their morale? But Zheng Haoyan gave her no chance to protest further. He tossed out a mecha capsule and shouted, all members of the mecha squadron, follow me into battle. Yes, my lord. A thunderous response echoed as 8 mechas simultaneously launched into the sky, the base's strongest force, deploying once more. My lord, please stay safe. His decision was undoubtedly right. As they flew beyond the base perimeter, a spark of hope ignited in everyone's eyes, pure, unwavering light. Stay alert around us. Our mission is to locate the zombie king. Destroy it if possible. If not, lure it within range of the intelligent gigacannon. Judging by the power of the zombie king's subordinates, the true sovereign of the undead would certainly be even stronger. Zheng Haoyan couldn't even guarantee that the gigacannon alone could destroy it, let alone relying solely on the mechas. Yes, my lord. At the forefront flew the light god and dark god mechas. Robert guarded Zheng Haoyan's flank, while the 4 symbols mechas formed a semicircular shield around him. Every mechanical servant understood. Protecting the lord was just as crucial as combat itself. As the mechas plunged into the zombie swarm, a massive wave of flying zombies surged toward them, attempting to block their path. But mere flying zombies stood no chance against the mecha's firepower. Creak. After obliterating the first wave, a shrill screech pierced the air. 3 giant zombies, each with 3 heads and 6 arms, soared into the sky. They were identical in form to the previous lieutenant-class zombies. 3 lieutenant-class zombies? Looks like the Zombie King is nearby. Zheng Haoyan felt not fear, but excitement. Increased defenses could only mean one thing. The Zombie King was close. Light God, Dark God, merge. Eliminate them quickly. At once, my lord. On Zheng Haoyan's command, the Light God and Dark God mechas rushed together. A flash of black and white light erupted, forming a swirling sphere of dual-colored energy hovering midair. Hum. With a resonant hum, a new mecha emerged, larger than either of its predecessors, painted in stark black and white hues. Chaos Cannon. A dual-toned energy shell fired from the back-mounted cannon of the light-dark divine mecha, hurtling straight toward the nearest lieutenant-class zombie. The mysterious black and white projectile looked unusually ordinary, like a simple sphere. But the instant it made contact with the lieutenant-class zombie, boom, a blinding white light erupted from the impact point, and for a split second, the entire sky fell silent. Then, a fine network of black cracks suddenly appeared. That strike had nearly torn through space itself. It's actually this powerful, Zheng Haoyan said in disbelief. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. You have eliminated a lieutenant-class zombie. Reward, 1 level, 1 GUN core. Hearing the system notification, Zheng Haoyan finally realized that the single shot had completely obliterated a lieutenant-class zombie. My lord, leave the remaining 2 to us. You go find the Zombie King. Kite and Kate's voices came from within their mechas. At that moment, a light and dark laser sword materialized in the Chaos Cannon mecha's hand. Without another word, the light-dark divine mecha shot forward, engaging the 2 remaining lieutenant-class zombies in fierce combat. Go. Trust them. Yes, my lord. The remaining 6 mechas, 2 4 symbols mechas leading, 2 guarding the rear, swept deeper into the zombie horde. From above, the undead army below still stretched endlessly in every direction, and they still hadn't located the Zombie King. Why can't we find him? Zheng Haoyan frowned sharply as yet another swarm of flying zombies, larger than before, closed in on them. Atop the towering white structure, inside a massive base on one of its grand platforms, a man watched a giant display screen. So this is the advanced technology you spoke of? If your defeat was due to this, then perhaps it's understandable. Harold gazed at his subordinate. Earlier, when he'd learned they had lost a level 3 GUN core, he'd nearly flown into a murderous rage. But now, watching Zheng Haoyan's mechas wreak havoc through the undead horde on the liquid crystal screen, he had spoken these unexpectedly merciful words. Wise judgment, Lord Harold. If our main city could obtain this technology, it might be even more valuable than advancing another tier. Hearing this, Harold remained silent. He merely rocked back in his reclining chair, a strange glint forming in his eyes. Chapter 150. The Undead King Appears, Catherine's Throne. Whoosh. The blazing laser sword swept through the flying zombies. In the end, Zheng Haoyan chose to engage these newly appeared flying undead in close combat. After all, using energy for bullets consumed significantly more power. Since they hadn't yet located the target, the Zombie King, they had to conserve energy as much as possible. Moreover, during the battle, Zheng Haoyan kept sensing a strange feeling, as if someone was secretly watching everything unfold, though he could find no evidence of it. Whoosh. Another slash, and one flying zombie split into 2 halves, tumbling from the sky. My lord, my mech is faster. If I advance deeper, I might be able to locate the Zombie King, came Colin's voice from inside the Wind God mech. By harnessing the surrounding air currents, his speed was unmatched. Alright, but be extremely careful, Zheng Haoyan cautioned. Right now, they were fully engaged by the swarm of flying zombies. Wiping them out would still take considerable time. So Colin's idea wasn't bad, and Zheng Haoyan didn't object. Understood. Please don't worry, my lord. With that, Colin slashed open an undead blocking his path, and quickly broke through the encirclement. Seeing this, the flying zombies immediately attempted to regroup and chase him. But Robert stepped forward instantly, roaring loudly. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is me. Whoosh. Laser blades slashed repeatedly, successfully drawing the flying zombies back. Now the battlefield was divided into 3 zones. The base defenses with its turrets, the battle between the light and darkness divine mech, and 2 general rank zombies, and finally, the confrontation between 5 mechs and the swarm of flying undead. After breaking away from the main fight, Colin immediately pressed further inward, searching for any sign of the Zombie King. Thanks to his speed, he narrowly avoided another group attempting to ambush him. Damn it, where are you hiding? Colin showed human-like frustration. He couldn't afford to waste time. His lord was holding off the zombies just so he could escape. Just as Colin was at his wit's end, something unusual caught his eye within the horde of zombies. In one spot, the zombies were abnormally dense, as though deliberately concealing something beneath them. Could it be? On a desperate hunch, Colin fired without hesitation. A barrage of wind element shells exploded directly onto the densely packed mass. Boom. A thunderous blast rang out. The tightly clustered zombies turned instantly into shreds, revealing beneath them a massive silhouette. No one would have imagined it. The king of the undead was hiding underneath ordinary zombies, allowing those lowly creatures to trample over its own body. Had it not been for Colin's gamble, even searching through the entire zombie army wouldn't have revealed the true existence of the Zombie King. Huh. Finally found you. Take this shot. Colin laughed triumphantly as the wind god cannon fired again, unleashing a relentless barrage of projectiles straight into the monstrous form of the zombie king. Roar! Bang! A deafening howl tore through the air as a colossal figure slammed upward, launching itself high into the air, executing a high-difficulty backflip before crashing heavily back onto the ground. For something the size of a 10-story building to move with such agility was nothing short of absurd, a blatant violation of natural laws. It didn't even scratch it? Colin stared in disbelief as his attacks proved utterly ineffective against the giant, shock flashing across his face. Roar! Before Colin could react, the zombie king moved. After a furious roar, its enormous body launched skyward, one massive palm swinging toward the wind god mech hovering midair. Bang! Despite being no small machine itself, the wind god mech was swatted aside like an insect, sent flying with devastating force. Colin shuddered violently as alarm after alarm blared inside the cockpit. The last blow nearly destroyed his mech entirely. I can't stay. Need to retreat. Now. That single thought filled Colin's mind. Yet seemingly unimpressed by the tiny insect, the zombie king didn't pursue the fleeing mech. Instead, it turned around completely, its three enormous heads locking simultaneously onto Zheng Haoyin and the others still fighting the remaining flying zombies. Seeing this, Colin's hair stood on end. This was clearly the prelude to an attack. My lord, watch out! Colin shouted at the top of his lungs, directing his cry toward Zheng Haoyin's position. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent. Zheng Haoyin turned just in time. With only a few flying zombies left, he easily spotted the gigantic monstrosity. So this is the zombie king? Everyone, prepare for battle. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zheng Haoyin issued the order immediately. Compared to this behemoth, the flying zombies were insignificant. Congratulations to Lord Haoyin for defeating a general rank zombie. Reward, 1 level 1 GUN core. At that very moment, a system notification chimed. The battle involving the light and darkness divine mech was nearing its end. Roar! The undead king was even faster than imagined. It leapt up, moving forward at nearly supersonic speed, and in the next second had already arrived before Zheng Haoyin and the others. Congratulations to Lord Haoyin for defeating a general rank zombie. Reward, 1 level 1 GUN core. Before it could even launch an attack, another notification chimed, the light and darkness divine mech quickly arriving beside Zheng Haoyin. The undead king did not attack immediately. Instead, it locked eyes with Zheng Haoyin inside his mech, while the wind god mech rejoined the group at the same moment. My lord, this undead king's speed and attacking power are extremely formidable, Colin said gravely. I understand, Zheng Haoyin replied quietly, giving a slight nod. From the creature's earlier acceleration alone, it was clear, this was no ordinary opponent. What are you waiting for? Let's fight, Zheng Haoyin roared. The king had appeared. The final battle had begun. Outside the base, war raged fiercely. Inside, however, the team showed no signs of stopping either. Xiaofeng, hurry up, Xiaoyi urged. That's right, this is a critical moment. Don't you dare fail us now. Xiaoer said impatiently. If the Catherine's throne mech is completed, this crisis won't be anything to fear, Xiao San said seriously. Sweat poured from Feng Tian's forehead. These three little robotic scientists nagging him one after another felt just like a deadly chain call. He wanted to finish as fast as possible too. Respected juniors, please stop pushing me. I'm already working at maximum speed, Feng Tian responded helplessly. No, you must go faster. Xiaoer snapped again. With no choice, Feng Tian fell silent and pressed the final button for assembly. This mech's rank has clearly surpassed all previous ones. The energy cores we have are barely sufficient, so I've no choice but to use this core. In his hand, Feng Tian held a deep blue crystal, the only energy core Zheng Haoyin had obtained from the research facility. Please succeed. Chapter 151, Fierce Battle, The Glimmer of Victory. Bang. Ideals were plump, reality was lean. The moment the battle began, the Corpse King delivered a crushing blow to them. With overwhelming power and unstoppable speed, the swarm of mechs were swatted around like basketballs by the Corpse King, utterly defenseless, unable to strike back. All one could hear was the thunderous impact of the giant hand of the Corpse King slamming into the sturdy metal shells of the mechs, followed by the relentless launching and crashing of machines through the air. Lord, we can't keep this up. Their mechs won't last much longer, Robert warned urgently. But how could Zheng Haoyin not realize that? He had just been sent flying with a severe concussion, momentarily at a loss about how to handle such a monstrous foe. When the enemy advances, we retreat. For words suddenly flashed in Zheng Haoyin's mind. If they couldn't win in direct combat, why hesitate? Temporary retreat was clearly the best choice. Huh! The Corpse King roared again, its massive hand swinging like a palm fan. In the next second, it nearly smashed the Fengshen mech into the ground. But this time, Colin managed to dodge. Lord, my speed has increased, Colin shouted excitedly. At this critical moment, his control over the Fengshen mech had taken another leap forward. No time for talk, retreat now. On the city wall, the main cannon of the intelligent mega cannon had already finished charging. Since close combat was hopeless, Zheng Haoyin decided it was time for the Corpse King to taste the cannon's true power. Understood. Colin swiftly joined the retreating group. But would the Corpse King really let these tiny bugs escape right before its eyes? It furiously stomped the ground, launching itself into the air in pursuit of the mech squadron, its speed once again breaking the sound barrier. At this rate, they'll catch up quickly. For Symbol's mechs, it's time to combine. Yes, Lord. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, four natural phenomena representing four mighty elemental forces. The moment Zheng Haoyan issued the command for the four symbols mechs to unite, the Corpse King, which had been chasing relentlessly, actually displayed a flicker of fear across its three grotesque heads, and came to a sudden halt. Whoosh, whoosh, swish, swish, boom, boom, rumble, rumble. Wind howled, rain lashed, thunder cracked, lightning flashed. In an instant, the sky darkened. The fusion of the four symbols mechs seemed to subtly warp the very weather. The four identically shaped mechs vanished amidst blinding electricity, replaced by a single colossal blue-white mech radiating a halo of lightning, standing before Zheng Haoyan. Don't fire, just retreat directly. Colin, as the primary pilot of the fused mech, was about to test the new four symbols cannon on the Corpse King, but Zheng Haoyan immediately ordered him to stand down. Yes, Lord. Though confused, the Lord's command was law. Colin obeyed without question. Everyone gather around me. I'll use wind speed boost to carry you all. After fusion, the four symbols mech gained new abilities, including a staggering increase in velocity. If they fought the Corpse King now, they might even gain a speed advantage. Yet Zheng Haoyan had no intention of gambling on that. His goal was to completely destroy the Corpse King. Though only for a brief moment. The flicker of fear deeply angered the Corpse King. How dare a mere insect make the sovereign of a 10 million strong zombie horde tremble? Bang, bang. It slammed both palms into the ground, shifting from bipedal to quadruped stance, and in the next second, charged after Zheng Haoyan's group at a speed even greater than before. This was its true running form. Just as the Corpse King personally arrived on the battlefield, every zombie below surged forward with frenzied intensity, hurling themselves against the walls like possessed beasts. Where's Lord Zheng? These zombies have suddenly become so ferocious, and our energy cannons are nearly drained. Old Lu Wui wore a grave expression. They had already been struggling, but now, with weapons running out of power, disaster layered upon disaster, like a leaking roof in a torrential downpour. Look, what's that? It's Lord Zheng and the others. Speak of the devil. No sooner had old Lu Wui and the rest been thinking of Zheng Haoyan than he arrived with reinforcements. Seeing the dense waves of zombies outside the wall, Zheng Haoyan instantly gave the order for concentrated bombardment. The mechs opened fire, all at once. After the explosion, a wide ring of zombies near the wall was completely eradicated. Your Excellency, welcome back. Did you manage to find the Corpse King? Wang Li hurried forward, anxious for updates. Zheng Haoyan had entrusted her with overall coordination, so she needed full awareness to formulate the best battle strategy. Just wait. It will arrive shortly. Zheng Haoyan didn't answer directly, instead responding in an unusual way. Hearing Zheng Haoyan's words, Wang Li followed his gaze toward the zombie horde beyond the city wall. There, a creature resembling a 10-meter-tall giant bear was rampaging across the land, crushing ordinary zombies, and even first-stage mutated zombies beneath its feet, with each thunderous step. So this is the Corpse King? My lord, it's way too big. Wang Li wore the same stunned expression Zheng Haoyan had shown earlier. In theory, zombies were formed from humans or animals infected by the virus. But then, what kind of creature had given rise to these colossal abominations? Zheng Haoyan shook his head, dismissing the irrelevant thought. He immediately pulled up the control panel of the intelligent megacannon. It was time for the Corpse King to feel the true power of the cannon. Four symbols mech, light dark god mech. Engage the Corpse King. Do not let it near the walls. Stay ready for my signal. The moment I say move, you must fly straight upward. Zheng Haoyan issued the order with grave seriousness. Yes, my lord. Without hesitation, the two fused mechs charged headlong at the mighty Corpse King. Though they were outmatched in strength, every pilot on board was now resolved. Victory or death. Zheng Haoyan's eyes burned with intensity as he adjusted the cannon's targeting reticle, locking onto the center head of the Corpse King. Let me blow your head off with one shot, he muttered through gritted teeth. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Now. Get out of the way now. Zheng Haoyan's familiar voice crackled into the cockpits. Instantly, the four symbols mech and the light dark god mech broke off their assault and rocketed straight into the sky, leaving the Corpse King standing dazed and confused on the ground. Buzz. A strange, eerie hum rang out. Once again, fine black cracks spread through the air, and silently, the Corpse King's central head vanished. Thud. The massive body slowly collapsed. The Corpse King had actually been taken down with just one shot. We did it. Zheng Haoyan burst into wild excitement. Victory, the glimmer they had fought so hard for, was finally within reach. Chapter 152, 1 becomes 3, the wall damaged. The joy didn't last long. When Zheng Haoyan focused his gaze beyond the city gate, his expression instantly changed. How is this possible? The Zombie King, one of whose heads had been blown apart, slowly pushed itself up with its hands and stood upright. Blood bubbled from its bare neck, sprouting something that seemed to be forcing its way outward. Zheng Haoyan was stunned. This ability was simply absurd. Four symbols cannon, fire. Colin's voice came from inside the four symbols mecha. Immediately afterward, a projectile glowing with deep blue-purple light shot out from behind the mecha and streaked straight toward the newly regrown head of the Zombie King. Swish. Boom. A massive figure shifted in an instant. The Zombie King forcefully lowered its enormous body by the length of one head, narrowly avoiding the cannon blast. The powerful four symbols cannon exploded into the dense horde of zombies. With a thunderous roar and dazzling electrical flashes, a wide open space appeared behind the Zombie King. All the undead in that area vaporized on the spot. It dodged it. Colin couldn't believe it. The Four Symbols cannon was nearly instantaneous, yet even injured, the Zombie King still possessed such reaction speed. Watch out. The next second, Zheng Haoyan's urgent cry reached Colin's ears. The Four Symbols mecha quickly spun around and barely avoided a massive palm strike at lightning speed. If not for Zheng Haoyan noticing the Zombie King's movement, who could have predicted that after evading an attack, it would launch another without pause? Everyone, watch your surroundings. Robert and Zheng Haoyan had now landed back on the city wall. Above them hovered only the two combined mechas, the Four Symbols mecha and the Light Darkness God mecha. Zheng Haoyan's warning was directed at them, but the Zombie King's last move seemed like nothing more than a warning. After attacking, it simply dropped to the ground, where its previously destroyed head had already fully regenerated. Lord, it's not moving anymore, Robert said in confusion. After missing its attack, the Zombie King just stood motionless. Zheng Haoyan also wore a puzzled look. Did the Zombie King's attacks have an interval phase like ordinary zombies? He thought this because as soon as the Zombie King stopped attacking, the common zombies froze in place too, creating an eerie scene resembling a paused image. Something's wrong, Lord. It looks like it's... Wang Li suddenly spoke up, but hesitated, unsure how to finish. Could it possibly want to split? Zheng Haoyan looked at the Zombie King outside the wall and abruptly recalled a term from high school biology. Hull! The Zombie King let out another terrifying shriek, so intense it seemed as if the pitch-black night might momentarily brighten. Its three heads began swaying violently, their faces twisted into grotesque expressions that sent chills down anyone's spine. In the next moment, deep cracks appeared across the Zombie King's body. Then, all three heads simultaneously screamed out in agony. Aya! It really split apart. The Zombie King had successfully divided into three. Though slightly smaller in size, and with fewer heads than before, each of the three new creatures looked otherwise identical to the original. Not good. Everyone, stay alert. Zheng Haoyan keenly observed the Zombie King's movements. It was about to attack again. Inside the Four Symbols mecha, all four mechanical operators wore grim expressions. A single powerful Zombie King was hard enough to handle. Now there were suddenly three of them. The difficulty had just skyrocketed from normal to hellish. The three Zombie Kings immediately assigned themselves different targets. One engaged the Four Symbols mecha, another attacked the Light Darkness God mecha, while the third targeted the base's outer wall. Zheng Haoyan had always known the Zombie King wasn't like ordinary zombies. Its intelligence was certainly no lower than that of an average human. This strategic division and its precise recognition that the wall was the key obstacle holding back the zombie horde perfectly demonstrated its cunning mind. The main cannon is still charging. I'll have to try the secondary cannons. Zheng Haoyan realized the danger and swiftly aimed the smart giant cannon's twin secondary guns at the Zombie King charging toward the wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! The secondary cannons tore through space, striking the Zombie King with pinpoint accuracy. Two large holes opened in its previously tough body. Great! It worked! Zheng Haoyan exclaimed in relief, but his joy was short-lived. Right before his eyes, the two wounds began healing at an astonishing rate. After taking a few more steps, there was no trace left of the damage. How is this possible? Zheng Haoyan had already been shocked too many times by this creature. Its abilities were utterly beyond human imagination. My lord, let me go stop it. Robert pleaded to be sent into battle. At this moment, aside from Zheng Haoyan himself, he was the strongest individual combatant in the entire base. Though still far weaker than the Zombie King, he knew he had to step forward. Be extremely careful. I'll control the secondary cannons to support you. Zheng Haoyan said seriously. Facing a Zombie King alone in a single mech was life-threatening. Leave it to me, my lord. Robert launched his mech into the air, surging toward the Zombie King with a tragic, solemn resolve, as if parting forever at the icy river. The two secondary cannons were still cooling down. 1 minute wasn't long, but in this critical moment, every second felt agonizingly slow. Stop right there. With a furious roar, Robert closed in as his mech's back-mounted projectiles launched simultaneously. His laser sword flashed rapidly, striking the Zombie King almost at the same instant as the shells. Swish! The laser sword slashed down with a metallic clang. Yet only a pale white mark appeared on the Zombie King's surface. This powerful strike hadn't even broken through its basic defense. The cannon shells also had little effect. The Zombie King didn't even seem to notice Robert, this tiny insect, and continued walking steadily toward the base. Damn it! Stop! Robert charged straight at the Zombie King's head. This unexpected assault caught the monster off guard, staggering it and causing a flash of rage to cross its face. In retaliation, it swung its massive palm toward Robert. Just as Robert tried to dodge, his mech froze for a split second, long enough for the crushing blow to send him flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Robert! Zheng Haoyan shouted in fury, yet could do nothing. The Zombie King wasn't satisfied with knocking Robert away. It stormed toward the city wall in great strides and delivered another ferocious slap directly onto the stone barrier. Warning! Warning! The city wall is under attack. My lord, please take immediate notice. A loud system alert rang in Zheng Haoyan's ears. From that single strike, the wall had actually taken damage. Chapter 153, Catherine's Throne, into battle. The city wall shook violently. Even split into three, the Corpse King's power remained nearly unaffected. Its overwhelming strength was far beyond what the wall's minimal defenses could withstand. All artillery focus fire. Aim for its head. Zheng Haoyan commanded urgently. They couldn't allow the Corpse King to keep destroying the wall. Yes, my lord. The turrets opened fire relentlessly at the Corpse King, thunderous booms echoing one after another. but their impacts were like mere scratches, not even prompting the monster to turn and retaliate. Bang! Bang! Stop this right now. Robert struggled into the air from the ground, forcing himself upright as he swung his laser sword and drove it viciously into the Corpse King's left eye. Aya! The Corpse King still possessed pain receptors, and Robert's strike elicited a howl of agony. It halted its assault on the wall, swiping blindly and sending Robert flying, then clutched its bleeding left eye with a massive hand. Robert! Zheng Haoyan's voice cracked. He didn't know if Robert would survive. He didn't even know how many more blows the wall could endure. Hurry up, smart cannon. Please be ready. Zheng Haoyan screamed inwardly. As if sensing his desperation, the base responded. The auxiliary cannons of the smart cannon had finally cooled down. Fall before me. Zheng Haoyan took control of both auxiliary cannons, locking them precisely onto the Corpse King's head. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. No. How is this possible? Zheng Haoyan's eyes bulged in disbelief. The Corpse King outside the wall had just executed an incredibly difficult mid-air twist, dodging the smart cannon's blast entirely. The next shot would require a full minute to cool down again. Roar. The bleeding from the Corpse King's left eye stopped, but unlike before, it didn't fully regenerate. Its vision remained impaired, half blacked out as it tightly shut the damaged eye. Let us go stop it. Feng Long stepped forward. If the mechs couldn't hold back the Corpse King, then it was time for their psychic squad to intervene. No. You have no protection. You'll get infected by the zombies. Zheng Haoyan immediately rejected the idea. Zombies' greatest threat wasn't their durable bodies or brute strength, but their silent, insidious ability to infect others. That was precisely why Zheng Haoyan had only ever deployed the mech core so far. But if we keep letting it attack the wall like this, we won't last much longer, Feng Long insisted. Zheng Haoyan's face twisted in conflict. Feng was right. He could clearly see the wall's durability gauge, and the section that had been struck was now down to just 80%. The moment you suffer even the smallest wound, you'll be infected, and there'll be no cure, Zheng Haoyan said heavily. There's no other choice, my lord. No, maybe there is. At that moment, Wang Li interrupted their argument. A brilliant, prismatic light burst forth from the mech platform, an unmistakable sign that something extraordinary had appeared. What is that? On the mech platform, Fang Tian's face lit up with ecstatic joy. He'd done it again, and this time, it was his first attempt using the energy core. He hadn't expected the released energy to be so terrifying. Catherine's throne has been born. You've done it, little Fang. Xiao Yi wore a look of deep satisfaction. All thanks to our excellent guidance, Xiao Air declared without modesty. Little Fang did well. Notify Catherine, Sinair said calmly. I'm already here. Even as the three little research bots spoke, Catherine had already arrived at the mech platform, her steps firm and steady. Moments ago, she nearly decided to charge out of the base herself to confront the Corpse King, but an instinct told her to wait, that something better was coming, mysteriously guiding her toward the mech platform. And when she saw the moment Catherine's throne materialized, she knew it belonged to her alone. Your Majesty, Catherine, the wall is under critical threat. Please enter the mech quickly, two mechanical attendants urged. Catherine nodded. With a light push against the ground, she soared upward as if gravity had vanished, landing smoothly inside the radiant, rainbow-hued throne mech. VVVRM. Without hesitation, Catherine's throne ascended into the sky. The very next second, the Corpse King, just about to slam the wall again, staggered awkwardly, nearly collapsing to the ground. This, could it be? Zheng Haoyan stared at the elegant, majestic form of Catherine's throne hovering above the wall, and instinctively recalled the research project the three little science bots had been working on. My lord, I apologize for my delay. Hand the rest over to me. Catherine, be careful, it's extremely fast. When Zheng Haoyan heard Catherine's voice, he quickly called out a warning. But Catherine didn't respond, because the Corpse King had already launched its attack once again. Inside the Wei Tai base, the enigmatic envoy, shrouded in a black robe, stared at the zombie imprisoned within a metal cage, then turned his gaze toward Wei Tai. 3 hours have passed. Now that he's upgraded to a main city, why hasn't he wiped out such a small number of zombies yet? The envoy asked, his tone laced with confusion. If I'm not mistaken, the intensity of this zombie assault is likely determined by the level of base development. The fact that even upgrading to a main city hasn't solved the problem proves one thing. His base was incredibly strong from the very beginning, far beyond anything I could compare to. Through several interactions, Wei Tai had come to understand Zheng Haoyan fairly well. He was extraordinarily cautious, yet fundamentally kind, willing to help someone he barely knew, and frequently offering guidance to the other lords. But that didn't mean Zheng Haoyan was weak. His thinking was razor-sharp and highly logical, just like the overwhelming strength of his base construction. How else could someone command mere farmers to gather so many resources without exceptional leadership? And from some obscure intelligence, Wei Tai knew that the loyalty of Zheng Haoyan's farmers was terrifyingly high. Having subordinates with maximum loyalty himself, Wei Tai understood all too well what that truly meant. So you're still going to wait for him to complete this mission first? With our support, it's only a matter of time before you upgrade into a main city. There's no need to worry about him, the envoy said indifferently. It's different. Every step he's taken has been earned on his own. And moreover, Wei Tai didn't finish, but his determination was already clear. What if he actually fails this zombie crisis? It's happened before. Having a high-level base doesn't guarantee survival. Wei Tai shook his head, gazing into the distance with a confident look in his eyes. Quietly, he said, I believe in him. Chapter 154. First kill of a zombie king, 8th level of the White Tower. Zheng Haoyan didn't know that someone was silently watching him. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the zombie king before him. Roar! The attack from Catherine's thrown mecha provoked an enraged howl from the zombie king. It never expected that such a tiny insect could actually dare to act so boldly in its presence. The massive form of the zombie king flickered, and in the next second, it appeared directly above Catherine's thrown mecha, striking down fiercely. But unexpectedly, its blow missed completely. Boom! Both palms slammed hard onto the ground, crushing another group of regular zombies into piles of shattered remains beneath it, mere scapegoats caught in its rage. Now it's my turn to attack, Catherine said calmly, as if she didn't consider this powerful zombie king to be any real threat. A flash of colorful light, and Catherine's thrown mecha instantly vanished from its spot. The next moment, it reappeared right in front of the zombie king. Swish! The rainbow-colored laser blade slashed through the air. Even the zombie king's famously tough skin split open, leaving a deep, bleeding gash. A cry of pain burst from its throat. Boom! With one strike successful, the thrown mecha didn't pause. Its left arm fired a powerful blast, sending the zombie king staggering backward. Excellent, Catherine! Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but shout in praise. This scene was immensely boosting morale. Riding on this surge of momentum, Zheng Haoyan ordered the turrets to fire relentlessly, regardless of energy cost. In seconds, every zombie within 5 meters outside the city wall was obliterated. If not for the scattered remains on the ground, no one would believe zombies had ever existed there. The battlefield remained divided into 3 zones. Both the Four Symbols mecha and the Light Darkness God mecha were being overwhelmed by their respective zombie kings. Only Catherine's thrown mecha held the upper hand, and not just slightly. Roar! Suddenly, the 3 separated zombie kings simultaneously let out a piercing cry, as if transmitting some kind of signal. Not going to happen. Catherine cursed sharply, accelerating her mecha to intercept the zombie king trying to reunite with the other 2. Boom! Another cannon blast struck home, carving a gaping hole the size of a bowl into the zombie king's body. A shriek of agony escaped its mouth. Green, foul-smelling liquid began oozing from the wound, and its body failed to regenerate. Colin, kid, watch out. Though Catherine had done her best to block it, the zombie king still managed to escape her assault range and successfully rejoined the other 2, both largely unharmed. Catherine could only shout a warning to Colin inside the Four Symbols mecha and Kid inside the Light Darkness God mecha. What are they planning? Are they going to merge again? Zheng Haoyan already suspected the zombie king's next move. Exactly that. They merged into one, fusing once more into a 3-headed zombie king. What no one had anticipated was that the fused zombie king had grown even larger than before. Without hesitation, the combined beast charged straight at Catherine's thrown mecha, swiping at it with a brute force slap. Boom! The sudden burst of speed caught Catherine off guard. Her mecha was sent flying, heavily struck. Fortunately, she had activated the energy shield just in time. The mecha sustained minimal damage, though the shield's durability took a significant hit. This one is much stronger than before. You too, support me from the sides. Don't let it hit you. Catherine's expression turned grim. The separated zombie kings were no match for her, but this new fused version was a completely different opponent. She needed to take this seriously now. Understood, Your Majesty. Behind her, a shimmer of rainbow light surged forward as the thrown mecha dashed toward the fused zombie king. Left arm firing, right arm slashing, the cannon and laser sword attacked in quick succession. Swish! Boom! Despite increased speed after fusion, the zombie king's massive bulk still hindered its agility. It struggled to evade attacks from a target as small and nimble as Catherine's thrown mecha. Cannon blasts and beam strikes landed squarely, carving lasting wounds into its body. A scream of pain. Its eyes gradually turned red, a clear sign it was about to enter a berserk state. Lord Zheng, the zombie king seems significantly weakened now. Should we deliver another heavy blow? We might actually kill it this time. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with sharp insight. Hold on a moment. I'm waiting for the right chance. Zheng Haoyan had also noticed the change in the zombie king. His dual auxiliary cannons were already locked onto 2 of its heads. He was just waiting for the main cannon to finish cooling down. Then he'd fire 3 consecutive shots, obliterating all 3 heads in one go. Boom! Boom! The Four Symbols mecha and the Light Darkness God mecha seized every opportunity to land a couple of hits on the zombie king. Though they couldn't truly injure it, their attacks were enough to prevent the beast from focusing solely on Catherine's thrown mecha and its powerful assaults. Roar! With a furious howl, the zombie king finally entered full berserk mode. Boom! Catherine's thrown mecha fired another cannon blast, but this time, the zombie king actually blocked the shot with a single slap. Though a large hole tore through its hand, it didn't flinch at all, instead using that very injured arm to deliver a devastating counterblow. Bang! The thrown mecha crashed heavily onto the ground. Your Majesty, damn it. Take this, my shot. Kid roared in fury, unleashing the chaos cannon in a blazing surge. At the same moment, Colin moved in front of the downed thrown mecha, shielding it from further assault by the zombie king. The situation had suddenly turned dire. Beads of sweat began forming densely on Zheng Haoyan's forehead. They had to eliminate this zombie king, fast. 3 minutes left. Only 3 minutes remained until the main cannon of the intelligent Giga Cannon finished cooling down. But no one could predict whether the 3 mechas could survive another 3 minutes under the onslaught of a fully enraged zombie king. The secondary cannons had long since cooled, but Zheng Haoyan couldn't afford to act prematurely. He had to wait until the exact moment the main cannon recharged. Only then would he deliver the true, final blow. Hold on. As if sensing her lord's determination, Catherine rose once more. The throne mecha lifted into the air again, resuming battle. Tick, tick, tick. Sweat dripped steadily from Zhang Haoyan's brow, each drop like the relentless ticking of a clock. Only 30 seconds remained until the 3-minute mark. Almost there, almost there. Bang. Under another brutal strike from the Zombie King, the 4 symbols mecha slammed hard into the ground, and for a terrifying moment, failed to rise. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Catherine. Zhang Haoyan shouted as loudly as he could. Instantly, the throne mecha teleported, positioning itself so that the Zombie King's 3 massive heads were fully exposed to the intelligent Gigacannon's line of fire. VVVRRM. A sharp, piercing whine echoed across the battlefield. Where the towering Zombie King once stood, all 3 of its heads were now completely gone. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. You have successfully slain the Zombie King and earned the qualification to enter the 8th level of the White Tower. Chapter 155, Trial ends. At the same moment, a system announcement rang out in the ears of every surviving player. Many lords from lower-tier main cities had narrowly survived this zombie crisis by hastily purchasing weapons previously listed on the trade center by high-ranked players like Zhang Haoyan. Zombie King Slayer. Haoyan bro is awesome. Haoyan bro, take my knees please. Inside Wei Tai's base, the black-robed envoy noticed Wei Tai standing there dazed. What's wrong? Did he not make it through? Snapped back to reality by the envoy's voice, Wei Tai burst into twabug laughter. Ha, I knew it. I just knew Haoyan Jr. would make it. The Zombie King. Haoyan actually killed the Zombie King. The black-robed envoy froze. Not being a lord himself, he had no idea about the system announcement that had just occurred. But seeing Wei Tai nearly driven mad with joy, he didn't doubt the truth of these words for even a second. It had taken all their combined strength just to deal with a single captain-class zombie. Imagining the horror of facing a king-class zombie, 2 ranks above that, was almost unbearable. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming curiosity toward the legendary Zhang Haoyan, whom he had never met. Kill that zombie now. Congratulations to Lord Wei Tai. You have successfully eliminated the captain-class zombie Taishi and completed your mission. Reward. 1 level, 1 source cord. Meanwhile, at Wang Lu's base. Boom. A laser beam shot forth, blasting apart the giant zombie's head. Once again, the system announcement sounded. Congratulations to Lord Wang Lu. You have successfully eliminated the captain-class zombie Taishi and completed your mission. Reward. 1 level, 1 source cord. Congratulations to Lord Xiaoguang. You have successfully eliminated the captain-class zombie Taishi and completed your mission. Reward. 1 level, 1 source cord. Simultaneously, several more system notifications echoed out. Several more lords from Tier 3 main cities had also completed the task. Just as everyone prepared to celebrate, cold water was poured over their excitement by the next series of system messages. Lord Wang Lu has fallen. Lord Lu Qin has fallen. Lord Chen Dong has fallen. At that moment, every surviving lord fell into deep silence, mourning the fallen comrades for a long while. Seeing Zhang Haoyan's expression turn grim, Shuang stepped forward and gently took his large hand in hers. Looking at him with deep concern, she asked, "My lord, were you injured in the battle just now?" Only then did Zhang Haoyan snap out of his sorrow. Looking down at Shui Ying's anxious face, warmth spread through his heart. "I'm fine. Don't worry." But Shui Ying wouldn't buy it. "No, we must have Dr. Bian examine you immediately." Seeing the determined look in her eyes, Zhang Haoyan didn't refuse, allowing her to pull him toward the temporary medical tent hastily erected by Bian Yu. From far away, Shui Ying already shouted, Dr. Bian, come quickly. You must check on the lord. He might be injured." Bian Yu was in the middle of treating Xiangshan. Shui Ying's cry was like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Xiangshan, who moments ago had been lying on the bed asking Bian Yu to be gentle, immediately leapt up, his face filled with anxiety. "What? The lord is injured." This unexpected turn delighted Bian Yu. "Stay still. Your injuries aren't healed yet. Sit back down." "Sitting? How can I sit when the lord is hurt?" "Never mind me. Treat the lord first." But even without Xiangshan speaking, Bian Yu had already moved to the edge of the tent. Zhang Haoyan sighed helplessly. "I'm really fine. Shuang just won't rest easy unless you check me." So she insisted. "You're not fine at all. The color of your face was terrible earlier." Hearing that, Bian Yu could no longer remain calm. He quickly pulled Zhang Haoyan onto the examination bed and ran a thorough check. "Well, Dr. Bian, is the lord all right?" Bian Yu exhaled deeply, his tense expression gradually softening. "Don't worry. The lord is unharmed. He just needs proper rest." Hearing those words, Shuang jumped with excitement and threw her arms around Zhang Haoyan, who had just stood up. "Haha, that's wonderful. Shuang, stay here and help Dr. Bian take care of the patients. I'll go check on the battle status first." Shuang blushed slightly. "Okay." Meanwhile, Xiangshan lay helplessly on his bed, struggling to rise and bow, but a strong hand gently pushed him back down. "No need for formalities. Rest well. I'll be waiting for you at the victory banquet." When Xiangshan looked up, he saw Zhang Haoyan standing there with genuine concern. "My lord, I..." Before he could continue, Zhang Haoyan's gaze silenced him. Overcome with emotion, Xiangshan could only stare at his lord, his loyalty score rising to 90. After comforting Shui Ying, Zhang Haoyan hurried toward the battlefield. "How is it? What's the casualty situation?" "My lord, we have no fatalities. But most of our soldiers sustained minor injuries. The seriously wounded have already been sent to Dr. Bian Yu, while those lightly injured are currently cleaning up the battlefield." Zhang Haoyan nodded repeatedly. Having such a capable aide had saved him a great deal of trouble. On the battlefield, Zhang Daqiang and others were disposing of the zombie corpses, while 7 mechanized units in the air swiftly assisted ground troops with battlefield clearance. Near Robert, 3 research robots had gathered around, accompanied by Fang Yu. The system announcement sounded once again. Event, Zombie Invasion. Status, Ended. Ranking 1, Hao Yin. Ranking 2, Wei Tai. Ranking 3, Wang Lu. Ranking 4, Mechanic. Ranking 10, Swordmaster. With this latest ranking revealed by the system, the comment section exploded once more. Though many lords had fallen, numerous powerful ones had survived, giving others renewed hope. Lord Hao Yin still took first place. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Truly worthy of his reputation. Lord Hao Yin, are you still taking underlings? Commander Wei came in second? So strong. No wonder he's backed by the nation. By the way, Commander Wei, did national forces come to assist you? Yeah, Commander Wei. Was it national rescue teams who helped you through this crisis? As soon as the discussion started, it immediately drew massive attention from countless other lords. Zhang Haoyin remained silent, quietly observing the comments unfold. After this zombie surge, he noticed fewer reckless or absurd posts in the comment section, though some still lingered. Still, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Apparently, not every lord faced attacks from king-class zombies like he did. Lord Wei Tai, now broadcasting an urgent notice. Please keep the public chat clean. Chapter 156, Trial Reward. As soon as the central figure appeared, the entire comment section instantly fell silent. Lord Wei Tai, here, let us first pay our respects to the fallen lords. Let's observe 1 minute of silence in their memory. 1 minute has passed. Thank you all for your cooperation. Now I have some good news to share with everyone. Just as you've guessed, the nation has sent people. This time, it was only through the nation's rescue that I managed to survive. Therefore, the nation now has a plan. The plan is to integrate all of us, the lords. If you're willing to join, please send me the approximate location where you are. After understanding your distribution, we'll make further plans. After Wei Tai finished speaking, the comment section became lively again. Great. We're finally saved. Deputy Commander Wei, I'll send you my location right away. Yes. Deputy Commander Wei, I'm sending my coordinates too. Please send help quickly. If you don't come soon, I'll starve to death here. Huh? Who are you kidding? Didn't you just pass the trial? Didn't you get the big reward package? Reward package? Oh crap, I almost forgot. Guys, I'll leave for now. You keep chatting. The moment this message was posted, half the voices in the comment section vanished instantly. Zhang Haoyin was no exception. He suddenly remembered the reward package too. Trial Defense against the Zombie Tide, Rank 1. Rewards. Infinite Armor X1. Energy Core X10. 5 Elements, Chi Pill X1. Even though he had claimed rewards before, Zhang Haoyin's face was still brimming with excitement. He clicked to claim them. A flash of light illuminated the area, and before him appeared an exquisitely crafted mech suit. This looks just like Iron Man's armor from the movies. Could it be? With an excited expression, Zhang Haoyin reached out to touch the armor. The moment his fingers made contact, the entire mech instantly disassembled, and in the next second, reformed around Zhang Haoyin completely. A soft female voice sounded. Master, I am your AI mech assistant, Phantom. Zhang Haoyin stared in shock. Phantom? What can you do? I can assist Master in quickly operating the mech, maintaining the systems, and more. Zhang Haoyin silently felt delighted. Exactly what I hoped for. In his previous life as a recluse, he couldn't help but become a fan of Marvel, and he had always dreamed of owning a suit like this someday. Now, it was finally his. Without hesitation, Zhang Haoyin joyfully piloted the mech into the air. Thanks to his prior experience controlling a massive mech, it took him only moments to become fully comfortable, swiftly gliding through the sky. Because the mech's noise-canceling function was so strong, Fang Yu and the others didn't even notice this magnificent mech until Zhang Haoyin slowly descended. Fang Yu's eyes sparkled. My lord, what is this? Infinite energy mech. My god, my lord. How do you possess something legendary like this? Despite being mechanical, the tone clearly carried surprise from research robot Xiao Air. What? This is the infinite energy mech. Fang Yu's face was filled with astonishment. Research robot Xiao Air stepped forward slowly. Yes, this is indeed the infinite energy mech. It can convert any form of energy into usable power, meaning its energy supply is essentially limitless. Though once, I saw a prototype, but it was many times larger than this one. My lord, may I study your mech? Their words left Zhang Haoyin dazed. He had thought it was just a small, ordinary mech. Never imagined it was such a significant artifact. Is it really that powerful? In response to Zhang Haoyin's question, the four nodded firmly and deeply. Having researchers like these under his command, Zhang Haoyin naturally didn't hesitate. He immediately ordered the mech to detach from him and allowed them to take it for research. After Fang Yu and the others left, Zhang Haoyin suddenly recalled the earlier discussion in the comments and quickly opened his private messages to send his location to Wei Tai. He immediately saw a pile of messages from Wei Tai. Brother Haoyin, congratulations. Brother Haoyin, thanks for the gear you sent earlier. Without it, I'm not sure I could have survived that trial. Brother Haoyin, are you there? I have an important matter to discuss with you. Brother Haoyin. Seeing these messages, Zhang Haoyin felt slightly embarrassed and quickly sent his coordinates. Wei Tai replied instantly. Brother Haoyin, you're finally online. Facing Wei Tai's message, Zhang Haoyin could only come up with a barely convincing yet seemingly reasonable excuse. Brother Wei Tai, my side suffered heavy losses. I only just got around to checking my messages. Oh, I see. So do you have time now? I have something very important to discuss with you. Sure, I've finished everything on my end. Go ahead. All right, Let me explain our plan to you. My side has received a special envoy from the nation, but the situation back home isn't good either. So the current directive is for us to unite everyone first. Either relocate our bases together, or at least map out everyone's positions. In short, we want to bring everyone together this time. Got it, Brother Wei. I support this completely. Right now, sticking together is our only chance. Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll all be overwhelmed by this endless tide of zombies. Good. Since you agree, Brother Haoyan, we need to act quickly. Let everyone rest for a day or two. I'll compile all the information and contact you again soon. By the way, Brother Haoyan, that phone you sent me earlier. Don't worry about it. I've got plenty. I'll send a few more over to you shortly. After sending 3 phones to Wei Tai and confirming that neither Wang Lu nor Xiaoguang had messaged him privately, Zhang Haoyan slowly closed the chat window. It was already dark by the time I finished organizing just half the battlefield. The number of zombies was simply too overwhelming. With Kate and the other 5 mechanical servants guarding outside the city, it was absolutely safe, even at night. All of his subordinates had now gathered inside the mimicry space, turning the resting area into their current dining hall. Zhang Haoyan stood atop a raised platform. I'm truly glad today that every one of our brothers is still here, safe and sound. I'm deeply grateful for all your dedicated protection. These farmers had never seen a lord treat them so kindly before, and in the instant he spoke, the loyalty of those newly summoned farmers today instantly increased by 5 points each. My lord. Chapter 157, the long-awaited grand package. After a night of reaping by Zhang Haoyan, the loyalty of all his subordinates had been raised to above 90, with only 1 or 2 remaining at 80. The zombie assault hadn't caused any damage to the facilities within Zhang Haoyan's territory. Chef Liu and the talented cook Tian Xiaoer had, as always, prepared breakfast perfectly on schedule. This day was destined to be extraordinary. Just after waking up, waves of system announcements rang sharply in his ears. Congratulations to Lord Wang Lu, the second to upgrade to a level 4 main base, rewarded with 1 special tier, 3 infrastructure core. Reward resources, 3,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, 3,000 food. Congratulations to Lord Wei Tai, the third to upgrade to a level 4 main base, rewarded with 1 special tier, 3 infrastructure core. Reward resources, 3,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, 3,000 food. Congratulations. Zhang Haoyan immediately opened the comment section. Haha. Even this lazybones finally got my day in the sun. You guys don't know? I've actually leveled up to tier 3 too. What's tier 3 to brag about? Haven't you seen that bigwigs like Wang Lu and Deputy Commander Wei, plus all those top 10 masters, have already upgraded their cities to level 4? No one replied to him. Instead, wave after wave of ecstatic voices flooded through the comment section. Then Zhang Haoyan, who had been closely watching the comments, was drawn to a particular post. Haha, my main city just reached level 4. Finally caught up to Master Hao Tian's footsteps. Little Haoyan, where are you? Come out so I can see how awesome you've become. Whoa, who is this guy? So arrogant he dares to challenge Master Hao Tian. No idea. Probably some lunatic gone mad. Zhang Haoyan smiled faintly. Honestly, he enjoyed this atmosphere. He slowly typed out a message. Haha, not bad kid. You're strong. I'll send you my location via private message soon. As soon as it was posted, Zhang Haoyan looked slightly puzzled at the comment section. The font color of his message was different, no longer white, but bright blue, standing out sharply against the plain white text of other lords' comments. The entire comment section froze for a solid 10 seconds because of Zhang Haoyan's message. And then, chaos erupted again. Whoa, what the hell? Blue text. VIP. So Hao Tian is a VIP? I thought he was just hacking or something. No wonder Lord Hao Tian is so powerful. He must be a VIP player. Please tell us, great Hao Tian, how do we get VIP status? Floods of chat messages exploded across the screen. Private messages blinked rapidly. Zhang Haoyan clicked open one immediately. It was from Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai. Haoyan bro, was that really VIP status? Zhang Haoyan was equally confused. After several breaths, he finally replied. Brother Wei, I honestly don't know why the text turned blue either. Lord Wei Tai. Then what could it possibly mean? Just as both were bewildered, a loud system announcement boomed in their ears. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan, the first to upgrade to a level 5 main base. Reward, 1 special tier, for infrastructure core and 1 grand package. Once again, the frenzied comment section fell silent, in shock. Then, it exploded louder than ever before. Hao Tian is legendary. Hao Tian, I'll forever be your most loyal underling. When did Master Hao Tian reach level 5? How insanely strong is he? Master Hao Tian. But Zhang Haoyan himself had already closed the comments and headed straight to claim his beginner's grand package. Nobody knew when another wave of zombies might strike. As a master of time management, he naturally wouldn't waste even a second. Last time, the starter package gave him a bunch of special blueprints. What would it be this time? Zhang Haoyan pondered eagerly. Open grand package. First, to upgraded, to level 5 base package. Rewards. 1 heavy military factory. Reward resources. 8,000 wood, 8,000 stone, 8,000 iron ore, 8,000 food. Faced with such a massive influx of resources, Zhang Haoyan couldn't hold back the joy lighting up his face. Lord Haoyan, what happened? Why are you so happy? Shui Ying's gentle voice quickly snapped his attention back. Ha ha, Shui Ying, our base can expand rapidly now. Ha ha. Upon hearing Zhang Haoyan's words, Shui Ying's face lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. Our base will be safer than ever, and you won't have to take such risks anymore. Chatting cheerfully, the two walked straight into the cafeteria, where everyone was already waiting. As soon as Zheng Haoyin arrived, everyone quickly stood up and bowed. Lord, no need for formalities. Everyone worked hard yesterday. Quickly eat your breakfast. After that, you're all off duty today. Rest well, no work. Hearing this, Lu Laowu immediately spoke up anxiously. Lord, I don't need to rest. Please, don't send me away. The others also looked at Zheng Haoyin with equal anxiety, terrified that he would make them rest. To them, being idle meant being useless. Facing such loyal subordinates, who only lived to contribute to the base, why was giving them a single day off proving so difficult? Zheng Haoyin wondered. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his eyes. Fine then, you don't have to rest. I'll give you a new task instead. Only after Zheng Haoyin said this did the restless crowd finally calm down. As long as they had something to do, they'd gladly do anything. After a brief breakfast, everyone followed Zheng Haoyin to the summoning platform, except for the two cooks, and of course, Fang Yu, whose presence in the cafeteria was rarely seen. They were ready to begin today's summoning. Meanwhile, the comment section remained as chaotic as ever. Everyone quiet down, quiet down. I found out why Hao Tian's chat font is blue. What? Isn't it because VIP players get blue text? Shut up and let that guy speak. In moments, the entire comment section fell silent. You all know I have a scholar farmer. Just now, I asked him, and he actually knows why Lord Hao Tian's chat text is blue. I won't keep you in suspense. The reason Lord Hao Tian's chat font is blue is because his main city has reached level 5. And if he upgrades further, he'll even unlock purple font, golden font, and beyond. After this lord finished speaking, the comment section erupted once more. So that's it. But does that mean Lord Hao Tian isn't a VIP? It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Lord Hao Tian must be G level or higher. How else could he reach level 5 so fast? He's not human. Meanwhile, lords who had just barely upgraded their bases to level 4 were even more shocked. They had already been stunned by the upgrade requirements for level 5 when they reached level 4. This is insane. The resources needed to reach level 5 are horrifying. I don't even have 1 million wood yet. 1 million wood? Do I even have a chance of reaching level 5 in my lifetime? Unaware of the massive shockwave his striking blue text had sent across the entire world of lords, Zheng Haoyin remained entirely oblivious to being the center of attention. Chapter 158, Population Windfall. Zheng Haoyin's base. Lu Laowu glanced at the direction they were heading, looking eagerly at Zheng Haoyin. My lord, are we going today to welcome new companions? Zheng Haoyin didn't speak, only slowly nodded. The level 5 main city was vastly larger than the previous level 4 one, so much so that it took Zheng Haoyin and the others over 10 minutes to cover what used to be a 3-minute walk. It seems we'll need some kind of transportation for daily travel, Zheng Haoyin said helplessly to Shuiying. Begin summoning. Name, Biancheng. Occupation, farmer. Physical condition, 100 out of 100. Abilities, gathering, healing. Special ability, cure all. Loyalty, 60. Seeing his first newly summoned subordinate, Zheng Haoyin's face lit up with delight. In previous battles, he'd realized that relying solely on Bian Yu as the only doctor would never meet the base's future medical demands. He never expected the very first person summoned today would be another healer with stats identical to Bian Yu's. This humble servant, Biancheng, greets my lord. Zheng Haoyin quickly stepped forward to help Biancheng rise from his kneeling bow. No need for such formalities. Almost simultaneously, an alert sounded in his mind. Farmer Biancheng's loyalty increased by 10 points. Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but feel pleased. Soldier Bian Yu's loyalty increased by 10 points. Soldier Bian Yu's loyalty has reached 100. Congratulations, my lord. You now have your 23rd loyal follower who will die for you. This sudden notification filled Zheng Haoyin with even greater joy. Meanwhile, right after being helped up by Zheng Haoyin, Biancheng noticed Bian Yu standing behind him. Senior brother. Junior brother. At this moment, Zheng Haoyin wisely gave the two plenty of space. At the same time, the second and third farmers were summoned. Name, Jian Weiqi. Occupation, farmer. Physical condition, 300 of 300. Abilities, radiation resistance, demolitions. Special abilities, super teacher, precise detonation. Loyalty, 60. Name, Li Feixiang. Occupation, farmer. Physical condition, 300 of 300. Abilities, radiation resistance, demolitions. Special abilities, super teacher, precise detonation. Loyalty, 60. This humble servant, Jian Weiqi, greets my lord. This humble servant, Li Feixiang, greets my lord. Seeing their attributes, Zheng Haoyin could hardly contain his excitement. Just when he was worried about lacking capable combat personnel, two arrived at once. He quickly stepped forward to help them both up. No need for formalities, please rise quickly. Once again, he repeated the same actions, expressions, and words, yet the result was identical. The two newcomers were moved to tears, feeling like legendary steeds finally meeting their true master late in life. Chenming, take these two down to rest for now. Yes, my lord. You too, follow me. Zheng Haoyin stopped the summoning process and stood gazing blankly at Chenming and the other two walking away, lost in deep thought. A moment later, snapping out of his reverie, he turned with solemn authority toward the group behind him. Zhang Daqiang, Lu Laowu, Xiao Bin, Chenming, stepped forward. Without hesitation, the four immediately stepped out of formation. My lord. Looking at the four saluting before him, Zheng Haoyin's eyes burned with determination. Line up side by side. Yes. Wang Li, You're responsible for recording everyone summoned from now on. Direct them into corresponding units, and handle any special cases as needed. Wang Li responded seriously. Yes, my lord. Watching Zheng Haoyin command with such presence, Shui Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wang Li acted swiftly and efficiently, immediately organizing everything upon receiving her orders. Wan Junyi, ability. Reconnaissance. Join Lu Laowu's unit. Fang Boixue, ability. Mining. Join Xiao Bin's unit. Sha Tiankai, ability. After seeing everyone begin to line up orderly, Zheng Haoyin finally turned and led Shui Ying toward the research facility. You three young masters, it's done like this, not the way you just did. You impudent junior, what do you know? Just as they reached the entrance of the simulation chamber, Zheng Haoyin heard quarreling coming from inside the lab. Perhaps the four inside were too focused. They hadn't even noticed Zheng Haoyin had approached until he stood directly behind them. Cough. Hearing the cough behind them, Fang Yu quickly turned around. Oh, my lord, forgive me just now. As soon as he turned and saw Zheng Haoyin, Fang Yu immediately dropped to his knees in apology, but Zheng Haoyin, being the master manager that he was, wouldn't let him kneel. He quickly reached out and supported Fang Yu before he could bow. It's fine. You don't need to apologize for this kind of situation. I grant you special permission. Zheng Haoyin's words instantly filled Fang Yu with emotion. His face lit up with excitement, his eyes shimmering brightly. You didn't even go for breakfast? How can you spend all day locked up in the lab like this? Suddenly shifting from his earlier gentleness, Zheng Haoyin fixed Fang Yu with a stern gaze. As punishment, you must eat breakfast on time every single day. Fang Yu wasn't one of the summoned farmers. If he had been, Zheng Haoyin suspected he might have gained another devoted follower right then. When breakfast arrived, Zheng Haoyin noticed Fang Yu was missing again. No guess needed. He undoubtedly had run straight back to the lab. All right, enough. Take me and show me your research progress. At the mention of progress, Fang Yu instantly transformed, his demeanor shifting completely. The four researchers, who had been bickering moments ago, suddenly stood united and perfectly coordinated upon Zheng Haoyin's arrival, smoothly guiding him through their latest achievements. Wei Tai's base. After an entire night's work, Wei Tai had finally mapped out the locations of all the players. Now staring at the newly compiled list of positions, Wei Tai sat in deep, anxious contemplation, so absorbed that he didn't even notice the robed figure approaching from behind. What's wrong? Facing difficulties? Startled, Wei Tai turned to see the visitor and shook his head, anxiety evident in his voice. Envoy, these lords are far too scattered. Even if we want to consolidate them, it won't be easy. Seeing Wei Tai's distress, the robed envoy took the map from his hands. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. Indeed, this presents quite a challenge. I'll consult our superiors to see if there's any solution available. In less than a moment, the robed envoy returned from the inner chamber, looking grim as he gazed at Wei Tai and slowly shook his head. Our superiors currently have no spare forces to assist us. Chapter 159, The Second Wave of the Zombie Tide. At that moment, a sudden system announcement rang out. Notice, the second wave of zombies will arrive in 15 days. This wave will last for 2 days. All lords, please prepare accordingly. Notice, the second wave of zombies will arrive in 15 days. This wave will last for 2 days. All lords, please prepare accordingly. Notice, the second wave of zombies will arrive in 15 days. This wave will last for 2 days. All lords, please prepare accordingly. Wei Tai shot to his feet in terror. What? His sudden reaction startled the black robe envoy, who asked anxiously, what happened? There's going to be a second wave of the zombie outbreak, and it's only 15 days away. The news left the black robe envoy stunned. After a long silence, he slowly rose and walked toward the inner chamber, the place he usually used to receive messages from the organization. Watching the envoy disappear, Wei Tai sank into deep thought, his face clouded with worry. The system announcement also caught Zheng Haoyin by surprise. He quickly opened the comment section. By now, the comment section was flooded, overflowing with desperate cries for help and mournful lamentations. Upon learning that the next zombie onslaught would last a full 2 days of relentless fury, many players were thrown into panic. What? There's actually a second wave. Does that mean there'll be a third, or even more? Who can tell me why this is happening? Wah, my peasants are almost all dead after barely surviving this round. Why another wave? Mommy, I want to go home. Kid, there's no going back. Accept your fate. Major Wei, save us. Has there been any word from the government? When are they coming to rescue us? I don't want to be a lord anymore. I just want to survive. Yeah, Major Wei, has the government responded yet? Weren't we promised rescue after enduring last night? Why haven't they come? Countless weak lords now pinned all their hopes on the government, on Major Wei himself. Lord Wei Tai, I'm now broadcasting an urgent notice. Please keep the public chat clean. I'm now broadcasting an urgent notice. Please keep the public chat clean. I'm now broadcasting an urgent notice. Please keep the public chat clean. After Wei Tai repeated his message 3 times, the world chat fell completely silent, awaiting Major Wei's emergency announcement. You've all received the news by now, but don't lose hope. Since we survived the first zombie wave, we will survive the second and the third. Luckily, we have 15 days to prepare, but you must make full use of every single day. Additionally, considering that some lords may lack the ability to withstand the second wave, our organization has formed a rescue team. We will evacuate those in need to safe zones. Lords requiring rescue, please send me a private message as soon as possible. Though we can't guarantee saving everyone, we'll do everything within our power. Finally, don't lose heart. For those needing rescue, please contact me privately now. After reading the message, Zheng Haoyan let out a sigh of relief. Good, at least the government has a rescue plan. He then opened his private inbox and sent a message to Wei Tai. Brother Wei, don't worry about me. Rescue the other lords who need help first. No reply came. Zheng Haoyan paused, then typed again. If you need anything, Brother Wei, just let me know. If conditions allow, I'll do what I can to help. After sending the message, he immediately closed the chat window. Shuang, go to the cafeteria and tell Chef Liu to prepare plenty of dry rations. We'll need them in 15 days, enough to last at least 3 days. Seeing the urgency on Zheng Haoyan's face, Shuang hurried off toward the kitchen without hesitation. Zheng Haoyan told Feng Yu and the other 3 to quickly develop a simplified version of the steel armor before rushing toward the summoning platform. He was racing against time now. He knew the system wouldn't grant such a long preparation period without reason. The only explanation was that the next wave of zombie attacks would be overwhelmingly powerful. Last time, a zombie king appeared after just 7 days. What level of zombie would they face next? Zheng Haoyan shuddered inwardly. 3 zombie kings? 5. He had no idea. Meanwhile, Wei Tai stared anxiously at his chat box. The private messages flashing dozens of times per minute filled him with dread. Clang. The door ahead swung open. It was the room the black robe envoy had entered earlier. How is it? Envoy, did the organization send any message? Seeing Wei Tai's anxious face, the black robe envoy shook his head hard, speaking with a look of deep disappointment. They said they can't spare any extra forces right now. We're told to gather and send whatever surplus strength we have over there. This news instantly filled Wei Tai with anger. What? How is that possible? What surplus strength do we even have here? The moment he finished speaking, his furious expression slowly gave way to one of despair. The black robe envoy didn't respond. Truthfully, he felt just as helpless about this outcome. He was fully aware of the situation in Wei Tai's territory. If it weren't for the energy guns he had brought with him earlier, Wei Tai would likely have already fallen victim to the zombies by now. After a long silence, Wei Tai finally raised his drooping head, looking hopelessly at the envoy. So, we're on our own, then. The black robe envoy nodded helplessly, saying nothing. If only we could all gather together. Then we'd have many more options. Wei Tai murmured quietly, staring blankly at the ground. Hearing this, the black robe envoy's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped Wei Tai on the shoulder. That's right. We can form an alliance. If we join forces, we'll have a much better chance of surviving this. Wei Tai, still lost in gloom, had no recollection of what he'd just said. The sudden slap startled him completely. He stared at the envoy in confusion. Alliance? Exactly. Don't you have some kind of lord ranking system? If you can unite those powerful lords and coordinate with other nearby ones, perhaps we can survive this zombie crisis after all. At these words, Wei Tai's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Excitement spread across his face. That's right. How come I didn't think of this earlier? All right. I'll contact the other lords right away. Chapter 160. Initial armor. Zheng Haoyan in check. Beep. Beep. Could it be a call from Brother Wei? Zheng Haoyan wondered, looking at the unfamiliar number on his phone. Hello, who is this? Hearing Zheng Haoyan's voice, Wei Tai's face lit up slightly. Haoyan, it's me, Wei Tai. Brother Wei, I thought you'd be busy. I just sent you a private message but didn't get a reply. What's up? Wei Tai completely ignored the previous comment. All right, then I'll get straight to it. He spoke in a deeply somber tone. Haoyan, my brother, we're reaching out hoping for your help. Hearing the slight dejection in Wei Tai's voice, Zheng Haoyan was momentarily stunned. Brother Wei, just tell me. If I can help, I won't hesitate. Wei Tai didn't beat around the bush. He immediately laid out their predicament for Zheng Haoyan. The more Zheng Haoyan listened, the more tightly his brows knitted together. He remained silent for a long time. So, Haoyan, my brother, Wei Tai continued, I won't pressure you unnecessarily. Think it over first. If you're able to help, just give me a call anytime. Zheng Haoyan simply grunted and hung up. Honestly, he wasn't confident yet about whether he truly had the strength to overcome the upcoming crisis. After all, even one corpse king was so powerful, one more of them, let alone several, would be utterly beyond his ability to resist. After hanging up, Wei Tai's face lit up with satisfaction. He immediately opened the chat window. Overlord Wei Tai. Overlord Jiang Xian, please note. Overlord Wei Tai. Overlord Jiang Xian, please note. Overlord Wei Tai. Overlord Jiang Xian, please note. 3 consecutive announcements caused the comments section, which had been slowly returning to scattered chatter, to fall quiet once more. Overlord Wei Tai. Overlord Jiang Xian, please note. We are preparing to launch your rescue. Get ready to be rescued. Overlord Wei Tai. You will be rescued by Overlord Haoyan. Contact him immediately. In addition, all other overlords should also prepare yourselves to be rescued at any moment. After Wei Tai's messages appeared, the comment section erupted once again. Hooray for the organization. We're finally going to be saved. Lucky Overlord Jiang Xian. When will I finally be rescued? Hey, Overlord Jiang Xian seems inactive. Could he have already been eaten by zombies? That's possible. He hasn't responded in half a day. No clue what's going on. Seeing the comments, Wei Tai's expression gradually turned serious. If that overlord had already been infected by zombies, then there would be no other overlord near Zheng Haoyan's territory. Just as he was feeling anxious, a new message appeared, making Wei Tai breathe a sigh of relief. Overlord Jiang Xian, really? Are you really coming to rescue me? Thank you, organization. Thank you, Deputy Director Wei. Thank you, Elder Haoyan. Anyway, no time to chat. I need to prepare now. After sending that message, Jiang Xian indeed went silent. The comment section was left with many confused users. Only then did Wei Tai slowly shift his attention away from the comments. Seeing his inbox lighting up with private messages, he seemed deep in thought. Overlord Wang Lu, hello. This is Wei Tai. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoyan had no idea about the situation Wei Tai had placed him in. At that moment, Fang Yu was enthusiastically pulling him along. My lord, look, this is our preliminary prototype design for the first-generation armor, simulated overnight based on your infinite armor. Staring at the holographic projection of the armor before him, Zheng Haoyan's face shone with excitement. Standing there was a human-sized mechanized suit, nearly identical to his own previous armor. At that moment, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but glance warmly at the trio of robotic scientists. With researchers like these, how could his base possibly fail to thrive? At this rate, catching up to the technological level of the old nation wouldn't be far off. Seeing the smile on Zheng Haoyan's face, Fang Yu and the three little robotic researchers wore proud smiles as well. Well, my lord, what do you think? Zheng Haoyan patted Fang Yu on the shoulder. Excellent. Can we start manufacturing this armor now? No problem, my lord. After simulating through the entire night, we've mapped out every single material requirement. We can build it using only the resources currently available in our base. Fang Yu stood tall, brimming with pride as he explained. But the instant he finished speaking, his proud expression wilted. He looked helplessly at Zheng Haoyan and said, however, this armor consumes an enormous amount of gasoline. So even if we build it, we might not be able to afford the fuel. Although we still have enough gasoline reserves for now, we can't guarantee they'll last in the long run. Fang Yu's words made Zheng Haoyan pause briefly, but then he burst into loud laughter. Ha, is that all? I thought it was something serious. This is just about energy supply. Zheng Haoyan patted Fang Yu on the shoulder again and said, don't worry, the energy issue isn't a problem. We've already located the gas stations in the nearby city. You focus on getting the mech ready first. Fuel won't be an issue, but you might want to develop equipment capable of storing large amounts of gasoline. Zheng Haoyan's words immediately brought a delighted grin to Fang Yu's face. Hee, don't worry, my lord. We've already worked on that. Good. In that case, I'll head back into the city soon to retrieve the gasoline. Meanwhile, keep working on the mech and get that fuel storage system up and running. As soon as Zheng Haoyan issued his orders, Fang Yu and the others dashed toward the mecha platform. Watching the four of them rush off, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but feel deep hope for the future of his domain. If equipment like this, which could only appear in sci-fi movies of great nations, could now be built here, wasn't it only a matter of time before they broke free from this region entirely? The thought filled him with quiet excitement. Meanwhile, inside a level 3 base, a particularly burly man stood in the central hall, eagerly staring at the chat window. So Overlord Haoyan himself is coming to rescue me? Amazing. Xiaoling, go tell everyone. Gather all rare resources around us quickly over the next few days. Ignore the less important ones for now. We're about to relocate to a much safer place. Yes, my lord. Haoyan base, summoning platform. No way, Lao Wu, this guy should be mine. I'm still short one. DeChong, I really need someone like him right now. Let me take this one. If any new brothers show up tomorrow, I promise you first pick. Chapter 161, The Powerful Rescue Team. At this moment, Wang Li was helplessly watching the two who were still arguing nonstop. Just as she was troubled, she spotted a tall and impressive figure in the distance, and her frown instantly vanished. My lord, Wang Li's voice wasn't loud, but just enough for everyone present to hear. Zhang Daqiang and Lu Laowu, who had been bickering, immediately snapped back to attention and followed Wang Li's gaze. Seeing Zheng Haoyan approaching, they hastily bowed. My lord. Following their leader's example, the farmers who had just been summoned behind them all bowed together in unison. My lord. The unified salute echoed throughout the otherwise empty summoning platform area. Zheng Haoyan was stunned by the scene. In his previous life as a homebody, he'd never experienced anything like this. Fortunately, his well-trained sharp mind allowed him to quickly regain composure. No need for such formalities. Please rise at once. Yes. Everyone rose together once more. The sudden surge in population left Zheng Haoyan slightly bewildered. He turned to Wang Li with a confused expression. Who exactly are these additional members? Wang Li smiled warmly and replied. My lord, they aren't extras. They're companions summoned by our summoning platform. Zheng Haoyan grew even more puzzled. Summoned by the platform? Our main city is only level 5. Even at maximum capacity, we should only be able to summon one extra person beyond the original count. Just 6 total. How did we end up with over 30 people? Wang Li patiently explained. My lord, you may not know. Each level 1 infrastructure core allows us to summon one additional farmer. The higher the level, the more farmers we can call forth. During this recent zombie surge, we acquired many infrastructure cores, which is why so many farmers have been summoned this time. After hearing Wang Li's explanation, the confusion on Zheng Haoyan's face immediately cleared. He quickly pulled out his phone. Ding. At Wei Tai's base. Wei Tai sat gloomily staring at the phone and a map of Lord distributions on his desk. As soon as he saw the caller ID, his eyes lit up with excitement. Hello? Wei brother, I've made up my mind. I'm willing to help this time. Send me the coordinates of the closest lord to me, and tomorrow I'll dispatch a team for rescue. What? Really, Hao Tian brother? On behalf of our organization and the people, I sincerely thank you. After hanging up, Wei Tai stood up and gave a crisp, formal salute. But Zheng Haoyan knew nothing of this. At that moment, he was excitedly surveying the dozens of new recruits before him. He immediately opened the status panel of one nearby newly summoned farmer. Name, Xiao San. Occupation, soldier. Physical fitness, 200 out of 200. Skills, mining, searching. Special abilities, super focus, super enthusiasm. Loyalty, 70. Zheng Haoyan was instantly drawn to the last line, 70 loyalty. This must be due to the upgrade of his base to level 5, he thought. After scanning through all the newly appeared farmers, a spontaneous smile returned to Zheng Haoyan's face, and his earlier worries completely vanished. Just now, I heard some arguing as I approached. What was going on? Lu Laowu and Zhang Daqiang exchanged glances, then stepped forward apologetically, unsure how to explain. Seeing their hesitation, Wang Li calmly spoke up. My lord, Lu Captain and Captain Daqiang were discussing ownership of the last summoned farmer. Their voices, as you know, tend to be a bit loud, but they've already resolved it. With Wang Li stepping in to defuse the situation, both Lu Laowu and Zhang Daqiang shot her grateful looks. All right, said Zheng Haoyan. Since it's settled, there's something important I need to announce. His expression instantly turned serious. Everyone straightened up, fully alert. We will now form a rescue team. Lu Laowu stepped forward. Hearing his name called, Lu Laowu immediately stepped out and bowed. Reporting, my lord. I hereby appoint you as captain of the first rescue team. Select 7 members from among the farmers to join your squad. Lu Laowu paused, then broke into an excited grin. Yes, actually, I've already decided, my 7 comrades from my original unit. Zheng Haoyan glanced at the 8 people behind Lu Laowu and noticed their stats were roughly comparable to Lu's own. He couldn't help but gain a deeper appreciation for Wang Li's organizational abilities. Very well. Take your subordinates to the barracks for training later, then go to Fangyu to collect 3 powered armor suits. Afterwards, see Zhao Tai for the rest of the team's equipment. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, pick up dry rations from Chef Lu and set out at first light. Yes, my lord. After Lu Laowu returned to his position, Zheng Haoyan turned his gaze to Wu Jun, who was standing beside Wang Li. Wu Jun stepped forward. Wu Jun wasn't the least bit surprised to be called. He calmly stepped out of the line. Reporting, my lord. You will serve as the commander of the 1st Rescue Battalion. Any objections? Delighted, Wu Jun quickly responded. My lord, no objections. After Wu Jun stepped back, everyone present hoped that Zheng Haoyan would call on them next, including Zhang Daqiang. Zhang Daqiang stepped forward. Zhang Daqiang blinked in surprise, then immediately stepped out with a broad smile. Reporting, my lord. I now appoint you as captain of the 2nd rescue team. Just like Lao Wu, select 7 members for your squad. Zhang Daqiang slowly turned around, looking at the 7 people behind him. With bold confidence, he announced, Brothers, are you willing to join me on this mission? The 7 behind him shouted in unison. We are willing. We are willing. This move by Zhang Daqiang took Zheng Haoyan aback. He hadn't expected that Zhang Daqiang had actually learned how to inspire morale and win loyalty. After finishing, Zhang Daqiang shot Lu Laowu a provoking glance from the side. Seeing this, Lu Laowu immediately cleared his throat and called out, Brothers, are you willing to follow me on this mission? Willing. Willing. Zheng Haoyan never expected things to develop this way, but inwardly he was immensely pleased. All these early followers of his were loyal to death. There was absolutely no risk of rebellion. And through their actions, they had instantly ignited a strong sense of team spirit throughout the entire group. Seeing that Lu Laowu had copied his move, Zhang Daqiang shot him a look of disdain, then turned solemnly toward Zheng Haoyan. My lord, I have completed selecting my team. We're ready to depart at any moment. Zheng Haoyan smiled helplessly. It's not time yet. You'll also leave tomorrow, though yours might be a later departure. After training your men at the barracks, go see Fangyu to collect 3 powered armor suits. Then report to Zhao Tai for the rest of your team's equipment. Rest well tonight and await my orders. Yes. Chapter 162. Rescue the First Lord, 100 population. With Zhang Daqiang back in formation, the other subordinates turned to Zheng Haoyan with eager eyes, desperately hoping they too might receive such a mission. Zheng Haoyan's gaze shifted once more toward Wang Li. Wu Kun stepped forward. Present, Wu Kun's face was already lit up with a broad smile. You are hereby appointed commander of the 2nd rescue team. Any objections? Overjoyed, Wu Kun quickly replied. My lord, no objections. I will complete this mission flawlessly. With a silent nod from Zheng Haoyan, Wu Kun returned to his position. After scanning the crowd and noting only about 40 people remained, Zheng Haoyan spoke again. Those not participating in this mission must follow their team leader's instructions and remain ready at all times for rescue operations. All squad leaders are to take the new recruits for training and then equip them accordingly. Yes, sir. Though disappointed at missing this mission, they were still delighted to have roles within the base. Watching his subordinates disperse, Zheng Haoyan smiled once more, feeling increasingly hopeful about the upcoming trial in 15 days. Beep. Hey, Haoyan, that lord has contacted you. I've also sent the map. Check your messages. This time you're doing us a big favor. Don't worry, the organization won't forget your contributions. Once this crisis is over, I'll make sure you get proper recognition from higher-ups. As expected, immediately after hanging up, a flood of private messages popped up in Zheng Haoyan's chat window. Alert! Lord Wei Tai has sent you a map. Accept. Accept. A detailed map instantly appeared in Zheng Haoyan's hand, and he immediately began studying the marked locations. The nearest player is still so far away from me. Looks like I'll need more vehicles. After thoroughly reviewing the map, Zheng Haoyan finally checked the messages. Lord Jiang Xian. Haoyan Sr., are you there? I'm the lord you're supposed to rescue. Let me brief you on my current situation. After learning about this lord's base, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but feel excited. Not only was it a tier 3 base, but there were also abundant rare resources nearby, exactly what he needed to upgrade his own structures. Understood. Keep gathering as many scarce resources as possible. My rescue team will depart tomorrow morning and should arrive by noon. Be ready. Along with this message, Zhang Haoyan directly sent a smartphone to the Lord before closing the chat window. Zhang Xian's base. Lord Haoyan has gifted one mobile phone. Accept? A phone? Zhang Xian stared in shock. Senior Haoyan has already developed mobile phones? Incredible. Accept. Haoyan base, outside the city gate. Two towering mechs, one black, one white, stood like indestructible sentinels outside the gate, silently guarding the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. Kid Kate. My lord. New orders. Tomorrow, Kid will accompany Lu Laowu on the rescue mission. Kate will go with Zhang Daqiang. Yes, sir. Two flat, emotionless mechanical voices responded in unison. With everything now assigned, all that remained was to await the arrival of the next day. The busy day passed quickly. Thanks to Shui Ying's meticulous care, Zhang Haoyan slept exceptionally well, so well that he almost overslept the next morning. Seeing Zhang Haoyan approach, Lu Laowu and the others, who had been waiting outside the building, immediately saluted. My lord. Their sharp discipline instantly snapped Zhang Haoyan out of his drowsiness. Seeing the bright, expectant gleam in their eyes, he felt slightly embarrassed. But being a lord required thick skin. Remaining calm and composed, Zhang Haoyan said slowly, Good. Once you're fully prepared, set out. If you encounter any major difficulties, call me directly for instructions. Your safety comes first. Everyone else may be expendable, but not you. I don't want any of you buried outside these walls. Do you understand? His voice rose sharply by 2 full tones on the last sentence. At that moment, system alerts rang softly in Zhang Haoyan's ears. System alert. Soldier Wei Yu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System alert. Soldier Huang Bu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System alert. Faced with such a caring lord, the loyalty of the 7 newly summoned farmers all surged by 10 points. Some even gained 15. Boosted by Zhang Haoyan's words, the entire team's morale soared to new heights. We obey, my lord. Watching 10 modified armored vehicles slowly drive toward the city gate, Zhang Haoyan opened his chat window and sent a message to Lords Jiang Xian and Wei Tai. The rescue team has departed. Since Shui Ying had gone to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to pray for Lu Laowu and the others upon waking up, Zhang Haoyan was now alone as he walked toward the summoning platform. As soon as he arrived, he saw Wang Li waiting patiently once again. My lord, no need for formalities. Wu Jun and Wu Kun already have their assignments. I'll leave the arrangements for these new members to you from now on. Zhang Haoyan's words made Wang Li's eyes sparkle with excitement once more. New recruit Guan Xinji pays respects to my lord. New recruit Wei Dongling pays respects to my lord. New recruit Yuan Yuzhen pays respects to my lord. Again, there were 35 new members, but this time over a dozen of them were women. After selecting 2 to stay and learn under her guidance, Wang Li assigned the remaining female recruits to work as assistants under Chef Liu. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan. You are the first to recruit 100 farmers. Reward, 1 grand gift package. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan. You are the first to recruit 100 farmers. Reward, 1 grand gift package. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan. You are the first to recruit 100 farmers. Reward, 1 grand gift package. 3 loud system alerts rang out, instantly filling Zhang Haoyan with delight. Even reaching 100 recruits gives rewards. The comment section erupted into frenzy once more. What? 100 farmers? How is that possible so quickly? I only have 20 right now. How did Lord Haoyan do it? It's confirmed, it's confirmed. Lord Haoyan is clearly G-level. Darn, I acted too hastily. I was about to brag about my 40 population, never expecting Lord Haoyan would already have 100. You already bragged anyway, shame on you. Wei Tai, at that moment, was stunned, staring blankly at his chat window. Chapter 163 Encounter with a Zombie. Wei Tai shook his head, chuckling wryly to himself. This kid actually has so many people under him. No wonder he agreed so quickly. No way, I've got to make him do more. Otherwise, there'll be too many lords to rescue. As the words left his mouth, Wei Tai's grin grew even broader. Beep, beep. At that moment, Zhang Haoyan, who was walking toward the mech platform, looked at the caller ID and smiled helplessly. Hey, brother Wei. Congratulations, little brother Haoyan. I only have 40-some people, yet you've already recruited 100. Care to share some secrets with your elder brother? Hearing Wei Tai's teasing, Zhang Haoyan shook his head. Elder brother, what secrets could I possibly have? Just a bit of luck, that's all. Well, it really was just a bit of luck, from the very beginning. Zhang Haoyan was quite satisfied with his own reply. Upon hearing Zhang Haoyan's explanation, Wei Tai knew full well that luck alone couldn't account for this. He dropped the subject immediately and switched tones. Listen, little brother Haoyan, the number of lords needing rescue on our end is growing by the day. The organization hopes you can lend us more hands. No problem. Just mark out the locations of nearby lords for me, brother Wei. Without any hesitation, Zhang Haoyan agreed straight away. After Zhang Haoyan agreed, Wei Tai's hearty laughter came through the phone once again. Haha, great, little brother Haoyan. I'll send it over right now. Don't worry, the organization will remember your contributions. System alert, Lord Wei Tai has sent you a map. Accept. The moment the call ended, the map arrived. Zhang Haoyan chuckled inwardly. So brother Wei had known he'd agree all along, having prepared the map in advance. Looking over the positions of the players marked on the map, Zhang Haoyan relaxed. Although these lords were somewhat distant from him, none were beyond half a day's travel. with the farthest being only 14 hours away. With his car and mechs, even if something unexpected happened en route, he could still provide timely support. Pocketing the map, he resumed walking toward the mech platform. Ha! Another one done. Just as he reached the entrance of the mech platform, Zheng Haoyan heard Fong Yu's ecstatic laughter. After its recent upgrade, the mech platform now resembled a factory-sized corridor, no longer just a single workstation like before. Seeing Zheng Haoyan arrive, Fong Yu quickly bowed. Lord, but Zheng Haoyan swiftly pulled him up. No need for formalities. He immediately changed the topic. Tell me, how many mechs have you produced so far? When it came to this subject, Fong Yu regained his usual confident demeanor. My lord, we've currently manufactured 7 battlesuits, excluding the 3 claimed yesterday by Captain Wu Wui, for a fully completed and ready. Pausing briefly, a faint look of concern appeared on Fong Yu's face. However, there's an issue, my lord. While we still have plenty of materials, we're completely out of fuel. When that runs out. Zheng Haoyan patted Fong Yu's shoulder calmly. Keep producing mechs. Aim for at least 30. Fuel isn't a problem. Prepare the containers for gasoline. I'll go get it. Hardly had the words left Zheng Haoyan's mouth when Fong Yu produced 2 spherical objects, each about the size of an egg, wearing a wide grin. My lord, these fuel containers are already ready. Snatching the spheres from Fong Yu's hand, Zheng Haoyan laughed. You never fail to act fast, do you? Fong Yu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Hee, I just want to contribute to the base as quickly as possible. Zheng Haoyan moved on. Fine. Have you finished analyzing my personal mech? My lord, we've completed the analysis. Within 10 kilometers, simply call your AI assistant, and it will equip itself onto you rapidly. Just as he thought it, Zheng Haoyan silently called out, Shadow. Less than 3 seconds later, before he even realized it, the infinite armor had already locked into place on his body. Zheng Haoyan marveled inwardly at how incredible it was. Meanwhile, Lao Wuwu and his squad had already traveled 1/3 of their journey. Gazing at the villages outside the window, a faint trace of worry crept across Wu Wui's face. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Captain, zombies. There are zombies. A shout rang out, and the entire convoy screeched to an emergency stop. Wu Wui, a veteran who had seen such situations countless times, instantly issued the most effective order, stay calm. Leave 3 to guard the vehicles. The rest, follow me. Out we go. Upon hearing this command, Wu Jun, seated inside the middle vehicle, silently nodded in approval. All members of the rescue team had undergone military training, so killing zombies was no challenge at all. Combined with their highly advanced equipment, they wiped out over 100 attacking zombies in less than 5 minutes. 3 people stay on guard duty. The rest, quickly clean up the battlefield. Less than 10 minutes after the zombie attack, the convoy set off again. At that moment, every new member's loyalty increased by 5 points. System alert. Soldier Zhang Zhang's loyalty has increased by 5 points. System alert. Soldier David's loyalty has increased by 5 points. System alert. 7 system alerts rang out clearly in Zheng Haoyan's ears. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. It seems sending them into battle also boosts loyalty. Since Shui Ying had gone to help prepare food at the canteen, and there wasn't enough material to upgrade buildings, Zheng Haoyan suddenly found himself without anything urgent to do. For this rare moment of leisure, he opened the chat window and clicked into the rapidly flashing private messages. Lord Xiaoguang, Big Bro Hao Tian, Big Bro Hao Tian. When can you come rescue me? I'm so scared being alone here. Seeing this message, Zheng Haoyan smiled slightly and sent back a reply. Don't worry. My technology is almost ready for battleship development. Once it's done, I'll come get you. Until then, focus on upgrading your base and strengthening your defenses. System alert. Lord Haoyan has gifted you a mech suit. Accept. At that moment, Xiaoguang was sitting dazed in his command hall when a system alert suddenly sounded in his ears, making him instantly ecstatic. He quickly opened the chat box. Big Bro Hao Tian, you're finally online. Lord Xiaoguang. Yeah, I've been busy lately, so I rarely check private messages. If it's urgent, call me directly. I've sent you a mech. Keep it for self-defense. After sending that message, Zheng Haoyan ruthlessly exited the private chat window. Sigh. I wonder when someone will come save me. My farmers won't even go out to work anymore. This is so hard. Yeah, same here. Right now I'm barely surviving on the rewards the system gave me after clearing missions. One arrow pierces the clouds. Chapter 164. Lord Zhang Xian's jaw-dropping experience. Seeing the still active comment section, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but smile slightly. System notice. Lord Xiaoguang has gifted 50,000 units of food. Accept. The system alert made Zheng Haoyan blink in surprise, but then he remembered how that kid seemed to have endless supplies of food and calmly chose to accept. Staring at the somewhat dilapidated base before him, Lu Laowu felt a surge of excitement. Old Wu, this should be the place, right? Wu Jun immediately checked the map Zheng Haoyan had given them before departure. Seeing the small blue dot overlapping perfectly with the black dot on the screen, he nodded with a faint smile. Yes, this is it. Once confirmed, Lu Laowu bellowed at the top of his lungs. Brothers, we're here. Get down. As soon as everyone stepped out of the vehicles, they saw the modest stone-walled base surrounding them. All the soldiers instantly recalled their own GD's highly sci-fi fortress walls, and their sense of pride swelled once again. System notice. Soldier Wei Yu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System notice. Soldier Huang Bu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System notice. The sudden stream of notifications brought another wave of delight to Zheng Haoyan's heart. At this time, they should have arrived. Inside Zhang Xian's base, main hall. My lord, bad news. A small squad of soldiers with extremely advanced gear has arrived outside. Hurry and take a look. This subordinate's words immediately shocked Jiang Xian, and worry began to creep across his face. Just as he was unsure what to do, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Jiang Xian brightened. Only Zheng Haoyan had this number. Hello? Big bro Haoyan. Yeah, it's me. Lord Jiang Xian, my rescue team should have reached your base by now. These words instantly overwhelmed Jiang Xian with excitement. After hurriedly expressing gratitude, he led his remaining 20 farmers toward the base entrance to welcome the rescue team sent by Lord Haoyan. When he saw the squad standing at the gate, Jiang Xian froze completely. An armored vehicle, energy rifles, full sets of high-grade armor and weapons, and 4 soldiers clad entirely in powered exosuits stood sharply beside the vehicle, radiating intense presence. These aren't modern military gears. Jiang Xian exclaimed in disbelief. While he was still stunned, Wu Jun spotted the tall man surrounded by his troops and politely approached with respect. Hello, are you Lord Jiang Xian? We're the rescue team sent by Lord Haoyan. Wu Jun's respectful tone gave Jiang Xian tremendous face, making him feel deeply honored. Let alone anything else. Just the equipment Wu Jun wore was something Jiang Xian had only ever seen in movies. This force could wipe out his entire base without breaking a sweat. And yet, such an overwhelmingly powerful individual was treating him so courteously. In that moment, Jiang Xian's admiration for the legendary Zheng Haoyan, who he'd never even met, grew profoundly. Jiang Xian wasn't some novice. He'd weathered plenty of storms. He quickly composed himself and replied with humble courtesy. Yes, I am Lord Jiang Xian. I sincerely appreciate your rescue. It's our duty. Since we only brought 10 personnel, we've driven exactly 10 vehicles. You'll have to bear with us a bit on space. Had it been anyone else saying those words, Jiang Xian might have rolled his eyes and thought, who talks like that? Who can stand such humble bragging? But not now. Not at all. There's more than enough room. Since you've arrived, let's set off quickly. Jiang Xian dared not continue talking. No matter how strong his mental fortitude, Wu Jun's low-damage yet high-insult delivery was simply too much to endure. Before boarding the vehicle, Jiang Xian cast one last glance at his long-suffering, crumbling base. His eyes were filled with sorrow. But the moment he stepped inside the armored vehicle, its luxurious comfort instantly erased every trace of melancholy. Were it not for the desolate scenery outside the window reminding him otherwise, he might have thought he'd traveled back to his old world before reincarnation. Jiang Xian eagerly opened the chat window, first reporting safety to Zheng Haoyan and Wei Tai, then immediately posted his thoughts into the comment section. Lord Jiang Xian, brothers, huge news, massive update. His message barely appeared when others noticed. Hey, aren't you the first lucky guy rescued by Big Bro Haoyan? Wait, really? Yeah, that's him. Must have built his base on a lucky spot. What amazing luck. Haha, that's a bit harsh. Guys, stop. Let's hear what he has to say. Reading these comments dripping with envy, Jiang Xian felt immensely satisfied, until the chat quieted down again. First, I want to express my deepest thanks to Big Bro Haoyan and to the organization for giving me this chance to become the very first lord ever rescued. Words cannot express my gratitude. Immediately, some lords couldn't stand Jiang Xian's subtle showing off. Zhao, you're not just here to flaunt your good fortune, are you? Don't interrupt him. Let him continue. If he's really boasting, my 40-meter-long saber is already ready. I'll let him run 39.9 meters first. Bro, that's ruthless. The comment section fell silent once more, and Wei Tai spoke up again with great delight. Everyone, rest assured, I'm absolutely not here to brag. This time, no one interrupted, but inwardly they all thought, you've already bragged enough, okay? Big Bro Haoyan's rescue team picked me up, but guess what happened next? I won't keep you in suspense. Let me first tell you about the composition of Big Bro Haoyan's rescue team. As this message appeared, every lord watching the chat window instantly focused. This was breaking news. Everyone wanted to know exactly what kind of gear that top-ranked God squad actually had. First, let me introduce the transportation used by Big Bro Haoyan's rescue team. The luxury level of these vehicles surpasses my pre-rebirth Mercedes-Benz A4 by far. At this moment, Wang Lu was also following Jiang Xian's updates in the comments. She felt slightly surprised, but wasn't too shocked. After all, this was someone who had single-handedly killed a zombie king. Having cars wasn't that strange. Next, let me introduce the equipment of Lord Haoyan's rescue team. Everyone, brace your hearts. What I'm about to say might give you such a shock that you'll need to hold your heart down so it doesn't jump out. Zheng Haoyan himself was also watching the chat window. Seeing this lord's message, a faint smile appeared on his face. Now, guess what kind of gear Big Bro Haoyan's rescue team has? Forget it. Probably none of you can guess correctly. At least I certainly didn't expect it. There's a young member from Big Bro Haoyan's rescue team sitting right beside me. He's fully armed. From head to toe, every part except his nose and mouth is covered in battle armor. I even tested its strength with a punch. Guess what happened? Chapter 165, the second team departs. You won't believe what happened. Sorry, I did it again, didn't I? I pulled another dramatic pause. My apologies to everyone. My hands are still trembling. And that young brother's armor, there wasn't even a single scratch on it. Under my punch, one that could kill a bull, he just swayed slightly and showed no further reaction. Nobody believed he could really punch hard enough to kill a bull, but after his description of the armor's defense, everyone had a rough idea of how strong it must be. I know many won't believe me, but I'm telling you seriously and sincerely, it's true. Also, now that we've talked about armor, let's talk about weapons. Have you ever seen energy guns? Like the ones in movies? Well, I just saw one. I couldn't believe it either, until I picked it up and fired. It pierced straight through my city wall. Then I believed. And they're long swords, carried on their backs. All of them are fine-grade weapons. This is madness. In my entire base, only my own weapon is fine-grade. I thought I was closing the gap with the top players, but seeing this, I feel inadequate. That's all from me. Thank you, everyone. His message had hung in the chat for a while without any response from the overlords, and sensing something off, Zheng Haoyan tapped the chat window. Overlord Haoyan, no need to be amazed. Once you reach level 5 main city, these things will be standard issue for you too. Seeing the only blue-colored chat message, the one from the server's most renowned overlord, the comment section exploded once more. Whoa, it's actually the big shot himself. Phew, caught a glimpse of Overlord Haoyan. Seeing the comments spiral into chaos, Zheng Haoyan simply chose to exit the chat. At Haoyan base, the second rescue team was ready to depart. My lord, Zhang Daqiang and Wu Kun bowed respectfully with their soldiers. Zheng Haoyan nodded slowly, his expression serious as he asked, everything prepared? All set, my lord. Confident in Zhang Daqiang's competence, Zheng Haoyan gave an approving nod. Good. Remember, prioritize safety at all times. As the convoy grew smaller in the distance, Zheng Haoyan took out his phone and sent a message to Wei Tai. Second rescue team has departed. He glanced at the soldiers still cleaning up the battlefield. No longer idle, Zheng Haoyan summoned his phantom mech and sped toward the nearest city. In just 15 minutes, a dazzling mech descended into the skies above the closest city. Thanks to earlier clearing operations, the number of zombies here had already dropped by more than half. But the gas station area remained densely packed with zombies. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoyan dove straight down. His current armor made stealth unnecessary. Boom. The moment he landed, several zombies were instantly crushed under the shockwave. Master, detecting imminent close-range assault. Activate melee mode. Startled by the mechanical female voice, Zheng Haoyan said, Huh? Shadow, does this suit even have that function? The mechanical voice replied calmly. Affirmative, Master. Activated. Command received. Activating melee mode. Melee mode activated. Close combat weaponry switched. Defense increased by 100%. Strength increased by 100%. As the voice ended, the mech's hands transformed into razor-sharp blades, and all ventilation ports along the outer armor sealed shut. Boom. A single punch shattered a zombie completely. Tasting the exhilaration of raw power, Zheng Haoyan charged straight into the horde. But the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed him. Dozens attacked simultaneously the moment he entered. For a brief second, his guard slipped, and a zombie claw struck directly against the mech. Yet after several seconds, Zheng Haoyan felt absolutely nothing, not even a hint of impact. This insane defense. I could probably go toe-to-toe with a zombie captain now, he thought excitedly. The commotion drew even more zombies. In the distance, towering figures among the horde became visible. At that moment, the mechanical voice chimed again. Master, detecting massive obstruction ahead. Activate micro-energy cannon. Energy cannon? Activate. Activation successful. Weapon system switched. As the voice faded, the mech's left hand, previously just a fist, extended a massive cannon barrel from its palm. Whoa, isn't this exactly Iron Man's ability? Zheng Haoyan exclaimed in delight. Boom. A pillar of light shot straight out, instantly disintegrating every zombie it touched. 5 minutes later, staring at the piles of zombie corpses scattered across the ground, Zheng Haoyan inside the mech wore a broad smile. What a wonderful feeling, being filled with power. On an island countless miles away from Haoyan base, a towering structure stood tall. Lord Hale, you should check the comment section. The obese man sitting above lazily opened his eyes, speaking with utter disdain. Why bother looking? They're just sheep awaiting slaughter. Not worth our attention. Hearing Lord Hale's response, the man inwardly rejoiced. Looks like Lord Hale hasn't seen their chat after all. Xiaozhe's face curled into a subtle smirk as he sycophantically said, My lord, I've discovered a plan even more favorable to ours. At Xiaozhe's words, the fat man sitting above opened his eyes again. Oh, what new advantage? Speak. Noticing Xiaozhe glance hesitantly to both sides, Hale added, Come up here and tell me. A chillingly sinister smile crept across Xiaozhe's lips as he slowly approached Hale's ear. My lord, here's what we could do. Long after, the grand hall echoed with Lord Hale's arrogant laughter. Above Haoyan base, a figure slowly descended. Feng Yu, I brought the gasoline. Start production immediately. I want 30 mechs built by tomorrow. Seeing the two small spheres in Zheng Haoyan's hands, Feng Yu's face lit up with excitement. Don't worry, my lord. We'll have all those mechs produced before tomorrow. Night gradually fell, and everywhere beyond the base was swallowed by darkness. Feeling the eerie silence outside the vehicle, Jiang Xian couldn't help but shiver. From the car's audio system came a voice. All units, be on high alert when passing through the area where zombies were previously encountered. Chapter 166 The Rescue Team's Overwhelming Combat Power. Zombies. Did you encounter any zombies here today? Just as the young team member was about to answer, yes, a figure suddenly darted past the car window. ARG. Reporting, Captain. Vehicle number 5 is under zombie attack. Vehicle number 5 is under zombie attack. Requesting orders, requesting orders. Captain, Vehicle 8 is also under attack. Requesting instructions. Captain. Within just a few seconds, every vehicle came under zombie assault. Staring at the dense swarm of zombies outside, Lu Laowu wore a grim expression. 3 people stay and guard the vehicles. The rest of you follow me. Eliminate these beasts. Roger. Roger. Lord Jiang Xian, just stay on the vehicle and wait for us. It won't take long. Wu Jun tossed those words behind him before grabbing his energy rifle and rushing out. Boom. Boom. Immediately, explosions rang out one after another. Not a trace of fear appeared on the rescue team's faces as they calmly and systematically confronted the sudden, swarming wave of zombies. Under the fierce barrage of the rescue team, it took 5 minutes before they cleared a patch of open ground from the sea of zombies. The 10 soldiers formed a tight circle, their energy rifles blazing as they unleashed relentless fire. Wave after wave of zombies collapsed, yet Lu Laowu showed no sign of relief. Instead, deep worry clouded his face. At this moment, Jiang Xian also stepped down from the vehicle with his greatsword in hand, the only one who did so. He fully understood the quality of his own soldiers' equipment. In this situation, if they got involved, they wouldn't be able to help. Instead, they'd become a serious burden to the entire team. Captain Lu, should be nearly over now, right? It wasn't until Jiang Xian spoke that Lu Laowu noticed his presence. He shook his head slightly, gazing at Jiang Xian with profound concern. Maybe, if nothing unexpected happens. His words stunned Jiang Xian. And just as confusion flickered across Jiang Xian's mind, a deafening roar suddenly tore through the air. Yeah, as the howl echoed, all the zombies launched into even more frenzied attacks. In that instant, Jiang Xian, who previously had no chance to act, had no choice but to swing his long sword, slashing down the zombies charging at him. All the rescue team soldiers simultaneously holstered their energy rifles and drew the high-quality greatswords strapped to their backs. In an instant, the entire group held firm against the zombies' surge. Yet the endless waves of zombies drained everyone's stamina rapidly. Amid the chaos, Lu Laowu issued a sharp command. Everyone listen. Chew energy bars while fighting to restore stamina. As he said this, he shoved an energy bar into his own mouth and handed one to Jiang Xian beside him. Jiang Xian stared blankly at the bar in his hand, momentarily confused, but seeing Lu Laowu pop his into his mouth immediately, he quickly followed suit. The next second, pure delight lit up his face. This energy bar tasted amazing. Among all the food he'd eaten during these past few days, this unattractive-looking bar turned out to be incredibly delicious. Jiang Xian was stunned once again. Feeling his depleted strength rapidly returning, Jiang Xian swung his sword faster than ever, consuming energy, replenishing energy, and fending off the zombies' relentless assault, all at the same time. Thus, for a full 30 minutes, the 10 rescue team members together with Jiang Xian endured the non-stop tide of zombies. Suddenly, all the zombies stopped attacking. A look of relief flashed across Jiang Xian's face as he exhaled sharply. Damn it, finally drove them back. But his words met with no response. Every member of the rescue team fixed their eyes ahead into the darkness. In the pitch-black night, faint glimmers of light flickered. As time passed, the light drew closer and closer. And now, with the zombies halting their advance, a massive silhouette emerged clearly into view. Jiang Xian, who had just turned his head, laid eyes on the mechanical colossus, and sheer terror filled his gaze. This is a mutated mech zombie. Lu Laowu didn't reply. He simply stared gravely at the approaching figure and slowly nodded. On Lu Laowu's command, everyone instantly grouped together. Jiang Xian was puzzled once more, for not a hint of despair showed on any of the team members' faces. This very creature was the ultimate boss he'd encountered during the zombie horde, one that cost him all his strength to barely defeat in the end. Captain Lu, let's run. This zombie is terrifying. Lu Laowu firmly shook his head. Then he glanced at the 3 soldiers wearing mechs. You 3 go test it. Might as well get familiar with operating the mechs. Yes, Captain. As the words fell, the 3 were instantly enveloped by their mechs. One of them burst into the air, flames erupting beneath his feet. The other 2 moved left and right, quickly surrounding the mechanical zombie. David, I'll use the energy cannon to draw its attention from afar. You move in close and find its weak point. Got it. At that command, the soldier rushing toward the mechanical zombie's left flank halted in place, his weapon glowing with a deep red light. Piu. Bang. A beam of energy slammed into the mechanical zombie, sending white vapor hissing from its body. This sight shocked Jiang Xian once again, actually dealt damage. The battle raged on. The soldier's attack successfully captured the mechanical zombie's attention, which roared loudly and charged straight toward him. The other soldier didn't forget his task. Originally positioned to the right, he swiftly maneuvered behind the mechanical zombie. He grinned with excitement as crimson light flared in his hands, then unleashed a powerful blow straight at the creature's spine. Once again, the mechanical zombie was enraged and immediately whirled around to charge at the mech-clad soldier behind it. But just then, the first soldier fired another shot. Boom! The strike hit the mechanical zombie's left leg, forcing it to shift targets again. Before it could fully turn, the rear soldier launched another attack, this time striking the right leg. Yet this time, the mechanical zombie didn't change direction. It kept charging straight ahead, unyielding, toward the soldier on the left. No weak point found. Same here, nothing visible. Then there's only one spot left untested. The mechanical zombie's massive frame closed the distance in seconds, nearly reaching the lone mech soldier. Run! Seeing the soldier make no move to dodge, Jiang Xian screamed at the top of his lungs. All eyes were locked on the towering mechanical zombie, when suddenly, the mech soldier moved. Chapter 167 Combined Force, Level 5 Civilian House. Now, 3 voices filled with intense excitement rang out simultaneously. The mechanized warrior on the left quickly raised his arm, aiming at the mechanical zombie's head. The warrior on the right had already trained his cannon onto the mechanical zombie's skull. The third warrior, who had been soaring in midair, also fixed his cannon directly at the mechanical zombie's head. Boom! X3. 3 blinding beams of light converged into a single point. A long, piercing howl echoed through the air, followed by a violent tremor shaking the ground. Had the group not witnessed with their own eyes the massive mechanical zombie collapse to the ground, they might have thought it was an earthquake. 5 minutes later, after gathering their spoils, the rescue team set off once again. Jiang Xian sat inside the vehicle, feeling as if everything was surreal. Utterly astonished, he immediately thought of the comment section. Overlord Jiang Xian, breaking news. Major update. Huh, what's up now? You coming to brag again? My great blade is already sharpened, better think carefully. My earlier bet still stands. Run 39.9 meters for me. Jiang Xian felt slightly embarrassed. Guys, I'm not here to boast. I'm still shocked myself. Guess what I just saw? What did you see? If you keep building suspense, my thirsty blade won't be able to hold back much longer. Spill it already. Overlord Jiang Xian. Alright boss. Just now, on our way back to Overlord Haoyan's base, we encountered zombies. Loads of zombies. And mechanical ones too. It was terrifying. Isn't encountering zombies normal? Wait, you said mechanical zombies? You actually survived? Overlord Jiang Xian. Yes, mechanical zombies. One as tall as a one-story house. But we didn't flee, and we had 0 casualties. We killed it dead. A message popped up from another overlord, stunned beyond words. What? Are you sure you're not lying? No casualties while killing a mechanical zombie? You kidding me? Seeing the disbelief flood the chat, Jiang Xian finally felt a bit more balanced. Overlord Jiang Xian, yeah. Even I haven't recovered from the shock yet. Overlord Haoyan's rescue team is just too strong. Only 10 people, yet they wiped out hundreds of zombies. In the end, just 3 warriors stepped in and effortlessly took down that mechanical zombie. Absolutely incredible. Overlord Haoyan? Is he really that powerful? No wonder he's called Haoyan. Unaware of the chatter in the comments section, Zhang Haoyan was already drifting off to sleep under Shui Ying's tender care. With such a beautiful attendant by his side, staying awake late would have been nothing short of a sin. Under Shui Ying's careful attention, Zhang Haoyan arrived early at the summoning platform. As always, Shui Ying then headed to the Bronze Magpie Terrace to pray, before going to the kitchen to help prepare dried rations. Such a considerate maid deserved nothing less than Zhang Haoyan retiring earlier each day in return. Zhang Haoyan had barely arrived when Wang Li was already waiting there. My lord. Seeing this capable assistant, Zhang Haoyan briefly considered rewarding her somehow, but any reward would have to wait a few days. Today marked the beginning of Zhang Haoyan's grand plan. Wang Li, later, established 7 more teams just as powerful as the previous ones. This time, however, they won't be accompanied by mechanical servants, so keep each team around 15 members. After assigning the task to Wang Li, Zhang Haoyan slowly picked up his phone and dialed Wei Tai's number. Beep, beep. As soon as the call connected, Wei Tai's cheerful laughter came through. Haha, Haoyan, little brother. I never expected your team to be so strong. I'm seriously jealous. So what's up? Wei Tai was as efficient as ever. After a quick joke, he immediately got back on track. For Zhang Haoyan, a young man unskilled at handling compliments, this straightforwardness was deeply comforting. Big brother Wei, I've assembled 7 more rescue teams. They'll be dispatched today. I'm just notifying you in advance. As Zhang Haoyan finished speaking, the other end fell silent for a long moment. He had to say hello a few times before Wei Tai finally responded. Wei Tai stood utterly stunned. Haoyan, little brother, did you just say how many teams? 7. What's wrong? Upon hearing confirmation, Wei Tai froze once more, then asked doubtfully. Same configuration as your previous squads. Back when Jiang Xian described the setup, he hadn't mentioned Jude, so technically it was still the same configuration. Zhang Haoyan pondered silently. Yes, exactly the same. But this time, I've added 5 extra members to each squad. Once again, after Zhang Haoyan spoke, the other end remained eerily quiet. Haoyan, little brother, you really are. Zhang Haoyan spoke slightly puzzled. What's wrong, brother Wei? Is it not allowed? If not, I can scale it back a bit. Sending 3 or 4 teams would be fine too. Wei Tai quickly replied. Allowed. Why wouldn't it be allowed? Brother Haoyan, on behalf of the organization and the people, I once again sincerely thank you. Alright then, since it's okay, brother Wei, I'll go make preparations now. At Wei Tai's base, the black-robed envoy patted the dazed Wei Tai. What happened? Did something bad occur? No, nothing bad. Just, the news is overwhelming. My mind hasn't caught up yet. The black-robed envoy looked puzzled. Oh, what kind of news could leave even you stunned like this? Moments later, in the main hall of Wei Tai's base, 2 figures stood silently, speechless for a long time. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Haoyan gazed at the upgraded library before him. It was exceptionally grand, comparable now to a university library from his past life. Looking at Wang Li's numerous upgrade plans displayed on the control panel, Zhang Haoyan wore a broad smile. He immediately initiated the upgrades for both civilian housing and barracks. Congratulations, Overlord Haoyan. First to upgrade to level 5 civilian house. Reward, 1 advanced resource pack. Congratulations, Overlord Haoyan. First to upgrade to level 5 civilian house. Reward, 1 advanced resource pack. Congratulations, Overlord Haoyan. First to upgrade to level 5 civilian house. Reward, 1 advanced resource pack. Just as everyone prepared to offer their congratulations, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, Overlord Haoyan. First to upgrade to level 4 barracks. Reward. Blueprint for Series 1 fighter jet. Congratulations, Overlord Haoyan. First to upgrade to level 4 barracks. Reward. Blueprint for Series 1 fighter jet. Congratulations, Overlord Haoyan. First to upgrade to level 4 barracks. Reward. Blueprint for Series 1 fighter jet. Is he even human? My civilian house is still only level 2, yet Overlord Haoyan has already reached level 5. The resources required for a level 4 barracks are terrifying. No wonder he's a true overlord. Here's my knee, Yin Shuangying. Chapter 168, First Territory. Despite Zheng Haoyan being a regular recipient of system rewards, he still felt overwhelming excitement upon hearing this latest one. Fighter jets. Looks like I'll need to properly plan the town and build an airport. Zheng Haoyan muttered inwardly. He was well aware of the sonic booms fighter jets would produce. If the entire city remained as chaotic as it currently was, it wouldn't take long before serious chaos broke out. However, after glancing at the resource display panel and seeing how few resources were left, Zheng Haoyan had no choice but to postpone this idea. Constructing an airport and manufacturing aircraft were massive undertakings. While Zheng Haoyan was lost in thought, a voice rang out from outside the door. My lord. Wu Jun, you're not. You've returned. Seeing Wu Jun standing before him, Zheng Haoyan was overjoyed. Yes, my lord. The mission has been successfully completed. Although we encountered some setbacks along the way, they didn't affect our progress at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jun handed Zheng Haoyan a storage capsule. My lord, these are the resources we acquired after defeating zombies on our journey. Zheng Haoyan didn't immediately accept the storage capsule. Instead, he grabbed Wu Jun's shoulders and examined him carefully with genuine concern. Are you injured? At that moment, Wu Jun's eyes sparkled brightly. If his loyalty level hadn't already maxed out, Zheng Haoyan would have undoubtedly gained another diehard follower right then. My lord, none of us were hurt. Only after confirming multiple times that this key member of his advisory team was unharmed did Zheng Haoyan finally take the storage capsule from Wu Jun's hands. The moment he opened the capsule, Zheng Haoyan froze. The resources that had previously nearly run dry now miraculously showed over 5 million units of each type, instantly transforming him from a peasant into a wealthy lord. Zheng Haoyan couldn't even begin to imagine how many zombies they must have killed to gather such an enormous amount of supplies. Seeing Zheng Haoyan fall silent, Wu Jun quickly reminded him, My lord, Lord Zhang Xian has arrived at the outer gates of our base. Haoyan Base, main gate. Facing the towering walls reinforced with metal plating on the exterior, Zhang Xian was stunned. Though he had imagined what Haoyan Lord's base might look like when he saw the rescue team's equipment earlier, seeing it in reality completely overwhelmed him. This feeling. Only once before had he experienced such oppressive awe from architecture, and that was when climbing the Great Wall of the Eastern Divine Nation. Just as he recovered from his amazement, his gaze fell upon the 2 giant robots stationed outside the city gates, each nearly half the height of the wall itself. Seeing the eerie glows emanating from their eyes, Zhang Xian once again fell into a prolonged daze. It wasn't until Zheng Haoyan stepped out, accompanied by the saluting soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, that he snapped back to reality. My lord, no need for formalities, carry on. Yes, my lord. Noticing a group of ragged farmers surrounding a slightly better dressed, burly man near the convoy, Zheng Haoyan felt surprised. A lord who acted so comically playful in the comment section turned out to be such a muscular, imposing figure. Seeing the elegantly dressed, handsome young man surrounded by Wu Jun and others approaching him, Zhang Xian hesitated momentarily before breaking into joy. Lord Haoyan, I've finally met you in person. Just as I imagined, you're truly majestic. I must offer you my knees. But just as he began to kneel, Zheng Haoyan grabbed him and effortlessly pulled him upright. His infinite battle armor was currently in its intangible state, clinging invisibly to his body. With strength like his, lifting a strong man weighing over 160 pounds was child's play. No need for such formality. You are a lord too. Feeling his entire body lifted so easily by the legendary Lord Haoyan, Zhang Xian was shocked. Especially by the last sentence, you are a lord too, which jolted him awake, filling his eyes with pure excitement. He never expected that at a time like this, Lord Haoyan would treat him with such respect and humility, without the slightest hint of arrogance. System notification, a nearby lord's loyalty toward you has reached 60. Do you wish to establish him as a territory? Territory? What's a territory? Territory. Properties. Same as constructing a branch base. Maximum construction. Unlimited. Requirements. Must sign a submission agreement. The other lord's loyalty must reach 60. Note 1. If the Signer's base is destroyed, they can resurrect through the territory. Note 2. The signed party can still freely recruit personnel. Zheng Haoyan immediately selected yes. Simply having an extra life and gaining an additional farmer every day was something no amount of resources could ever buy. Agreement sent. Awaiting response. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Zhang Xian's ear. System notification. Lord Wei Tai wishes to sign a territorial allegiance with you. Do you accept? Seeing the look in Zheng Haoyan's eyes, Zhang Xian gazed back at him with Hidong burning in his own, not even hesitating before choosing agree. System notification. Successfully acquired a territorial lord. Reward. 1 grand package. Zheng Haoyan hadn't expected this notification, but then again, recalling how he'd received a grand package when establishing branch bases before, getting one now didn't surprise him much. Wu Jun. First take Lord Zhang Xian and his people to rest for a while. Yes, my lord. At this moment, Jiang Xin was no longer shocked. When signing the territorial agreement, the system had played every word of its contents directly into his mind, one by one, so that from now on, whenever danger struck, he would have an escape route. For a full 10 minutes, Wu Jun led them through the base until they reached the rest area. Back at his own territory, 10 minutes was enough to walk the entire place. Yet here in Zhang Haoyan's base, it felt like they'd only seen the tip of the iceberg. Once again, Jiang Xin was stunned by the sheer vastness of Haoyan base. The instant he stepped into his room, unable to contain his excitement any longer, he immediately opened the chat window. Lord Jiang Xin, breaking news. Breaking news. Whoa, there he is. Finally showing up. Did you meet Lord Haoyan in person? What does Lord Haoyan look like? Is he good looking? Hold on, let him speak. The comments section fell quiet again as soon as Jiang Xin appeared. Lord Jiang Xin. As you all hoped, I've arrived at Lord Haoyan's base and met the great man himself. Lord Haoyan is incredibly handsome, far more majestic than I imagined. In terms of appearance, he absolutely outshines those pretty boy idols. And now, let me give you all a sense of just how massive Lord Haoyan's base really is. First, the walls are extremely tall, about 20 meters high, and reinforced with metal plating on the outside. Inside, the base covers an area equivalent to 20 times the size of my Tier 3 territory. Chapter 169 Tank Army, Tier 2, Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Zhang Haoyan smiled wryly and shook his head, closing the comment section. Although he knew his equipment would far surpass that of other lords, he hadn't expected them to be so shocked. My lord, I just went to the library and found another tank blueprint. There are still many areas on it that can be improved. Zhang Haoyan was startled as Fang Yu suddenly appeared behind him, his face brimming with excitement. He nearly forgot all about it. All right, take me to see it. As soon as they arrived at the metamorphic space laboratory, a holographic projection of a tank abruptly materialized. The appearance of this tank differed drastically from the one previously discovered in the lab. Were it not for the long, distinctly high-tech cannon barrel, Zhang Haoyan might not have even recognized it as a tank. It looked even more futuristic than tanks seen in some countries' sci-fi blockbusters. Staring at the proud expression on Fang Yu's face, Zhang Haoyan asked slowly, "Are you sure you can perfectly manufacture this?" "My lord, please rest assured. Even if we built the tank from the original blueprint, it wouldn't adapt well to our world for long." Fang Yu paused dramatically before continuing. "Moreover, this new model requires fewer materials than the previous one." This news shocked Zhang Haoyan. The more he looked at Fang Yu, the more he liked what he saw. He patted Fang Yu's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Then I'm entrusting the production of these tanks entirely to you. Produce 100 units as quickly as possible. Also, once you've finished the operation manual, upload it to the library for everyone to study." Fang Yu's face lit up with joy. Yes. After leaving the metamorphic space, Zhang Haoyan couldn't help but imagine the scene of 100 tanks rolling onto the battlefield, crushing zombies with overwhelming force. Just as he arrived at the library, he saw Wang Li organizing a group of newly summoned peasants who were studying basic knowledge. The farmers were absorbed in their lessons, clearly thrilled by the opportunity. They'd never had such access to education before. Zhang Haoyan quietly walked up behind Wang Li and gently tapped her shoulder. She jumped in fright, anger instantly flashing across her face. But when she turned around and saw Lord Haoyan smiling at her, her irritation vanished completely. Her cheeks flushed red as she prepared to bow. In such a situation, if she spoke aloud, it would definitely disturb all the peasants deeply focused on their studies. Quickly, Zhang Haoyan covered her small lips with his hand and signaled silently that it wasn't necessary. Together, they tiptoed softly toward the control room. Zhang Haoyan froze. He was dazed. The supplies displayed on the control panel now exceeded even what he'd had yesterday before upgrading 2 buildings. Each basic resource numbered in the tens of millions, while some mid-tier resources had already surpassed 5 million. Even better, Zhang Haoyan was delighted to find new rare resources added to the inventory, and quantities of existing rare resources had also broken past the 10,000 threshold. Noticing the astonishment on Zhang Haoyan's face, Wang Li tossed her hair and smiled sweetly. "My lord, all these resources were collected during last night and this morning's battlefield cleanups." Zhang Haoyan was stunned again. So much wealth came from clearing just over half the zombie horde. At that moment, he couldn't help but think this zombie outbreak wasn't entirely a disaster, perhaps even something to look forward to. He actually began anticipating the next wave. If other lords knew what he was thinking, they'd probably question his sanity. It took several moments before Zhang Haoyan snapped out of his amazement. "Wang Li, go to the summoning platform and welcome a new comrade." After Wang Li left, Zhang Haoyan returned his attention to the upgrade guide she had prepared. Without hesitation, he selected and upgraded 1 building. "Congratulations to Lord Haoyan. First player to upgrade blacksmith shop to level 5. Reward, 1 rare resource gift pack." "Congratulations to Lord Haoyan. First player to upgrade blacksmith shop to level 5. Reward, 1 rare resource gift pack." "Congratulations to Lord Haoyan. First player to upgrade blacksmith shop to level 5. Reward, 1 rare resource gift pack." Once again, the comment section exploded in shock. "Ha ha ha, I called it. Lord Haoyan is definitely upgrading the blacksmith next. Not bad, kid. Boo-hoo. My blacksmith is only level 2, and brother Haoyan already reached level 5. Feels bad, man. Wah, same here. +1 to above." Unaware of the chaos erupting in the comment section, Zhang Haoyan stood solemnly before the control panel, staring at one particular structure, the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Upgrading it to Tier 2 consumed the same amount of resources as upgrading an ordinary building by 4 levels. He winced inwardly. No wonder Wang Li hadn't included this structure in the upgrade guide. After hesitating briefly, he finally clenched his teeth and clicked Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Bronze Sparrow Terrace is now level 2. Unlocking new attribute. Shelter. Shelter. System. What exactly does shelter do? Structure. Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Attributes. Blessing. Shelter. Summon. Upgrade requirements. 2 million wood. 100,000 stone. 80,000 iron ore. 10,000 copper ore. 1,000 uranium. 59. Staring at the overwhelmingly powerful shelter attribute displayed on the control panel, Zheng Haoyin was stunned. 5 minutes later, at the center of Haoyin Base, 4 copper pillars engraved with phoenix patterns stood around the altar atop the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, emanating waves of light. As the glow faded, the entire terrace instantly tripled in size, and another 4 copper pillars carved with phoenix motifs emerged on the altar. At that moment, an invisible aura enveloped everyone in Haoyin Base, including newly arrived Jiang Xin and his subordinates. Lord, I feel like my defense has gotten stronger. Hey, me too. Same here. Jiang Xin himself clearly felt the surge in his defensive power. He immediately opened the chat window, but noticed no one else had mentioned it yet. He quickly accessed the system. This is Jiang Xin calling the system. Why did I just feel my defense increase? Scanning. 3 seconds later, the system voice returned. Scan complete. Due to the alliance territory agreement established between this lord and another, all building-based buff effects, including those affecting farmers, are shared among linked lords. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Xin froze, then broke into a wide smile. Looking at his astonished farmers, he said calmly, "There's no need to worry. That was merely one of my little tricks." Chapter 170. The Message of Salvation. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Xin finished speaking, a series of system notifications rang out in his mind, and once again, he couldn't help but break into an unrestrained grin. System notification. Soldier Wang Fangdong's loyalty increased by 10 points. System notification. Soldier Wan Fangshan's loyalty increased by 10 points. Thousands of miles away from Haoyin Base, deep within an endless ocean, a tiny island stood isolated and alone. Feeling the sudden surge in defensive power and hearing reports from his subordinates, Xiaoguang's heart leapt with joy, immediately attributing this phenomenon entirely to Lord Haoyin. In Xiaoguang's mind, it wouldn't surprise him even if Zheng Haoyin tore open the sky itself. At Haoyin Base, every soldier felt this sudden increase in defense, and their loyalty rose once more. System notification. Soldier Wang Dongxiang's loyalty increased by 10 points. System notification. Soldier Lu Wu's loyalty increased by 10 points. In the kitchen, Xue Ying, who was preparing food, felt the shift and instantly sparkled with starry-eyed wonder. Inside the library control room, Zheng Haoyin stared at the upgrade conditions displayed on the monitor and sighed with renewed anxiety. He had originally planned to level up the Bronze Sparrow Terrace directly to Tier 3 in one go. The shelter ability had already brought such massive benefits. Surely the summoning function, positioned as the ultimate feature, must be extraordinary. Yet that so-called uranium 59 resource was completely unfamiliar to him. Clearly, it must be an incredibly rare material. After a moment of frustration, Zheng Haoyin chuckled bitterly. Looks like upgrading to Tier 3, Bronze Sparrow Terrace will just have to wait for fate to decide. Wang Lu's base. A passionate female voice echoed through the hall. This time, while rescuing others, you must ensure your own safety. Remember, you owe your lives to me. Bring them back to me unharmed. Do you understand? All soldiers present wore expressions of intense excitement, their eyes gleaming brightly. Understood, my lord. We guarantee mission success. Though their lord was a woman, her kindness and care had long since earned her full loyalty, pushing everyone's loyalty to the maximum of 100 points. Good. Move out. Leave quickly and return safely. Watching the silhouettes of 20 fully equipped soldiers grow distant, Wang Lu felt a pang of reluctance. These 20 were her strongest force. Only after they vanished from sight did she slowly open her chat window and send a message to Wei Tai. They've departed. Wei Tai had been closely watching his private chat box. Upon seeing Wang Lu's message, his face lit up with exhilarated joy. Thank you, Lord Wang Lu, for your contribution. Rest assured, the organization and the people will never forget your sacrifice. Hardly had he sent the message when several new notifications flashed across his chat box. After sending the same line, the organization and the people will never forget your sacrifice. To each sender, he quietly closed the private messages and opened the still bustling comment section. Lord Wei Tai. Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. Important announcement incoming. Please keep the public chat silent. Lord Wei Tai. Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. Important announcement incoming. Please keep the public chat silent. Lord Wei Tai. Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. Important announcement incoming. Please keep the public chat silent. 3 consecutive messages brought the entire comment section to immediate silence. Lord Wei Tai. Everyone, don't worry. I'm here today to share some good news. Lord Wei Tai. Just moments ago, over a dozen rescue teams have launched missions to save nearby lords. Lord Wei Tai. Let me express my deepest gratitude here to Lord Haoyin, Lord Wang Lu, Lord Jianzhu, Lord, and many others. Your heroic deeds will forever be remembered by the organization and the people. This concludes the announcement. Please continue chatting. Whoa. Bowing to these legends, Every single one is from the top 10 rankings. Whoa, I finally see hope. I pray I get rescued soon. I can't stand being stuck in this wretched place any longer. I am Lord Guan Wenkong, next in line for rescue. I sincerely thank Lord Haoyan for saving me, and also extend my gratitude to all other rescue team leaders. Lord Haoyan, man, another lucky soul, so jealous. I am Lord Gui Yiming, also scheduled for rescue. I thank Lord Haoyan sincerely for coming to my aid, and also appreciate the efforts of all other rescue teams. Zhao, another one? You guys are all showing off now. I am Lord Bai Lechi, also awaiting rescue. I too thank Lord Haoyan for stepping in, and am grateful to all the rescue team leaders out there. 5 more identical messages went out, and once again, the entire comment section fell silent. Several seconds passed before another message appeared. I am Lord Wang Dadong, next in line to be rescued. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Lord Wang Lu for coming to my aid, and also extend my thanks to all other rescue team leaders. Sigh? Finally, someone rescued by another lord has spoken up. I was beginning to think everyone was being saved by Lord Haoyan. I am Lord Lu Dong, next to be rescued. I sincerely thank Lord Jianzhu for saving me, and also appreciate the efforts of all other rescue team leaders. Zhang Haoyan remained unaware of this wave of gratitude and envy sweeping through the comment section. He had just sent phones to a group of lords about to be rescued by him, something he nearly forgot to do. Inside Guan Wenkong's base. System notification. Lord Haoyan has sent you one mobile phone. Except, Guan Wenkong, who had just closed his chat window, suddenly heard the system notification ring in his mind, and quickly reopened the private chat to thank Lord Haoyan. The same scene unfolded in Bai Lechi's base, and in the halls of every unknown lord whom Zhang Haoyan had saved. Zhang Haoyan paid none of this attention. Instead, his eyes turned toward the 3 unopened gift packages displayed on his operation interface. With a wry smile, Zhang Haoyan slowly selected Open. Advanced Resource Gift Pack. Copper 3000, Gold 3000. Rare Resource Gift Pack. Tungsten 1500. At that moment, Zhang Haoyan suddenly remembered the first-place reward package he had opened earlier. He had almost forgotten its contents. In a hurry, he searched through the operation interface for the prize from being first in the zombie tide defense battle. Staring at the colorful, pill-like whooshing Yuanqi pills in his hand, resembling elixirs from ancient cultivation tales, a deeply satisfied smile spread across Zhang Haoyan's face. Chapter 171 Becoming a Metahuman. The 5 Elements Qi Pill. Holding the 5 Elements Qi Pill, Zhang Haoyan walked into the secret chamber beside the control room and swallowed the colorful pill in one gulp. The moment it entered his mouth, he felt a warm sensation flowing down his esophagus. A force gradually radiated from the pill, spreading throughout every part of his body. At that very moment, atop a tall tower, Harold looked at the group of 30 people before him with an arrogant grin on his face. Qiuzhe, fawningly, spoke up. Lord Harold, all personnel have been accounted for. We're ready to depart at your command. Harold nodded. Good. Qiuzhe, this time I'll entrust you entirely with command of the entire team. Yes, sir. I will not disappoint Lord Harold's expectations and will accomplish this mission perfectly. After speaking, Qiuzhe immediately put on a solemn, righteous expression. Seeing this, Harold smiled approvingly, clearly satisfied with Qiuzhe's performance. A warship slowly set off, sailing out toward the open sea. With a sinister gaze fixed on the sea ahead, Qiuzhe sneered. Humph. This time, let's see if you can still escape us. Jin Tian's face was twisted with agony. At first, the force had been mild, but 10 minutes later, the overwhelming power caused him excruciating pain. His entire body trembled violently, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. At that moment, the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Wang Li's expression turned instantly anxious when she saw Zhang Haoyan in obvious distress. Yet, she could tell he was undergoing a crucial breakthrough. Seeing the sweat increasingly covering Zhang Haoyan's face, she quietly tiptoed to the restroom, retrieved a damp cloth, then returned just as silently, crouched down gently beside him, and carefully wiped the sweat from his face. Feeling the coolness on his skin, Zhang Haoyan's inner pain instantly lessened considerably. Noticing Zhang Haoyan's gradually relaxing expression, Wang Li quietly went back to the restroom again, washed the cloth, and resumed wiping his face softly. 20 minutes later, the intense swelling pain in his body slowly subsided. Sensing the immense energy now filling him, Zhang Haoyan was overjoyed. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw Wang Li tending to him anxiously. Today, her attire was particularly light and revealing, so much so that when Zhang Haoyan lowered his gaze, he caught more than he should have. Suddenly opening his eyes startled Wang Li, causing her to quickly pull back her hand mid-wipe. Her face flushed crimson, like a student caught red-handed doing something wrong. Just then, Zhang Haoyan felt a lingering surge of fiery energy within his body. His eyes burned with heated desire as he abruptly grabbed Wang Li's hand before she could fully withdraw it. Before she could react, he swept her into his arms and strode toward the nearby bed. Heavy breathing soon filled the chamber as scenes too inappropriate for younger audiences unfolded. It wasn't until 2 full hours later that Zhang Haoyan finally stilled, the burning fire inside him having gradually extinguished. Now, Wang Li gazed at Zhang Haoyan with deep affection in her eyes. A virgin just initiated into intimacy, she lay helplessly sprawled on the bed, utterly spent. At that moment, Zhang Haoyan suddenly realized Wang Li's figure rivaled Shui Ying's in every way. He smirked devilishly, kissed her once more, then tapped her delicate nose gently. Rest well today, you've earned it. Wang Li could only weakly nod in response. Indeed, She was completely unable to move. After leaving the library, Zheng Haoyan urgently summoned his shadow infinite armor and leapt swiftly toward the city gate. Seeing the two massive mechs standing beneath the city wall, Zheng Haoyan's face lit up with delight. As soon as they spotted him, Feng Songlong and Yun Songhu immediately jumped out of their mechs. My lord. Perfect, you're both here. Explain to me exactly how you use your metahuman abilities. After Zheng Haoyan spoke, the two exchanged glances. Then Feng Songlong asked, puzzled. My lord, unless one's body has awakened metahuman potential, cultivation is impossible. But since you wish to know, we'll gladly explain. Metahumans must first learn to gradually control the energy within their bodies, then channel that energy. At this moment, Zheng Haoyan resembled an eager student. As Feng Songlong spoke, Yin Songhu occasionally added details, while Zheng Haoyan began practicing what they described right away. 2 hours later, Zheng Haoyan fired a golden beam from his palm, striking the city wall and leaving behind a faint mark nearly invisible to the naked eye. But the three were all equipped with mech-assisted vision, far superior to ordinary humans. Witnessing this, Feng Songlong and Yun Songhu stared in utter disbelief. This, my lord, do you also possess metahuman abilities? Seeing the two with utterly incredulous expressions, Zheng Haoyan's lips curled slightly upward. Without uttering a word, he simply nodded slowly. Having fully grasped how to control this supernatural ability, Zheng Haoyan shot straight toward the back mountain in a swift blur, leaving behind Yun Songhu and Feng Songlong, both still wearing shocked looks. Boom! A golden ray flashed by, shattering the trunk of a tree clean in half. The entire massive tree crashed straight down. Zheng Haoyan looked at his hands with great delight. Ha! Never would I have thought that I, Zheng Haoyan, would finally become a metahuman one day. From the descriptions of Feng Songlong and Yun Songhu, Zheng Haoyan now thoroughly understood just how formidable metahumans truly were. A single metahuman could bare-handedly slaughter hundreds of zombies, keeping them from even getting close. Even larger mechs posed no insurmountable challenge when faced alone. And if equipped with a mech, they could directly engage zombie generals. Thinking of this, Zheng Haoyan broke into another wild burst of laughter. After firing off another energy attack, he gazed up at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky before finally turning back toward the base with reluctant satisfaction. After all, there was still Wang Li waiting for him, someone he had just taken by storm. On the wasteland, Captain! Hearing the shouts from the vehicle, Chun Ming frowned slightly and slowly asked, what is it? We've detected what appears to be a rare mineral vein ahead. Should we go check it out? As his voice faded, Chun Ming's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Slow down first. Proceed cautiously and await my orders. After issuing the command, he immediately pulled up the map, seeing that they'd only covered half the journey, then glancing at the blazing sun above. A pleased look flashed across his face. Halt, advance. Let Vehicle 2 lead the way. Head straight for the mineral deposit you found. The moment Chun Ming finished speaking, an extremely excited voice crackled over the radio. Yes, sir. Vehicle 2 moved to the front of the convoy and sped rapidly to the right. Chapter 172, Lord Guanwenkong. Under the sunlight, the oars before them glittered exceptionally brightly. A soldier's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Captain, this looks like a new type of rare resource. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming immediately took the scanner from the soldier's hand. Seeing the species name displayed on the screen, uranium, 59, a smile slowly spread across Chun Ming's face. Quickly mine 100 units and bring them along. Mark this location on the map. Yes, sir. 2 hours later, the convoy set off once again. Chun Ming glanced at the time, furrowing his brows slightly, inwardly startled. Still underestimated the progress speed for gathering rare resources. Lord, we've arrived. Staring at the ruined base in front of him, Lu Daqiang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Comparing the walls of his own base to those of this decaying fortress, he instantly realized just how vast the gap truly was. He wasn't the only one stunned. At that moment, every newly recruited member behind him felt their sense of honor and pride swell immensely. System notice, Soldier Yu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System notice, Soldier Zhang Zhe's loyalty increased by 10 points. Zheng Haoyan, who had been carefully feeding Wang Li at that very moment, suddenly heard the system notification chime inside his head, a wild grin spreading rapidly across his face. Suddenly, a burst of noise snapped Lu Daqiang back to reality. He quickly pulled out the phone given to him earlier by Lord Chun. Beep, beep, the ringtone echoed nearby. Excited, Lu Daqiang hurried toward the sound. After just a few steps, a loud, hearty laugh drowned out the ringing phone. Must be Haoyan, Lord's rescue team. A rough-looking man with a thick beard appeared before Lu Daqiang and the others. But when Guanwenkong caught sight of the squad's impressive formation, the smile on his face gradually froze. Even though he had already known beforehand that Haoyan's rescue team was well-equipped, having mentally prepared himself thoroughly, he was still completely stunned at that moment. Looking at this elite unit before him, then turning back to glance at his own group of soldiers, Guanwenkong's eyes flickered with disappointment. Yet within mere moments, he recomposed himself and slowly approached Lu Daqiang, who appeared to be the team leader. Extending his right hand, he said, Hello, I'm Guanwenkong, lord of this base. You must be the rescue team sent by Lord Haoyan. Lu Daqiang calmly shook Guanwenkong's extended hand and replied gently, That's correct. Once you've finished preparations here, we can depart immediately. Truly worthy of being Haoyan Lord's rescue team. Efficient, as always. Guanwenkong glanced at his own soldiers behind him, then back at the crumbling walls. Preparations are complete. Let's leave at once. The moment he stepped into the armored vehicle, Guan Wenkong was stunned all over again. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately thought of the chat window. Lord Guan Wenkong. Brothers, I'm saved. I've boarded Hao Yian Lord's rescue convoy. I'll probably meet Lord Hao Yian himself soon. Another flexer showing off. So jealous. I wonder when I'll finally be rescued. Brother Wenkong, hurry up. I'm waiting for you at Hao Yian Lord's base. Seeing this message, Guan Wenkong's eyes lit up. This was the very first person rescued by Hao Yian Lord earlier. He immediately clicked on private message and added the other as a friend. Jiang Xian, who was currently sipping afternoon tea under the warm sun within Hao Yian's base, stood up instantly. Lord Jiang Xian, huh? Brother Wenkong, greetings. Seeing Jiang Xian's bold and casual tone, Guan Wenkong grew even more eager to witness the grand scale of Hao Yian base firsthand. Hello, Lord Jiang Xian. By the way, Brother Wenkong, have you considered signing a territory pact with Lord Hao Yian? Guan Wenkong blinked, slightly puzzled as he asked. Territory pact? Senior Brother Jiang, what exactly is that? Lord Jiang Xian, I'll explain once you arrive. You'll see. It comes with huge benefits. Staring at the message, Guan Wenkong remained dazed for a long while, completely absorbed in thoughts about this mysterious territory pact mentioned by Jiang Xian. Suddenly, Guan Wenkong brightened. System, what is a territory pact? Respected Lord, a territory pact is an agreement you enter with a lord whom you deeply admire, formally becoming a subordinate territory under their dominion. The system's explanation reignited Guan Wenkong's curiosity. And what benefits would I gain by signing such a pact? Respected Lord, if you sign a territory pact with a powerful lord, you will receive amplification bonuses from their special buildings and gain access to shared technology. What? This message completely stunned Guan Wenkong. If he signed an agreement with Lord Hao Yian, could he then build a rescue force just like this one? The moment this thought crossed his mind, excitement surged within him. What? This message completely stunned Guan Wenkong. If he signed an agreement with Lord Hao Yian, could he then build a rescue force just like this one? The moment this thought crossed his mind, excitement surged within him. At this very moment, Zhang Ming's squad had already picked up the third lord, Wei Yiming, but their situation was far from ideal. Not only was the road extremely steep, but scattered around them were numerous half-zombies. Roar! Suddenly, ahead of Chen Ming's convoy, a massive half-zombie let out a roaring screech, blocking their path. Vehicle 1 slammed straight into it, but though the impact forced the creature back 2 steps, it failed to inflict any real damage. Chen Ming frowned, quickly calming Wei Yiming beside him before rapidly commanding the convoy to regroup. Within 10 seconds, all 15 vehicles formed a tight circle, transforming into a defensive fortress for the rescue team. With another roar from the giant half-zombie, swarms upon swarms of zombies descended, surrounding Chen Ming's convoy. Witnessing the rescue team's incredibly smooth and practiced combat readiness, and recalling the weak performance of his own soldiers earlier, Wei Yiming couldn't help but gaze on with deep longing and hope in his eyes. Ha! Haven't tasted fresh humans in so long. Delicious blood awaits me. Don't you dare take it. I get first sip of their blood. May the strongest claim it. Let's see who's faster, you or me. As the two half-zombies bickered, suddenly a figure shot forward at lightning speed toward Chen Ming's convoy. Seeing this, the two quarreling half-zombies instantly looked displeased and snapped simultaneously. Damn it. This brat's got no honor. Hearing the half-zombie's words, Chen Ming smirked slightly, snorted coldly, and said, Do you really think we're already yours to devour? Brothers, they're in range. Open fire and make it hurt. Chapter 173, A Moment of Crisis. Boom. Bang. Explosions erupted all around. Since the rear units weren't equipped with mechanical servants, they had instead been armed with heavy weaponry. They had originally assumed these rescue team members were already meat on a chopping block, but they never expected that in the next moment, they would become the ones slaughtered beneath that very meat's gunfire. The semi-corpse humans weren't even as resilient as zombies. Within moments, the dense swarm of semi-corpses was cleared into a small, open space by the overwhelming firepower of the rescue team, and that space continued to expand. Captain, this can't go on. Even though these semi-corpses haven't reached us yet, there are still so many left. At this rate, we won't last much longer. Hearing his teammates' words, Chen Ming kept firing rapidly at the advancing horde. His eyes darted toward the distance, where countless semi-corpses still swarmed. Among them, dozens of enormous figures towering above the rest. Chen Ming's brow furrowed tightly once again. 10 minutes later, the distance between the rescue team and the semi-corpses hadn't changed at all. On the contrary, because so many corpses now littered the ground, they served as cover for those coming behind. Using the bodies as shields, the enemy began slowly advancing forward. Seeing this, Chen Ming glanced at his comrades fighting fiercely beside him, then turned to look at the desperate, hopeful eyes watching from inside the vehicles. He gritted his teeth, pulled out his phone, and dialed. Hello, my lord. This is Chen Ming. We're 50 miles due east of the base and under attack by semi-corpses. We need reinforcements immediately. Zhang Haoyan, who had just stepped out of the library, heard the news and immediately scowled with fury. Hold your position. I'm sending help right away. Just survive for half an hour. If you can't hold them off, retreat as best you can. Yes. Chen Ming hung up dejectedly. Looking back at the battlefield, he saw more and more semi-corpses discovering how to use fallen bodies as protection. At this rate, their defenses would likely collapse within half an hour. Then he looked further out, where massive semi-corpses had already blocked every possible escape route for the rescue team. Chun Ming's brows knitted tighter than ever. While Chun Ming was lost in thought, Zhang Haoyan was already speeding through the skies above the path taken by the 5th rescue team. Shadow, can we go any faster? As soon as the words left his mouth, a mechanical female voice rang out sharply. Affirmative, Master. Activating high-speed mode. Then activate it now. Zhang Haoyan's face lit up. He hadn't expected such a mode actually existed, especially since they were already moving incredibly fast. Activating high-speed mode. High-speed mode activated. Switching to acceleration channel. Acceleration channel switched. Speed increased. Instantly, the landscape below blurred into a rapid reverse motion. 15 minutes later, the semi-corpses were less than 2 meters away from the rescue team's position. Captain, the semi-corpses are about to break through. What do we do? In the midst of panic, Chun Ming froze, then suddenly noticed one of the semi-corpses that had just been blown apart in the middle of the field. An idea sparked in his eyes. Use bombs. No sooner had he spoken than a series of explosions thundered across the battlefield. In an instant, every semi-corpse within 5 meters of the team was obliterated. Yet Chun Ming showed no sign of relief. These explosives were limited, they wouldn't last forever. As worry clouded his mind, another soldier shouted beside him, Captain, let's send in the mech squad. Only then do we stand a chance of surviving until reinforcements arrive. Seeing the soldier's determined, anxious expression, Chun Ming hesitated deeply. If he deployed the mechs, their safety couldn't be guaranteed. But if he didn't, when the next wave pressed forward, the only way to deploy the mechs would be hand-to-hand combat. That was exactly what Chun Ming feared most. Semi-corpses weren't like zombies. They still possessed cognition, making them far harder to deal with. Seeing Chun lost in thought, the soldier cried out urgently, Captain, you have to give the order now. There's no time left. This. Staring into the soldier's resolute face, Chun wavered once more. Captain, the semi-corpses are attacking again, and this time they're much faster. A shout from another direction shattered Chun Ming's hesitation. Chun looked at the soldier, then placed a hand firmly on his shoulder, voice thick with emotion. Make sure you come back alive. With that, he issued the command. Mech squad, deploy. Yes. The soldier cast one final glance at Chun Ming. Then, in a flash, armor encased his body, and in the next moment he shot straight into the surging tide of semi-corpses. Witnessing this scene, Gui Yiming gasped in shock, stammering, Isn't this the same kind of powered armor from Iron Man? 3 members short, the rescue team's firepower dropped once again. At that moment, the 3 armored squad members plunged from the sky, crashing down with explosive force, instantly wiping out dozens of semi-corpses. Witnessing this, a particularly massive semi-corpse in the rear roared fiercely. Send people to engage them. Don't let them ruin our offensive plan. Yes. No sooner had the words been spoken than 3 enormous semi-corpse figures broke away, sprinting straight toward the location of the mech squad. Chun Ming, who had been closely watching the battlefield, let out a quiet sigh. Just as I feared. This is exactly what I was afraid of. With a look of urgency, he shouted into the radio. Mech squad, be careful. Powerful semi-corpses are heading your way. The 3 armored members were already deep in their rampage. Within moments, they had slaughtered dozens of semi-corpses. Hearing Chun Ming's warning, they quickly repositioned their formation. Seeing that these metal boxes now faced strong opponents, the ordinary semi-corpses bypassed the mech squad entirely, turning instead to furiously attack the other humans. In an instant, the pressure on Chun Ming and his group surged dramatically. Boom! At that very moment, the 3 colossal semi-corpses clashed head-on with the mech squad. In just a single collision, the disparity between both sides became clear. The mech squad didn't retreat a single step, while the 3 semi-corpses were knocked back 4 or 5 paces by that initial impact. The shock and disbelief on their struggling faces revealed the terror building within them. Chun Ming and the 3 armored members felt a surge of joy, their confidence in the mech's capabilities now firmly established. From afar, the massive semi-corpse narrowed its rotting brow in frustration. Send another 3. If one-on-one won't work, we'll use sheer numbers to wear them down. But before those 3 repelled semi-corpses could recover from their daze, the mech squad launched their own offensive. Chapter 174. The True Meaning of Rescue. The 3 towering half-corpses didn't notice the arrival of the mechanized squad until they were right in front of them, forced to hastily form a crude defensive stance. Boom! The half-corpse attempting defense was struck by 3 fists encased in battle armor, vomiting green blood as it staggered backward, forced to retreat toward its comrades rushing to assist. But how could their speed compare to that of powered armor? Within mere breaths, they were caught. 3 energy cannons fired. 3 hollowed-out skulls appeared. The 3 massive half-corpses slowly collapsed, leaving Gui Yiming stunned and alarmed. He knew just how powerful these half-corpses were. He had faced them before. Earlier, one such monstrous being had slaughtered several of his farmers. In that instant, snapping back to awareness, he immediately sent a flurry of astonished messages into the chat group. Lord Yiming, holy crap, guys. I just saw 3 incredibly powerful half-corpses collapse right before my eyes. Like, each of them taken down one by Hao Yin Lord's rescue team. It's absolutely shocking. As soon as his words appeared, another lord quickly chimed in. Hao Yin Lord? He's been number 1 since day 1. Probably had a setup like this by his 2nd or 3rd day. No need to be surprised. Yeah, how can you even compare yourself to Hao Yin Lord? He's divine. We're mere mortals. I'd believe it if someone said Hao Yin Lord shot down the sun. Honestly, I'm completely awed by him. Watching the comment section erupt into frenzy once again, Gui Yiming quickly closed the chat window. Focusing on the battle unfolding before him was far more important now. Just as the bodies of the 3 half-corpses hit the ground, the 9 massive half-corpses rushing to reinforce them froze in place. They stared at each other, silently questioning, should we keep advancing? At that moment, a particularly bulky half-corpse surrounded by others snapped out of its daze, roaring in fury. 6 more of you go. If all 9 of you together can't kill these 3, don't bother coming back. Yes. 6 towering half-corpses charged forward, causing the earth itself to tremble beneath their feet. Feeling the increasingly violent vibrations underfoot, the members of the mechanized squad tightened their brows. They exchanged glances, nodded once, and then rocketed skyward. This sudden move left the 9 half-corpses bewildered. Why did they fly up into the sky? Before one could even finish shouting, a beam of light came crashing down. Sensing a chilling presence, the half-corpses scrambled to dodge. Staring at the rising white vapor where the beam had struck, their decayed faces twisted into even more grotesque expressions. Daring to take to the skies. Do you think you're safe up there? Snarled the bulky half-corpse, glaring viciously at the ascending armored figures. Scree! The mechanized squad, who had just been feeling triumphant, heard the terrifying sound and instantly lost all joy, replaced only by dread. Quick, evade! There are flying half-corpses. No sooner had one soldier spoken than a massive shadow slammed into them from above, knocking them violently out of the clouds, plummeting directly toward the location of the 9 half-corpses. Seeing the 3 mechs crash down, the 9 half-corpses burst into arrogant laughter. This time, without hesitation, they sprinted toward the landing spot of the fallen squad. Witnessing this overwhelming assault, Chun Ming's expression darkened further. Wanting desperately to help, yet facing an endless tide of half-corpses swarming toward him, he simply couldn't spare any attention. All he could do was silently pray for the rescuers to arrive sooner. Just as the 3 armored soldiers were about to land amidst the 9 towering half-corpses, a propulsion unit erupted from behind them, abruptly shifting their descent to a different location. Seeing them land safely, a faint smile finally appeared on Chun Ming's face. But no sooner had they touched ground than the 9 half-corpses attacked. Swift and agile as they were, how could they possibly lag behind in closing the distance? Boom! Pooh! After just one clash, all 3 were blasted backward, blood spraying from their mouths. The half-corpses continued their assault relentlessly. Within less than 3 minutes, the faces of the mechanized squad were completely drenched in red, their entire bodies trembling. Even maintaining combat readiness was becoming nearly impossible. Ha! Looks like you won't last much longer. Let me, Aloha, finish you off, mocked one half-corpse, grinning cruelly at their shaking forms. Their vision blurring, black spots swimming across their eyes. One of the armored soldiers quietly closed his eyes, a faint smile still lingering on his lips. So, this is what dying feels like. Looking at his companion slowly collapsing to the left, Hu Han's usually resolute face carried a faint smile. My lord, I can only repay your kindness in my next life. Chun Ming, witnessing the mechanized squad member falling slowly, roared with furious indignation. Hold on. Our lord is coming to rescue us. As the words left his mouth, he swung his blade and severed the head of a half-corpse that had just lunged onto the armored vehicle. Gui Yiming's eyes sparkled with emotion. Gritting his teeth, he barked, Brothers, follow me into battle. Though his farmers were merely summoned beings, seeing these rescuers about to sacrifice themselves stirred something deep within them. Burning with courage, they could no longer stay back. After shouting a unified yes, more than 20 of them drew their crude metal blades and charged straight into the battlefield. Now it was Chun Ming's turn to be stunned. Watching the soldiers behind him rush forward at full speed into the fray, a warm smile once again spread across his face, accompanied by an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. Perhaps this is the true meaning of why the Lord sent us here to rescue others. With Gui Yiming's troops joining the fight, the pressure on the 7-member rescue team dropped dramatically. Within moments, they pushed the horde of half-corpses back, once again keeping them beyond a 3-meter distance from the armored vehicles. Seeing the situation slightly improve, Chun Ming raised his arm and shouted, 3 of you, follow me, break through and rescue Hu Han. Yes. At this point, Gui Yiming didn't try to stop them. Instead, he immediately ordered his own soldiers to fill in the gaps in their defensive line. But barely 5 meters into their breakout, Chun Ming and the other 3 were once again surrounded by the tide of undead, their progress grinding to a crawl. Hu Han, the last remaining powered armor soldier still standing, trembled uncontrollably as he saw Chun Ming fighting his way toward him. Deeply moved, his body quivered violently, gradually slumping to the ground. Just as darkness began to swallow his vision, he suddenly caught sight of a red figure descending from the sky. Hu Han let out a weak, bitter laugh. Hallucinations already? Looks like I'm truly dying. Chapter 175. The Lord arrives to reinforce. The phantom armor shows its might. Don't worry, none of you will die today. A thunderous voice suddenly echoed through the air. Zheng Haoyan, channeling energy from the phantom armor, launched a sonic attack directly at the 9 massive half-zombies. This kind of sound wasn't very harmful to humans, but it dealt devastating damage to zombies, capable of briefly incapacitating them. In that brief moment, Chun Ming looked up and saw a figure streaking across the sky. His face lit up with relief. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were still stunned, he quickly carried the 3 young team members back into the defensive perimeter. At this moment, Hu Han and the others had already slowly collapsed to the ground. A crimson mecha rapidly descended, blasting back the approaching half-zombies several meters away from the group. The burly man behind the half-zombies frowned again, his expression growing darker. He had already begun considering retreat. Such a powerful armor gave him no confidence left in capturing these people. Wei Yiming stared at the magnificent-looking mech in the distance, memories flooding back to the moment he'd seen Thanos defeated. This armor bore an uncanny resemblance to that legendary one. Only now did he realize why the sight of the armored squad earlier had reminded him of Iron Man. He was actually standing in the presence of a real-life Iron Man. Phantom, switch to close combat mode. Command received. Switching modes. Switch complete. Weapon configuration altered. Attack power and defense strength enhanced. Seeing two enormous cannons emerge from his palms, Zhang Haoyan's face lit up. The energy gathering in his hands grew increasingly intense. Just as the 9 zombies were about to close in, the energy beams in Zhang Haoyan's hands reached full charge. PIU. Boom. The laser fired with a piercing shriek followed by a violent explosion. Every zombie within a 20-meter radius around Zhang Haoyan was obliterated, down to the last of the 9 giant half-zombies. The instant the sound faded, all remaining zombies froze in place. Even Shen Ming and the others at a distance stood motionless in shock. Wei Yiming couldn't help muttering, "Holy crap! What kind of insane destructive power is this? So overwhelmingly strong. It looks like the Lord's new mecha." Shen Ming finally spoke after a long silence. Wei Yiming was once again stunned. "Lord Hao Tian? That over there? Is that really Lord Hao Tian? Oh my god, I've finally met my idol." By now, Zhang Haoyan had already retrieved the 3 members of the mecha squad, lifting them effortlessly. Through the armor, his voice came out layered with mechanical resonance. "Take care of them. Leave the rest to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the red silhouette shot back into the horde of rampaging half-zombies. This time, however, the energy beams from his arms had shortened to just 1 meter in length. That last blast had consumed 20% of the entire suit's energy reserve, forcing Zhang Haoyan to proceed more cautiously. But when he noticed the energy output remained stable even at 1 meter, a delighted smile spread across his face. "Seems like this armor still has many techniques I haven't discovered yet." Even as he marveled at its capabilities, dozens more half-zombies fell beneath his lasers. "Retreat! Retreat!" The hulking half-zombie leader, who had clung to a sliver of hope until now, immediately ordered a withdrawal upon seeing Zhang Haoyan's relentless combat power. A giant bird-like object dropped straight down from the sky, instantly snatching away the strongest among the half-zombies, including the burly commander, while every zombie near Zhang Haoyan was left annihilated without exception. Within only 10 minutes, with the added forces from Chen Ming and Wei Yiming joining the fray, every single half-zombie that failed to escape was eliminated. "Clean up the battlefield in 10 minutes. I'll guard you for 10 minutes. Once that's up, move out immediately," Zhang Haoyan commanded, retracting the energy blades on his arms after eliminating the final enemy. "Yes, my lord." Though only 7 soldiers responded, their voices carried the force of 70. Wei Yiming was once again awed by Zhang Haoyan. The sheer discipline and efficiency of this unit surpassed anything he could match, not to mention those high-tech battle armors. System alert. Detected a nearby lord with loyalty reaching 60. Send territory affiliation agreement. Zhang Haoyan, who had been sizing up this lord and thinking about how to raise his loyalty to 60 before proposing the agreement, was surprised to see the system prompt appear automatically. Excited, he immediately selected yes. Agreement sent. Awaiting confirmation. Meanwhile, Wei Yiming also blinked in surprise as a message suddenly appeared in his mind. System alert. The opposing lord wishes to form a territory affiliation agreement. Accept. Glancing at the technologically advanced armor standing before him, Wei Yiming grinned and promptly chose accept. Agreement successful. Territories +1. Daily summonable population +1. Not long after, the system notification chimed in his mind. Zhang Haoyan's face lit up with joy. He patted Wei Yiming on the shoulder, said, "I'll wait for you at the base," and then shot into the sky. Just like Ultraman leaving after defeating a monster. System alert. Agreement successful. All personnel gain +50% defense. Wei Yiming stood there dazed even after Zhang Haoyan had left, the system message still echoing in his mind. 10 minutes later, sitting in the car, Wei Yiming grew increasingly convinced that what had happened was surreal. After slapping his subordinate's thigh to make sure he wasn't dreaming, Wei Yiming burst into excitement and immediately shared his joy with the other lords in the chat channel. "Lord Yiming, brothers, I'm back. My heart is pounding right now. I just met Lord Hao Tian in person. He was wearing powered armor, just like Iron Man from Marvel. We were originally trapped by half-zombies, but when Lord Hao Tian arrived, within just a few minutes he slaughtered thousands of them." As the messages poured in, the lords in the chat channel could hardly stay calm. "What? Iron Man? No wonder Lord Hao Tian is so powerful. Could it be that Lord Hao Tian is Iron Man? I'm so jealous of this lord. If only Lord Hao Tian could come rescue me too. Unfortunately, I already asked Major Wei. My location is way too far from Lord Hao Tian for him to reach me." "Wait, you can actually ask? Then I should go find out if I have a chance to be saved by Lord Hao Tian. I'm going to ask too." In an instant, the entire chat channel fell eerily silent. Seeing all the reactions, Wei Yiming couldn't help but feel elated. Shaoguang base. Staring at the ship gradually approaching in the distance, a deep frown formed on his face. He quickly pulled out his phone and found the only contact saved. "Hey, Lord Hao Tian, I see that ship again. The one that came last time to steal my core infrastructure." Chapter 176, A Sinister Plan, Turning the Tables. Zhang Haoyan, currently flying through the clouds, gradually frowned as he listened to the words coming through the phone. Get fully prepared and see what they're really after this time. Since they've come again, they're probably not with the same group as last time. Zheng Haoyan paused for a moment before speaking again. But they must belong to the same organization. Don't hang up, keep your line open. I'll keep monitoring from my end. Be ready to activate the transmission array at any moment. If there's danger, I'll rescue you immediately. Upon hearing Zheng Haoyan's words, Xia Guang's frown instantly vanished. Within moments, he had completed all necessary defensive preparations. Xiaozhe looked toward the base ahead, already setting up defenses, along with its shabby equipment, and sneered. A lord like this is only fit to offer us his infrastructure core. Xiao Lu, send a radio message to them saying we're here to rescue him. Tell him not to worry. Understood. Xiao Lu immediately ran to the control room and sent out a radio transmission. Hearing the message over the radio, Xia Guang paused in confusion. Because of the speaker mode, Zheng Haoyan also clearly heard the content. Just as he was puzzled, Xia Guang's voice came through. Brother Haoyan, I haven't received any message from Deputy Commander Wei about anyone coming to rescue me. Zheng Haoyan froze upon hearing this, suddenly remembering that the previous attack on Xia Guang had been motivated by the desire to seize his infrastructure core. After a brief silence, a slight smirk curled Zheng Haoyan's lips. Get fully ready. You can go along with them, but don't bring the real infrastructure core. Just take a fake one. At Zheng Haoyan's words, Xia Guang's face lit up with delight. As a college student, his mind worked quickly, pretending to cooperate while secretly knowing the enemy's true intentions. That was an exceptionally clever strategy. By the way, do you have something that looks like an infrastructure core? Xia Guang smiled. Don't worry, Brother Haoyan. After they came last time, I secretly made several replicas just in case they showed up again. This way, I can fool them easily. Hearing that Xia Guang had already anticipated such a move, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but smile slightly. Understanding Zheng Haoyan's plan, Xia Guang instantly got into character. He gathered everyone in the base and stepped outside, holding a blue square box, calmly waiting at the main gate. Seeing how cooperative Xia Guang was, Xiaozhe wore a smug grin across his face. 5 minutes later, the ship slowly approached Xia Guang's base. Xia Guang, still clutching the blue box, walked alone onto the warship without hesitation. Noticing that only one person boarded, Xiaozhe shot a glance at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu immediately understood and asked Xia Guang, why are you the only one coming aboard? Where are your farmers? Xia Guang let out a silly laugh, smiling innocently at the suspicious-looking Xiao Lu. Hee, officer, let those peasants fend for themselves on the island. They can't go back anyway. Taking just me will be much more convenient for you. No extra burden. Xia Guang's words stunned Xiaozhe for a second, but then his laughter grew even more unrestrained. Sensing his leader Xiaozhe's amusement, Xiao Lu quickly chimed in with praise. Perfect. Just one person. Perfect. The moment he stepped on board, Xia Guang acted like a curious child. Officer, where exactly are you taking me? Is it safe? Will there be delicious food? And pretty girls? Hearing these ridiculous questions, Xiaozhe completely lowered his guard against Xia Guang and casually walked away toward the ship's lounge, not wanting to look at the foolish boy anymore. Seeing Xiaozhe lose interest in the naive-looking youngster, Xiao Lu dropped his friendly tone. His voice turned harsh. Kid, sit down quietly. It'll take 2 days before we reach safety. In the meantime, we still need to rescue other lords. Reprimanded by Xiao Lu, Xia Guang shrank back like a scolded child, nodding miserably as he held his blue box tightly, glancing around nervously. On the other end of the call, when Zheng Haoyan heard their mention of rescuing other lords, he immediately dialed Wei Tai. Hello, Brother Wei. The call connected, and Wei Tai's cheerful voice rang out. Ah, Haoyan. What's up? Got another good piece of news for me. Zheng Haoyan hesitated slightly, embarrassed. Brother Wei, this time it might not be good news. Upon hearing Zheng Haoyan's words, Wei Tai's expression instantly shifted from relaxed to grave. He knew all too well that if Zheng Haoyan, a top-tier lord, called it bad news, then it must be extremely serious. After a brief pause, Zheng Haoyan spoke again. Brother Wei, I previously established a secondary base in the ocean, but today someone claimed to be a rescue team going to save them. Did you send any rescue teams out at sea? Wei Tai frowned. Among all the lords who've contacted me, only Jianzhu has his base near the coastline within the top 10 rankings, but even he currently lacks the capability to conduct underwater rescues. So, seeing Wei Tai hesitate, Zheng Haoyan immediately understood. He proceeded to lay out the entire situation and his plan in full detail. It took a while for Wei Tai to fully absorb the information. Finally, he asked, so what do you need me to do, Brother Haoyan? A faint smile appeared on Zheng Haoyan's face. Brother Wei, I need you to contact every single lord whose base is located in the ocean. After listening to Zheng Haoyan's plan, Wei Tai was overjoyed. Ha, Brother Haoyan, if your strategy were used in ancient times, you'd surely become a renowned master strategist. Then does Brother Wei mean it doesn't count as great in modern times? Of course it does. I was just making a comparison. Caught off guard by Zheng Haoyan's teasing, Wei Tai suddenly struggled to respond. I'm just joking with Brother Wei. Don't take it to heart. Well then, I won't keep you any longer. After all, every minute we delay means another lord could fall into this organization's hands. After hanging up, Wei Tai smiled helplessly and quickly logged into the chat channel. Overlord Wei Tai. All lords with bases located in the ocean, contact me immediately. Overlord Wei Tai. All lords with bases located in the ocean, contact me immediately. Overlord Wei Tai. All lords with bases located in the ocean, contact me immediately. Chapter 177. a new way to boost loyalty. In Zheng Haoyan's heart, Wei Tai was absolutely reliable. After hanging up the phone, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. The moment he arrived at the base, Zheng Haoyan headed straight for the summoning platform. He hadn't forgotten about it even for a second on his way. Humble servant Zhuang Si pays respects to Lord, said a middle-aged man in gray robes, kneeling on the ground. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but feel delighted and immediately checked his attributes. Name, Zhuang Si. Occupation, priest. Physical strength, 300 of 300. Abilities, defense, planning, coordination. Special ability, strategy amplification. Loyalty, 70. Seeing Zhuang Si's attribute panel, Zheng Haoyan was overjoyed. But what surprised him most was that Zhuang Si's starting occupation was priest, an ancient role nearly equivalent to that of a prime minister. This was exactly the kind of talent he needed right now. He quickly stepped forward and helped Zhuang Si up. No need for such formalities. Please rise at once. As soon as Zhuang Si raised his head and met Zheng Haoyan's concerned gaze, his heart instantly swelled with emotion. System notification, priest Zhuang Si's loyalty increased by 10 points. Zheng Haoyan smiled widely and said, since your profession is already priest, from this moment onward, you shall officially serve as the priest of Haoyan Base. Seeing the serious and resolute expression on his lord's face, clearly not joking, Zhuang Si immediately swallowed back the words he had been about to say. Looking earnestly into Zheng Haoyan's eyes, he said sincerely, this humble servant accepts the order, and I swear not to disappoint my lord's trust. Lord, now that I am your priest, may I begin performing my duties? Zhuang Si paused briefly before continuing. I've detected that my lord currently has 2 territories unassigned. May I request your permission to accompany you to the main hall? Zheng Haoyan was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, excellent, excellent. Come, follow me quickly. The distance wasn't far, so Zheng Haoyan led Zhuang Si directly there. Along the way, the dazzling array of buildings further boosted Zhuang Si's loyalty by another 10 points, pushing it all the way to 80, a significant milestone. This observation sparked a sudden idea in Zheng Haoyan's mind, a new method to boost summoned farmers' loyalty. He made a mental note to discuss it later with Wang Li when they were alone in bed. In just a few moments, they arrived at the main hall. Seeing the highly sophisticated morphological sand table before him, Zhuang Si felt a surge of excitement. Within moments, he had fully grasped the entire environment surrounding Haoyan Base. After some quick calculations, he turned toward Zheng Haoyan, who had stayed by his side the whole time, with deep satisfaction. He had never seen such an approachable and down-to-earth lord before. Lord, please take a look. I've completed the entire plan. Before them appeared a vast holographic simulation. A miniature version of Haoyan Base stood clearly displayed. Behind it, nestled within the valley, dozens of even smaller base templates unfolded like a cluster of tiny towns. Seeing that Zheng Haoyan remained silent, Zhuang Si hesitated slightly, then began explaining. Lord, this here is our current base. He pointed at the small model of Haoyan Base, then slid his finger toward the group of smaller bases behind it. These lands in the valley behind will be where your subordinate territories are established. Lord, notice how our base sits perfectly at the valley's exit. That means, when crisis strikes, we'll only need to concentrate all defensive forces on Haoyan Base itself. This provides 3 major advantages. First, our base's safety is maximized. Second, we can integrate the troops from all subordinate territories, greatly strengthening our overall power. At this second point, Zheng Haoyan's eyes lit up. Priest, forgive me for interrupting, but did you say we could actually integrate soldiers from these subordinate territories? Inside, Zhuang Si was thrilled beyond measure. This lord treated him with such respect. His voice trembled slightly as he explained. Yes, my lord. But only if their own territories maintain sufficient population. Of course, exceptions apply during emergencies. System notification, priest Zhuang Si's loyalty increased by 5 points. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Zheng Haoyan was elated and nodded with a smile. Encouraged by Zheng Haoyan's approval, Zhuang Si continued. Third, we no longer need to fear losing control of our subordinate territories. In this way, we centralize all available resources. Later, when my lord establishes an alliance, you'll start from a position of great strength. Zheng Haoyan nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, he officially assigned full authority over the project to Zhuang Si and even dispatched Robert to ensure his personal safety. At Haoyan Base, mechanical servants were Zheng Haoyan's living seal of trust. This single act instantly boosted Zhuang Si's loyalty to 90. Night fell gradually. During dinner, Zheng Haoyan introduced Zhuang Si to everyone. Zhuang Si was thrilled, but his loyalty did not increase, something that didn't discourage Zheng Haoyan in the slightest. After all, the final 10 points of loyalty would require a bit of fate and opportunity. In front of Zheng Haoyan's small villa, a man walked slowly toward the villa, holding hands with a stunning woman. The 2 beautiful women occasionally glanced up at each other, stealing quick looks when they thought no one was watching. Their subtle gestures were not lost on Zheng Haoyan. Once inside the villa, he smiled faintly as he looked at the 2. You 2, stop sneaking glances. Caught. The 2 women blushed even deeper. After a moment, Shui Ying, the first woman to become Zheng Haoyan's, shed her earlier shyness and stepped forward, gently taking Wang Li's hand. Sister, you've worked hard today? Let me take you to rest. Wang Li looked at Shui Ying with deep emotion, then turned to Zheng Haoyan seated on the sofa, nodding slowly. Shortly after, Shui Ying returned to Zheng Haoyan with a bright smile, shyly snuggling into his arms. Holding Shui Ying's warm body close, Zhang Haotian couldn't help but ask softly. Shuang, will you ever blame me? How could Shuang ever blame my lord? As long as my lord never abandons me, that's all I need. As soon as the words left her lips, Zhang Haotian silenced her with a passionate demonstration of his feelings. After a storm of intimacy, gazing at Shuang lying limp against his chest, Zhang Haotian gently tapped her nose. Next time you say something like that, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed. His teasing only made the already flustered Shuang bury her face even deeper into his chest. The next morning, as Zhang Haotian and Shuang got up, they found breakfast laid out neatly on the table, with Wang Li sitting nearby, waiting for them. Hearing the noise behind her, Wang Li immediately stood up, preparing to bow, only to be stopped by Zhang Haotian. You're mine now. From now on, no formalities at home. Remember that. Seeing the firm authority on Zhang Haotian's face, Wang Li's heart warmed, and she whispered softly under her breath. A sudden voice broke the gentle silence. Ah, you're so bad. You always bully your younger sister. Chapter 178, The True Xing of a Small Nation. After breakfast, the three parted ways. Shui Ying's schedule today was different from before. She first visited the Bronze Sparrow Tower to pray for blessings, then went to help the skilled cook in the kitchen prepare meals. Zhang Haotian and Wang Li headed to the summoning platform to summon today's farmers. Your humble servant Peng Huang pays respects to Lord. Your humble servant Nie Zhuang pays respects to Lord. Standing before him were 38 people, and Zhang Haotian couldn't help but feel immense joy. Ever since his base had been upgraded to level 5, every newly summoned farmer not only started with a loyalty of 70, but also possessed dual attributes. Each additional population member meant another layer of security for him. On their way to the summoning platform, Zhang Haotian had shared yesterday's ideas with Wang Li. Under their guidance, a group of 40 people toured through Haotian base until finally entering the barracks, where all of today's newly summoned farmers reached a loyalty of at least 85. After parting with Wang Li, Zhang Haotian summoned his phantom armor and flew toward the main hall. Ha ha ha, priest. This works great. Then assign me this spot. It's closest to Lord Haotian's base. If zombies attack, we can provide immediate support. Zhang Haotian had just arrived at the entrance when he heard Jiang Xian's hearty laughter, and a faint smile naturally appeared on his face as he strode into the hall. As soon as he entered, Zhuangxi spotted Zhang Haotian's figure. My lord. Jiang Xian immediately turned around, his face brimming with excitement as he looked at Zhang Haotian. Lord Haotian. Zhang Haotian's arrival instantly made the atmosphere more solemn. Though Zhang himself acted very casually, Jiang Xian and Zhuangxi still couldn't relax. Seeing this, Zhang Haotian handed full responsibility of satellite base construction to Zhuangxi and left under some excuse. My lord, the rescue team has returned. A voice rang out, altering Zhang Haotian's plans. He ordered someone to summon Jiang Xian and Zhuangxi, and the three of them boarded an armored vehicle speeding toward the city gate. Haotian base, city gate. Spotting a mechanized servant among the approaching group, Gui Yiming's eyes lit up with delight. Ha ha, you must be Brother Wenko. Upon seeing him, Guan Wenkong, who had momentarily been stunned, burst into laughter. Ha, so you're Brother Yiming. Finally meeting you in person. Ha ha ha, yes. That cool robot beside you really stands out. Outside the city gate, excitement began to ripple through the crowd. As an armored vehicle approached, everyone immediately stopped their banter and stared curiously at the arriving vehicle. The vehicle slowly came to a halt. Instinctively, Jiang Xian moved to open the door for Zhang Haotian, but the door opened automatically, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Fortunately, noticing no one paid attention, he quickly stepped aside. Zhang Haotian, of course, noticed Jiang Xian's small gesture. As he got off, he gently patted Jiang Xian's shoulder, instantly dissolving that sliver of awkwardness in Jiang's heart. Seeing their lord, the entire rescue team saluted in unison. My lord. Zhang Haotian gave a barely perceptible nod, maintaining his usual expressionless demeanor, yet inwardly, he was thrilled. The unified salute startled the other lords present, but none felt greater joy than Gui Yiming. Previously, when he was rescued, he had only seen Zhang Haotian shrouded within his armor and never got to see his true appearance. Now, seeing him in person, Guo was ecstatic. Today, Zhang Haotian wore a deep blue brocade robe embroidered with coiled dragon patterns. In the faint morning light, his already striking appearance seemed even more heroic and commanding. Hello everyone. I am Lord Haotian. Those 9 words alone filled the gathered lords with even greater elation. After a brief pause, Zhang Haotian spoke again. I won't waste words. Since I've saved you, I will now be your solid defense line. As long as my base survives, you shall suffer not a single harm. System notification, Lord Guan Wenkong's loyalty has reached 60. Send territorial agreement. System notification, Lord Bai Lechi's loyalty has reached 60. Send territorial agreement. System notification. With just one sentence, every lord's loyalty immediately jumped to 60. Zhang Haotian didn't say another word. He simply chose to send the agreements across the board. Great. Lord Haotian, from now on, I'm following you. Me too. Within moments, 5 had already accepted the territorial agreement. Warning, Lord Haotian has sent you a territorial agreement. Accept or not. Hearing the system alert in his mind, Kong Xuyan frowned slightly. Lord Haotian, there's something I'd like to confirm. The moment this lord spoke, Zhang Haotian nodded. Speak. With Zhang Haotian's dominion established, Kong Xuyan spoke directly. Lord Haotian, although I deeply admire you, I must ask, if I become your vassal, will you send my farmers to die as cannon fodder? The moment he finished speaking, the other lords, especially Jiang Xian, shot him cold looks, and were about to speak up, but Zheng Haoyin interrupted them. You can rest assured. I, Zheng Haoyin, swear upon the heavens that I will never sacrifice a single farmer from any of my vassal lords as cannon fodder. Zheng Haoyin's firm and resolute voice rang out, and instantly, 2 more system notifications echoed in his mind. Lord Kong Shuyuan has accepted the territorial agreement, becomes a vassal, population +1. Lord Duan Wenbin has accepted the territorial agreement, becomes a vassal, population +1. In this instant, the number of people Zheng Haoyin could summon daily increased by 6 more, filling him with joy. He led the group toward the kitchen. When they learned that Zheng Haoyin had already prepared meals waiting for them, their faces lit up again. After an entire night of rushing through danger, they were truly exhausted and starving. Though they had energy bars, nothing compared to the real aroma of a proper meal. When Zheng Haoyin contacted several of the rescued lords, he immediately sent a message to Wei Tai, who was overjoyed upon receiving it. Wei Tai promptly opened the chat channel. Lord Wei Tai. I, Wei Tai, on behalf of our organization and all the lords, extend our deepest gratitude to Lord Haoyin for successfully rescuing 9 lords. Lord Wei Tai. I, Wei Tai, on behalf of our organization and all the lords, extend our deepest gratitude to Lord Haoyin for successfully rescuing 9 lords. Lord Wei Tai. I, Wei Tai, on behalf of our organization and all the lords, extend our deepest gratitude to Lord Haoyin for successfully rescuing 9 lords. After Wei Tai's messages appeared, the chat channel erupted with activity once more. Wow, 9 lords got so lucky. I wonder when it'll be my turn. Same here, count me in. Jiang Xian, who had been closely monitoring the chat channel, immediately rallied the other lords. In no time, the channel was completely dominated by Zheng Haoyin's vassal lords. Chapter 179, Haoyin Canyon. Overlord Jiang Xian. Thank you, Lord Haoyin, for rescuing me. Overlord Yiming. Thank you, Lord Haoyin, for rescuing me. Overlord Wenkong. Thank you, Lord Haoyin, for rescuing me. 9 perfectly aligned convoys appeared at once, causing the entire chat channel to fall silent once again. While the chat channel was quiet, the cafeteria of Haoyin Base was bustling with activity. The level 5 dining hall could now easily accommodate 2,000 people without any issue. Over 300 people were already present. When they sat down, the contrast became immediately apparent. On the left side of the cafeteria sat all the rescued overlords and their soldiers. On the right side, row after row of Haoyin Base troops in uniform blue uniforms. At that moment, the overlords seemed to realize this arrangement too, their faces turning slightly red with embarrassment. Yet thinking ahead to when their own armies would stand proudly like those soldiers across the way, their eyes filled with intense anticipation. Noticing the overlord's discomfort, Zheng Haoyin spoke slowly. Today, as your host, I welcome each of you esteemed overlords once again. As his words ended, a synchronized round of applause erupted. The overlords felt pride swelling in their hearts, their admiration for Lord Haoyin deepening even further. Hearing the continuous system notification sounds echoing in his mind, Zheng Haoyin wore a perfectly measured smile. With the buffs from 2 food gods enhancing everything, every dish was delicious beyond expectation. After finishing their meals, the overlords still found themselves craving more. After the meal, all the overlords selected their base construction sites. Under Zheng Haoyin's escort, they began building their bases. Flying overhead, gazing down at the 9 cities rising from the ground, Zheng Haoyin felt an overwhelming surge of passion. In this moment, he began imagining this canyon completely filled with thriving settlements. At Lugio's base, looking at the rescue team whose equipment wasn't significantly better than his own, Lugio felt worried. Seeing no movement from the overlord above the base, the rescue team called out again. Overlord Lugio, we're a rescue team sent by Overlord Wang Lu. Lugio was deeply puzzled. Why, among fellow powerful overlords, could there be such a huge gap in troop equipment? Lord Haoyin arrived with luxurious armored vehicles, powered exosuits, and energy weapons. While this rescue team had only 1 energy weapon and otherwise just decent quality gear, nothing else advanced. Lugio struggled internally for a long time. Finally, remembering that only 12 days remained until the second wave of the tide, he reluctantly gathered all his possessions and followed the rescue team away. Above an unknown stretch of ocean, staring at a base before him, Xiaozhe's face lit up with delight. Quick, send a radio transmission to that overlord. Upon receiving the radio signal, Oxiozhen paused in surprise, muttering to himself. Sure enough, just as Overlord Wei Tai said. A moment later, seeing that the opposing base still showed no response, Xiaozhe grew frustrated, a hint of anger flashing across his face. This kid dares to be so ungrateful. Xiao Lu, send another radio message. Just as Xiao Lu prepared to transmit, a voice came through the radio. First of all, I sincerely appreciate your base's offer of assistance. However, another overlord has already contacted me earlier offering rescue. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your help. Hearing this message, Xiaozhe froze. After a brief silence, he immediately ordered, set course directly toward that island base. Prepare to make a verbal announcement. He shouted toward the base. Overlord inside. Hello. I'm acting under orders from Lieutenant Wei. I've come here specifically to rescue you. You may simply explain this situation to the previous overlord who promised to save you, saving them an unnecessary journey. Oxiozhen sneered inwardly. Humph, sure enough a fraud. Lieutenant Wei already clearly informed us that he didn't dispatch any maritime rescue forces. And now this guy claims to be sent by Lieutenant Wei? Only after ordering all his subordinates to prepare absolute defenses did Oshojun finally reply, "No need, honored overlord. The overlord coming to rescue me is bringing 5 warships. I believe I'll have far greater safety going with him. In fact, he just messaged me saying he'll arrive within half an hour. Why don't you wait here briefly with me?" Chiozei, who had already been growing furious, was utterly stunned by these words. 5 warships? Half an hour? How could he possibly dare stay a single moment longer? He hastily bade farewell to Oshojun, ordered full throttle, and disappeared beneath the horizon in less than 10 minutes. Watching the warship vanish into the distance, Oshojun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "My lord, I have urgent news to report." Just as Zheng Haoyin returned to the base, Chun Ming intercepted him. Seeing Zheng Haoyin nod in acknowledgement, Chun Ming continued cautiously. "My lord, during our mission to rescue the overlords, we discovered a rich deposit of rare materials at a mineral source." Hearing the word, rare material, Zheng Haoyin immediately perked up. There was no other reason. Only because the final rare resource needed to upgrade Queen Tower to level 3 had remained undiscovered until now. Nodding eagerly, he looked at Chun Ming with anticipation. "My lord," Chun Ming said, "this is the rare material we found. It took 10 of us digging non-stop for 2 full hours just to gather 100 units. As he spoke, Chun Ming slowly handed over the item in his hand. Zheng Haoyin took the storage capsule from Chun Ming and opened it. Instantly, a new substance appeared on the system's resource interface, uranium, 59. Seeing that this newly displayed resource was exactly what he'd been searching for these past few days, Zheng Haoyin's face lit up with excitement. He turned urgently to Chun Ming and asked, Where did you find this?" Seeing his lord so thrilled, Chun Ming broke into a wide smile and quickly pulled out a map. Zheng Haoyin took the map. Upon seeing the green dot marked upon it, joy once again spread across his face. "It's only half a day's journey away." After calming down slightly, Zheng Haoyin patted Chun Ming on the shoulder. "You did well, kid. I'm putting you in charge of mining this resource. Try your best to get me 1,000 units as soon as possible." "Yes, sir," Chun Ming replied, watching with great satisfaction as Zheng Haoyin walked away. Beep, beep. Not long after he started walking, Zheng Haoyin's phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from Wei Tai, Zheng Haoyin immediately turned serious. "Hao Tian, my brother, you were right after all. The first overlord has already encountered that group of bandits," Wei Tai said through the phone. Hearing the news, Zheng Haoyin's expression grew heavy. After a brief pause, Wei Tai continued. "However, using your suggested method, that overlord managed to successfully deceive them and stay safe. But if they encounter them a second or third time, it could become extremely dangerous. There is some good news though. The overlord reported that within a 100-li radius, there isn't a single other overlord nearby. At their current pace, it'll probably take another 4 or 5 days before they locate another overlord." Chapter 180. Rescue once again, the massive rescue team. After hanging up the phone call with Wei Tai, Zheng Haoyin's face was filled with worry. Manufacturing warships, he had taken a look earlier, and the first requirement was upgrading the heavy industry factory to level 6, which meant his base itself needed to be upgraded to level 6. Reaching level 6 wasn't difficult in itself, but Zheng Haoyin knew his base wasn't located near the sea. This single flaw directly prevented him from constructing any naval vessels. Just as he was deeply troubled by this issue, a soft voice suddenly reached his ears, bringing an instant smile to his face. "Lord Haoyin, you previously mentioned wanting to reorganize the city layout. I've already halted construction on all buildings for half an hour. We can begin now." Hearing that gentle voice, Zheng Haoyin immediately turned around and saw Wang Li walking toward him slowly. He gently tapped her little nose and smiled. "You're truly my wise partner." In the control room, issuing one command via the control panel, all subordinates of Haoyin base began gathering toward the central hall. Those too far away headed straight for the city walls. Once all preparations were complete, Zheng Haoyin began operation. The moment he clicked the start button, all buildings suddenly turned translucent, revealing transparent silhouettes. Seeing this, Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but recall a war game he used to play in his past life. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, he continued manipulating each building. If not for the fact that only a lord could perform this task, Zheng Haoyin would have gladly slacked off again. Thankfully, Zhuangxi and the think tank had already developed a detailed plan. He merely had to follow it. All heavy industries and barracks were relocated close to the city gates. Farmers' dormitories were moved to the rear, grouped together with the canteen, infirmary, and library, forming a modern miniature community. Ample open space was left nearby, where future dorms and public service buildings would later be constructed. Meanwhile, a special structure, the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, was placed right beside the Lord's Manor. The manor itself had been completely redesigned, resembling a small version of the Forbidden City, standing proudly at the very center of Haoyin base. At the front stood the main assembly hall, the same as the control room. Moving inward, one would find the Bronze Sparrow Terrace stationed prominently there. Since other buildings weren't particularly tall, the terrace became the tallest and most imposing structure within the manor complex. There was also no longer any concern about failing to max out loyalty stats for the newly summoned farmers. Further back lay Zheng Haoyin's personal residence, with rows of small townhouses arranged on both sides, ready for future use. Also located in the rear was a vast open area reserved for airport construction, just ahead of which stood the heavy industrial factories. Distances between every structure were perfectly calculated, leaving Zheng Haoyin marveling once again at the value of having priests and strategists. In that instant, he fully understood why positions like Prime Minister had existed in ancient times. They were essentially hired so emperors could take it easy. Half an hour later, the entire Haotian base had undergone a complete transformation. As subordinates re-entered the base, a series of system notifications flooded Zheng Haotian's mind. System notice, Soldier Wang Nie's loyalty increased by 10 points. System notice, Soldier Zhang Han's loyalty increased by 10 points. On the square before the manor, all subordinates gathered here, including Fang Yu and the 3 research robots who had set aside their work. Facing the nearly 200 people below, Zheng Haotian felt overwhelming emotion. It had been over 10 days since he arrived in this world. From just 3 people originally, to nearly 200 now, a surge of pride welled up deep within him. Clearing his throat, Zheng Haotian spoke with solemn authority. Today, our base has been restructured. Everything is progressing in the best possible direction. Are you all happy? The crowd shouted excitedly in unison. Yes. Seeing their enthusiasm, Zheng Haotian recalled the soldiers from the rescued lords he'd brought back earlier, and his expression darkened slightly. But I want each of you to live even better lives. So we must continue striving. And second, we cannot fight alone. Fighting solo will ultimately lead to our own destruction. Therefore, I intend to form 2 more rescue teams, totaling 100 people. Zheng Haotian paused briefly, coughed softly, then continued. Now, when I call your name, step out from the ranks and stand behind Priest Zhuangxi. Everyone responded loudly in unison. Yes. Zheng Haotian slowly stepped aside. Wang Li stepped onto the platform and began calling out names one by one. 10 minutes later, exactly 100 soldiers stood Jingxi in formation behind Zhuangxi. At Zheng Haotian's signal, each team was additionally assigned 2 mechanical servants, and the 4 mechs, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, were clearly among them. At the very front stood 30 soldiers equipped with Generation 1 mechs. The scene fell silent once again, all the soldiers' eyes fixed on Zheng Haotian, standing atop the platform. He paused briefly. Lu Laowu stepped forward. Lu Laowu stepped out from the ranks, knelt halfway, and saluted with clasped hands. Reporting, sir. Zheng Haotian's expression turned solemn. I hereby appoint you as captain of the first rescue team. Understood. Lu Laowu immediately nodded, accepted the order, then returned to his position. Zhang Daqiang stepped forward. At the sound of Zheng Haotian's deep voice, Zhang Daqiang quickly stepped forward, knelt halfway, and saluted. Reporting, sir. Zheng Haotian's face radiated authority. I hereby appoint you as captain of the second rescue team. Yes, sir. Zhang Daqiang nodded firmly and accepted the command. Zheng Haotian swept his gaze across the entire crowd with solemn intensity and declared, Does anyone have objections? The troops responded in unison once more. No. No. Seeing the soldiers brimming with spirit and determination, Zheng Haotian felt immense joy. Since there are no objections, Zhang Daqiang and Lu Laowu, take your teams to organize yourselves. In Tukazhong, regroup here and set out. Both men immediately stepped forward, saluted crisply. Yes, sir. Then turned and rejoined their squads. As they returned to formation, Zheng Haotian slowly shifted his gaze toward the remaining 95 soldiers who had not been selected. The rest of you bear an even greater responsibility. While gathering resources, you must remain ready at all times to rescue our comrades, and simultaneously ensure the defense of our base. Zheng Haotian paused a moment before raising his voice. Your mission is extremely critical. Do you have confidence? The remaining subordinates shouted in unison. Yes. Watching the soldiers disperse and begin their duties, a unique emotion welled up in Zheng Haotian's heart. Wei Tai's base. Staring at the map showing vast areas still untouched by rescue efforts, Wei Tai wore a look of deep worry. Though over a dozen lords had already been saved, it was still but a drop in the ocean. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the ringtone of an incoming call brought a flash of hope to his face. Chapter 181. Departure. The chat channel rages again. At a moment like this, the only one who would call him was his brother Hao Tian. The moment Wei Tai answered the phone and heard Zheng Haotian's plan, he didn't just pause. He froze in shock. Hearing silence on the other end, Zheng Haotian spoke again. Hello? Big brother Wei, are you still there? Yes. I was just zoning out for a second. The voice snapped Wei Tai back to reality. Once he regained his composure, a wave of worry washed over Wei Tai's face. 100 people? Hao Tian, if you send that many, what happens if your base gets attacked? Hearing no immediate response from Zheng Haotian, Wei Tai continued urgently. Besides, your safety is far more important than rescuing other lords. I don't want you risking your life like this. Zheng Haotian felt a warmth spread through his chest. He hadn't even considered that angle before. But even though he had dispatched 4 mech units and half of his forces, he still had the infinite armor, 1 mech capable of matching a zombie king, and 2 energy cannons guarding the base. As long as fewer than 2 zombie kings showed up, he was 100% confident he could hold the line. After a moment of thought, Zheng Haotian replied slowly, Don't worry. I still have backup strength here. Self-defense won't be an issue. Upon hearing this, Wei Tai sighed. Alright then. Since you've already decided, I'll trust your judgment. Your contributions will never be forgotten by the organization or the people. With that, Wei Tai stood up straight and gave a crisp, formal military salute, his face solemn. What came next didn't need to be said. Zheng Haotian knew Wei Tai would send the information shortly. Sure enough, the system prompt sounded the instant he hung up. Lord Wei Tai has sent a map. Receive it. Receive. A map materialized in Zheng Haotian's hands, identical in texture to the previous one, but this time, the number of green dots had increased significantly, with 9 now glowing blue. Without hesitation, Zhang Haoyan summoned his think tank. The moment the strategists saw the lights flickering across the map, they were stunned. How could so many lords have survived such a massive zombie tide? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. After all, they themselves had expended tremendous effort just to defeat one zombie king. Sensing their astonishment, Zhang Haoyan explained calmly. This zombie wave was structured based on the tier levels of each lord's base. With just that one sentence, his entire think tank grasped the full logic. He needed to say no more. Having resolved their confusion, the team produced 2 optimal plans within less than 10 minutes. Zhang Haoyan was deeply pleased. His anxious heart began to settle. This time, he hadn't assigned any strategist to accompany the rescue team, which had left him uneasy about tactical shortcomings. Now, with 2 superior plans ready, his concerns faded. Meanwhile, Wei Tai, having just hung up the phone, opened the chat channel. Lord Wei Tai. Important announcement incoming. Keep the public chat clear. Lord Wei Tai. Important announcement incoming. Keep the public chat clear. Lord Wei Tai. Important announcement incoming. Keep the public chat clear. The 3 consecutive messages from Wei Tai instantly silenced the chat. Lord Wei Tai. I'm sharing some great news. Lord Haoyan's 100-member rescue team will depart today to save all lords within a 500-mile radius. I'll be sending private messages to those who will be rescued. Be ready at all times. On behalf of the organization and the people, I express my deepest gratitude to Lord Haoyan for his selfless act. As soon as Wei Tai finished speaking, the comment section exploded. A 100-person rescue team. Long live Lord Haoyan. Oh my god, I got the message. Thank you, organization. Thank you, Lord Haoyan. Me too. Brothers, I'm saved. My fortune is made. But I'll never forget any of you here. Jiang Xin, who had just opened the chat channel, immediately spotted the post. He grabbed his phone and shared the astonishing news with the other 8 lords. The 9 of them rushed to Haoyan's base at once. When they arrived, they found a perfectly lined-up force of 100 soldiers standing before them. And behind each squad loomed 2 towering mechs. They were utterly awestruck. They had seen the 2 giant mechs defending the city gate earlier, but they'd never imagined that wasn't even the full extent of Lord Haoyan's power. Realizing they were too late to join, the 9 climbed onto the city wall and watched from afar at what was currently the most magnificent sight in this apocalyptic world. Standing atop the high platform of the city lord's mansion, gazing down at the orderly formation below, Zhang Haoyan wore a proud and heroic expression. Time has come. Move out. Zhang Haoyan activated the sonic function of the infinite armor, and the deep, commanding voice echoed across the entire Haoyan base. At that moment, 8 copper pillars carved with phoenix patterns stood around the edges of the altar platform, the Copper Sparrow Terrace, where a stunningly beautiful woman stood at its center. Snowing now clasped her hands together, and as Zhang Haoyan's voice faded, the terrace began to emit waves of shimmering light. Boom! A warm, pale golden beam descended directly from the sky, enveloping the entire rescue team. Is this a miracle? Gui Yiming and the others watching from afar were utterly stunned. This kind of phenomenon was something they had only ever seen in science fiction films. They never imagined they would one day witness such a scene with their own eyes in reality. System alert. Lord Gui Yiming's loyalty has increased by 20 points. System alert. Lord Kong Xiuxian's loyalty has increased by 20 points. System alert. As the golden light bathed them, 4 giant mechs lifted into the air. 30 soldiers clad in uniform battle armor swiftly dispersed, forming a perfect square formation around all the rescue personnel. The procession began moving forward with grand majesty, slowly making its way toward the city gates. This kind of spectacle, you'd only see it in ancient war epics. Never thought I'd live to see it in person. Only someone like Lord Haoyan could train such a disciplined army. No way. We're Lord Haoyan's first batch of vassals. We can't let him down. We must train our own forces properly. No sooner had this lord spoken than the others nodded fervently. Exactly. I'll find a chance right away to ask Lord Haoyan for his secrets in training soldiers. I will build my own elite army. It was precisely because of this decision in this moment that the legendary 9 dragons generals under Zhang Haoyan would later resound throughout the entire post-apocalyptic continent. Hardly had the words left their mouths when they immediately rushed down from the city walls, sprinting wildly toward the city lord's mansion. Chapter 182. Looking ahead. Storm on the horizon. In a short while, the rescue team disappeared from Zhang Haoyan's sight. Still, he remained standing there. Only when he heard the distant roar of car engines did Zhang Haoyan finally turn away and slowly walk back toward the city lord's manor. Big Brother Haoyan. Big Brother Haoyan. Several voices rang out, causing Zhang Haoyan to turn his head again. Seeing 9 territory lords drenched in sweat rushing over, Zhang Haoyan smiled slightly. What brings you all here? The group stopped a short distance away, panting heavily as they spoke. Haoyan, sir. We also want to build armies as well trained as yours. Could you please share some of your experience? Hearing this, Zhang Haoyan was momentarily taken aback. Experience in training troops. They nodded fervently. System, can the farmers summoned from my territories use my barracks? Yes. All learning resources owned by the Lord are available to farmers summoned from territories. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Haoyan felt a surge of joy. Looking at the determined expressions on the 9 lords' faces, he nodded. All right, follow me. First, he led them to the library, called for Wang Li, and had her briefly explain the knowledge resources available in the library. Then, he took them to the barracks nearby. When they saw Wang Li, the 9 lords were instantly stunned by her beauty. But upon learning she was Zhang Haoyan's wife, they quickly averted their eyes. At the barracks, Farmers were walking out with beaming smiles. Seeing the muscular physique of one such farmer, the lords looked on with envy. But thinking that they too would soon have soldiers like this, their hearts swelled with instant delight. Just as in the library, Wang Li once again explained the basic functions of the barracks to the group of lords. With Zheng Haoyan's permission, the 9 lords excitedly dashed toward the canyon. But after only a few steps, Zheng Haoyan called out, "Hold on." Hearing his voice, they froze, turning back with wide, innocent, hopeful eyes, clearly afraid Zheng Haoyan might take it all back. Seeing their expressions, Zheng Haoyan shrugged and laughed wryly. "What? You afraid I'm going to change my mind?" They all fell silent, which made Zheng Haoyan burst into laughter. "Ha ha, what are you thinking? As long as you behave yourselves, I won't ever revoke your access. Don't worry about it." After a pause, he continued with a warm smile. "You running back and forth every day must be exhausting. Come on, I'll get each of you a motorcycle." "What? Motorcycle? Big brother Haoyan, really?" Hearing they'd actually received motorcycles, the men were nearly jumping for joy. System notice. Lord Gui Yiming's loyalty has increased to 100. Plus 1 death-sworn lord. System notice. Lord Guan Wenkon's loyalty has increased to 100. Plus 1 death-sworn lord. System notice. As the system alerts echoed in his mind, Zheng Haoyan was stunned. He hadn't expected that a lord reaching 100 loyalty could become a death-sworn. Originally, he'd only planned to give them motorcycles. Upon hearing this news, he immediately upgraded each of them to an armored vehicle instead, sending them into even greater ecstasy. Had Wang Li not been present, they probably would have lifted Zheng Haoyan up and tossed him in the air to express their gratitude. 9 armored vehicles slowly rolled toward the canyon, their new owners instantly expressing their joy in the chat channel. Lord Wenkong. "Brothers, I just found out, Haoyan Boss's armored vehicles can drive themselves." Upon reading this, other lords immediately lost their composure. "Damn, that powerful? How did you know?" "When I was driving, I wondered if autopilot worked, and sure enough, it did." "No way, you're already driving it." "Yeah, Haoyan Boss gave it to us for transportation." "What? It drives itself and I didn't even know? I need to go test it right now." "Whoa, me too, gotta try this ASAP." The lords began flexing hard, one-upping each other until their boasts grew increasingly absurd. Eventually, only those 9 kept chatting. It wasn't until much later, when the boasting finally ceased, that others tentatively reappeared in the channel. Watching the fading silhouettes of the vehicles, Zheng Haoyan immediately queried the system. "System, what exactly is a death-sworn lord?" "Death-sworn lord. Conditions for becoming. A subordinate lord reaches 100% loyalty. Note, the main lord gains full access to all resources of all death-sworn lords at 100% loyalty, and death-sworn lords may also access the main lord's training facilities." As the system's explanation faded, Zheng Haoyan stood in utter shock. If this was true, then the more death-sworn lords he cultivated in the future, wouldn't his power grow exponentially? Zheng Haoyan didn't even dare to think too far ahead. After settling Wang Li at the library, he immediately summoned his infinite armor and flew toward the research institute. Herald Base. A blue-robed man knelt in the hall, his face filled with desperate pleading. "Lord Herald, I'm willing to lead a small team to gather infrastructure cores from the land-based lords once again." Herald lifted his head slightly, gazing down at the man on his knees through the bridge of his nose, speaking coldly. "Oh, Renjio. Why should I trust you? Last time, you nearly got my entire fleet wiped out." Hearing this, Renjio grew anxious. "Lord Herald, enough. Since you're so eager, this time I'll only give you 10 men. If you come back empty-handed, don't bother returning at all." With that, Herald waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a beggar. Renjio instantly forced a smile and quickly retreated from the hall. But the moment he stepped outside, the fake smile vanished, replaced by a cold, icy expression. Xiaozhe, once the most powerful subordinate under Herald, due to his last failure and Xiaozhe's subsequent report, he had lost all authority. Now, the one who reported him had taken his place. He knew that if he didn't take a gamble now, once Xiaozhe returned, he would never have a peaceful day again. Haoyan Base. Just as Zheng Haoyan landed at the entrance of the research institute, he heard loud arguing from inside. Shaking his head helplessly, Zheng Haoyan slowly walked into the laboratory, a fusion of an armor platform and a morphic space. Ahem, a cough echoed, and immediately, 1 human and 3 robots ceased their quarrel. "My lord." With hands clasped behind his back, Zheng Haoyan paced calmly before the 4, glancing at the armored unit displayed on the large sand table. He nodded slightly. "No need for formalities. How are the recent research projects progressing?" "My lord, we're currently attempting to integrate the first-generation infinite armor with the L1 class mech. If successful, our army's combat strength will increase dramatically." Chapter 183. Whoa, isn't this Ant-Man? As Fang Yu spoke, he projected the conceptual mecha he had envisioned from the test platform. Upon seeing the projection, Zheng Haoyan's eyes lit up with delight. In the hologram, the previous rough version of the mecha had completely vanished, replaced by a brand new design. All unnecessary parts were gone, leaving only the essence, pure refinement. Seeing Zheng Haoyan stunned, the anxious look on Fang Yu's face instantly disappeared, gradually replaced by a smile. Fang Yu continued, "My lord, also, although this mecha is currently in standard human-sized form, it can transform at any moment." With that, Fang Yu clicked a button. The mecha, previously in human scale mode, immediately changed. Its body unfolded and reshaped itself into furniture, a desk and chair, before a massive figure suddenly rose up from the ground. A giant robot instantly appeared before Zheng Haoyan, while the earlier small mecha had fully integrated into the interior of the colossal machine. All the while, Fang Yu kept explaining, "My lord, we've directly combined the mecha capsule with the first-generation mecha. That way, once deployed, it can be activated immediately, saving us tremendous time. It also solves the biggest problem, if the mecha capsule goes missing or gets destroyed mid-deployment, rendering it unusable." Zheng Haoyan was astonished. At that moment, another idea struck him, one from a movie character. This thing, isn't it just like Ant-Man? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Fang Yu asked in confusion, "My lord Ant-Man? What is Ant-Man?" At this, Zheng Haoyan froze for a moment. Indeed, Ant-Man was merely a fictional character from movies, unknown in this world. But recalling all the experiments they'd conducted, Zheng Haoyan clearly described everything he knew about Ant-Man to Fang Yu and the three little research robots. As the four listened, their thoughts instantly drifted along with Zheng Haoyan's words. When Zheng finished speaking, the four immediately fell into deep thought. Moments later, they began operating frantically at the console. In no time at all, Zheng Haoyan saw a massive model shrink down right before his eyes. He couldn't help but be startled, though quickly reminded himself that this was still just a simulation within the morphing space, far from being physically built. Still, he hadn't expected his scientist's execution skills to be so impressive. He naturally attributed it all to his own excellent explanation. "Damn right, I explained it perfectly. Otherwise, how would they have understood?" Noticing traces of confusion on their faces, Zheng Haoyan added, "That suit is controlled simultaneously through both clothing and a controller." With this clarification, the puzzled expressions on the four vanished instantly. Within moments, a fully functional Ant-Man-style mecha capable of freely resizing appeared before them. At first, they rejoiced, then their faces fell into dejection. "Sigh, too bad. This can only be displayed within the simulated space. We can't actually deploy it yet. Such a waste." This outcome was exactly what Zheng Haoyan expected. Seeing their disappointment, he calmly reassured them, "It's fine. You can incorporate this concept into the mechas you're developing." Hearing their lord's encouragement, the group slowly snapped out of their gloom. Only then did Fang Yu remember that his lord hadn't even stated the reason for his visit. Slightly apologetic, he asked, "My lord, what brings you here?" Zheng Haoyan replied slowly, "I came to check on the tank project we discussed last time. How's it going?" Fang Yu's face lit up. "Hee, everything's already prepared. I've replaced all the required materials. We just need your official order to begin production, my lord." This news delighted Zheng Haoyan. "Good. Start production today. First, build me 100 units." Hearing such a large number, Fang Yu first flinched in shock, then burst into joy. "Understood, my lord. Rest assured." Suddenly, Zheng Haoyan remembered the aircraft blueprints he had brought earlier. "Take a look at this flyer. Can it be improved?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fighter jet blueprint appeared before the group. Within moments, Fang Yu imported the fighter's data into the test platform. A fighter jet materialized in front of them. While Zheng Haoyan looked pleased, Fang Yu and the others wore expressions of utter disdain. "Whoa, this aircraft's design is way too crude. Yeah, with specs like this, how much combat effectiveness could it possibly have? I think it'd just be wasting resources. Using such high-quality materials to build this feels like a complete waste." Listening to the four ramble on with increasingly outrageous ideas, Zheng Haoyan grew more and more delighted. In his past life, this machine had been an immensely powerful asset. Some nations only possessed a handful of them, so its rarity and manufacturing difficulty were unquestionable. As Zheng Haoyan silently rejoiced, sure enough, after voicing their disdain, the four immediately dove into modifications. "Switch this metal out for that one here. Yes, that's it. This engine's performance is terrible. Acceleration and takeoff are way too slow. It'll probably be shot down before any zombies even reach it. With this size, we could still fit in an extra reserve component." And just like that, the original fighter jet underwent a complete transformation under their hands. Before Zheng Haoyan's eyes materialized a sleek, ultra-futuristic fighter, a sight straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. Zheng Haoyan immediately asked eagerly, "Can we start manufacturing this fighter right now?" At his question, the group's expressions instantly darkened. "We've replaced everything with the highest grade materials, my lord. But right now, none of these materials exist in our warehouse." Hearing this, Zheng Haoyan felt a twinge of disappointment, but he had expected as much. If it were truly this easy to build, then in his previous world, far more organizations would have possessed such fighters. "No problem. Keep monitoring closely. The moment any of this energy source appears, report to me immediately. I'll personally lead a squad to mine it." Encouraged by Zheng Haoyan's words, the gloom on their faces gradually faded. Suddenly, Zheng Haoyan remembered a crucial matter. If they had tanks but no one who could operate them, it would be quite the joke. He quickly asked, "You've prepared the pilot manuals, right?" Fang Yu immediately wore a look of immense pride. "Hee, don't worry, my lord. I've already made them. I'll upload them to the library shortly. This version is an improved, fast-track edition, much easier to learn than the previous one." Upon hearing this, Zheng Haoyan instantly gave Fang Yu a mental thumbs up. Chapter 184, 50 Death Knights, shocked the crowd. Zheng Haoyan went to the library together with Fang Yu. Since tanks could now be manufactured through Fang Yu's side, he could begin his next plan. Inside the library, Wang Li was currently leading today's farmers in their studies when she suddenly spotted Zheng Haoyan entering. The cold, aloof expression on her face instantly melted away, replaced by tenderness as she gazed at him. Noticing this, Zheng Haoyan walked up to Wang Li and gently tapped her nose. "I have a small task for you." Wang Li's eyes lit up with joy. Master Haoyan, please speak. I will complete the task perfectly. Seeing her like this, Zheng Haoyan smiled slightly. No need to be so nervous. First, study the contents of this book carefully, then make several copies. Once you've learned it, observe every day which soldiers are suitable for studying it, and have them learn as well. At minimum, select at least 100 candidates. Then, seeing the eager look in Wang Li's eyes, Zheng Haoyan sighed with a smile, directly revealing to her his grand plan for the tank army, eliciting yet another wave of excitement from her. After Zheng Haoyan left, Wang Li immediately picked up the book and began studying with full concentration. At the gate of the city lord's manor, Zheng Haoyan slowly descended from the sky. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Zhuangxi deeply absorbed in researching base structures. Sensing someone at the entrance, Zhuangxi quickly raised his head, saw Zheng Haoyan, and immediately bowed. Lord. Zheng Haoyan nodded slightly and asked calmly, how is it going? Any progress? A trace of apology appeared on Zhuangxi's face. My lord, I still haven't found a better improvement method yet. I've disappointed you. Zheng Haoyan burst into laughter. Ha ha, Zhuangxi, everything about you is good, except for one flaw. Do you know what it is? Puzzled, Zhuangxi asked. My lord, I don't know where I've fallen short. Please enlighten me. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Zheng Haoyan smiled and lightly patted Zhuangxi on the shoulder, speaking meaningfully. You're straightforward enough. But you're one flaw. He paused briefly before slowly uttering 3 words. Lack of confidence. Zhuangxi froze upon hearing this. Zheng Haoyan continued. You've already arranged the entire base layout excellently, yet you keep obsessing over improvements, wasting not only time, but also delaying other important matters. He pretended to be stern as he went on. So, as punishment, I'm assigning you an important task. Hearing there was a mission, Zhuangxi immediately focused all his attention. Zheng Haoyan told Zhuangxi everything about the tank army project. Instantly, Zhuangxi understood exactly what Zheng Haoyan wanted. A spark flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, his hands began rapidly dancing across the control panel. As Zhuangxi worked, the chaotic area gradually cleared up, transforming into an open space filled with diverse terrain features. Seeing this, Zheng Haoyan's face filled with shock. This tank training base was far stronger and more diversified than ordinary ones. Zhuangxi's wildly moving hands gradually slowed down until they finally stopped, revealing a complete and meticulously detailed terrain blueprint before Zheng Haoyan's eyes. Looking at Zheng Haoyan, Zhuangxi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. My lord, mission accomplished. It's done. Zheng Haoyan slowly stepped forward, patted Zhuangxi's shoulder, and flipped through the tank training terrain design on the blueprint. After a moment, Zheng Haoyan wore a broad smile. This construction design was not only better than what he had imagined, it surpassed even his wildest expectations for a tank training base. Overwhelmed with joy, he laughed heartily at Zhuangxi. Ha ha, excellent. Truly worthy of being my priest. I entrust this entire matter entirely to you. If anything is lacking, or if you need help, request support directly from Wang Li. Seeing Zheng Haoyan's radiant happiness, Zhuangxi was stunned. From Zheng Haoyan's explanation just now, he fully grasped the importance of this assignment. He never expected that despite having joined only 2 days ago without any prior accomplishments, the Lord would trust him completely with such a critical responsibility. His heart swelled with emotion, trembling so much his entire body shook. This subordinate will surely live up to your lordship's great expectations. Just as Zhuangxi's trembling voice faded, a mechanical system notification sounded simultaneously within Zheng Haoyan's mind. System notice. Priest Zhuangxi's loyalty has increased to 100. Acquired the 50th Death Knight. At the same time, another continuous series of system notifications rang out. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan for being the first to acquire 50 Death Knights. Reward. Farmer Upgrade Pill X10. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan for being the first to acquire 50 Death Knights. Reward. Farmer Upgrade Pill X10. Congratulations to Lord Haoyan for being the first to acquire 50 Death Knights. Reward. Farmer Upgrade Pill X10. In the chat channel, all conversations abruptly ceased. 5 minutes later, a wave of messages suddenly popped up. Damn, Lord Haoyan, 50 Death Knights? I don't even have 50 soldiers yet. This is too strong. Uffed, same here. I only have 30-odd soldiers right now, and Death Knights? Just a couple at most. Who knows when I'll get another one. Is Lord Haoyan even human? 50 Death Knights. How are we supposed to stay motivated in life? At that moment, Wang Lu froze upon hearing the system notification in her mind. She quickly grabbed her phone, found Zheng Haoyan's contact, and pressed the call button. Inside Haoyan's base, Zheng Haoyan had been somewhat distracted when the ringtone snapped him back to reality. Seeing that the caller was actually Wang Lu, Zheng Haoyan felt slightly puzzled. Hello. Damn, Lord Haoyan, do you have some secret method to upgrade soldiers into Death Knights? Quickly give me a copy. I want the big package too. Hearing Wang Lu's excited voice over the phone, Zheng Haoyan's face broke into a slight smile as he slowly replied. Ha, Lord Wang Lu, you're joking. What secrets could I possibly have? I just treat my subordinates well, that's all. On the other end of the line, Wang Lu's voice gradually turned gloomy. Is that so? I thought you might have some way to rapidly increase soldier loyalty. Sensing Wang Lu's disappointment, Zheng Haoyan fell into brief contemplation before speaking slowly. Well, I do have an old trick, one I haven't tested myself. Not sure if it works, but theoretically it should. Still want to hear it. At those words, Wang Lu's despondent tone vanished instantly, replaced by excitement. Ha! I knew you had a method. Tell me. Zheng Haoyin warned. I haven't tried this myself, so I can't guarantee results. But in theory, it should work. Are you sure you want to know? Wang Lu's eager voice came through steadily. Lord Haoyin, if you say it's theoretically possible, then it will work, no doubt about it. Just tell me. Even if it fails, I won't blame you. Zheng Haoyin said helplessly. All right then. My little trick is to let your subordinates get married. It greatly boosts their loyalty and strengthens their sense of belonging toward the base. Chapter 185, a special method to increase loyalty. However, if you want to directly obtain loyal followers willing to die for you, I suggest you select 2 subordinates whose loyalty has reached 90 points. There's a very high chance this will allow you to instantly gain 2 such devoted followers. As Zheng Haoyin finished speaking, Wang Lu on the other end of the phone broke into an excited smile. She began mentally scanning through her subordinates who met this condition. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and in haste, she bid Zheng Haoyin farewell before quickly hanging up. At Wang Lu's base, standing before her were 2 subordinates, 1 man and 1 woman. Wang Lu felt both excitement and shyness. After all, she was just a girl who had never even experienced romance herself, let alone played matchmaker. This task was truly a bit too much for her. Yet, in order to potentially gain death-defyingly loyal followers, she cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and addressed them seriously. Lu Qing, Yu Huarong. Hearing their names called by their lord, both snapped to attention and saluted. We are here, my lord. Seeing their formal and solemn expressions, Wang Lu suddenly found herself hesitating, growing flustered as she stammered. Do either of you have someone you're interested in? Her words struck both like thunder. Instantly, panic flashed across their faces. Yu Huarong spoke first, his voice anxious. My lord, have I done something wrong? Are you planning to dismiss me? Why yes, my lord. Lu Qing chimed in immediately. Have we failed in some way? Their frantic responses startled Wang Lu. She'd imagined many possible reactions in her mind, but this was completely unexpected. Flustered and unsure how to proceed, her eyes suddenly lit up. Haoyin Dage. Right, this method came from Haoyin Dage. He definitely knows how to handle this. She quickly added, I'm not trying to dismiss you. I'll be back momentarily. With that, Wang Lu rushed toward her room, visibly agitated. Leaving behind 2 bewildered subordinates, Yu Huarong whispered, The Lord seems different today. Did you notice? Lu Qing slowly regained his senses and nodded slightly. Yeah, something feels off. She doesn't seem like our usual decisive and efficient leader. Zheng Haoyin had just put down his phone, preparing to go check on Zhuang Xi's construction of the tank training base, when it rang again. He assumed it would be Lieutenant Colonel Wei, but to his surprise, it was Wang Lu. Puzzled, he answered the call and heard her hushed voice on the other end. Haoyin Dage, I just asked those 2 subordinates, but they immediately panicked and begged me not to dismiss them. What should I do now? Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zheng Haoyin's face. Did you ask them directly while they were standing together? Wang Lu responded with instant surprise. Yes. How did you know, Haoyin Dage? Zheng Haoyin slapped his forehead, sighing helplessly. How could you possibly bring this up in front of both of them? You need to speak to them individually. If that's still awkward, have someone close to them discreetly ask around first. Then you make your decision based on what you learn. You must understand, emotions can't be forced. If you pair up 2 people who aren't willing, their loyalty might not only fail to increase, it could actually decrease. Do you understand? Wang Lu froze upon hearing this, inwardly relieved once again that she had consulted Haoyin Dage. Otherwise, she might have caused the loyalty of her 2 key aides to plummet, and then she'd truly have no place to cry. This time, Wang Lu didn't hastily hang up. Instead, she continued asking Zheng Haoyin if there were any other precautions she should take. Zheng Haoyin paused, then chuckled. Just remember, emotions can't be forced. Handle this well, and even if their loyalty started at 80 or 70, it might soar to 100, turning them into true death-bound followers. And above all, don't rush it. This kind of thing takes time. Wang Lu nodded repeatedly. In matters like these, she was nothing more than a beginner, completely clueless. Listening to Zheng Haoyin's advice, she absorbed every word deeply. After hanging up, Wang Lu stepped out of her room with a gentle smile. Seeing Yu Huarong and Lu Qing waiting in the hall, she calmly said, Yu Huarong, come with me for a moment. Yu Huarong was baffled, dazedly following Wang Lu to a quieter spot. Once they were far enough away, Wang Lu gently stopped and reassured him. Don't worry, I never intended to let you go. Relief washed over Yu Huarong immediately, though confusion still clouded his face. Then my lord, why? Wang Lu suddenly dropped her composed and serene demeanor, transforming into a gossipy old aunt eager for juicy news. I want to ask you, have you had your eye on any girl since you joined me? Someone like Lu Qing, for instance. I'm serious about finding you a good match, so you'd better answer me honestly. Seeing the determined and mischievous look on Wang Lu's face, Yu Huarong blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed as he replied. My lord, to be honest, I do have feelings for Miss Lu Qing, but it seems she doesn't feel the same way about me. As Yu Huarong finished speaking, a delighted expression flashed across Wang Lu's face. She gave his shoulder an enthusiastic pat. Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? Leave this matter to your lord, I'll take care of everything. But remember, you must learn to follow my cues and act accordingly. Yu Huarong's cheeks flushed again, his eyes shining with excitement as he stared at his leader. He nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Lu Qing stood alone in the hall, lost in thought, when suddenly she saw Lord Wang Lu and Yu Huarong approaching, chatting warmly. Huarong, keep up the good work. When the time comes, I'll save a top general position just for you. Yu Huarong wore a deeply grateful expression. Yes, my lord. Rest assured, I'll give my all to protect the base. All right, you may go now. I have something to discuss with Lu Qing. Yes, my lord. A confused look spread over Lu Qing's face. Only after Yu Huarong disappeared through the door did Wang Lu clear her throat. Stop staring, he's long gone. At those words, Lu Qing's face turned anxious instantly. Just as she opened her mouth to explain, Wang Lu quickly cut her off. No need to explain. He already told me everything. He has feelings for you. Lu Qing's face turned bright red, speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Wang Lu's heart leapt with joy. This is promising, she thought silently. Then, in a heartfelt tone, she said to Lu Qing, you've both followed me for quite some time now. I truly hope you can each find someone special to bring a little more warmth and happiness in this harsh apocalypse. Noticing that Lu Qing was about to speak, Wang Lu immediately raised her hand with a gesture to stop. Chapter 186, Playing the Emotional Card. You don't need to explain. This time I'm serious. If you don't like Yu Ronghua and have feelings for someone else, just tell me. I'll do my best to make it work. Wang Lu added a gentle smile after speaking. Seeing the sincere and slightly smiling expression on the Lord's face, Lu Qing blushed faintly and whispered, Lord, Yu Huarong really did say he likes me. Her eyes shimmered with quiet expectation. Wang Lu's face lit up upon seeing this. She nodded and said, yes, he said it himself. But if you don't like him, I won't force you. Lord. Hearing Wang Lu say this, Lu Qing's heart fluttered wildly. She lowered her head, her cheeks burning red. Seeing Lu Qing bow her head, a hint of loneliness flickered across Wang Lu's face. Her voice dropped lower as she said, it's fine. If you're unwilling, I won't pressure you. I'll go tell him right away. With that, Wang Lu took a step forward, ready to walk toward the door. Hearing this, Lu Qing was startled. She gasped, quickly lifted her head, grabbed Wang Lu's arm, and murmured, still blushing, Lord, please don't. Before she could finish, Wang Lu, seeing her expression, immediately assumed a noble and resolute posture. Don't worry. Leave it to your lord. I'll handle everything. At that moment, Lu Qing realized her lord truly knew nothing about romance. She quickly spoke up. No, lord. I like Yu Huarong too. As her words fell, a determined look flashed across her face. Wang Lu was momentarily stunned. She asked in confusion, then why did you act that way just now? I thought. Embarrassed by the question, Lu Qing pouted shyly. Ah, lord. Seeing her like this, Wang Lu finally understood. A knowing smile spread across her face. So you've liked Yu Huarong all along, haven't you? Lu Qing didn't lift her head. She kept her face down and silently nodded in response. Wang Lu instantly beamed with joy and shouted, come in. Outside the door, Yu Huarong, who had been waiting anxiously, heard Wang Lu's cheerful voice and broke into a wide grin. He hurried into the hall. Realizing Yu Huarong had been waiting outside all along, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Thank goodness I stopped the lord earlier. Just thinking this made her cheeks flush again. Yu Huarong's eyes were fixed on Lu Qing. Seeing her bashful expression and how she avoided his gaze, his joy intensified. Arriving before Wang Lu, Yu Huarong knelt halfway. Lord, you summoned me? Seeing his overly formal demeanor, Wang Lu found it amusing but quickly put on a serious face. Yes, that's right. Seeing Wang Lu's expression, Yu Huarong's heart skipped a beat. Before he could think further, Wang Lu spoke again. I called you here today to announce something important. From now on, Lu Qing is entrusted to you. If you ever make her unhappy, I won't let you off easily. Wang Lu sighed deeply, feeling a bit regretful. She had originally planned to tease her subordinates a little, building suspense, but ended up blurting everything out at once. Yet, seeing her two subordinates now beaming with excitement, she felt genuinely happy. The moment Wang Lu finished speaking, Lu Qing stepped forward from behind and knelt beside Yu Huarong. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, Thank you, Lord, for your kindness and blessing. Waving her hand, Wang Lu smiled like a caring mother watching her children. You two are the first couple in our base. You must set a good example for everyone else. Yes, they replied in unison. At that moment, Yu Huarong secretly chuckled to himself. Don't worry, Lord. You want me to flaunt our happiness so others will envy us. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Of course, he only dared think this in his heart. Saying it aloud would probably earn him a double beating from these two women. Watching the loving glances exchanged between the couple, a trace of envy passed through Wang Lu's eyes. She slowly turned her head and said, All right, you may leave now. You're allowed to move in together. Tomorrow, I'll personally officiate your wedding. This news sent waves of joy through both Lu Qing and Yu Huarong, their bodies trembling with excitement. After expressing their gratitude, Yu Huarong quickly rose, helped Lu Qing up, and the two supported each other as they walked out. Outside, the other subordinates watched the scene unfold, their eyes filled with envy. Just as Lu Qing reached the entrance of her quarters, a sudden wave of clarity struck her mind. She gazed tenderly at Yu Huarong, then immediately turned and ran back toward the meeting hall. Wang Lu was about to call Zheng Haoyin to share the news when a sudden cry startled her. Lord! Lord! Lu Qing rushed in anxiously, completely catching Wang Lu off guard. Lu Qing panted heavily. Lord! Seeing her like this, Wang Lu quickly stepped forward, gently patting her back and asking seriously, What happened? Weren't you supposed to be with Yu Huarong? Why did you come back alone? Did he mistreat you? He must have hurt you. I'll teach him a lesson right now. With that, Wang Lu strode forward aggressively. Her words startled Lu Qing again, who hastily grabbed her arm and said urgently, No, Lord. Yu Huarong didn't hurt me at all. I came back because there's something else I need to tell you. Wang Lu looked at her sternly. Are you sure? Lu Qing's expression was firm as she nodded vigorously. Wang Lu let out a sigh of relief, her face gradually softening, a gentle smile beginning to form. She said softly, all right then. As long as he didn't mistreat you, that's what matters. So go ahead. What's so urgent that you left your groom behind? Hearing Wang Lu tease her, Lu Qing lowered her head shyly and murmured, Lu Jia, don't make fun of me anymore. Hearing the familiar Lu Jia, Wang Lu's face lit up with delight. Yes, although they were lord and subordinate, Lu Qing had been the very first peasant she summoned into existence. They had always shared a sisterly bond. But now that more peasants had been summoned, Lu Qing had to maintain strict respect for Wang Lu in front of others. Fine. Tell me quickly what it is, so you can go reunite with your groom. Ha! Wang Lu's laughter grew warmer. Lu Qing didn't hesitate any longer. Lu Jia, when you suddenly approved my relationship with you Huarong, was there a mission involved? If you want more of your subordinates to fall in love and marry, I can help you. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Wang Lu's eyes sparkled with sudden joy. That's right. How had she not thought of this earlier? A subordinate understood other subordinates better. And honestly, when it came to romance, she was still a complete novice. Chapter 187. Matchmaker Zheng Haoyan. When Lu Qing said this, she immediately burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, great. Xiaoqing, from now on you'll be the matchmaker and go-between of my base, ha ha. After finishing the matter, watching Lu Qing's retreating figure and hearing the system prompt in her mind, Wang Lu was overjoyed and quickly pulled out her phone. Haoyan base. At this moment, Zheng Haoyan was swiftly gliding through the air, observing the already selected site for the tank training base that was about to begin construction. Beep, beep. Looking at the caller ID, a faint smile appeared on Zheng Haoyan's face. Boss Haoyan, I've got great news for you. The method you suggested really worked. I've gained 2 more death knights already. Ha! Hearing Wang Lu's incredibly excited laughter on the other end, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but smile. Ha! Congratulations, Lady Wang Lu. You might just become the second lord to own 50 death knights. Girls were especially susceptible to praise when excited, and Zheng Haoyan's compliment made Wang Lu burst into laughter again. Obviously. Suddenly remembering something, Wang Lu spoke with a mischievous tone. By the way, Boss Haoyan, since you're basically their matchmaker, would you like to send some wedding gifts for their ceremony tomorrow? Huh? What? I shared a good method with you, and now you're trying to scam equipment out of me? Is there no justice left? Zheng Haoyan laughed helplessly. On the other end of the line came Wang Lu's giggling voice once again. Hee, it's just that we all know Boss Haoyan is essentially their real matchmaker, plus you're rich and powerful. Surely you can spare something, right? Zheng Haoyan chuckled softly, muttering under his breath, this little clown, before slowly saying aloud, fine, I'll check around and see if I have anything suitable. I'll send it to you tomorrow. Even though the phone call separated them, Zheng Haoyan could still clearly feel Wang Lu's overwhelming joy. Yay, great, thank you so much, Boss Haoyan. On behalf of the newlyweds, I truly appreciate it. After hanging up, Zheng Haoyan shook his head with an amused smile. All along, he had always been number 1 in everything. Yet this time, the first couple of the entire apocalypse era belonged to someone else's base. Although his advice played a part, they weren't members of his own base after all. Shaking off those wandering thoughts, Zheng Haoyan quickly flew toward the blacksmith shop. Now upgraded to level 5, the blacksmith shop was completely different from its former small single-room structure. The current blacksmith shop not only covered nearly 100 acres, but even from afar, waves of intense heat could be felt. As soon as Zheng Haoyan stepped inside, Zhao Tai, who was directing others in forging metal, noticed him immediately. My lord, you're here. No need for formalities. I came today to ask a favor. Seeing Zhao Tai preparing to bow respectfully, Zheng Haoyan quickly stopped him and said calmly. Knowing his lord's nature well, Zhao Tai got straight to the point. What do you need, my lord? Zheng Haoyan paused briefly, then spoke slowly. I need a pair of armor, decent defense, aesthetically pleasing, and suitable for a couple to wear together. Then he quickly added, they're gifts for others, not for me. So as long as they're ready by tomorrow, it'll be fine. Zhao Tai's mind was already racing with ideas on how to craft such a set of matching armor. Seeing this, Zheng Haoyan quietly slipped away. While flying overhead, looking down at the constant flow of subordinates below, Zheng Haoyan began pondering whether he should also arrange spouses for his own people. For one, his base was growing increasingly powerful, and secondly, the number of summoned population had been increasing daily, leading to more female subordinates appearing where once they'd been extremely rare. Just as he was deep in thought, 9 armored vehicles approached from the rear of the base. Zheng Haoyan's eyes lit up. To prevent loyalty drops among his subordinates, he, the self-proclaimed villain in matters of love, decided to test his theory again, using subordinate lords from his territory. Noticing the direction the group was heading, Zheng Haoyan chose to wait for them directly at the barracks. Right now, Guan Wenkong and the others were filled with joy as they drove toward the barracks, their minds already dreaming of commanding armies as mighty as Boss Haoyan's. And upon seeing that Boss Haoyan was actually waiting for them at the entrance of the barracks, their faces lit up with uncontrollable delight. Before any of them could speak, Zheng Haoyan's calm voice sounded. Let your men enter training first. Without hesitation, they immediately began organizing their troops to enter the barracks. As these subordinates caught sight of the magnificent, imposing barracks before them, their eyes sparkled with excitement. As the system notification sounds rang through each lord's mind, their joyful expressions deepened further. Once the last peasant had entered the barracks, the lords hurriedly rushed toward Zheng Haoyan. Guan Wenkong grinned and spoke first. Boss Haoyan, Did you call us here to tell us how you managed to gather 50 Death Knights so quickly? Hearing this, a flicker of excitement flashed in the eyes of the other lords, who looked at Zheng Haoyan with eager anticipation. Zheng Haoyan remained serious and said nothing more, merely nodding slowly. This single gesture sent the group into renewed delight. Realizing they might be getting overly excited, they immediately suppressed their laughter, wearing slightly apologetic expressions as they glanced at Zheng Haoyan. Seeing their expressions, Zheng Haoyan allowed a faint smile to appear. Wenkong is right. I've called you here to share this method for quickly boosting your subordinates' loyalty. This revelation reignited their excitement, though this time they struggled to contain themselves, not daring to make a sound. Zheng Haoyan continued. This method only works if you have female subordinates under your command. Boss Haoyan, you don't mean, get them married? Came a voice filled with disbelief. Zheng Haoyan nodded. Yes, I just explained this method to Lord Wang Lu, and she's already successfully gained 2 Death Knights. As soon as Zheng Haoyan finished speaking, a gasp rang out. Lord Wang Lu. Good heavens, do you mean that Wang Lu, the one always on the leaderboard? Zheng Haoyan didn't respond, only slowly nodded again. This news left them utterly stunned. My god, so Lord Wang Lu has had Boss Haoyan backing her all along? No wonder she's pulled so far ahead of us. Now we're backed by someone too. Our chances on the leaderboard are looking bright. Haha. Watching the group grow increasingly ecstatic, Zheng Haoyan coughed lightly, snapping them back to reality. I've merely made an exchange with her. I haven't helped her all that much. Zheng Haoyan's calm, measured words dropped like a bombshell, sending another wave of shock through the group. What? No way. Boss Haoyan, just a tiny bit of help from you. And suddenly there's another top-tier lord. Chapter 188, The Right Way to Boost Loyalty. If we can use Elder Hao Tian's resources, how powerful could we possibly become? No need to guess. From now on, Elder Hao Tian will sit at the top of the leaderboard, and positions 2 through 10 belong to us. Ha ha ha. Guan Wenkong burst into laughter once again. Zheng Haoyan rubbed his nose, slightly surprised. His few words had already stunned these lords this much. Gui Yiming was the first to snap out of it, looking at Zheng Haoyan with eager eyes. So, Elder Hao Tian, does that mean you've already figured out a nearly perfect plan for us? As Gui Yiming finished speaking, everyone focused their attention on Zheng Haoyan, eyes shining with anticipation. A subtle, perfectly measured smile curled up the corner of Zheng Haoyan's lips. Yes, first off, such shortcuts usually come with risks. Therefore, to reduce those risks, I suggest using subordinates whose loyalty is above 80. That greatly increases your chances of success. Secondly, don't force them together. You must consider their willingness. If neither party shows interest, don't worry. That actually makes things easier. Just create opportunities gradually and help them get closer. As for how to bring them together, well, I'm sure most of you have read plenty of novels. You know exactly what kinds of scenes I'm talking about, right? Zheng Haoyan raised an eyebrow slightly as he spoke. Everyone broke into knowing smiles. Now this was the proper way to boost loyalty. With that, Zheng Haoyan soared back into the sky, leaving behind a group of awestruck and envious lords. How awesome is that mecha? When will I ever get one of my own? It used to be just a dream, but now if we perform well, anything's possible. Look, we already have cars now, don't we? At that, they all turned their gazes toward the armored vehicle in the distance, their eyes glowing with joy. High above Hao Tian base, a single mecha streaked rapidly across the sky. Gazing down at the unusual structure standing in the wilderness, Zheng Haoyan wore a broad smile. Yes, this was the old laboratory. He had never forgotten, even during his last departure, that mysterious energy tower rising from the plains. Locked onto the direction, Zheng Haoyan dove swiftly downward, no longer following roads slowly or exploring cautiously as before. Shadow switched to rush mode. Command received. Switching to rush mode. Activating mode. Switch successful. Mecha attack power increased by 150%. Defense reduced to 50%. Weapon Shinkai change. As the conical shield materialized in his hand, Zheng Haoyan's eyes lit up. Boom, boom. The sound of walls being shattered echoed across the wasteland, sending wild animals fleeing in terror. By now, several zombies had gathered inside the lab, but the moment they encountered Zheng Haoyan, they were instantly obliterated. Half an hour later, Zheng Haoyan stood before the towering energy structure in the distance, his face brimming with delight. He'd always sensed something special about this tower. The chilling aura emanating from within had sparked his curiosity beyond measure. Shadow switched to melee mode. Command received. Mode switching in progress. Disabling rush mode. Rush mode disabled successfully. Activating melee mode. Mode activation in progress. Mode switch complete. Defense increased by 200%. Attack power increased by 100%. Weapon Shinkai transforming. In less than 3 breaths, flames erupted beneath his feet. His legs crouched slightly, then launched forward in a blur. The deeper he advanced, the stronger the oppressive sensation in his chest became. Yet, driven by curiosity, Zheng Haoyan pressed on, resisting the growing dread, until he stood directly beneath the colossal energy tower. Before him loomed a pure white door radiating futuristic, high-tech vibes. Heart pounding with fear, he gathered all his energy. His left hand grasped a light shield capable of blocking massive impacts. Slowly, hesitantly, Zheng Haoyan reached out and pushed against the white door. At that moment, he looked like an ant standing before a giant gate. But the door didn't budge. Puzzled, Zheng Haoyan pressed harder, still no movement. Now truly confused, he summoned more strength. Again, nothing. Zheng Haoyan froze. Could it be? I can't get in? Or does it require a password? Immediately, he began scanning every inch of the door's surface. Half an hour later, Zheng Haoyan stared helplessly at the door, completely baffled as to how to open it. Shadow, can you detect the method to unlock this door? Scanning in progress. As the mechanical female voice spoke, a 3D model of the door appeared before Zheng Haoyan's eyes. 5 minutes later, the mechanical female voice sounded again, scan complete. Unable to determine the method to open the door. Zheng Haoyan felt somewhat disheartened, muttering to himself, I should have kept one of the researchers here back then. Researcher, right? Fangyu. With that, Zheng Haoyan immediately switched his mecha into rush mode and sped toward the base. Under rush mode, it took only 15 minutes to reach the base. Out of habit, Zheng Haoyan headed straight for the laboratory. This time, finding no one there, he quickly changed course and rushed toward the heavy manufacturing plant. Spotting Fangyu operating machinery in the distance, Zheng Haoyan hesitated slightly. Should he prioritize building tanks, or find out how to open the door first? Driven once again by curiosity, Zheng Haoyan stepped forward. Fangyu, hearing his lord's voice from behind, Fangyu instantly turned and bowed. Ah, Lord Hao Tian. Zheng Haoyan quickly helped him up, speaking anxiously. No need for formalities. I just have one question for you. Do you know about a huge energy tower that used to be in your lab? Fangyu fell into deep thought. After a moment, a faint look of sorrow crossed his face. Lord Hao Tian, only the director would have known about that tower. Typically, access to such energy towers is restricted solely to the director. Though Fangyu's words dampened Zheng Haoyan's hopes a little, having mentally prepared himself, he smiled faintly and patted Fangyu on the shoulder. It's alright. It probably wasn't that important anyway. You focus on manufacturing the tanks first. At that moment, within the chat channel, excitement flared up again, sparked by a single Lord's message. Holy crap, guess what I just saw? What did you see? I saw Lord Hao Tian's rescue team. He's coming. He's speeding straight toward me. Dude, are you trying to flex? Careful, my 40-meter long blade is ready for you. No bro, I'm serious. But seriously, Lord Hao Tian's rescue force is way too massive. Chapter 189. The last bullet is for myself. While this lord was idly chatting in the communication channel, a rescue force from afar had already arrived at the edge of his territory. Seeing the extremely dilapidated state of this lord's base, the loyalty of subordinates within the rescue team, who hadn't yet reached 100 loyalty points, increased slightly once again. System notification. Soldier Lu Haojing's loyalty has increased by 5 points. System notification. Soldier Lu Haowan's loyalty has increased by 5 points. System notification. Hearing these system notifications echoing in his mind, Zheng Haoyan felt a surge of joy. Since there was still no immediate way to enter that distant tower, remembering his first branch base, Zheng Haoyan slowly ascended into the air and shot rapidly eastward. Even with Wei Tai's map, he couldn't precisely determine his current location, only roughly estimate the direction. As long as he kept flying east, he would eventually reach the sea. Although the Phantom battle armor was switched into speed mode, after flying for a long time the ocean still remained unseen. Just as Zheng Haoyan was about to change course, the mountainous terrain beneath him abruptly ended, giving way to a vast, open plain. Seeing this, Zheng Haoyan's heart leapt with joy. Glancing at the time displayed on his screen, he immediately sent a message to Wang Li and Xue Ying before accelerating forward at full speed. At that moment, a sharp gunshot drew Zheng Haoyan's attention. Below, a squad of 30 soldiers equipped with modern weapons was desperately resisting a massive wave of zombies swarming around them. Come on, you damn monsters. Let your granddaddy finish you off. A rough, gruff voice boomed alongside bursts of gunfire. Yet the number of zombies was simply too overwhelming. Despite their excellent gear, against these fearless, relentless undead their weapons offered little advantage. As the horde closed in, the man whose voice had been so loud moments earlier now wore a look of resignation. Brothers, looks like today's the day we die here. But remember, when the zombies finally charge us, save your last bullet for yourselves. Do you understand? The man suddenly shouted. All answered in unison. Understood. Another furious volley of fire erupted. Now, the zombies were barely over a meter away. Determination flared in everyone's eyes. One soldier already aimed his weapon at his own temple. Once one did it, others followed suit, abandoning resistance entirely. Weapons that had once targeted the undead were now pointed at their own heads. In that very instant, a figure descended like a god from the heavens, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice that snapped them back to reality. Cowards, are you really giving up already? As the words fell, a powerful shockwave hit the ground so hard that the soldiers nearly lost their footing and clung to each other for balance. Staring at this sudden divine figure before them, the soldiers' faces lit up with elation. Meanwhile, the entire swarm of zombies had been hurled backward by Zheng Haoyan's crushing descent impact. Phantom, switched to melee mode. Command received. Disabling speed mode. Speed mode disabled. Enabling melee mode. Melee mode activated. Weapon form shifted. Defense increased by 100%. Attack power increased by 100%. Without pausing even for a second, Zheng Haoyan dashed into the zombie horde. Wherever he moved, zombies vanished from existence in droves. Chunks of rotten flesh drifted through the air. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers were filled with excitement. Without hesitation, they picked up their weapons once more and opened fire wildly at the surrounding zombies. 10 minutes later, the once densely packed swarm of zombies had completely disappeared, leaving behind only scattered remains. The 30 soldiers stood in awe. Throughout the fight, they had merely been defending themselves. The man in mechanized armor before them, resembling a deity, had personally eliminated 95% of all the zombies. That gruff voice spoke again. Wu Qi, commander of Special Operations Unit 1, 5th Detachment, Outer Wasteland Irregular Forces, along with all my comrades. Thanks you, our hero, for the rescue. With that, every soldier knelt halfway onto one knee. Seeing them perform such a respectful gesture, Zheng Haoyan's deep voice rang out once more. Rise. Perhaps you can explain why you're here, and what exactly these Outer Wasteland Irregular Forces are. At this, the same rough voice responded. Reporting to the hero, suddenly, for reasons unknown, an enormous number of zombies appeared across the world. We just received orders to go eliminate them. But before we could even launch our mission, our base was attacked by zombies. We got separated from the main force and have been fighting on our own ever since, completely cut off from any contact. Today, if not for the hero's rescue, my first special operations unit would have been wiped out entirely. As Wu Qi finished speaking, a wave of gloom swept across the faces of him and his comrades. At that moment, Zheng Haoyan was deeply shocked. From Wu Qi's words, it wasn't hard to deduce that these people were native inhabitants of this world, original military personnel. They were also the second group of normal humans Zheng Haoyan had encountered since Fangyu. Neither turned into zombies nor half-zombies. Suppressing the surge of excitement within, Zheng Haoyan's deep voice resounded once more. I see. I never imagined the zombie threat would be so devastating that even military bases were overrun. Zheng Haoyan's words only deepened the despair on Wu Qi and the others' faces. Noticing this, he continued. So what are your plans now? Are you going to keep searching for your main force? At this, a spark lit up in Wu Qi's eyes as he looked at Zheng Haoyan. Right now, we can't reach any other units. Our special ops team used to be the strongest in the entire force, and even we've been reduced to just 30 men. At this rate, the other units are probably... His voice trailed off. Then he gazed at Zheng Haoyan with growing hope. Would it be possible for us to follow you, hero? Hearing this, the other soldiers' eyes instantly filled with anticipation. Zheng Haoyan was momentarily stunned. Looking at these 30 warriors who had somehow survived days under relentless zombie assaults, their resilience was undeniable. In that moment, he felt a flicker of intent to recruit them. You want to follow me? Hearing the question, Wu Qi's face brightened immediately, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, if you'd accept us, we'll serve you loyally until death. System notification. The loyalty of the 30 soldiers in front of you has reached 80. Recruitment will directly add to your total population. Hearing the familiar system notification echo in his mind, Zheng Haoyan's heart surged with joy. Chapter 190, Special Forces. Zheng Haoyan looked at the 30 well-equipped soldiers before him, a growing smile spreading across his face. But enclosed within his mech, Wu Qi and the others couldn't see Zheng Haoyan's excitement. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for so long, Wu Qi grew impatient and quickly blurted out, Sir, rest assured, we will show absolute loyalty to you. As soon as Wu Qi finished speaking, the others also anxiously voiced their agreement. Seeing that the situation was developing in a new direction, Zheng Haoyan hurriedly spoke up. Since you're willing to follow me, from now on you are all members of my Haoyan base, no longer belonging to your previous organizations. Are you willing? Hearing the seriousness in Zheng Haoyan's voice, the anxious expressions on everyone's faces gradually faded. Wu Qi spoke with excitement. Sir, don't worry. Once we've submitted ourselves to you, we are all part of your organization. Though he didn't say it aloud, deep down he knew full well that his former organization had probably already fallen apart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received no word from them until now. As Wu Qi finished, the other warriors nodded firmly. Zheng Haoyan calculated the distance to the base from his current location inside the mech, let out a deep sigh, and immediately led the group onward. Such elite troops would be incredibly difficult to assemble even if one tried. Who in their right mind would turn them away? Without any hesitation, Zheng Haoyan accepted them on the spot. While marching forward, Zheng Haoyan began scanning the surroundings for any abandoned cities. Accustomed to the speed provided by his mech, walking felt extremely uncomfortable to him now. Besides, since these fighters had officially become his people, there was no way he'd make them suffer unnecessarily. Luck favored the diligent. After half an hour of searching, he finally spotted what appeared to be the ruins of a city through the mech's blurry visual feed. Immediately, Zheng Haoyan changed the group's course, heading straight toward the wreckage. For these disciplined soldiers, whose creed was obedience, this sudden change of direction raised no questions or doubts. They simply followed Zheng Haoyan forward. Along the way, scattered zombies appeared frequently, but none ever reached a point where Zheng Haoyan needed to intervene. The presence of zombies made their journey less monotonous. And thanks to Zheng Haoyan's presence, the soldiers could travel without constant fear. An hour slowly passed. The sky began to darken. Staring at the towering skyscrapers of this once bustling metropolis, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but feel emotional. He wondered what exactly had happened to the world. How had densely populated cities turned into playgrounds for the undead? A wave of sorrow welled up within him. Just as he stood lost in thought, a tremendous roar jolted him back to reality. Startled, he reflexively fired off a blast from his hand, sending a beam of light shooting forward. Boom! As the projectile launched, a 30-story building collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving the warriors gaping in stunned silence yet again. But the zombies' roar grew louder in response, followed shortly by several more echoing howls. Hearing so many zombies approaching at once, the soldiers' astonishment instantly turned to terror. Wu Qi's face twisted with urgency. Everyone, prepare for battle. Be ready to cover the commander's retreat at any moment. Yes. The group responded in unison with sharp precision. Next to them, Zheng Haoyan blinked in confusion, watching them oddly. You don't need to protect me. Just focus on keeping yourselves safe. His words only intensified Wu Qi's anxiety. He urgently explained, Sir, we've encountered this kind of zombie before. It was precisely because of threats like this that our forces suffered devastating losses. Therefore, please ensure your own safety above all, Wu Qi continued after a pause. These zombies are far stronger than the ordinary ones we faced earlier. Zheng Haoyan shook his head slightly, feeling touched, while also gaining renewed appreciation for just how effective his system was in controlling subordinates' loyalty. With a loyalty level of 80, they were actually willing to place his safety above their own lives. Realizing this, Zheng Haoyan slowly replied, Don't worry. Seeing Zheng Haoyan remain calm, no one argued further, though each silently prioritized protecting him above everything else. The zombies' roars drew nearer. The ground began trembling beneath their feet. All the soldiers wore grim expressions. As they watched a massive swarm of black-clad undead pour out from the ruined city ahead, Wu Qi glanced at Zheng Haoyan beside him and sighed deeply. They had originally assumed that Zheng Haoyan, capable of flight and possessing a wide aerial view, would guide them safely through dangerous areas. But he never expected that Zheng Haoyan would lead them into such a perilous place. Though somewhat regretful in his heart, Wu Qi still orderly commanded the group of warriors to form the safest and most effective defense possible. Zheng Haoyan, surrounded in the center, felt a surge of joy. If I have a military commander like this, there will be no need to worry about lacking capable leaders for my future forces. As the zombies drew closer, at Wu Qi's sharp command of open fire, weapons from every soldier blazed with streaks of light. In that first exchange, over 100 of the frontline zombies were instantly blown apart. It was only at this moment that Zheng Haoyan noticed. The weapons in their hands were far superior to his own, even better than the unmodified versions he had before Fang Yu and others had upgraded them. This discovery sent another wave of excitement through Zheng Haoyan. Their combat strength was not just slightly stronger than the fighters trained at his base, it was vastly superior. Every time one of them pulled the trigger, a zombie exploded with near certainty. Rarely did they need to fire a second shot. What Zheng Haoyan didn't know, however, was that these soldiers had only recently mastered the technique of instantly obliterating zombies in a single hit. Yet despite their skill, the number of zombies was simply too great. Although Wu Qi and his men wasted no bullets, their rate of fire had already been pushed to its maximum. Watching the encroaching horde grow ever nearer, Wu Qi's face darkened with deeper concern. His gaze unconsciously swept toward Zheng Haoyan, still standing calmly within their protective formation, completely composed, and his anxiety intensified even more. Captain, the zombies are closing in on us. Should we retreat? 5 minutes later, a sudden report rang out. Wu Qi frowned, staring at the swarm now barely 5 meters away, his mind racing for a viable countermeasure. At that moment, a deep, powerful voice boomed out. Chapter 191, Training with Zombies. Combat ready. The deep voice came from Zheng Haoyan. The phantom mech shot into the sky, standing like a war god before everyone, fearlessly facing the zombie horde. Phantom, switch to assault mode. Command received. Switching to assault mode. Mode activation in progress. Switch successful. Mech attack power increased by 150%, defense reduced to 50%. Weapon configuration change. Switching once again from close combat mode. Zheng Haoyan prepared to break through the zombies' formation and create an opening for the special forces to engage. Lord is truly incredible. Wu Qi's eyes sparkled uncontrollably. Both the mighty phantom mech and the brilliant Zheng Haoyan had left an indelible impression on him. Team Leader Wu, I'll split the battlefield. You continue commanding the battle. Zheng Haoyan's voice rang into Wu Qi's ears. Real combat was always the fastest way to improve. The Special Forces unit already had solid foundations. They just lacked proper barracks training. Compared to base soldiers, they appeared somewhat inexperienced, which was exactly why Zheng Haoyan made this decision. Understood. All team members, combat ready. At Wu Qi's command, everyone raised their weapons. A small group of about 100 zombies now stood as their opponent. First squad, defend. Second squad, ranged attacks. Third squad, stay mobile. Fire. Wu Qi belonged to the second squad. His marksmanship was, if not the best, certainly among the top 3 in the entire special force. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tore through the air, each shot precisely placed, finding perfect impact points. One after another, zombies dropped. The remaining zombies kept charging at the first squad's front line, the human wall of flesh and blood, but despite repeated attempts, couldn't break through, only to be mowed down steadily. My lord, we've won. Over 100 zombies fell under Wu Qi's command in less than a minute. The third mobile squad hadn't even been fully deployed yet. A look of pleasant surprise spread across Zheng Haoyan's face. With just a little more training back at the base, this special ops team could become a major asset. Attention! Second wave incoming. Roar! Zheng Haoyan released another batch of zombies. He could easily launch a full assault and eliminate them all in record time, much faster than merely holding them off. But that wouldn't serve his purpose of evaluating the special forces' true capabilities. As the zombies roared, around 200 of them charged toward the special team once more. Wu Qi now fully understood Zheng Haoyan's intent. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes. He would prove to his lord that Wu Qi and his team were no pushovers. First squad, charge. Second squad, open fire. Third squad, heavy weapon support. With me, charge. Wu Qi rushed into the first squad, drawing the combat knife at his waist. He was ready to fight without restraint. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang, boom. The sound of blades slicing into rotting flesh, bullets piercing bodies, and shells exploding against the ground formed a magnificent symphony echoing between earth and sky. No need to prove anything further. Zheng Haoyan smiled. Saving these Special Forces members might have been their good fortune, but it was equally his own opportunity. Zombies are just the beginning. Phantom, switch to close combat mode. Command received, mode switching. Switching, assault mode disengaging. Assault mode deactivated successfully. Activating close combat mode. Mode activation in progress. Mode switch complete. Defense increased by 200%. Attack power increased by 100%. Weapon reconfiguration. Turning toward the swarm of zombies, Zheng Haoyan's lips curled slightly upward. You can die now. A thunderous roar shook the ground. Zombie flesh exploded into chunks. The 5th Special Operations Team froze in place. Everything signaled that this encounter had decisively ended. Wu Qi, keep watch on the surroundings. Follow me back to base. Yes, my lord. Special Forces Wu Qi's loyalty plus 10. Special Forces Chun Jun's loyalty plus 10. Zheng Haoyan had once again conquered this 30-member team deep within their hearts. Now, they were but one step away from becoming his sworn elite. Walking all the way back to base wasn't practical. Zheng Haoyan had long planned ahead. Vehicles must exist somewhere in the city. So he led the Special Forces team into the nearest urban ruins. And as luck would have it, they ran into that same group from before. It's Big Bro Haoyan. Big Bro Haoyan, why are you back? And who are these people with you? When they saw Zheng Haoyan, they respectfully stepped forward to greet him. You guys keep exploring the wasteland. I need to bring my newly recruited team back to base for rest and reorganization, Zheng Haoyan casually explained. Brother Haoyan is just too amazing. How come in such a short time he's already gathered so many followers? Exactly. Brother Haoyan, please don't forget to help us out too. That's right. We don't need to be as strong as Boss Wang Lu. Just making it onto the ranking list would be enough. Zheng Haoyan smiled faintly. Of course, he would help them, but not everyone could become someone like Wang Lu. Stay safe. Thank you for your concern, Boss Haoyan. We'll see you off. A chorus of respectful farewells rang out as Zheng Haoyan continued onward with his 30-man team, searching for vehicles. Heaven rewards those who persevere. Before long, they found a dilapidated 4S store containing over a dozen cars. A smile crept across Zheng Haoyan's face. Time to head back. Yet as they made their way back, the massive white tower of the Research Institute suddenly emitted waves of invisible energy, rapidly spreading across half the wasteland. Humans showed no reaction upon contact with the energy waves, but the zombies underwent terrifying transformations. One wilderness hunting squad quickly noticed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Look, what's happening to those zombies? They're not normal. Open fire, kill them. Dada. The machine gun spray failed to achieve the desired effect. The crisp clinking of spent shell casings hitting the ground became their final death knell. Roar. Some zombies gained terrifying speed, their hands sprouting crimson spikes as they swiftly closed in on the hunting squad. Swish. The sound of spikes piercing flesh echoed, followed immediately by screams of utter despair. No, save me. The same scenes played out across the wasteland. In an instant, the land was drenched in blood, danger lurking everywhere. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoyan had already returned to Haoyan base with his team. After handing the 30 Special Forces members over to the steward, he climbed onto the city walls and gazed into the distance. An indescribable sense of oppression washed over him. Something was happening. Chapter 192, The White Tower Core. Upon hearing the news that Zheng Haoyan had returned to the base, Shuang rushed over immediately, just in time to see his face atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, eyes filled with solemn intensity. Lord Haoyan, is something wrong? Shuang asked anxiously. Nothing's wrong. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Go ask Lu Fu to prepare a banquet tonight. We need to welcome our new comrades to the base, Zheng Haoyan replied with a gentle smile, deactivating his mecha and lightly patting Shui Ying's head. Yes, right away. After Shui Ying left, Zheng Haoyan muttered softly under his breath. No matter what kind of demon or monster you are, you won't lay a finger on my base. Across the wastelands, a group of figures sprinted desperately forward, something terrifying close behind them. Liuzi, take your people and run ahead. I'll hold them off. Everyone from Fenghua base formed defensive formation. Zhang Fenghua was an obscure minor lord who had barely managed to survive the zombie attacks. Seeking better prospects for his base's growth, he ventured into the wasteland alongside his close friend Qin Lu. At first, things went smoothly, but no one could have predicted that zombies would suddenly begin mutating, becoming more than 10 times stronger in combat strength, utterly crushing their squad. If not for a rare spatial artifact they'd obtained by chance, one that allowed a single short-range teleport, they wouldn't have had any chance to escape at all. But now, the zombies were catching up once again. Brother Hua, I won't leave you. Qin Lu, run now, or none of us will make it. Zhang Fenghua shoved him hard. In this apocalypse, sentimental farewells were meaningless. Qin Lu knew this well. He slammed his fist into the ground. With a furious roar, he bellowed. Brother Hua, in my next life, I'll be your ox or horse, repaying your boundless kindness. Qin Lu, if you ever return, take care of my parents for me. Zhang Fenghua gripped his longsword tightly. A closer look revealed it was actually manufactured by Zhang Haoyan's base. Of the original 20-some members, only 12 remained. As a fellow leader, Qin Lu couldn't abandon his men. Roar. The guttural scream of zombies reached Zhang Fenghua's ears, and in the next second, their shapes emerged before him. How did they become like this? Staring at the pale-skinned creatures before him, Zhang Fenghua's face twisted in shock. Boom. But zombies didn't pause for human disbelief. The defensive formation his team had set up shattered under the assault of the white zombies. We can't stay on defense. Follow me, attack. Zhang Fenghua roared, launching a countercharge. Clang. Flash. His sword hacked at the nearest zombie, but failed to penetrate its defenses. Quickly pulling back, he thrust forward again, finally driving the blade into the creature's body. Oh wow. But then, the zombie unleashed a horrifying shriek. The very sword embedded inside its flesh began rapidly dissolving. That seemingly successful strike had done absolutely nothing. No. Screams soon echoed across the wasteland. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fenghua's remaining 12-man team was completely overwhelmed by the swarm of white zombies. When the horde finally moved on, nothing was left behind. Every human corpse transformed into a new white zombie. White terror spread swiftly. Back at Haoyan base, Wu Qi and 30 elite special forces members had just completed training, standing before Zhang Haoyan with sharper, fiercer resolve. Underling Wu Qi, leading the Haoyan Special Ops Unit, reporting to Lord Commander. The thunderous chorus of 30 voices, it felt earth-shaking. Zhang Haoyan truly understood it now. Why could a unit marching in step collapse a bridge? Beyond resonance, it was because they moved as one. Unity, without doubt, the most terrifying force in the world, unmatched by anything else. Excellent. Follow me to the residential area, you'll be stationed there. I've prepared a welcome feast for you, Zhang Haoyan said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Commander. The 30 followed closely behind Zhang Haoyan to the housing district. After instructing Shui Ying to escort them to their seats, Zhang Haoyan himself turned toward the base hall, his private message inbox flashing nonstop. Something's happened. Check the world chat channel. That was Wang Lu's message. Similar warnings flooded in, over a dozen, all urging Zhang Haoyan to look at the global chat. Perplexed, Zhang Haoyan opened the world chat window, as instructed. White terror sweeps the wastelands. The dawn of a new battle? Help! The zombies are back, and they've mutated. It must be related to that massive white tower. Lord Haoyan, save us. White tower. Zombies. Mutation? For some reason, the moment Zhang Haoyan saw these words, his heart clenched tightly. His intuition, once again, seemed to have foreseen something with chilling accuracy. Someone speak up and explain what's happening. Everyone else, stay silent. Zhang Haoyan typed, attempting to clear the chat. Instantly, the world chat went completely quiet. Not a single message followed. You, Qin Lu, speak up. Didn't you experience this firsthand? Wei Tai stepped in and directly called out a lord by name. Lord Haoyan, Lord Wei Tai, are we doomed? Those white zombies are terrifying. My big brother Zhang Fenghua. He didn't even last a minute. Qin Lu's text trembled with raw fear. Stay calm. Tell us everything you went through. This isn't just your fight. It belongs to all of us lords. Zhang Haoyan replied seriously. Qin Lu paused for about a minute, regaining himself, before sending another message. They look similar to ordinary zombies, but their entire bodies are covered in an eerie white hue. They're extremely fast and immensely strong. The moment we encountered them, we lost 3 men. Then we tried to run, but in the end, no matter what we did, we couldn't escape. If it weren't for my big brother shielding me from the zombies, I wouldn't have made it back to the base at all. Qin Lu's words choked up slightly. Then his message stopped. White zombies. Could they really be connected to the White Tower? But I was granted access rights to its 8th floor. Could there be some hidden secret within? Zhang Haoyan's mind raced, thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind, unable to settle on any definite conclusion. Does anyone have any insights? Now is the time to speak freely. Lord Haoyan, my name is Wang Qi. I believe these white zombies are soldiers sent out by the White Tower itself. We'll definitely need to launch an assault on it. Please, Lord, lead us. Chapter 193, Reforming the Special Forces. The world chat instantly flooded with pleas for help, almost all of them begging the great powers to lead them. But at this moment, Zhang Haoyan wasn't replying. His mind was filled only with the words, White Tower. Ever since he'd obtained access to the 8th floor of the White Tower, he hadn't had the chance to visit yet. However, he hadn't forgotten about it, and perhaps now was the perfect time to finally go and see what it held. The White Tower Legion? I'd like to see just what kind of force they really are, Zhang Haoyan said with a look of anticipation. Lord Haoyan, why are you alone in the base hall? The special forces were saying they wouldn't eat until you arrived. Just as Zhang Haoyan was pondering how many men he should bring to the White Tower, Shui Ying came running into the hall, catching her breath as she spoke. Zhang Haoyan smiled gently. These people are quite stubborn. Well then, let's head over now. With that, he walked toward the residential house with Shui Ying. These special forces members couldn't be neglected. When they reached the residence, Wu Qi spotted Zhang Haoyan immediately and issued a sharp command. Everyone rise. Hail Lord Haoyan. Zhang Haoyan was startled by the thunderous greeting and waved helplessly. Enough, everyone sit down. The food will get cold otherwise. Yes, Lord Haoyan. They stood and sat again in perfect unison. The special forces were clearly different from the ordinary farmers summoned by the base. Although they didn't possess unique abilities or outstanding attributes, they had iron discipline. Since the base had upgraded into a main city, Lu Fu had already properly managed daily meals. Thus, Zhang Haoyan no longer needed to worry about food shortages despite population growth. After the welcoming banquet, Wu Qi approached Zhang Haoyan with an anxious expression, carrying a lingering question in his heart. Speak up if you have something to say. Don't be hesitant, Zhang Haoyan said with a warm smile. Lord Haoyan, forgive my boldness. I do have a concern I hope you can clarify. Zhang Haoyan nodded, urging him to continue. It's just, what will become of our 30 men? I've noticed that everyone in the base has their designated role. But us, We're good at nothing except fighting and marching. So, Wu Qi said awkwardly. He'd asked Zheng Haoyin to absorb the special forces, but upon arriving at Haotian base, he realized they might actually be redundant. I need your strong combat capabilities precisely, but sharpening the axe won't delay the wood chopping. I don't need you to act yet. The timing isn't right, Zheng Haoyin replied with his usual calm smile. But Lord, we can't just eat without contributing. We've all completed training at the barracks. What we need most now is actual combat. Wu Qi pressed on impatiently. There will definitely be opportunities for real combat, but you must wait a little longer. Zheng Haoyin shook his head. Wu Qi frowned, feeling discouraged. All his words seemed to have led nowhere. Yet Zheng Haoyin reached out and patted Wu Qi's shoulder reassuringly. Why are you still standing there? Assemble your men. I'll take you to sharpen those blades. What? Wu Qi's frown turned into bewilderment. It wasn't until they arrived at the blacksmith workshop that Wu Qi finally regained his senses. Was the Lord planning to upgrade their equipment? But would coming here actually help? Zhao Tai, I need 30 sets of excellent grade armor. How long will it take your entire workshop to produce them? Zheng Haoyin asked straight to the point. Reporting to you, Lord Haoyin, Fong researcher and I have developed a new type of lightweight battle armor. Made from refined iron and enhanced with Fong's energy charging technology. Each set takes only 30 minutes to complete. Its defensive power surpasses that of standard excellent grade armor, Zhao Tai reported proudly, delivering a pleasant surprise. We originally intended to report this to you this morning, but we learned you'd left the base, so we couldn't make it in time. Now it turns out perfectly. I suggest we manufacture the lightweight battle armor instead. If we mobilize the entire workshop, I guarantee to finish all 30 sets by tomorrow morning, Zhao Tai declared confidently. What could Zheng Haoyin say? He simply nodded with a smile. What boss wouldn't love such a diligent employee? Wu Qi, you heard it. Lightweight armor won't be ready until tomorrow morning. Remember to come personally with your men to collect them. Yes, Lord Haoyin. Now, let's head to the laboratory. Your weapons need upgrading too. Zheng Haoyin was now familiarizing himself with the base alongside the 30 new members, though his main purpose was to equip them with new gear. Wu Qi and the others understood his intentions well, and each Special Forces member wore an expression of eager anticipation. They moved from the blacksmith workshop to the laboratory, a simulated space established based on blueprints obtained by research robots from the Institute. Externally, it looked no different from an ordinary laboratory, but internally, it was vastly unique. Indeed, this was what one might call vastness within a small space. Hail Lord Haoyin. As Zheng Haoyin arrived at the lab, Fong Yu happened to be stepping out. The unrestrained joy visible on his face instantly piqued Zheng Haoyin's curiosity. Fong Yu, what's got you so excited? Zheng Haoyin asked casually. Reporting to you, Lord Haoyin, there's good news. No, make that 2 pieces of good news, Fong Yu replied enthusiastically. The blacksmith workshop developed the lightweight battle armor. What's the other? You've already been to the blacksmith workshop? That kid Zhao Tai promised to wait for me to report together. Yet he went ahead and told you first. Fong Yu grumbled slightly, secretly cursing Zhao Tai under his breath. I needed the armor, so he told me directly. Now tell me, what's the second piece of good news? Reporting to you, Lord Haoyin, I've co-developed a weapon far more powerful than the energy gun, together with 3 senior robot researchers. Plus, it's more convenient to carry and recharge than the energy gun, Fong Yu said, carefully observing Zheng Haoyin's expression as he spoke. Wu Qi, looks like our researcher Fong has already guessed why we're here. Ha ha. Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, and the Special Forces members also found it hard to contain their joy, joining in with chuckles. This left Fong Yu somewhat bewildered. What were these people laughing about? It was like meeting a perfect match just when needed. Step 1 of the Special Forces reform plan had succeeded almost effortlessly. With battle armor and weapons secured, next we need some heavy equipment. Zheng Haoyin turned and gazed toward the tank factory, the very place where the next phase of the reform plan would unfold. Chapter 194, Accelerated Rescue. Outside the heavy weapons factory, Zheng Haoyin had already handed over command to Hanju. Thanks to full automation, tank production had begun proceeding in an orderly fashion. Salute, Lord. At ease, rise. Zheng Haoyin lightly gestured upward with both hands. How is tank production progressing? Have any units been completed yet? Zheng Haoyin asked casually. My lord, currently our arsenal can only produce the Tiger, 1 heavy assault tank. Following your orders, we've been operating at maximum capacity. There are already 2 finished units in the warehouse, Hanju replied with a smile. Good. Take me to the warehouse. Yes, my lord. This way, please. Following Hanju, Zheng Haoyin and Wu Qi, along with 30 members of the Special Operations Force, arrived at the factory's warehouse. The moment Hanju pulled back the black cloth covering the tank, everyone present was stunned. Equipment: Tiger, 1 heavy assault tank. Attributes: Defense 1000, Attack 2000, Speed 500, Potential 200. Special attributes: Heavy weapon enhancement, Reinforced armor. Note: this is a true steel beast. On the battlefield, aside from aerial strikes, it will be invincible. My lord, is this the large-scale equipment you prepared for us? Wu Qi stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Not big enough for you. A slight smirk curved Zheng Haoyin's lips. Big? It's huge, massive. After completing the Special Forces equipment upgrade, Zheng Haoyin sent the team off to the barracks, where the simulation training rooms would keep them occupied for the time being. After all, forging the remaining gear would take some more time. Everything wouldn't be fully ready until tomorrow morning. 5 Tiger, 1 heavy assault tanks, 30 sets of light combat armor, 30 enhanced energy rifles, paired with 30 elite special operatives. Zheng Haoyan couldn't imagine how that so-called White Tower could possibly stand a chance. It'd probably be too easy. Ring ring ring. Just as Zheng Haoyan was about to rest, the phone he carried suddenly rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from Wei Tai. Wei Tai, what do you need? Zheng Haoyan asked coldly, his tone anything but warm. He hadn't forgotten being tricked before. Can't I just call a friend now and then? You're taking things too seriously, brother Haoyan, Wei Tai said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. It's late. If it wasn't important, you wouldn't have chosen this hour to disturb me. Wei Tai fell silent abruptly, seemingly caught in awkwardness. Ha, brother Haoyan, as sharp as ever. No wonder you were the first to upgrade to a level 5 base. All right, I'll speak plainly then, Wei Tai said, his tone turning serious. After Zheng Haoyan's simple response, Wei Tai continued. The truth is, I'm calling again about rescuing the other lords. The appearance of the White Tower Legion confirms one thing. We're not alone in this world. There are native inhabitants here, and very likely, the people inside the White Tower are those natives. It's possible they created the zombie crisis, or even orchestrated our arrival in this world. They may be behind everything. They are our real enemy. Get to the point. Zheng Haoyan cut him off sharply, unimpressed by what he'd already deduced long ago. Cough cough. Wei Tai cleared his throat, regaining composure. Well then, seems you've already figured it out. What I really want to say is this. We must accelerate our efforts. We need to rescue all the other lords as quickly as possible, not only to prepare for the second wave of the zombie crisis in 15 days, but also to confront the unknown White Tower army. Now, I still can't reach the island-based lords, but on the mainland, I've contacted another 30. I'll dispatch teams in batches to rescue them. Beyond that, there's nothing more I can do right now, Zheng Haoyan said evenly. So brother Haoyan has already taken action. My reminder appears rather unnecessary after all. Haha, but no matter. In that case, I'll also commit myself fully to rescuing the other lords, so we can form our in-world alliance force as soon as possible. Wei Tai declared with grand ambition. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. It's late. All right, brother Haoyan. Beep beep beep. Hearing the dial tone, Wei Tai looked helplessly at the robed envoy standing beside him. He's far too arrogant. Can't be helped. Last time I was a bit underhanded, but it couldn't be avoided. He'll probably forgive me someday. Wei Tai waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about Zheng Haoyan's final rude behavior. Putting down the phone, Zheng Haoyan tightened his arm slightly, pulling Wang Li and Shui Ying closer against him. Lord Hao, is something wrong? My lord, if there's anything troubling you, please share it with us. You don't have to bear it alone. Both Shui Ying and Wang Li wore expressions of concern. Nothing at all. It's getting late. Time we started our night activities. Come here, my little darlings. Naughty my lord. Giggle, giggle. Lord Hao, stop tickling me. The next morning, gazing at the two women whose faces showed signs of exhaustion, Zheng Haoyan sat up from the bed, thoroughly satisfied. Since taking the 5 elements chi pill, he hadn't felt fatigue once. It had to be said, anything from the system was truly top grade. Lu Laowu, Zhang Daqiang. Come to the base hall. Zheng Haoyan pulled out his phone and issued an order, summoning the leaders of the 5 rescue teams. Soon, Lu Laowu and the others arrived at the base hall, waiting for Zheng Haoyan's instructions. Gather around, everyone. Due to special circumstances, we must accelerate our rescue operations. So today's tasks will be quite demanding. I hope you can overcome any difficulties and complete your missions. Don't worry, my lord. We guarantee mission success, they shouted in unison. Zheng Haoyan nodded and began assigning specific tasks. Lu Laowu, head northwest. In that direction, the lords Ko Yi, Kuang Wei Yi, Lan Yu, Tang Shang, and Shunda are your targets today. Bring them back safely. Daqiang, you go northeast. Pointing at the map, Zheng Haoyan quickly finished assigning tasks. Though challenging, not a single person showed fear. On the roads now, White Tower Legion forces may appear. Remember, safety comes first. Understood. Understood, came the unified response. Good. Move out. Chapter 195, First Battle Against the White Tower Legion. As Zheng Haoyan shouted, move out. The base gates swung open, and 5 rescue teams swiftly advanced in their assigned directions. Today, they were destined to race against time. Immediately afterward, Zheng Haoyan opened the world chat window and sent a message that instantly energized everyone. Today's rescue operation begins. All lords who have been contacted, get ready. Lord Tang Shang, big brother Haoyan, I've been ready at all times. Wokeo, another lucky guy gets picked. When will it be my turn? Zheng Haoyan didn't bother reading through the flurry of messages. While his subordinates were busy, he couldn't afford to stand idle either. Wu Qi and his 30-man special operations unit had already assembled. Zheng Haoyan first led them to the blacksmith shop, where Master Zhao Tai, after working through the night, had completed the production target of 30 sets of lightweight battle armor. Everyone gear up. Zheng Haoyan ordered. The team began collecting their armor and changed into it right on the spot. Weighing only 1 kilogram, the lightweight armor provided superior protection compared to heavy armor weighing 30 jin. More importantly, it did not hinder the soldier's agility, covered 80% of the body, an astonishing level, and critical areas were reinforced with secondary forging for even greater defense. Within moments, all 30 soldiers donned their brand new silver shining armors, and their aura transformed dramatically. Not bad. Zheng Haoyan was highly satisfied. With such a force, how could victory over the White Tower Legion be out of reach? Thank you, Lord, for bestowing us this armor. No need for formalities, rise. Special Operations Unit Wu Qi Loyalty plus 10. Special Operations Unit Qin Ming Loyalty plus 10. Special Operations Unit Yuan Long Loyalty plus 10. After putting on the lightweight armor, each member's loyalty shot up noticeably. They truly felt the sense of safety it provided. Now follow me to the laboratory to collect your weapons. Yes, Lord. The Special Operations Unit marched forward with great momentum. Zheng Haoyan wore a radiant smile. Faced with such unity and determination, who would fear the unknown road ahead? While Zheng Haoyan was occupied within the base, Lu Laowu, leader of the first rescue team, had already arrived at the location of Lord Ko-Yi's base with the entire first rescue team, driving modified vehicles. Lord, an unidentified convoy is approaching from outside. We're about to reach the city gate. Upon hearing the report, Ko-Yi wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was overjoyed. He knew exactly who it was, since Zheng Haoyan had already announced it in the world chat. It must be Big Brother Haoyan's rescue team. Everyone, come with me to greet them. Our base is saved. Ko-Yi exclaimed excitedly, quickly leading his men to the city gate. Seeing the gates wide open, Lu Laowu signaled to Long Biao, the driver, to stop. Then he opened the door and leaped out. Are you Lord Ko-Yi? We're from Haoyan base. I'm Lu Laowu. Lu Laowu said calmly and respectfully. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I'm Ko-Yi. Thank you so much, Senior Lu, for personally leading this rescue mission. I can't thank you enough, Ko-Yi replied, voice trembling with excitement. No need to be so polite. Gather your people. I'll escort you to a safe zone first. Understood, understood. Everyone's ready. We can leave anytime. With Ko-Yi's group on board, Lu Laowu began returning along the original route according to plan. Within a 100-mile radius of Haoyan base, there were no longer any zombie threats. Once safely within this perimeter, Lu Laowu could proceed to the next lord in need. The process went smoothly. Ko-Yi's group was quickly delivered within Haoyan base's secure zone. After contacting Wang Li inside the base, Lu Laowu immediately sped off toward his next rescue target. The mission was tough, and time was pressing. However, the second trip wasn't as smooth. They were unfortunately lucky enough to run into a White Tower Legion squad. Team leader Lu, there's something ahead. Pale-skinned zombies appeared on the modified vehicle's surveillance screen, and the vehicle abruptly slowed down. Can we avoid them? Our primary mission is rescue, not clearing zombies, Lu Laowu frowned. No way, they're blocking our only path. If we detour, it'll take 2 extra hours, and we can't guarantee it'd be safer. Long Biao shook his head. Damn it. Then eliminate them. First rescue team, listen up. Eliminate the zombie horde ahead as quickly as possible. Open fire. Lu Laowu acted decisively. Since avoidance was impossible, they would fight straight through. The energy machine guns mounted on the modified vehicles were still the original models. Although Fong Yu had already developed more powerful weapons, they hadn't yet been equipped onto the vehicles. That didn't mean these energy machine guns lacked firepower, far from it. Even without upgrades, they remained a terrifying nightmare for zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. The first rescue team operated 3 modified vehicles, each mounting a powerful energy machine gun. All 3 opened fire simultaneously at the white zombies ahead, and the sound of bullets pouring out filled the desolate wasteland. Clang. Just as Lu Laowu was about to scoff at how weak this group of zombies seemed, his vehicle suddenly exploded with a deafening crash, nearly flipping over entirely. What's going on? Zheng Haoyan demanded. Lu Boizhong, we're in trouble. The zombies are charging through. They're trying to break through the vehicle armor. What? That's impossible. Bang. Bang. 2 more loud impacts followed, then came rapid, relentless pounding. The modified vehicles shook violently, teetering dangerously. These zombies are moving so fast they can actually penetrate our gunfire barrage. Lu Laowu pulled a small pellet from his belt, the mech capsule storing his combat suit. He was preparing to deploy it. Mech squad, follow my command. We'll use our mechs to cover the retreat of the vehicles. I'm counting down from 3. On 1, we open the doors and move out. Understood, Captain Lu. The first rescue team had 3 compact mechs. This was their hidden trump card. 3, 2, 1, open the doors. Click. Lu Laowu and the other 2 simultaneously pushed open the vehicle doors, quickly shut them behind them, and hurled the mech capsules to the ground. Hiss. As primordial chaos energy dispersed, 3 compact mechs materialized on the spot. Get in the mechs. Long Biao, you pull back now. Roger that, Captain Lu. Be careful. Lu Laowu gave a slight nod and climbed into his mech, facing the horde of white zombies ahead with icy determination. All of you. The first battle between Haoyan base and the White Tower Legion had officially begun. Chapter 196, Encirclement and Pursuit. Buzz. The mecha emitted a shrill whine, followed by a shell launching from its back, trailing white smoke as it slammed violently into the swarm of white zombies. Bang. Bang. Now, break through, Lu Laowu roared. At his command, 3 modified vehicles accelerated sharply, bursting straight through the line of white zombies. Roar. At that moment, a furious growl erupted from where the mecha's artillery had struck. A zombie began rapidly swelling in size, visible to the naked eye. This sight tightened Lu Laowu's heart instantly. When something unusual happens, there's always danger lurking. Increase firepower output. Rat-tat-tat. The small energy machine guns mounted on the mecha's arms opened fire fully, while another round launched from the back, but still failed to stop the emergence of the giant white zombie. Captain Lu, our attacks have no effect on these things. What should we do? Hold on a little longer. The convoy must reach safety first. Lu Laowu's face was grim. They couldn't retreat yet. Roar. Another roar thundered out. The now enlarged white zombie had already grown to the height of a 10-story building, its body expanding proportionally, resembling a towering giant. Boom. Captain Lu, Two other mecha pilots cried out in alarm as the giant white zombie's fist struck Lu Laowu's mecha, sending it crashing heavily into the ground. Don't worry about me. Evade quickly. Warning, warning. Mecha critically damaged. System functions reduced by 30%. An automated alert sounded in Lu Laowu's ears, making his expression grow even grimmer. Captain Lu, you fall back. We'll hold it off. No, we leave together. I'm fine. Lu Laowu forced his mecha back into the air. In an instant, a laser sword appeared in its hand, slashing fiercely down at the giant white zombie. SSSSHHHD. Arc. The searing blade cut across the giant zombie's chest, eliciting a scream of agony. This mutated white zombie actually possessed acute pain sensitivity. Now, retreat. Seeing that the three vehicles had cleared the danger zone, Lu Laowu issued the order without hesitation. All three small mechas immediately changed course, thrusters overloading as they shot forward at maximum speed, chasing after the convoy. Roar. But things didn't go as smoothly as Lu Laowu hoped. Their escape met with relentless pursuit from the white zombies. The giant white zombie, like a king commanding his army, directed the swarm to follow relentlessly along the path the mechas took. Captain Lu, they're catching up. That can't be. How could they possibly keep pace with our flight speed? Lu Laowu sounded shocked. But deep down, he knew they really were gaining on them. We can't let them reach the convoy. Change direction. Yes, Captain Lu. The convoy continued northwest along the planned route. Originally, Lu Laowu and his team could have caught up easily, but due to the unrelenting chase, he had no choice but to veer northeast instead. Warning, warning. Mecha energy levels at 30%. Recharge required immediately. Captain, we've hit the energy warning threshold. I know. If this goes on, none of us will survive. Lu Laowu's voice edged toward anxiety. They couldn't even shake off the swarm of white zombies now. Boom. As if misfortunes never come singly, just when their mecha energy was nearly depleted, the giant white zombie leapt high into the air and slammed one massive fist into the mecha beside Lu Laowu, driving it deep into the earth. Damn it. Fire the energy cannon. Lu Laowu bellowed furiously. A flash of white light burst from his mecha's back, launching a powerful energy shell straight into the giant white zombie. Boom, boom, boom. After the explosion cleared, the colossal white zombie stood completely unharmed. The mecha's energy cannon was all thunder and no rain, loud but ineffective. It accomplished nothing except draining precious energy. Split up and run. Survival now depends on luck. Witnessing this hopeless scene, Lu Laowu sank into utter despair. Their first direct clash with the White Tower Legion was ending in defeat. Captain Lu, let us hold it back. Escape and find Lord Lingzhu. He can save us. No. If someone stays to fight, it'll be me. All of you get out of here. Lu Laowu shouted angrily. Roar. Yet again, the giant white zombie attacked. There was no more time to argue. Run. Three mechas scattered in three directions, flying at full speed, leaving life and death to fate. Watching the three mechas flee, the giant white zombie fixed its attention on one particular path, the very one Lu Laowu had taken. At Haoyan Base, the enhancement process for the Special Forces members had reached its final stage. Each of them had already received their own improved energy gun. Lord, may we head to the barracks shooting range to test the firepower of our weapons? Wu Qi stared at the blue-violet modified energy gun in his hand, excitement brimming as he asked. Of course, no problem. I'll go with you. But before that, there's one thing I must remind all of you. Zhang Haoyan readily agreed, yet his tone suddenly turned serious. We're listening, Lord. No matter how advanced a weapon is, it remains merely an external tool. The reason I took notice of your Special Forces unit is because each of you possesses intrinsic strength, capabilities far beyond ordinary people. I hope you never forget that. Zhang Haoyan said sternly. Understood. We won't forget. Wu Qi and the rest of the Special Forces members responded in unison. Good. Then let's head to the barracks shooting range now. On their way toward the barracks, Zhang Haoyan's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate, pounding like after intense exercise. The thumping sound, thud, 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 was magnified dozens of times, echoing tightly around his ears. What's happening? Why has my heart started racing so fast? Zhang Haoyan wondered inwardly. No, I have to check immediately. Could something have happened to the rescue team? Each of the three modified vehicles was equipped with communication phones. Zhang Haoyan decided to rule out any issues with the rescue team first. You all go ahead to the range. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll join you once I'm done. Go ahead and test the gun's power. Yes, Lord. After giving instructions to the Special Forces, Zhang Haoyan quickly made his way to the base hall and dialed the rescue team's number. It's me. Is everything going well on your end? Lord, we're in trouble. We've encountered a swarm of white zombies. They're immune to bullets and unaffected by energy machine gun fire. Captain Lu is holding them off right now. We've managed to escape the danger zone. White zombies. The White Tower Legion. Chapter 197. The Special Forces' First Battle. Zhang Haoyan's voice instantly rose in volume. He hadn't expected the White Tower Legion to arrive so soon. Lord, what should we do now? Captain Lu and his team still haven't returned. They must have run into danger. Long Biao's voice carried urgency. You all proceed with the original plan. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Haoyan replied calmly. Some things, once they came your way, were unavoidable. Panic served no purpose. It was better to face them with composure and clarity. That was Zhang Haoyan's principle. And it was precisely because of this mindset that he could continue striving steadily in this post-apocalyptic world. Understood, Lord. We'll complete the mission. After hanging up, Zhang Haoyan didn't waste a second. He headed straight for the armory, where the special forces awaited the completion of the Tiger 1 heavy assault tanks. Greetings, Lord. At ease. How is the tank production progressing? Are 5 heavy tanks completed? Zheng Haotian gestured for everyone to rise before turning to Hanju. Reporting, Lord, the 5th unit is currently being assembled. It should be finished within 15 minutes, Hanju replied respectfully. Speed it up, we don't have that much time, Zheng Haotian said sternly. Sensing the gravity in his tone, Hanju nodded firmly and immediately strode back into the factory. There was indeed a way to accelerate production, but it would consume resources at several times the normal rate, and afterward, manufacturing would need to halt for 10 full hours. 3 minutes later, Hanju emerged from the factory, driving out the final Tiger 1 heavy assault tank. Production time had been reduced by a full 5-fold. Lord, all 5 tanks are ready. Excellent. Good work, Hanju. Get some rest, you've earned it. From here on, it's our turn. Zheng Haotian patted Hanju's shoulder. Yes, Lord. After Hanju left, Zheng Haotian turned to the assembled special forces. Each of them burned with fierce fighting spirit. They knew this would be their first real battle. Everyone, I'm sure you've already guessed. Yes, the reason I pushed Hanju to finish the tanks ahead of schedule is because we're about to launch an operation. This morning, one of our 5 rescue teams encountered the White Tower Legion, a group of mutated white zombies far more terrifying than any zombies you've faced before. They may also outnumber us. We're not afraid. Wu Qi shouted, fired up. A look of appreciation flashed across Zheng Haotian's eyes. He gave a light nod, then signaled for silence. He wasn't done yet. I know none of you fear them. You weren't afraid before, and now with such advanced gear, you have even less reason to. But our goal isn't merely to defeat those white zombies. It's to rescue the first rescue team. Once they're safe, everyone retreats immediately. Understood, understood, understood. Their voices thundered in unison. Good. Now, board the tanks. Wu Qi, you're in charge. I'll scout ahead. You respond to my signals instantly. Yes, Lord. The order was given. The special forces, filled with determination, swiftly entered the tanks, ready to move out. Of course, the base's major activity hadn't gone unnoticed by Stewardess Wang Li, but she didn't intervene. Instead, she quietly approached Zheng Haotian. Lily, something's happened with Lao Wu Lu. I have to go myself. This base is yours now. Zheng Haotian gently pulled Wang Li into his arms. Don't worry. The base is safe. Just promise me you'll be careful. Remember, we share the same fate. Wang Li murmured softly, her usual sharp demeanor melting away. In that moment, she wasn't a capable manager. She was simply a wife fearing for her husband going off to war. I will. With practiced ease, he tossed out the mech capsule. The shadow mech automatically enveloped him. Special forces, move out. Shadow switch to flight mode. Command received. Switching modes. Disabling dash mode. Dash mode disabled. Activating flight mode. Mode activation in progress. Mode switch successful. Defense increased by 100%. Speed increased by 300%. Aerodynamic mech form engaged. Boom. Thrusters ignited from behind. With a roar, the shadow mech pierced the sky, while the 5 Tiger 1 heavy assault tanks charged forward at full speed. Warning, warning. Mech energy below 5%. Recharge required immediately. A shrill alarm blared in Lu Laowu's ears again, but he had no time to deal with the low energy warning, because the giant white zombie was already closing in once more. Roar. Bang. The mech was not flying again. Inside, Lu Laowu felt dizzy and disoriented, a flash of despair crossing his mind. Am I really going to die here today? Sorry, Lord. Old Lu can't complete your mission after all. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lu Laowu fell into utter despair, a thunderous noise erupted from behind the giant white zombie. A familiar figure appeared before his eyes. It's the Lord's mech. The Lord has come to save me. Old Lu, snap out of it. Activate the mech's backup power source. Don't worry about whether it'll be destroyed. Zheng Haotian's heart pounded with dread. He had arrived just in time. If he'd been a moment later, Lu Laowu, one of his longest-serving and most loyal men, would have been lost forever. What frustrated and baffled him was that Lu Laowu still hesitated to use the backup power, refusing to activate it despite the dire situation. Understood, Lord. Activating backup energy. Confirm activation of backup energy. After energy depletion, the mech will be completely disabled and irreparable. Yes or no? Without hesitation, Lu Laowu clicked yes. Backup energy activation in progress. Mech entering overdrive mode. Upon energy depletion, the mech will become inoperative. Lord, let old Lu fight this zombie one last time. Lu Laowu roared, charging straight at the giant white zombie in his damaged mech. Roar. Zheng Haotian's earlier artillery fire had barely scratched the monster. Its body seemed utterly impervious to damage. Listen, just hold it off. Reinforcements are coming. Understood. Those who face death know no greater fear. And in that moment, Lu Laowu embodied that truth. Back off. Bang. The mech and the zombie clashed fiercely. In the distance, 5 Tiger 1 heavy assault tanks were rapidly approaching. The Special Forces' first battle was about to begin. Chapter 198, The True White Tower Legion. Fire. At Wu Qi's command, the tank unleashed its first shot since being built. Boom, 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 boom. 5 consecutive thunderous blasts erupted as the muzzle of the Tiger 1 heavy tank flashed with blinding fire. Then came a ground-shaking roar. Each shell slammed into the colossal white zombie, forcing it staggering backward. Die. Lu Laowu, piloting his small mech in overdrive mode, charged forward like an enraged lion straight toward the retreating giant white zombie. Triac. Arc. The laser blade, operating at maximum capacity, slashed across the creature's face, carving an indelible scar into its grotesque visage, and the monster let out a piercing scream of agony. The shells from the tiger, one had also taken their toll. This proved one crucial thing. The 10-story tall abomination was not invincible. It could be broken. Lao Wu, get back now. Just as Lu Lao Wu and the special forces prepared for a second assault, Zheng Haotian suddenly shouted. What happened? Lu was confused, but in the next instant, his body was flung violently into the air. His small mech emitted its final sound. Warning, warning. Energy depleted. Self-destruct sequence will initiate in 3 seconds. Evacuate immediately. Eject. Lu roared, slamming his palm against the red button beside the cockpit controls. PSSSH. With a burst of compressed gas, Lu was launched clear of the mech just as its lights began flashing red. Lao Wu, get in quickly. Zheng caught him midair and pulled him into the cockpit of his shadow mech. Beep, 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 boom. The small mech exploded into a blazing fireball, lighting up the sky with its final, radiant flare. Thank you, Lord, for saving my life. Don't mention it. I'll get you somewhere safe first. Remember, no more recklessness. Stay hidden, Zheng said sternly. It had been incredibly close. If he hadn't noticed the movements of the other white zombies below just in time, Lu wouldn't have known how he died. Yes, my lord. But what exactly happened? Why did I suddenly lose control? Lu couldn't help but ask. Look outside. Zheng pointed to the display screen inside the mech, which showed a live feed of the battlefield. What the hell is that? Exactly where Lu's mech had stood moments ago now appeared a group of 3-meter-tall white zombies with fleshy white wings. They had been the final blow that destroyed his machine. These white zombies have been mutating all along. These are just one variant, Zheng said grimly. The screen shifted focus downward. At some point, a swarm of fat, pig-like white zombies had appeared, bulky in stature, not quite as large as the tiger, one tank, but outnumbering it by hundreds to one. What should we do, my lord? Should we retreat? Lu wasn't afraid. He simply recognized that they were heavily outmatched in numbers. Charging head-on would be suicide. We can't retreat. Their speed isn't much slower than ours. Running would be foolish. There's only one option left. Eliminate them. Without another word, Zheng carried Lu to a concealed patch of bushes, shoved him down, and returned alone to the battlefield in his shadow mech. All Special Forces personnel, listen up. Your targets are the fat ones on the ground. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Understood. Prepare artillery barrage. Fire. Boom. Boom. Crash. Tank shells slammed into the bloated zombies, obliterating them as easily as rotten wood, shattering each into scattered white fragments. Seeing this, Wu Qi's spirits lifted instantly. Excellent. Keep firing. Make sure none of these freaks survive. Boom. Boom. The bombardment continued relentlessly. One by one, the fat zombies vanished, but unnoticed by Wu Qi and the others. The remaining ones were slowly growing larger. While the special forces fought with full intensity, Zheng Haotian was far from idle. His enemies were the towering white zombie and countless winged horrors. A giant zombie combining offense and defense, agile flying mutants, and fearless tank-like brutes. This must be the true composition of the White Tower Legion. Zheng thought silently. The earlier white zombies were merely low-tier, unevolved drones. The real threat, the real fighting force, was this group of specially mutated, purpose-driven undead. So what if you're fully equipped? Today I'll show you that all your tricks are meaningless against overwhelming force. Zheng Haotian sneered coldly and issued his command directly. Shadow, switch to close combat mode. Command received. Mode switching in progress. Switching, deactivating dash mode. Dash mode deactivated. Activating close combat mode. Activating mode. Mode switch successful. Defense increased by 100%. Attack power increased by 100%. Weapon Xing Tough, transformation. Yeah. The winged flesh zombies shrieked piercingly, then surged toward Zheng Haotian like a tidal wave. Swish. The blue-purple laser blades slashed through them like divine judgment, cutting down the undead as easily as splitting melons and vegetables. With the shadow darting and weaving among them, the winged zombies fell from the sky one after another, heads and bodies separating as they dropped lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this slaughter, the colossal white zombie could no longer stand idle. It charged forward with thunderous steps, its massive hand roaring through the air as it slammed toward the shadow mech. Whoosh! Under Zheng Haotian's control, the shadow mech fluttered like a nimble butterfly, dancing gracefully between attacks, while continuing to mercilessly slaughter the winged creatures. Don't be impatient. You'll get your turn soon enough, Zheng said, eyes filled with murderous intent. He intended to eliminate all the airborne winged zombies first before turning his full attention to the giant. Facing both at once would be too risky. He couldn't afford any distractions. My lord, we've got a problem here. Wu Qi's voice crackled into Zheng Haotian's ear, tinged with panic. What is it? The fat pig zombies, they've grown bigger. What? Zheng Haotian froze for an instant and looked down. Only about 20 of the bloated zombies remained, but each had swelled to 5 or 6 times their original size, appearing far more terrifying than before. Could it be they feed on the corpses of their own kind? Then that means... Zheng glanced back at where the fallen winged zombies had landed moments ago. Their bodies were now completely gone. The White Tower Legion had revealed its true fangs. Chapter 199, Kill Notice. Danger was silently approaching. The number of flesh-winged zombies in the sky was decreasing, while the ground-based fat pig zombies were growing larger and larger. Wu Qi, retreat. Yes, my lord. The White Tower Legion was far too strange. At present, they had no absolute confidence in defeating this ever-mutating horde of zombies. A temporary withdrawal was the wisest choice. Special forces, listen up, begin retreating. Following Zheng Haoyan's orders, Wu Qi issued the retreat command, and the Tiger, one heavy assault tank, started to fall back along the path they had come. You lot stay right here. From the skies above, Zheng Haoyan roared furiously. As the flesh-winged zombies attempted to pursue the tanks, he controlled the Phantom to intercept every single one. The giant white zombie was indeed fast, but the fat pig zombies were different. Especially now that their bodies had swollen to the size of a tank, their mobility had drastically deteriorated. Zheng Haoyan's only thought at this moment was to hold them back, buying enough time for the special forces to retreat safely. Roar! During the interception, the giant white zombie launched its attack. It actually grabbed one of the fat pig zombies off the ground and hurled it straight toward Zheng Haoyan's piloted Phantom mech. Whoosh! The massive body briefly blocked Zheng Haoyan's vision, but fortunately, the Phantom's flight speed was high enough that the fat pig zombie didn't manage to land a single hit. Just keep coming. Let's see what else you've got. Zheng Haoyan sneered at the giant white zombie. This mutant zombie, a commander and king among its kind just like the siege type they'd encountered before, possessed intelligence far beyond ordinary zombies, and not a trivial amount, either. Swish! Swish! Zheng Haoyan's indigo laser blade never stopped moving. Every zombie attempting to break through his defense to chase the tanks was swiftly struck down. Like an iron barrier, not a single zombie could breach his line. For a moment, the situation reached a stalemate. The retreating special forces didn't leave immediately. Under Zheng Haoyan's signal, Wu Qi picked up Lu Laowu, who had been hiding in the bushes, and prepared to head back to base as instructed, but was stopped by Lu Laowu. We can't go back yet. Why not? The Lord has already given his order. We must follow his command. Wu Qi was the type who strictly followed orders, his thinking rather rigid, insisting on carrying out Zheng Haoyan's directive exactly. No, the Lord is only trying to ensure our safety, but we can't act like cowards. He needs us beside him. Even if we can't play a decisive role, even the smallest contribution might be what saves him. Lu Laowu belonged to the typical empathetic camp. He acted based on his own judgment. Wu Qi wouldn't be easily swayed by Lu Laowu so quickly. Not only did he barely know Lu personally, but Zheng Haoyan hadn't issued any order about assisting anyone. If he disobeyed, wouldn't it just amount to wasted effort with no reward? You're too rigid. What if something suddenly happens to the Lord? Are you really going to stick to the script where you don't move unless called? We don't have that kind of time. Lu Laowu said coldly. He had already seen the giant white zombie leading wave after wave of common zombies charging straight toward Zheng Haoyan. Then what should we do? What can we possibly do to truly help the Lord? Wu Qi began to waver slightly. Don't rush. We wait for the right moment. But one thing is certain, we absolutely cannot retreat from the battlefield. Otherwise, everything will be for nothing. Lu Laowu declared seriously. We would never flee from battle. Their eyes filled with determination as they stared at Zheng Haoyan battling the zombies, hearts surging with emotion. Zheng Haoyan had no idea that his subordinates had quietly defied his orders, staying behind of their own accord to assist him in whatever way they could. Phantom, switch to close combat mode. Command received. Mode switching. Closing long-range combat mode. Long-range combat disabled. Activating close combat mode. Activating. Mode switch successful. Defense increased by 50%. Attack power increased by 200%. Weapon form transformation. The shimmering indigo laser blade erupted in a brilliant flash of light, then shattered its elegant image as it transformed into a long staff forged from copper zinc alloy. Boom. With all his strength, the staff smashed down onto the forehead of the giant white zombie, instantly sending the undead horde reeling backward. But the obese, hideous ones with sluggish movements, those who relied solely on size to survive, were not even worth considering as threats. Roar. Seeing Zheng Haoyan ruthlessly slaughtering his subordinates, the giant white zombie could no longer stay idle. With a furious roar, it charged forward and swung its massive fist at Zheng Haoyan. Bang! Caught off guard, the Phantom was struck and sent flying backward, but Zheng Haoyan quickly regained control of his balance. You're still far from matching me. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zheng Haoyan prepared to launch his next counterattack, a series of loud explosions erupted from below. Wu Qi and the others hadn't retreated. They had launched another assault. Wu Qi, what are you doing? Why haven't you withdrawn? Zheng Haoyan growled in anger. Did these people have no idea about his intentions to protect them? Lord, get ready to deliver the final blow. The rest is up to us. Lu Laowu's confident voice reached Zheng Haoyan's ears. With no better options, Zheng Haoyan could only choose to go along with their reckless move, treating it as a last resort. Wu Qi, keep firing at its feet. If we can disrupt its balance, we'll create more openings for the Lord. Lu Laowu's thinking was sharp and clear. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Everyone, follow my orders. Aim at the giant white zombie's feet. Fire. Boom. 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 Now, Lord, it's all yours. Lu Laowu shouted. Under the concentrated tank fire, the giant white zombie staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, exposing a critical opening in its front. Energy cannon. The Phantom mech flashed with dazzling blue-violet light. On its shoulder, a cannon barrel larger than a human head rose into position, and then a colossal beam of energy surged forth. SSSSHHH. Lightning crackled as a gaping hole tore through the chest of the giant white zombie. Then, with a heavy thud, it crashed lifelessly to the ground. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. You have slain the chief officer of the White Tower Legion. Reward, 1 White Tower command. Chapter 250 Subordinates. The kill announcement remained pinned at the top of the world chat for a long time, shocking everyone. Only recently had news spread about the terror of the White Tower Legion, yet Zheng Haoyan had already secured the kill. Lord Haoyan is simply too awesome. The chief officer of the White Tower Legion has actually been eliminated. I knew it all along. Lord Haoyan can easily handle anything, just like during the zombie siege. Lord Haoyan, you're forever the greatest. Please lead us, Lord Haoyan. I willingly offer my territory to become your subordinate land. Overlord Wei Tai. Everyone, please calm down. Right now, Lord Haoyan definitely doesn't have time to explain everything to you. Once he finishes handling current matters, I will join him and share with everyone everything we know about the White Tower Legion. The chaotic world chat stabilized, and the emotions of the various overlords settled as well. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoyan, the central figure himself, was indeed doing cleanup work exactly as Wei Tai had suggested. The death of the giant white zombie wasn't the end. Its corpse had also been devoured by that group of obese pig-like zombies. As for the flying flesh-winged zombies in the sky, Zheng Haoyan had completely eradicated them. What should we do about these fat pig zombies? Zheng Haoyan found himself in a dilemma. Their movement speed was extremely slow, even slower than an ordinary human walking, perhaps due to their massive size. Yet their defense was astonishingly terrifying. Zheng Haoyan summoned his special forces unit to bombard the pig zombies, but several individuals whose bodies were nearly as large as the giant white zombie actually swallowed the artillery shells whole. My lord, perhaps we should temporarily withdraw. These zombies pose no real threat to us. Rather than waste time here, wouldn't accelerating our rescue operations for other overlords be better? Lu Laowu offered his suggestion. Zheng Haoyan, always democratic, accepted it. All special forces personnel, fall back. The massive pig zombies were left behind on the wasteland, crawling slowly like insects towards some unknown direction. After eliminating the giant white zombie, Zheng Haoyan chose to lead his team back to base. With this White Tower Legion dealt with, the wasteland had surprisingly become unusually safe. Even regular zombies were rarely seen, making members of Hao Tian Base's rescue teams feel somewhat uneasy. If there's no danger anymore, what purpose do we even serve? My lord, are you sure I don't need another mech to catch up with the squad? Lu Laowu asked gloomily. Zheng Haoyan replied without hesitation. Did we encounter any danger on our way back? Do you really think it's necessary? Wait until the rescue team returns, then go out together with them. No mechs needed this time. The wasteland had become as secure as inside the base itself, confirmed through reconnaissance. Yes, my lord. After Lu Laowu left, Zheng Haoyan opened the White Tower Command system reward he'd received. Special item, White Tower Command. Attribute, unknown. Effect, unknown. Note, this is a very important command. Zheng Haoyan felt puzzled. Everything was marked as unknown, so why claim it was important? Could it be that its information only appears after climbing up the White Tower? He wondered silently. But no one knew the truth. Ding ling ling. The phone rang. The caller was Overlord Wei Tai. Anything. Zheng Haoyan answered with a flat, indifferent tone. Lord Haoyan, I'm glad you picked up. You've probably already seen the messages in the world chat, right? I believe the White Tower Legion is absolutely not an ordinary force. We must unite all overlords to face it together, just as we would face the next impending zombie assault. Wei Tai said seriously. So what? What do you want to use me for again? Wei Tai fell silent, speaking only after a moment. Lord Haoyan, I apologize for what happened before, but you must understand, I had my reasons. You once saved my life. I could never merely exploit you selfishly. You should trust me. Wei Tai said sincerely. Zheng Haoyan remained noncommittal. Even a manipulative person might apologize, but an apology doesn't mean change, and change doesn't mean relapse won't happen. So ultimately, it meant nothing. Some things had already occurred. I don't think there's much more for us to discuss. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have matters to attend to at my base. Beep beep beep. Zheng Haoyan hung up directly, leaving Wei Tai on the other end with nothing but dial tones. Although he didn't intend to deal with Wei Tai, Zheng Haoyan wasn't abandoning the idea of uniting other overlords. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent out rescue teams. My lord, the second rescue team has returned safely. We've successfully rescued overlords Chun Quan and Feng Su. We're now preparing to set out and save several other overlords. Lord, the third rescue team has returned safely. Just as Zheng Haoyan began his daily summoning, good news kept pouring in. One by one, overlords stationed in distant locations were rescued and brought near him, their bases successfully relocated. And without a doubt, they had all chosen to become subordinate bases of Hao Tian Base. This way, they could not only receive Zheng Haoyan's protection, but also gain access to many buildings they previously lacked, significantly enhancing their base's combat strength. The sky gradually darkened. The dozens of farmers Zheng Haoyan had summoned today had already blended seamlessly with the main force, while subordinates from other overlords' bases finished their daily labor and returned to the base one after another. My lord, the first rescue team has returned successfully. We suffered no casualties and have safely brought back overlords Kuang Wei, Lan Yu, Tang Shang, and Shenda. Please give us your orders. You've worked hard. Go rest now. Zheng Haoyan patted Lu Laowu on the shoulder. This man was truly a worthy elite warrior, pushing himself mercilessly, never willing to stop for even a moment. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your concern. Overlord Kuang Wei requests to become your subordinate base, forming an alliance with mutual support, sharing certain buildings. Accept? Yes/no. Overlord Lan Yu requests to become your subordinate base, forming an alliance with mutual support, sharing certain buildings. Accept? Yes/no. Overlord Tang Shang. Overlord Chinda. The four overlords sent requests to become subordinates immediately upon arrival. Zheng Haoyan naturally accepted them all. And just as he clicked yes for the final request, Hao Tian base suddenly erupted in radiant light. Congratulations, Overlord Hao Tian. Achievement unlocked. Possess 50 subordinate bases. Reward, 1 beacon tower. Chapter 201. Beacon fires for 3 months. What? A beacon tower? He actually obtained this. Just as the system transmitted the message to everyone, the envoy from Wei Tai's base could no longer stay seated. He cried out in shock. What is a beacon tower? Isn't it just something ancient used to send signals? Why are you so astonished? Wei Tai asked 3 quick questions. The envoy's stunned expression had piqued his curiosity. You don't understand. I've heard of this structure from someone higher up. It's not merely an ordinary signal device. It's a building with teleportation capabilities. Teleportation? Like the formation diagram I received. Wei Tai was stunned by what the envoy said. The teleportation formation he'd obtained earlier had limited uses, but clearly this beacon tower wouldn't have such restrictions. In other words, if they could build large numbers of these beacon towers, they could link every region together. I'll contact Lord Zheng Haoyan immediately. He'll surely grasp its significance. Perhaps this is our chance to bind ourselves tightly with the nation. Wei Tai felt suddenly exhilarated and dialed Zheng Haoyan's number right away. Beep, beep, beep. But unlike usual, the call never connected, ringing endlessly until it automatically disconnected due to timeout. It's unreachable. Inside Haoyan base, Zheng Haoyan held his phone, currently on a call with Wang Lu. Lord Haoyan, do you know what the beacon tower does? What? Zheng Haoyan, caught off guard by Wang Lu's question, took a moment to respond. He hadn't yet checked the system reward, the beacon tower, when Wang Lu called, so he had no idea about its true function at that moment. Just check your system first. Maybe starting tomorrow, our entire situation will undergo a complete transformation, Wang Lu said. Her words sparked Zheng Haoyan's curiosity. He opened his system panel and began reading the description of the beacon tower. Building, beacon tower. Attribute, defense 500. Special attributes, sacrifice, teleportation. Note, beacon fires blaze for 3 months. After performing a sacrifice, allows teleportation between any 2 beacon towers regardless of distance. The greater the sacrifice, the farther the range. Teleportation? Any distance. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help shouting, his voice traveling through the phone to Wang Lu. Yes, exactly. This will allow us to connect all Chinese lords. We'll finally have the chance to establish a unified front across China, standing together against all unknowns and crises ahead. Wang Lu sounded excited. A unified front across China? Lord Haoyan, are you not willing? Working hand in hand with the state, we can establish contact with people from other regions, even interact with foreign lords. From Zheng Haoyan's tone, Wang Lu sensed not excitement, but rather hesitation, even resistance. No, it's nothing like that. It's already late. How about we discuss the beacon tower again tomorrow? Zheng Haoyan replied in a low voice. All right, Lord Haoyan. Establishing a nationwide united front would be beneficial for everyone. After saying this, Wang Lu hung up. Zheng Haoyan did the same, his heart now unsettled, strange emotions stirring in his mind. Why should I surrender everything I've gained? This isn't a time of peace. We could dominate alone. If we form this united front, will all power simply revert back to the state? He tossed the phone carelessly aside and returned to his room. Wang Li and Xue Ying were already waiting for him. My lord, has something happened? You seem troubled. Can you tell us about it? As his closest companion, the moment Zheng Haoyan entered the room, Xue Ying noticed something was wrong. So did Wang Li. Both women waited silently for his response. It's nothing important. It's getting late. Let's rest. Zheng Haoyan hesitated briefly before deciding not to say more. Xue Ying, since the Lord doesn't wish to speak of it, let's leave it be. We're all tired after today. It's time to rest. Wang Li interrupted as Xue Ying prepared to press further. I apologize for being impertinent. My lord, please get some rest. The 2 women moved forward to undress him. Xue Ying gently guided him to lie on her thighs, then massaged his head with soft hands. Wang Li massaged his calves. A wave of relaxation spread from his mind throughout his body. The tension and unease he'd felt moments ago vanished completely, replaced by warmth and comfort. If one day, someone above me gains authority over both of you, would you accept it? Zheng Haoyan asked quietly, eyes still closed. Of course not. Xue Ying only listens to my lord. I won't pay attention to anyone else's orders. Xue Ying answered firmly. I don't want it either. Under Lord Hao Tian's command, we're living so well now. Why should we have someone else ordering us around? There's absolutely no need. Wang Li reasoned logically. But what if he used to be your lord before, and now that you've become a lord yourself, he wants to return and take command again? Wouldn't that be only natural? Lord Hao Tian's former lord? Can't we just stop him from coming back? Xue Ying only wants Lord Hao Tian. If he's no longer as capable as our lord, then why should he get to rule over us again? Even if he is stronger than Lord Hao Tian, we still have the ability to stand independently. We don't need to depend on anyone. It must be said, behind every successful man stands a wise woman, and Wang Li was perfectly suited for that role. Her words were like a splash of cold water waking Zheng Haoyan from daze, instantly clearing the fog in his mind. That's right, the all-China united front could indeed be established. But that didn't mean he had to remain a mere pawn of the state. He, Zheng Haoyan, was himself, a lord independent from the nation. As long as his territory's autonomy wasn't compromised, he could consider cooperating with national efforts. But if they dared interfere with his sovereign rights over his domain, then forget about any so-called all-China united front. Damn it, Lily, you're amazing. Zheng Haoyan tightly embraced Wang Li and kissed her deeply, the sound loud in the quiet room. My lord, Wang Li protested softly, her blushing cheeks clearly visible even in the darkness. Lord Haotian, Shuang wants it too. Alright, then let me properly spoil both of you. Huh. Inside Wang Lu's base. After being hung up on, she sat restlessly, unsure whether her unease stemmed from worry that Zheng Haoyan would refuse to support the formation of the All-China United Front, or something else entirely. My lord, did you call for me? Tinan, I have an extremely important mission for you. It's urgent. Go immediately. Chapter 202, The Lord's Council System. It wasn't only Wang Lu and Wei Tai who understood the attributes of the beacon tower. Some minor lords, for special reasons, had also learned that the beacon tower enabled teleportation, and had begun sharing this information with closely allied lords. Within a single night, news about the beacon tower flooded the entire world chat channel, even dominating other regional chat boxes. Do you think Leader Hao Tian will release the beacon tower? I believe he will. He's practically a savior figure, after all, and this reward only exists because those lords agreed to become his vassals. I think he won't. People are selfish by nature. If he shares the beacon tower, he'll lose most of his advantages. Stop speculating nonsense. Just wait for Leader Hao Tian to speak. If you've got nothing useful to say, go cool off somewhere else instead of spreading rumors. Zheng Haoyan fully understood the importance of the beacon tower, so the next day, he deliberately ignored all the messages urging him to make a statement. It was time to begin building a force of his own. Lao Wulu, send reconnaissance teams to all 50 subordinate bases. Order every lord to drop whatever they're doing and come to the base for a meeting immediately. Anyone who refuses gets one warning. If they still refuse after persuasion, strip them of their subordinate status, immediately. Zheng Haoyan issued a stern command. At once, my lord. Lu Laowu acted swiftly. Reconnaissance team members instantly drove modified vehicles toward the surrounding vassal bases. My lord, are you truly certain about this decision? Wang Li's eyes carried a trace of hesitation. We have no choice. Otherwise, if they use morality as leverage against me, I'll be placed in an extremely vulnerable position, Zheng Haoyan replied gravely. No matter what, I, along with every member of Haoyan base, will unconditionally support you, my lord. Wang Li softly squeezed Zheng Haoyan's hand, offering her full support. I've done all I can. Now we leave the rest to fate. I hope they won't push me to the final step. Zheng Haoyan gazed into the distance, where loomed a massive power structure, familiar yet foreign. Perhaps they would soon reunite. Zheng Haoyan gazed into the distance, where loomed a massive power structure, familiar yet foreign. Perhaps they would soon reunite. Inside the conference hall of Haoyan base, all 50 lords arrived at Haoyan base as soon as they received the notice. After all, they had been rescued by Zheng Haoyan's forces and had formally become vassal bases under Haoyan base, thus acknowledging Zheng Haoyan as their overlord. When a superior issued an order, subordinates were expected to respond immediately. Why is Leader Hao Tian summoning us all here in such a hurry? Could it be something major he wants to announce? You haven't figured it out yet? Haven't you checked the world chat? It must be about the beacon tower. I think so too. Do you think Leader Hao Tian plans to build a beacon tower for each of our bases? The hall buzzed with chatter. Wherever there are people, there's gossip. These 50 lords, men and women alike, being transmigrators into another world, possessed far stronger curiosity than ordinary people and were highly interested in new information. Especially when such explosive news dominated the world chat. How could they possibly not discuss it? Everyone, please quiet down. Leader Hao Tian has something to say. When Zhang Daqiang's loud voice echoed from the second floor of the hall, the lords instantly silenced their gossip and waited attentively for Zheng Haoyan's words. I suspect many of you already have an idea why I've gathered you here today. Yes, it's about the beacon tower. The hall erupted again. Some exchanged glances with their earlier conversation partners, wearing smug expressions, as if saying, see, I told you it was about the beacon tower. But they quickly fell silent once more. All of you here represent bases subordinate to Haoyan base. However, I don't treat you merely as subordinates. We are all base leaders. Therefore, we are equals. But with our 51 bases now, and possibly even more lords joining in the future, we need someone to take charge. Only then can we survive better and longer in this apocalyptic world. Zheng Haoyan spoke with solemn weight. Of course, it should be up to Leader Hao Tian. We all support you. That's right. You saved me from hell itself, Leader Hao Tian. My life belongs to you. Zhang Kuan is yours to command. Voices of agreement rose instantly throughout the hall. Yet, Zheng Haoyan didn't take such flattery at face value. I have no objection to taking leadership. But we cannot let these 51 bases become a dictatorship under one man. What meaning would our alliance hold then? Would we regress to the ancient imperial system of autocratic rule? That is absolutely unacceptable. I hope our alliance can be open to discussion, listen to everyone's opinions, and collectively plan our path to survival. Therefore, I propose that our 51 bases form a Lord Alliance, with the Lord Council system as our core governing principle. Every Lord will have voting rights and may participate in electing the Council chairperson. As soon as Zheng Haoyan spoke these words, all the lords could no longer remain silent. This move brought Zheng Haoyan absolutely no personal benefit. Instead, it granted greater power to each of the 50 subordinate base lords. Leader Hao Tian, are you sure about adopting the Lord Council system? This will greatly reduce your own authority. I think this is unfair. We were all rescued by Leader Hao Tian. We should follow his lead. Actually, I believe Leader Hao Tian is absolutely right. Only when the alliance truly belongs to all of us can we become genuinely united. Zheng Haoyan allowed the lively debate to continue. Indeed, this matter needed thorough discussion before a final decision. Moreover, his goal was clear. Before any official state intervention occurred, he needed to first build a strong allied group, so he wouldn't have to fight alone. Although the Lord Council system may seem to dilute my power, if it enables everyone to develop their bases more effectively, what does a little less authority matter? A smile spread across Zheng Haoyan's face. Most of the lords had already shown expressions of approval. The Lord Council system was gaining momentum, and I pledge to all of you. If this system is established, I will immediately extend the beacon tower network throughout our entire alliance, with Haoyan base bearing all construction costs. I agree. So do I. A system as excellent as the Lord Council system has no reason to be rejected. I'm in. The promise to cover beacon tower construction costs became the final straw that tipped the balance. One after another, the lords voiced their approval. The first institutional foundation of Zheng Haoyan's Lord Alliance, the very beginning of his growing power, was now officially established. Chapter 203, The White Tower's Response. Hearing the voices below expressing agreement one after another, Zheng Haoyan finally let go of his conflicted thoughts. He had obtained the beacon tower, and he wouldn't hand it over easily. In the apocalypse, everything must be an equal exchange. Lao Wulu, escort all the lords back to their base safely. Construction of the beacon towers will proceed in an orderly manner afterward. At once, my lord. Thank you, Chairman Zheng Haoyan. May our Haoyan alliance last forever. We are deeply grateful to Chairman Zheng Haoyan. From now on, in life we belong to the Haoyan alliance, and in death we remain Haoyan alliance ghosts. Zheng Haoyan clasped his fists toward everyone, silently thanking them for their support. Only after everyone gradually left the council hall did Zheng Haoyan truly relax, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. You don't really have to exhaust yourself like this. A gentle voice entered Zheng Haoyan's ears, accompanied by a pair of soft small hands that carried a faint coolness as they gently pressed against his temples. The light massage expelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, leaving behind only boundless comfort. I know, but some things must be done. Otherwise, they'll always linger. Not gone, just a constant hidden danger, Zheng Haoyan said quietly. A dozen minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Zheng Haoyan rose from his seat. Comfort was the most dangerous thing. It could make one too immersed to break free. Shuiying, go to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. I hope we can summon someone special today. Yes, my lord. Zheng Haoyan walked out of the council hall and slowly headed toward the summoning platform, while Shuiying followed his instructions and made her way to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Her prayers often brought unexpected results. Soaring high into the sky, the White Tower stood alone in the center of the wasteland. No one knew exactly how many floors it had, but it held power capable of destroying the entire world. 31st floor of the White Tower. This was a world shrouded in wind and snow. Blinding blizzards were flung chaotically by fierce gales, and a white figure flickered faintly within the white expanse. Killed, huh? As expected, no matter how much you modify them, inferior species remain inferior. A sneering voice echoed like a ghost through the storm, and the figure gradually became clear. It was a human-shaped being, completely naked yet entirely pale white. Unlike ordinary humans, it had long gray-white hair and pointed elven ears. Upon closer inspection, there was a yellow four-pointed star mark on its face. White Spirit. Sire, I am here. It's time to leave the White Tower. You shall go personally. Understood, my king. Immediately after this brief exchange, the blizzard began roaring like an enraged lion. Violent snowflakes slashed through the icy world like blades, tearing it apart. At the same time, a powerful gust of snow and wind blew from the White Tower into the wasteland, spreading silently and unseen. In response to the annihilation of the White Tower Legion, the White Tower had finally given its answer. Inside Haoyan base, a group of new recruits began arriving at the base. Soldiers clad in armor emerged one after another from the summoning platform, along with a long-bearded man holding a feather fan. Name, Zhong Mingding. Occupation, strategist. Physical fitness, 100 out of 100. Abilities, command, inspire. Special abilities, rallying, aura, rationality. Loyalty, 80. Summary, a trustworthy commander. Out of a total of 35 summoning slots, apart from Zhong Mingding, the rest were all soldiers. Subordinate Zhong Mingding, leading the fearless squad, pays respects to Lord Zheng. Zheng Haoyan had never encountered such a squad summon before, especially one that came with its own commander. He wasn't sure what to say. Could it be that it knows I need fighting forces right now? And even threw in a commander. Pretty good, Zheng Haoyan mused. Rise, all of you. At ease. Thank you, my lord. All the soldiers had identical loyalty levels of 80, though their abilities varied. Some excelled in close combat, others in shooting, and some in speed. But notably, they shared one special attribute. Fearless. The description of Fearless read, will never retreat from any danger until death on the battlefield. Cruel, perhaps, but something very few could truly achieve. After all, deep down, every person harbored unavoidable fears. Welcome to Haoyan base. Though many of you may be battle-hardened veterans, we still need to go through essential procedures. Zhong Mingding, take all the soldiers to the barracks for basic training. Once finished, come find me at the armory. Zheng Haoyan handed a base route map to Zhong Mingding, then gave his orders. Understood, my lord. I shall lead the squad to the barracks immediately. Zhong Mingding replied respectfully. Then, with Zheng Haoyan's nod of approval, he turned and issued commands to the soldiers. All personnel, get ready, run. Destination, the barracks. Move out. Watching the orderly formation march away, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but smile slightly. The base's defensive strength was growing stronger by the day. Without lingering any longer at the summoning platform, Zheng Haoyan headed toward the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. The fact that today's summon had produced such a fully organized unit was surely tied to Shuiying's prayers. She truly was a lucky star. Shuiying, you can stop now. Zheng Haoyan called from below the terrace. My lord, why are you here? Has the summoning ended? Hearing his voice, Shuiying stopped praying and came down from the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Yes, thanks to your prayers, today's results far exceeded my expectations, Zheng Haoyan said gently, patting her head. It is my honor to serve you, my lord. What shall we do next? Go prepare weapons for them. On the wasteland, a minor lord affiliated with Wei Tai base led his men to a hidden location in search of resources. Just as he successfully reached the destination following the map's instructions, an unexpected incident occurred. My lord, look ahead, what is that? One of his subordinates pointed toward a patch of white not far across the wasteland, sounding somewhat shocked. Just a cloud. What's so surprising about that? The lord dismissed it casually. No, my lord, it's moving toward us. The White Tower Legion was completely wiped out by Lord Zheng Haoyan. Could it possibly have revived? Woo-woo. The shrill wailing grew louder and closer. At last, the lord began to panic, but it was already too late. This isn't right. Retreat. Run. In an instant, the white swallowed the entire squad. Within seconds, more than 10 people vanished without a trace. Chapter 204, White Terror. Inside the Wei Tai base. What did you say? Lord Chen Fan's base has collapsed. Wei Tai's voice carried a hint of astonishment, as if he could hardly believe the news he had just heard. Reporting to you, Lord Chen Fan's base has indeed collapsed. All members of the base have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an empty ruin. His subordinate replied respectfully. Take me to see it. Although this man was one of his most trusted subordinates, Wei Tai still insisted on seeing things with his own eyes. Some matters simply couldn't be taken lightly. Yes, my lord. Immediately, the subordinate led Wei Tai toward the ruined base. As a subordinate outpost, it wasn't far away. And when he laid eyes on the shattered wreckage, Wei Tai finally accepted the truth. Chen Fan is dead. He only left for the wastelands recently. The White Tower Legion was already destroyed by Lord Hao Tian. Could there really be another threat out there? Wei Tai was puzzled, but his vigilance instantly heightened. Wan Jun, go inform the other 5 subordinate base leaders to come immediately. Tell them I have something extremely important to discuss. This is a matter of life and death. Wei Tai's tone was deadly serious. At once, my lord. Shortly afterward, all 5 leaders of Wei Tai's subordinate bases arrived at the meeting hall. Big boss Wei Tai, what's this life or death emergency? You're making it sound so scary. Can you show some respect, Lu Dong? Lord Wei Tai saved our lives. Enough. You two always bicker the moment you meet. Let's just hear what Lord Wei Tai has to say. Among the 5 subordinate base leaders, 2 were particularly at odds. Lu Dong, in particular, harbored some resentment even toward Wei Tai. Except for the time you recruited you all and made you my subordinates, I've never called you together. But today, there's something I must tell you all in person. Lately, stay out of the wastelands. No matter how great the reward, do not set foot there. Wei Tai's expression was grim, his voice heavy with gravity. How is that possible? The surrounding resources aren't nearly enough for us to divide. Are we supposed to stop building our bases then? Are you going to provide us with resources instead? Leader Lu Dong shot back without hesitation. Chen Fan died because of the wastelands. What? No way. I just saw him this morning. I had dinner with him at my base last night. All the leaders present were shocked. None could easily accept this reality. I don't wish to explain further. Chen Fan's base has turned into ruins. You can go see it for yourselves. You may be my subordinate bases, but if anyone disobeys my orders, I will no longer guarantee your safety. That's all. Dismissed. Wei Tai issued the order to leave. He needed to report this news to someone else of significant influence. Thank you, Lord Wei Tai, for the warning. We'll keep a low profile for now. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. Lu Dong also offered his apology. Go safely. Take care, everyone. If your base comes under threat, remember to send a distress signal. We stand as one. With a gentle wave of his hand, Wei Tai dismissed them. In unison, the leaders clasped their fists, showing their respect and gratitude. As soon as Wei Tai had seen the last of them depart, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. At the same time, Zheng Haoyan's phone rang inside the Haoyan base. What does he want now? Could it be about the Haoyan alliance? Zheng Haoyan wondered why Wei Tai was calling him. Without doubt, his mind went straight to the recent Lord Assembly. Suspecting someone had leaked information wasn't unreasonable. Not everyone could make the right choice. But this time, Zheng Haoyan was wrong. What is it? Zheng Haoyan's voice remained cold. Lord Haoyan, something has happened again in the wastelands. What happened? Hearing the urgency in Wei Tai's voice, Zheng Haoyan knew this wasn't about the Haoyan alliance. One of my subordinate base leaders entered the wastelands this morning, but he's dead now, silently. He didn't even have time to send a single distress signal. Wei Tai gave a brief explanation of the death of Chen Fan, then revealed his suspicion. Could it be the White Tower Legion? Have they returned? And this time, are even more terrifying than before? That shouldn't be possible. That's too fast. I defeated them only yesterday. How could they regroup overnight and grow stronger? Zheng Haoyan found it hard to believe. He hadn't just eliminated a single giant white zombie. The entire horde of ordinary mutated zombies and the flying flesh-winged zombies in the air were wiped out as well. As for that group of thick-skinned, slow-moving fat pig zombies, Zheng Haoyan didn't believe their sluggish pace could harm anyone unless they had mutated again. But based on past experience, the likelihood of such an occurrence was extremely slim. Once a zombie underwent a fixed form mutation, it would not change into another form. But then how do you explain the death of my subordinate base lord? His base has completely collapsed, and others are now filled with fear because of this. We must find out the cause. Wait, I said solemnly. I'll dispatch a team to investigate the wastelands again. Until I have answers, keep your people under control. I don't want to hear about any more bad news caused by your negligence. I understand. Then I leave it to you, Lord Haotian. Zheng Haotian hung up the phone. It seemed the reconnaissance squad was destined to be busy today. After all, he couldn't afford to ignore the lords he had worked so hard to save. Otherwise, building good relations later would become difficult, potentially destabilizing the newly formed alliance. Lao Wu, there's something very important. I may need you to lead the team again personally. But this time, remember clearly, survival comes first. The moment anything threatens your lives, retreat immediately. Hesitate even a second, and you might never return. Zheng Haotian didn't mind frightening them before departure. Strong mental fortitude was part of what made the reconnaissance squad effective. Understood, my lord. We shall not fail your trust. White. Pale white. A crystalline, snowflake-like, cloud-clear white. This had become the dominant color of the yellow earth wasteland. Lu Lao Wu led his squad here on orders, and even before fully entering the wastelands, the message ahead was clear. They were not welcome. Captain Lu, under these conditions, we can't possibly go in. Why don't we just call it off? Shut up. Don't demoralize the team. Lu Lao Wu snapped angrily, then turned to face the rest. Everyone stay silent. Follow me. Chapter 205. Reinforcements for Lu Lao Wu. The reconnaissance team fell instantly silent. Every squad at Haotian base had undergone specialized military training, including the reconnaissance team, led by Lu Lao Wu. Among their trained skills was a system of combat hand signals, which Lu Lao Wu was now using to silently issue commands. Ahead lay a vast expanse of white mist, emanating a chilling, eerie aura. Lu Lao Wu hesitated. Should they really enter the wasteland under such conditions? After a moment, he raised his right index finger and gently waved it forward. The raised finger signaled first squad. The motion meant advance. Without hesitation, the members of the reconnaissance team's first squad stepped into the mist. Instantly, visibility dropped to 0. A wave of fear washed over them. Gone? They're gone. Lu Lao Wu watched as the entire first squad vanished into the white fog, and a surge of dread shot through him. Before Lu Lao Wu could formulate his next move, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the mist. It belonged to one of the first squad members. It's Wu Jun. Boss Lu Wei. Everyone, follow my order, advance. Retreating might save the rest, but it would mean certain death for the first squad. That was something Lu Lao Wu could not accept. If so, then better to fight. No matter what you are, if you dare harm my men, be ready to pay a terrible price. Lu Lao Wu tightly gripped the mech capsule in his hand, the newest model prepared for him by Zheng Haotian, even more powerful than standard small mechs. Whoa. The instant he entered the mist, Lu Lao Wu heard a mournful wail beside his ear, and then, just like that, all his teammates disappeared. In the vast space, he stood utterly alone. What the hell is going on? What are you? If you've got guts, stop hiding and face me. Lu Lao Wu roared. This white mist over the wasteland was even more terrifying than the last giant white zombie, because Lu Lao Wu had no idea what lurked within. The unknown was always the most frightening. You have offended the king. All of you shall die. Like hell we will. He hurled the mech capsule into the air. Before him appeared a mech shimmering with blue light. It was the Blue Sky, 2 agile mech, modified by the research nanobots. Designed for ultimate speed, this was precisely why Zheng Haotian had entrusted Lu Lao Wu with this mission. Even if danger arose, summoning the mech would allow an easy escape. But Lu Lao Wu would never abandon his team. Mech charged. Current energy, 100/100. Combat mode activated. A crisp electronic voice chimed in Lu Lao Wu's ears. Battle was imminent. Meanwhile, back at Haotian base, Zheng Haotian frowned deeply, muttering coldly. He summoned the mech already? So the white mist in the wasteland really is problematic. The reconnaissance team had been restructured several times since its deployment. It now consisted of 7 squads of 7 members each. With Lu Lao Wu operating independently outside the squads, there were 50 members in total. Each wore specially designed lightweight battle armor and carried powerful upgraded energy rifles. Their combat strength rivaled that of a 1,000-strong zombie horde. Yet Lu Lao Wu had already summoned his mech. Shadow. Activate data reception system. I need real-time status on the Blue Sky, 2 mech. Command. Remote data feed initiated. Source. Blue Sky 2 mech. Current energy, 100/100. No damage detected. When Zheng Haotian had instructed the research bots to develop mechs, he also ordered them to integrate his Shadow AI operating system into all other mechs. While he couldn't fully control the other mechs remotely, basic real-time monitoring was effortless. Of course, Zheng Haotian didn't do this out of suspicion. He simply wanted a safeguard for both the mechs and their pilots. Alert. Blue Sky. 2 mech energy rapidly depleting. Current level, 70 out of 100. Just as Zheng Haotian began to relax slightly, Shadow suddenly blared an alarm. The Blue Sky 2 mech was in trouble. Only 30 seconds, and already 30 points of energy lost. Lao Wu must have run into something serious. No choice. I have to go save him. Zheng Haotian acted immediately. He wouldn't wait until the mech collapsed. By then, Lu Lao Wu would already be dead. Catherine, notify all members of the mech battalion. Assemble and deploy. Yes, my lord. Lu Lao Wu still couldn't see anyone, yet his mech continued to be attacked relentlessly. Even as the alarm blared, he remained unable to locate his opponent. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Lu Laowu raged, shocked and furious, yet feeling utterly helpless. Warning, warning, mech under fatal attack. Energy rapidly depleting. Current level, 50 out of 100. I can't keep this up, otherwise I'm going to die here. Bang. The blue sky, two agile mechs slammed heavily onto the ground once more, its energy dropping another 10 points. The mysterious attacks within the white fog seemed to target the mech's core energy unit each time, every strike precise and deadly. I have no choice but to use that move. It's the first time I've ever used this mech. Lu Laowu muttered in anguish and resignation. Activate limit mode. Engage backup power supply. Command. Limit mode activation initiated. Backup power online. Virum. A sharp, intense hum filled the air. The blue sky, two agile mech instantly transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from its original position as if it had ceased to exist in space itself. For a moment, all was deathly silent. No more impacts, no sounds at all, until... Found you. Huh. A fierce roar burst from Lu Laowu's lips. In the next instant, a white figure was sent crashing to the ground with tremendous force. You, how did you find me? The white figure uttered a voice filled with disbelief. He had perfectly blended into the surroundings, leaving no trace, but somehow, Lu Laowu had exposed him. The aura around you is different. No matter how perfect your camouflage is, you're still like a bright beacon in the dark, blinding, yet destined to be shattered. Lu Laowu coldly replied. Heh, human, is that really what you think? The white figure sneered, then vanished again from sight. Everyone, pick up the pace. Yes, my lord. Zheng Haoyan, hearing the constant alarms in his ear, felt intense anxiety clawing at his chest. He must not arrive too late. Lu Laowu, hold on. Chapter 206, Zhong Mingding's Intuition. Leading with Zheng Haoyan's Phantom Mech, followed closely by Catherine's Throne, the Four Symbols Mech and the Light Darkness Divine Mech trailing behind, and finally Robert piloting the newly improved model. A total of 9 powerful mechs raced toward the entrance of the wasteland at supersonic speed. Warning, blue sky, 2 mech has activated backup power. Current energy level, 20/120. It had already reached critical levels. No matter what happened next, Lu Laowu's blue sky, 2 mech would self-destruct due to complete energy depletion within 3 minutes. That meant if Zheng Haoyan couldn't arrive in time, Lu Laowu would die. Laowu, hold on. Phantom, activate rush mode. Full speed ahead. Zheng Haoyan roared, his speed instantly more than doubling, leaving Catherine's Throne and the rest of the mech squadron far behind. We're accelerating too. We can't let Lord Zheng face danger alone. Catherine commanded. Yes, Queen Catherine. All 8 mechs simultaneously began overloading their systems to accelerate, vanishing from sight in an instant. Inside Haoyan base, Zhong Mingding led a squad of 34 soldiers who had just completed standard level 4 barracks training, excelling in every test with top scores. You've all performed excellently. Now follow me to meet Lord Zheng. Yes, strategist. In perfect unison, the soldiers marched behind Zhong Mingding, heading directly toward the armory location Zheng Haoyan had specified. Soon, they arrived at the armory, where Hanju had been waiting for quite some time. You must be Zhong Mingding, our strategist? I'm Hanju, currently in charge of this armory. Sir Han, greetings. Zhong Mingding bowed respectfully. Greetings, Sir Han. All soldiers bowed simultaneously, speaking in unison. No need for such formality. Everyone here is part of Haoyan base. Come along inside, please. The Lord has already prepared equipment for you. Hanju smiled warmly. Although Zheng Haoyan had left in a hurry, he never neglected anything essential. Understood, Sir Han. Following Hanju, the group entered the armory and proceeded to the warehouse, where 35 sets of lightweight combat armor and 35 custom energy rifles were already laid out. Basic gear prepared for Zhong Mingding and his men. Try them on. You may return to the barracks afterward to get familiar with these tools. While there's no immediate need for combat deployment, we might require your readiness at any moment. Hanju pointed toward the equipment. Understood, Sir Han. Zhong Mingding nodded, then turned to signal the soldiers to collect their gear. As the soldiers felt the reassuring weight of the lightweight armor, Zheng Haoyan, nearing the wasteland, heard the system announce an increase in loyalty. These equipments, they're simply amazing. A flush of excitement colored Zhong Mingding's face. This is only the basic set. There are better ones, like the Tiger, 1 heavy assault tank, and even advanced mechs, but those areas are beyond your current capabilities. Hanju referred unmistakably to these heavier systems. Truly? Lord Haoyan is incredibly generous. Sir Han, where's the Lord right now? I wish to personally express my gratitude for his kindness, Zhong Mingding asked. You probably won't be able to see him now. He left the base urgently and will likely be away for a while. Hanju replied. Even as he spoke, Hanju's expression shifted slightly. He knew Zheng Haoyan hadn't departed quietly. Something major must have happened. Sir Han, has the Lord encountered trouble? Perhaps I could assist in some way. Just head back to the barracks and get used to your weapons first. We can't help with matters concerning the Lord. Hanju shook his head. After all, Zheng Haoyan had left in a mech, leading the strongest mech squadron the base possessed. How could Zhong Mingding possibly lend meaningful support? Hearing this, Zhong Mingding grew uneasy, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over him. Sir Han, please take me and my soldiers to the Lord immediately. I have a feeling he needs us. Zhong Mingding's voice trembled with urgency. You cannot assist the Lord. He left in the most advanced mech available, accompanied by 8 other mechs and mechanized warriors. His fighting force alone rivals the entire base's strength. Hanju shook his head again, offering a brief explanation. Zhong Mingding shook his head repeatedly. He truly felt that Zhang Haoyan needed him, and this kind of intuition had never failed him before. Please believe me, Director Han. I can't explain it to you, but this is an innate sense I've always had. Whenever a crisis approaches, I feel something is off. It's the same now. The Lord truly needs us. Zhong Mingding's voice carried a hint of pleading. But, just let the tank corps take them. Housekeeper Wang? I understand. Wang Li had arrived at the armory without anyone noticing, apparently having overheard Zhong Mingding speaking of his intuition. This is Housekeeper Wang of the base, someone the Lord deeply trusts. Since Housekeeper Wang has given the order, I'll contact the tank corps immediately and have them take you to find the Lord, Han Zhu said to Zhong Mingding. Greetings, Housekeeper Wang. Thank you for trusting me, Zhong Mingding said respectfully. Thank you for your trust, Housekeeper Wang. Wang Li replied impassively. I hope you can back up your words and truly help the Lord. The tank corps quickly prepared themselves, not riding tanks, but modified vehicles, 7 in total, which carried all 35 of Zhong Mingding's men. Together with the 7 drivers from the tank corps, 42 people set off toward the wasteland. Housekeeper Wang, do you really believe in this so-called intuition? Han Zhu still seemed uncertain. Better to believe than to dismiss. I cannot allow even the slightest danger to come upon the Lord. Wang Li gazed into the distance, her eyes holding a quiet hope. At the entrance of the wasteland, the supersonic moving phantom mech had already reached the mist-covered wasteland. Without hesitation, Zhang Haoyan charged straight in. Lao Wu, where are you? A furious roar echoed, but received no answer. Warning, blue sky, 1 mech energy low. Current level, 10 out of 120. Zhang Haoyan's face twisted in anguish. The system clearly indicated Lu Lao Wu was nearby, yet he couldn't see anything. The thick white fog obscured everything. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Chapter 207, Timely Arrival. When Zhang Haoyan heard that strange beep 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 sound, his face instantly changed, turning pale. Old 5, get out quickly. Alert, blue sky, 2 mechas energy depleted. Self-destruction sequence initiated. To the left. Shadow, open the cockpit. Zhang Haoyan focused intently, holding his breath. He could sense Lu Lao Wu was nearby, but couldn't see his actual form. Relying solely on instinct, he opened the cockpit. A piercing scream grew closer, then suddenly a figure dropped from the sky, landing precisely inside Shadow Mecha's cockpit. Let go of me. Lu Lao Wu roared angrily, not noticing Zhang Haoyan beside him. Old 5, it's me. My lord. You saved me again. Lu Lao Wu looked deeply moved, about to say something when a loud explosion echoed from within the white mist. Boom, boom. The blue sky, 2 mecha's power source was highly concentrated and contained a terrifying explosive module. This was the core of its self-destruct mechanism, explaining the intensity of the blast. What exactly happened? The explosions continued for a while, then quickly faded. Zhang Haoyan immediately asked his question. The mist scattered us. A white figure kept attacking me, always hitting the energy core. I had no choice but to forcibly activate extreme mode. Although I injured it, I couldn't capture it, and ended up destroying my own mecha. Lu Lao Wu wore a disheartened expression. Every mission Zhang Haoyan had given him recently had failed completely, resulting in heavy losses. A white shadow within this mist. Zhang Haoyan glanced around. The thick fog indeed obstructed nearly all visibility. He couldn't even see any of the others. My lord, we've entered the mist, but we can't see you, came Catherine's voice through the mecha's communication system. Anticipating such a scenario before coming to the wasteland, Zhang Haoyan had specially instructed his research robot team to install communication devices on all 9 mechas, modeled after telephones. This preparation now proved invaluable. I'm also inside the mist. Everyone stay calm and protect yourselves. I'll find a way to deal with this fog issue. Zhang Haoyan's tone was somewhat grave. At present, he didn't have a good solution. My lord, watch out. Bang. Before Zhang Haoyan inside Shadow Mecha could even react to Lu Lao Wu's frantic warning, he felt himself being slammed heavily onto the ground, completely losing control. Alert. Sustained unknown attack. Severe energy depletion. Current status, 80 out of 100. My lord, it's this thing. Lu Lao Wu immediately became agitated. Shadow, lock onto its position. Zhang Haoyan shouted. Sorry, target exhibits no detectable energy fluctuations. Lock on impossible. Damn it. My lord, move quickly. It's back. Perhaps because of Lu Lao Wu, this white shadow had now fixated on Zhang Haoyan. Intelligent evasion mode activated. Whoosh. The superiority of Shadow's intelligence system showed itself clearly at this moment. Though unable to lock onto the white figure, it could still evade attacks in time. But this mode had one major drawback. It consumed energy rapidly. 1% of total energy drained per minute. My lord, are you alright? Catherine's anxious voice came through the comms. They couldn't assist Zhang Haoyan at all right now. Unless the mist cleared, they might as well be in separate worlds. I'm fine. All of you stay alert and guard against attacks. Zhang Haoyan replied. Understood, my lord. While Zhang Haoyan claimed he was unharmed, internally, he felt some panic. How could one fight an opponent that couldn't be seen or touched? Shadow Mecha's energy continued depleting slowly. Although it could avoid attacks, as long as he couldn't locate the enemy or clear the mist, this situation amounted to slow death. The scene fell into deadlock. Meanwhile, led by Tank, Zhong Mingding and his group of 35 were rushing toward the wasteland at maximum speed. Can't we go any faster? My lord must be in trouble. Zhong Mingding was anxious, his inner unease growing stronger by the second. We're already going as fast as possible. If we don't encounter any obstructions en route, we'll reach the wasteland entrance in 15 minutes. Xiongsen said helplessly. The modified vehicles were already traveling at a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour, near lightning pace, and yet this newcomer still found it too slow. I don't mean to pressure you, but if we're late, my lord might truly be in danger, Zhong Mingding explained. His intuition was practically baseless. If not for Wang Li adopting the mindset of better safe than sorry, they probably wouldn't even have had the chance to leave the base. I understand. Since Manager Wang chose to believe you, I'll help you no matter the cost. Everyone, listen to my orders. Push forward at maximum overload. We must reach the wasteland within 10 minutes. Xiongsen wasn't one to hesitate. He issued the command directly, willing to risk damaging the modified vehicles in exchange for higher speed. Click. Boom. The overload button was pressed. The accelerator stomped all the way down. The modified car roared fiercely and surged forward once more. Inside the white mist, the bizarre battle raged on. If anyone could see it, they would notice that Shadow Mecha was entirely on the defensive, dodging passively without launching a single attack. Even so, it had already been struck 3 times, its energy plummeting by 30%. This can't go on. Old 5, have you noticed any pattern in its attacks? Zheng Haoyan's expression was grim. With the intelligent evasion mode active, combined with normal operational energy consumption and damage taken from hits, Shadow Mecha now had only 35% energy remaining. My lord, I can't find any pattern, Lu Laowu said shamefully, lowering his head. It's all right, we will figure it out. Zheng Haoyan's eyes burned with determination. Until the very last moment, he absolutely would not give up. Bang. Alert, energy below 30%. Warning, energy below 30%. It had been hit again. Damn it, does this damn thing never get tired? It's been attacking nonstop for 10 minutes. Zheng Haoyan cursed. Is our only option left to activate extreme mode and flee? Escape, the final choice. But it would mean sacrificing the Shadow Mecha, something Zheng Haoyan absolutely refused to do. Human, you're going to die. For the first time, the white figure spoke. Zheng Haoyan's pupils instantly shrank. He found it. Get down. Switch to 2G mode. Command received. Switching to 2G mode. Mode activation in progress. Switch successful. Mecha attack power increased by 150%. Defense reduced to 50%. Weapon configuration change. Bang. A violent crash echoed. This time, it wasn't the Shadow Mecha that landed on the ground. It was the mysterious white figure. Humph. First strike landed. Zheng Haoyan prepared to press the advantage, but the white figure swiftly vanished from sight, returning the situation back exactly as it was before. My lord, Zhong Mingding here, coming to assist you. Old 5, did you hear that voice? Zheng Haoyan was stunned. He heard Zhong Mingding's voice clearly within the white mist. I heard it too, my lord. Lu Laowu said, equally excited. At that very moment, the thick white fog over the wasteland began to slowly dissipate, and the figures of Zhong Mingding's group came into view before Zheng Haoyan's eyes. At the most critical moment, Zhong Mingding and his men had arrived just in time. Chapter 208, Face them head on. As the white mist gradually dissipated, a look of joy spread across Zheng Haoyan's face. He clearly understood that once the mist vanished completely, their enemies would become utterly defenseless. Zhong Mingding, how did you manage this? And why did you suddenly show up here? Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but ask. He had many questions swirling in his mind. Just moments ago, they had been helpless and at a loss. Now, thanks to Zhong Mingding's arrival, they held the upper hand. My lord, Zhong Mingding replied. I had a premonition that you might be in danger, so I urgently requested permission from Manager Wang to lead a team to find you. As for the white mist, our squad encountered a similar situation before, and we have specialized equipment for dealing with it. This is it. Zhong Mingding pulled out a strange device, a small box with only one opening, through which the surrounding white mist was being rapidly sucked in. What is this thing? We call it an absorption box. It can absorb not only this kind of mist, but also toxic fumes found in swamps. Eventually, it turns the vapor into concentrated solid matter, which we can simply remove from the box and dispose of properly. Zhong Mingding gave a brief explanation, but now wasn't the time for lengthy talk. The 35 members of Zhong Mingding's team each held an absorption box, and together they were sucking away the surrounding mist at an astonishing speed. You won't get away with this. Watch out. Zheng Haoyan immediately piloted Mei Ying, positioning himself in front of Zhong Mingding's group. The white shadow seemed flustered now, launching frenzied attacks. Speed up the absorption. Once they reveal their true forms, I'll know exactly what to do with them. Zheng Haoyan shouted urgently. Yes, my lord. Set all boxes to maximum output. Zhong Mingding responded respectfully before quickly issuing orders to his team. The rate at which the mist disappeared increased dramatically. Catherine and the others began appearing before Zheng Haoyan. The dividing effect of the fog was weakening rapidly. My lord, are you alright? Catherine and her 7 other armored units surrounded Zheng Haoyan tightly, shielding him within their formation. They wouldn't allow anyone or anything near enough to harm him again. I'm fine. For now, focus on defense. When the mist clears completely, it will be our moment for full-scale retaliation. Zheng Haoyan clenched his fist. Finally, it was time for his offense. My lord, it's Long Biao and the others. Lao Wu Lu's voice rang out with clear excitement. The reconnaissance team had finally appeared, and fortunately, none of them seemed injured. Catherine, go rescue them. Zheng Haoyan ordered immediately. At once, my lord. The mechanized squadron surged forward swiftly, bringing all reconnaissance members into safety and forming a protective ring around them. The white mist continued to fade, bit by bit. The white shadows clearly had no means left to stop it. Their figures grew increasingly distinct, now fully detectable by Zhang Haoyan's main mecha. Take this. Though he hadn't initiated close combat yet, nothing stopped him from using long-range artillery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive shells fired directly toward the now visible white figure, all aimed precisely at its core. In head-on battle, Zhang Haoyan had never feared anyone. You humans, you'll regret provoking the king. The white shadow moved fast, easily dodging the shells while letting out a furious, resentful roar. I don't know whether I'll regret it or not, but you should already regret ever crossing me. Unbeknownst to them, the mist had now fully vanished. A group of white humanoid creatures stood completely exposed before Zhang Haoyan and his comrades. An open confrontation was about to begin. White Spirit Elder, why waste words with them? Just kill them and bring their bodies back to the king. Exactly. These humans dared slaughter our White Tower Legion. They deserve no mercy. Zhang Haoyan heard the white humanoid speaking. So they truly were forces dispatched by the White Tower faction. I haven't gone looking for trouble with you, yet you came after me first. Then don't blame me. I'll kill one if one comes, 2 if 2 come. Mech team, listen up. Unleash full firepower. Wipe them all out. Zhang Haoyan roared, issuing a direct order to exterminate. Yes, my lord. Leading with Catherine's throne mecha, 8 machines charged ahead. Their laser blades slashed through the air like divine weapons, cutting deep into the bodies of the white humanoids. Phasing. The white spirit's face was deathly pale, almost featureless, yet its voice came through loud and clear. At its command, the entire group of white humanoids suddenly turned transparent. Laser blades passed straight through their bodies without causing any damage. What's going on here? My lord, they are the Zuling tribe, naturally immune to physical attacks. Only powerful energy-based attacks can destroy their bodies. Zhong Mingding answered Zhang Haoyan's question. I see. 4 symbols mechas, wind, fire, wood, and water. Fire your energy cannons at full power. Show them no mercy. Light God mecha, dark God mecha, launch light element and dark element projectiles. Let them taste the fury of energy repulsion. As Zhong Mingding had said, these white humanoid creatures, known as the Zuling tribe, had absolutely no resistance against elemental damage. Under the relentless assault of the 4 symbols mechas and the light and dark god mechas, every single Zuling warrior disintegrated into ash, scattering into nothingness across the battlefield. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan, for eliminating Bai Ling, general of the Zuling tribe. Reward, Zuling crystal ×1. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan, for eliminating 30 Zuling tribe soldiers. Reward, Zuling crystal ×30. As the system announcement ended, Zhang Haoyan noticed 2 types of transparent crystals had appeared in his inventory, one slightly pale, the other significantly darker. There was only one pale crystal, clearly the general-grade Zuling crystal, while the darker ones were soldier-grade. What can this Zuling crystal be used for? Seems like a consumable item. Zhang Haoyan took out one of the crystals and began inspecting it carefully. Consumable, Zuling crystal. Effect, ethereal form. Uses, 1/1. Note, ethereal form lasts for 30 seconds. If this is the effect of the soldier-grade crystal, then the general grade must be even better. A wave of excitement surged through Zhang Haoyan. This ethereal attribute was truly valuable, something that could save his life in critical moments. Just as he prepared to take out the general-grade crystal to examine it, another system notification suddenly appeared, plunging him into deep thought. Because you have killed Bai Ling, the Zuling general, the Zuling king on the 9th level of the White Tower has now set his sights on you. Be vigilant. Chapter 209, Taking the Initiative. When Zhang Haoyan heard the system notification, his expression flickered for an instant, but he quickly regained his composure. Because whether or not there was a system alert, Zhang Haoyan knew full well that the so-called Zuling tribe would never just let him be. Ever since he had resolved the matter with the White Tower Legion, the feud had been set in stone. Even the subsequent act of the Zuling covering the wasteland with white mist was merely the opening salvo of war. Some things couldn't be avoided, and besides, Zhang Haoyan had never intended to run away. Check the wounded. We're heading back to base. At Zhang Haoyan's command, Zhong Mingding and the others began assisting in examining the members of the reconnaissance unit. Once everything was in order, they set off on the journey back to base. Back at Haoyan base, everyone gathered together, unwilling to leave. They all knew Zhang Haoyan still had more to say. Based on what happened today, there are some things I need to share with you all, matters that could decide the survival or destruction of our base. Zhang Haoyan spoke seriously. He didn't know exactly what kind of existence the Zuling inside the White Tower truly were, nor could he be certain whether Haoyan base currently possessed enough strength to completely crush them. But the truth was clear. This was a life or death struggle, one where it would be either them or us. We aren't afraid. As long as Lord Zheng leads us, we can overcome anything. Hearing their responses warmed Zhang Haoyan's heart. If everyone stood united, even the impossible could become possible. Confidence is a good quality, but we mustn't be blindly confident. Facing the unknown enemy of the Zuling tribe, we must treat this seriously and carefully address every potential problem. This battle will end with the total annihilation of the Zuling tribe. We're taking the initiative. We strike first. At your command, Lord. Everyone knelt on one knee, their blood boiling with fervor. Now go rest. Once everything is arranged, we march on the White Tower and wipe out the Zuling. As the saying goes, before the troops advance, supplies must lead the way. Zheng Haoyan had to prepare sufficient war materials before launching this fight against the alien race without hesitation. Ring ring ring. Hao Tian, it's Wang Lu. Check the global chat. Everyone's freaking out. Just as Zheng Haoyan was about to organize supplies, Wang Lu's sudden call interrupted him. Puzzled, he opened the world chat window. Hao Tian Sr., this is Lin Walker. I volunteer for combat. Wipe out the Zuling. Hao Tian Sr., this is Chun Wenjie. I volunteer for combat. Wipe out the Zuling. Hao Tian Sr., this is Wan Dongjun. I volunteer for combat. Wipe out the Zuling. Zheng Haoyan was stunned. Hundreds of similar messages flooded in. This was overwhelming support from every lord for Zheng Haoyan, support offered without reservation. Among the hundreds of requests, 50 came from the lords of Zheng Haoyan's subordinate bases. Unsurprisingly, they were naturally the most loyal supporters. For the first time, the Haoyan alliance demonstrated its true significance, with every member declaring their stance. Thank you all. If I really need help, I won't hesitate to ask. For now, I hope everyone focuses on developing their own bases. I'll keep bringing you good news. After pondering briefly, Zheng Haoyan sent this message. Hao Tian Sr. is here. Everyone welcome Hao Tian. Welcome Hao Tian Sr. The man's a legend. Crush those trash Zuling. Hail Lord Hao Tian. I'm right here waiting for your victory report. The Zuling are nothing, no match for you. Reading these messages, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but smile. These lively, eccentric lords were truly relics from the old blue planet. Thanks for your kindness. No more words needed, just wait for the system announcement. The Zuling are mine to deal with. With bold confidence, Zheng Haoyan replied, then closed the chat window. This time, carrying the hopes of them all, he would take the initiative and destroy the Zuling. On the 9th floor of the White Tower, within the domain of the Zuling, the wind still howled fiercely, and white remained the dominant color of this place. Worthless. A cold voice emerged from within the ice and snow, instantly freezing the surrounding air, sending cracks echoing through the space. Crack, crack, crack. Respected king, please calm yourself. Bailing has already paid for his foolishness with his life. He isn't worth your anger anymore. From within the white mist, a figure as massive as a mountain slowly stepped forward. His voice was rough like grinding stones, yet carried a strange calming effect. By Shan, those lowly humans, I want them all wiped out. The cold voice rang out again, accompanied by a thick killing intent spreading across the area. As you command, beloved king. Take my personal guard this time. Failure is not an option. Yes. With that brief exchange, another squad of Zuling descended from the 9th floor of the White Tower onto the land. This unusual activity had already drawn the attention of the other floor lords within the tower. Inside Haoyan base, everyone was in full war preparation. They all knew clearly what lay ahead, a tough and deadly battle. Win it, and they would rejoice together. Lose it, and their lives would be forfeit. Lord, are we really required to fully charge all weapons before the day ends? It might damage the charging equipment, Fang Yu said reluctantly, a tinge of sorrow in his voice. Though he knew Zheng Haoyan wouldn't change his mind, he still felt compelled to speak up. It must be done. We don't know when the Zuling will strike. Even though we're planning the first move, they might still be faster than us. We need to be ready as soon as possible. Zheng Haoyan's voice was stern. Now was no time to worry about minor losses. Even if the machines broke, they could repair them later. Understood, Lord. I'll start overloading the charging process immediately, Fang Yu said firmly, nodding hard. He understood perfectly what mattered most. Zheng Haoyan then headed straight for the blacksmith shop. Xiao Tai, is there any way to further strengthen the lightweight battle armor? Don't worry about resource consumption, Zheng Haoyan asked directly. My lord, perhaps if you upgrade the blacksmith shop again, I might unlock knowledge of even better gear, Xiao Tai replied with a fun grin. Zheng Haoyan nodded. Just an upgrade? That was easy enough. He promptly opened the workshop's interface. With a crisp, ethereal ding, the already level 4 blacksmith shop ascended magnificently to the next tier. Building, blacksmith shop. Level 5. Attribute, forging. Note, a luxurious blacksmith workshop. My lord, I've just realized a far superior design. The moment the upgrade completed, Xiao Tai's eyes lit up with sudden enlightenment. Chapter 210. Humans are truly terrifying. The blacksmith shop's upgrade was complete, and a confident smile instantly spread across Xiao Tai's face. New ideas flooded his mind, including 2 exceptionally powerful types of battle armor. My lord, please grant me a little time. I will begin forging the new armor immediately. Xiao Tai bowed respectfully. Not much time. Do it quickly. Yes, my lord. Xiao Tai hurriedly turned and entered the newly upgraded, more luxurious blacksmith shop, where he and several fellow blacksmiths immediately plunged into a frenzy of activity. The new armor he was about to forge was called the Myriad Forged Armor. As the name suggested, it would undergo exactly 10,000 rounds of forging. In terms of defensive attributes, it would far surpass light armor. Not only that, it possessed an extremely strong self-repair capability and wouldn't hinder the wearer's agility in the slightest. This was one of the benefits brought by the blacksmith shop's upgrade. Normally, crafting such armor would take at least 10 days to half a month, but after the upgrade, a new function had been unlocked, rapid forging. The speed of production increased proportionally based on the number of participants. With the entire blacksmith team working together, the Myriad Forged Armor would be completed within just 1 hour. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Zheng Haoyan made his way to the kitchen. Mei Chunyang Tian Xiaoer and Master Chef Lu Fu were preparing dinner. Upon seeing Zheng Haoyan arrive, they stepped forward immediately and bowed. Greetings, my lord. No need for formalities. Zheng Haoyan waved his hand and got straight to the point. Lu Fu, I need some food that's easy to carry and can quickly restore energy. This expedition to White Tower won't end in a short time, Zheng Haoyin said slowly. He had already decided. He wouldn't retreat until he completely wiped out the Zuling tribe on the 9th level of White Tower. As for the daily summoning of personnel, Wang Li and Xuanying could handle it. Base construction would be assisted by Wu Jun and others. As long as he preserved himself and led effectively, that was all that mattered. Therefore, sufficient provisions were essential. My lord, how much should I prepare? Lu Fu asked. Rations for 200 people for 7 days. This, my lord, I'll start preparing right away. Please wait a moment. Lu Fu first looked troubled, but beside him, Tian Xiaoer gently nudged him, prompting him to change his words immediately. Understood. I'll do it as fast as possible. With that, Zheng Haoyin left. Only one final step remained in preparation, reconnaissance. After watching Zheng Haoyin leave, Lu Fu helplessly looked at Tian Xiaoer. Why did you nudge me just now? 200 people, rations for 7 days. How is that something we can casually whip up? And it has to provide sufficient energy too. Lu Fu said with obvious frustration. But this is the only thing we can do for our lord. Could you really bring yourself to say no? Tian Xiaoer's words silenced Lu Fu instantly. I understand. Let's hurry up and get to work. Alright, on the first floor of White Tower, in the Goblin territory. This was a well-structured region featuring forests, lakes, castles, and farmland. A vital zone upon which the Goblin race depended for survival. Tuka, have you heard? The Zuling tribe from the 9th floor has already sent their people to the lower world twice, apparently because of a small race called humans. Bulu, don't underestimate humans. This race actually killed Bai Ling, a high-ranking general of the Zuling tribe. They're not simple at all. 2 goblins, each about the size of dwarves, chatted idly by the ornate castle gates, discussing the ongoing conflict between Zheng Haoyin and the Zuling tribe. Are you serious? A Zuling general. That's one of their elite warriors, invisible and intangible. How could humans possibly defeat them? Tuka couldn't believe it. What else could it be? The Zuling king even dispatched Bai Shan, the mountain commander of the Zuling mountains, to the lower world. I wonder if he can eliminate the humans. Honestly, I think he might fail. What? Even Bai Shan might not succeed? These humans, they're truly terrifying. Boom. On the tranquil wilderness, a colossal figure, vast as a mountain range, crashed heavily onto the ground. The earth shook violently, stones flew everywhere, and the thunderous impact echoed like a warning across the entire wasteland. Where are the humans? Come out and die. Thump, thump, thump. 2 enormous fists slammed repeatedly from the sky into the ground, intensifying the already ongoing tremors. If Wei Tai hadn't already warned the various lords through the World Chat channel, the scene of human slaughter might have repeated itself across the wilderness once more. Lord Bai Shan, we can track down that group of humans by following the spiritual aura of General Bai Ling's Zuling crystal. A floating, ghost-like spirit from the Zuling tribe spoke, hovering before the massive figure of Bai Shan. It appeared as tiny as a mosquito in comparison, yet this was the Zuling's natural form. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. At once, Lord Bai Shan. Though ethereal and small, the spirit moved with incredible speed, swiftly advancing in the direction of the spiritual aura it had detected. Human, you are doomed to die. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Shan strode forward with thunderous steps, his colossal body shaking the earth around him until the ground cracked and crumbled into pieces. Zheng Haoyin had no idea that the Zuling crystal he'd received as a system reward would become a beacon for the Zuling tribe to track him. And just as he was preparing to set out, the Zuling had already arrived first. Time passed second by second, impartial as the fairest referee, never favoring one side, even slightly. Inside Haoyin base, everyone was immersed in a tense state of battle readiness, too busy to pause and think, all acting precisely according to Zheng Haoyin's orders. My lord, the myriad forged armor is complete. A joyful shout rang out from the blacksmith shop. Zhao Tai stood there holding a finely crafted full-body suit of armor, the myriad forged armor he had spoken of. Not so fast. Let me see. Zheng Haoyin took the armor from the rushing Zhao Tai and began inspecting it carefully. Equipment, myriad forged armor. Attributes, defense 1500, damage reduction 30%, self-repair. Skills, damage immunity, healing. Note, this is an extraordinary battle suit. Can it be mass-produced? After reviewing the armor's stats, only one thought filled Zheng Haoyin's mind. Equip every warrior with it. Yes, my lord. Ever since the blacksmith shop upgrade, we've gained a terrifying new capability. When forging identical equipment, speed increases 3-fold. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Produce as many as you can. Yes, my lord. In and out like the wind, Zhao Tai dashed once again across the base. Chapter 2:11, Fatal Weakness. Zheng Haoyin looked at the myriad forged armor in his hands, then glanced at Zhao Tai's back. With a blacksmith of such exceptional skill in the base, how could they fail to annihilate the Zuling race? Xuanying, go to the barracks and find Zhong Mingding. Tell him I need to see him. Yes, Lord Haoyin. Never mind. I'll go myself. Let's go together. Zheng Haoyin had originally planned to follow the usual protocol, waiting for Zhong Mingding to come to him in the base hall. But upon second thought, why waste time on such formalities? Why not just abandon these so-called rules altogether? Back in the bustling city, he had been nothing more than an insignificant nobody. Staying true to himself was what mattered most. Unnecessary rituals could be cut whenever possible. Xuanying felt slightly uneasy about bypassing protocol, but she also sensed Zheng Haoyin's urgency, so she held her tongue and said nothing to dampen his mood. The two hurried toward the barracks. unaware that Zhong Mingding was also hesitating over whether he should seek out Zheng Haoyan directly, as there were many critical matters he hadn't yet had the chance to report. Greetings, Lord. Mingding, what are you doing right at the barracks entrance? Did you foresee our arrival? Zheng Haoyan asked with a smile. He well remembered that it was precisely due to Zhong Mingding's so-called intuition that he had saved them from certain doom during their last encounter with the Zuling race. You flatter me, my lord. Actually, I had something urgent I wished to discuss with you. I was just hesitant, which is why I ended up lingering here at the barracks gate. Zhong Mingding replied, slightly embarrassed. I see. Then speak freely, what's on your mind? Zheng Haoyan nodded encouragingly. Hearing this, Zhong Mingding no longer hesitated and laid everything bare. It concerns the Zuling race, a piece of intelligence that may greatly aid our upcoming campaign against the White Tower. Zheng Haoyan's expression immediately lit up with interest. This was no trivial matter. The reason he had been so busy preparing for war was precisely because he lacked full confidence in launching a preemptive strike against the White Tower. After all, their enemy, the Zuling race, was unknown and unpredictable. But now, Zhong Mingding's words seemed poised to lift the veil on that supposedly mysterious race, revealing it to be far less intimidating than imagined. Such knowledge would undoubtedly be pivotal. My lord, you may not know this, but the reason I was summoned by you was because my squad was caught in a dire crisis at that very moment, and our enemy was none other than the Zuling race. All members of the Zuling race possess ethereal bodies, making them immune to nearly all physical attacks. Some have even undergone mutations, acquiring additional special abilities, causing our kingdom's army to retreat repeatedly until it was ultimately destroyed. Yet, during our battles against them, we discovered certain weaknesses that, within the foreseeable future, they cannot overcome. Zheng Haoyan grew increasingly focused. An ancient military strategist from China once said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. This was precisely the moment to truly understand the Zuling race. They fear elemental attacks. Specifically, when struck by ice element attacks, they lose their ethereal nature and become vulnerable to physical damage. Zhong Mingding explained seriously. So you're saying, if we equip ourselves with sufficient ice element weapons, the Zuling race will no longer be a threat? My lord, among the Zuling, there are mutated individuals. These are their true combat forces. Including the Zuling king, there are exactly 10 such mutants. Zhong Mingding revealed another crucial piece of information. These 10 will be our greatest adversaries in this campaign. The weakness applied only to ordinary Zuling soldiers, but that was still immensely important. Otherwise, Zheng Haoyan's group would face serious trouble. Meanwhile, as Zheng Haoyan and Zhong Mingding discussed the intelligence on the Zuling race, one of the 10 mutants descending from the 9th level of the White Tower, the giant Baishan, was rapidly approaching Haoyan base. How much farther? Are you sure you can locate those humans? Boom. Baishan slammed his fist into the ground in frustration, then seized a floating Zuling being. Lord Baishan, please trust me. Those humans must be ahead. I can feel it. We're getting closer to the Zuling crystal. The captured Zuling stammered nervously, struggling to suppress his fear. Don't let me catch you lying to me, or else. Rip. A nearby innocent Zuling was torn violently in half. Their ethereal forms offered no protection against Baishan, one of their own kind's mutated elite. Mercy, Lord Baishan. I dare not deceive you. I should hope not. Now lead the way quickly. Thud, thud, thud. The enormous Baishan resumed his march toward Haoyan base, while Zheng Haoyan remained completely unaware that a terrifying force was swiftly drawing near. At that moment, inside Haoyan base, Zheng Haoyan tightly embraced Zhong Mingding, then patted his shoulder and said, You've earned great credit this time. Here, consider this an early reward. Zhong Mingding's face flushed with emotion. He had never encountered a lord so approachable, and when he looked down at the myriad forged armor in his hands, he could barely contain his excitement, staring at Zheng Haoyan in stunned disbelief, as if silently asking, Is this really for me? Zheng Haoyan answered with a smile, Yes, it's yours. Thank you, my lord. I have no way to repay your kindness. Hereafter, I pledge my life to you, and I shall never betray your trust. Kneeling on one knee, Zhong Mingding's expression turned instantly solemn. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. You have gained a loyal retainer. Get up, there's no need for this. We'll need everyone's strength in the battles ahead. I'm not just your lord, I consider all of you family. Zheng Haoyan helped Zhong Mingding to his feet. His words came straight from the heart. He had never seen the farmers under him as mere laborers, for they were truly the ones who kept him alive. Anyone who stood by him like this deserved to be called family. Words failed Zhong Mingding, overwhelmed by gratitude. All he could do was firmly pound his chest with his fist, expressing his loyalty through action. Woo-woo. Just as Zheng Haoyan wore a faint smile, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, not from Haoyan base, but from one of the outer lords within the Haoyan alliance. What's going on? Zheng Haoyan's expression darkened instantly. Something terrible had happened. Warning, subordinate base destroyed. Lord Chen Si has fallen. Beep beep beep. System alerts rang in his ears alongside his phone's ringtone. Suppressing the grief welling inside, Zheng Haoyan answered the call. Lord Haoyan, it's catastrophic. I know. Everyone, seal your bases. The battle starts now, earlier than planned. Zheng Haoyan's eyes hardened. The enemy was already upon them. Chapter 212, Battle against Baishan. The massive figure was clearly visible, an enormous humanoid creature as large as a mountain. If it hadn't been completely white and arrived at precisely this moment, Zheng Haoyan might not have immediately recognized it as an enemy from the Zuling race. Human, come out and die. A roar boomed from beyond the city gate, instantly plunging everyone within Haoyan base into tension. My lord, Zheng Mingding quickly rushed to Zheng Haoyan's side, his face filled with anxiety. The base has strong defenses. There's no way he can break through easily. Zheng Haoyan forced himself to stay calm. Although they still hadn't finished developing weapons specifically targeting the Zuling, the enemy's decision to attack the base presented an opportunity. Relying on Haoyan base's powerful fortifications and the pre-established joint combat plan of the Haoyan alliance, even if this colossal Zuling warrior was terrifying, he would never be their match. Bang! Receiving no response from inside, the white giant outside grew enraged and slammed his fist directly into the walls of Haoyan base. A thunderous noise echoed. Astonishingly, the wall trembled slightly. Bear in mind, this was a fortified main city wall, upgraded and repeatedly reinforced by Zheng Haoyan using vast quantities of materials. Yet even so, a single casual strike had caused it to shake. Lao Wu Lu, activate wall defense mode. Yes, my lord. Though Haoyan base appeared to consist of scattered buildings, it was actually a single integrated entity, centered around the summoning platform. The walls were far more than just physical barriers. They had long been enhanced using graduate-level energy charging technology, jointly modified by the research robots and Fangyu. TCH, since you won't come out, I'll just smash this place apart myself. Bang! Just as Baishan expected another effortless hit, a surge of electric current suddenly shot through his massive body. A sharp crackling sound came from his palm before his entire form uncontrollably staggered backward. Lord Baishan, please be cautious. This is one of humanity's attack methods. Lord Bailing likely perished due to such mechanisms. Roar! Baishan let out an angry bellow. Though the shock hadn't seriously injured him, it deeply humiliated him, to be warned by a mere foot soldier. Why do you have so much to say? Like serving a tiger, one mistake could mean death. The ordinary Zuling who had spoken forgot this rule. In an instant, Baishan's enormous hand clamped down on the smaller being, and then, pop, like a bursting bubble, the talkative Zuling crumbled into dust. You are all ethereal spirits. You fear none of these pathetic human gadgets. Charge in. Execute every last one of them. Baishan wasn't completely foolish. While he couldn't get through immediately, that didn't mean other Zulings couldn't. Their ghost-like bodies could simply float into Haoyan base without triggering any defensive systems. Yes, Lord Baishan. The rank-and-file Zulings lacked the courage to refuse and began pouring into the base one after another. My lord, please entrust frontline defense to us. After all, we've faced the Zulings many times before. Zheng Mingding stepped forward and requested command. Zheng Haoyan looked at him seriously, then nodded. He had no reason to refuse. Phantom Severance Squad, 3rd Unit. Follow my order. Charge. Charge. At Zheng Mingding's command, the 34 soldiers drew short blue daggers about the length of a palm, emitting a chilling mist. These were their ice element weapons designed to combat the Zulings. Mech Division, provide flank support. Move in immediately if anyone's in danger. Yes, my lord. Sure enough, the ordinary Zulings passed smoothly through the barrier and entered Haoyan base. But the moment they appeared, they were met with Zheng Mingding's prepared assault. Kill. SSSSHHH. The frost-laden blue daggers slashed rapidly through the air. Floating Zuling figures were pierced mid-flight by sudden attacks, instantly disintegrating into piles of ash. Damn you. How dare you harm our Zulingkin? Every human shall die. Witnessing this scene, Baishan lost what little sanity he had left. With both fists raised high, he furiously pounded the walls of Haoyan base. Boom. Crash. Bang. The two enormous fists nearly shattered the entire city. However, the retaliatory electric discharge slammed back onto Baishan, hurling him violently to the ground. Blue-violet lightning crackled across his body, and every strand of his white hair stood straight up. My lord, that last impact consumed 50% of the base's power reserves. The energy shield may not hold much longer. Lu Lao's expression was grim. Although it seemed they had the upper hand now, Baishan hadn't actually suffered any serious damage, only minor external injuries. I understand. Open the city walls. Mech Division, follow me into battle. Yes, my lord. This is too dangerous, my lord. Wang Li grabbed Zheng Haoyan firmly. To confront Baishan head-on, such a terrifying being, meant risking death at any moment. Trust me. Zheng Haoyan looked at Wang Li with unwavering confidence, instantly silencing her objections. She could only whisper, please be careful. Zheng Haoyan gave a slight nod, then sharply turned around, his face alight with fierce determination. Mei Ying, engage Duji mode. All mechs, activate maximum output mode. Yes, my lord. The city wall shield instantly deactivated. The mech squadrons rapidly ascended into the air, positioning themselves directly before Baishan, just as he staggered to his feet. You pitiful insects. How dare you defy the Zuling race? Today marks your end. Four Saints mechs, unite with Xuanwu as core. Light God and Dark God mechs, unite with Dark Attribute as core. Yes, my lord. The Four Saints mechs emitted dazzling multicolored radiance, swiftly merging into a single entity centered on Xuanwu's water attribute. The blinding white light of the Light God mech merged with the mysterious darkness of the Dark God mech, completing their fusion in an instant as the yin-yang symbol spun. Feudal resistance. Die all of you. Baishan raised his colossal fist. For him, his own body was his most powerful weapon, no embellishment needed. He lunged forward, aiming a crushing blow straight at Zheng Haoyan leading the charge. My lord, look out. Whoosh. The Mei Ying mech darted sideways, using its burst mode acceleration to narrowly evade the devastating punch. Bang! The fist smashed into the ground, unleashing another thunderous explosion. Catherine, assist me in harassing it. We'll leave the frontal assault to the Four Saints mechs. The real battle was only beginning. Chapter 213. The Void Spirit King panics. In front of Haotian base's outer wall, the 9 mechas had now split into 4 distinct units. The Four Symbols mecha and the Light Darkness Divine mecha stood directly opposite Baishan, facing him down, while Shadow and Catherine's throne harassed from the flanks. You little bugs. Die for me. Baishan raised his enormous palm and swatted toward the Shadow mecha, as if slapping a mosquito. Catherine, fire projectiles. At once, my lord. On the other side, Catherine's throne unleashed full firepower. White light flashed from the back of the mecha as a barrage of explosive shells rocketed toward Baishan. Puff, 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 boom. After a series of dull thuds, the deafening explosions twisted Baishan's ferocious face in pain. A mosquito bite wouldn't kill him, true, but the pain was real and deeply irritating. That was exactly how Baishan felt now. You dare? You seek death. Provoked, Baishan shifted his focus entirely to Catherine's throne, swinging his massive hand violently toward it. I'm your opponent. Whoosh. The Shadow mecha, brandishing a blue-violet laser sword, lunged forward under Zhang Haoyan's control. The blade slashed across Baishan's pristine skin, leaving behind a dark scar. This time, the pain was far worse than mere shellfire. Baishan roared, staring at the blackened gash on his massive arm, fury flooding his mind. Roar! His giant eyes, like oversized doorbells, became bloodshot with rage. After relentless provocation, Baishan had entered a mindless berserker state. Are the Four Symbols mecha ready? Zhang Haoyan shouted. Boom! The Four Symbols mecha answered with action. A powerful water elemental cannon blast slammed into Baishan's body. Immediately afterward, the Light Darkness Divine mecha charged forward. Its laser sword, now transformed into a dark attribute weapon, swung downward onto Baishan. A patch of blue ice crystals instantly formed where the strike landed. Baishan froze mid-attack. Zhang Haoyan easily dodged the furious blow. Just like that. Keep attacking, Catherine, and I will keep its attention. If Baishan earlier had been weaker but intelligent, a thinking boss, then now, in this enraged state, he had become an irrational ultimate boss. Though his combat strength had increased significantly, he could no longer discern whom to attack first. The scene abruptly resembled a boss fight from a video game. Zhang Haoyan and Catherine played the role of main tanks, drawing Baishan's aggro, while the Four Symbols mecha and Light Darkness Divine mecha delivered primary damage, steadily whittling down Baishan's health. Roar! Multiple frostbite marks now covered Baishan's body. Even as a mutant, he couldn't escape the innate weakness against ice-based attacks. He was nearing his last breath. My lord, energy remaining is only 20%. Hold on. Warning, energy low. Current level, 20 out of 100. A metallic alert chimed in Zhang Haoyan's ear. Energy had dropped to the final 20%. Bang! At that moment of distraction, Baishan suddenly ripped off one of his thick arms. It crashed to the ground like a fallen pillar from the heavens, accidentally smashing one of Catherine's throne's wings. Catherine, I'm fine, my lord. Catherine's throne tumbled away, unbalanced by the broken wing, but Catherine quickly reported she was not in mortal danger. Final assault. Everyone, attack with everything you've got. Baishan was now covered in frostbite, one arm severed. He was practically on the verge of death. Yet Zhang Haoyan knew clearly. A cornered beast still fights, and a dying camel is larger than a horse. Baishan was slowly recovering from his berserk state, no longer easy to manipulate with aggro. Human, you force my hand. Respected Void Spirit King, grant me power. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Haoyan and the others, Baishan suddenly knelt on one knee, pounding his remaining right fist against his chest with loud, resonant thuds. Duong, 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 as if transmitting some message through a strange ritual. Bad. It's trying to summon the Void Spirit King to possess it. My lord, sever its head now, or we're finished. From atop the city walls, Zhong Mingding screamed out. What Baishan was attempting was self-sacrifice, to call upon the distant Void Spirit King residing in the 9th level of the White Tower. If he succeeded, Zhang Haoyan's group, already nearly depleted in strength, would face a fully powered Void Spirit King. Victory would be impossible. You will not. Upon hearing Zhong Mingding's warning, Zhang Haoyan let out a furious roar and surged upward with his sword drawn. He was going to deliver the final blow to Baishan. Lord, allow this humble servant to assist you. Haoyan, you will prevail. Just as the laser sword was about to make contact, Zhang Haoyan's body was violently repelled backward, slamming the Shadow mecha heavily into the city wall. Human? Mere insect. It's the Void Spirit King. Zhong Mingding's voice came hoarse. Baishan's sacrificial summoning could not be stopped in time. The Void Spirit King had descended. No, Lord. The Void Spirit King hasn't fully manifested yet. There's still a chance. Sever Baishan's head. This is our last opportunity. Zhong Mingding shouted desperately. Lord, raise your laser sword above your head. Feng Yu's voice rang out from inside the base. Zhang Haoyan didn't understand, but he obeyed without hesitation. As he lifted the blue-violet laser sword skyward, a surge of violent energy erupted from the base and, in an instant, converged onto the blade of his weapon. It worked, harnessing the entire base's power into a single energy weapon. Just how immense would its destructive force be? Zhang Haoyan was about to find out. Whoosh! A lightning-fast dash, and then a thunderous explosion. Baishan's massive head crashed heavily onto the ground. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan. Defeated high-ranking general of the Void Spirit race. Reward. 1 grade-level Void Spirit Crystal, and 1 set of intelligence on the Void Spirit race. Phew, finally over. Zheng Haoyan landed on the ground, propping himself up with one hand. He nearly collapsed from exhaustion. At the same moment, within the realm of the Void Spirits on the 9th level of the White Tower, for the first time, the Void Spirit King showed an expression of terror. That eternally cold, unchanging face actually twisted with fear, something no one would ever believe if told. What was that just now? Was that truly human strength? Impossible. The Void Spirit King kept denying the reality he had just experienced, because he panicked. Chapter 214, Reorganization and Upgrade. As Baishan gradually vanished into thin air, an explosion of cheers erupted within Haoyan base, startling Zheng Haoyan, who had just recovered from the intense battle. He quickly broke into a radiant smile. We've won again. Zheng Haoyan stood atop the city wall, facing all the people of Haoyan base. Once more, he had successfully led everyone to victory against their enemy, not for the first time, and certainly not the last. Long live Lord Zheng. Lord Zheng is invincible. Lord Zheng, I want to bear your children. Zheng Haoyan blushed awkwardly and hastily interrupted those about to spew more inappropriate remarks. Everyone quiet down. Let me say a few words. His command rang out like that of an ancient emperor. Immediately, everyone fell into complete silence, as if the earlier frenzy had been nothing but an illusion. This time, our victory over the Void Spirit Clan's general was largely due to researcher Feng Yu and the 3 research robots. From this, we learned that we must further strengthen our equipment to face future enemies with greater ease. Safety is only temporary. No one can guarantee when the next attack will come or how fierce it will be. All we can do is strengthen ourselves. I'll now announce the base's next steps. Wang Li, take notes. At once, my lord. Wang Li promptly responded, pulling out paper and pen, focusing intently. First, fortify the base's defenses. This task falls to me and Wang Li. Everyone else must provide sufficient materials. Second, complete the universal deployment of mechs. Everyone must undergo mech training. Feng Yu, I want you to turn mech production into a full-scale assembly line operation. Every single member of Haoyan base shall be equipped with a mech. Feng Yu looked troubled. Turning mech manufacturing into an assembly line process would be no easy feat. Still, he swallowed hard and replied respectfully. Understood, my lord. I will work tirelessly with the 3 senior robot researchers to accelerate development and achieve mass mech production as soon as possible. Zheng Haoyan nodded. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he trusted Feng Yu. Ever since being rescued, this man had never let him down. Finally, everyone must intensify their training. I will upgrade the barracks and appoint specialized trainers so that each person reaches peak physical condition, defense, equipment, personal strength. To face future challenges more easily, they needed to act on multiple fronts. It might be exhausting, but it would absolutely be worth it. You're dismissed. The reconnaissance squad will clean up the battlefield. Everyone else, return to your duties. Squad leaders, report to the base hall. I'll give you the detailed training plans. Yes, my lord. The base members dispersed immediately. Miners headed to the mines, woodcutters to the forests, hunters back to the wilds. After all, the upcoming base construction would require vast amounts of these basic materials. Time passed. Lunch came and went in a flash. Zheng Haoyan believed afternoons were the perfect time for hard work, so he opened the world chat window. Looking for resources, wood, iron, ore, stone, and various basic materials. If you have extras, trade them with me for weapons, gear, or fine food. One stone stirred 1,000 waves. The moment Zheng Haoyan's message appeared, the world chat exploded once more. Bro Haotian. My god, it's actually Bro Haotian. It's been a while, Bro Haotian. We all thought you'd fought the Void Spirits to mutual annihilation. Thank goodness you're safe. Bro Haotian, tell me what you need. I'll send you everything left in my base. No need for your weapons or gear in return. Seeing this free donation message, others were about to lash out, until they realized it came from Wei Tai. Immediately, they fell silent. After all, he was another top-tier powerhouse. No need. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't accept gifts. I have some surplus weapons and gear I no longer need. They might help you. Those interested in trading, please PM me. Zheng Haoyan politely declined Wei Tai's offer. Exchange was the fairest and lowest cost method. After all, the hardest debt to repay was a favor, and Zheng Haoyan understood that well. Once again, the world chat flooded with praise. So noble. Refuses handouts. Hao Tian is truly upright. Zheng Haoyan simply ignored it all, calmly waiting for private messages to arrive. Ding. Lord Feng Yuan. Bro Hao Tian. I have 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, and 10,000 units of iron ore. What can I get in exchange? A total of 160,000 units of materials. According to the exchange rate, I'll convert that into 350,000 units of wood. You can pick any 2 items from this list. Zheng Haoyan sent over information about equipment previously produced at the base, such as purple tier weapons and light armor, but the other lord didn't respond for a while. Have you made your choice? Ding. Another private message notification popped up. Big Bro Hao Tian. Could I possibly get one more item? I also have 2,000 units of jade ore and 1,000 units of tungsten ore. Sure, Zheng Haoyan had done material for gear trades before, but never had it been this intense. He had no idea how many lords there were in total, but already over 300 had messaged him privately wanting to trade, each holding resources ranging from several 10,000 to over 1,000,000 units. In just one afternoon, Zheng Haoyan discovered that the base warehouse was nearly full. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. For now, the equipment exchange is officially over. If needed in the future, I'll host similar events again. Hope you'll all join with the same energy. After sending out the reply, Zheng Haoyan opened the base management panel. With all the necessary materials gathered, it was time, without a doubt, for the upgrade phase. Upgrade barracks. Expand and rebuild. Barracks upgrading. Time required, 15 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. So the system's instant construction function is gone. It'll take 16 hours to complete. Quite a wait. Shui Ying, tell Zhong Mingding to bring his men and start working on the barracks. Understood, Lord Hao Tian. 3 minutes later, Zheng Haoyan's orders were fully delivered. Barracks upgrading. Time required, 29 minutes and 29 seconds. That's more like it. 30 minutes to completion. Not bad at all. A smile spread across Zheng Haoyan's face as the base continued its upgrade. Chapter 215, The White Tower's Decree. Arriving at the barracks, watching the soldiers bustling about, Zheng Haoyan suddenly felt as though the system he believed in was gradually fading into the background, and everything around him was becoming increasingly real. This could already be seen from how base upgrades were being carried out. The required materials were piled outside the barracks, mixed and transported by the soldiers themselves, and even the final construction work, laying each brick and tile, was done entirely by their own hands. Yet one undeniable fact remained. The speed of progress was still greatly accelerated. Is there anything wrong, my lord? Zhong Mingding asked. As commander, he wasn't personally repairing the barracks, but stood nearby directing operations. Zheng Haoyan shook his head. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Calmly, he replied. You've all worked hard. Once you're finished, go rest at the civilian houses. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Zheng Haoyan turned and left. Whether upgrading the base simply consumed resources or required manual labor from farmers, one thing was certain. He would not stop. Like the evolution of eras, nothing would halt due to a single individual's will. Everything must continue forward. Within Wei Tai's base, despite Zheng Haoyan's continued refusal to share the design plans for signal towers, with help from the national envoy, Wei Tai had finally re-established true contact with the nation. And this connection involved the White Tower. Major Wei Tai, you are to relay this message directly to Lord Zheng Haoyan. Do not attempt to provoke the White Tower again. The entities there are beyond human resistance, unless humankind undergoes collective evolution. May I ask, what exactly is the White Tower? Wei Tai's tone remained calm. The nation he once believed in now seemed far different from what he had imagined. That is classified information. You don't need to know. Just remember to deliver our words to Zheng Haoyan. If his recklessness leads to a major crisis for humanity, we will no longer show him leniency. Heh, Wei Tai sneered inwardly. I'd like to know, what exactly can you do to him? His words implied not what they wanted to do, but what they were actually capable of doing. Not only were the nation's institutions unable to reach their region, but even if they did arrive, could they really stand against Zheng Haoyan? His combat strength probably outpaced them by half a century. We will destroy him. Beep. The call ended. You shouldn't have been so direct, said the black-robed envoy, his voice tinged with resignation. Still, his attitude was clearly different from before, more subdued. Let them come then. What harm can they possibly do to me? I've already offended Lord Haoyan because of your damn affairs. Isn't that enough? Wei Tai snapped angrily. The envoy fell silent, unable to respond. Wei Tai turned and walked away. It was time to contact Zheng Haoyan again, though he couldn't say whether their next conversation would remain as civil as before. Inside Wang Lu's base. As the only female lord in the southwest region with a level 4 base, Wang Lu harbored no grand ambitions. She simply wanted to manage her base well and prepare for unavoidable crises. But sometimes, even when you avoid trouble, trouble finds you anyway. And now, Wang Lu faced such a situation. My lady, we've received a signal from an unknown source. The caller seems to want to speak with us. Should we connect? With mobile phones now widespread, various radio communication devices had emerged. Given her good relationship with Zheng Haoyan, Wang Lu naturally owned one too. Unknown source? From which direction? A trace of confusion crossed Wang Lu's face. This was the first time something like this had happened. I'm not sure, my lady. We were calibrating the equipment as usual when the signal suddenly came through. The operator looked just as bewildered. Wang Lu pondered briefly, then nodded. After all, it was just a remote transmission. Even if the caller meant ill, they couldn't possibly use the signal waves to travel here and destroy her base, could they? Since there was no actual safety risk, why not have a chat? SSSS. A crackling sound filled the air as electrical currents clashed. The voice on the other end muffled and indistinct at first, but then gradually became clear. Lulu, is that you? It's Dad. Wang Lu froze. Dad? Who's Dad? My dad. Dad. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her father had survived the apocalypse. And not only that, he was alive. He was safe. Without a doubt, this was the best news she'd heard since entering the post-apocalyptic world. Ah, Lulu, my girl, you've suffered. It's my fault. I failed you. I only found you now. Came a deep male voice, thick with regret. It's not your fault. No one could have predicted something like this would happen, Wang Lu said, holding back her tears and suppressing her excitement. But from now on, you don't need to worry anymore. My base has already become a level 5 main city, with over 1,000 elite soldiers and 7 subordinate territories. I'm finally capable of coming to find you. The deep male voice carried confidence, along with a faint sense of pride, like a father asking his daughter, see how great your dad is? Dad, how did you suddenly manage to contact me? And you knew it was me, didn't you? Wang Lu wasn't a little girl anymore. Before crossing over, she had been an outstanding student at a prestigious university. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had survived countless crises and built her base into a level 4 stronghold, one that ranked just below the main cities. She knew clearly, this was no coincidence. Lulu, your dad went through enormous effort to find you. Just to locate you and establish this communication. I even sacrificed an entire combat unit of 100 men. The deep voice grumbled slightly, as if feeling his daughter wasn't being understanding enough. Did you go through all this trouble just for reunion? Dad, I'm not a child anymore. Say what you really mean. Wang Lu remained unmoved. Her tone shifted from initial emotion to calm composure. Perhaps Xinxing still existed in this apocalypse, but did it exist in everyone? The answer was clearly no. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, then turned unusually stern, shifting into the authoritative tone of a superior issuing orders. Lulu, you're right. Reuniting with you isn't the only reason I reached out. There's something else. Then speak. Don't go near the White Tower. Don't even talk about it. At those words, Wang Lu froze. The White Tower? The Zuling race? Had her father contacted her because of Zheng Haoyan? What do you mean? Explain clearly. Wang Lu's voice wavered slightly. Lulu, there are many things you don't need to know. Just remember one thing. Stay away from the White Tower. Anyone associated with it will die without a doubt. Would Zheng Haoyan die? Wang Lu pulled out her phone and began dialing Zheng Haoyan's number. Chapter 216, the first floor of the White Tower. The call connected, and upon hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Wang Lu's heart suddenly felt much calmer. Lord Wang Lu, what is it you need? Wang Lu hesitated, unsure of what to say, her heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Are you still there? Hearing Zheng Haoyan speak again, Wang Lu finally gathered her thoughts. She still needed to inform him about the matter concerning the White Tower. Lord Haoyan, how much do you know about the White Tower? Her tone had regained its calmness. The White Tower. Zheng Haoyan instinctively glanced at the bell cauldron in front of him. At the moment Wang Lu called, he had been questioning the bell cauldron about other matters regarding the Zuling race, inevitably touching upon the subject of the White Tower. But why would Wang Lu bring it up now? At the moment, all I know is that the group of monsters I eliminated came from the 9th level of the White Tower, a race called the Zuling. Beyond that, I know nothing. Zheng Haoyan replied honestly without hesitation. So he doesn't know much about the White Tower either. Wang Lu thought silently, then continued. Then, if I asked you to abandon any further investigation into the White Tower, pretend it never existed, would you agree? Zheng Haoyan was momentarily speechless. As if this were even a choice right now. Wang Lu clearly didn't grasp the situation. He hadn't chosen any of this. It had all been thrust upon him. From Lao Wu's team being targeted by the White Tower Legion, to the Zuling ambushing his base on the wasteland, every action so far had been defensive retaliation forced upon his side. Though he'd considered taking the initiative, he hadn't yet put such plans into motion. Do I even have a choice? The Zuling have already attacked my base. Should I just sit here and wait for them to destroy everything? Zheng Haoyan sounded irritated. This was a ridiculous question. That's not what I meant. Wang Lu quickly apologized. Lord Haoyan, someone contacted me saying that the White Tower is something we aren't ready to face yet. That's why I wanted to tell you. Sorry, really sorry. I'm not blaming you. Thanks for the warning, but some things aren't within my control. I don't have a choice. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Wang Lu stared blankly at the small cell phone in her hand, emotions churning inside her. If Zheng Haoyan really got into trouble, would she stand by his side or simply watch from afar? Right after Zheng Haoyan hung up with Wang Lu, another familiar number appeared on his phone. This time, however, he chose to reject the call. Shortly afterward, a private message arrived. White Tower danger. Be careful. Zheng Haoyan's expression turned instantly serious. Though he wasn't particularly fond of Wei Tai, he knew the man wouldn't joke about something like this. And coincidentally, Wang Lu had just mentioned the White Tower too. Could they have coordinated this? The very idea flashed across his mind before he dismissed it. Even if these two had some kind of private communication, they wouldn't expose it in such an obvious way. That the White Tower was dangerous, that much Zheng Haoyan already knew deep down. It would be stranger if it weren't dangerous. Even facing just one Zuling tribe, no single base lord could stand against them. Not even his Haotian alliance could hope to match the Zuling. Had the enemy not underestimated him and held back their full strength, Haotian base might have already been destroyed. So what if it's dangerous? Do you think I can run from it? Zheng Haoyan shook his head with a bitter smile. Then his expression hardened with resolve. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? After politely replying, got it, to Wei Tai, Zheng Haoyan moved on to the next phase of base development. The next building to upgrade, the foundry. The wasteland region where the White Tower stood was the center of the entire world, like the world tree to the elves, perfectly centered, neither kin nor leaning, signifying its unparalleled status. Tens of thousands of miles directly east of the White Tower lay a cluster of base structures. The so-called national authority that had warned Wei Tai was located here. Southwest sector is getting out of control. Should we inform the White Tower side and activate elimination protocols? No need for intervention. The Grey Rat clan isn't as simple as they appear. Anyone daring to challenge the White Tower's authority has already sealed their doom. Just ensure the White Tower doesn't turn its wrath toward humanity. Understood, Supreme Leader. I shall take my leave. Wait. Inform the Grey Rat clan on the first floor of the White Tower. If they're willing to act, I will offer them the Rat King's skull. At once, Supreme Leader. I'll handle it immediately. This conversation, exchanged within one of the bases in the cluster, revealed certain secrets unknown to the outside world. The first floor of the White Tower. In some circles, it was known as the Grey Rat Realm. As the name suggests, this was the living territory of the Grey Rat clan, dominated by brown earth tones and mostly composed of cave-like structures. I am an envoy under Lord Qing Tian. I request an audience with the Rat King. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Human scent was extremely rare in the gray rat realm, and to these massive gray rats, each as large as a calf, a human body wasn't even enough for a single meal. Human, the White Tower does not welcome you. A strange wave of sound gathered, conveying a clear message of disgust. Rat King, my leader possesses the skull of one of your ancestral Rat Kings. If you desire it, come forth and let us negotiate. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After the mysterious messenger revealed his trump card, the ground of the gray rat realm trembled violently. A grayish-green rat-like creature, as large as a 200-square-meter detached villa, emerged onto the surface. Human, do you know the consequence of deceiving the Rat King? I will devour your flesh and imprison your soul within gray flames, burning it for eternity. The Rat King's voice was ethereal, merely information transmitted through special means. Every word I speak is true. My leader has also said that once the Rat King agrees to our request, he will hand over the Rat King's skull immediately upon completion, without deception. At the sight of the Rat King, the mysterious messenger involuntarily twitched his body, then forced himself to suppress his fear and speak. Human, state your demand. My leader requests that the Rat King lead his people into the mortal realm and annihilate a certain human base. Once the mission is accomplished, the Rat King's skull will be delivered at once. The colossal pupils of the Rat King flickered slightly. With its limited intellect, it couldn't quite comprehend why humans would turn against their own kind, even going so far as to use the gray rats as tools, and willingly offer such a precious relic as a skull in exchange. But none of that truly mattered to the Rat King. Give me his information. Prepare the Rat King's skull. If he is destroyed, and the skull is not delivered, your end shall follow. The mysterious man nodded, a smirk of triumph spreading across his face. Don't worry, the skull won't be missing. Chapter 217, A Sky Full of Rat Shadows. At Haotian Base, by the construction platform, Catherine stood quietly beside Zheng Haotian, draped in magnificent robes, resembling a true queen. Her aura completely overshadowed his, as if she were the rightful ruler of this base. Catherine, are you certain you can take full control once the construction platform is linked to the mechanical world? Please trust me, my lord. Catherine's eyes were sincere. If not for knowing she was a robot, Zheng Haotian would have mistaken her for a real human being. Robert and the other mechanical servants had been dismissed. There were things they didn't need to know, things they shouldn't know at all. Then let's begin. If the summoning platform was the base's core foundation, then the construction platform was an upgraded version, yet came with even more restrictions. Firstly, there was the limitation on numbers. Secondly, the unpredictability of what could be summoned. Mechanical servants could never appear in organized units like regular soldiers. At best, they could barely form a ragtag squad. Though powered armor compensated for some combat strength, it still wasn't nearly enough for the upcoming journey into the White Tower. Please choose your upgrade path, my lord. I shall assist you every step of the way. From the very beginning, Catherine's identity had been shrouded in mystery. The mechanical servants like Robert referred to her as Her Majesty the Queen, clearly indicating that before Zheng Haotian summoned her, she held an exalted status far above the ordinary. And this was precisely one of the reasons why Zheng Haotian chose to upgrade the construction platform. Catherine could bring him unforeseen advantages. Zheng Haotian nodded, opened the base interface, and began feeding materials into the platform to initiate the upgrade. Construction platform upgrading. Warning, anomalous ability interference detected. Upgrade trajectory will be altered. Just as the construction platform began glowing with the light of activation, Catherine leapt directly into its core. Instantly, the system blared out an alarm. Zheng Haotian frowned. Would this really work without issues? But no one could answer him now. All he could do was wait for the upgrade to complete. While Zheng Haotian was busy strengthening his forces in preparation for the White Tower expedition, unrest stirred within the first layer of the White Tower. Gray rats, each the size of a calf, crawled along the tower's edges down onto the land, quickly spreading across the earth like a creeping veil of ashen death. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When a colossal gray rat, its body as large as a 200-square-meter villa, landed on the ground, it let out an eerie shriek. At once, the swarm of smaller rats responded like disciplined soldiers, rapidly assembling into orderly ranks across the wasteland. This was no mere infestation. It was an army of another species, physically stronger and far deadlier than ordinary rats. It seems your time is almost up. A shadow emerged from among the rat horde, passing through them as though invisible, and slowly walked toward a parked truck. After casting a cold smirk toward the southwest and muttering something under his breath, the figure climbed into the truck and drove away. The swarm of gray rats made no move against him, as if he were nothing but air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Another shrill cry rang out. The great Rat King issued its command. In the next instant, the entire rat swarm moved southwestward, swift, coordinated, and unrelenting. Their target was unmistakable. Qin Juanhao, leader of one of Haotian Base's subordinate bases, had recently upgraded his base to level 3. It now housed 59 inhabitants, including himself, exactly 60. To Qin Juanhao, joining the Haotian alliance was the smartest decision he'd made since the apocalypse. He didn't have to do much of anything, yet he gained access to many of Zheng Haotian's level 5 base structures. Though initially built as level 1 constructions, their attributes were so powerful that Qin couldn't even find words to describe them. Moreover, he received a laser weapon, a strategic grade weapon, that he once could only dream of. And Zheng Haotian hadn't hesitated. He simply handed one to every subordinate base leader. Right now, Qin Juanhao caressed the sleek energy gun in his hand, its power immense, and grinned so widely his mouth might split. My lord, bad news. Thousands of giant rats have appeared just a kilometer outside the base. His subordinate burst in, interrupting Qin's fantasy. Irritated, Qin snapped. So what? Are these rats going to climb over our walls? Don't make such a fuss. Just notify the hunting team to set up traps outside and eliminate those rodents. Keep them away from the base. But, enough. Don't bother me. Get out. Impatiently waving his hand, Qin dismissed the man. Just rats? Did they really need to come asking him personally? Such a waste of time. Yes, my lord. To the base farmers, obedience came first. Even if the messenger had much to say, he had no choice but to follow orders. After his subordinate left, Qin Juanhao gazed once more at the energy gun in his hands and murmured with admiration. This thing really is exquisite. Less than 3 minutes passed before another farmer burst into the base hall, his face clearly filled with panic. My lord, can't you see I'm busy? What now? More rats. Are you all useless or what? Idiots. Qin Juanhao snapped furiously, cutting the man off mid-sentence. And no, my lord. It's not that. The rats, they've broken into the base. What? Where are the hunting team? Qin Juanhao's expression changed instantly as alarm flooded his voice. They've all been eaten by the rats. What? Qin Juanhao collapsed back into his seat, mind reeling, the energy gun slipping from his grip and clattering to the floor. Soon after, a chorus of sharp squeaks echoed louder and louder, rapidly approaching. Subordinate base leader Qin Juanhao has died. Base collapsing. Please investigate immediately. Zheng Haotian, who had been intently watching the construction platform undergo constant transformations, suddenly heard the system alert. His anticipation vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave expression. What kind of threat is this? The Zuling tribe moves faster than I expected. Instinctively, Zheng Haotian attributed the death of the subordinate base leader to the Zuling tribe, since they were currently the only powerful faction he had antagonized. And whoever could destroy a subordinate base without allowing any warning to be sent, such strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Shuiying, go notify Lu Laowu. Assemble all personnel. Prepare for battle. Yes, Sir Haotian. The once calm Haotian base plunged back into tension. Everyone began changing into the latest gear, rushing onto the walls and taking their designated combat positions, ready to sacrifice themselves for the base. Zheng Haotian could no longer wait for the construction platform's upgrade to finish. He quickly climbed onto the city wall. In the distance, a swarm of gray figures was closing in at an unbelievable speed. What on earth is that? Chapter 218, The Mechanical Army. Lord, it's rats. Gray rats. Lu Laowu, peering through the surveillance equipment, finally saw the true form of the massive gray mass. It was a swarm of hideous, terrifying gray rats. Not only were they grotesque in appearance, but their size was unprecedentedly enormous, making his voice tremble slightly. Even when facing hordes of zombies, Lu Laowu had never felt such fear. Why have so many rats suddenly appeared? Zhong Mingding, do the Zuling have anything like this? Can they control rats? Since Zheng Haotian initially suspected the Zuling behind this, he immediately asked Zhong Mingding, but the answer was far from reassuring. I don't know, Lord. Perhaps they do, but I've never encountered such a thing before. Zhong Mingding replied helplessly, shaking his head. Zheng Haotian frowned deeply. Could it be that it wasn't the Zuling? Regardless, let's try anyway. Lu Laowu, lead the entire reconnaissance squad. Each member take an ice element energy rifle. Bear 3, you lead the entire tank unit to clear the way for the reconnaissance squad. Slow down the gray rats' advance just outside the base. Yes, my lord. Zheng Haotian swiftly issued his commands, and the two elite squads quickly sprang into action. Zhong Mingding had once said that ice element attacks were effective against the Zuling, which is why Zheng Haotian had mass-produced ice element weapons, to ensure the Zuling could never invade Haotian base again. If these gray rats were indeed a mutated faction of the Zuling, they should be thoroughly suppressed. The base gates swung open rapidly. Members of the tank unit roared out in their Tiger, one heavy armored tanks, followed closely by the reconnaissance squad riding in modified vehicles. Though not their first joint operation, Zheng Haotian's heart was filled with unease. After all, the enemy was a swarm of giant gray rats, an adversary they'd never faced before. Fire! Whoosh! 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 A series of piercing sounds tore through the air as the reconnaissance squad, under Lu Laowu's command, pulled their triggers. Beams of deep blue ice element projectiles streaked toward the rat horde. Boom! 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 The moment the shells exploded, intense cold surged outward, rapidly enveloping a 5-meter radius around each impact point. The power exceeded Zheng Haotian's expectations. Good. Wait. Strange. The rats don't seem afraid of the cold at all. Zheng Haotian's fleeting joy was instantly doused by what he saw next. The gray rats showed no fear of the freezing aura. This indirectly proved one thing. They were not of the Zuling. They're not Zuling. Zhong Mingding blurted out. But Zheng Haotian already knew, and this realization left him bewildered once more. If not the Zuling, then why did this swarm of rats harbor such intense aggression toward Haotian base? Clearly, they were targeting the base specifically. Other than the Zuling, have I offended any other force? Even if I had, it would only be among the zombies. What do these rats have to do with them? Could they merely be passing through? No, they clearly aim to destroy the entire Haotian base and obliterate me completely. Zheng Haotian immediately dismissed the idea of this being accidental. This attack was undoubtedly premeditated. Lord, what should we do? Dozens of ice element shells only added blue speckles to the rat swarm. Fewer than 10 have actually been killed. Zheng Mingding said despairingly. Don't panic. We can still defeat them. Zheng Haoyan's face remained stern, yet he projected unwavering confidence to his men, because they had no retreat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats suffered no fatal damage from the ice element shells, and, leveraging their overwhelming numbers, began relentlessly pushing back both the tank and reconnaissance units. The situation turned dire. Fall back, Zheng Haoyan shouted. He couldn't afford to sacrifice the tank and reconnaissance squads uselessly. Lord, we won't retreat. Boom. A surge of Roshir flooded Zheng Haoyan's mind. That single refusal carried immense courage and determination. Behind them lay the base. If they retreated, the base would be in danger. Lu Laowu, Bear 3, follow orders, fall back now. After a brief moment of emotional impulse, Zheng Haoyan barked another strict command. Lord, please trust us. We won't let them destroy even a single corner of the base. Bear 3's muffled voice echoed from inside the tank. The next second, a skyward eruption of artillery fire signaled their vow to fight the rats to the death. Fools. Such sacrifices are meaningless. Tears welled up in Zheng Haoyan's eyes. But who could say it was meaningless? This act undeniably inspired everyone in the base, including Zheng Mingding. My lord, we request permission to engage. My lord, the Special Operations Unit requests permission to engage. My lord, the Mech Battalion requests permission to engage. Zheng Haoyan trembled uncontrollably, his voice growing hoarse, yet he still forced out that single word. Fight! Fight! A tsunami of roars surged from within Haoyan base. The base gates swung wide open as everyone poured out, fully armed, standing before the compound. They feared no giant gray rats, for behind them stood something more precious than life itself. Squeak! 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 The gray rat king was clearly caught off guard. Its bulging eyes darted rapidly, unable to comprehend why these humans showed no fear at all. Did they not fear death? Tear them apart. With a shrill cry, the gray rat king issued its command. All the rats bared their sharpest fangs and began gnawing at the armored hulls of tanks and modified vehicles. Screech! Screech! The grating sound sent chills down spines. Everyone knew what would happen once the tanks and vehicles were breached, but they did not falter. Keep going, fire. Whoosh! 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 Shells continued to launch, tanks roaring with relentless barrages. One rat after another exploded into pieces, yet the tank armor slowly eroded under the relentless biting. Those teeth were too sharp. No, no, you can't die. Zheng Haoyan hurled a mech capsule into the air, swiftly entering the shadow mech. He would not allow his men to die defending the base while he stood idle. At this critical moment, a dazzling burst of white light erupted from inside Haoyan base. Construction platform upgrade complete. Establishing mechanical kingdom portal. Portal established. Summoning begins. At the heart of Haoyan base's construction platform, Catherine stood motionless, eyes tightly shut, enveloped in radiant light. In the next second, mechanical servants began to emerge one by one from the platform. 1, 2, 10, 100. In the blink of an eye, a full 500-unit mechanical army had formed atop the base. Catherine's gaze turned fierce. She raised her arm toward the outside of the base and let out a thunderous roar. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 219, Forceful Counterattack. Catherine stood atop her throne mecha, an imposing war machine summoned from who knows where, like a general commanding the battlefield. In her hand, she held an ornate scepter, pointing it toward the swarm of gray rats outside the base. By your command, Queen Catherine. Buzz. The mechanical servants raised their hands toward the ground. Flames erupted from their limbs, and in the next instant, they launched straight into the air, surging forward like a storm to meet the rats beyond the base walls. This 500-strong mechanical army moved with perfect synchronicity, divided into 5 clusters stacked vertically, each cluster composed of 10 rows of 10 units. The sight was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Whoosh! Boom! The entire mechanical legion raised their arms as one. Red light flickered across their forearms before a barrage of explosive shells rained down upon the horde of gray rats below. Explosions thundered all around. Are these reinforcements Lord Zheng brought? Lu Laowu stared in utter disbelief. He'd thought he was finished, that there would be no escape this time. But clearly, his lord still had secret weapons up his sleeve. These terrifying, inhuman warriors were undoubtedly overwhelming the rats. Without a doubt, the extermination of the gray rat horde was now only a matter of time. Squeak! 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 Damn it! What are these things? The gray rat king shrieked in rage, its voice not only furious but tinged with unmistakable fear. It was afraid. Keep firing. The mechanical legion's bombardment continued relentlessly, turning the ground beneath into a wasteland of shattered rat corpses. The stench of blood was completely drowned out by the thick smoke of gunpowder. Only scattered limbs remained visible in the chaos. Beautiful. Everyone watching could not help but raise their arms and cheer aloud. This was what a true counteroffensive looked like. Zheng Haoyan's heart swelled with excitement. He slowly stepped out of his mecha and stood atop the city wall, his eyes never leaving the battlefield. At some point, Catherine had quietly joined him on the wall, standing beside him in silence. Catherine, Zheng Haoyan said solemnly, when this is all over, I want to understand you, truly understand you. Summoning Catherine wasn't merely luck. It felt as though everything had been planned long ago, including this decisive counterattack against the Grey Rat clan. My lord, I am but one of your mechanical servants. Zheng Haoyan turned to face her, locking eyes with those glowing purple irises that seemed to shimmer with inner light. So sincere, so genuine. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Retreat, retreat. The massive gray rat king issued the order to fall back. If they kept fighting, his entire race might be wiped out. It wasn't worth annihilating his people just for a skull they hadn't even claimed yet. My lord, they're trying to run. Lu Laowu shouted, snapping Zheng Haoyan's attention back to the battlefield. The Mechanical Legion's combat effectiveness was absurdly overwhelming. No exaggeration, this was an invincible army. Even if faced with an entire city's worth of zombies combined with another city's worth of rats, victory for the mechanical forces would still only be a matter of time. After the Grey Rat King gave the retreat order, the rat horde began fleeing backward at a speed far greater than their advance. The battle ended in their total defeat. But Zheng Haoyan had no intention of letting them go so easily. These rats needed to pay a far heavier price for harming members of Haoyan Alliance. Full assault. Chase them to their very den. Zheng Haoyan climbed back into his mecha. All combat-ready forces had already assembled. Now, with the Mechanical Legion leading the charge, every soldier advanced at full speed, determined to wipe out the rat army to the last creature. You damned humans, you tricked me. The Grey Rat King roared in fury, convinced he'd been deceived. Such overwhelming power was far beyond anything he could handle. At the central hall of the Eastern Base complex near White Tower, another level 5 base identical to Haoyan Base. The individual who had gone down to incite the Grey Rat King at White Tower's first level was now smugly reporting to the leader seated above. Chief, the Grey Rat King has already marched on that kid's base. And I made sure to emphasize how strong the boy is, so the Rat King brought nearly his entire army. This time, that brat is surely doomed. The instigator spoke with arrogant confidence. The figure on the high seat remained expressionless, replying calmly. Send someone to observe the battle. I need real-time intelligence. Chief, there's no need for that. The Grey Rat King. The instigator instinctively dismissed the order as unnecessary, but in the next moment, a sharp, piercing glare cut through him like a blade. Do I need to repeat myself? The voice was cold and emotionless, carrying an implicit threat. Failure to comply meant death without a grave. Thud. Forgive me, Chief. I'll send someone to observe at once. Humph. The instigator scrambled out of the base hall, nearly falling over himself. The leader remained motionless, cold as ice, whispering softly under his breath. Is it really going to be this simple? Then what a disappointment. Elsewhere, Zheng Haoyan's pursuit had just begun. Though the Grey Rat King was massive in size, his speed was far from slow. In fact, he was the fastest among the entire Grey Rat army. Truly, the ancients spoke no falsehood. Timid as a mouse still holds true. Even if these rats have grown larger, their courage remains as tiny as ever. Watching the colossal Grey Rat King ignore his own underlings and sprint alone ahead of the pack, occasionally turning back to shriek as if begging for mercy, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but sneer. Whoosh. Boom. The Mechanical Legion showed no mercy. It didn't matter that the enemies ahead were mere rats. If Zheng Haoyan gave no order to stop, they would carry out their original directive without hesitation. Eradicate them all. Compared to the other combat forces of Haoyan Base, the Mechanical Army was significantly faster. So much so that they quickly outpaced the fleeing rats and soon loomed directly above the retreating horde. Kill. Whether due to ammunition depletion or the activation of close combat protocols, each mechanical warrior now drew a long sword from within its body, gripped it firmly with its metallic arms, and plunged straight into the heart of the Grey Rat ranks. Melee combat erupted. Swish. The seemingly thick-skinned Grey Rats were impaled one after another, each cut down with a single stroke, instantly losing all signs of life. The Grey Rat King panicked. Losing the battle was bad enough, but now even escape seemed impossible. These humans were terrifying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All of you stop. Hold them back. The Grey Rat King was sacrificing his troops to save himself. As long as he survived, it didn't matter if every one of his subjects perished. Given time, he could reproduce and rebuild. Why have the rats stopped running? Lu Laowu exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Haoyan saw through it instantly and said calmly, they're trying to stall us. But they won't succeed. The Grey Rat King's tactic did have some effect. Under the suicidal resistance of his rat legion, he was drawing closer and closer to White Tower. Where do you think you're running to? Chapter 220. Escape by Self-Amputation. The moment Zheng Haoyan's cold voice reached the Grey Rat King's ears, the massive body of this arrogant and domineering ruler of the first level of the White Tower involuntarily shuddered. How had these two humans gotten ahead of it? Human, don't push me too far. The Grey Rat King roared in fury, expressing its outrage, despite being the one who had started the war to begin with. Why did you attack my base? Give me a reason, and perhaps I'll leave you with a complete corpse. The Grey Rat King was as good as dead. It had used brute force to oppress others, destroying 3 subordinate bases under the Haoyan Alliance, and had attempted to annihilate Haoyan Base itself. This had crossed Zheng Haoyan's bottom line. You wretched human, do you really think I can't kill you? Don't force me. The Grey Rat King's voice lacked its earlier confidence. Too many useless words. Crack. Catherine's ornate scepter, part of her royal throne mech, suddenly transformed into a finely crafted whip. Under her control, it lashed violently across the Grey Rat King's body, producing a sharp, resounding snap. Arg. The thick fur on its hide shattered outright, leaving behind a long, bleeding gash across its dull gray skin. You have one last chance. Tell me why you attacked my base. Otherwise, you won't get another opportunity to speak, Zheng Haoyan said, his tone still icy. Impossible. You'll never find out, human. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Grey Rat King let out shrill cries, and instantly the swarm of grey rats fighting against the mechanical army turned frenzied, charging recklessly forward in a suicidal attempt to reach their king. Umph. You don't know what death is. Catherine snorted coldly, swinging her whip again with crushing force, striking the Grey Rat King hard once more. Meanwhile, the mechanical army accelerated deeper into the rat horde, their brutality beyond mere slaughter. The grey rats trying to break free from the massacre left nothing behind but mangled corpses. Cursed humans. May you die horribly. The Grey Rat King was losing its mind. Why were these humans so stubborn? It had never faced such a situation before. Desperate, it began wildly attacking both Catherine's royal throne mech and Ying's shadow mech, trying to break through their blockade. That applies to you, not us. Zheng Haoyan spoke calmly. The shadow mech lunged forward with its laser sword, stabbing powerfully into the Grey Rat King's massive body. The beast cried out in agony as it suffered yet another heavy blow, but resistance was futile. The Grey Rat King was doomed. Just as Zheng Haoyan and Catherine fought the Grey Rat King, the entire first level of the White Tower began to tremble violently. As rulers of this level, the Grey Rat clan's king had long since merged its essence with the very fabric of the floor. To put it dramatically, if the Grey Rat King were destroyed, the entire first level would collapse. This intense shaking now signaled that the Grey Rat King was suffering severe damage. Back on the battlefield, ordinary grey rats were being slaughtered in overwhelming numbers by the mechanical army. Only a dozen or so larger-sized grey rats managed to break through the encirclement and reach their king. Creak. Slurp. Just as Zheng Haoyan and Catherine prepared to divert attention to deal with these reinforcements, the Grey Rat King's actions shocked them both. It opened its jaws and swallowed one of the large grey rats whole, chewing twice for good measure. My lord, its wounds. I see it, Catherine. You go eliminate that group of rats. I'll hold off the Grey Rat King. Zheng Haoyan's voice was grim. The Grey Rat King's injuries were visibly healing after consuming one of its own kin. These rats were literal nourishment for it. Get over here. Zheng Haoyan shouted, rushing behind the Grey Rat King. In an instant, the Shadow Mech's arms discharged powerful energy and clamped down tightly on the Grey Rat King's tail. With a violent heave, it swung the massive beast around, preventing it from devouring any more rats. Crack. Meanwhile, Catherine's whip cracked through the air, striking the remaining dozen or so rats and stopping them dead in their tracks. Human, spare me. If you don't, the White Tower will come for you. I'm merely the master of the first level. You have no idea how many levels the White Tower truly has. The Grey Rat King's beady eyes were filled with growing panic. It was genuinely terrified. Under Zheng Haoyan's relentless assault, it could feel death closing in. No living creature could remain calm in the face of death. They would do anything to avoid it, even betray everything they held dear. Tell me, who ordered you to attack my base? If I tell you, will you let me live? The Grey Rat King had already begun to crack. If Zheng Haoyan agreed, it would instantly reveal the person who had lured it with the skull. I'll leave you a complete corpse. Zheng Haoyan's voice remained calm. The Grey Rat King had to die? Damn you, human. You're dead. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Enraged, the Grey Rat King had lowered itself so much. Yet the enemy still chose total annihilation. Then let it all end in ruin. The moment its shrill cry echoed out, the Grey Rat King thrust its short limbs against the ground, launching its massive body into the air, lunging straight at Ying's shadow mech. Too slow, Zheng Haoyan said calmly, then maneuvered the shadow mech sharply to the right. The Grey Rat King missed completely, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom. A large crater formed instantly, and dust exploded into the air. Zheng Haoyan looked at the ground, his expression suddenly shifting. He murmured inwardly, something's wrong. It wants to escape. From the very beginning, the Grey Rat King had never intended to fight to the death. There was only one thought in its mind, run. Not a chance. Activate rush mode. At Zheng Haoyan's command, the shadow mech shifted form instantly, then shot straight into the dust cloud. Its arms clamped down tightly around the thick rat tail that had not yet disappeared underground. Come out. The shadow mech exerted its maximum strength. The sturdy tail thrashed wildly, but could not break free from the iron grip. Crack. To Zheng Haoyan's astonishment, the tail snapped off. The Grey Rat King had actually chosen self-amputation to save itself. You can run away, monk, but can you hide the temple? Zheng Haoyan stared at the severed tail in his hand, then gazed toward the wasteland. No matter what, the Grey Rat King would eventually return to the White Tower. Beneath the earth, the Grey Rat King flailed its limbs wildly. Its sharp incisors were not idle either, digging through the soil at top speed. Without its tail, it seemed even more agile, but its dignity was utterly shattered. Damn you, human. Just wait. I swear as the Grey Rat King, if I do not avenge this severed tail, I am no rat. In the next moment, the Grey Rat King silently continued digging deeper into the ground. Chapter 221. Reorganization, Merger. Catherine silently finished off the remaining grey rats, and then hurried to Zheng Haoyan's side. Seeing the severed tail in his hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she softly asked, My lord, shall we continue the pursuit? Zheng Haoyan casually tossed the tail onto the ground and shook his head. Let's clean up the aftermath first. Only one Grey Rat King remains. It's no real threat, and it won't escape. Yes, my lord. Catherine's respectful demeanor remained unchanged, but after learning she could summon a mechanical army of 500, Zheng Haoyan would never again treat her as an ordinary mechanical servant. The base will require a series of reforms going forward. I hope you can assist me closely, Zheng Haoyan said seriously. For a brief moment, Catherine seemed lost in thought, but quickly nodded in agreement. As you command, my lord. While the Mechanical Legion handled the cleanup, the others swiftly returned to Haotian base. Meanwhile, following Zheng Haotian's orders, Lu Lao notified all the allied base leaders in the surrounding areas and summoned them to Haotian base for a meeting. Why is Big Brother Haotian calling us again this time? One leader, who hadn't witnessed the Grey Rat assault, voiced the question, since the last alliance meeting hadn't been long ago. You brat, if not for Big Brother Haotian's protection, you'd already be dead like Qin Juanhao and the others. What? More leaders have died. When people don't gather, they might stay quiet. But once they come together, someone always sparks conversation, and opinions begin flowing freely. This was exactly what happened now. That's right. I bet Big Brother Haotian called us for this very reason. You should have seen those giant gray rats, my god. The leader who had narrowly escaped the gray rat invasion shuddered slightly in lingering fear. Before the discussion could stretch on much longer, Zheng Haotian entered the conference hall. There had been 50 subordinate base leaders at the previous meeting. Now, Zheng Haotian quickly scanned the room. Only 40 remained. 10 leaders had perished during the recent gray rat attack. It wasn't that Zheng Haotian didn't want to save them. It was simply impossible to reach them in time. By the time he realized something was wrong, the Grey Rat King had already brought its main force near Haotian base. All he could do was focus on self-preservation. Everyone, I've gathered you here today not only to deliver some tragic news, but also to propose an important decision, one that requires your consent. Zheng Haotian chose a formal opening. The conference room fell silent, as everyone waited to hear the unfortunate news first. As you may have already guessed, your assumptions are correct. Just by counting how many of us are here now, you can tell, our Haotian alliance has suffered an attack from an outside force. 10 of our leaders have unfortunately fallen. Zheng Haotian's voice carried deep gravity. Upon hearing the news, the subordinate leaders wore expressions of sorrow, and a few even trembled involuntarily, aware that they could easily be next. I am deeply sorry. I failed in my duty as alliance leader. I couldn't save them. This is my fault. I apologize to each and every one of you. Zheng Haotian bowed deeply. No, Haotian alliance leader, you mustn't say such things. We all know you've already done everything possible. Yeah, without your help, we'd probably be dead by now. There's no way we'd still be here. Exactly. Joining the Haotian alliance is already our greatest blessing. The leaders in the room quickly spoke up, anxious that Zheng Haotian might next announce his resignation. At this moment, there was no one else who could bear such immense pressure. Thank you, everyone. Zheng Haotian bowed again. All the leaders returned the gesture, bowing respectfully in unison. Back to the matter at hand. We must learn from this lesson. The reason these leaders died is because our communication between bases was too slow. We must improve, ensuring that when one part moves, the whole responds instantly. If any base falls under attack, every other base must immediately receive word and arrive at the battlefield as fast as possible. That was the original purpose of forming the Haotian alliance. Zheng Haotian spoke with a stern expression, his hands clenched into fists, small gestures and shifts in expression betraying his determination. Alliance leader Haotian, just tell us what we need to do. We'll follow your lead. Right. You're our leader, we're your loyal soldiers. Point and we'll charge. We await your specific instructions, alliance leader. We will give our all until our very last breath. Having endured a devastating war, the Haotian alliance didn't fracture. Instead, their unity grew even stronger. Zheng Haotian gave a gentle nod and began explaining his plan. Now, including Haotian base, our Haotian alliance has a total of 41 bases spread across an area within 1,000 kilometers. In terms of land coverage, the actual distances aren't really that great. But if we treat each base as a point with no size, then the distances between us are too far, so far that even when fierce battles erupt within one base, the others remain completely silent. This is precisely the true reason behind this tragedy. The subordinate base leaders couldn't help but nod in agreement. Every word Zheng Haotian said made perfect sense. Therefore, what matters most now is to shorten the distance between us, enabling everyone to sense abnormalities at another base without intruding on their privacy, so we can respond immediately. I will reorganize the Haotian alliance's subordinate bases in the most reasonable way possible and carry out small-scale mergers to eliminate inefficient arrangements. Zheng Haotian spoke slowly. Reorganization and merger. These two words sounded simple, but in reality, they involved far more complexity than they appeared. Reorganization meant the subordinate leaders would face disbanding. They'd have to relocate again, uprooting the stability they had just established. Merger implied that some leaders would no longer solely control their own bases, but instead share command with others. Senior Haotian, wouldn't it be enough to just build beacon towers at each base? That way, we could quickly gather using the beacon system, one leader suggested. Zheng Haotian shook his head. I will build beacon towers, but they have significant limitations. They can't be widely implemented across every base, and they require a central main base. Other bases can only perform one-way teleportation toward that primary base. All the leaders in the conference room fell into deep thought. After all, no one wanted to lose the exclusive authority they once enjoyed and become part of a shared arrangement. Yet the truth stood plainly before them. Sharing was now the inevitable trend, and resistance would only lead to further isolation. I agree. Chapter 222, Hidden Attribute. As the first vassal lord loudly declared, I agree, the other lord stopped hesitating. A chorus of loud affirmations echoed throughout the entire meeting hall. In their hearts, they all knew Zheng Haotian had no reason to harm them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered saving them in the first place. Thank you, everyone. Now, let me explain the details. Zheng Haoyan summoned Wang Li, who would be responsible for executing this merger and restructuring plan. Her organizational skills were essential for handling many aspects of the process. Please follow me, my lords. Inform me of your base's structures, population count, and geographical distribution, and I'll devise the optimal integration plan for all of you. Wang Li carried herself with the air of a seasoned estate manager, earning spontaneous admiration from the gathered lords. Lord Haoyan isn't just incredibly powerful himself. The stewardess under his command is equally impressive, truly enviable. After a few light-hearted remarks, the conversation quickly turned serious. Seeing how busy Wang Li was, Zheng Haoyan called on other members of the library to assist her. He didn't remain idle either. After the official merger, there would still be plenty to manage. The first task was constructing the beacon tower. Taking out the blueprint for the beacon tower awarded by the system, Zheng Haoyan examined it carefully. The construction requirements weren't extensive. Only basic resources were needed. Notably, the beacon tower could be upgraded, and surprisingly, the required material included chips used in manufacturing mobile phones. Building blueprint, beacon tower. Construction requirements, 2,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 500 iron ore. Attribute, group teleportation. Upgrade requirements, 3,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, 10 chips. Note, upon upgrade, a hidden attribute will be revealed. Hidden attribute? Zheng Haoyan's lips curled into a slight smile. The system never failed to impress him. Zheng Haoyan originally intended to wait until after the reorganization and merger before proceeding. Fortunately, materials earned from selling surplus equipment from various bases remained plentiful, leaving no shortage of construction resources. Since the beacon tower could be upgraded, why not start by upgrading the main beacon tower at Haoyan base? Perhaps an unexpected surprise awaited. Zheng Haoyan was a man of action. Once decided, he immediately moved forward. The beacon tower within Haoyan base was granted by the system and located at the southwest corner of the city walls, a spot offering the widest field of view, allowing reinforcements to deploy swiftly upon arrival. Xueying, come help me test the upgrade. Zheng Haoyan called to his attendant, Xueying. Yes, Master Haoyan. Xueying smiled sweetly and linked her arm through his. They soon reached the top of the wall. As they passed the elite special forces guarding the ramparts, the soldiers promptly saluted respectfully. Zheng Haoyan smiled and waved back, inadvertently gaining another boost in loyalty. Upon reaching the beacon tower, Zheng Haoyan focused his gaze. It resembled a legendary magical array. An intricate pentagram pattern sat at the center of the structure, marked with mysterious symbols that ventured deep into territory beyond Zheng Haoyan's understanding. No wonder it has teleportation functions. It really is unlike ordinary buildings. Zheng Haoyan muttered softly, then glanced instinctively at Xueying. His personal mate didn't appear particularly surprised. Then again, Zheng Haoyan recalled the image of the bronze sparrow terrace, the special prayer hall, which also bore inscriptions and patterns he couldn't decipher. Although different from those on the beacon tower, perhaps there was some underlying connection? Xueying, do you recognize these symbols? Zheng Haoyan asked tentatively. Master Haoyan, I don't recognize them. Xueying replied, causing a flicker of disappointment in Zheng Haoyan. Yet, curiosity drove him to ask further. But why aren't you the least bit astonished seeing them? Huh? Should I be surprised, Master Haoyan? Xueying looked genuinely puzzled, her naive expression nearly making Zheng Haoyan laugh. Never mind. Just step aside. I'm about to begin the upgrade. Suppressing his laughter, Zheng Haoyan shook his head helplessly at the simple-minded girl. For someone so innocent, he couldn't expect too much. Yes, Master Haoyan. Obediently, Xueying stepped aside, giving Zheng Haoyan ample space. He then opened the beacon tower interface. The upgrade button shimmered, indicating that all conditions for upgrading had been met. Good thing I didn't use up all the chips earlier. Muttering to himself, Zheng Haoyan pressed the upgrade button. Immediately, the beacon tower flashed brightly, enveloped instantaneously in a mysterious white glow. When Zheng Haoyan clicked to view again, only 5 words appeared. Upgrading in progress. Then came the waiting period. Zheng Haoyan and Xueying stood side by side before the beacon tower, unsure exactly how long the upgrade would take. But based on past experience, this was merely an upgrade from level 1 to level 2. It shouldn't take too long. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, the glowing light surrounding the beacon tower gradually dimmed, revealing a new structure in its place that appeared even more mysterious than before. Flashing blue crystalline pillars now surrounded the upgraded beacon tower, and the runes at the center formation seemed far more intricate. So this is the level 2 beacon tower? This is incredible. Zheng Haoyan couldn't contain his excitement. He quickly opened the beacon tower's attribute panel. The updated attributes left him stunned once again. Building, beacon tower. Level 2. Attribute, group teleportation. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 iron, or 100 chips. Hidden attribute, change main/secondary. The previous attributes were fairly standard, but this newly revealed hidden attribute dramatically increased the beacon tower's practical value. Imagine if an outpost base came under attack, leaving no time for reinforcements to arrive through conventional means. By simply changing that outpost's beacon tower into the main tower, reinforcements from all other bases could instantly converge there. Hao Tian, can you share your joy with Xueying? Is it because of this building? Seeing Zheng Haoyan's smiling face, Xueying couldn't help but ask playfully. Exactly. From now on, moving one piece will truly affect the entire board. Zheng Haoyan swept Xueying into a big bear hug, physical contact being the simplest and most direct way to convey emotion. Though Shui Ying didn't fully understand, nothing stopped her from smiling back. Congratulations, Hao Tian. Chapter 223, White Tower, here we come. Hearing Shui Ying's sincere blessings, Zheng Haoyan gazed at her with intense eyes. They exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. Just leveling up to level 2 for now is enough? Zheng Haoyan mused silently. We don't have many chips left, and we still need them to upgrade other subordinate bases and construct beacon towers. After all, if only his Haoyan base had a level 2 beacon tower, it wouldn't be of much use. This place was already the main beacon station itself. Taking Shui Ying's hand, he walked down from the city walls and headed toward the library, where Wang Li and her team were meticulously recording every detail reported by the subordinate base lords, quickly organizing and calculating the data. Greetings, Lord. As soon as Zheng Haoyan arrived at the library, Wang Li and her group respectfully bowed. This scene surprised the other lords present and sparked envy. Their own subordinates certainly didn't display such loyalty. Thank you, everyone. You've worked hard. Zheng Haoyan smiled and waved for them to continue. Then he stepped beside Wang Li and quietly observed. Lord Zhou Shui, level 3 base, 56 farmers, including 5 woodcutters, 6 miners, 13 buildings, 1 level 2 residence, 1 farm. Lord Lu Liang, level 3 base. Reading through the detailed records Wang Li had compiled for each lord, Zheng Haoyan shook his head inwardly. He couldn't tell whether others simply hadn't worked hard to upgrade, or if he himself had advanced too rapidly. The gap truly seemed enormous. How many have been registered so far? Zheng Haoyan asked softly, standing beside Wang Li. Reporting, my lord. We've completed registration for 35 out of 40 lords, and have begun preliminary classification. Currently, the highest base level is level 4, totaling 3 bases. The lowest is level 2, with 5 bases. All others are level 3. Wang Li rattled off the key statistics to Zheng Haoyan, then continued registering the remaining lords upon his nod. Soon, thanks to the library team's coordinated efforts, all data was collected, and they moved on to planning. My lord, as you suggested, we could merge the 40 subordinate bases into 5, arranging them around Haoyan base in a pentagram formation. This would both protect our central base and allow us to dispatch reinforcements to the subordinate bases more efficiently. Wang Li sketched a 5-pointed star on the blueprint, then filled in the territories of the 40 subordinate lords, allocating them according to the most optimal proportions. As Zheng Haoyan listened and watched her draw, he couldn't help but nod in approval. This plan was clearly the most suitable. Excellent. I really like your idea. But there's another issue. How do we assign authority among these subordinate base lords? Previously, each base lord had complete control over their own territory. Now, with consolidation, they'd only manage a portion of a larger base, possibly under supervision. Their power would shrink dramatically. My lord, didn't you establish the Haoyan Alliance? Why not use the alliance framework to let everyone demonstrate their abilities? We could hold elections by vote to determine the leadership structure of the 5 reformed bases. Clap, clap, clap. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. It was brilliant. If this electoral system could eventually include participation from all base farmers, it would closely mirror the comprehensive systems of the pre-apocalyptic world, proven effective through history. Perfect. I'll follow your suggestion. Shui Ying, notify all subordinate base lords to prepare for a meeting. Yes, my lord. Inside the Haoyan base conference hall, the subordinate base lords trickled in, gathering in small groups and taking their assigned seats. Zheng Haoyan had already been waiting inside for some time. Once everyone was seated, Zheng Haoyan laid out Wang Li's proposed reorganization plan and the method of electing leadership. What do you all think? Having spoken, he still chose to democratically seek input from the other lords. I agree. Mengzhu Zheng Haoyan truly lives up to being the top builder. Your planning method is outstanding. I'm also in favor. However, I have one question. If later we find problems in the leadership structure of a subordinate base, can we report it to you and trigger a re-election? Exactly. Leaders shouldn't serve indefinitely. What if someone only performs well now, but fails later? Everyone quiet down. Zheng Haoyan gently waved his hand, pressing downward, and the conference hall instantly fell silent. I understand all of your concerns. Today's election is merely an experiment. If the newly elected leadership can lead the merged subordinate bases toward better development and stronger defense against external threats, then we will keep things as they are. On the contrary, if serious problems arise that hinder base development, I will step in immediately. All positions shall go to those who are capable, to those who are virtuous. Clap, clap, clap. Enthusiastic applause rang out across the hall. Zheng Haoyan smiled. He couldn't quite recall when he had become someone who could speak so persuasively and command such a large group of people. Perhaps it had started the moment he became a lord. Then let us proceed to the first election. The first is the Southwest Integrated Base, composed of bases led by Zhou Shui, Li Feng, and others. Those of you present may now volunteer. Anyone willing to take the top position? I'll do it. I can handle it too. I'm qualified as well. 6 subordinate base lords stood up one after another, each eager to seize control. Following the order, Zheng Haoyan allowed Lord Zhou Shui to speak first. Greetings, fellow lords. I am Lord Zhou Shui. Although my base is only level 3, I have constructed within it. Greetings, fellow lords. I am Lord Li Feng. My base is level 4 and boasts a 50-member garrison force, equipped and trained with resources provided by Mengzhu Zheng Haoyan. Our combat strength is second to none. I ask for your votes. The speeches during the election greatly impressed Zheng Haoyan. Indeed, anyone who had survived the apocalypse was extraordinary in their own right. After a full hour of discussion, 5 lords were finally chosen, those deemed most suitable to lead the 5 major integrated bases. With full confidence, Zheng Haoyan led everyone onto the walls of Haoyan base, gazing into the distance. White Tower, are you ready? Here we come. Chapter 224, The Death of Grey Rat. With the 5 subordinate bases of Haoyan base successfully established, the next step was to carry out renovations according to the predetermined plan. It would take some time, but there wouldn't be many deviations. Things were essentially back on track. In contrast to Haoyan base's smooth progress, King Grey Rat was having an extremely difficult time. After barely escaping with his life last time by sacrificing his tail, he had the misfortune of encountering another group of reckless humans along the way. Badly injured and weakened, he didn't dare take any risks. He could only hide underground, motionless, until the humans above had passed before hastily retreating to his old lair. When he returned to the first level of the White Tower, King Grey Rat looked upon the few remaining rats under his command and immediately flew into a rage. If it weren't for those humans inciting me, how could I have recklessly provoked other humans and gotten injured so severely? No, they must compensate me. One skull isn't enough. His 2 large incisors nearly cracked from clenching them so hard, his fury clearly visible on his face. Go notify that human to come here. I want to talk with him. King Grey Rat ordered one of the few surviving Grey Rats to head toward the location previously given by that group of people. Since he had suffered heavy losses, he wasn't going to let those humans behind the scenes off easy. If they try any tricks. Then King Grey Rat suddenly remembered his injuries and how few subordinates he had left, and at once, even his threats lost their bite. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He could only let out sharp, furious cries that pierced through the air, causing the surrounding rats to writhe in pain. Within the cluster of bases located directly east of the White Tower, the massive central base received an unexpected visitor. It was the Grey Rat that had been sent. Why is there a giant Grey Rat here? Could it be infected with the zombie virus? We can't let it inside the base. The sudden appearance of the rat instantly put everyone in the base cluster on high alert. This creature had never been seen as anything good since ancient times. There's an old saying, where rats appear, plague follows. Wait, everyone calm down. This is from the Grey Rat clan of the first floor of the White Tower. It's probably here looking for the chief. A figure hidden beneath a gray robe interrupted the crowd, speaking slowly. What? Is the chief actually in contact with the Grey Rat clan? The White Tower? That mysterious place? The chief is incredible. He truly is a top-tier national expert. But this giant Grey Rat, it clearly looks untrustworthy. Why would the chief deal with something like this? Ignoring the murmurs around him, the robed figure led the large Grey Rat straight into the largest base. Everything here answered to the chief he served. Why should he care what others thought? Anyone who dared to oppose him simply had no right to exist. Inside the dimly lit base hall, the giant Grey Rat began delivering its king's message. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What's it saying? Chief, it seems they've been defeated. King Grey Rat demands compensation. The robed man hesitated slightly as he spoke. Defeated? By a bunch of humans? The Grey Rat clan really knows how to bring honor to the White Tower. The chief sneered coldly from his seat above, a subtle mocking expression on his face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giant Grey Rat continued squealing, clearly dissatisfied with the chief's attitude. You've already been defeated. I haven't demanded compensation from you for my own losses, yet you still have the audacity to come here demanding payment? Humph. The chief let out a chilling laugh and hurled a skull onto the floor. Clang. At that moment, the giant Grey Rat wore a delighted expression, but the next second, it couldn't smile anymore. Flash. Squeak, squeak. The giant Grey Rat never expected these humans to act so ruthlessly. A long sword plunged through its body, ending its life. The dark gray fluid pooling on the ground bore silent witness to the truth. Chief, killing it like this, won't that completely destroy our relationship with the Grey Rat clan? The robed man pulled the sword from the rat's body and asked helplessly. A loser has no value. But this Zheng Haoyan, I'm growing more and more interested in him. Lin Hu, take a team and stake out the White Tower. I think there'll be an even better show ahead. The chief licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. At once, chief. The robed man picked up the dead Grey Rat, cleaned the floor thoroughly, and then left the hall. Unaware of what had just happened, King Grey Rat deep inside the first level of the White Tower remained ignorant that the envoy he'd sent to demand answers had been ruthlessly executed without hesitation, and even more unaware that he himself was about to face total annihilation. Good thing there's still plenty of food left. As long as I eat more, I can reproduce as many offspring as before. King Grey Rat devoured the food gathered by his remaining rats, storing energy for his next phase of reproduction. He would become an emotionless breeding machine. The transformation of the 5 subordinate bases by Haoyan Alliance had already succeeded in establishing the first one in the shortest possible time. Hail Lord Zheng. The southwest subordinate base, led by Li Feng, was named Huta Base by Zheng Haoyan. Using Li Feng's original level 4 base as the foundation and integrating the core essences from the other 5 major bases, all structures within Huta Base were ultimately upgraded to the top-tier level 4. Everyone has worked hard. This is only the initial reorganization. Next, I'll need each of you to carefully divide and assign functions to the various sections of the new base. I will start by building a beacon tower on the city walls. Everything else will require your dedicated attention. Zheng Haoyan said with a smile, showing no sense of superiority. His words made everyone feel at ease. Thank you, Lord Zheng. We will surely live up to your expectations. Seeing the lords brimming with determination, Zhang Haotian nodded. Unity meant strength. With Hota base growing stronger, the rise of Haotian alliance would be unstoppable. Then, Zhang Haotian stepped onto the walls of Hutu base together with Shuang, arriving at the far eastern section. The most suitable location for constructing the beacon tower, based on optimal positioning. Build it right here. Zhang Haotian opened the template of Hota base. As the Supreme Lord, he had the authority to override others' permissions and directly control the subordinate base, though he generally avoided doing so unless absolutely necessary. Construct beacon tower? Cost? Yes? No. With Zhang Haotian clicking, yes, construction of the beacon tower began. In no time, a level 1 beacon tower identical to the one previously in Haotian base appeared atop the walls of Hota base, instantly transforming its aura. Continue upgrading. Light flashed once more. When everything settled, a complete level 2 beacon tower stood firmly on the wall. This marked the successful establishment of the first subordinate base fully linked with Haotian base. Gazing at the beacon tower before him, Zhang Haotian smiled faintly and said, "This is just the beginning." Chapter 225, Building an Army. What mattered most in the apocalypse? At the beginning, perhaps no one would deny that it was food. But once food became self-sufficient, what then? Probably, military power would be the most important. Zhang Haotian once heard a quote in history class. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Without it, everything else is illusory. Having realized this truth, Zhang Haotian decided to pool all of Haotian Alliance's combat strength into a single force. Training troops. My lord, doing this might consume many resources. While we have enough food now, if we withdraw everyone solely for combat training, productivity could drop significantly. Wang Li voiced her concerns. She didn't blindly agree just because the plan came from Zhang Haotian. We can centralize production. And since the mechanical core doesn't need food, we can have the research robots develop machines to replace farmers. This way, we won't face resource depletion, Zhang Haotian replied with a smile. Since he had proposed such a concept, naturally he already had his own strategy in mind. He hadn't overlooked the issue Wang Li raised. If my lord has already made the decision, then I believe the plan is feasible, and the sooner we execute it, the better. Then starting tomorrow, we'll begin troop organization and assignment, followed by unified training. Zhang Haotian clenched his fist firmly. The first standardized army of the Haotian Alliance was about to be born. Early the next morning, by Zhang Haotian's order, all members from the subordinate bases as well as those from Haotian base gathered on the large open ground in front of Haotian base. Looking down from the city wall, the area below was packed with people. Are all members of Haotian base accounted for? Reporting, my lord. Haotian base had 425 personnel due. All 425 are present. Are all members of Ho2 base accounted for? Reporting, Lord Leader. Ho2 base had 547 personnel due. All 547 are present. The other subordinate bases successively reported their headcounts, each with full attendance without exception. Now, all farmers who have never participated in combat before, step forward one step, Zhang Haotian announced, his voice amplified by a sound amplifier developed by a research robot. Quickly, the first farmer stepped forward. He was a member from Lishui base. Then, one after another from each base, including Zhang Haotian's own Haotian base, more individuals stepped forward. Report the numbers. Haotian base, 50 non-combat personnel. Ho2 base, 330 non-combat personnel. Lishui base, 350 non-combat personnel. Rui Jin base, 270 non-combat personnel. Yuanmu base, 337 non-combat personnel. Rihua base, 235 non-combat personnel. The leaders of the 5 subordinate bases reported their figures. To Zhang Haotian's surprise, the proportion of non-combat personnel across every base exceeded a terrifying 50%. This meant that, all along, fewer than half of their population were dedicated to defending the bases. My lord, in times of crisis, actually everyone can become a fighter, Li Feng couldn't help but say. No, if we do that, our combat effectiveness will be severely insufficient, and it's also detrimental to the development of our base. Specialists should do specialized work, otherwise, efforts will only lead to half the results. Take a simple example. If someone excels at mining and can extract 200 units of iron ore per hour, but you assign him to logging instead, he might gather less than 50 units of wood. Wouldn't that be a waste? Even worse, using doctors as laborers means when someone gets injured and needs treatment, you're forced to send untrained workers instead, delaying care and potentially costing lives. Li Feng remained silent. What Zhang Haotian said, he understood, but in the past, when they truly faced insurmountable dangers, who could think about specialized roles? You threw in everyone you had, simply trying to survive and keep the base standing, hoping for a chance to turn things around later. Now, those skilled in logging, take one more step forward. Daqiang, Erqiang, step out and lead these people to the side. Yes, my lord. The farmers who stepped forward followed Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang to the edge. They would be collectively assigned logging duties and equipped with new logging tools developed by research robots. Those skilled in mining, step forward. Those skilled in quarrying, step forward. Those skilled in cooking, step forward. Those proficient in medicine, step forward. According to their respective specialized skills, Zhang Haotian categorized all non-combat personnel, one step in his plan to maximize value from a limited number of people. After the non-combat personnel left, the total number dropped significantly. According to Wang Li's rough estimate, fewer than 2,000 remained. This, of course, excluded Catherine's mechanical core. Everyone still has their summoning quota for today, right? All lords return to your bases and perform summonings now. Then have the combat-skilled farmers quickly assemble here. Zheng Haoyan intended to divide the current group into 2 regiments of 1,000 each, but there was still a gap to full strength, so he issued the order immediately, then rushed without delay to the summoning platform at Haotian base. Directed summoning. To ensure the summoned farmers would be combat units, Zheng Haoyan used Zhong Mingding as the template and initiated the day's directed summoning. Your humble servant Guan Ping, leading the 123rd Squad of Dingping Army, pays respects to Lord. Hail the Lord. 35 in total, Guan Ping as squad leader, the others regular members. Seeing this elite force clad in battle armor, Zheng Haoyan smiled. Now he had 2 complete 100-man squads secured. Leading Guan Ping and his Dingping army, he merged them into the formation. Meanwhile, the other lords brought over their newly summoned farmers. In total, 30 combat-capable units were summoned, fewer than what Haotian base had produced in a single batch. Wang Li, recalculate the exact number of combat personnel, Zheng Haoyan said with slight frustration, though he knew this was the best they could manage for now. Reporting, my lord. A total of 2,003 combat personnel, excluding Queen Catherine's mechanical corps. Wang Li quickly responded with the precise figures. Excellent. We've passed 2,000. Zheng Haoyan raised his hand triumphantly. 2 full regiments were now his. Fellow brothers and sisters, perhaps you already know why I've gathered you all here. Yes, I intend to unite all our strength. Right now, the Haotian alliance is hollow. We need one crucial thing. An army. Therefore, I hereby declare the official establishment of the Haotian alliance's 1st Heavenly Legion and 2nd Heavenly Legion. Chapter 226, Special Aura. A total of 2,003 people had been selected, not counting the 40 lords, nor Zheng Haoyan, the alliance leader. Not everyone here had the desire to fight. Most lords preferred to sit on elevated platforms and enjoy the view. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not easily place themselves in combat. It was far too dangerous. But Zheng Haoyan was different. He never feared anything. Or perhaps more accurately, he treated every one of his subordinates equally, always leading by example, involved in everything personally. This was precisely why the loyalty of the farmers in Haotian base remained so exceptionally high. Lords who are willing to march with the army, step forward. Having roughly selected the army's members, the next step was choosing the officers. If any lord was willing to join the campaign, it made perfect sense to promote them as commanders. After all, these lords certainly wouldn't want to be ordered around by some ordinary farmer. As soon as Zheng Haoyan finished speaking, Li Feng stepped forward first, volunteering to be the first lord to command a military unit. Gradually, 15 lords in total came forward, including 3 women, which caused Zheng Haoyan some surprise. In times of apocalypse, heroes emerge. Courage knows no gender. Have you all really thought this through? The commanders we select today will have to fight on the front lines. You may face unforeseen dangers, Zheng Haoyan said seriously. There was an unbreakable line in his heart. You could choose not to fight, but once you decided to become a warrior, deserting mid-battle would be unforgivable. And if anyone did, he would show no mercy. Please rest assured, leader. We are not afraid. We will not back down. The voices of the 15 lords rang out loud and clear, demonstrating their fearlessness and bravery. Excellent. Then let us begin forming our units. The first army of Tian Alliance was divided into 10 battalions and 50 squads, each battalion consisting of 100 soldiers, each squad of 20. Each lord would command 1 battalion. The remaining 5 battalions would be led respectively by Lu Lao Wu, commander of Haotian base's reconnaissance unit, Xiong San, commander of the tank unit, Wu Qi, commander of the special forces, strategist Zhong Mingding, and Zheng Haoyan himself, 1 battalion each. The Mechanical Legion, an external force, formed the Tian Alliance's 1st Mechanical Army, commanded by Catherine. Squad leaders would be selected based on individual capability, and everyone would have a chance to assume leadership roles. The members of the 1st and 2nd armies of Tian Alliance were drawn from the 40 subordinate bases, combined with all the warriors from Haotian base, then completely randomized and regrouped. This reorganization was designed to make everyone shed their former identities and clearly recognize one truth. They no longer belonged to any single base. They belonged only to the Haotian Alliance. They were the Tian Alliance army of the Haotian Alliance. Though the reshuffling process was complicated, and despite everyone's full cooperation, it still took nearly an hour to complete. Now, seeing everyone standing in neat formation before the walls of Haotian base, seeing each squad perfectly aligned by height, Zheng Haoyan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This might just be humanity's first true army since the apocalypse began. The oppression from the White Tower had driven Zheng Haoyan to unite every possible force. At this moment, that vision was quietly beginning to materialize. It wasn't fully realized yet, but it had already broken through the barrier of zero. Forming the army was only the first step. Though the Tian Alliance army now looked imposing, to truly maximize its combat effectiveness, specialized training would be essential. Wu Qi, how do you think we should train our forces? Everyone else can share your opinions too. Zheng Haoyan didn't take sole control on matters of training. He chose to embrace all suggestions and listen to everyone's input. Wu Qi, commander of the special forces, pondered briefly, then pointed toward the barracks inside Haotian base and said, if we could build a training facility similar to the barracks, but much larger, and provide specialized training for all soldiers, we might achieve maximum combat capability in the shortest possible time. I second that. I believe we must also train our commanders. Only capable officers can lead troops well. Otherwise, even the strongest soldiers would be wasted effort, Zhong Mingding added earnestly. That makes sense. We could also integrate the excellent equipment provided by Leader Zhong to comprehensively train the soldiers' individual combat abilities, Lord Li Feng said excitedly. The other lords also expressed agreement. The suggestions from these three were highly constructive. The idea of an independent training barracks is excellent and certainly feasible. Wu Qi, you'll be responsible for designing the specific training plan. Zhong Mingding, you'll handle commander training. Individual combat training will be put on hold for now. I'll take personal charge of that. For now, everyone lead your respective battalions to rest and recover. As soon as the independent barracks are complete, training will begin immediately. Yes, Commander. Understood, my lord. The construction tasks still required Zheng Haoyin's personal oversight. Now that the subordinate bases had been consolidated into just 5 major ones, power was highly centralized, allowing Zheng Haoyin to maintain effortless control over everything. Feng Yu, how's the development of the production-type robots coming along? Zheng Haoyin asked, finding Feng Yu slacking off in the research lab. Reporting, my lord. As per your orders, the 3 junior seniors are handling the development. I've just finished conducting a test on a new weapon prototype, so I was taking a brief rest. Feng Yu replied respectfully, yet still tried to justify himself. All right, I expect you to wrap this up as soon as possible. And don't think I won't keep a record of your little nap, Zheng Haoyin said with an upward curve of his lips, teasingly. Feng Yu instantly felt uneasy, replying with a bitter smile. Yes, my lord. I'll return to my research immediately. Time always slips by before one even notices. It had already been 3 days since the formation of Tian Alliance's Tian Alliance Army. The independent barracks were now established, training was progressing smoothly, and the improvements among everyone were so dramatic that Zheng Haoyin could hardly believe it. Now, the Haotian Alliance functioned just like Haotian base used to, a harmonious, unified whole. Both combat effectiveness and productivity had increased several times over, with no sign of the supply shortages Wang Li had feared. All of this was thanks to the successful development of the production-type robots. Indeed, the power of technology proved indispensable. Congratulations to Zheng Haoyin, leader of the Haotian Alliance, for becoming the first leader to successfully establish a 1,000-man army. Reward, special aura. Keep striving. Zheng Haoyin was about to check on the training progress of the Tian Alliance army, just as he had done the past few days, when suddenly he heard the system announcement right in front of the barracks, causing him to freeze on the spot. Why am I only getting this reward now? Chapter 227, Shock and Mobilization. In response to Zheng Haoyin's question, the system kindly provided an answer. The Legion is officially established only after acquiring formal combat capability, so the reward was distributed promptly. Formal combat capability already? Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but glance at the Tian Alliance Legion before him, muttering under his breath. Yet the joy concealed within his words was unmistakably evident. Though he wasn't entirely sure what the system meant by formal combat capability, he could safely assume it wasn't anything trivial. Most likely, it meant the Tian Alliance Legion was now ready to engage in actual warfare. As soon as the system announcement went out, the global chat exploded. My god, did I hear that right? 1,000-man legion? 1,000 farmers. You misunderstood. It's not 1,000 farmers, it's 1,000 soldiers, capable of taking up arms and charging in a battle, not just digging and mining. 1,000 words sum up to 6. Lord Haotian, you're incredible. What the lords in the global chat didn't realize was that this news hadn't merely spread across their southwestern region. It had reached every survivor across the entire post-apocalyptic human territory. This system broadcast was a true worldwide notification. Within the base cluster east of the White Tower, centered around the mysterious figure's level 5 base, all base lords were stunned into silence. 1,000-man legion. In times of peace, such a force might have been considered modest, but in this apocalypse, where population growth relied solely on a scarce number of summoning slots, a force of 1,000 soldiers represented overwhelming, unstoppable power. To put it plainly, if Lord Haotian wished, he could crush any single base. Even their sizable cluster of bases would stand no chance against a 1,000-man legion. Why hasn't the leader issued orders to convene us yet? Are we just going to let this so-called Tian Alliance grow unchecked? We'll inevitably become their target. Some perceptive lords began panicking. In this apocalypse, the dangers weren't limited to terrifying zombies. Human treachery ran even deeper. At the central level 5 base, the mysterious national leader appeared unfazed. When he heard the system announcement, he merely frowned slightly, then continued calmly with his work, seemingly indifferent to the emergence of the Tian Alliance's 1,000-soldier legion. Steward, come to the base hall. After a long silence, the mysterious national leader softly called into the vast chamber, his voice carrying a hint of unease. He had finally panicked. Begin drill. 3 days of training, barely any time at all. But given how precious time was in the apocalypse, Zheng Haoyin couldn't afford to let the Tian Alliance Legion train any longer. Train for war, and war begins today. On command, the Tian Alliance Legion moved. First came Division 1's 10 squads. Within mere seconds, their massive formation split into 10 smaller squares, then reorganized into 50 even smaller rectangular formations. Advance, shouted Wu Qi. Now serving as Commander-in-Chief of Division 1, he oversaw all major tactical decisions. When to press forward, when to retreat, when to fight or withdraw. A thunderous roar rose from every member of Division 1. Their weapons were 7-foot-long spears, the standard melee and ranged polearm used in group combat, effective both in close quarters and when thrown. Turn. Launch projectile assault. Whoosh. Each order met with sharp acknowledgement, accompanied by perfectly synchronized movements. The moment 1,000 spears arced through the air like rain toward the forest, Zheng Haotian couldn't suppress a shiver. Against such concentrated assault, even he wouldn't survive. Was this really the result of only 3 days of training? Tian Alliance Division 2 move in. Having thrown their spears, Division 1 swiftly retreated and drew their next weapon, standard-issue energy rifles. Meanwhile, Division 2 raised circular shields secured to their forearms. All 50 squads crouched low, forming a continuous wall of shields in front of Division 1, creating an absolutely secure firing zone for their comrades. Division 1 fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A continuous barrage echoed through the air. The already pierced forest ahead suffered another devastating assault. The dense trees endured damage they were never meant to withstand. Boom, boom, boom. It wasn't just rifle fire, it was also bombardment from compact personal energy cannons. This was genuine full-force saturation. Claiming this zone left it utterly lifeless, not even a blade of grass spared. Reporting to you, Lord, the Tian Alliance Legion drill has concluded. Clap, clap, clap. Zheng Haotian couldn't stop applauding. Every non-combatant within the base halted their work, hands clapping fervently. This army deserved thunderous applause. You are all brave warriors. Today's drill shocked me, truly shocked me. Zheng Haotian's mind was momentarily blank, at a loss for words. The success of the Tian Alliance Legion is entirely due to Lord Zheng's guidance and sacrifice. All members, join me in paying our respects to Lord Zheng. Wu Qi waved his hand dramatically, his voice echoing across the entire force. The next second, a deafening, unified shout erupted. Thank you, Lord. Quickly rise. There's no need for such formalities. Zheng Haotian waved both hands upward, signaling everyone to stand. 2,000 men rose in unison, their upright stances reminding Zheng Haotian of that national army. Such formidable existence too, only regretfully gone now. Shaking off the dark thoughts, Zheng Haotian made an important decision. Soldiers, I have seen your training results. I believe it's time we put our combat plans into action. Are you ready? Zheng Haotian's gaze blazed as he looked over all his troops. Always ready. Not a single soldier shied away from his gaze. Their voices alone demonstrated their fearless courage. Excellent. I hereby announce, the Tian Alliance Legion's first expedition departs in 1 hour. Go prepare your gear. Yes, Lord. Clomp, clomp, clomp. The sound of synchronized footsteps filled the air as every warrior began pre-departure preparations under their squad leaders. Wu Qi broke formation and approached Zheng Haotian. Lord, is setting out for the White Tower so soon perhaps too hasty? Wu Qi asked cautiously. Although the Tian Alliance Legion had gained certain combat capability, they had only been formed 3 days ago. Rushing directly into battle might bring unforeseen consequences. Combat is the sole criterion for testing truth. Leaving behind these words, Zheng Haotian turned and walked away, leaving Wu Qi standing in stunned silence. No wonder he's our lord. Chapter 228, The Eerie Desolation. In the apocalypse where bases had been erected, no one knew when this place was born. Yet ever since the first conscious being arrived here, that mysterious white tower had already stood firmly at the center of the wasteland. Just as no one knew how vast the post-apocalyptic world truly was, no one knew exactly how many floors the white tower possessed, or what unknown horrors lay within its heights. Development is eternal, but life is fleeting. At a certain moment in the long river of history, Zheng Haotian decided to inscribe a bold stroke upon it. The Heavenly Alliance Legion's first expedition, with the 9th floor of the White Tower as their target. The Grey Rat clan had never been Zheng Haotian's true objective, for their combat strength was utterly negligible. What truly weighed on his mind was undoubtedly the Zuling race. This mysterious race, their yet unseen Zuling king, and the 8 mutated Zuling beings. All of these were challenges awaiting the Heavenly Alliance Legion. And those were not even counting the unforeseen events they might encounter along the way, nor the countless unknown dangers between the 1st and 9th floors. A heavy burden demands a long journey. These words were more than just an idiom. Soldiers of the Heavenly Alliance, are you ready? After a brief preparation, the Heavenly Alliance Legion reformed into perfect order under their squad leader's commands. Their discipline was so flawless it would shock anyone who saw them. Always ready. In response to Zheng Haotian's call, the Legion roared back with thunderous unanimity. Everyone to your positions. Move out. Over 100 troop transport vehicles carried all members of the Legion. Dozens more carried food and ammunition, ensuring logistical support reached near-perfect conditions. This campaign would not end overnight. Preparation could never be excessive. My lord, I will take care of everything back at the base. But you, please be careful. Wang Li looked at Zheng Haotian with reluctant eyes, her warnings endless yet forced to end. Opportunities are fleeting, they cannot afford delay. My lord, Shuiying will pray for the Heavenly Alliance Legion at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. For you. Zheng Haotian gave a gentle nod. He couldn't betray the deep feelings of these 2 women, nor did he wish to. We bid farewell to our lord. We await your triumphant return. Farewell, Supreme Commander. The Heavenly Alliance Legion shall follow you to glorious victory. All non-combat personnel sent forth their most sincere blessings. Though unable to fight, their hearts remained with every warrior on the battlefield. Don't worry, we will return victorious. Rumble, rumble. The transport vehicles started up. Although engine noise had been modified to be quieter, the sheer number caused the roar to echo across hundreds of miles. The Heavenly Alliance Legion had officially set off. 2,000 soldiers compressed into just over 100 vehicles. Anyone foolish enough to underestimate them would face overwhelming retribution in moments. Zheng Haoyan rode in the same vehicle as Catherine and several other commanders. No exceptions were made. They too used standard troop transports, sharing the same conditions as their soldiers. My lord, if we travel at full speed, we should reach the location of the White Tower within 3 hours. Once there, may I lead a small team ahead to scout? Lu Laowu still hadn't shaken off his reconnaissance unit habits. Zheng Haoyan lightly shook his head. The Grey Rat clan on the first floor is insignificant. We'll ascend as fast as possible, wipe out their remaining forces, rest briefly, and deal with scouting later. Wise decision, my lord. Lu Laowu's eyes sparkled with admiration. My lord, I have a question, if I may trouble you for an answer? Wu Qi followed up respectfully. Speak freely. After a brief pause, Wu Qi asked, during our last battle against the Grey Rats, it was ultimately General Catherine's Mechanical Legion that fought and barely defeated them. If the Grey Rodent stationed scouts along the way who learn of our assault on the White Tower, and then set traps, it could put us at great risk. The Grey Rat clan wasn't merely dumb beasts. Despite the Grey Rat King lacking high intelligence, that didn't mean they were incapable of strategy. And really, was there no mastermind behind the Grey Rat clan? Zheng Haoyan had long suspected this. Hao Tian base previously held no conflict or connection with the Grey Rats whatsoever. Yet they launched a full-scale attack regardless. To believe no external force commanded them was simply unthinkable. Therefore, Wu Qi's concern held weight. What if the power behind the Grey Rats had laid a trap specifically for them? I will personally lead the Mechanical Legion as vanguard. No matter what tricks they try, sheer overwhelming force crushes 10,000 schemes. Zheng Haoyan's gaze turned fierce, radiating an aura of invincible authority. Understood. My lord's wisdom is unparalleled. It must be said, 3 ordinary men can rival Zhuge Liang when combined. Truly, this old saying holds no falsehood. A group of commanders together, even in casual conversation, discussed numerous potential problems and their solutions, something Zheng Haoyan had never anticipated before. With a knowing smile, Zheng Haoyan felt even greater confidence in the Heavenly Alliance Legion's debut. The journey to the White Tower went smoothly. All troop transports and supply vehicles came to a halt right before the tower. Though called a tower, it didn't require climbing. On the wasteland, a winding road led directly up to the first floor of the White Tower. And with vehicle transport available, the Heavenly Alliance Legion naturally chose to drive up, but their formation shifted slightly. The food and ammunition supply trucks were guarded in the center, surrounded by the Legion's combat forces, while at the very front, leading the charge, was Zheng Haoyan himself along with the 500-strong Mechanical Legion. From here, we ascend the White Tower. Any danger could arise along the way, so everyone must stay on high alert. The moment I give an order, it must be obeyed without hesitation. Anyone who disobeys will face military punishment. Yes, my lord. Zheng Haoyan waved his hand, signaling the advance. The road from the wasteland toward the White Tower was surprisingly flat, though they could clearly feel the upward incline. The eerie silence made Zheng Haoyan inwardly suspicious. The mysterious White Tower, was this all there was? Throughout the spiral ascent, everyone remained on maximum alert. The Mechanical Legion at the front was especially ready for combat, capable of unleashing its full power at a moment's notice. My lord, look ahead. Catherine's voice broke Zheng Haoyan's thoughts. The path ahead widened gradually, revealing a changed landscape. Grayness dominated the scene. The same bleak hue defined the entire first floor of the White Tower. They had arrived. Is this really the first floor of the White Tower? Why does it feel completely devoid of life? Zheng Haoyan blurted out. The desolation here was eerily more barren than the wasteland itself. Could this truly be part of the White Tower? Suspicion deepened in Zheng Haoyan's eyes. Chapter 229. Straight to the second level. Lord, we haven't detected any life forms nearby. Lu Laowu's report reached Zheng Haoyan's ears, snapping him out of his thoughts. Expand the search perimeter. Maintain a safe distance and investigate once more. Launch a signal flare immediately if anything comes up, Zheng Haoyan ordered, initiating a full-scale sweep. Yes, Lord. Wu Qi, relay the Lord's command. Expand the search range. At once, the Tian Alliance corps swiftly mobilized, their footprints quickly covering the desolate first level of the White Tower, lit only by a dim gray-green glow. Zheng Haoyan pulled out the map of the White Tower that had been awarded by the system. If the Grey Rat clan had truly vanished from the first level, there were only 2 possibilities. First, they had left the first level and ascended to the second level, which would explain why this area had been abandoned. Second, some mysterious force had descended upon the first level and eradicated the entire Grey Rat clan. As for why they wouldn't have simply left the tower to return to the surface, well, that was simple. No creature willingly chooses degeneration, and for the Grey Rats, leaving the tower to live on the lower levels would be an act of self-imposed regression. Lord, are we heading straight to the second level? Lu Laowu asked, noticing Zheng Haoyan marking the entrance between the first and second levels. I originally intended to wipe out the Grey Rat clan as we passed, but it seems someone beat us to it. Since the Tian Alliance corps had not fired any signal flares, Zheng Haoyan concluded that the Grey Rat clan must have indeed disappeared entirely from the first level. Of the 2 theories, the latter seemed far more likely. Animals respect territorial boundaries. The Grey Rats wouldn't dare move upward into higher levels. Those upper realms were occupied by species far stronger than themselves. Continue searching for another half hour. If we find nothing, we proceed directly to the second level. Yes, Lord. Central hub of the Eastern Base Cluster, White Tower. In the darkened base chamber, the mysterious leader sat silently in the chair, symbolizing absolute authority, fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Leader, surveillance has confirmed. The footage shows Zheng Haoyin and his group have entered the first level of the White Tower. Just as expected, the mysterious leader didn't seem surprised at all. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd predicted. Should we launch an ambush? The floaters on the second level will definitely block their advance, though they're generally peaceful. They probably won't cause much damage to Zheng Haoyin's forces. The Yiksha tribe on the third level is another matter. Not so harmless. Don't rush, the leader said with a disdainful smirk. Do you really think they can make it through the second level? With just 1,000 men? His subordinate was deeply skeptical. If not for their aversion to conflict, the floaters on level 2 might even overpower the yaks on level 3. Could Zheng Haoyin's small army really break through? Don't underestimate them so easily. Keep monitoring. That's all. Dismissed. The mysterious leader waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to leave. At once, leader. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After thorough investigation by the Tian Alliance Corps, it was finally confirmed. The entire Grey Rat clan had vanished from the first level, and there were no signs of intense battle anywhere. This could only mean one thing. Whatever had caused the disappearance of the dominant Grey Rat clan on the first level possessed overwhelming power beyond their capabilities. Lord, this situation doesn't seem simple. Should we first determine the cause behind the Grey Rat's disappearance? Wu Qi asked. For the Tian Alliance Corps, a fierce battle was far preferable to this unsettling mystery. Being kept in the dark cast a shadow of unease over everyone's mind. No need. They'll reveal themselves soon enough. Zheng Haoyin shook his head. He knew very well. Some people, some truths, couldn't stay hidden forever. Tian Alliance Corps, assemble. Pack up. We're moving out. Straight to the second level. Yes, Lord. All members of the Corps sprang into action, boarding their troop carriers. On Zheng Haoyin's command, the convoy sped forward once again, following the map toward the designated entrance between the first and second levels of the White Tower. The distance was not short. Inside the vehicle, Wu Qi and Zhong Mingding looked like they wanted to say something, but hesitated. Lu Laowu, meanwhile, struggled to hold back a grin. If you have questions, just ask. No need to keep holding back, Zheng Haoyin said calmly. Uft. Lu Laowu burst out laughing. Forgive me, my lord. I couldn't help it. What's so funny, old Lu? Wu Qi asked, utterly confused. Nothing. I just couldn't hold it in. Lu Laowu still wore a broad smile. Wu Qi and Zhong Mingding's awkward expressions were just too amusing, especially for someone like Lu Laowu, who had an embarrassingly low threshold for laughter. My lord, there's a question on my mind. Do you have any knowledge about the second level of the White Tower? Zhong Mingding asked directly. Zheng Haoyin gently shook his head. I don't. But that doesn't matter. My lord, launching a war without understanding the enemy's strength is a grave mistake in military strategy. Wu Qi's expression turned instantly serious. At his words, other commanders began to grow uneasy. My lord, why not send General Lu ahead first to scout the area? Someone suggested. As the saying goes in military strategy, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. I agree. We should investigate first, another commander added. No need. The beings on the second level aren't necessarily enemies. Zheng Haoyin rejected the proposal. Their mission was clear. Eliminate the Grey Rat clan on the first level and confront the Zuling tribe on the 9th level. The levels in between were neither friend nor foe. Tian Alliance Corps simply needed passage through them. Use force for deterrence, but under the principle of non-harm. As long as they cooperate, we can pass through effortlessly. You all should understand by now, the creatures living here in the White Tower are intelligent races. Whether it's the Grey Rats or the Zuling, they're all thinking beings. I believe the inhabitants of the second level would also prefer not to provoke a powerful enemy without reason. So perhaps we won't become enemies at all. Zheng Haoyin took the opportunity, while still en route, to explain his reasoning to everyone. My lord, your insight is profound. Worthy of our Mengju. How short-sighted we've been. With our Mengju leading us, this journey is destined for success. After hearing Zheng Haoyin's explanation, the commanders suddenly understood. They had thought he meant conflict on the second level, only to realize he was already thinking ahead to the 5th. Old 5, once we reach the second level, you'll be responsible for negotiating with the first alien species we meet. What? Lu Laowu wore a deeply troubled look. How could he handle negotiations? Uft. Wu Qi and Zhong Mingding couldn't help but burst into laughter. Laowu alone isn't enough. Wu Qi and Mingding, you two go with him. Immediately, Wu Qi and Zhong Mingding's faces darkened. Huh. The rest of the commanders broke into bright smiles. The Mengju really knew how to have some fun. Chapter 230, Bugs? The Mayfly Race. The little incident on the road sent the group of commanders into bursts of laughter, but the few people at the center of attention weren't nearly as amused. Instead, they began pondering how they would handle negotiations from this point forward. They knew that the first level of the White Tower was inhabited by the Grey Rat clan, but they had no idea what kind of creatures lived on the second level. One thing was certain, though, whatever lived there wasn't their own kind, so diplomacy wouldn't be easy. The transport vehicles didn't move quickly, instead advancing at the most stable speed possible. But with time passing, the Tianming army was drawing steadily closer to the entrance between the first and second levels. My lord, the lead vehicle reports that the entrance to levels 1 and 2 is 500 meters ahead. Should we proceed directly? Wu Qi reported. Like the entrances between the lower level and the first level, the passage connecting the first and second levels of the White Tower was a sloping ramp ascending upward. Simply following it upward would take them straight to the second floor of the tower. Change formation. The mechanized legion will lead again. The three of you come with me to the front echelon. Zheng Haoyan stuck with the most cautious approach. Since the path ahead was unknown, caution came first. Lu Lao Wu and the other two immediately drooped in dismay. It seemed they couldn't escape this diplomatic mission no matter what. Yes, my lord. The Tianming army rapidly reorganized. Several transport vehicles carrying the mechanized legion moved to the very front of the convoy, while the supply trucks loaded with grain were once again placed securely in the center. Everyone remain alert. We are now ascending to the second level. Zheng Haoyan's warning reached every member of the Tianming army, instantly sharpening their focus. No one knew when combat might suddenly erupt. Just as the journey from the lower level to the first level had been uneventful, the trip from the first to the second level went smoothly too. After about half an hour of driving, Zheng Haoyan signaled for the driver of his transport to slow down. They had arrived. The scenery on the second level differed noticeably from the first. While the first level had been dominated by gray and gloomy tones, the second level was vibrant and colorful, teeming with plants of all hues. Above, a brilliant sun shone brightly, just like in the lower levels. So this is the second level of the White Tower? If only we could relocate Hao Tian base here. It might actually be quite nice, Zheng Haoyan mused quietly. But Lu Lao Wu and his two companions in the same vehicle had no time to appreciate the beautiful landscape. Their eyes scanned constantly, searching for any sign of living beings. Huh? What's going on? Could it be that this level has no life either? Lu Lao Wu looked around, finding nothing resembling the negotiating party he'd expected. Old Lu, look up ahead. As Lu Lao Wu voiced his doubts, Wu Qi suddenly pointed forward. There, floating in midair, was a giant beetle-like creature. It hovered in the sky, its two small black eyes intently fixed on the location of the Tianming army. What in the world is that? Buzz. Before Lu Lao Wu could jump out to get a closer look, a strange buzzing sound echoed from the distance, and it was growing louder. My lord Tithe. Lu Lao Wu's voice suddenly trembled. It seems these are the native inhabitants of this level. Your turn is here, Zheng Haoyan said expressionlessly. Nothing said the race inhabiting the second level couldn't be giant bugs. After all, the first level had been occupied by oversized rats. This. Lu Lao Wu panicked, not because he feared insects, but because of the overwhelming swarm now filling the sky. The sheer number was terrifying. Wu Qi, old Zhong, let's go together. Old Lu, why don't you take the lead? Lu Lao Wu, Wu Qi, and Zhong Mingding exchanged uneasy glances. Three grown men who hadn't flinched facing hordes of zombies now felt their legs quivering uncontrollably at the sight of this dense swarm of monstrous bugs. What race are you? Why have you intruded upon our territory? While the trio hesitated over who should step out first, the giant insect emitted a strange, eerie wave of sound, transmitting its message clearly. My lord, they're asking us. Lu Lao Wu turned anxiously toward Zheng Haoyan. Then go answer them. Zheng Haoyan remained completely calm. This diplomatic mission would fall squarely on Lu Lao Wu and his companions, no matter what. Lu Lao Wu swore to himself that he'd never mock his teammates again. We are humans from the Hao Tian Alliance, seeking safe passage to the third level of the White Tower. We mean no harm. Lu Lao Wu leaped down from the transport vehicle and addressed the cluster of black, fist-sized beetles. The scene looked bizarre, but it was genuinely just a routine diplomatic encounter. Human? Would the gray rats on the first level truly allow you to pass so easily? They are not of our kind, the Fuyo clan. From within the swarm of black beetles, a slightly larger silver-colored beetle flew forward, the source of the transmitted sound waves. The gray rat clan has been completely wiped out, Lu Lao Wu said bluntly. Buzz. The moment those words left Lu Lao Wu's mouth, the entire swarm of beetles instantly grew agitated, as if ready to attack at any second. But their extinction has little to do with us. By the time we arrived on the first level, they were already gone, Lu Lao Wu quickly added. Why should I believe you? Are you planning to destroy the Fuyo clan next? The silver beetle's transmitted message shifted from neutral to laced with hostility. Lu Lao Wu's diplomatic skills were clearly disastrous. We truly only wish to pass through to the third level of the White Tower. We have no intention of harming you. But the gray rats were indeed despicable. They even dared attack Hao Tian base. Still, you needn't worry. Our true goal lies on the 9th level, to eliminate the Zuling race. We won't waste time fighting you. Buzz. If the silver beetle could change colors, its face would have turned red with anger and then pale with shock. The fury was unmistakably conveyed through the rapid vibration of its wings. What exactly is old Lu saying? Zhong Mingding, if you don't step in now, we're going straight into battle, Wu Qi said helplessly. Zhong Mingding wore an exasperated expression. Lu Lao Wu's emotional intelligence was truly something else. Fuyo clan leader, please don't be angry. Zhong Mingding jumped down from the transport vehicle, stepped beside Lu Lao Wu, and gently pushed him back toward the vehicle. Leave it to me from here. Fine. They're not friendly creatures anyway. Be careful. If things go south, we'll just waste a bit of time. Lu Lao Wu grumbled before retreating. Do you really mean no harm? The Fuyo people cherish peace, but we are not weaklings who will tolerate oppression. There was a naive tone in the silver beetle's voice, making Zhong Mingding can't help but smile. So this one was just the younger brother of the bunch. Of course we mean no harm. Humanity is by far the most peaceful race there is. Chapter 231, Secrets of the Second Layer. Seeing Zhong Mingding's display of goodwill, the silver beetle slowed its wing vibrations considerably, and together with the black beetles behind it, its hostility instantly vanished. Holy crap, old Zhong's really something. Even bugs listen to him. From now on, All negotiation missions go to him. Lu Laowu couldn't help but blurt out in surprise, turning to Zheng Haoyan with a suggestion. Zheng Haoyan glanced at Lu Laowu, then nodded slightly. But his next sentence immediately wiped the smirk off Lu Laowu's face. From now on, you'll handle negotiations first. Only if you fail do we send in Zhong Mingding. Lu Laowu. Another case of shooting himself in the foot? Wu Qi silently held back his laughter, determined not to get dragged into this one. A short while later, Zhong Mingding walked back to the vehicle. Glancing at the gloomy Lu Laowu and the barely contained Wu Qi, he sensed something unpleasant had happened. Though he didn't ask right away, he'd figure it out later. Lord, the floaters wish to invite us to their territory, Zhong Mingding reported. Do they have some business? Why can't they just let us pass through directly? Zheng Haoyan asked, puzzled. Isn't the entire second layer their territory? Wouldn't they want strangers to leave quickly? The Floterra commander explained it this way. I did mention passing through, but he insisted we must first visit the true Floterra homeland. This place is merely the edge, with only a few floaters around. Not many. Look at this swarm, it's everywhere. Lu Laowu gestured at the now silent beetle swarm stretching endlessly, easily numbering over 10,000. Zheng Haoyan fell into thought. The floaters were insisting they visit their so-called homeland. Could there be some ulterior motive? He couldn't afford such a risk. If necessary, they'd force their way through. You claim to love peace? So do we floaters. We dislike conflict. Please come with me to our homeland and seek permission from our king for your passage. Just as Zheng Haoyan hesitated, the silver beetle suddenly flew alone onto the transport vehicle, vibrating its wings to transmit the message. Why must we get the king's approval just to pass through? Can't you simply let us go? Zheng Haoyan asked bluntly, without hesitation. The path from the second layer to the third lies within the sacred Jinshu of the floaters. Without the king's order, you cannot reach it. The silver beetle shook its tiny head. Hearing this, Zheng Haoyan furrowed his brows. So, unless they visited the floaters' supposed homeland, they wouldn't be able to proceed to the third layer. Fine, we'll go to your homeland. I hope the floaters are truly as peaceful as you say, Zheng Haoyan finally decided. Rather than resorting to force immediately, he still preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. Good, then follow closely. The second layer is no longer what it once was. The silver beetle flew forward, leading the swarm of gray beetles at a steady pace toward the northeast from the convoy's position. Move out. Notify the rear Chiduri to keep up with us. Yes, Lord. Sensing the convoy could move faster, the lead beetle swarm increased speed, dashing Zheng Haoyan's hopes of leisurely enjoying the long-missed scenery along the way. About 20 minutes later, the swarm gradually slowed, eventually stopping before a stretch of hills. Can you get down from those metal beasts? The path ahead might not accommodate them. Is this your Floterra homeland? Zheng Haoyan leapt down from the transport. Beyond the lonely hills lies our Floterra nest. Nest. Sounded fitting enough for these insectoid floaters. Wu Qi. Pass the order. Everyone dismount. Prepare to advance on foot. Yes, Lord. The command spread quickly. Over 2,000 members of the Alliance stepped off the vehicles. The silver beetle observed the neatly assembled Tian Alliance forces, its dark little eyes flashing with an unusual emotion, though it said nothing, continuing onward with the swarm. Maintain formation, stay alert to all sides, advance. At the order, perfectly synchronized, the group began jogging after the floaters' insects. The hill area wasn't large, and within 20 minutes of brisk marching, they passed through. Beyond the hills lay the Floterra nest. Honeycomb-like structures protruding from the ground were unmistakably the bug nests the floaters had mentioned. Intong, why have you brought so many outsiders back? When they reached the edge of the insect nest, a golden beetle, slightly larger than the silver one, flew out and asked the silver beetle in an accusatory tone. They're peaceful humans who wish to pass through to the third layer. I've brought them back to see the king. Jin Tong, don't block their way. You dare bring foreign outsiders here and claim they're peaceful? Silver Tong, are you asking to be punished in the abyss of 10,000 snakes? The golden beetle glanced at Zheng Haoyan and the others, its small eyes filled with hostility. Don't slander me. Let the king decide. At the mention of the abyss of 10,000 snakes, the silver beetle shivered slightly, clearly terrified of the place. Unyielding, the golden beetle continued. Have you forgotten what happened in the second layer? Any unknown outsiders should be devoured on sight. Your punishment will not be spared by the king. Their argument didn't pressure Zheng Haoyan's group directly, but standing at the front, Zheng Haoyan heard every word, his mind growing cautious. It seemed even among these insects, factions existed. I don't need your interference. Step aside, or I'll send Xiao He to bite you. The silver beetle rapidly flapped its wings. Do you think my Xiao Bai fears your Xiao He? Behind the golden beetle suddenly appeared a swarm of white beetles, nearly the same size as the black ones, even slightly larger. Let them in. Just as the two beetles stood locked in confrontation, a distant voice echoed from deep within the nest. The king has spoken. Jin Tong, why aren't you stepping aside already? Hearing this, Silver Tong wore a smug expression, while Jin Tong had no choice but to step aside bitterly. Peace-loving humans, our king invites you inside. Silver Tong turned and announced joyfully. Zheng Haoyan nodded. It seemed the ruler of the floaters was rather reasonable after all. In that case, we'll accept with respect. The Tian Alliance army marched solemnly into the Floterra nest, an experience Zheng Haoyan had never had before. Respected guests, would you be willing to help us? Chapter 232, The Request for Help. The Tianming Legion marched grandly into the insect hive, a sight that drew curious onlookers from among the diverse forms of the floating tribe. The beetle-like creatures resembling Yin Tong and Jin Tong were merely one species among many. There were also mayfly tribes with 2 large horns sprouting from their heads, and centipede-shaped floaters equipped with 6 wings on their backs. Why would the king allow these outsiders in? They look so strange, and they can't even fly. That's right, they actually only have 2 legs. The various floating creatures exchanged murmurs filled with curiosity, tinged with mild hostility toward the Tianming forces. What they didn't know was that their own king had sent a plea for help to this very group of humans. "Noble guest, can you help us?" Zheng Haotian froze at the voice echoing beside his ear. He turned to look at Lu Lao Wu and the others nearby. Their expressions remained calm and unchanged, seemingly unaware of the words spoken. They cannot hear it. "You are the king of humanity, which is why I've conveyed this message only to you. Will you help us?" Though he heard the explanation, Zheng Haotian remained skeptical, offering no reply. "Let your people stay outside. Come alone to meet me, and I will tell you everything." Sensing Zheng Haotian's doubts, the king of the floating tribe offered him a choice. Zheng Haotian gave a slight nod in response. "Jin Tong, take the other guests to rest at the mother nest. Yin Tong, bring the human king to me." The golden beetle hesitated. Was the king truly ordering it to escort these foreign beings to the most luxurious sanctuary of the floating tribe, a place even it had visited only a handful of times? "At once, your majesty. Yin Tong shall bring the human king immediately." The silver beetle exclaimed excitedly. It knew its judgment had been correct. The king had made his stance perfectly clear. "Jin Tong, did you hear that?" "I heard, your majesty." I obey. Though deeply reluctant, the golden beetle dared not defy the command of the floating king. "Wu Qi, lead everyone to rest first. I'll go see the king of the floating tribe," Zheng Haotian instructed. "Lord, are you sure about going alone?" Wu Qi began hesitantly, while the others all wore worried expressions. "There's nothing to worry about. Even if they mean harm, they cannot hurt me." Zheng Haotian wore top-tier gear, refined with the collective wisdom of the Haotian base. He could summon the phantom armor at any moment. More importantly, his personal strength far exceeded that of ordinary men. "Please be cautious, Lord. If anything happens, we will act instantly," Zhong Mingding said solemnly. Anything involving Zheng Haotian was never trivial. The main force followed Jin Tong toward the mother nest mentioned by the Mayfly King, while Zheng Haotian, guided by Yin Tong, pressed deeper into the territory of the floating tribe. Man and insect advanced step by step. As they ventured further, the surroundings gradually darkened, and Zheng Haotian began to feel an invisible pressure steadily mounting. Could it have ill intentions toward me? He inwardly grew more alert. They finally stopped before a dim, gray cave. Yin Tong ceased flying and turned to face Zheng Haotian. "The king awaits within. I may not enter. Proceed alone. Is there anything I should be careful about?" Zheng Haotian didn't want to unknowingly violate some taboo of the floating tribe. Yin Tong withdraw. "Yes, my revered king." Before Yin Tong could answer Zheng Haotian's question, a voice emerged from within the cave, the floating king himself. "Noble guest, just enter. There is nothing else to concern yourself with." Zheng Haotian nodded. Having come this far, he couldn't turn back now because of mere uncertainty. That wasn't like him at all. The moment he stepped into the shadowy cave, the space around him suddenly brightened. A path of white light led him forward, guiding him straight to where the Mayfly King resided. "So you are the Mayfly King?" Looking at the giant insect lying lifelessly on the ground, Zheng Haotian's eyes narrowed in confusion. It looked soft, weak, completely lacking any sense of combat prowess. Could such a creature really be the ruler of an entire race? "Noble guest, I am indeed the Mayfly King, though I must say, not entirely. This is merely one of my avatars." The floating king transmitted a startling piece of information. "An avatar? Then where was its true form? I know you have questions. The fate of my true self is precisely why I seek your aid." The floating king continued. "How can I help you? Why not let your own kind handle it?" Zheng Haotian asked 2 critical questions. "This matter is grave. Please, noble guest, allow me to explain carefully." Zheng Haotian nodded in agreement. He too wished to understand the full story behind this mystery. It all begins 300 years ago. When Zheng Haotian heard the vast timescale, he instantly grew serious. The wisdom hidden within history was truly boundless. 300 years ago, the first king of the floating tribe had led his people to settle on the second level of the White Tower, beginning a period of peace and tranquility. They had originally believed this to be an ideal place for their race to flourish, unaware that the White Tower itself harbored a fundamental flaw. Each level of this mysterious tower sealed away a monster. In Zheng Haotian's terms, they could also be called bosses. Initially, the floating tribe developed slowly and had not discovered the monster hidden on the second level, nor had they encroached upon its domain. But as the Mayfly tribe multiplied rapidly in their peaceful environment, over a century later, their population exploded to hundreds of times its original size, finally infringing upon the monster's interests. Then, one day 100 years ago, the monster emerged suddenly, unleashing devastating slaughter upon the Mayfly tribe with overwhelming power. The Mayfly people, long accustomed to comfort and safety, were momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even how to resist. They only fled desperately. Yet within the second-level space, which seemed infinite but was in truth limited, escape eventually became impossible. If there had been only one monster, the floating tribe might not have been driven to the brink of extinction. But this creature possessed a special ability. It could infect members of the Mayfly tribe, turning them into killers against their own kin. "So how did your floating tribe survive in the end?" Zheng Haotian asked instinctively. "Through the sacrifice of the previous Mayfly king. It used its own body to reseal the monster deep within the core of the second level." However, because our people had lived on this level for too long, we had become fundamentally altered by its aura. We could no longer kill the monster outright. Recently, the sealing power of the former king reached its limit. I was forced to use my own body to reinforce the seal. Even so, the monster is nearly breaking free. Hearing this, Zheng Haoyan understood completely. The floating king's plea for help was about this very issue. He wanted Zheng Haoyan to lend his strength to eliminate the monster on the second level. Now that he grasped the situation, Zheng Haoyan fell into deep thought once more. Should he help, or not? Chapter 233, The Sealed Land. The Mayfly King did not interrupt Zheng Haoyan's thoughts. This pause lasted 5 minutes, after which a single sentence from the Mayfly King solidified Zheng Haoyan's decision. If we don't eliminate that monster, your main force will likely never reach the third level. Are you threatening me? A peculiar glint flickered in Zheng Haoyan's eyes. This was far from a time of peace. He had long been prepared for battle, even if such a choice was unavoidable. Noble guest, you misunderstand. It isn't that my Mayfly clan seeks to hinder you. Rather, your main force cannot pass through the corridor from the second level to the third because that monster blocks the only path, the Mayfly King explained calmly. So the monster is inside what you call the Forbidden Zone. Zheng Haoyan suddenly recalled what Silverchild had mentioned earlier. Rather than putting it that way, it would be more accurate to say the Forbidden Zone exists precisely because of that monster. For the first time, the Mayfly King's voice carried a trace of helplessness. Clearly, it truly felt powerless against this creature. Zheng Haoyan frowned deeply. That meant he had no real choice. Whether he wanted to assist the Mayfly clan or not, he had to. Unless, of course, he chose to retreat. If we join the fight, how much chance do we have of defeating that monster? Zheng Haoyan couldn't afford to risk his team taking heavy losses just to clear a threat on the second level. I can't guarantee success, but I will do everything in my power to restrain it. You'd only need to deliver the final, fatal blow. The Mayfly King's tone held neither joy nor sorrow, as if it had already anticipated Zheng Haoyan's agreement. Allow me some time to consider. First, tell me everything you know about the monster. Zheng Haoyan lived by the principle of knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy. Only then can one win 100 battles without peril. He decided to understand the situation thoroughly before committing. Of course, you may even go and sense it for yourself, though be careful not to get too close. That's best. Zheng Haoyan nodded. Then, noble guest, please rest at the hive tonight. I will organize all information about the monster and have Silverchild deliver it to you. When you're ready to visit the site in person, simply inform Silverchild. I will issue the necessary orders. The Mayfly King spoke slowly. Very well. I hope everything you've told me is true. We humans are indeed a kind-hearted race, but that doesn't mean we don't remember our grudges. With that, Zheng Haoyan turned and walked toward the cave entrance. His final words weren't a threat, but rather a declaration of boundaries. In short, if others don't provoke us, we won't provoke them. But if they dare strike us, then there will be consequences. Silverchild, escort our honored guest to the hive. They will stay there tonight, treated with the highest possible hospitality. Warn Golden Child not to make any rash moves. Otherwise, he'll be punished in the abyss of 10,000 snakes. Yes, my revered king. After replying to the Mayfly King within the cavern, Silverchild respectfully bowed to Zheng Haoyan and gestured for him to follow. Aren't you even curious about what your king said to me? Zheng Haoyan noticed Silverchild acting unusually reserved. Earlier, it had been quite talkative. The king didn't permit me to know the content of his conversation, so I mustn't inquire further. If the king wishes me to know, he will inform me. Silverchild's reply demonstrated absolute loyalty, a sign of profound reverence for their monarch, common among their own species. The Mayfly clan valued this, as did the Grey Rat clan. But humanity, Zheng Haoyan remained silent for the rest of the journey, maintaining a vigilant state until he rejoined the Tianming Legion, at which point he finally relaxed. Greetings, Lord. Did you meet the king of the Mayfly clan? Did he treat you poorly? Old Lu Wu asked with concern. No, but we might have to stay here another night, Zheng Haoyan replied with a shake of his head. Lord, does this mean they're refusing to let us proceed to the third level? Or is there some other reason? Zhong Mingding asked. If they dare defy us, we'll wipe them out. Wu Qi declared, his fighting spirit blazing. What were mere insects compared to the elite soldiers of the Tianming Legion? The Tianming soldiers raised their weapons, ready for combat at a moment's notice. Calm down. Zheng Haoyan waved his hand, signaling everyone to stay composed. This situation is more complicated than you think. The Mayfly clan means no harm, nor are they deliberately blocking our way. There's something else blocking the path. Something else? What kind of thing? Everyone was now filled with the same question. It's hard to explain clearly right now. Tonight, I'll personally investigate. It's likely we'll have to help the Mayfly clan. For now, rest and eat as needed. Commanders, come with me to the adjacent room. Yes, Lord. Lu Laowu, Wu Qi, and the group of commanders were summoned by Zheng Haoyan to a side room. Within the Mayfly clan's hive, there were many such chambers. The one they were currently in was the largest, capable of accommodating thousands, while the adjacent one was a smaller room meant for dozens. You must all be curious about what I just mentioned, the thing blocking our path. So I won't keep it from you any longer. That creature is the sealed monster of the second level of the White Tower. Zheng Haoyan directly recounted to the commanders everything about the White Tower's sealed monster and the information conveyed to him by the Mayfly King. So you're saying we have no choice? Zhong Mingding concluded after listening. That's essentially it. Without eliminating that monster, we likely won't be able to proceed smoothly to the third level. Zheng Haoyan gave a slight nod. I don't think we should fully trust what that Mayfly King said. What if it's deceiving us? Lu Laowu raised his doubts. That's precisely why I'll personally go and inspect the so-called Forbidden Zone, the sealing ground, Zhang Haoyin replied. Naturally, he hadn't placed complete trust either. My lord, I'll accompany you. After a long silence, Wu Qi spoke up. Zhang Haoyin shook his head. The sealing ground was already filled with unknown dangers. Going alone would give him far greater mobility than bringing a group, and since he could pilot a mech, he'd be much safer traveling solo. I will go with you, my lord. General Catherine, the leader of the Mechanized Legion, Catherine, stepped forward and announced. Zhang Haoyin was about to refuse, but a single glance from Catherine stopped him. Very well. Everyone return and rest well. Calm the soldiers. Nothing can break the Tianming Legion. Yes, my lord. Late at night, Silverchild led 2 fully armed mechs out of the Mayfly clan's territory, flying at full speed toward the southwest. My lord, if danger arises, please retreat immediately. I will cover the rear, Catherine said solemnly. If it comes to that, I will. Zhang Haoyin replied after a brief silence. After this short exchange on the way, they soon arrived at the edge of a valley. Inside is the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 234, Tentacles and the Base Outpost. Zhang Haoyin looked toward the dark valley, inwardly sighing in exasperation. Of course the Forbidden Zone had to be exactly as expected. Why did it always have to be so eerie and terrifying? You go back first. My companion and I will go in and take a look, then return along the same path, Zhang Haoyin said to Yintong. Are you really going in? I don't understand why the king told me to bring you here. But everyone from our tribe who entered the Forbidden Zone before has vanished. It's extremely dangerous inside. Yintong's small eyes filled with concern. Zhang Haoyin smiled. It seemed there were still kind-hearted bugs among the mayflies after all. Since your king ordered you to bring me here, that means we're capable of entering your forbidden grounds. Don't worry, just head back, Zhang Haoyin said with a smile. Yintong still hesitated, but the mysterious disappearances of past tribespeople made it too fearful to step into the Forbidden Zone itself. Then, please be careful. Zhang Haoyin nodded, then paid no further attention to the indecisive Yintong. The reason he chose to investigate this so-called sealing ground at night was simply to avoid wasting too much time. Catherine, stay close behind me. Yes, my lord. Immediately afterward, Zhang Haoyin piloted the phantom mech into the valley, with Catherine's throne mech following closely behind. Seeing the 2 humans vanish into the valley, the hesitant Yintong finally turned and left. It didn't dare set foot inside the Forbidden Zone. The valley wasn't as pitch black as Zhang Haoyin had initially imagined. Inside, there were unique plants emitting a green fluorescence, illuminating the entire valley with an eerie clarity. Should we keep going deeper? Catherine asked. Zhang Haoyin surveyed the scene around him. Lush, diverse vegetation, yet absolutely no signs of animal life. The growth of these plants is incredibly vigorous, yet clearly, no sunlight reaches here at all, Zhang Haoyin thought suspiciously. Do you mean there's some direct connection? Catherine didn't understand what he meant. Maybe not, or maybe yes. Let's move further in and see, Zhang Haoyin replied without elaborating, continuing forward into the depths of the valley. Unlike when they had first entered, the deeper they advanced, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It felt as if something invisible was watching them. Catherine, do you feel it? Feel what? My lord, are you saying there's something around us? Catherine wore a puzzled expression. She hadn't sensed anything at all. Zhang Haoyin suddenly tensed up. The mood had become strangely ominous. Noble guest, don't worry. It's me. At that moment, a voice reached Zhang Haoyin's ears. It was the Mayfly King. Follow me. With that, Zhang Haoyin accelerated toward the source of the voice. Catherine, unable to ask questions, hurried after him. Soon, the 2 mechs came to a halt before a massive pit. Once again, Zhang Haoyin heard the voice of the Mayfly King in his ear. Stop. No farther. Is this your true form? Zhang Haoyin asked, gazing into the deep darkness of the pit. Yes. The Mayfly King confirmed it definitively. My avatar and my main body can exchange information instantly, so I knew you would come today. Beneath me lies that second-layered monster. The Mayfly King's voice sounded extremely weak, consistent with the information Zhang Haoyin had gathered from its avatar. It was nearly at its limit. How long can you hold on? How can I help you destroy that creature? Zhang Haoyin asked directly. The seal has already cracked. I can hold for at most 7 days, but even that isn't certain. I hope you can eliminate it as quickly as possible. If you attack my body with full force, I will use my main body as a conduit to transfer the damage onto the monster. The Mayfly King's method was straightforward. That's all. Are you sure? Zhang Haoyin found it hard to believe. It was already critically injured by the previous Mayfly King. But since we've been assimilated by the second layer, we cannot deliver a fatal blow. If you deliver that final strike, you can destroy this monster. I understand. Roar. What is that? Just as Zhang Haoyin was about to leave, a roar erupted from within the pit, followed by a swarm of black tentacles. Thrashing violently, those tentacles stretched outward from the abyss, struggling fiercely to break free. My lord, retreat. Catherine immediately fired the weapons mounted on her mech, unleashing a barrage into the writhing tentacles within the pit. Boom, boom, boom. Mayfly King, what's happening? Zhang Haoyin shouted urgently. For some reason, the monster has gone berserk. You must act quickly. Come quickly. I'll try to control it first. The Mayfly King's voice faltered and then cut off completely. No matter how urgently Zhang Haoyin called out, there was no response at all. Has that monster gone mad? Zhang Haoyin's expression darkened. As expected, things weren't as simple as he'd hoped. My lord, what should we do now? Let's return first. At dawn tomorrow, we'll gather our full forces and try the method the Mayfly King mentioned. Zhang Haoyin spoke gravely. There was no other option now. They could only follow what the Mayfly King had said, concentrate their attacks on the pit. It was a desperate attempt, like treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. With that, the two mechs flew away from the valley, leaving behind the echoing roars of maddened fury once more. Not long after night fell, dawn arrived. Early in the morning, Zheng Haoyan opened his eyes. Outside the room, gentle sunlight had already spread, and some of the Heaven Alliance Legion warriors had already risen. At the moment Zheng Haoyan stepped out of his room, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Detected that the host is located on the second level of the White Tower. Sub-branch base establishment available. Confirm establishment. Sub-branch. Zheng Haoyan paused, surprised. Why was establishing a branch suddenly possible? Due to how Tian base reaching level 5 main city status, qualification for sub-branch construction has been unlocked. This location is suitable for establishment. Construction consumes certain resources. The system clearly understood Zheng Haoyan's confusion and intelligently provided an explanation. What use would a sub-branch here serve? I'll still have to move on to the third level of the White Tower eventually. My goal is the 9th level. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Establishing a base sub-branch enables connection with the main base, sharing basic attributes of the main base. Independent construction of additional buildings is permitted, without consuming main base population capacity. Suddenly, Zheng Haoyan realized this sub-branch might actually be valuable. If he could receive supplies and personnel reinforcements from the main base, wouldn't this effectively become an advanced forward outpost? In an instant, Zheng Haoyan became excited. How many resources are needed to establish the sub-branch? To establish the Hao Tian base sub-branch, required resources are 1 million wood, 300,000 iron ore, 500,000 stone, and 5 tier, 3 core source units. Chapter 235, The Aesthetics of Violence. Should a branch be established? This question instantly floated into Zheng Haoyan's mind. According to the system's description, this branch could inherit most attributes of the original base. Even if it was a downsized version, it would still serve as a vital rear base. It takes nearly half a day to travel from White Tower back to Haoyan base, and there's a high chance of encountering unpredictable dangers along the way. But if we had a branch right here at White Tower? The answer was obvious. This branch had to be established. Will I be able to access base resources here after establishment? After establishing the branch, resources will be shared between locations. The system gave a clear response. Now, all that remained was for Zheng Haoyan to give the order, and the Haoyan base branch would rise from nothing like a towering skyscraper on the second floor of White Tower. If I establish the branch now, what if we fail to eliminate the monster on the second floor? Wouldn't that be all for nothing? Zheng Haoyan, who had just been about to select an empty space to build the Haoyan base branch, paused suddenly as this thought flashed through his mind. Although such a scenario might seem unlucky for the Tian Alliance Legion about to head into the Forbidden Zone, it wasn't entirely impossible. Let's wait until the second floor is completely stabilized before considering the establishment of the Haoyan base branch. Zheng Haoyan decided in the end to play it safe. Outside, the army had already assembled, waiting for their lord's command. My lord, we are ready to depart. Most of the soldiers in the Tian Alliance Legion didn't know the objective of this mission, but the commanders were well aware. During the prior meeting Zheng Haoyan had called, he had fully briefed them on everything the Mayfly King had said, though he kept last night's exploration of the Forbidden Zone strictly confidential. Knowing too much wouldn't help and might even harm their performance in battle, since some things couldn't be changed no matter how much one knew. Pass my orders. The mechanized corps leads the advance. All other members follow in formation sequence at maximum speed. Yes, my lord. With Zheng Haoyan's command issued, over 2,000 members of the Tian Alliance Legion began their first true combat operation since the Legion's founding, despite facing only a single enemy entity. No pre-battle rallying speech was given, primarily because, strictly speaking, this wasn't a confrontation against any large-scale military force. Instead, they were facing a monster sealed deep within the abyss. Thus, encouragement was unnecessary. From his conversation with the Mayfly King the previous night, Zheng Haoyan understood clearly what needed to be done. Full output, nothing else mattered. They simply needed to unleash every attack possible into the depths below. No technical complexity, just minimal coordination. On board the transport vehicle, Zheng Haoyan began explaining the operational requirements upon arrival at the Forbidden Zone. Last night, Catherine and I went to investigate and made direct contact with the Mayfly King's essence. Its advice was simple: we only need to focus our attacks on the location of its seal. Everything else will be handled by it. So you're saying we'll just fire everything we've got at the Mayfly King? One of the commanders asked, a question others were thinking as well. You can interpret it that way. However, to concentrate our attacks more effectively, we must synchronize our assault. We need to deliver maximum damage in the shortest time possible, Zheng Haoyan emphasized. One burst to deal all the damage. Just pour it all into killing that monster. Ha! One of the commanders, a former enthusiast of 5-player competitive games, chuckled. The situation reminded him of the games he hadn't played in years. It's time to showcase the aesthetics of violence. Exchanging knowing smiles, everyone agreed. This move was going to be interesting. Though the convoy was slower than mechanized flight, after nearly an hour of full-speed advancement, the Tian Alliance Legion finally arrived outside the valley where Silverchild had led Zheng Haoyan and Catherine the previous night. The path ahead isn't suitable for vehicles. Everyone dismount and proceed on foot. We're already close to the sealing site. Zheng Haoyan stepped down first and issued the order. Understood. All commanders quickly dispersed to their respective units, relaying Zheng Haoyan's instructions and preparing their teams for the upcoming synchronized barrage. Tian Alliance First Army, advance into the depths of the valley. Yes, sir. Clomp, clomp, clomp. The Dengshi footsteps nearly created a resonance effect within the narrow valley. Had it truly occurred, the entire valley might have collapsed. After all, this was a force numbering in the thousands. Steadily, the Tian Alliance Legion pressed forward into the valley, their target unmistakable, the very pit from last night where tentacles had emerged. Catherine, go inform the members of the Mechanized Corps. They are to prepare their strongest attacks and await your signal before launching a coordinated strike. Yes, my lord. Lu Laowu was in charge of issuing attack commands for the First Army of Tian Alliance. Wu Qi was responsible for conveying attack intentions to the Second Army, and Queen Catherine naturally took command of the Mechanized Corps. Zheng Haoyan, on the other hand, was the one who would issue the official combat order. The valley's dazzling colors were even more striking under daylight than at night, yet its gradual decay was also far more evident now, casting an indescribable sense of melancholy over everyone's hearts. Has this place become like this because of that monster? This question arose spontaneously in every person's mind. If eliminating the monster could restore this place to the same beauty as the outside world, surely no one would hesitate to do so. It's just ahead. There was no need to mark the pit's location. The thick gray smoke constantly rising from it made it unmistakable. It seems the Mayfly King really can't hold on much longer. Last night, Zheng Haoyan had only seen numerous tentacles emerging. Today, however, he clearly observed a heavy aura of malice mixed within the gray smoke, proof that the Mayfly King could no longer fully seal the monster on the second floor. We're here. Zheng Haoyan attempted to reach out to the Mayfly King. Mayfly King, can you hear me? After a moment, a weak voice responded. Noble guest, please hurry. Zheng Haoyan nodded, then announced, everyone, take your positions, await my command. Tap, tap, tap. With synchronized steps and unified movements, the elite discipline of the Tian Alliance Legion shone through clearly. Now, attack. Mechanized Corps, cannons ready, fire. First Army, energy rounds ready, launch. Second Army, energy machine guns ready, open fire. Boom, boom, boom. The valley reverberated with the violent thunder of unleashed firepower, and Zheng Haoyan didn't lag behind. Summoning his phantom mecha, he joined the line of mechas and pouring relentless fire into the pit, a perfect display of the aesthetics of violence. Roar. A roar erupted from the pit, not just filled with rage this time, but tinged with undeniable pain. The monster had been wounded. Chapter 236, Elimination and Harvest. Keep attacking. Fuyo King didn't issue any further command. His silence meant they should maintain the current offensive, even though the creature sealed within the pit had already been injured. Boom, boom. Another intense barrage of cannon fire rained down. The already dark pit now looked even deeper, as if leading straight into the 18 layers of hell, its depths impossible to see clearly. Roar. Watch out. It's coming out. A roar mixed with Fuyo King's weakened voice sent Zheng Haoyan's pupils shrinking instantly. He felt the danger immediately. Everyone fall back. Mechanical Legion, form a frontline defense. Zheng Haoyan roared urgently. Without hesitation, all members of the Tian Alliance Corps retreated, leaving only the Mechanical Legion standing guard at the front. Die. Bang. A pitch-black shadow erupted from the abyssal pit, widening the gaping hole even more. The shadow hovered in midair, its deep blue eyes locking onto Zheng Haoyan inside his mech. My lord, be careful. Whoosh. Bang. The monster raised its thick, obsidian-black arm and fired a wave of dark energy that struck directly, hitting Catherine's throne of the king's mech just as it threw itself in front of Zheng Haoyan. Yes, at the last possible second, Catherine had physically intercepted the blow, shielding Zheng Haoyan from an unavoidable attack. Catherine, damn it. Fuyo King, what's going on? Zheng Haoyan shouted angrily as he swiftly carried Catherine backward while demanding answers. It's already at its last breath. Keep attacking. Swish. Fuyo King's voice still sounded weak, but in the next moment, Zheng Haoyan saw a giant 8-legged flying insect, nearly matching the size of the black silhouette above, launch itself skyward and tightly coil around the dark figure. Roar. The shadow let out another furious bellow, its two newly formed massive hands frantically tearing at the insect clinging to it. That's Fuyo King's true form. Hurry, hurry, attack. Tian Alliance Corps, fire upon the sky now. Recognizing the critical timing, Zheng Haoyan quickly issued the order and simultaneously pushed his Mirage mech to full output. Boom, boom, boom. The concentrated artillery barrage lit up the sky like dazzling fireworks. Bright daylight turned pitch black in an instant. The brilliant explosion faded quickly, yet it left an indelible mark in everyone's hearts. The sky fell silent once more. Is it dead? Zheng Haoyan stared at the enormous fallen figure crashing to the ground. That last barrage hadn't discriminated between friend or foe. Fuyo King probably took a heavy toll too. It should be dead. Fuyo King, is that you? Zheng Haoyan guided his Mirage mech down to the ground, laser sword raised. Despite their advantage, he remained vigilant. The rest of the Tian Alliance Corps also stayed on high combat alert, ready to launch another round of attacks at a moment's notice. Yes, it's me. Fuyo King sounded utterly drained, like a man emptied of everything. His voice feeble, unable to move his body. Are you alright? Zheng Haoyan asked, concern in his tone. I'm fine, just in pain. Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but smile faintly. How could it not hurt? They'd just unleashed over 2,000 shells in a concentrated strike. Simply surviving was incredible. What did a little pain matter? Now that the monster is eliminated, can we finally proceed to the third level of the White Tower? Zheng Haoyan pressed his advantage. They couldn't afford to stay here much longer. The passage from the second level to the third has been destroyed by this creature. It'll take some time to repair. I'll have my people fix the route as quickly as possible. Within just a few short minutes of conversation, Fuyo King's main body had managed to push itself up on its 8 legs, slowly rising to its feet. The colossal form immediately tensed up every member of the Tian Alliance Corps present. Don't be alarmed. Our Fuyo race naturally possesses extraordinary vitality. As Fuyo King, my regenerative abilities are exceptional. Otherwise, I likely wouldn't have managed to keep this monster imprisoned for so long. His voice now sounded much stronger than before, no longer as frail. We truly appreciate your effort, Your Majesty. Please prioritize repairing the passageway as soon as possible. We wouldn't want to inconvenience your people any longer than necessary. Zheng Haoyan said with a polite smile. No inconvenience at all. I'd actually love to chat more with such esteemed guests. Why don't we head back together right away? Fuyo King replied warmly, clearly playing the gracious host. Agreed. Zheng Haoyan nodded. Tian Alliance Corps, retreat. Just as the Alliance members began turning to leave the valley, Fuyo King suddenly gasped in surprise. Huh? What is it? Zheng Haoyan turned back to ask. This thing doesn't seem completely dead yet. Give it one final slash to finish it off. Fuyo King tapped the ground with his 8 legs, pointing toward the shapeless, lifeless mass on the ground, the ruined remains of the second-level creature. Zheng Haoyan looked puzzled, but still followed Fuyo King's instruction. His laser sword swung and stabbed straight into the monster lying on the ground. SSSSHHH. Congratulations, Lord Zheng Haoyan. You have successfully slain Heifeng, the guardian beast of the second level of the White Tower. Reward, Resource Gift Pack X5, Summoning Quota X50, Legendary Artifact, Dark Cloak X1. The moment Zheng Haoyan pulled his laser sword out of the creature's body, the system announcement blared across the entire world chat, 3 times in succession, pinned at the top, and instantly shocked every surviving lord still alive in the apocalypse. What just happened? Am I dreaming? Did Elder Hao Tian really make it to the White Tower already? But how come he's already killing the second-level guardian beast? What about the first level? What did the guardian beast even look like? While we're all still struggling with impending crises, Elder Hao Tian is already legendary. This is what they call striking first, huh? Elder Hao Tian, please take me with you. I'm a 160 cute girl, light-bodied and easy to topple, an expert at being adorable and charming. A wave of envious, jealous, and odd messages instantly flooded the world chat, but Zheng Haoyan had no time to read any of them. He was still stunned himself. This sudden flood of rewards felt way too good. It's finally dead for sure. Phew. Fuyo King exhaled deeply. That creature had truly been the greatest burden on his mind, and now, at last, it was eliminated. Thank you for your invaluable assistance. When we return to my territory, I will properly reward you. Fuyo King said sincerely. Zheng Haoyan could barely suppress his smile. The rewards were already incredibly generous. Now he was being told there'd be more? No need to be so courteous. This was merely our duty, Zheng Haoyan replied with well-mannered restraint. Fuyo King was deeply moved, yet silently made up his mind. He must give that thing to this honored guest. Let us head back. The Tian Alliance Corps began their orderly retreat, while Zheng Haoyan followed alongside Fuyo King, speeding toward the Fuyo race's territory with the injured Catherine in tow. The Tian Alliance Corps' first battle ended in perfect success. Chapter 237. Establishing a branch. Tap tap tap. At Zheng Haoyan's signal, Lu Lao Wu and Wu Qi led the entire Heaven League Yuntan to halt their vehicles outside the Mayfly tribe's territory, then proceeded on foot. The Dengshi footsteps echoed into the Mayfly tribe's domain, drawing the attention of a large swarm of insects. Let us warmly cheer to welcome our hero's return. One of the reasons the Mayfly King had returned ahead of time was to confess to his entire tribe about the seal site incident, while also publicizing the help Zheng Haoyan's group had brought them. The cheers arose spontaneously from every Mayfly citizen. Old Wu, those bugs seem to be welcoming us, Lu Lao Wu said in surprise, not expecting insects to understand gratitude. Remove the seam, and stop calling me Old Wu. You're the one who's old 5. Wu Qi responded coldly. Lu Lao Wu instantly fell silent. Zhong Mingding secretly chuckled, 2 living clowns. As team leaders, the 3 entered the Mayfly tribe's territory first, advancing amidst the cheers of the Mayfly people. Thank you. The moment Lu Lao Wu and the others stepped into the Mayfly territory, a familiar voice rang out. Well, isn't this Golden Boy? I remember some bug yesterday sneered at us. Lu Lao Wu wasn't one to back down, immediately throwing sarcastic words right back. Golden Boy's expression instantly darkened, overwhelmed by embarrassment and shame. He had indeed been too arrogant yesterday. I was wrong. I'm sorry, and thank you for eliminating the monsters on the second layer. Golden Boy lowered his head, trying to conceal his emotions. No need to thank us. It was our duty. Wu Qi remained relatively polite, tugging Lu Lao Wu aside to remind him not to go too far. They wouldn't be staying here long anyway. All right. We humans are a kind species after all. I'll let it slide this once, little bug. Lu Lao Wu and the others walked straight past Golden Boy and continued toward the hive. After all, Zheng Haoyan had said they'd probably have to stay here for several more days. You don't need to be upset. If it weren't for them, our Mayfly tribe might have gone extinct. I'm not upset. I just realize I lack experience, Golden Boy said, fluttering his wings and flying off without responding to Silver Boy's words. At the center of the Mayfly tribe's territory stood the tallest nest structure, the residence of the Mayfly King. The Mayfly King's true body, previously immobilized due to the seal, was now liberated. So this long-abandoned nest finally had purpose again. Zheng Haoyan, as the first human ever invited, accompanied the Mayfly King into this enormous nest. Mayfly King, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Zheng Haoyan said, referring of course to establishing a branch base. Noble guest, my name is Sane. You may call me by name. Whatever you need, just command us. The Mayfly tribe will do everything in our power to assist you. The Mayfly King's attitude was extremely respectful, overflowing with gratitude. It's nothing urgent. I just want to pick an area on the second layer to establish a branch of our base, Zheng Haoyan said directly, without beating around the bush. Will you need our help? Though we're not good at much, we certainly won't disappoint you when it comes to gathering resources, the Mayfly King quickly added. Zheng Haoyan felt a sudden chill, an odd unease. The Mayfly King seemed like a total bootlicker, his desperate flattery leaving Zheng Haoyan somewhat helpless. Just call me Lord Haoyan. Stop with the you every other word, Zheng Haoyan emphasized. Yes, noble Lord Haoyan. Zheng Haoyan. Shaking his head, Zheng Haoyan decided to stop dwelling on it. He didn't specifically ask the Mayfly tribe to provide resources for building the Haoyan base branch, because he himself was already resource-rich. After opening 5 resource gift packs, each had provided nearly 1 million units of various materials, totaling a full 5 million, which exactly covered all the resources needed to build the base branch. 1 million units of wood, 500,000 units of stone, 300,000 units of iron ore. Zheng Haoyan muttered the list of required resources. Even with the replenishment from 5 gift packs, he couldn't help feeling a slight pang of pain. It hurt to spend money, no doubt. But as long as the process felt satisfying, that was all that mattered. I'll set up the branch base 10 miles west of your territory, close enough for mutual support. I'll station some members inside, and hope we can trade and support each other. Holding the detailed map of White Tower's second layer given by the Mayfly King, Zheng Haoyan designated a specific zone for constructing the base branch. Of course, noble Lord Haoyan. The Mayfly tribe can offer you 100,000 Laos to serve your members. Laos, the Mayfly tribe's working class, were specialized insects responsible for resource gathering, aka worker bugs. Zheng Haoyan had already learned about the Laos from the Mayfly King's illustrated guide, so he didn't refuse. Though small, bugs were still meat, and there were a full 100,000 of them. Under dire circumstances, they could even serve as emergency rations. Why not take the offer? In that case, my thanks. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Zheng Haoyan didn't want to waste any time. He immediately left the Mayfly King Sane's nest and drove his shadow mech to an open area 10 kilometers away from the Mayfly tribe's territory. System, come out for a moment. Zheng Haoyan summoned the system interface and selected the button to establish a base branch. Do you wish to establish the Haoyan base branch here? Requires consumption of resources. Resources sufficient. Construction possible. Yes? No. Zheng Haoyan decisively clicked yes, and just as before, a divine miracle unfolded. This time, however, unlike previous occasions where a base would instantly materialize, he could actually see numerous ethereal figures using materials to erect buildings one by one. Their movements were so fast, accelerated nearly 300 times, that only faint silhouettes could be glimpsed rapidly shifting about, while structures gradually took shape. The summoning platform is complete. A slight smile rose on Zheng Haoyan's lips as the core structure of the base stood firmly in the center within his line of sight. Next, residences, farms, barracks. The shadow mech remained floating midair. Zheng Haoyan didn't want to miss a single moment of this transformation, from nothingness into a living base, and thus chose not to leave even for a second. Time continued to accelerate, until towering walls enclosed all the buildings within. A system notification finally rang in Zheng Haoyan's ear. Haoyan base branch construction complete. Ding. Congratulations, Lord Haoyan, for being the first to establish a base branch. Reward, City Foundation token ×1. Paying no mind to the system's announcement, Zheng Haoyan's gaze remained fixed on the base below, not particularly grand in scale, yet warmly familiar. This was the Haoyan base, perfectly replicated. Something still feels missing. Alright, there's no one here. Chapter 238, the Yaksha Tribe. Zheng Haoyan directly piloted the Phantom into the newly established base outpost. After stepping off the mecha, he immediately walked to the summoning platform. He wanted to check whether this outpost's summoning platform was the same as the one at Haoyan base, capable of summoning farmers. Check attributes. Special building, summoning platform. Attributes, random summon. Special attribute, targeted summon. Seeing the familiar attributes of the summoning platform, Zheng Haoyan couldn't help but smile. It really worked. Well then, what are we waiting for? Start random summoning. Although the number available for summoning wasn't as high as at the main Haoyan base, having 25 slots was enough to give this outpost a bit of human touch. Out of curiosity, the Mayfly King flew out from its nest, flapping its 8 pairs of translucent wings, arriving just outside the Haoyan base outpost. Staring at the once empty land now filled with such exquisite structures, the Mayfly King's insectoid face revealed an expression of disbelief. Is this what the noble Lord Haoyan meant by a base outpost? It's even more luxurious than our Mayfly clan's territory. But how could such magnificent buildings be erected in such a short time? The Mayfly King pondered, puzzled. It locked onto Zheng Haoyan's position in the air and landed beside him. Respected Lord Haoyan, may I ask one question? How were these buildings constructed? Why was it so fast? What the Mayfly King truly had in mind was that if his clan could learn this technique, they could expand their territory further and produce more offspring. This? Heaven's secrets must not be revealed, Zheng Haotian said mysteriously, even though he himself didn't know how to explain the existence of the system. The Mayfly King did not doubt him. Instead, he quietly mused to himself. Such miraculous technology must require something extremely valuable in exchange. Noble Lord Haotian, please wait a moment. With that, the Mayfly King turned and flew away, leaving Zheng Haotian standing there completely baffled. Wait for what? Ah, whatever. Let's continue summoning. Zheng Haotian focused his attention back on the summoning platform. With a luck stat of 7, he now qualified as a chosen one of fate. The first ever summoning at this new outpost was bound to bring surprises. Begin random summon. As the command was issued, the summoning platform began glowing with familiar white light. The first figure stepped out from the platform, and Zheng Haotian quickly checked its stats. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Mayfly King. After leaving the Haotian base outpost, the Mayfly King returned to his territory and began rummaging through everything. He needed to find something valuable enough to trade with Zheng Haotian for the rapid construction technique. But after searching high and low, the Mayfly King realized they simply had nothing that could compare to such advanced technology. If I refine the remains of that monster, perhaps I can condense them into a life crystal core. That would be a very precious treasure. He recalled the level 2 monster they had eliminated earlier. Back then, they hadn't thought of it because of the Mayfly clan's inherently passive nature. Had a monster not disrupted their peaceful life, they would have simply ignored every creature that didn't threaten them. No time to waste. Once decided, the Mayfly King immediately flapped his wings and shot toward the battlefield at top speed. He had to retrieve the monster's remains first. Driven by urgency, his flight was naturally faster. In just over 10 minutes, the Mayfly King spotted the monster's corpse still lying undisturbed on the ground. Still here, perfect. The noble Lord Haotian will definitely like this. A pleased thought crossed his mind, much like a devoted suitor who'd finally found the perfect gift for his beloved. Huh? What is that? Just as the Mayfly King used his 8 limbs to grab the monster's remains, preparing to carry it back to his territory, strange shadows appeared ahead, at the unrestored passage between level 2 and level 3. Didn't expect to find food right after arriving at level 2. Mayflies are quite delicious. Not good, it's the Yakshas. How did they come down from level 3? Hearing those harsh words, the Mayfly King instantly tensed up. The Yaksha tribe was generally stronger than the Mayfly clan. However, due to the barriers separating level 2 and level 3, the two races had always maintained a hands-off relationship. Yet now, inexplicably, Yaksha members had entered level 2, entering the territory belonging to the Mayfly clan. Why have you Yakshas come to level 2? The Mayfly King didn't fear ordinary Yakshas. As long as he wasn't facing the Yaksha King himself, even hundreds of common Yakshas wouldn't be his match. You're a bold little insect. Want to know why we came to level 2? Simple. Eat me, merge with me, and you'll naturally find out. The Yaksha warrior bared his sharp fangs, licked his lips with a bloody red tongue, then slammed his thick limbs against the ground and lunged straight at the Mayfly King. Umph. Arrogant fool. The Mayfly King snorted coldly. 2 of its 8 legs released the monster's remains, swinging violently at the charging Yaksha. Slap. Slap. 2 loud cracks echoed as the Yaksha was swatted midair and slammed hard onto the ground. You're no ordinary Mayfly. Could you be the Mayfly King? Hurry. Report to the Yaksha King at once. Even while being thrown back, the Yaksha quickly deduced the Mayfly King's identity. Speak now. The Mayfly King roared fiercely. But instead of complying, the Yaksha began calling for help. Kane, go alert the king. The ruler of the Mayflies is right here beyond the passage. He must not escape. The injured Yaksha shouted to his companion nearby. Daring to die, the Mayfly King dropped the monster's corpse and rapidly flapped its wings, darting toward the Yaksha. Its 8 legs transformed into sharp spears, piercing directly through the body of the one trying to send a warning. Squelch. A crisp sound of penetration rang out. The messenger Yaksha died instantly. Stay silent again, and this will be your fate, the Mayfly King declared, holding up the lifeless Yaksha body as a warning. We die loyal to the Yaksha King. Your Mayfly clan shall soon be wiped out. Just wait and see. Squelch. The Mayfly King saw no point in further questioning. This was clearly an inflexible fool, a dumb Yaksha. 8 swift strikes ended him on the spot. Yet the Mayfly King's expression didn't relax. It quickly retrieved the monster's corpse and soared back toward its territory. Instinctively, it wanted to report the situation to Zheng Haotian. The noble Lord Haotian surely has a way to handle this, the Mayfly King thought, filled with confidence in Zheng Haotian. Chapter 239, Direct Confrontation. Second floor, Haotian Base Branch Summoning Platform. Zheng Haotian stared at the subordinate before him, who was dressed rather like a primitive tribesman, and couldn't help but let out an admiring cluck of his tongue. Lord, is there something wrong with me? Huanling asked, puzzled. No, nothing at all. I was just suddenly moved. You're doing great. Zheng Haotian patted the shoulder of this seemingly primitive-looking subordinate. Name, Huanling. Gender, male. Occupation, level 1 summoner. Skills, wild summoning, wild growth. Special skill, absolute loyalty. Loyalty, 100. Note, this is a subordinate worth cultivating. A luck value of 7 truly wasn't ordinary. The very first peasant summon from the Haotian Base Branch Summoning Platform possessed such astonishing attributes. How many beasts can you currently summon? Zheng Haotian asked casually. Reporting to my lord, as I am currently only a level 1 summoner, I can summon up to 5 beasts, and only those existing nearby, Huanling answered respectfully. Then try summoning one now. At once, my lord. Zheng Haotian decided to test Huanling's abilities first. The remaining 24 subordinates, varying in physique and gender, stood quietly beside the summoning platform, waiting for Zheng Haoyin's inquiry. 25 new members had now joined this newly established base branch, signaling the imminent growth and prosperity of the Haoyin base branch. Upon receiving Zheng Haoyin's order, Huanling immediately began the summoning ritual. Even though it involved beasts, certain procedures were still required. The clothes on his body, sewn from the hides of unknown wild animals, swayed and fluttered as Huanling danced around, occasionally emitting a faint glow. All things reborn, forces of nature, heed my command. Come forth, my companions. After dancing about for a while, Huanling stood still, hands raised toward the sky, urgently uttering strange incantations. Then, a small glowing formation appeared before him. Zheng Haoyin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He had never seen such a technique before and was eager to see what kind of beast Huanling would summon. The light flickered for 3 minutes before gradually dimming, and a figure slowly emerged from within the glowing array. This is, your honorable Lord Haoyin. Why am I here? I did indeed intend to come find you earlier. Zheng Haoyin was stunned. Huanling had summoned King Fuyo? Seriously? Do you feel anything strange right now? Zheng Haoyin forced himself to suppress his confusion and asked, strange feelings? It seems like, my lord, this is the first beast I've summoned. The next summoning will require a half-hour interval, though this duration will decrease as my level increases. Unaware that his summoned beast was already familiar with Zheng Haoyin, Huanling reported according to standard procedure. How odd. Why do I feel I must obey this human's commands? If I don't, I'll grow weak, perhaps even die. And I must protect him. If he dies, I die too. King Fuyo was baffled. His life had mysteriously become bound to that of a human, one he'd never even met before. Zheng Haoyin facepalmed. What was even happening? After a moment, following Zheng Haoyin's careful explanation, King Fuyo finally understood everything. The truth was, he had been summoned. Some unknown mysterious force had pulled him into Huanling's summoning ritual, brought him into the summoning formation, and then forged a master-servant contract. Noble Lord Haoyin, could you please break this contract? I already serve under your orders willingly. There's no need to bind me by force through this pact. King Fuyo drooped his insectoid face, utterly despondent. I'm sorry, Sane, but I can't help you. This master-servant contract isn't between you and me. It's between you and my subordinate. And since you are his first summoned beast, it cannot be broken. Zheng Haoyin said helplessly. In truth, King Fuyo was already obedient enough. This summoning slot had essentially been wasted. By the way, didn't you have something important to tell me earlier? Zheng Haoyin tried to shift the topic, knowing full well this was now a sore subject for King Fuyo. Oh right, I nearly forgot the main matter. King Fuyo quickly changed focus and hurriedly said, I just visited the entrance area between the 2nd and 3rd floors. I plan to refine monster corpses, condense them into life crystals, and exchange them with you for rapid construction methods. But I unexpectedly ran into a few uninvited guests. They're Yikshaws from the 3rd floor. Yikshaws? Zheng Haoyin recalled the images he'd seen in the White Tower bestiary. Indeed, the 3rd floor belonged to the Yaxka tribe. Yikshaws were creatures similar to insects. Each had sharp horns on their heads, thick limbs, and grotesque, terrifying faces. They couldn't stand upright, and were often used by mothers as scare figures to frighten disobedient children into sleeping. How many came? Zheng Haoyin pressed. The exact number isn't clear yet, but one of the Yikshaws I captured said even the Yiksha king has come down to the 2nd floor. Their intentions must be serious, King Fuyo explained. The Yiksha king dares to leave the 3rd floor for the 2nd? Doesn't he fear he won't be able to return? The Firebird clan from the 4th floor isn't easy to deal with either. How dare he act so brazenly? Zheng Haoyin sensed something was off. King Fuyo nodded. He found it strange too. Noble Lord Haoyin, what should we do now? The Yikshaws will likely reach our mayfly territory soon, and to them, we mayflies are nothing more than delicious food. King Fuyo said helplessly. They won't have the chance to taste us. As for how to handle this, do we really need any special method for mere Yikshaws? Zheng Haoyin sneered coldly. His expression instantly hardened as he stared into the distance, his voice cutting like ice. Let them come, but they'll never leave. No tricks, no detours. Zheng Haoyin chose direct confrontation with the Yiksha clan. Though unaware of the enemy's numbers or strength, given the current might of the Tian Alliance army, burning brighter than ever, these puny Yikshaws were hardly worth concern. I knew it. Noble Lord Haoyin is truly extraordinary. The Yikshaws are destined to suffer a crushing defeat. But this contract of mine... Sigh. King Fuyo glanced at Huanling. A sudden, inexplicable fondness welled up within him. Unable to resist, he rubbed his large head gently against Huanling's arm. In response, Huanling simply reached out his right hand and stroked King Fuyo's head. Good boy. Chapter 240, Yiksha King. Seeing the Mayfly King so obediently behaving like a pet dog, Zheng Haoyin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Was this really the same Mayfly King who had boldly challenged level 2 seal monsters head-on? He was just too well-behaved. Esteemed Lord Haoyin, is there truly no way to dissolve the contract? After recovering his senses, the Mayfly King wore an expression of utter despair. A lifetime of dignity, ruined in one moment. Zheng Haoyin glanced at Huanling, who shook his head helplessly. At present, he could only summon creatures, not release them. Good boy, little Mayfly. If you follow me, your combat power will receive bonuses, Huanling said soothingly as he patted the Mayfly King's giant head. Yes, master. The Mayfly King actually responded submissively. Zheng Haoyin covered his face in disbelief. He decided to stop paying attention. Otherwise, even the Yiksha king would probably come charging over with his entire gang. You all wait here. I'll deal with the enemy first and return to arrange things later. With that instruction to his 24 underlings, Zheng Haotian piloted his Shadow Phantom mech and flew toward the Mayfly clan's territory. Let's go too. Huanling leaped up and mounted the Mayfly king. Then, wings spreading wide, the Mayfly king soared into the sky, closely tailing Zheng Haotian. Wu Qi, Zhong Mingding, quickly assemble the troops and prepare for defense. Zheng Haotian's loud command rang through the ears of every Tian Alliance soldier. Without waiting for further orders, they immediately began gathering themselves. Yes, my lord. Tian Alliance First Army, emergency assembly. Tian Alliance Second Army, emergency assembly. Within barely a minute of the defensive order, over 2,000 soldiers stood fully assembled before the Mayfly clan's territory, a display of such speed and discipline that it startled the Mayflies. Children, do not panic. The noble Lord Haotian is here to protect us. The Mayfly king's enormous body appeared above his clan's land, calming his people. Revered king, what has happened? Silverchild flew out to ask. The Yakshas from level 3 have inexplicably arrived on level 2 and are showing strong hostility toward us, so we must prepare accordingly, the Mayfly king explained. The Yakshas? How dare they come to level 2? Don't they fear the Firebird clan from level 4? Golden Child questioned, clearly skeptical. The Mayfly king could offer no answer. This sudden appearance of the Yakshas indeed defied all logic. Do not worry. No matter how many come, with the noble Lord Haotian present, we will be safe. The Mayfly king remained confident in Zheng Haotian, as always. That's right. Lord Haotian will surely protect us all, Huanling added with a smile. Only now did the Mayfly insects realize there was actually a human standing atop their king, and that their king seemed remarkably submissive toward him. Golden Child and Silver Child widened their insect eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Their king was a noble insect sovereign. How could he possibly allow some foreign species to ride on his back? Little Mayfly, set me down, then go scout the current position of the Yaksas. Huanling patted the Mayfly king's head again and gave his command. Yes, master. Instinctively, the Mayfly king already regarded Huanling as his true master. Obediently responding, he followed the order without hesitation. After carefully lowering Huanling onto the ground beside the Tian Alliance troops, the Mayfly king flapped his wings and flew toward the path the Yaksahas were advancing along. He didn't need to fly far. The Yaksahas were already nearing the Mayfly clan's territory, and leading them was none other than the Yiksha tribe's ultimate boss, the Yiksha king. Yiksha king, why have you descended from level 3 to level 2? Do you not fear your entire race being wiped out? High above, the Mayfly king confronted the Yiksha king below without backing down. Though their languages differed, both possessed unique ways of transmitting information. The Mayfly king's challenge reached the Yiksha king's ears with perfect clarity. Wiped out. It's you who'll be exterminated first. Get down here. Howl. The Yiksha king opened his blood-soaked maw and unleashed a grotesque scream. Instantly, concentric rings of sonic waves shot upward toward the airborne Mayfly king, fast and deadly. You ambush me. The Mayfly king shrieked, his body spiraling helplessly downward, his insect face twisted in terror. If he fell into the Yaksaha's encirclement, even his thick hide wouldn't save him. He'd likely lose half his life. Return. Just as the Yiksha king raised his massive arms to tear apart the falling Mayfly king, a voice rang beside the Mayfly king's ear. In the next instant, he vanished into a flash of light. Left behind, the Yiksha king stared in confusion, then roared furiously into the distance. The Mayfly king had returned directly to his clan's territory. I'm fine, the Mayfly king said, somewhat disbelieving. Of course you're fine. I told you I'd protect you. Huanling's gentle voice completely won over the Mayfly king. Indeed, it was Huanling who had just used his summoning ability to pull the Mayfly king back, saving him from being torn apart by the Yiksha king. Master, the Mayfly king's expression turned deeply moved. Everyone get ready. The enemy is about to enter the battlefield. Now is no time for emotional reunions. The Yiksha king, enraged at failing to rip apart the Mayfly king, had fallen into a furious rage, his entire body glowing with a crimson aura like fresh blood as he charged wildly toward the Mayfly clan's territory. Behind him came hundreds of massive Yiksha warriors, all driven into a berserk state, their combat power greatly enhanced. Tian Alliance troops, take note. The enemy excels in close combat. Do not let them get near. Prepare artillery fire and eliminate them before they close the distance. Kill. The Tian Alliance army roared with unstoppable momentum, unafraid of the rampaging Yakshas. Master, we must not allow the Yiksha king to get close. None of us can match him in melee, the Mayfly king urged anxiously. Huanling turned to Zheng Haotian beside him. He himself had no means to stop the Yiksha king. Mecha Core, advance with me. Just because he's the Yiksha king doesn't mean he can do as he pleases. Zheng Haotian tightened his grip on the laser sword crackling with bluish-purple electric light, rocket thrusters blazing behind his back as he shot straight toward the Yiksha king, the Mecha Core swiftly following on the ground. Only at close range did Zheng Haotian finally get a clear look at the Yiksha king's appearance. It was a horrifying monster, grotesque-faced, lips split all the way to its ears, revealing sharp, exposed fangs. Its limbs were tipped with razor-sharp claws, sprinting across the land like a reptile, its muscles bulging more massively than even the most hulking brute. In short, pure brute strength. So you're the damn Yiksha king? Chapter 241, The Second Summoned Beast. When the King Yiksha heard that unfamiliar yet deeply provocative remark, his hideous face instantly turned red, whether from rage or sheer frustration at being mocked by Zhang Haoyan. It was impossible to tell. Who? The massive King Yiksha roared and lunged into the air, his thick arms slashing violently toward the shadow mecha hovering above. A sharp whistling cut through the air. The force behind that strike was clearly immense. Had the shadow mecha been struck directly, it would have sustained far more than just a minor injury. Swoosh! A gust of wind burst forth as the jet thrusters on the shadow mecha's back ignited, swiftly evading the King Yiksha's blow. The attack landed in empty space. You're really slow. Zhang Haoyan sneered without restraint. You metal junk pile. Stand and fight if you've got the guts. Enraged, the King Yiksha shouted, but with no flight capabilities, he was momentarily helpless against the nimble shadow mecha, especially under Zhang Haoyan's precise control. TSK, slow as a turtle, all bark and no bite. Guess your brain's no better than some lowly beast. Zhang Haoyan's taunt about lowly beasts sent the King Yiksha into a blind fury. He prided himself as a descendant of a divine bloodline, the Yiksha race, chosen by heaven itself. To be insulted so openly was unforgivable. No matter what connection you have with the Fuyou clan, you shall die today. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the King Yiksha moved. Boom. This wasn't a wild strike against the ground, but a calculated stomp using the Earth's recoil to propel himself skyward, aiming to knock the shadow mecha out of the air before it could retreat. Once grounded, the King Yiksha's overwhelming close combat dominance would reduce this so-called metal junk pile into nothing but scrap. FWSHH. Though Zhang Haoyan hadn't stopped mocking, he'd remained sharply aware of the King Yiksha's movements. The instant the monster stamped the ground, Zhang Haoyan triggered a rapid backward maneuver. In a flash, the shadow mecha dodged the lunge, leaving the furious king once again grasping at empty air. Resorting to ambushes? That's all you've got? Really, typical of a low-level creature. Another taunt escaped Zhang Haoyan's lips, and the crimson aura around the King Yiksha grew even darker with rage. If you truly want a head-on fight, I'll grant your wish. Holding its laser sword high, the shadow mecha pivoted midair as its thrusters roared to life, charging straight at the King Yiksha. This time, Zhang Haoyan took the initiative. Screech. The King Yiksha never expected the insect he looked down upon to dare counterattack. Caught off guard, he failed to dodge in time. A searing wound burned across his body where the laser blade carved through. Drip, drip, drip. Green blood oozed slowly from the wound onto the ground. He was injured. Damn you. I'll kill you. Smack. The King Yiksha swung both palms down like swatting a mosquito, slamming toward the shadow mecha. The two forces collided, but the mecha emerged unscathed. One more strike. Zhang Haoyan surged forward again, driving the laser sword straight at the King Yiksha. You fell for it. Bang. Like a kite severed from its string, the shadow mecha was flung violently through the air. The King Yiksha had faked the injury, luring Zhang Haoyan into close range, then ambushing him. Caught off guard, the shadow mecha was struck full force by the monster's enormous palm and crashed heavily onto the battlefield. Lord, the members of the Sky Alliance army nearby were shocked, and the common Yiksha warriors facing them seized the moment to intensify their assault. Hold the line. Our lord will be fine. Keep firing the cannons. Do not let the Yiksha breach the Fuyou territory. Wu Qi roared. Kill. The Sky Alliance soldiers raised their battle cries. Warning, mech damage exceeds 30%. Immediate repairs recommended. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Haoyan received the alert from the AI system. That last hit had reached the core systems. 30% durability lost in an instant. This ugly mutt might look like garbage, but damn, its combat strength isn't half bad, Zhang Haoyan muttered under his breath. But now was no time to taunt. The moment the mecha hit the ground, the King Yiksha stomped the earth again and launched upward, determined to finish it off. Lift off. Just as the King Yiksha was about to make contact, the shadow mecha erupted in flame, shooting back into the air and reclaiming aerial superiority. You have the nerve to keep flying up there. The King Yiksha growled, glaring at Zhang Haoyan. TSK, then why don't you come up here if you're so tough? Zhang Haoyan shot back, unyielding. Man and beast had devolved from battle into pure verbal bickering, and clearly, the King Yiksha wasn't bright enough to resist the provocation. Boom. The monstrous figure launched skyward, arms flailing wildly to grab Zhang Haoyan. That all you got? You're nowhere close. Whoosh. Crash. The cannons on the shadow mecha flared, blasting the King Yiksha at close range and sending him flying through the air. This time, the tattered one was himself. Lord has defeated the King Yiksha. Everyone, open fire and wipe out every last Yiksha in one breath. Zhong Mingding shouted, rallying his troops. Annihilate them. The Sky Alliance army roared in unison, the battle nearing its climax. Retreat quietly back to the third layer, or once my men fully secure the battlefield, you won't have a chance to escape. Zhang Haoyan continued assaulting the King Yiksha's psyche. In any siege battle, psychological offense was key, and Zhang Haoyan embodied this principle perfectly. I'll never retreat. All of you go berserk. The Yiksha are a divine race. We can overcome anything. The King Yiksha roared, bolstering his people's morale. Instantly, the remaining Yiksha warriors transformed into crimson-veined fiends, their bodies shrouded in blood-red auras until their features were no longer recognizable. Foolish to the end. Sky Alliance, by my command, exterminate their entire race. Zhang Haoyan barked. As the battle raged fiercely, Huan Ling, the summoner, suddenly sensed that his summoning skill had finished cooling down. He could now summon again. Xiao Fu, go help the others deal with the Yiksha. I'll summon another beast to aid us, Huan Ling ordered. Yes, master. The Fuyo King buzzed its wings and shot into the swarm of Yaksha warriors, 8 legs slashing wildly, each sweep cutting multiple Yaksha apart into lifeless chunks. As the monarch of the Fuyo clan, ordinary Yaksha stood no chance. No matter how many came, all would fall. Roar. This is what you forced me to do. The King Yaksha bellowed in blind fury, preparing to unleash his self-destructive detonation rampage, but fate had already been sealed. At that very moment, the King Yaksha vanished. Simultaneously, Huan Ling's summoning array lit up and then dimmed, revealing the silhouette of a familiar figure. This was Huan Ling's second summoned beast, the King Yaksha. Chapter 242 New Product from the Factory. Zheng Haoyan in midair was momentarily bewildered. How had his opponent suddenly disappeared? And in such a bizarre manner? When he turned and saw the figure of Yaksha King appear where Soul Summon stood, Zheng Haoyan immediately maneuvered his phantom mech to rush over. He couldn't afford to lose this newly summoned subordinate so quickly. But when Soul Summon raised a hand to stop Zheng Haoyan's attack, the two people and one beast finally exchanged glances and realized the truth. It became your summon? Exactly. How did I become a summon? Confusion and disbelief could not hide the fact. Yaksha King had formed a summoning pact with Soul Summon. Mid-battle, an enemy had transformed into an ally. A truly dramatic turn of events. So it won't attack anymore? Zheng Haoyan asked hesitantly. Reporting to Lord, my summon will not attack me or any allied units. If it attempts to forcefully attack, the summoning contract will instantly tear it apart, Soul Summon explained. The thought of a surprise assault that had just arisen in Yaksha King's mind vanished instantly, replaced by a cold sweat. I almost got torn apart. Huh, now that's a trick. Impressive. Very impressive. Zheng Haoyan struggled for words, unsure what else to say. Yaksha King chose to obediently stand beside Soul Summon. As a summoned beast, basic decorum was required. Alright, call off your people quickly, otherwise they'll be wiped out soon enough. Zheng Haoyan casually dropped the flex. And indeed, the battlefield looked exactly like that. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Heavenly Alliance Legion, the Yaksha clan was already in chaos, crumbling apart. If the battle continued, total annihilation was only a matter of time. Yes, right away. Another wave of cold sweat broke out on Yaksha King's forehead. These humans are too terrifying. Roar. With a single roar from Yaksha King, every member of the Yaksha clan halted their attacks, standing still in confusion, uncertain about their king's sudden command. After all, Yaksha King had just said, stop fighting. We're all allies now. Heavenly Alliance Legion, cease combat. Zheng Haoyan also issued the order to halt. Since Yaksha King was now Soul Summoned Summoned Beast, the entire Yaksha clan could essentially be considered their own troops now. Continuing the fight would only result in self-inflicted losses. My lord, why have we stopped? We were just about to force them into a corner. Wu Qi stepped forward in confusion. Zheng Haoyan remained silent, merely pointing at Yaksha King, standing beside Soul Summon. Did this monster capture Brother Soul Summon and force us to stop fighting? Zheng Haoyan was speechless. Wu, you're overthinking this. Brother Wu, it is now my summon. Therefore, the Yaksha clan has already come under our control. Soul Summon stepped in to clarify Wu Qi's confusion. But clearly, Wu Qi was even more baffled now. A summon? That came out of nowhere. Why did we stop fighting? Lu Laowu hurried over as well. It's now Brother Soul Summoned Summoned Beast. Wu Qi dumbly pointed at Yaksha King. What? The battle ended in such an absurd fashion, and Layer 2 returned to peace once more. You're saying Layer 3 has already been occupied by the Firebird clan, and turned into a sea of flames. Zheng Haoyan received an unpleasant piece of news from Yaksha King. They might not be able to proceed smoothly to Layer 3. Yes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been forced into Layer 2, who would willingly abandon their homeland unless facing extinction. Yaksha King said helplessly. But why didn't they stay in their own Layer 4 and instead invade your Layer 3? Zheng Haoyan still harbored doubts. That I don't know. All I know is they went berserk. Once they arrived at Layer 3, they began attacking our Yaksha clan relentlessly, giving no chance for communication, Yaksha King replied. Alright, I understand. After the interrogation ended, Zheng Haoyan sent Yaksha King back to stand beside Soul Summon. Master and servant needed more bonding time. It would benefit the growth of the summon's abilities. Looks like if we want to advance smoothly to Layer 3, we'll need some special items. Zheng Haoyan wouldn't let the Firebird clan's occupation of Layer 3 halt his progress. Their goal of reaching Layer 9 wouldn't be abandoned due to any risk. After pondering for a while, Zheng Haoyan left the Mayfly clan base and returned to the Haoyan base branch. The members of the Heavenly Alliance Legion had already been stationed here. Although the branch residences weren't as large as the main base, accommodating 5,000 wasn't an issue, let alone only over 2,000 members of the Heavenly Alliance Legion. Greetings, Lord. This humble one is Ning Qian. Do you have any orders for me? Zheng Haoyan's first task upon arriving at the branch base was naturally to check the attributes of the remaining 24 people. After all, the first soul summon had already given him a great surprise. Name, Ning Qian. Gender, male. Occupation, demolitions expert. Skills, precision detonation, disposal training. Special skill, zeal. Loyalty, 100. Don't worry, Wu Qi. This one belongs to your first army of the Heavenly Alliance. Zheng Haoyan summoned Wu Qi. Someone with such unyielding courage was perfect for frontline duty. Yes, my lord. Next, Zheng Haoyan began reviewing the others one by one. When he came across a subordinate named Yan Lin, he was truly amazed by his attributes. Name, Yan Lin. Gender, male. Occupation, level 2 researcher. Skills, exclusive research, item mastery. Special skill, research zeal. Loyalty, 100. You're the one. Zheng Haoyin assigned everyone else to Wu Qi and Zhong Mingding, instructing them to handle arrangements, while pulling Yin Lin aside separately. What does my lord require? Yin Lin asked respectfully. Nothing complicated. I need a powerful piece of fire suppression equipment. It must be capable of controlling rapidly spreading flames and deliver a strong extinguishing effect. Zheng Haoyin stated his requirement clearly. No problem at all, my lord. Leave this to me. The moment Yin Lin heard there was equipment to develop, his previously calm eyes instantly ignited with fanatic fervor. He hurried off toward the factory. TSK, a research maniac is truly something to fear. Zheng Haoyin turned and prepared to check on Soul Summon and its two summoned beasts. But just as he moved from the Haoyin base branch into Mayfly clan territory, a crisp system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, Lord Haoyin. Autonomous development of fire-extinguishing water dragon gun successful. Chapter 243, Firefighting Army. The moment he heard the notification sound, Zheng Haoyin immediately disengaged his phantom armor and strode straight toward the factory. Your Grace, greetings. Upon seeing Zheng Haoyin arrive, Yinlin quickly bowed in respect. No need for formalities. Hand me the item so I can take a look. Zheng Haoyin reached out directly. The fire-slaying dragon cannon, whose name alone hinted at its complexity, was the sole reason for his visit. At once, Your Grace. Yinlin turned and handed the freshly completed fire-slaying dragon cannon to Zheng Haoyin. This weapon, bearing such a powerful name, lived up to its title perfectly. A divine tool made solely for extinguishing fires. Equipment, fire-slaying dragon cannon. Attributes, endless ammunition, compressed jet propulsion. Special attribute, effortless control. The attributes were plain and simple, yet each one was undeniably practical. Can this be mass-produced now? Zheng Haoyin suppressed his inner excitement and calmly asked. Reporting to Your Grace, this weapon was developed based on your requirements. I haven't fully documented the production process yet, but it won't take long. Give me about an hour, and I'll have it ready for the factory assembly line. Yinlin confidently assured him. Excellent. Then focus entirely on this task from now on. Put other matters aside temporarily. I want every soldier of the Tianming Corps equipped with a fire-slaying dragon cannon. Understood, Your Grace. I'll get right on it. After receiving the cannon back from Zheng Haoyin, Yinlin hurried off to begin his work. Zheng Haoyin turned and left, thinking to himself that surely things wouldn't move this fast. After all, Yinlin had said it would take about an hour. I should go gather more intel first. With this divine tool, we might just solve the third-level issue easily. Zheng Haoyin mused inwardly. After releasing his phantom armor, Zheng Haoyin soared into the sky, heading toward the Mayfly clan's territory, where Huanling was currently bonding with his two summoned beasts. Master, its skin is thick. Ride me, I can fly. It's ugly. I'm the handsome King Yeka. You're the ugly one. You're uglier than me. You're the ugliest. Before Zheng Haoyin even exited his armor, strange voices reached his ears as soon as he approached the Mayfly clan's land. Your Grace, please help this humble servant. These two summons, just get rid of them. Huanling stood there looking utterly defeated. Master, don't abandon me. Dump this ugly Yeka if you must. I'm your adorable little Mayfly. Bullshit. You stinking bug, what are you worth? I am the mighty King Yeka. Zheng Haoyin felt 3 dark lines appear on his forehead. What kind of harem rivalry drama was this? Enough. Both of you. You've both signed summoning contracts with Huanling. You're practically family. There's no need to. Family with it. How dare it? It's nothing but an ugly freak. Why would I want to be family with you? A lowly insect like you daring to compare itself to me, King Yeka? Wait another few decades before speaking such nonsense. Silence. If you keep arguing, I'll throw your master into the furnace and remake him from scratch. Zheng Haoyin roared, instantly silencing the human and the two beasts present. Huanling trembled fearfully. He felt completely innocent. Seeing that the trio had quieted down, Zheng Haoyin's expression softened slightly. Huanling, take the Mayfly King and step aside for now. I have something to confirm with King Yeka. Yes, Your Grace. Huanling patted the large head of the Mayfly King, then leapt onto its back as it crouched down. Under King Yeka's resentful gaze, they flew off toward the Mayfly King's nest. King Yeka, I've found a way to deal with the Flamebird clan, but I need to clarify a few details with you. Zheng Haoyin cut straight to the point. What? Really? Great, ask away. Upon hearing that there might finally be a countermeasure against the Flamebird clan, King Yeka instantly perked up. Even though he himself, as Huanling's summoned beast, no longer needed territory, his kin still longed to return to the 3rd level of the White Tower. That was their ancestral home. Just imagining reclaiming their homeland. King Yeka wagged his tail like an overexcited husky receiving a bone from its master. Can you confirm the exact number of the Flamebird clan? Or at least give me a rough estimate. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated in 100 battles. Before engaging the Flamebird clan, Zheng Haoyin naturally needed accurate intelligence on their numbers. Otherwise, if the power gap was too great, charging in blindly would be tantamount to walking into a trap. I'm not exactly sure of the precise number, but judging by how their flames cover the entire 3rd level, there must be at least 3,000 to 4,000. Moreover, the Flamebird clan has 2 kings, 1 male and 1 female. If they fight together, I'd be roasted in seconds. But if it's just one of them, I think I can handle it, King Yeka explained. If there are around 3,000 to 4,000, they won't be able to surround us. We can advance step by step, Zheng Haoyin mused, already formulating his plan. With the fire-slaying dragon cannon, a game-breaking divine tool specifically designed for this purpose, the Tianming Corps held an overwhelming advantage over the Flamebird clan, essentially acting as their natural predator with absolute dominance. Besides spewing fire, do the Flamebirds have any other abilities? Something like Berserker Rage or similar? They're just a flock of dumb birds. Aside from fire, they can't do anything else. If not for ganging up on us, my Yeka tribe would never fear them. King Yeka couldn't help but ramble on. Got it. Calm your people for now. We should be ready to move to the 3rd level tomorrow. Zhang Haoyin interrupted. Understood, understood. Thank you, Lord. King Yeka said excitedly. Go ahead, but stop bickering with the Mayfly King. If Huanling grows tired of both of you, I'll personally help him get rid of you, Zhang Haoyin said coolly. A chill ran down King Yeka's spine, and he instinctively nodded. Thanks to Yinlin's relentless research, the factory quickly transitioned into full-scale assembly line production of the fire-slaying dragon cannon. A total of 2,532 fire-suppressing divine weapons were successfully distributed to every combat unit within both the Tianming Corps and the Mechanical Legion, all completed within a single day and night, fueled by abundant low-grade resources contributed by the Mayfly clan. The firefighting army was officially complete. King Yeka, you'll lead the way. Once we reach the entrance to the 3rd level, we'll launch a broad, indiscriminate assault first. Then you and your kin will flank us as we advance steadily forward. Yes, Your Grace. Understood. Chapter 244, The Flamebird Clan. Yiksha King received his orders and led a group of Yikshas to clear the path ahead of the Heavenly Alliance army. After the Mayfly clan's subsequent reorganization, the 2nd level had become peaceful and serene, so they encountered no obstacles along the way. The massive army advanced steadily until they reached the boundary between the 2nd and 3rd levels. Lord, Xiao Fu said that they've already repaired the path from the 2nd level to the 3rd alongside members of the Yiksha clan. We just need to drive our transport vehicles straight forward. I understand, Zhang Haoyin replied, eyes still closed in meditation. Huanling wisely remained silent. As one of the first members summoned at Haoyin Base's outpost, he had by now become the closest confidant to Zhang Haoyin. After all, this summoning ability was simply too extraordinary. In fact, Zhang Haoyin had even entertained a hypothetical thought. If upon reaching the 3rd level, Huanling could use his summoning skill to turn the king of the Flamebird clan directly into a summoned beast, would that mean they wouldn't have to fight at all? Of course, this was merely an extreme case scenario. Proper preparation still needed to be made regardless. As they stepped onto the passageway leading toward the 3rd floor of the White Tower, the enormous force, under Zhang Haoyin's command, reorganized. Yikshas positioned themselves around the perimeter of the formation, while Wu Qi and his fire suppression yin took the lead, wielding fire-extinguishing water cannons. As they drew closer to the 3rd level of the White Tower, the surrounding temperature began to rise noticeably. Yiksha King's expression subtly shifted, revealing what could only be described as nervousness. Heavenly Alliance 1st Army, 1st Vanguard Unit. Begin moderate cooling now. Wu Qi issued the order without hesitation. Understood. 20 members of the Heavenly Alliance Corps responded in unison. They raised their water cannons and fired them at the ground around them. Whoosh. Intense pressure erupted through hydraulic force. Had these 20 soldiers not braced themselves in advance, the recoil alone might have sent them flying backward. Water vapor in the air was rapidly gathered and compressed in the most efficient manner before being expelled powerfully from the gun muzzles. Instantly, thick white mist surged all around, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Everyone felt a long-lost coolness wash over them. This is incredible. Yiksha King stared, utterly stunned. How could he possibly comprehend the might of technology? After all, he was nothing more than a wild creature. Maintain formation. Fire once every 3 minutes. Rotate units accordingly. Wu Qi issued another command. Then the massive formation continued advancing steadily. Each time the squads rotated out after firing, everyone got a brief respite of refreshing coolness, until they finally reached the entrance to the 3rd level of the White Tower. At that moment, tension gripped every soul, for the enemy was near. Honored Lord Haoyin, I can sense it. The Flamebird clan is guarding right beyond this entrance. We must proceed with utmost caution. Having learned how Mayfly King addressed Zhang Haoyin, Yiksha King adopted the same title, his reverence surpassing even the original. Lu Lao Wu, did you hear that? Inform Wu Qi. Get ready for battle. Yes, my lord. Lu Lao Wu swiftly moved into the battle ranks. The Heavenly Alliance Corps immediately shifted formations, positioning troops asymmetrically to maximize the number of simultaneous attackers. 1st through 10th Vanguard units. Maximum water output. Continuous fire. Understood. No matter what awaited ahead, Zhang Haoyin didn't care. As long as they wiped everything out, there would be no problems left. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed one after another, like artillery shells detonating. Yiksha King realized he had seriously underestimated the firepower of these water cannons. His earlier anxiety now seemed completely unnecessary. Screech. When the barrage ceased, a piercing cry rang out from nearby. Yiksha King tensed again. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the king of the Flamebird clan. 11th through 20th Vanguard units. Rotate in. All others maintain formation. No one is to break ranks under any circumstances. Violators will be punished according to military law. Zhong Mingding barked sharply. As the army strategist, he now fully embodied his authority. Understood. Don't worry. No matter how powerful the Flamebirds are, they're no match for the Lord. Huanling reassured Yiksha King. Those 2 big birds still pack quite a fiery punch, Yiksha King muttered weakly. His ferocious appearance contrasted oddly with his timid tone, creating an unexpectedly amusing juxtaposition. Punch harder than the Heavenly Alliance core? Impossible. Just watch and see, Huan Ling said confidently, placing absolute faith in Zheng Haoyan. Under Zhong Mingding's command, the Heavenly Alliance core slowly pressed forward. Soon, they officially entered the space of the White Tower's third level. Crimson hues filled their vision. Screech. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air. A massive red figure shot toward the Heavenly Alliance forces. Yet thanks to Zhong Mingding's prior orders, not a single soldier retreated. The formation held firm, as solid as ever. Open fire freely begin. When facing stationary targets, concentrating all firepower was naturally the most effective approach. But against fast-moving targets that couldn't be locked onto, they had to make the enemy taste what it meant to face a sky-filling whirlwind of water. Swish. Screech. The Flamebird King in midair was driven back by the powerful blasts from the firefighting water cannons, unable to get close. After being hit by several consecutive rounds, the flames covering its body dimmed noticeably, prompting another furious shriek. See? The Flamebird King is no match for us at all, Huan Ling said proudly. That doesn't make sense. How could the Flamebird clan send only their king into battle, just one of them? Unless... Yiksha King seemed to have realized something, and his expression instantly turned grim. Honored Lord Haoyan, order everyone to retreat immediately. The Flamebird clan is gathering fire energy. Yiksha King urged frantically. What? Zheng Haoyan wore an expression of confusion. At that very moment, the sky on the third level of the White Tower abruptly transformed into a pure, blazing red, and a streak of fiery light shot rapidly toward them from the distant horizon. Zhong Mingding, command everyone to fall back to the second level. Zheng Haoyan leapt forward, hurling out a mech capsule before swiftly entering the shadow mech. Honored Lord Haoyan, whatever you do, don't come into contact with their source flame. It's condensed fire capable of melting the entire third level of the White Tower. Yiksha King called out urgently, but Zheng Haoyan had already soared into the sky. He intended to buy time for the Heavenly Alliance Corps to evacuate the third level. No one had anticipated that the Flamebird clan, originally on the defensive, would have prepared their offensive move in advance, putting the Heavenly Alliance Corps at a serious disadvantage. What Zheng Haoyan didn't know was that the Flamebird clan's source flame wasn't even meant for the Heavenly Alliance Corps. Their true goal was to break through the third level and melt both this floor and the second level entirely. By sheer coincidence, the Heavenly Alliance Corps had stumbled right into this situation, unknowingly averting yet another catastrophe. The Flamebird clan truly lives up to its name when it comes to firepower. Chapter 245, Soaked Firebird. Through the layered defenses of the Phantom Mecha, Zheng Haoyan could still feel the air around him heating up steadily, inching ever closer to its limit. No ignition source. How long do you think you can burn like this out of thin air? Zheng Haoyan never intended to fight head-on from the start. He was merely buying time for the Alliance Army's retreat. The Phantom Mecha pulled out an oversized fire suppression water cannon, specially equipped by Yanlin at Zheng Haoyan's request. Due to time constraints, only one had been produced, but its power far exceeded that of ordinary models by several times. Back off, Zheng Haoyan roared. The enlarged water cannon rapidly drew in water molecules, carbon dioxide, and even nitrogen, the most abundant gas in the air, then initiated chemical compression. To onlookers, it seemed instantaneous. The cannon finished loading ammunition, and under Zheng Haoyan's control, a suppression round with a faint trail of smoke shot toward the overwhelming swarm of firebirds. Swish! The suppression round instantly transformed into a massive water dragon, vividly lifelike as it clashed with the firebirds, halting their assault. Behind the Phantom Mecha, members of the Alliance Army retreated in an orderly fashion to the second level under command, but this was only temporary. Our lord is incredible. Yiksha King was stunned. He had always known Zheng Haoyan excelled in close combat, but he never expected him to so effortlessly counter such powerful elemental ranged attacks as those of the firebirds. Of course, he's our lord, Huanling replied confidently. With loyalty at a perfect 100 points, his faith in Zheng Haoyan bordered on blind devotion. But wait, that can't be right. The firebirds don't seem affected. Yiksha King suddenly cried, observing closely and spotting something amiss. Huanling immediately focused his gaze and saw that the firebirds had evaporated the water dragon created by the suppression round. The searing heat, akin to the surface of the sun, reduced the powerful water cannon to nothing more than a child's toy, rendering it utterly ineffective. Bad. They're trying to consume Lord Zheng alive. Yiksha King exclaimed urgently. After vaporizing the water dragon, the massive fireball formed by the firebirds charged straight toward Zheng Haoyan without pause, no longer bothering with the retreating Alliance forces on the third level. Lord will be fine, Huanling said grimly, yet his confidence in Zheng Haoyan remained unshaken. Sure enough, Zheng Haoyan didn't foolishly remain in midair awaiting attack. Instead, he sharply changed direction, flying upward at a 45-degree backward angle, swiftly ascending into the sky to evade the firebirds' most intense assault. Scree! The Firebird King let out a sharp cry. Instantly, the entire firebird swarm shifted course, chasing Zheng Haoyan into the sky like persistent parasites, refusing to let go. Exactly what I wanted, Zheng Haoyan thought to himself. As long as the firebirds weren't attacking the Alliance Army, he could keep them occupied until their flames burned out. An old saying goes, the first wave rises strong, the second weakens, the third collapses. Even if the firebirds could draw upon the meager fire elements in the surrounding environment, such a massive ball of flame energy couldn't last forever. Soon enough, When their firepower waned, they would become fish on a chopping block, helpless against Zheng Haoyan and his group. Come catch me if you can. Zheng Haoyan activated flight mode. The Phantom Mecha instantly transformed into a supersonic jet, spiraling through the sky, performing a series of astonishing acrobatic maneuvers. At the same time, Zheng Haoyan continuously taunted the Firebirds. The Firebird King growled in rage, yet felt helpless. Their massive fireball did carry immense destructive force, but its critical flaw was significantly reduced speed. Against ground units, whose movement could never match aerial speeds, this wouldn't matter. But facing Zheng Haoyan, their weakness became glaringly apparent. Scree! The Firebird King shrieked again. It sounded no different from before, yet Zheng Haoyan detected a trace of anxiety and urgency within it. The Firebirds were nearing their limit. The more powerful the offensive technique, the greater its limitations. The concentrated flame source amassed by the Firebird tribe using their collective strength undoubtedly fell into this category. Master, look! The Firebirds are slowing down. Yiksha King shouted joyfully, startling Huanling, who had been deeply focused. Why are you yelling like that? Wait, yes. They're definitely much slower now. They must be about to collapse. A look of delight spread across Huanling's face. He quickly rushed over to report to Wu Qi. General Wu, the Firebirds in the sky are almost spent. Gather everyone. Prepare to deliver the final blow. Huanling pointed urgently at the sky. But Lord hasn't given any order. I can't just command the Legion on my own. Wu Qi's face twisted with hesitation. He could also see that the Firebirds were beginning to falter. What are you waiting for now? The Lord is risking himself to draw their fire. Are we really incapable of adapting? Hurry up, otherwise, even the Lord might collapse from exhaustion. Huanling's words instantly steeled Wu Qi's resolve. That was right. Even if he faced punishment afterward, it would still be better than letting anything happen to the Lord. For the Lord, Wu Qi feared nothing. Listen up, Heaven Alliance Legion. Follow me to the 3rd level of the White Tower. We're going to lend a hand to Lord Zheng. Understood. Every member of the Heaven Alliance Legion had been ready at all times. No one had let down their guard or lowered their fighting spirit. Only they stood firm, gripping their fire suppression water dragon rifles tightly. Their advanced speed suddenly surpassed even their earlier retreat. All eyes remained locked on the sky. Although Zheng Haoyan showed no signs of fatigue, everyone's hearts still hung in their throats. That was their lord up there. Follow my command. When the Firebirds descend into range, unleash everything you've got without hesitation. I want them to learn what our Heaven Alliance Legion is truly capable of. Understood. The earth-shaking roar reached Zheng Haoyan in midair. His eyes immediately moistened. He was looking at his most loyal subordinates, fearlessly charging forward despite the danger. Firebird tribe, you're finished. Zheng Haoyan's gaze burned fiercely. He would coordinate perfectly with the Heaven Alliance Legion. Gee, the Firebird King sensed something wrong, but with its limited intellect, how could it possibly comprehend the terrifying power of human unity? Zheng Haoyan maneuvered the Phantom Mecha into a vertical dive. The Firebirds swiftly pursued. The moment they entered the Heaven Alliance Legion's range, Zheng Haoyan sharply pulled up the mecha. Now, fire! Whoosh! 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 Countless spiraling torrents of water erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire descending swarm of Firebirds. In an instant, soaked Firebirds were born. Chapter 246, the Grand Finale. As the Firebirds rained down in blazing sparks, Zheng Haoyan stabilized himself midair and coldly issued his order. Sky Alliance Legion, listen up, wipe them all out. Yes. Under the Sky Alliance's artillery fire, every last flaming bird was exterminated, not even sparing the Firebird King. Congratulations to Lord Zheng Haoyan. Successfully eliminated by Ta's level 4 ruler, the Firebird King. Reward, Resource Gift Pack *7, Summoning Quota *100, God Grade Mech Upgrade Pack *1. This. Yiksha King stared, too overwhelmed to speak. Follow the Lord and live like kings. Wu Qi proudly laughed. Zheng Haoyan in the sky frowned slightly. Just killing one Firebird King triggered a notification, meaning the other Firebird King must already be dead. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Something big was about to happen. Uneasiness gnawed at him, dispelling any desire for idle chatter. Open the Mech Upgrade Pack. Obtained. Enhanced Electromagnetic Cannon *1, Ultimate Energy Core *2, Ultimate Godslaying Blade *1. Seeing the Ultimate Energy Core from the pack, Zheng Haoyan's anxiety eased slightly. After all, Phantom's energy core had been nearly depleted. The storage capacity of this Ultimate Core would definitely exceed what was currently equipped. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoyan immediately replaced Phantom's energy core. After installation, he was stunned. The new core held 3 times more energy than the previous one. Confidence surged through him instantly, and he barked another order. Advance. Push forward. We must reach the 9th level as soon as possible. Yes. Seeing Zheng Haoyan turn serious, everyone silenced their laughter and focused intently. Treading over countless scorched Firebird corpses, Zheng Haoyan led the Sky Alliance Legion toward the 4th floor. When they reached the passage between the 3rd and 4th floors, a massive corpse blocked the center of the path. The male Firebird King. Yiksha King widened his eyes, disbelieving. In one-on-one combat, he's about equal to me. What kind of being could possibly kill him? Zheng Haoyan frowned at the corpse. It was clear this had been a fierce battle. This king had fought until his strength gave out completely. His unease deepened. The mechanical legion swiftly moved the corpse aside. Stepping on charred ground, they continued onward. The air temperature had clearly risen, evidence of the brutal fight that had taken place here. No one knew which race now occupied the 4th level of White Tower, so they sent Yiksha King and his tribe to lead the way, prepared for any possibility. Not long after, Yiksha King came scurrying back. Did you find out what race is here? Huanling asked anxiously. Nothing. Yiksha King shrugged. What? Nothing. Exactly, nothing. This entire floor where the firebirds lived has nothing but bodies and signs of battle. Not a single living creature remains. What kind of bodies? Zheng Haoyan frowned. Both firebirds and thunder eagles. Do you know which races occupy the upper levels? Xiaofu shook his body gently. By nature peaceful, he never cared for such information and thus didn't know. Level 5 above the firebirds is the Thunder Eagle tribe. Level 6, the Stone Golem tribe. Level 7, the Blood Demon tribe. Beyond that, I don't know. Yiksha King answered seriously. Why didn't you tell us earlier instead of waiting for the Lord to ask? Floating King glared at Yiksha King. You? Zheng Haoyan ignored the 2 squabbling summons and led the Sky Alliance Legion into the 4th level. The Legion advanced steadily, with the Yiksha tribe at the front and the main force following behind. Frowning deeply, Zheng Haoyan entered the 5th level. Like the 4th, it was devoid of living beings. Only the corpses of thunder eagles and stone golems lay scattered. What exactly happened? Has the White Tower always been like this? Zheng Haoyan grew increasingly puzzled. Suddenly, a terrifying suspicion arose in his mind. He ordered everyone to hold position, then shot ahead alone toward the 6th level. Upon seeing the stone golem bodies and some vampire-like blood demon corpses on the 6th floor, his suspicion solidified further. Ahead lay the 7th level. Zheng Haoyan clenched his teeth and charged straight in. The moment he stepped inside the 7th level, 2 enormous figures turned and locked their eyes on him simultaneously. Damn it, wrong guess. Zheng Haoyan retreated rapidly. Seeing the 2 giants didn't pursue, he finally exhaled in relief. If nothing unexpected happened, those 2 inside should be the Thunder Eagle King and the Blood Demon King. But why are they together? Zheng Haoyan returned to the Sky Alliance Legion, a new idea forming in his mind. Huanling, summon once more. At your command, Lord. As the light of the summoning array faded, a Thunder Eagle standing 2 meters tall appeared before them. Thunder Eagle King. Are you the Thunder Eagle King? Why are you on the 7th floor of White Tower? Zheng Haoyan instantly shot out his question. Though utterly confused, the Thunder Eagle King suddenly felt a strange thought arise in his mind. Because my master serves him, I must serve this man as well. In response, my lord. On the 9th level, the Phantom Clan joined forces with the Gargoyle Clan from the 8th level to launch an attack against the Blood Demon tribe on the 7th. Their ambitions were great. They sought to seize control of levels 7 through 9 of White Tower. Thus, the Blood Demon King summoned me and the Stone Golem King to resist them. However, the Stone Golem King was killed by the Phantom King. Both the Blood Demon King and I were severely wounded. But why did your people end up fighting each other? Wu Qi asked, puzzled. The Thunder Eagle King wore an awkward expression. The Blood Demon King originally intended for his tribe to come down and gather all races for alliance. Likely, it was misunderstood, and that triggered this entire series of casualties. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily speechless. What can you tell us about the Gargoyle Clan? They're immune to elemental attacks. The Thunder Eagle King replied helplessly. HSS. Everyone sharply inhaled cold air. With the Gargoyle King immune to elements and the Phantom King immune to physical damage, they make quite a terrifying combination. A faint smile curled Zheng Haoyan's lips, showing no fear at all. Pass the order. Everyone rest where you stand. Huanling, keep summoning continuously. Understood. Sometime later, the Gargoyle King blinked his large eyes, staring blankly at the surrounding crowd. All right, wait here. I'll go meet the Phantom King myself. My lord. Wu Qi started to speak, but was cut off by Zheng Haoyan. If you don't trust me, follow if you dare. With that, Zheng Haoyan turned and swiftly flew away without looking back. Doubting our lord is our greatest sin. Exactly. We must believe in our lord. Phantom King, happy to see me? Zheng Haoyan sneered, coldly watching the trembling, heavily injured Phantom King. Now mounted on Phantom's right shoulder was a massive electromagnetic cannon. In his left hand, a long blade shimmering with 5-colored light. Shwa! With a shriek, the Phantom King disintegrated into a ruler-grade phantom crystal. Congratulations, Lord Zheng Haoyan. Successfully eliminated by Ta's level 9 ruler, the Phantom King. Reward. Respect of White Tower, Head of Humanity. Respect of White Tower. By occupying the first 9 levels of White Tower, gain access to aid from White Tower's races, and White Tower will no longer actively target you. Head of Humanity. Initial loyalty of all summoned farmers increases to 90. Prestige increases by 1,000. Zheng Haoyan stared blankly at the 2 rewards. Though not material, their impact would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Snapping back to reality, Zheng Haoyan smiled. The world seems pretty simple after all. End of book.